Chapter 1, The Strange Blind Date Girl. What did you say? This meal costs 28,000? At the hotel front desk, Bai Yang heard the waiter's words and his face was filled with disbelief. He came out for a blind date. The woman he went on a blind date with was average looking, but she had beautiful thoughts. He came to Bai Yang and asked him for a car and a house. How could a young man who just graduated from college and had only worked for a year have these things? However, out of courtesy, Bai Yang decided to settle the bill. But what he didn't expect was that this meal would cost 28,000. Yes, sir. You and your girlfriend's meal cost a total of 2,400 yuan. Your girlfriend's uncle and his table, plus the private room fee and a few bottles of collector's edition Mutai, totaled 25,900 yuan. Our hotel rounded off the difference for you, so the total is 28,000 yuan. The receptionist spoke to Bai Yang politely. Bai Yang had an urge to vomit blood. Where did this weird thing come from? It would have been fine if he just came here for a blind date, but he actually brought his family and friends along. Originally, out of humanitarianism, Bai Yang wanted to pay the bill. But the other party actually did this. If he paid for it, he would be an idiot. How about this? Wait until someone comes to buy it, and then you can get me 2 Zhonghua bags. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Okay. The receptionist didn't think too much about it, nodded, and took 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from the counter for Bai Yang. Holding the Zhonghua in his hand, Bai Yang had a slight sneer on his face. These people are probably trying to get away with making him the scapegoat. Ding. Detected that the host is about to escape. The God-level selection system is officially activated. Ding. System binding successful. A newbie gift pack will be given to the host. Do you want to open it? 2 mechanically synthesized system sounds suddenly rang out in Bai Yang's mind. As a young man of the 21st century, how could Bai Yang not know what the system is? Activate the system. This is a great thing. Open. Bai Yang said directly without any hesitation. Ding. The novice gift package is opening for the host. Ding. An unknown error occurred in the system. The system is being repaired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the novice gift pack and obtaining a special attribute aura with a 100-fold bonus. 100-fold bonus, with the aura's blessing, any system rewards the host receives will be directly increased 100-fold, or the amount will increase 100-fold. At this time, a series of system sounds were heard, and Bai Yang was stunned. This system is awesome. It's not enough to have a God-level selection system, but it also has a 100-fold bonus halo. From then on, it would be impossible for him to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Ding. Detected that the host wants to escape, the God-level selection system option is generated. 1. Choose to leave quietly and gain the title of master. From now on, the host's endurance is 1. 2. Directly confront the blind date, then walk away and obtain a marriage certificate from the chairman of Laming Technology, a multi-million-dollar enterprise. When Bai Yang heard the system voice, he was slightly stunned. This system. What the hell is this? Option 1 is to obtain the title of Master of Endurance. Is Bai Yang the kind of person who swallows his anger in silence? Option 2 is to obtain a marriage certificate from the chairman of a multi-million-dollar company. This option seems good, but what if the chairman is a dinosaur? What will he do then? Thinking of this, Bai Yang hesitated. But after a little hesitation, Bai Yang made his choice. Who needs a chairman's marriage certificate? Wouldn't it be better to have more patience? So, I choose 2. Bai Yang made the choice directly in his heart. Anyway, a marriage certificate can be cancelled if handled properly, but the title of swallowing one's anger is something that you will probably never get rid of in your lifetime. Ding. The host successfully made a choice. A 100-fold bonus aura is being generated successfully. Choice 1, the host obtains a marriage certificate from the chairman of a 100 multi-million-dollar company. After choosing this option, the host is likely to be charged with bigamy and imprisoned. Option 2, the host will receive a marriage certificate from the chairman of Tianteng Enterprise, a billion-dollar enterprise, and will also receive 1% of Tianteng Group's shares. Host, please make a choice in 10 seconds. When Bai Yang saw this scene, he was stunned. This is the power of the 100-fold halo, which allows Bai Yang to obtain 100 times the reward, and there is no way to refuse. Fortunately, the 100-fold halo attribute can be selected. If it were completely random, I really don't know what would happen. After a quick look, Bai Yang's finger landed directly on 2. Only a fool wants to go to jail. Ding! The selection is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a marriage certificate from the president of the Billion Group and a share transfer certificate from the Tiantung Group. The system voice sounded in Bai Yang's mind. There was a look of helplessness on Bai Yang's face. Just hope. Just hope that your cheap wife isn't ugly. Otherwise, even if he beat Bai Yang to death, he would still divorce her. At this moment, a group of people from the hotel happened to be walking towards this side. Bai Yang looked at them with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Those who came over were Bai Yang's blind date and her aunts and uncles. He brought so many people to the blind date, and Bai Yang was completely unaware of it. This one is pretty weird. However, instead of thinking there was anything wrong, the other party came directly to Bai Yang. How about buying it yourself? I'm telling you, don't think there's anything wrong with me bringing so many people here for a blind date. Your second aunt told me before that you haven't had a girlfriend since you graduated from college. This is a feminist society. For someone like you, it's hard to find a beautiful woman to have dinner with you. It's an honor for you to be able to have dinner with me. So, don't have any opinions, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Also, let's forget about what's going on between us. I don't really like losers. If you have time, go clean yourself up. Look at you, you look so shabby, and you're still trying to imitate others on blind dates. Isn't that embarrassing? Bai Yang's eyes were a little cold. Originally, he didn't want to pay too much attention to this guy. But what he didn't expect was that this guy was aggressive instead. I really think that Bai Yang was a sucker. And the system made him angrily scold the blind date girl. Bai Yang himself felt that it was unacceptable if he didn't make her pay a price. I've never seen anything like this before. You really think you're so great just because you're a woman? Don't you even look at your own appearance? And you still look down on me? Sorry, you can keep this order and buy it later. I've already found a wife. A weird country girl like you deserves to never get married in this life. There was a hint of anger on Zhu Zijuan's face. She was not very good looking and a little overweight, but she always believed that this was a feminist society. Women should be superior to others. It is a great honor for a poor loser like Bai Yang to have a girl eat with him. He actually dared to confront himself. Isn't he looking for death? Stop right there, who the hell do you think you are? I'm telling you, if you don't pay the bill today, I'll kill you. Bai Yang was also angry and immediately scolded him. I want to see how you're going to kill me. At this time, Zhu Zijuan rushed directly towards Bai Yang, waving her palm and wanting to slap Bai Yang directly. But at this moment, Bai Yang dodged and kicked her. Zhu Zijuan was kicked out on the spot. Bang! Her already somewhat plump figure rolled several times on the ground, with a look of pain on her face. Her complexion became somewhat ferocious, and she looked at Bai Yang with somewhat vicious eyes. You bastard, how dare you hit me? The expressions of those relatives who were with Zhu Zijuan also changed a little. They rushed directly towards Bai Yang and surrounded him. You bastard, you can't even bear to pay for a man's meal, and you're still trying to imitate others and go on blind dates. You still dare to hit others now? Do you really think we can't deal with you? Chapter 2 Let's Divorce. Many of Zhu Zijuan's relatives were of rather sturdy build, and they looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat fierce look in their eyes. Two of them had already rolled up their sleeves. Although Bai Yang has decent physical fitness, he may not be a match for these guys. There was also some panic at the hotel. They didn't expect that this group of people would cause a commotion. But what no one expected was, at the main entrance of the hotel, several brake sounds suddenly rang out. More than a dozen bodyguards in black suits quickly got out of the car. A figure slowly walked down from one of the Rolls Royces. She had a cold look in her eyes and an aura like a queen. The bodyguards around her surrounded her like the moon surrounded by stars. After she saw the situation on the scene, it was obvious that there was a hint of anger on her face. Who dares to touch my husband? A scolding sound emerged. More than 10 bodyguards pounced on them like wolves and tigers. The expressions of those people who were originally extremely arrogant changed. They are all ordinary people. Even if some of them are stronger, they cannot be a match for these bodyguards. Bang bang bang. A series of dull sounds were heard. They were knocked to the ground one by one, with an expression of indescribable embarrassment on their faces. Several thinner people were almost beaten unconscious. These bodyguards were extremely ruthless. Zhu Zijuan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Who was the queen-like woman and why did she have such a strong aura? At this time, the female president slowly walked towards the side. Her eyes were cold and there was a sense of arrogance on her body. Bai Yang looked at her with a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that this woman is the one arranged for him in the marriage certificate? She looks pretty good. Only she is too cold. This aura made Bai Yang feel a little pressured even from such a distance. The female president came in front of Bai Yang. When she saw Bai Yang's face, her body trembled slightly, as if she remembered something, but she quickly concealed her emotions, and her voice still sounded a little aloof. Are you okay? Fine. The female president nodded and looked at those people. Why did you attack my husband? Do you really think there is no law in this world? There was some pain on the faces of those present. How could they know that Bai Yang's background was so powerful? And he already has a wife, why is he still going out for a blind date? Zhu Zijuan was completely stunned. What the hell is this? Isn't Bai Yang a poor loser who is unwanted by anyone? Why would such an awesome woman like him? Who are you? How could a man like him possibly find a wife? And isn't it natural for the man to pay for a blind date? Zhu Zijuan gritted her teeth and said stubbornly. Bang! A crisp slap sound was heard. The black-clad bodyguard closest to Tang Yuma rushed over and slapped Zhu Zijuan in the face. How dare you speak so confidently in front of the president? The black-clad bodyguard had a cold look in his eyes. Zhu Zijuan's face changed drastically. She didn't expect Tang Yuma's subordinates to be so domineering. Many times, it's the man who pays for blind dates, but there's no law that says he has to pay for a blind date. And you've never brought so many people along on a blind date before. You're paying for today's bill yourself. I'll settle the score with you for bullying my husband. The female president's eyes were somewhat indifferent. She was like a queen, and her aura made the people around her breathless. At this time, the female president turned around and looked at Bai Yang. Your name is Bai Yang, right? Let's go first. They will take care of things here. Bai Yang nodded. He didn't expect his wife to be so domineering. I don't know what my future married life will be like. When Bai Yang and Tang Yuma left the hotel, wailing sounds were heard from the hotel lobby. Aren't these people seeking death by bullying the president's husband? And the owner of this hotel knows Tang Yuma. After knowing this, he immediately stood on Tang Yuma's side. After Zhu Zijuan and his gang were beaten up, he made a huge demand and asked for 500,000 yuan in compensation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the hotel. Upon hearing this number, Zhu Zijuan, who was already aching all over, felt her head getting hot and fainted on the spot. But even if she fainted, she couldn't escape the money. In a Rolls Royce, Tang Yuma sat next to Bai Yang. Bai Yang looked forward, feeling a little nervous. He didn't expect that the director of the 10 billion group would be such a person. And Tang Yuma's cold look just now showed that he used to hold a high position. If you marry a person like this, you have to be careful in your future life. If you make her unhappy one day, you may really have to bear the consequences. But what he didn't know was that he was very nervous, and Tang Yuma next to him was also a little nervous at this moment. Although she looks very cold and aloof, like a queen, she has never been in love. When sitting with Bai Yang, she could clearly feel her heartbeat quickening. And Bai Yang is the person she is looking for. All these years have passed, and he hasn't changed at all. Tang Yuma thought secretly in her heart. She didn't know whether Bai Yang remembered her, but her memory of Bai Yang was very clear. The two knew each other when they were children, and at that time Bai Yang saved her life by chance. Since then, Tang Yuma has always had a good impression of Bai Yang. More than 10 years passed, and when she saw Bai Yang again, the nervous feeling she had that year reappeared. For a moment she didn't know what to say. The atmosphere in the extremely luxurious Rolls-Royce seemed a bit depressing. A man and a woman were sitting in the back car, but no one of them spoke to each other. It felt like they were strangers. I don't know how much time has passed. Tang Yuma seemed a little restless. She originally wanted to chat with Bai Yang in a gentle manner. But she discovered, I don't know how to do it at all. For so many years, she has always been a cold and aloof female president, decisive and ruthless in her actions, and everyone around her is afraid of her. Now, when she appeared in front of her husband, she actually didn't know how to interact with him. Is there anything you want to tell me? Tang Yuma's voice still sounded a bit cold, and his majesty was still there. Bai Yang shrugged. He felt that Tang Yuma was too aloof. He found it a little hard to accept the thought of being with such a person in the future. Moreover, he owns 1% of the company's shares, so he can live well even if he gets divorced. Nothing to say. Well, let me think about it. After all, this was just our first meeting. I'm not entirely sure why we ended up getting divorced. But I think if there's no love left, it's better to break up sooner rather than later. How about this? There's no legal basis for a marriage certificate. If you feel reluctant, I think we can get a divorce. Bai Yang thought about it and tried to make his tone as calm as possible. Because he felt that Tang Yuma might think the same way. She is so cold and beautiful, she shouldn't like me. And Bai Yang doesn't like such a cold girl either. He still likes girls who are a little gentler. And also, what era is this? Who still looks at marriage certificates? Tang Yuma's expression changed instantly, and her eyes glanced towards Bai Yang. Bai Yang suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by some powerful person, and the other person's eyes seemed to be somewhat unfriendly. Tang Yuma's eyes flickered a few times. She had a lot of things she wanted to say in her heart, but for some reason she didn't know where to start when the words came to her lips. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Since this is your decision, I promise you. But there's one thing you have to promise me. Our marriage certificate was made by my family. And in 3 months, I'll be promoted from intern CEO to full-time CEO. So no matter what, you can't divorce me within these 3 months." Bai Yang was silent for a moment. He didn't expect that the marriage certificate would be so troublesome. It can be seen that Tang Yuma's family is relatively traditional. Thinking of this, Bai Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. His heart became even more determined. Divorce. Must divorce. Really? Rich and wealthy families are more troublesome. A marriage certificate can make Tang Yuma so fearful, who knows what troubles will arise after marrying Tang Yuma. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes among the rich and powerful. What if he got beaten to death while walking on the street one day? Bai Yang sighed lightly and nodded. "If that's the case, then I promise you. 3 months isn't a long time anyway, so I can get familiar with the company's business." Tang Yuma nodded slightly. "It's actually like this. That's a gentleman's word." It's hard to catch up with him. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face, but he didn't notice that a hint of sadness flashed across the depths of Tang Yuma's eyes. She had never been in love since she was a child, so she didn't know how to express herself at all. Moreover, when she saw the smile on Bai Yang's face, she felt a little disappointed. Perhaps he doesn't want to marry me at all. If that is the case, there is nothing I can do to keep you here. But Tang Yuma was not in a good mood at all. Only her expression is not written on her face, and she is always cold. Bai Yang glanced at her, not knowing what she was thinking. He was thinking, after the marriage certificate is cancelled in 3 months, how should he live freely with the 100 million stocks? Chapter 3: Asking for advice from my best friend. The vehicle arrived at the company quickly. When getting off the car, Bai Yang was obviously startled. Is this the 10 billion group? The entire company covers an area of at least 1,000 square meters and has 30 floors. The decoration of the entire office building is quite good. Even the 30th floor has floor-to-ceiling windows. If you stand upstairs, you can probably see most of the Bund Sea view. Bai Yang knew very well that in a city like Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable, such a high-rise building would be worth a lot of money. The strength of Tiantung Group is self-evident as it can use this kind of office building as its headquarters. What Bai Yang didn't know was that the group his wife worked for was a well-known large enterprise in Magic City. The group developed chip technology internally and had a very stable customer base and sales channels. It is precisely because of this that the company's annual turnover is a figure that is unimaginable to ordinary people, and it is only natural that it can reach such a scale. Tang Yuma got out of the car. Her face was still a little cold, and the majesty on her body was like that of a queen touring the world. Many people who see her feel a little pressure. Tang Yuma didn't want this to happen, but because she was her father's only daughter, she was trained as an heir since she was a child. Her family has very strict requirements on her in terms of work and interpersonal relationships. Tang Yuma still remembers that when she was very young, her father punished her by not allowing her to go out for 3 days because she peeked at a comic book from her neighbor's house. Even her neighbor was warned. In other words, Tang Yuma's mother has always been kind and he was influenced by her. Although Tang Yuma is decisive and killing, he still has a soft heart. Only. Her emotions are rarely written on her face, giving people the impression that she is a cold puppet. Let's go. There was no extra emotion in Tang Yuma's words, and he walked straight forward. Bai Yang looked at her back. Tang Yuma is quite pretty, with long beautiful legs and a graceful figure, if it weren't for her cold personality and majestic expression. Bai Yang still likes her very much. Only. Bai Yang knew very well that being with a woman like this would be very tiring. I remember a book once said that women with strong career ambitions often yearn to be conquered. Tang Yuma is so capable at work, and he can manage such a large company at such a young age. She must be very ambitious. To conquer a woman like her, you either have to be stronger than her or completely submissive to her. Obviously, I don't qualify for either of these. Bai Yang thought secretly in his heart. If any man saw a woman like Tang Yuma, he would definitely have the same thought in his heart. But he didn't know that Tang Yuma's true character was not like this at all, and her outward indifference was actually a disguise. But after pretending for so long, sometimes even she herself doesn't know how to take off the disguise. So, it's easy to be misunderstood. Came to Tang Yuma's office. Bai Yang was sitting aside. This was also his first time in the president's office. After arriving here, he felt a little emotional. It is truly a place where rich people work. The area of one office is more than 200 square meters, and the carpet on the floor is the top-notch bionic leather carpet, which costs about 6 million per piece. The other decorations in the office are also shockingly expensive. Bai Yang saw a painting on the wall, which he had seen before when he was watching short videos. The selling price seems to be more than 7 million. But in this office, it is just an ordinary decoration. Tang Yuma sat at her desk, feeling a little complicated. She wanted to keep Bai Yang and tell him her true thoughts. But she didn't know what to say. When she looked at Bai Yang, she was silent for a moment, then said to Bai Yang, "You said before that you wanted to familiarize yourself with the company's business. Because you also have company shares, right?" Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. He was not afraid of Tang Yuma, although she sounded cold when she spoke. "So, I'm going to put you in the sales department. What position do you plan to take?" After a brief silence, Tang Yuma asked. If other employees in the company saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads in shock. This is Tang Yuma. Mr. Tang. Who doesn't know what kind of person she is? She has the final say in the company and rarely gives face even to the company's veterans. But it is absolutely incredible that she would ask for other people's opinions at this time. Bai Yang, who didn't know Tang Yuma, didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, he felt it was quite normal. Isn't it normal for a boss to ask his subordinates what kind of job they want to do? After thinking for a while, Bai Yang said, "Then be a deputy manager." Bai Yang had good business skills before, and he felt that if he became a deputy manager, he would not be responsible for too many things and could also hone himself. No matter when, self-improvement is also very important. Good. Tang Yuma nodded. I'll call the HR department later. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. Bai Yang nodded. He felt that Tang Yuma definitely didn't like him that much, and he was not the kind of person who would gossip about it. He stood up and left directly. But he didn't notice that Tang Yuma's fists were slightly clenched, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. After Bai Yang left for a long time, she seemed to have thought of something. She took 2 deep breaths and picked up the phone on the desk. The call is connected. A female voice came quickly. "Xiaomomo, how come you have time to call me? Do you miss me?" "No." There was still a hint of coldness in Tang Yuma's tone. The female voice on the other end of the phone was not afraid at all, and still smiled and said, "You still say no. What else can you do besides thinking about me? Stop talking nonsense. I came to you because I want to ask you something." The female voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. "Xiaomomo, you actually have something to ask me. Come, tell me, what is it?" Hearing the teasing tone, Tang Yuma hesitated for a moment. Bai Yang's figure appeared in his mind, and he finally said it out loud. Saw him. The female voice on the other end of the phone didn't react at first, but soon there was a hint of surprise in her tone. You saw him? Where? He's the man I was getting married to, but he doesn't seem to remember me at all and wants to divorce me the moment we meet. A hint of frustration flashed across Tang Yuma's eyes, and he felt very uncomfortable. There have been many people pursuing her over the years, but Tang Yuma doesn't even want to meet them. I finally got married, and the person I love is. He actually wants to divorce her. Chapter 4: Entering the Business Department. The female voice on the other end of the phone fell silent, and after a while, a burst of laughter was heard. Xiaomomo, are you going to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Huabei? Who are you? You're a female CEO worth over 10 billion, and your father's overseas foundation is also worth hundreds of billions. How many people in Shanghai have better family conditions than you? You're so beautiful. If any other man married you, he'd die of laughter. You're such an interesting man. I actually want to marry you. The veins on Tang Yuma's hand holding the pen bulged, and a hint of anger was clearly visible on his face. Shinjiechi, if you keep laughing, I'll tear your mouth apart. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Ha 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 ha. Shinjiechi. Okay, stop. I promise, I won't laugh anymore. Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuma hung up the phone directly. She was already very embarrassed, and her best friend actually teased her like this. After a while, Shinjiechi called again. Sorry, I lost control just now. Xiaomomo, don't be angry, tell me what's going on. Tang Yuma didn't want to continue arguing with Shinjiechi, so after a moment of silence, he recounted what had happened today. There was clearly a hint of surprise in Shinjiechi's voice. Oh my god. Is this really the fate arranged by God for you? What a coincidence. But I don't quite understand why he wants to divorce you. With your conditions, this shouldn't happen. I don't know either. Tang Yuma said. There are only two situations now. Shinjiechi analyzed. First, he must be AT and doesn't like women at all. Stop talking nonsense there. I don't believe he is that kind of person. Then there is only the second possibility. Shinjiechi was a little helpless. What is it? Tang Yuma was a little nervous. He probably doesn't like you. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly. Then what should I do? What else can I do? Chase after him. Chase? You want me to chase him? What else? You have such a good marriage, shouldn't you cherish it? Shinjiechi asked back. But aren't it always boys who chase girls? Tang Yuma felt a little embarrassed. Who said that? It's a different era now, and there's no law that says girls can't pursue boys. You have to understand that it's you who likes him now, not him who likes you. So you have to take the initiative, understand? Also, haven't you heard the saying, if a man pursues a woman, it's as easy as a mountain. If a woman pursues a man, it's as easy as a veil. You're so good, what are you afraid of? Shinjiechi said. Tang Yuma nodded slightly. What Shinjiechi said did make some sense. So, what should I do? Well, then I have to have a good talk with you. First of all, boys like gentle and caring girls, just like the green tea bitch. Although these girls are more scheming, they are just good at pretending. She knows how to arouse boys' desire to protect her, which makes them fall in love with her. So, the first step you have to take is to cater to his preferences. First, let Bai Yang have a good impression of you, and then slowly break down his defenses. Do you understand? Shinjiechi explained to Tang Yuma like a teacher. Kindness. Tang Yuma seemed to understand something, and even took a pen to write down what Shinjiechi said, looking like a student. Secondly, boys like girls who understand them. After you win Bai Yang's favor, he'll feel like he can get along with you. Generally speaking, if you do these two steps well, the boy will have some feelings for you. Shinjiechi said again. Tang Yuma nodded and took some notes seriously. Then Shinjiechi told Tang Yuma some things that boys like, and Tang Yuma wrote them down. Suddenly, she discovered. It turns out that getting a boy to like you is not an easy thing. But when he thought of his wish over the years, Tang Yuma secretly encouraged himself in his heart. She must make Bai Yang fall in love with her no matter what. Bai Yang had no idea what was going on here. At this time, he had already arrived at the business department. Tiantan Group's business department is very large, with about 200 to 300 people working in it. After Bai Yang walked in, the superiors also received instructions and knew that Bai Yang was the new deputy manager. But this deputy manager seemed to have come in through the back door. Because I haven't heard that the business department is recruiting a deputy manager during this period. Manager's son from the business department is a smart guy. Bai Yang is able to hold this position at such a young age. It is obvious that he is a person with a strong background. Don't mess with people like this. When Bai Yang first arrived at the business department, his face was full of smiles. Manager Bai, I've already completed the onboarding procedures for you. Is there anything else you need? Manager's son is Sun Zhongwei. He is in his 50s and has been working in this company for more than 10 years. Because he has been doing business for many years, he has become very good at dealing with people. I don't have any requests. I'm just new here and don't know much about the company's rules, regulations, and procedures. If you have time, please find someone to talk to me. There was a slight smile on Bai Yang's face. He could see what manager's son was thinking, so he didn't hesitate. There's no need to be too polite to such people. If he wants to please me, then give him a chance. This will make him feel that Bai Yang is a person who is easier to deal with. Okay, I'll find someone to introduce you to our business department. Sun Zhongwei nodded, then shouted something directly to the business department. Soon, a girl in a professional suit who looked a bit like a Japanese girl walked towards this side. When her eyes fell on Bai Yang, there was a hint of surprise on her face. Bai Yang looks very young and handsome. Such a person turned out to be their new deputy manager. This is quite surprising. But what Bai Yang didn't know was that his rise to power also touched some people's cake. Tianting Group is a company with multiple shareholders, so the network of relationships within the company is very complicated. The business department itself is a department with a lot of oil and water. It is basically no simple matter to be able to become the deputy manager of the business department of such a company. Bai Yang took their position without saying a word, which naturally made some people unhappy. But Bai Yang didn't care about these things at all. He sat in his office and listened to the girl explaining to him the rules and regulations of the business department and the situation of the business department. In an instant, he had a general understanding of the overall business department. Really? The business department of a large company is quite complicated. Chapter 5 Business Department. The entire business department has 6 deputy managers and 1 general manager. The manager's son just now is the head of the business department. Because he is steady and does things flawlessly, people in the business department respect him. Except for manager's son, the other 5 deputy managers are in a state of competition with each other. And there is a bounty within the company. Whoever leads a team that achieves first place in sales will receive a bonus of 5 million. For this reason, competition within the business department is quite fierce. If you are not a member of a group, you are basically the same as an enemy. Because the business department of this kind of company adopts an elimination mechanism. Each quarter, the group with the worst sales is penalized. The worst performing member of each group will also be punished. More importantly, if performance fails to meet standards for a long time, you will be kicked out of the company. After knowing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh. Everyone aspires to work in a big company. But when you actually come to this kind of company, you will find that the law of the jungle is fully revealed here. So how many people do I have under my command now? Bai Yang asked with a smile on his face. You just arrived, so there should only be a few newcomers here. And because you've just been promoted, you'll be exempt from ranking penalties this quarter. Hu Qian explained to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded slightly. If that's the case, then call those newcomers in. I want to meet them. Hu Qian nodded and left. While Bai Yang was getting familiar with the business department's situation, Tang Yumao learned some of Bai Yang's situations in the office. Xin Zheqi just said that if you want to impress a man, you must consider him. Bai Yang has just taken up his post. Given his abilities, he may not be able to adapt to this position well. It seems we need to help him. Tang Yumao thought secretly in his heart. After all, she is the chairman of a company. She is very strong in terms of employing people and her own abilities. She knew very well what Bai Yang's level of strength was, so after thinking for a while, Tang Yumao came up with some ideas. Bai Yang didn't expect that his affairs would make his wife worry so much. His own abilities are indeed very good, but it is normal for him to feel a little uncomfortable when he first arrives. But that doesn't mean he can't handle these things. After understanding my current situation. When Bai Yang realized how many people under his command he could utilize, he had some ideas about his next development. But at this time, several figures walked towards this side. The leading man was about 40 years old, wearing a suit, giving people a more gentle feeling. But when he looked at Bai Yang, there was clearly some hostility in his eyes. He is also the deputy manager of this company. His name is Wang Wei. Previously, there was a vacant deputy manager position in the business department. But we have never recruited a deputy manager. Because the current manpower is sufficient. Unexpectedly, Bai Yang suddenly appeared and took away the spot. You must know. Many people are eyeing this spot. Served as deputy manager of the business department in a group with assets exceeding 10 billion. It is easy to earn several million a year. How could such a position be unpopular? Bai Yang, right? Hello, my name is Wang Wei. Looking at Bai Yang, Wang Wei had a forced smile on his face. He had investigated Bai Yang's identity information and it seemed that he was not a particularly powerful person. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have some connections in the board of directors. But Wang Wei is not an ordinary person. Being able to serve as a deputy manager in such a company means he has both ability and background. Hello? Bai Yang smiled calmly. You're new here, so you probably don't know a lot of the rules. If we have a chance in the future, we can talk more. Wang Wei smiled slightly. Good. Bai Yang smiled. After a brief greeting, Wang Wei took his men away. When they reached the corner, the man following Wang Wei couldn't help but ask, Brother Wang, this kid looks just like a clueless young man. If someone like him started at the bottom of the company, he would probably never reach this position in his entire life. Wang Wei sighed, some people are just lucky, there's nothing we can do about it. But it doesn't matter. Even if he has superpowers, he has to get out if he doesn't have the ability in the sales department. Because every quarter there is a ranking among our groups, and he has no ability, he will definitely be at the bottom every time. The business department is an extremely important department in our company. If he always comes last, the board of directors will definitely find out immediately. Someone like him won't be around for long. Everyone else nodded, but the young man couldn't help but ask, then Brother Wang, are we just going to leave him alone? Don't care about him? Wang Wei sneered, how is that possible? I've always wanted to get my cousin to this position, but I didn't expect him to get there first. And this guy has a certain arrogance about him. I feel it's absolutely necessary to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, there was a hint of smile on those people's faces. They all knew what Wang Wei meant by teaching him a lesson. The new deputy manager will probably have a hard time in the future. There are quite a few people who have this idea. The business department itself is a place of competition. The weaker a person is, the easier it is to be bullied. But what they don't know is that Bai Yang himself is not a weak person. He graduated from a prestigious university and is very talented. It's just that it's difficult for recent graduates to have the opportunity to show their skills. It is precisely because of this that many of his ideas and talents were buried. Coming to this company now just gives Bai Yang an opportunity. Bai Yang's office. Alright, I understand your situation. If there's nothing else, go back first. I'll make some plans for the next period of time. With our abilities, it will be no problem for us to win the sales championship. After Bai Yang learned the information about his men, he said to them with a smile on his face. After hearing Bai Yang's words, these people nodded and did not stay here for long. Seeing them leaving, Bai Yang felt a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. He had wanted to show off his skills before, but he never had the chance. Now that he has this opportunity, he must achieve something no matter what. I looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner. The distant horizon is my love. The phone rang at this moment. Bai Yang picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After the call was connected, a cold voice came. Chapter 6 Rolls-Royce enters the community. Did you have meal? Bai Yang was slightly stunned when he heard the voice. Tang Yuma. She actually called herself. He didn't know that after being advised by her best friend, Tang Yuma was also ready to pursue Bai Yang. But she is a rather aloof person and doesn't know how to express herself, so she can only use this method to interact with Bai Yang more. Not yet. Come and eat with me. After saying that, Tang Yuma hung up the phone. Bai Yang was stunned for a moment. This woman. It's really not just cold. TSK, how will she ever get married if she's like this? Asking me to have dinner with her is like giving her an order. Bai Yang shrugged his shoulders, but after all, it was his wife who asked him to come over, so Bai Yang did not refuse. He tidied up the table and prepared to go out. But he didn't know that Tang Yuma's heartbeat had obviously quickened. This was her first time to have dinner with a boy. I don't know how to express it. So after saying that, because she was nervous and afraid that Bai Yang would refuse, she hung up the phone. Oops, I just forgot to tell him where we were going to eat. What should I do? Should I still call him? Tang Yuma thought to herself, but she had never taken the initiative towards a boy before, and her heart was particularly complicated at this moment. No way. This is what happens when you never chase a boy. It's the same for everyone. I am always cautious when it comes to things I have never done before, for fear of messing something up. And Tang Yuma himself is a man of few words. It is difficult for outsiders to tell what she is thinking. This is also her shortcoming. Bang bang bang. Just when Tang Yuma was feeling extremely complicated and nervous, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Tang Yuma's cold voice appeared again. She suffered from mild hunter syndrome, and it seemed that apart from this expression, she didn't know how to face other people. The office door opened. Bai Yang's figure appeared. When he saw Bai Yang, Tang Yuma felt a little nervous. Where are we going to eat? Wait a minute, I'll be done with my work soon. Tang Yuma said. She is a workaholic and has some work to do. Bai Yang nodded. But after waiting for half an hour, Tang Yuma stood up when he saw that the work was almost done. Let's go. Kindness. The two of them walked outside. Tang Yuma had no idea how straight-laced her actions were. If her best friend knew all this, she would laugh at her. I asked the boy I liked out for dinner, but I made him wait for more than half an hour because of work. Oh my God. What kind of brain circuit can only be created by an angel? Although Bai Yang felt a little unhappy, he didn't think much about it. In his opinion, Tang Yuma must have something to say to him. Although this woman is aloof, she should not be a bad person, so Bai Yang didn't care too much. As for whether Tang Yuma likes me? There was no way Bai Yang would think in that direction. Are you sick in the brain? How could a woman who likes me be so cold? It's definitely impossible. Bai Yang took the special elevator to leave the company and sat in the Rolls-Royce. Tang Yuma sat next to him. Along the way, Tang Yuma was thinking about what she should say to Bai Yang, but after thinking for a long time, she found that she didn't know what to say at all. Talk about work? It's time to get off work. What's there to talk about? Talk about life? She seemed to have no idea about Bai Yang. In a moment, the two fell into an awkward silence. Bai Yang ignored the other party. He just wanted to go home quickly after dinner. He had to pack up his things and find a new place to live. How can a man worth over 100 million still live in a rented house? After arriving at the restaurant, Bai Yang and Tang Yuma entered the private room. Tang Yuma simply ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to Bai Yang. Bai Yang took a look and found that the food here was extremely expensive. He didn't dare to order too much, so he just ordered a few cheaper ones and handed the menu to the waiter. Just arrived at the company, how do you feel? After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yuma asked. Well enough. Bai Yang nodded slightly. I saw your resume before. You are not a native of Shanghai? Yeah. I'm from Jiangcheng, and I came to Shanghai to work. But I have a lot of relatives here. So where do you live now? Inside the rental house. Tang Yuma nodded. The two chatted intermittently, but most of the time Tang Yuma had no idea what to talk about. Suddenly, Tang Yuma thought of what her best friend had said to her before. The best way to get along with boys is to create opportunities for both of you to be alone, preferably with some private space. Thinking of this, Tang Yuma hesitated for a moment, and a rare blush appeared on her cold face. She looked at Bai Yang and said directly. How about this, you come live with me? There was an incredible look on Bai Yang's face. What are you talking about? I'll let you live with me. Tang Yuma continued. Are you sure? What's so uncertain about this? You have nowhere to live right now. The place I live in is more spacious. Plus, we need to maintain the relationship stated in the marriage certificate so that no one else can see it. So, moving in is the best option. Bai Yang was silent for a moment. What Tang Yuma said did make sense. But when Bai Yang thought about facing Tang Yuma's cold face all day long, he felt a little worried. If you find it difficult, forget it. No, it's just that I have a lot of stuff, and I think I'll need you to help me move it. No problem. Bai Yang nodded. Just move there. Tang Yuma's villa should be very big, and there are servants. It's better than finding a place to live by myself. The mealtime passed quickly. After dinner, Tang Yuma asked the driver to take Bai Yang to his residence to move his things. Bai Yang lives in a rather dilapidated neighborhood. When the Rolls-Royce arrived at this community, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Oh my god! Rolls-Royce, when did this kind of rich guy appear in our neighborhood? What Rolls-Royce? It's the kind of car that's worth tens of millions. A car worth tens of millions? Hey, look, isn't that Bai Yang? How did this guy get out of a car like this? Look, that girl is so beautiful, could she be Bai Yang's girlfriend? That shouldn't be possible. This girl is obviously not an ordinary person. How could Bai Yang possibly find such a beautiful girlfriend? You know what? It's really possible. Look at Bai Yang. He seems to be packing his things. The driver and bodyguard are helping him carry his bags. Fuck. This guy is awesome. Chapter 7 Proposal. There was also a look of helplessness on Bai Yang's face. Before coming here, he guessed that this phenomenon was likely to occur. But there is no way. Tang Yuma offered to help him, so it was difficult for him to refuse. Under the landlady's incredulous gaze, Bai Yang quickly left with his things. Tang Yuma heard a lot of people talking about her being Bai Yang's girlfriend, and she felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't show it too obviously. After leaving the community, rumors about Bai Yang spread like wildfire within the community. Many people are spreading the story of Bai Yang. Some people say that he is actually the son of a wealthy man and comes here just to experience life. Some people say that he was kept by a rich woman because of his handsome appearance. There are many different versions. Everyone knew that a man left the community in a Rolls-Royce. The vehicle drove along, and soon the Rolls-Royce arrived at a community with beautiful scenery and tight security. This community is located on Kowloon Street and is one of the most famous high-end communities in Shanghai. Even the worst house costs about 100,000 yuan per square meter. The price of a villa has reached hundreds of thousands per square meter. The vehicle has just stopped. Not far away, a car light suddenly lit up. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma frowned as they got out of the car. Who is the person in front? So rude. At this time, a figure walked towards this side. He was tall and held a bouquet of roses in his hand. More importantly, when he came in front of Tang Yuma and Bai Yang, the beam of light disappeared in an instant and the surrounding street lights lit up instantly. It was only then that Bai Yang and Tang Yuma noticed that they were surrounded by flowers, and the man was holding a diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg in his hand. Ding! It's detected that the host is currently facing a serious provocation. The God level option is being activated. 1. Stand aside silently and let Tang Yuma handle this matter. You will be rewarded with a green-haired turtle. 2. Forcefully suppress the man proposing marriage and receive the reward of elite soldier serum. The system sound rang at this time. Bai Yang was slightly stunned when he heard this. The man in front of me is planning to propose to Tang Yuma. This is totally disregarding myself. With a look of surprise on his face, Bai Yang made his choice directly. Ding! The host has been selected successfully, and the 100-fold aura is being generated. 1. Obtain 100 elite soldier serums. After the serum is injected, the host will possess elite-level warrior strength, but each person can only use one in their lifetime. 2. Obtain the king-level soldier serum. 2. Bai Yang made his choice without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the king-level soldier serum. Bai Yang felt that there seemed to be something extra in the system space, so he took a quick look. Bai Yang discovered that the king-level soldier serum can be used directly without any side effects, and after using it, he can obtain the combat power of the king-level soldier. Use the serum. In an instant, Bai Yang felt that his body was constantly being strengthened, and his memory, observation, and judgment became sharper. The king-level soldier serum is far more powerful than Bai Yang imagined. While Bai Yang was absorbing the serum's medicinal properties, the young man had already knelt on one knee. His expression was somewhat affectionate. Tang Yuma, I know your family has already issued a marriage certificate for you. But I know that the man you married is a complete loser. He only got 1% of the shares of Tianting Group by chance. A person like this is not worthy of you at all. I like you. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will be able to convince your parents to cancel your marriage. Besides, my family's business is also very large. As long as you are willing to be with me, we can join forces and create a business empire in the future. As the man spoke, he was also thinking about handing the ring in his hand to Tang Yuma. Tang Yuma pulled his hand back directly with a hint of anger on his face. Zhao Hai, our two companies do have some connections, but that doesn't mean anything will happen between us. I rejected you clearly before. Besides, I have a husband too. If you don't want to cause trouble, you'd better put your thoughts away. Zhao Hai's expression looked somewhat ugly. Tang Yuma, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine. Do you really think I don't know that your Tiantung Group is a company with multiple shareholders? Even if you become the chairman, you won't be able to successfully complete many decisions. Our Xinlong Group has always had a good relationship with some of your company's shareholders. I came to see you today and I have made comprehensive preparations. If you don't agree to me, I can assure you that the independent chip development plan you want to promote will never succeed. Tang Yuma's expression became even uglier. She didn't expect that Zhao Hai would threaten her. Isn't this forced buying and selling? It's interesting. Are people nowadays so shameless? There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. After receiving the system reward, he was obviously much more confident than before. With the strength of a soldier king, Bai Yang's combat power instantly soared a lot. The man in front of him is indeed powerful, but what is he in front of Bai Yang? Who are you? Zhao Hai frowned and asked. I'm just the cowardly husband you're talking about. Bai Yang sneered. It's you. Zhao Hai's expression changed slightly. He sneered and took out a check. I don't know how someone like you can be so lucky. Here's a check for 50 million. Take it and leave Tang Yuma. Otherwise, I promise, you'll have nothing. You want me to leave just for a check of 50 million? Bai Yang asked back. Don't refuse a toast, boy. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you and Tang Yuma have a marriage certificate? Even if Tang Yuma's internship ends, she still won't have 100% control of the company. Besides, you're just a small shareholder of Tiantung Group. If you don't know how to live or die, I have 100 ways to ruin your reputation. There was a hint of ferocity in Zhao Hai's eyes. He is the prince of Xinlong Group and his net worth is approximately 8 billion yuan. His father is the chairman of Xinlong Group and a well-known figure in Shanghai. If you really compare them, his father is not much worse than Tang Yuma's father. Under normal circumstances, they should be together. With the two powerful forces joining forces, there are few people in this demon city who can be their opponents. But the appearance of Bai Yang and the system changed everything. Chapter 8 Beating Zhao Hai. Tang Yuma's face turned ugly at this time. Bai Yang is the husband she chose and the person she loves. The Zhao Hai in front of him spoke a little too recklessly. But before she could speak, bang! Zhao Hai was kicked directly out. Bai Yang's eyes turned a little cold. You're just a dog born with a better family background, yet you dare to bark in front of me. Do you really think of yourself as a big shot? Zhao Hai rolled on the ground several times, his face full of pain. Although he also exercises regularly and has learned martial arts for a period of time. But facing someone like Bai Yang, he was no match at all. The bodyguard who was standing not far away had a changed expression when he saw this scene. Of course they knew who Zhao Hai was, and they couldn't take responsibility if such a person was beaten. Master! They hurried to Zhao Hai's side. Kill him for me. Zhao Hai scolded angrily. Tang Yuma's face changed, and the bodyguards beside her were about to step forward. But at this time Bai Yang stepped forward directly. Leave it to me. This kind of thing is still not my opponent. There was a look of surprise on Tang Yuma's face. Is Bai Yang so powerful? Under her gaze, Bai Yang instantly came in front of Zhao Hai's bodyguards. This idiot in front of him actually insulted his wife in front of him and also insulted him. How could Bai Yang let him go? And Bai Yang has never been a person who likes to keep things quiet. Since the other party was so ignorant of the danger, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Bang! A terrifying fist force burst out from Bai Yang's palm. the bodyguard standing opposite Bai Yang was knocked away. His body was very fast, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and every punch and kick had terrifying power. And the king of soldiers is a person who fought on the battlefield. After obtaining the king-level soldier serum, Bai Yang's combat power not only soared. Combat awareness and combat capabilities have also made great progress. Although these bodyguards in front of him have some strength, they are no match for Bai Yang. Bang! 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 In less than a few minutes of fighting with Bai Yang, these people fell one by one, and there was a look of surprise on Bai Yang's face. He walked towards Zhao Hai step by step. You were quite crazy just now. There was a hint of fear in Zhao Hai's eyes. Suddenly, he discovered that Bai Yang did not seem to be the same as described in the information. His fighting ability and physical fitness were much more terrifying than he had imagined. Bai Yang, I advise you not to seek death. Xinlong Group is not easy to deal with. Even Tang Yuma's father needs to give our company some face. If you provoke me here today, I promise, you will. Bang! Before Zhao Hai could finish his words, Bai Yang slapped him in the face. Several of Zhao Hai's teeth were blown out and blood flowed out of his mouth. He looked a bit young and handsome, but at this moment he looked extremely embarrassed. What will happen to me? You really think I'm stupid? With your temper, even if I don't deal with you, you will still cause trouble for me. If you're like this, I might as well just beat you up. And that's it. Marriage and love are free. What qualifications do you have to interfere in the affairs between me and Tang Yuma? To be frank, we're getting married, and you don't even have the qualifications to attend the wedding. How dare you give us orders? I think you really want to die. Zhao Hai's body trembled. Bai Yang doesn't play by the rules at all. This man. This is too scary. Bang! Another slap came. Zhao Hai was also slapped on the other cheek. You're asking for your own death. Today is my first day of marriage, I don't want to spoil the fun, otherwise I will kill you. Bai Yang snorted coldly. Zhao Hai's body shuddered. When Bai Yang said the last sentence, he could feel the murderous aura from Bai Yang. It's possible that this man has actually killed someone before. He doesn't know. Bai Yang, who possesses the strength of a soldier king, also possesses the aura of a soldier king. His words and actions have a great deterrent effect on people. No matter how powerful Zhao Hai is, he can never be Bai Yang's opponent. The king of soldiers is not someone that ordinary people can compete with. Bang! After giving Zhao Hai 2 slaps, completely smashing his head into a pig's head, Bai Yang was too lazy to pay attention to such a person. The Prince of Xinlong Group? Is it awesome? Sorry, Bai Yang doesn't like that. Bai Yang. When looking at Bai Yang, Tang Yuma's heart trembled slightly. She discovered that the person she liked seemed to be better than she had imagined. Go home. Kindness. Tang Yuma nodded, and her little hands clenched secretly. She was determined to be with this man. After arriving at Tang Yuma's villa, Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh that the life of rich people is so wonderful. It was also the first time that Bai Yang experienced that the entire house was heated all day long. An ordinary bedroom is decorated with the best materials available in the market. As soon as you walk in, it feels like walking into nature. When he had no money before, Bai Yang thought that even if he had money, life would at most be a little easier. But it was only at this time that Bai Yang realized that the feeling of being rich was indeed wonderful. After taking a shower, Bai Yang lay on the big bed that cost more than 100,000 yuan. This bed is so comfortable. As soon as Bai Yang lay down, he felt like falling asleep. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Bai Yang walked out and opened the door. Bai Yang was slightly stunned when he saw Tang Yuma standing outside. Why are you here? We just got married. I've thought about it and there's something I need to tell you. Tang Yuma said a little embarrassedly. It was the first time for her to meet a man so late at night. Normally, even if she was dealing with work matters, she rarely met with others so late. Bai Yang is the person she likes. After thinking about it, she decided that there are some things she still needs to explain to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded. Invite Tang Yuma in. I saw Bai Yang, who had just finished taking a shower, with his chest muscles faintly visible. Tang Yuma felt some emotions surging in his heart. Face the person you like. Like any woman. They all crave his body. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang and spoke directly. How much do you know about Zhao Hai, who you beat today? I don't really understand. Tang Yuma took a deep breath, with a helpless look on his face. Zhao Hai is the prince of Xinlong Group, a large shopping platform that integrates online and offline sales. The nature of their company is a bit like Yida Group, but it's not as big as Yida Group. Zhao Hai has been pursuing me all these years. Actually, I know for sure. On the one hand, he's attracted by my beauty, and on the other hand, he's also attracted by the resources of the Tianting Group and the assets in my father's hands. In order to avoid a stalemate between the two sides, I always gave him some face. But after we got married, Zhao Hai's fantasy was shattered, so today's scene happened. You beat him today, I'm worried. Tang Yuma hesitated to speak. She knew Zhao Hai. Bai Yang would definitely suffer a loss if he fought against such a man. A company with assets exceeding tens of billions not only has money, but also has huge resources. If these things are not handled properly, Bai Yang is likely to face a great crisis. Chapter 9 Business. When Bai Yang heard this, a smile appeared on his face. You're worried about me. Tang Yuma's eyes changed slightly and he nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Besides, I'm a man. If I remain indifferent even when being bullied like this, then I am such a coward. Bai Yang smiled. But. Okay, I know what you want to say. There's nothing to worry about. We can cover it with earth. Plus, don't I still have you by my side? Tang Yuma's heartbeat was noticeably faster, but there was no expression on her face. I see. After saying that, Tang Yuma stood up and walked outside. Seeing Tang Yuma's graceful back, Bai Yang's face showed a smile. This woman seemed a little kinder than he had imagined. Night. At the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Zhao Hai's injuries have been bandaged. But he was still grinning as he lay on the hospital bed. Bai Yang's strength was too great. Although he only slapped him a few times, he was still seriously injured. After the doctor diagnosed him, he told him clearly that it would take at least 3 months for his injuries to recover. This was hard for Zhao Hai, who had always lived a life of luxury, to accept. You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Hai clenched his fists tightly, and hatred flickered in his eyes. A beautiful figure in her 20s walked in from outside the ward. Mr. Zhao. When this figure saw Zhao Hai lying on the hospital bed, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Has the identity of that bastard been investigated? Zhao Hai asked with cold eyes. Because Bai Yang's fighting ability was a bit abnormal, Zhao Hai, who was always cautious, investigated Bai Yang's identity information again. We've already investigated thoroughly, but we still haven't found any special background information about him. Zhao Hai nodded slightly. If that's the case, then find me a few people, I want to make him suffer a fate worse than death. But. Mr. Zhao. The beautiful woman hesitated to speak. Explain. According to our deduction, he's already living with Mr. Tang, and they usually stay in the company. Catching someone like him shouldn't be that easy. Zhao Hai clenched his fist unconsciously. The wound on his face made him grimace in pain. Son of a bitch. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. Tang Yuma's company will introduce a new batch of chip technology in a while, and Tang Yuma will go to check out the site then. If they are really a couple, they will definitely go together. This is the time for you to take action. Clear. Also, Tang Yuma is so ungrateful. You should have someone contact the overseas Wayland company and give them some information, or bribe their people. Let Tang Yuma's new factory not be so smooth. Zhao Hai said again. Clear. The beautiful woman nodded, feeling a little chill in her heart. Zhao Hai is a cruel and ruthless person. Anyone who provokes him will basically not have a good ending. Tang Yuma and Bai Yang are a bit too bold. How dare you hit such people? I'm really not afraid of anything happening. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma had no idea what Zhao Hai was going to do next. Although they knew that Zhao Hai would take revenge, they did not expect that Zhao Hai's revenge would not only be directed at Bai Yang, but also at Tang Yuma. Such a person. Emotionally, he should be relatively indifferent. After Bai Yang got up, Tang Yuma had already gotten up. She still looked a little indifferent. Coming to the dining table, Bai Yang picked up a piece of bread. At this time, Tang Yuma threw a document towards Bai Yang. Take a good look at these things. I'm going to develop in the business department. There are some things I must be familiar with. Bai Yang was a little curious, so he opened the file. When he saw the contents, there was obvious surprise on his face. The document contains some information about the company's boss. These bosses basically all need chips. Bai Yang was a little surprised. My wife is so amazing. All these things were found in just one night. With these customer data, Bai Yang's performance will definitely improve a lot. After taking a bite of bread, Bai Yang had a smile on his face and looked at Tang Yuma. Did you make these things? Tang Yuma nodded slightly. Thanks. Tang Yuma's eyes trembled slightly. She was busy until after 3 o'clock last night. The purpose is to help Bai Yang. This is also what Shinjechi taught her. If you want to win a boy's heart, you must cater to his preferences. Tang Yuma doesn't have any other specialties, but he has some abilities in business. So, Tang Yuma simply sorted out some information for Bai Yang. And Tang Yuma planned to contact some friends today and ask them to secretly help Bai Yang. As her man, Tang Yuma must not let him be worse than anyone else. It's nothing. After all, you are my husband. There are many people watching you in the company. If your performance doesn't meet the standards, I will be very embarrassed. Tang Yuma said lightly. Bai Yang smiled slightly and said nothing. He knew that with this information, his first battle in the business department would definitely be won. I took Tang Yuma's car to the company. Both of them took the special elevator and were not noticed by many people. Bai Yang went straight to the business department. But when I just entered the business department, Gao Yang, one of Bai Yang's subordinates, walked towards Bai Yang. Manager, we have received a business. What business? There was a look of surprise on Bai Yang's face. Because the company has introduced a batch of foreign chip technologies during this period, and plans to build a new factory. Everything has been taken care of. But, I don't know who leaked the news, but a factory building that our company was planning to sell is now occupied by a group of people due to property rights issues. So we need to deal with it. Cao Yang explained. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well that he had just arrived at the company and under normal circumstances, this kind of business would not fall on him. Gao Yang also saw what Bai Yang was thinking. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke to Bai Yang. Wang Wei deliberately planted this for us. He's a rather sinister person. I heard that several other deputy managers have suffered at his hands. But he has a relative who is on the board of directors, so no one dares to do anything to him. Your appointment as chairman this time essentially means you've taken his cousin's position. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have some opinions about you. Bai Yang nodded slightly. I understand. They're just a few troublemakers. Nothing serious. I just arrived at the business department and I really should make some achievements. There was still some worry on Gao Yang's face, but he didn't say much and just handed the document to Bai Yang. When he saw the document, Bai Yang immediately understood why Wang Wei would give him this kind of business. Chapter 10 My Best Friend's Thoughts. According to the information on the document, the factory that Tianting Group intends to acquire had previously expropriated part of the farmland in a nearby village. At that time, the factory also served the village, and many people from the village would come to work in the factory. Everything has been peaceful. But later, problems arose in the factory and people in the village left one after another. This time, Tianting Group acquired this factory because it was attracted by the factory's environment. Secondly, the equipment in the factory is also very good. After acquiring it, you only need to make some improvements before you can use it directly. But, for some reason, the news was known to the nearby Sanbao Construction Company. They took the initiative and bought some farmland. As a result, property rights disputes arose. This factory has been selected long ago. It has always been handled by the business department. This situation has occurred now. The impact on the company is also huge. Bai Yang finished reading all the contents of the document and breathed a sigh of relief. If this business is not handled properly, then his prestige in the business department will definitely be reduced. It is definitely not an easy task to handle this kind of business well. Interesting. This Wang Wei is really a troublemaker. Bai Yang sneered. His abilities were not bad to begin with, and with the addition of the gene-enhancing potion he received yesterday, his awareness had clearly improved a lot compared to before. The handling of many things has also been greatly improved. Putting the document aside, Bai Yang took a quick look at the situations of several other deputy managers in the business department. He knows. When I came to the company, although I had some shares, my own performance must be impressive. After 3 months, he and Tang Yuma divorced. With the experience and skills I learned in this company, I might be able to start a career outside. Bai Yang has always been a person who pays great attention to self-improvement. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Bai Yang made a call using the landline on the table. Not long after, a figure walked in. Here are some phone numbers for you to call when the time comes. Also, tell Manager Sun that although our group is new, there's no need to withdraw from the assessment. With our strength, participating in the quarterly rankings will be no problem at all. Bai Yang said calmly. The young girl standing opposite Bai Yang had a look of surprise on her face. This new deputy manager is really confident. He planned to compete with several other deputy managers right after taking office. This ability is not something that ordinary people can possess. Without saying anything more, the girl nodded. I see. After saying that, the girl left. Bai Yang looked at the documents on the desk again and quickly dealt with the relevant matters. The other side. Tang Yuma had just finished the work at hand when her secretary Lu Yiling walked in. Chairman, this is the information you requested. Tang Yuma nodded and took the information. After seeing some of the information, Tang Yuma nodded slightly. I understand. You go down first. Lu Yiling nodded and left. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Tang Yuma answered the phone and Shinjiachi's voice came. Xiao Momo, how is the battle going? There hasn't been much progress, but he's already living in my house. Tang Yuma told the truth. Wow. Little Momo is amazing. A man and a woman alone in the same room, it's hard to imagine anything happening. Shinjiachi said in surprise. It's not that exaggerated. He treats me like an ordinary friend, and... Tang Yuma hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his thoughts. I found that I seem to like him more and more. What's going on? Shinjiachi was a little curious. Well, I went to help him move things yesterday, but when I got home... Tang Yuma recounted what had happened before. When Shinjiachi heard this, there was an incredible look on her face. Are you sure you're not lying to me? No, do I need to lie to you about this? Oh my god. Your childhood sweetheart is something. Shinjiachi said in horror. Of course she knew who Zhao Hai was. None of the bodyguards around such a person were simple. Bai Yang could easily deal with all his bodyguards, so Bai Yang's fighting skills must be extraordinary. He is so young but has such ability, and he looks pretty good too. Such a young man is indeed extraordinary. I just discovered it too. When I went to his room last night, I found out. A hint of shyness flashed across Tang Yuma's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. Shinjiachi immediately knew what she was talking about. There was a sly smile on Shinjiachi's face. Xiao Momo, I didn't expect you to be in love too. A hint of shyness flashed across Tang Yuma's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. But what should I do now? I find that the more I want to get closer to him, the harder it is to get close to him. Shinjiachi also understood what Tang Yuma meant. Your biggest problem is that you don't know how to express yourself. If you were a little bit more skilled in the art of green tea, I wonder how many men would fall for you. Shinjiachi sighed. Tang Yuma was a little surprised. Green tea, what is that? I can't explain it to you. I asked you to cater to his needs before. How's that going? It works fine. Tang Yuma explained, but there is one thing that seems a bit troublesome. What's up? I just asked my secretary to check on the business department's situation. It seems like Bai Yang is being targeted. Shinjiachi was a little surprised. He's been targeted right after he took office? That's right, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the nephew of Wang Haotian from the board of directors. This guy and I have always been at odds. His nephew might not know about Bai Yang and my relationship yet, but he definitely knows. He even allowed his nephew to attack my husband at this time. It's obvious that he was trying to scare the crap out of me. Tang Yuma said. The relationships within such large enterprises are very complicated. It is possible that a person's behavior may seem fine, but there may be other people behind him who are tacitly approving of it. Basically, some disputes within the company are essentially disputes within the board of directors. It's quite interesting how he managed to shock the tiger with a knock on the mountain. Shin Jiaqi's tone became somewhat unfriendly. Tang Yuma is her best friend, and the man who bullies her best friend is the man who bullies her, ahem. As for Shin Jiaqi, she also disliked Wang Haotian. Tang Yuma spoke briefly, but what she didn't expect was that Shin Jiaqi's voice became a little excited. Xiao Momo, this is good news. Chapter 11 Wang Wei's thoughts. What good news? There was a hint of doubt on Tang Yuma's face. Let me ask you, is the location of the new factory very important to your company? Shin Jiaqi asked. Right. Tang Yuma nodded. As the chairman, is there any problem with you inspecting the new factory? Shin Jiaqi asked again. No problem. That's it, isn't it? This new factory is the next step in your company's development. Your company's performance in the second half of the year depends on this new factory. As the chairman, you can inspect the new factory. There's no problem at all. Besides, your husband just has to deal with this kind of problem. It's so romantic that the two of them met by chance. Shin Jiaqi asked excitedly. This is simply a Korean drama plot. The male protagonist, who is the chairman of the board, happened to be inspecting the factory, and the female protagonist happened to be in charge of this case. The two met by chance. The heroine encountered some troubles. The male protagonist takes strong action. The heroine falls in love with him. Who wouldn't he be moved by something like this? It's just that the identities of these two people have changed a little. Tang Yuma became the male lead. Bai Yang became the heroine. Is it romantic? Tang Yuma was a little confused. It's really hard to understand why she has no romantic potential. I was also defeated by you. Then let me ask you, do you want to see him? Shin Jiaqi asked again. Think. That's fine, men and women should have more contact. This is a perfect opportunity for you. Find someone to keep an eye on Bai Yang. When he goes out to take care of factory affairs, you go out too and pretend to be on patrol. I guarantee he'll feel something. Shin Jiaqi said. Oh well. Tang Yuma nodded. Although she didn't know what was romantic about doing so. But Shin Jiaqi actually said so she wanted to try it too. An encounter at work in the factory? Seems like a good excuse indeed. 2 days later. During this period, Tang Yuma has been paying attention to Bai Yang's movements. In addition to handling some business department matters, Bai Yang is also planning some plans. After his careful analysis, he also found some feasible plans. Although this Sanbao construction company purchased some farmland. But the village chief signed an agreement with the local villagers when the factory was built. The purpose is to prevent others from causing trouble, so as long as the villagers are willing to cancel the transaction, Sanbao Construction Company will have no right to purchase the farmland. We can only obediently hand over the property rights to Tianting Group. Bai Yang learned that this factory was originally intended to promote factory development. The village chief is a smart man and knows that many things must be handled according to rules and regulations. So, at the beginning he signed agreements with many villagers. There is this agreement. Even if the villagers wanted to cause trouble, he could just dismiss it. Now, the old village chief has retired. New village chief takes office. Many people may have forgotten this. But Bai Yang knew that as long as the agreement was still in place, Sanbao Construction Company would not have the final say on this matter. Thinking of this, Bai Yang stood up and walked outside. Manager. Just as Bai Yang walked out, a young girl with short hair hurried over. She is Bai Yang's assistant and also a newcomer. Bai Yang's group was just established. Many people were recruited on a temporary basis. Come with me, let's go to Wangjiao village. Bai Yang said. Good. The short-haired woman nodded. Wangjiao village is located in the eastern part of Shanghai, about 30 kilometers away. Because the geographical location is good and the surrounding environment is okay. Tiantan Group's new factory is located there. After Bai Yang left with his assistant, Wang Wei's men knew the situation here. He came to Wang Wei's office. Manager, Bai Yang seems to be about to take action. It seems he also discovered that Wangjiao village had an agreement before, but it's useless. The old village chief of Wangjiao village has long since stopped caring about things. The new village chief took some money from Sanbao Construction Company and is now in cahoots with them. Even if this guy has 3 heads and 6 arms, there's nothing he can do. Wang Wei sneered. The man standing opposite him nodded, but he seemed to have thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and looked at Wang Wei. Manager, I seem to have heard some rumors in the company recently. It seems that Bai Yang has some relationship with the chairman. Wang Wei sneered, I've heard some rumors too. This Bai Yang seems to be the chairman's husband. The man standing opposite him changed his expression, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. The chairman's husband, the manager, if we do this, won't it be? There was a hint of worry in his eyes. He certainly knew the consequences of offending the chairman's husband. After all, the chairman is a person with great power. If the chairman is unhappy and makes things difficult for them, they really don't know what to do. Don't worry, some people in the company should know about my actions against Bai Yang. Until now, my uncle hasn't called me, which means he condones my behavior. In a company, the first thing you need to learn is to take sides. If the people above don't give you a clear warning, then you can do whatever you want. Wang Wei said indifferently. He is a smart man. Tang Yuma must have known that Bai Yang had received the business. And the business department itself is a place with a lot of money, and many people pay attention to it. Gao Yang knew that he was the one who assigned this project to Bai Yang. How could others not know? Wang Haotian has not expressed his attitude so far. I guess he also wanted to try out the depth of Bai Yang. Since this is the case, he must play a good role as a chess piece. No one on the board of directors is short of a dog. But they all lack a sensible dog that can bite people. The reason why Wang Wei was able to reach this position was definitely not just because he had a relative like Wang Haotian. But he knew very well what Wang Haotian was thinking. It is precisely for this reason that Wang Wei is very hostile towards Bai Yang. The boss wants him to take action, so what is he afraid of? Send some information to Sanbao Construction Company and have them prepare well. If you can. There was a cold look on Wang Wei's face. Seeing the expression on Wang Wei's face, the man standing opposite him nodded slightly, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Bai Yang didn't know what was happening here. He drove all the way to Sanbao Construction Company. About 10 minutes after he left, several black Rolls-Royces quickly left. Tang Yuma's figure followed closely behind. Chapter 12 Sanbao Construction Company. About an hour and a half later, Bai Yang arrived at Wangzhou village. The location of this village is quite good. But the road conditions are complicated. In addition, Bai Yang and his assistant are both newcomers. So it took some time to come to Wangzhou village. The vehicle stopped about 500 or 600 meters away from Wangzhou village. Bai Yang and Lei and I got out and looked at Wangzhou village. The scenery of Wangzhou village is really nice, with endless farmlands and repaired country roads. Walking through them gives you a sense of farm life. Bai Yang looked into the distance. He found that there was a large factory about a few hundred meters away from Wangzhou village. The factory is built next to the road. However, it can be seen that this factory has been idle for a long time. The factory was built to bring wealth to Wangzhou village. But what is unexpected is that the factory has been in a loss-making state 5 or 6 years after its establishment. The factory is now completely closed down. Many people in the village returned to their village and started to do their own things. The overall living standard in Wangzhou village is much worse than before. This Sanbao Construction Company is also a troublemaker. If the factory hadn't ended up here, the villagers of Wangzhou village would probably have had to rely on farming to make money. Bai Yang shook his head slightly. Lei and I also nodded slightly. She understood what Bai Yang meant. Once the factory is completed, it will be a win-win situation for both Tianting Company and the local villagers. But the people at Sanbao Construction Company are too concerned about their own interests. I just want to take advantage of this wave and make a fortune. Tianting Group naturally could not let them have their way, and that was why the business of the entire factory came to a standstill. Let's go, Bai Yang said. Lei and I nodded and followed Bai Yang forward. When Bai Yang and Lei and I had just arrived near the factory, several Rolls-Royces stopped on the other side of the factory. Tang Yuma straightened his clothes, and a hint of nervousness flashed across his originally cold face. I don't know why. She felt a little nervous when she thought about pretending to have met Bai Yang by chance. Walking forward, although Tang Yuma tried hard to remain indifferent, she couldn't help but look to both sides, trying to find Bai Yang. When they arrived at the factory, Bai Yang and Lei and I wanted to go in and take a look, but two young men with tattoos and a bit of a hairy look were walking towards them not far away. There was a hint of indifference in their eyes, as if they had known that Bai Yang and Lei and I would come here. He immediately came in front of Bai Yang and Lei and I and scolded them in a cold tone. Who are you? What are you doing here? We are from Tianteng Group and we are here to check out the factory. Tianteng Group? This rubbish group wants to take over our territory. Our boss said, without 50 million, you can't even think about building a factory here. Tianteng Group has made a lot of money over the years relying on foreign technology. Take from the people and use it for the people. If you want to build a factory on our land, you have to pay a price. A man with a dragon tattoo on his arm snorted coldly, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. The man next to him also sneered. There was obvious anger on Lei Ni's face. She had just entered society and naturally couldn't stand this kind of blatant cheating behavior. These people. What a scumbag. How much can a few plots of farmland be worth? A few tens of thousands at most. These people actually want 50 million from the group. Isn't this clearly extortion? Interesting. It seems like your Sanbao construction company is really a rogue enterprise. Bai Yang sneered. What are you talking about? The man with the dragon tattoo on his body's face changed and he clenched his fists. The man next to him also had a look of anger on his face, and it was obvious that they wanted to fight. Lei Ni's face changed. She didn't expect these people to be so barbaric. Bai Yang sneered. I say your company is a rogue company. How? Accurate? The two tattooed men's expressions suddenly changed, and they rushed towards Bai Yang with their fists clenched. You're looking for death. That's it. Their fists smashed towards Bai Yang. Bang! Bai Yang attacked fiercely and kicked a tattooed man hard. The tattooed man was kicked out on the spot, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Another man also wanted to attack Bai Yang, but Bai Yang moved quickly. After kicking one man away, he slapped him directly in the face. That move. It's like a phantom. Bang! The man was slapped away on the spot, several teeth flew out of his mouth, and his face was full of pain. Bai Yang's eyes were somewhat indifferent. A few hooligans also want to attack me. Call everyone else over. I want to talk to your boss. The two men's faces were full of pain. They looked at Bai Yang and clenched their fists, but they knew very well that they were no match for Bai Yang. They gritted their teeth and took out their phones. The call was connected, they said a few words to the person on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. At this time, Tang Yuma had already arrived here with her people. When she saw the situation here, her face changed. What's going on here? Bai Yang and Lei and I looked at her. When they saw Tang Yuma, they were both a little surprised. Why are you here? Tang Yuma's eyes flickered slightly, and he said indifferently, the new factory will be operational soon, and I haven't come here to check it out yet. I happen to be free today, so I came to take a look. Bai Yang nodded slightly. That's quite a coincidence. What's going on here? Tang Yuma asked again. These two are so stupid, they must be from the Sanbao construction company. I've asked them to call their boss over. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the two people. She didn't have a good impression of people who wanted to ask for too much. It wouldn't be long. There were several brake sounds coming from not far away. Several vans stopped. In the car, a man wearing a flowered shirt, a gold necklace around his neck, 2 walnuts in his hands, and a somewhat ferocious look on his face walked down. Behind him, more than 10 people got off the bus. This scene really feels like a Big Brother. I hit someone on my turf. You're quite courageous. There was a hint of ferocity in the man's eyes. He looked at Bai Yang and the others with his stinging eyes, like a man-eating tiger, giving people a chilling feeling. Lei and I felt a little scared when he saw this kind of person. She has just entered society and has never experienced such a scene. Chapter 13, The Old, Weak, Sick, and Disabled Army. There was a hint of coldness in Tang Yuma's eyes, and an air of majesty emanated from him. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and said in a cold tone. Your territory, this place was bought by our Tianteng Group a long time ago. When did it become your territory? Zhang Yongbao sneered. Bought by your Tianteng Group? When this factory was built, it illegally occupied farmland. Moreover, those farmlands are mine. How can it not be my territory? Tang Yuma's expression became even more gloomy. You are just making trouble. Our procedures for acquiring this factory are completely complete. It's just that you guys want to maliciously blackmail and deliberately buy the farmland. But don't forget, this is a society ruled by law. If you dare to act recklessly, Tang Yuma, will send you all to jail. There was a bit of ferocity on Zhang Yangbao's face. If it were someone else, he would just take his men and take action directly. But Tang Yuma has more than 10 bodyguards behind him. Also, Tang Yuma is the president of Tiantung Group. She is a wealthy and powerful figure in Shanghai. Faced with such a person, Zhang Yangbao did not dare to take direct action. Mr. Tang, you are capable, but you also said that this is a society ruled by law. It's reasonable to say that I own the property rights to the farmland. Boss Tang doesn't need to worry about how I acquired these rights. But I hope Mr. Tang doesn't forget that even if we sue you, you may not win. Because the ownership of the farmland I own is real. And, Boss Tang, you've actually said it to this extent. I won't hide it anymore. Boss Tang's family is so wealthy and powerful that I can't compare to him. But if Mr. Tang wants to touch my things, I'm sorry, but I, Zhang Yangbao, really have a way to make sure you can't do that. Zhang Yangbao sneered. The younger brothers beside him quickly walked towards the van nearby. The van's door opened. Some elderly people in their 70s and 80s got off the bus. They were a little shaky and had difficulty moving. I don't know where Zhang Yangbao found these people from. They soon arrived at the main entrance of the factory and lined up. They looked like they would come forward to harass Tang Yuma as soon as he brought people into the factory. These people are all righteous men, I found. They can't bear to see me being bullied by you like this. Oh, by the way, some of them have serious age-related illnesses. Mr. Tang has to be careful. If something happens to them, who knows what will happen? Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly. She knew that this was Zhang Yangbao's method. Although they were not afraid of hooligans like Zhang Yangbao, it was indeed a bit tricky to deal with him using such tactics. Bai Yang frowned slightly. He didn't expect it. Zhang Yangbao actually has this method. Interesting. It seems you won't give up until you achieve your goal. Bai Yang's eyes were somewhat cold. What else? Should I let others take my things without any conditions? Boss Tang, barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. You are so arrogant, but I have nothing to fear. You handle this matter. Brothers, let's find a place to have a drink and see how Mr. Tang plans to deal with things here. There was an indescribable arrogance on Zhang Yangbao's face. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with his brothers. It was as if he didn't take Tang Yuma and the others seriously at all. There was also some worry in Lei Ni's eyes. I am not afraid of hooligans confronting me head-on, but I am afraid of hooligans playing tricks. These bastards. Lei and I said secretly. Let's go to the village first and take a look. If nothing unexpected happens, these old people are likely from the village. Wangjiao village is quite remote, and it's the only village nearby. If Zhang Yangbao had brought these people from somewhere else, it certainly wouldn't have been so smooth. After all, there are still many filial children, and they don't want to see their children struggling. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma nodded. These elderly people in front of me are so old, but they are still being exploited by bad people. I don't know what the situation is inside Wangjiao village. If there are problems within the village, then there is a high possibility that the factory cannot be taken over. Walking towards Wangjiao village, Tang Yuma and others quickly entered the village. Not long after they entered the village, Zhang Yangbao and his gang got the news. They didn't go far, but observed the situation of Tang Yuma and others in a relatively hidden place not far away. Boss, they're entering the village. A young man said to Zhang Yangbao. I saw it, but do these people think that they can solve the problem by entering the village? Wangjiao village's new chief, Wang Deming, is a gambler. He took over 500,000 yuan from me some time ago, and he also owes hundreds of thousands more in loan sharking debt. Even if he had a change of heart and wanted to help Tang Yuma, he wouldn't have the courage. Not to mention, people like him have no moral bottom line at all. I want to see how capable this Tang Yuma is. Zhang Yangbao snorted coldly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This time he had to do it. He just didn't believe that Tang Yuma had supernatural powers and could handle the things here. And just as Zhang Yangbao expected, Bai Yang and Tang Yuma encountered difficulties as soon as they entered the village. When they arrived at the village committee, Wang Deming, the village chief, was playing cards with a cigarette in his mouth and an indescribable defiant look on his face. When he saw Tang Yuma and Bai Yang, he didn't show any respect at all. He became the village chief through the back door. And He is just that kind of person. He doesn't give face to anyone. After seeing Tang Yuman by Yang, he asked with a contemptuous tone. What do you want to see me about? As he spoke, he threw the cards in his hand onto the table. We're here for the factory outside the village. I heard that when the factory was first built, the old village chief signed a contract with the villagers. I wonder if this is true. Bai Yang stepped forward and asked. Although Wang Deming made him feel a little uncomfortable, he still gave him enough face. Contract? What contract? Have you guys ever heard of this thing? Those who were playing cards shook their heads. I haven't heard of any contract either. You guys are not here to bluff us? Tang Yuman narrowed her eyes slightly. She could see that these people had no intention of handling this matter for them. This contract was signed by the collective villagers and the village chief when the factory was built. How could it be gone? Tang Yuma said coldly. Girl, I really don't know what you're talking about. Besides, my memory isn't very good. How about this? Come play a couple of hands of cards with me. If you beat me, I'd consider talking to you about these things. Wang Deming's eyes swept over Tang Yuma. This woman. She is really beautiful. Chapter 14. Play a few games with you. Feeling the other party's provocative gaze, a hint of anger appeared in Tang Yuma's eyes. These people. Too outrageous. Bai Yang looked at them with a sneer on his face. Don't you just want to find someone to play cards with? I'll play a couple of rounds with you. If you win, I'll give you 200,000 for each cent, but if I win, you have to help us get the agreement back. How about it? When they heard the word 200,000, there was joy in the eyes of the three people present. 200,000. That is 200,000. You must know. Even if they work for 5 or 6 years, they may not be able to earn 200,000 yuan. Besides, Wang Deming is already heavily in debt. For him, 200,000, that is definitely a life-saving straw. Sure. Since you like giving us money so much, why should we refuse? You are from the Tiantong Group, you have a large family and a large business, you shouldn't default on your debts. Wang Deming said. Don't worry, my annual dividend is more than several million. 200,000 per word is nothing to me. There was a hint of joy in the eyes of Wang Deming and others. It is said that Tiantong Group is rich and powerful, and now it seems to be true. Okay, what do you want to play? Whatever you think is appropriate, play whatever you want. Bai Yang disagreed. Wang Deming quickly threw the cards in front of Bai Yang. After a simple cut, the few of them decided to play the simplest game of fried golden flour. Most people play this way. More importantly, one word is 200,000. It is normal to lose 7 or 8 pieces in a game of golden flour. If they win a few more times, they will become rich. Can. Bai Yang nodded. There was a clear look of displeasure on Tang Yuma and Lei Ni's faces. Isn't Bai Yang just giving away money by playing with these things with them? 1 against 3. Unless you are extremely lucky, there is no way you can be their opponent. But they don't know. Bai Yang has the consciousness of a soldier king, and he also learned some magic when he was a child. He has an extraordinary hand speed, and because of this, if you gamble with him, unless you are a top-tier 1,000-handed player, it is impossible for you to be his opponent. Wang Deming dealt the cards quickly. To be honest, he didn't think Bai Yang could beat him at all. The cards in his hand fell one by one. Bai Yang casually picked up the cards in his hand. Wang Deming looked at his cards, and the other two did the same. A man with a crew cut among them obviously had a good hand, and he made a secret gesture. Only they can understand this gesture. People who often play cards together will know some secret codes. There was a hint of sneer on their faces. This hand of cards is pretty good, follow it. Wang Deming said. I'll join in too, said another person. I'll follow too. If that's the case, then I'll follow too. Bai Yang smiled slightly. 3 sons. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. Wang Deming gave up directly. The person next to him also gave up. They just want to lure Bai Yang into the trap. Bai Yang has now followed 3 pieces, plus the 1 piece left as a reserve, which means he has bet on 4 pieces. If you lose, it will be 800,000. How about you still follow me? The man with a buzz cut asked. And Bai Yang said. 5. I have 5 too. Wang Deming and the other man had a look of joy on their faces. Tang Yuma and Lei Ni's expressions changed slightly. They could all see that the man with the crew cut had the good cards, and Bai Yang would definitely lose if he gambled against him. But Bai Yang looked calm and composed. He looked at the man opposite him with a smile on his face. Still following? Of course, I'm going to make you lose to death this time. All in. Then I'll play all in with you, but let's make it clear beforehand, if you lose this round, you'll have nothing to do with this game. The crew-haired man sneered. Will I lose? I see you have no idea what cards I have. After Bai Yang played stud poker, the man with a crew cut directly spread out the cards in his hand. 3Q. Leopard. When Tang Yuma and Lei Ni saw this kind of card, their faces changed. Although they don't really understand the rules of playing Golden Flower, they know that Leopard is a top-notch card. I got such good cards at the start. It will definitely not be easy for Bai Yang to defeat the opponent. Wang Deming and another man showed joy in their eyes. The man with the crew cut has a good hand. A person has 20 pieces in his hand, and playing white stud is equivalent to him losing 4 million in one go. Even if it is divided among 3 people, each person will have more than 1 million, which is definitely a great thing. But there was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. TSK, 3QS, no wonder you're going all in with me. With this kind of thing, let alone 3QS, even A is hard to get. There was a hint of arrogance on the face of the man with a crew cut. Don't tell me so much, don't forget, I won this time. 4 million, give me the money. Tang Yuma and Lei Ni's expressions changed slightly. Although they have money. But one hand of cards costs 4 million, no one can accept it. There was still a smile on Bai Yang's face. There's something you need to understand. When did you see Ni lose? Bai Yang spread out his hands, and his cards appeared. 3 aces. Everyone present had a look of astonishment on their faces. You must know. Fried Golden Flower. 3QS are already rare. 3 aces. That is definitely very rare. How is this possible? How come you have 3 aces? There was an incredible look in the eyes of the man with a crew cut. The 2 people next to him were also a little stunned. 3 aces. It is possible that a certain type of card may not appear in Golden Flower for several years. This time it actually appeared. There was a hint of anger on the face of the man with a crew cut. He originally wanted to say that Bai Yang was cheating. But since the beginning, Bai Yang hasn't touched any cards. If he can draw 3QS, it is also possible that he can draw 3S. He took a deep breath, his eyes showing a bit of ruthlessness. You're lucky, kid. But it's just a bit of luck, it's nothing big. They haven't gone all in yet. The man with the crew cut snorted coldly. Wang Deming and another man looked at Bai Yang with somewhat gloomy eyes. They also didn't know why Bai Yang had such good luck. But he won this time anyway. When they thought about the fact that they could win hundreds of thousands of dollars by defeating Bai Yang, they naturally did not want to miss this good opportunity. 3 people can play Golden Flower. Let's continue. Wang Deming said at this time. Bai Yang nodded. But in the following time, no matter what cards Wang Deming and the other person drew, the cards in Bai Yang's hand were bigger than theirs. This also made Wang Deming and the other person blush. When Tang Yuma and Lei Ni saw this scene, there was a hint of surprise in their beautiful eyes. This Bai Yang. That's pretty awesome. Chapter 15, Rescue. On the last hand the cards fall. Wang Deming and the other man's faces turned red. Them. Lost again. From the beginning until now, no matter what cards they drew, they were always suppressed by Bai Yang. Looking at Bai Yang, even if they couldn't see what means Bai Yang used, they could guess that there must be something fishy. You're cheating. Wang Deming scolded. Catch the thief and take the dirty stuff, catch the adulterer and take both. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Bai Yang spread his hands and said disapprovingly. You bastard. You dare to cheat in front of me? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Wang Deming was furious. I thought I could win some money, but I didn't expect them to lose so badly. What do you want to do? Tang Yuma's eyes were cold, and a terrifying aura burst out from her. The bodyguards behind her had stern expressions on their faces. Wang Deming's face changed drastically. He was indeed a little angry just now, but when he saw the scene, even if he was angry, he didn't dare to vent it. These people in front of me are not so easy to deal with. I don't have an agreement here. Only the old village chief knows the agreement. If you want to find the agreement, go find him. Wang Deming said with a hum. He just doesn't want to accept it. I'm also very unwilling. Where is the old village chief now? Bai Yang asked. How should I know where he went? What does it have to do with me? Bang! As soon as Wang Deming finished speaking, Bai Yang kicked him directly. Wang Deming flew out with a look of pain on his face. The two people beside him changed their expressions drastically. But when they saw the bodyguards behind Tang Yuma, they didn't dare to act rashly. I'm willing to accept defeat. That's not what you said before. Bai Yang's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent on his body. After obtaining the Soldier King serum, Bai Yang was obviously different from before. When he gets angry, he puts a lot of pressure on others. Wang Deming's body trembled and he looked at Bai Yang with a little horror. Suddenly he discovered that Bai Yang in front of him seemed more powerful than he had imagined. I really don't know. That old guy has long been gone from the village. If I knew where he was, I would definitely find him. Wang Deming said quickly. Take us in. We want to see if the agreement is in the village committee. Bai Yang said again. Wang Deming nodded. The two people who had played cards with him before wanted to run away, but Tang Yuma's bodyguards grabbed them and threw them aside. Just be quiet. Tang Yuma said coldly. After saying that, she walked towards the village committee. Lei and I glanced at Tang Yuma's back with her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she felt that Tang Yuma was very domineering. Such a female president really has an extraordinary appeal. It would be great if I could become someone like this in the future. But if she knew that Tang Yuma had a low emotional intelligence and didn't even know how to pursue Bai Yang, she might not have thought so. Several people searched everywhere in the village committee, but found nothing useful. Bai Yang frowned slightly. He knew that the village committee would definitely have some factory construction documents left behind, but there were none at all. This also represents. These things have already been dealt with. You're quite courageous. You dared to deal with all these things. It seems that you are really not afraid of others causing trouble for you. Bai Yang looked at Wang Deming with a somewhat cold expression on his face. Brother, I haven't dealt with anything yet. Since I took over this position, I haven't seen any documents related to the factory, so I have no idea what you are talking about. Wang Deming explained. But Bai Yang and the others would not believe his nonsense at all. These things could not be lost. Wang Deming is in the same group as Zhang Yangbao and the others, so it is natural for him to help them. It doesn't matter. It's best if I don't find any evidence against you. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll pay a hefty price. Bai Yang said coldly. Wang Deming had a sad face. They didn't stay here for long and left the village committee directly. After leaving the village committee, Tang Yuma and Lei and I both had a thoughtful look on their faces. They know. Without these documents, it would definitely be difficult for them to deal with this matter. It's okay. We'll come back at night. If nothing goes wrong, we should find something else. Bai Yang glanced around and suddenly noticed something, then he took Tang Yuma and Lei and I away. Hearing this, Tang Yuma and Lei and I both looked a little confused. Bai Yang said this. What does it mean? At night, most of the people in Wangjiao village were asleep. This is how the village is. The communication and entertainment equipment are not perfect, so most people go to bed early. Some villages have local dogs that patrol around and will bark wildly if they find any suspicious movements. Wang Deming and his gang were beaten up by Bai Yang and his gang during the day, and they felt very uncomfortable. But they didn't dare to do anything and just went home to recuperate. However, Bai Yang and his team's empty-handed return today greatly increased their arrogance. For them, Bai Yang had gone through so much trouble but still hadn't found what they wanted, so it would be even more impossible for them to find what they wanted in the future. Bai Yang, Tang Yuma and others quietly came to Wangjiao village. Before entering the village, Bai Yang took out a special medicinal powder and distributed it to the people present. Sprinkle this on your body to avoid being discovered by the local dogs. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma believed Bai Yang's words very much and applied the powder directly on his body, but they all didn't understand. What is Bai Yang doing in Wangjiao village so late? They only saw Bai Yang leading them all the way to the pig pen behind the village committee. The pig pen had a strong smell. When Tang Yuma and the others arrived here, their faces changed. But Bai Yang nimbly entered the pig pen. Not long after, Bai Yang brought out a thin old man. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuma and others had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Bai Yang, who is he? If nothing unexpected happens, the old village chief of this village should have been arranged here by Wang Deming. His condition is not optimistic now, we have to rush to the hospital. Tang Yuma nodded. Several people quickly left the village. The old man's breath was very weak, and he seemed to have stayed in the pigsty for a long time, and his body smelled very strong. Fortunately, Tang Yuma's car is very big and has a separate space for the elderly to stay in. The vehicle drove for about 40 minutes and the group arrived at the city hospital. Only after sending the old man in did Tang Yuma breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Yang looked at her with a hint of a smile on his face. This Tang Yuma is quite kind. Chapter 16, Treating the Old Village Chief. When the old man was sent to the emergency room, there was a look of confusion on Tang Yuma's face. She looked at Bai Yang and couldn't help asking, "How did you know the old village chief was in the pig pen?" When I searched the village committee today, I discovered that there was a small room inside that was actually occupied. Also, I saw an old phone on the floor of the room. Normally, there are only 2 people who live in a room like this in the village committee. Either the village chief's family or the homeless old village chief. I've investigated the old village chief's situation before. He didn't have a very good life. Although he was a cadre in the village, his son fell seriously ill when he was young and passed away. For so many years, he has been alone and helpless. Although everyone in the village respects him, Wangjiao village has been very poor since the factory closed down. The old village chief has always lived in the village committee. I did some research before coming here. It seems the old village chief disappeared some time ago. When I left the village committee, I took a look around and realized that the only place in the village that was suitable for Tibetans was the pig pen. And those pigs were all raised by someone hired by Wang Deming. After some deduction, I feel that the old village chief is very likely in the pig pen. Bai Yang explained. There was a hint of admiration in Tang Yuma's eyes. The man I like is really outstanding. I didn't notice so many small details, but Bai Yang did. Besides, during the day, he single-handedly defeated Wang Deming and others, and his ability was truly impressive. But Tang Yuma had a somewhat expressionless expression, although he looked at Bai Yang with some admiration. It still gives people a cold feeling. Bai Yang didn't care. In his opinion, Tang Yuma should have this kind of personality. There's nothing to worry about. An hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye. After 1.5 hours of treatment, the old village chief successfully escaped from the critical period. He was already awake when Bai Yang and Tang Yuma walked into the ward. The old village chief is over 70 years old and still in good health. Perhaps because he was locked in the pigsty every day during this period, his face looked very bad and his body was extremely thin. When he saw Tang Yuma and Bai Yang, there was a look of doubt on his face. "Who are you?" the old village chief Hua Gao asked. "I'm Bai Yang, deputy manager of the business department of Tiantung Group, and this is Tang Yuma, chairman of Tiantung Group. We went to your village because of something at the factory, and we stumbled upon you and rescued you," Bai Yang said. There was a hint of gratitude in Hua Gao's eyes. "Thank you. No need to thank us. Actually, we have something else we need to ask you," Bai Yang said. "Is it because of the factory?" "The agreement is indeed with me. Wang Deming locked me in a pig pen because I refused to hand it over to him. He almost killed me. As for what's going on in the village, I also know about it. This newly appointed Wang Deming is a piece of shit. Building a factory in the village was a good thing, but Wang Deming, for his own selfish desires, actually pocketed the money. They collaborated with Zhang Yangbao and his gang to maliciously spread rumors about your factory in the village. The villagers are all uneducated and don't understand these things, so they support them. But don't worry, I'll tell them about this once I'm better," Hua Gao said seriously. Although he had no children and little money, he was a very upright person. "I have spent my whole life in the village, and my whole heart is devoted to the development of the village. Compared with Wang Deming, a village chief like him is a real village chief. That's not necessary. Don't worry, I have a way to make the villagers change their minds." After knowing the key to the problem, Bai Yang also had some plans in mind. Tang Yuma also had some plans in mind. But since Bai Yang has already said so, let Bai Yang do it, and I, as a woman, can just watch from behind. After some negotiations, Bai Yang found out where the agreement was and asked someone to get it back overnight. There was a hint of joy on Tang Yuma's face. With this thing, Zhang Yangbao's plan was completely ruined. At the moment, they just need to deal with the people in the village, and there will be no problem. After leaving the hospital, Bai Yang sat in Tang Yuma's car. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. "Mr. Tang, I have something to discuss with you. You want to borrow someone, right? Boss Tang is really smart. If you want to change the villagers' perception of factory products, you'll definitely need some help. Don't worry, have a good rest tonight, I will take care of this matter." Tang Yuma responded. Bai Yang nodded. This woman is really smart. If the personality is a little warmer, it would be even better. The next morning, after Bai Yang arrived at the company, he received a call from the Human Resources Department. Tang Yuma assigned him some people, all of whom were eloquent. And they are all very patient and well suited to dealing with current affairs. After Bai Yang got these people, he began to work drastically. When Tang Yuma was processing documents in the office door was opened. A woman with a good figure, about 20 years old, wearing a light blue long dress and looking a little quirky, walked in. "See her." There was a hint of surprise on Tang Yuma's face. "Why are you here?" There was a hint of smile on Shinjiachi's face. "Of course, I want to see what your dream girl looks like. Also, how have you guys developed during this period of time?" Tang Yuma had a slight headache. "That's it." Shinjiachi came close to Tang Yuma, staring at him with her pair of black and white eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. "What happened to you yesterday? What's going on? I'm asking, how are you doing?" Tang Yuma had a bit of a headache, but he still told her what happened yesterday. There was a hint of surprise on Shinjiachi's face. "Oh my god, are you sure what you said is true? What else? Is this guy so powerful? He even knows how to play Golden Flower." "But Tang Yuma, don't you have any curiosity about him?" Shinjiachi asked again. "What are you curious about? That is, at his age and with such ability, how come he has been unknown before? This is not normal." Tang Yuma nodded slightly when he heard this. Shinjiachi was right. Bai Yang was so outstanding that he should not be unknown, but this was the case. Bai Yang seemed to appear out of nowhere. Perhaps he is the man God has arranged for me. Chapter 17. There's something even more outrageous. When Shinjiachi heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, Yuma, it's rare to hear you say something like this. It seems like you really like him. It's just that a boy like him is indeed worthy of your love." Tang Yuma nodded slightly. She is quite honest when facing her best friend. "If that's the case, then I'll go down and meet him. I also want to see who this Bai Yang is." Tang Yuma nodded, but there was a hint of worry on his face. "It's okay for you to meet him, but don't tell him about my affairs first. He's not very interested in me right now. I'm worried." Seeing Tang Yuma's expression, Shinjiachi waved her hands and said, "Don't worry. I know my limits." After saying that, Shinjiachi left the office. At this time, Bai Yang was holding a meeting with his subordinates in a small conference room. His purpose was to produce a slideshow that simply and clearly explained the company's products and the benefits that the factory would bring to the development of the village after it was completed. These are real things in themselves. It's just that Wang Deming and Zhang Yangbao hid all these things for their own selfish desires. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Yang's men quickly came up with some plans. He was quite satisfied to see that his men had such abilities. After leaving, Bai Yang walked outside with a cup of water to get some water. But just when he reached the corner, Bai Yang suddenly discovered that a young and beautiful figure was walking towards him not far away. Before she could get to Bai Yang, a young man came over. This young man was obviously a rich second generation. When he saw that the woman was beautiful, he came over and pestered her. Bai Yang had never seen this young man in the company. But to be so arrogant in the company, he must have some background inside the company. Or they are customers of the company. But no matter what, he was somewhat displeased with the young man's behavior. After being harassed by the young man several times, the woman seemed a little annoyed. When her eyes saw Bai Yang, she showed some joy and walked towards him quickly. She grabbed Bai Yang's wrist and said, "This is my boyfriend. If you want my contact information, just beat him down and I'll give it to you." Bai Yang was slightly stunned. The young man standing opposite him had a slightly changed expression. He was a very arrogant person. And who wouldn't he like such a beautiful woman? The pretty boy in front of her turned out to be her boyfriend. No matter what, the young man would not let Bai Yang go easily. A man like you is worthy of such a beautiful woman? Boy, I'm the prince of Longding Technology Company. If you don't want to die, get out of here. The young man was extremely arrogant. Longding Technology Company, Limited is a company with a scale of nearly 2 billion yuan. He also has some influence in Shanghai. Their cooperation with Tiantung Group has always been very close. Longding Technology Company, Limited has always helped Tiantung Group develop and sell new products. As the prince of this group, it is natural for him to be a little arrogant. Bai Yang looked at him. If this guy was a little more polite, he might not have argued with the other party, but the other party was so arrogant. If Bai Yang gave in like this, it didn't seem like his style. You're quite interesting. Girls are pretty, but I'm not worthy of them. Do you think you are worthy of them? Bai Yang asked back. Shinjiechi glanced at Bai Yang's profile. Unexpected. This man. Quite a sense of justice. The appearance is also pretty good. It is natural that Tang Yuma would like him. I don't know if he is really as powerful as Tang Yuma said. He can take out Zhao Hai's bodyguards with just a few moves. If he is really that powerful, then this guy's fighting power is incredible. For a moment, Shinjiechi's heartbeat quickened a little. Obviously. She felt that Bai Yang was still very attractive. For a rich girl like her, handsome and strong men are still very attractive. Long Jitao, who was standing opposite Bai Yang, had a look of anger on his face. You bastard, do you know what you are talking about? You are just a small manager of Tiantung Group. How dare you say such things to me? I think you really want to die. Bai Yang's eyes turned a little cold. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura burst out from him. What did you say? Long Jitao retreated repeatedly with a look of fear on his face. Bai Yang is obviously just a deputy manager, but the aura he exudes is too terrifying. Bai Yang, what are you doing? A scolding voice was heard. Not far away, Wang Wei and a few others were running towards him quickly. When his eyes saw Bai Yang, there was a hint of coldness in his gaze. Manager Wang, you're just in time. This bastard actually ruined my business. He's from your company. How do you tell me how this matter should be handled? Long Jitao asked. There was a cold look on Wang Wei's face, and he looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang, I don't know how big a background you have in the company. But don't forget, you are just a deputy manager. And your department is the business department. As a member of the sales department, you should do your job well. If you treat customers like this, how can our Tiantung Group develop in the future? Hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes turned a little cold. He walked directly in front of Wang Wei and said in a cold tone, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Wang Wei's face changed. He didn't expect that Bai Yang would be so disrespectful to him. Good. So, I want to see what you want to do today. Security, security. This man wants to threaten our company's important clients. Take him out now. He shouted, and many people's eyes turned to this side. They looked at Bai Yang with a bit of sympathy in their eyes. Everyone knows that Wang Wei is a veteran of the company. He has great relationships with people at all levels of the company. In addition, behind Wang Wei is Long Jitao, a major customer of the company. Anyone with a little bit of discernment knows which side they should stand on. The security guards arrived quickly. 7 or 8 of them saw the scene in front of them. They stared at Bai Yang and Shinjiechi with a somewhat indifferent look on their faces. Manager Bai Yang, Long Jitao is our company's distinguished guest. It's a bit too much for you to do this. Bai Yang's eyes were cold. Excessive? If this is too much, I can do something even more extreme. That's it. Bai Yang came directly in front of Long Jitao. Bang! A crisp voice rang out on the spot. Chapter 18, Not Buying It. The sound of crisp applause rang out in the office. Long Jitao was slapped and flew out on the spot. His face looked a little embarrassed, and there was a bright red palm print on his fair face. His eyes dulled for a moment, and soon a trace of anger gathered quickly. It was obvious that he was very angry. Many people present also had dazed expressions on their faces. This is a partner of Tiantung Group and has a very friendly relationship with Tiantung Group. In addition, they can bring hundreds of millions of profits to Tiantung Group every year. Bai Yang even dares to fight the prince of this kind of company. He is so brave. Shinjiachi was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Bai Yang was so brave. She knew what kind of person Long Jitao was. She actually wanted to take the opportunity to test Bai Yang, but she was shocked by Bai Yang's actions. You're looking for death, do you know who I am? Bang! Who do I care who you are? Does it matter to me who you are? If you're not convinced, you can try, but I guarantee you'll pay a much higher price than this. Long Jitao was blown away by Bai Yang, blood was flowing out of his mouth, and his face was indescribably embarrassed. You bastard! Long Jitao's eyes were filled with anger. Wang Wei also knew that something bad had happened. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you see him committing the crime? Take him away. When he said the last few words, Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Long Jitao is the person he has always tried to please. Now that this has happened, he must be very resentful towards the company, and it is not certain whether he will take his anger out on himself. Those security guards also had a good relationship with Wang Wei, and they rushed over immediately. Manager Bai, this is a bit against the rules. Come with us. The leading security guard said, and he stretched out his hand towards Bai Yang. But just when I met Bai Yang. Bang! Bai Yang waved his hand, and powerful force burst out from his hand. The security guard flew out on the spot, blood gushing from his mouth, his face looking extremely embarrassed. You actually dared to take action. Those people's faces changed, and they took out their batons and rushed towards Bai Yang. They were very fast and came directly in front of Bai Yang. Bang! 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 Before long, they were knocked to the ground one by Bai Yang, with an indescribable look of embarrassment on their faces. With Bai Yang's fighting power, it would be too easy to deal with them. There was a hint of surprise in Shinjiachi's eyes. It was just as Tang Yuma said, Bai Yang's fighting power was very high, and his moves were quick and decisive. It's just so handsome and cool. Oh my god, this guy is awesome. He's got tons of boyfriend power. Bai Yang's expression was cold. Is this how you security people do things? If that's the case, then it's only natural that you get punished by me today. The security guards had expressions of pain on their faces, and they looked at Bai Yang in disbelief. This new manager is so awesome. Even though there were so many of them, they were no match for Bai Yang. The other people in the office also looked a little bit surprised when they saw this scene. This Bai Yang. It's really fierce. There was a hint of fear on Wang Wei's face. He had never imagined that Bai Yang's strength was so strong. Manager Wang, I know you're trying to curry favor with Long Jitao, but this guy has no sense of propriety and doesn't know right from wrong. Are you also an unreasonable person? Bai Yang asked coldly. Wang Wei subconsciously took a step back. Bai Yang, don't be complacent. Young Master Long is not that easy to deal with. If you hit him today, you will definitely pay the price in the future. Bai Yang sneered, I want to know what price he can make me pay. What are you all doing here? Don't you have to go to work anymore? A majestic voice sounded. I only saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a cold face walking towards me from a distance. When they saw him, many people's expressions changed a little. Wang Haotian. One of the company's shareholders. He enjoys a high prestige in the company. He promoted people in many departments. With his appearance, some people who wanted to watch the fun quickly left. They all knew that Wang Haotian in front of them was not someone they could mess with. Director Wang. When Wang Wei saw him, a look of hope appeared on his face and he hurried over. Because this happened at the company, the relationship between the two was not so obvious. Wang Haotian's eyes were cold. What happened here? Why are there so many people gathered? It's like this, Manager Bai hit someone, and I'm negotiating this matter with them. But I didn't expect Bai Yang to be so unreasonable and actually injured several people in succession. Wang Wei was the first to file a complaint. Wang Haotian's face looked very ugly. Especially when he saw Long Jitao being beaten like that by Bai Yang, his eyes became even uglier. Bai Yang, you've only been in office for less than 2 weeks and you've already done something like this. Isn't that a bit too much? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Excessive? He openly flirted with women at the company and even used rude language. Shouldn't such a person be taught a lesson? The company has its own rules. If he harasses a woman, you can ask the security guard to help. What's the point of doing it yourself? I will deal seriously with what you did today. Besides, Long Jitao is a big customer of our company. If you do something like this, you must pay the price. Wang Haotian said in a cold tone. Director Wang. The company has its own rules and regulations, but if you distort right and wrong like this, if this matter gets out, it will probably chill the hearts of many people. A cold voice sounded at this time. Tang Yuma walked over slowly. Because things here were getting a bit serious, Shinjiachi secretly sent a message to Tang Yuma. Knowing that her man was being bullied, Tang Yuma naturally rushed over immediately. When he saw Tang Yuma, Wang Haotian's face looked a little ugly. He and Tang Yuma have never gotten along. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to deal with Bai Yang, but what he didn't expect was that Tang Yuma actually appeared at this time. Mr. Tang, I know very well what your relationship with Bai Yang is. If you want to defend him, I have nothing to say. However, Long Jitao is our company's partner. If you don't handle today's matter well, I don't know if Longding Technology Company will have any objections. Wang Haotian sneered. If they have any opinions, let them come to me. Besides, Tiantong Group has always valued its reputation. If the people at Longding Technology Company are all this kind of people, then I need to reconsider our cooperation next quarter. And that's it. If our company follows the rules and regulations, then Bai Yang's style of doing things is absolutely permissible. If Director Wang wants to take sides, I, Tang Yuma, don't buy it. Chapter 19: The Man-Killing Artifact. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. Wang Haotian's face was extremely gloomy. But he knew very well that this was in the company, and if he directly conflicted with Tang Yuma, he would definitely suffer. After all, he is a shareholder of the company. You can't go against the chairman openly, but you can do it in private. There was a hint of a smile on Wang Haotian's face, but he quickly managed his facial expression. Boss Tang actually said that, so I don't want to say anything more. But Mr. Tang, don't forget that Tiantong Group is a company with multiple shareholders. Sometimes being too independent and overbearing can easily make people lose their hearts. When the next president is elected, I wonder if Mr. Tang will still be able to sit in this position. Tang Yuma's expression was indifferent. Director Wang doesn't need to worry about this kind of thing. The company has its own rules and regulations, but Director Wang is the one who does everything according to his own ideas. If something goes wrong in the future, I don't know if Director Wang will be abandoned by everyone. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Haotian's eyes, but he quickly recovered, with a smile on his face. He didn't say anything else, turned around and left. But those who know him know that Wang Haotian is obviously angry. There was also some anger on Long Jitao's face. He looked at Bai Yang and wanted to say something harsh. But Bai Yang's gaze happened to be looking in his direction, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. For a moment, Long Jitao's body trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything more. He left in embarrassment. Wang Wei felt embarrassed to stay here for long, so he turned around and left. He knows. Since I stepped forward this time, Tang Yuma must have remembered me. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Although he was on Wang Haotian's side, he did not dare to have any conflict with Tang Yuma openly. Otherwise, no one knows how he died. Come with me. Tang Yuma glanced at Bai Yang and Shinjiachi, then turned and left. She roughly guessed what was going on. Bai Yang and Shinjiachi are not the ones at fault in this matter. But there are some things in the company that need to be dealt with. When Shinjiachi arrived at Tang Yuma's office, there was a smile on her face. Xiaomomo, you were so cool just now. That Wang Haotian really deserves to be punished. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Shinjiachi and Tang Yuma know each other. Judging from her tone, her relationship with Tang Yuma is not ordinary. She's my bestie. Tang Yuma said directly. You don't have to take today's events too seriously. Although Wang Haotian and I don't get along very well. But I'm the president of the company, he needs to give me some face no matter what. Also, although he has shares in the company, I have a lot of people supporting me. Most of my father's former subordinates were willing to give me some face. So, what he said about it affecting my position at the election is completely nonsense. Go take care of your own business first. I'll take care of things here. Bai Yang nodded. He knew that Tang Yuma asked him to come in just for the sake of formality. Turn around and leave. There was a hint of smile in Shinjuchi's beautiful eyes. Xiao Momo, you have good taste. If this man wasn't your husband, I'd be moved. Tang Yumo was a little speechless. Can't you just be quiet? Besides, Long Jitao is not a good person. I don't know how he'll retaliate after beating him like that this time. Oh my, little Momo, you're worried about your husband already. He even beat Zhao Hai before. How could a Long Jitao be as powerful as Zhao Hai? Shinjuchi asked back. Tang Yuma nodded. It seemed to make sense. Okay, don't worry about him anymore. I have a feeling that your husband is not an ordinary person, even if you didn't show up today. Wang Haotian and his gang can't do anything to him. People like him are like a sleeping dragon in a pond. They are not people that ordinary people can mess with. There was a hint of doubt on Tang Yuma's face, and she looked at Shinjuchi. Why are you a little abnormal? Shinjuchi was slightly stunned, and her pretty face turned a little red for a moment. As a best friend, she actually commented on someone else's husband like this, and even acted a little like a fangirl. This is really a bit too much. Oh, that's not what I meant, don't think too much. What are you thinking about? Tang Yuma asked back. Seeing her like this, Shinjuchi felt relieved. Tang Yuma was just an idiot in love and she probably didn't understand many things. If a woman with a little sensitivity saw Shinjuchi's expression, she would be able to guess what she was thinking. Only. Shinjuchi also has his own principles. My best friend as husband. She won't like it. At most, I can appreciate it secretly. Nothing, well, my birthday is coming soon. Have you decided what to give me? Shinjuchi asked with a smile. What do you like? Tang Yuma asked. Then it depends on your feelings, doesn't it? How about this? I'll hold a birthday party, and you can bring your husband over so we can have a great time together. Shinjuchi asked with a smile. There was a hint of hesitation on Tang Yuma's face. She didn't really like this kind of party. For her, she doesn't like places that are too crowded. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Xiao Momo. This kind of gathering with many people is the best way to promote the relationship between two people. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find this store anymore. Tang Yuma nodded. Oh well. Given her personality, she wouldn't want to go. But when she thought about being able to get closer to Bai Yang, she agreed. There was a slight smile on Shinjuchi's face, and she put her head close to Tang Yuma's ear. I'll find a place with a private swimming pool then. Xiao Momo, you might consider wearing the swimsuit I gave you before. That's an absolute man-killing weapon. I can guarantee that if you wore that outfit, Bai Yang's eyes would pop out. Tang Yuma's pretty face turned red instantly. Shinjuchi has always had a bold style. The swimsuit she gave me was a bit too big. But when he thought of Bai Yang, Tang Yuma's face showed some hesitation. Don't worry, I have experience. With your figure in the swimsuit, if Bai Yang isn't moved, I'll write my name upside down. There was still a hint of blush on Tang Yuma's face. Well, okay then. I'll think about it. There was a hint of a smile on Shinjuchi's face, and for a moment she looked like a little devil. Chapter 20, Get Started. After Bai Yang returned to his office, many people walked towards him. Manager, you were too aggressive just now. You dare to hit someone like Long Jitao. TSK, manager, you're so handsome. These people are all Bai Yang's subordinates. When Bai Yang took action, they were also surprised, because they didn't expect Bai Yang to be so brave. In the end, even Director Wang and President Tang were alarmed. Such things rarely happen in the company. Long Jitao is usually very arrogant and domineering, and there are many people in the company who dislike him. Bai Yang's move today naturally won him the favor of many people. He's so arrogant, it's normal for him to be punished. Bai Yang said calmly. He really doesn't take Long Jitao seriously. Many colleagues in the office looked at him with respect. This kind of boss who is brave enough to take action can easily win the favor of others. Bai Yang didn't chat with them for long. After returning to his office, he quickly got busy. 2 days later, the slideshow was designed. A plan on how to communicate with the older generation also took shape. Seeing the implementation plan and promotional methods appearing on the computer, Bai Yang nodded. With these things, it would be no problem to make the elderly believe them. When Bai Yang and a group of people were planning to go to Wangzhou village, Lei and I walked in with a hint of excitement on her face. Manager, I've already called all the people you called me on before. Good news, basically all the customers we contacted agreed to cooperate. If nothing unexpected happens, our team's performance this quarter is likely to reach over 70 million. You know, when the other deputy managers first came, they didn't even have 30 million in sales. There was also a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He knows. It is already a remarkable thing to have a sales volume of around 70 million when I first came to the company. Going further up, those with sales of 100 million or 200 million are basically the top figures. It's too early to be happy now. Once I finish the project I'm working on, it's only a matter of time before I can break the 100 million mark. There was a look of surprise in Lainey's eyes. You must know. New business groups will receive preferential treatment. If they can generate sales of over 100 million in the first quarter, they will receive a lot of rewards. More importantly, 100 million in sales. These people can get tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan as commission. As the deputy manager, Bai Yang received the most money, which is likely to exceed hundreds of thousands. That is hundreds of thousands of bonuses per quarter. At the end of the year, including salary and various benefits, the income is definitely several million. It didn't take long before Bai Yang and his team left quickly. Arriving about a mile away from Wangzhou village, Bai Yang said directly to his men, "Follow the plan." The men nodded. Bai Yang walked over with a few people. When we just arrived at the main gate of Wangzhou village, some thugs who had heard the news from somewhere had been waiting there since early morning. When they saw Bai Yang, there was a hint of sneer on their faces. Yo, the people from Tiantung Group are here again. The lesson we learned last time wasn't enough. Our boss said, if you don't pay, you'll never be able to open a factory here in your lifetime. Bang! Bai Yang rushed directly towards them. There was a crisp sound of slapping. The leading thug was slapped away on the spot. There was a hint of anger on his face, and the expressions of the people behind him also changed. What are you doing? How dare you hit someone? Do you know the consequences of hitting someone here? Quick, call someone. These people were talking at once. A few people were quick to dial the number directly. There was a hint of indifference on Bai Yang's face. After they finished the call, he was like a tiger returning to the mountains, punching and kicking these people. Bang bang bang. He knocked the little thugs to the ground one by one, with a look of pain on their faces. These people have just been dealt with. Several brakes squeaked. When Zhang Yongbao and his group saw the scene, their faces changed. You ignorant fool, do you really think we are easy to bully? Dozens of people rushed out of the van. They held weapons in their hands and had ferocious looks on their faces. Ordinary people would be so scared that their legs would go limp when they saw the scene. But when Bai Yang saw the scene, he was not afraid at all. He suddenly rushed forward. Bang bang bang. He knocked figures to the ground one after another. His speed was astonishing. Almost every thug who appeared in front of him was knocked to the ground by him at first sight, with a look of pain on his face. Is this all your people are capable of? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. He looked at them and asked. Zhang Yongbao's face looked extremely ugly, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. Bai Yang, you are really looking for death. He pulled something out from his waist and aimed it directly at Bai Yang. Whoosh! Bai Yang rushed towards him in an instant. Bang! After being kicked hard, Zhang Yongbao's face showed pain. The thing he took out was a homemade gun, which was quite powerful. But at such a close distance, he had no chance to fight back. Bai Yang, don't think you're great just because you have some strength. Even if you beat us to death, you can't build a factory in this village. There was a bit of ferocity on Zhang Yongbao's face. But Bai Yang didn't take him seriously at all. Not long after, sirens sounded. Cars from the law enforcement team arrived here one after another. Seeing this scene, their faces changed. A woman with a good figure, about 20 years old, wearing a uniform and giving people a heroic feeling, got out of the car. When she saw the scene in front of her, her expression changed slightly. What's going on here? Why the armed fight? Su Yingnan asked. Sir, this is none of my business. They were the first to attack me, but I'm quite skilled, so I was spared the torture. Look, they all have this stuff. Bai Yang kicked the homemade pistol next to him. Su Yingnan's face changed. This thing is contraband, and anyone who possesses it will be severely punished. There was a cold look on her face as she looked at Zhang Yongbao and others. You guys are so bold. The masses have reported you occupying the land and claiming to be kings. Now it seems that it is indeed true. Come here, bring them all back. And you beat so many people by yourself, you think I'm stupid? I now suspect you also have some bad background, come back to the law enforcement team with me. Su Yingnan scolded. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. This woman, is there something wrong? He can fight. So he has a bad background? Chapter 21 Backhand Subjugation. But the other party is a law enforcement officer after all. Bai Yang is also a law-abiding citizen and of course would not go against their wishes. Follow Su Yingnan and his group away. The group of people who had followed Bai Yang before slowly drove into the village. Just beginning. When they entered the village, Wang Deming wanted to stop them, but not long after, leaders from the nearby town came to inspect, and Wang Deming was directly called in for tea. Both forces that were preventing them from entering the village were taken away. Their entry into the village was obviously much smoother. At the beginning, the villagers were not very willing to accept them. But as the team played Huagao's video, the villagers' expressions changed a little. The villagers in Wangzhou village are relatively simple, but they have not received much education and have poor ability to distinguish right from wrong. Wang Deming and Zhang Yangbao have been promoting the impact that the factory will have on their village after it is built, so they dare not build the factory in such a place. But they all know who Huagao is. Then Huagao ran around for their village, and the villagers saw all of this. Huagao has a very high prestige in the village. As Huagao told the story, the villagers in the village understood some things. Before, Wang Deming, Zhang Yongbao and others had deceived them for their own benefit. The team members struck while the iron was hot and took out the slides and related speeches that they had prepared previously. After many stories were told, the villagers gradually understood what the factory produced. Still clear. Once the factory is built, their Wangzhou village will not be affected. It will also help people get out of poverty. This is definitely a great thing for their village. After hearing their explanation, the villagers of Wangzhou village opened their hearts and realized that what they had done before was wrong. And they also knew that Huagao had been locked up in a pigsty by Wang Deming during this period, and the villagers' faces were filled with anger. At this time, several villagers left quickly. Not long after, two figures were caught by them. One has a buzz cut, and the other has a lot of freckles on his face. They were all Wang Deming's subordinates, and they usually helped Wang Deming do a lot of bad things. Let me ask you, were you the ones who locked the village chief in the pigpen before? Wang Dahu's face changed drastically. When the villagers caught them before, they realized that something was wrong. Now, Huagao's affair was exposed, which filled them with fear. No, we didn't do that. It was Wang Deming who forced us to do this. Wang Dahu said quickly, and the freckled man next to him nodded repeatedly. That's right. Wang Deming forced me to do it. Actually, he had noticed that Huagao was missing a long time ago. But he was afraid that Wang Deming would deal with him, so he never dared to speak out. The truth is revealed. Naturally, he didn't dare to make any excuses. There was anger on the faces of all the villagers. They walked straight towards Wang Dahu and the freckled man. Ah! Screams were heard one after another. They even dared to abuse an old village chief like Huagao. People like them are not human beings. The two men were beaten with blood on their heads, and their faces looked indescribably embarrassed. That night they were driven out of the village. Wang Deming was called over by his leader for tea, and he still doesn't know what happened. He thought it was his connections above him that created some opportunity for him. He might have been promoted. But he didn't know that what was waiting for him was most likely torture. Bai Yang, who was taken back to the law enforcement team, had a helpless look on his face. Su Yingnan is quite persistent. She feels that it is impossible for her to defeat so many people and remain unscathed by Zhang Yongbao, who has a homemade gun. Faced with her questioning, Bai Yang was also speechless. Is it a mistake to have a high force value? Let me ask you again, how did you knock them to the ground before? Inside the interrogation room, Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat cold gaze. Sir, didn't I just tell you? Just a few random moves and they were like that. If you don't believe it, you can ask them. Bai Yang said helplessly. There was a hint of indifference on Su Yingnan's face. Do you think I'm stupid? There are so many of them and you only have a few of them. How could you possibly beat them like that? And now, none of them has confessed. No matter how I ask, they just say, let the lawyer handle everything. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Yang shrugged. He felt that the woman in front of him had some endocrine disorder, otherwise, why would she keep pestering him? You still don't want to say anything more, right? There was a hint of indifference on Su Yingnan's face. I've already said everything I need to say, what else do you want me to explain? Okay, today I want to see if you are really that powerful. Su Yingnan sneered, made a gesture to the outside, then locked the door of the interrogation room with a somewhat cold look on her face. You said before that you knocked down dozens of people by yourself. When Zhang Yongbao pulled out his weapon, he quickly subdued him. That's right, isn't it? Bai Yang nodded. That's right. Okay, so that's the case. I want to see if your skills are really that good. Su Yingnan sneered. She rushed directly towards Bai Yang. She was very agile and arrived in front of Bai Yang in an instant. At this time, Bai Yang's hands were burned, and he had great difficulty in moving facing the skilled Su Yingnan. But Bai Yang, who possessed the physique of a soldier king, quickly raised his hand the moment Su Yingnan rushed over. Snap! The handcuffs that originally bound Bai Yang broke on the spot. Bai Yang dodged and avoided Su Yingnan's attack very swiftly. Su Yingnan's face changed. She didn't expect Bai Yang to have such power. She changed her palm into a fist and quickly hit Bai Yang. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air continued to ring out. Bai Yang dodged several moves in succession. Su Yingnan was extremely agile and his moves hit the opponent's vital points. But Bai Yang was no pushover. Facing this attack, he quickly found the flaw. He simply slapped Su Yingnan's arm away with one hand, and then slapped her chest hard. Bang! Su Yingnan's figure retreated repeatedly, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. Bai Yang was stunned. He also realized that he was a little too bold just now. But who made this guy attack me right away? I didn't expect you to be capable. Come again. Su Yingnan was a little unconvinced and rushed towards Bai Yang again, seeing her offensive. Bai Yang was a little speechless. He took a few steps forward quickly and came to Su Yingnan's right side. He quickly dodged her attacks and grabbed Su Yingnan's calf like an old ox plowing the field. Then he pushed Su Yingnan over and she fell heavily on the table in the interrogation room. There was an indescribable look of embarrassment on her face. Chapter 22 Jealousy. Su Yingnan's entire body was pinned down on the table by Bai Yang. Her body was restrained, and more importantly, Bai Yang actually stood up and pressed most of his body down on her. The two faces were only a dozen centimeters apart in an instant. They can feel each other's breathing. Su Yingnan's long eyelashes flickered a few times, and a hint of nervousness flashed in her bright eyes. So, do you still want to attack me? Bai Yang said indifferently. No, I don't want to. I'm giving you a chance now. Just let me out, or I promise to beat you until you call me daddy. A hint of blush flashed across Su Yingnan's face. For some reason, she felt a strange attraction to Bai Yang in front of her. I understand. Seeing that she was so honest, Bai Yang nodded and let go of her hand. Looking at Bai Yang in front of her, Su Yingnan had some strange thoughts in her mind. She looked at Bai Yang. So, do you have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? No. Bai Yang shook his head. He really didn't have a girlfriend. He just had a wife. Su Yingnan felt a little happy in her heart. She walked to the iron box beside her and took out Bai Yang's things, including Bai Yang's mobile phone. After entering a phone number into the phone and dialing it, Su Yingnan's phone rang. Here's my phone number. If you need anything, you can always contact me. Bai Yang was slightly stunned, but didn't think too much about it and nodded. Then, Su Yingnan opened the door of the interrogation room and the two walked outside. Original. Some policemen still wanted to make fun of Bai Yang, but when they saw Bai Yang walking out unharmed, there was a look of surprise on their faces. What's going on? Su Yingnan didn't even deal with him. This is not like Su Yingnan's character. More importantly, they actually saw a blush on Su Yingnan's face. A bold idea emerged in their minds. These two people. Nothing must have happened in the interrogation room. Waves of heartbreaking sounds were heard. The goddess of the law enforcement team was actually taken advantage of by a pig. Although This pig looks pretty handsome. Bai Yang had never expected that these people had such strong imaginations. He didn't care about Suing Nan's changes. He just felt that this woman's temper seemed to have improved a little after being scolded. After leaving the law enforcement team, Bai Yang went straight back to the company. It was almost time to get off work. When he returned to the company, the group of people he had sent out before also came back. Seeing Bai Yang coming back unharmed, they showed a look of surprise on their faces. "Boss, didn't those people give you any trouble? I saw how ferocious they were before, and I thought you wouldn't be able to come back for a while. Get out of the way. Who is our boss? Besides, he was the first to strike. Once we investigate the matter thoroughly, he can naturally come back." Bai Yang also smiled slightly, without explaining too much, and just asked them how things were going. There was joy on their faces, and one of them told Bai Yang what happened today. There was also a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. "Boss, you're truly amazing. You've only been here a short time, and the company's sales have already exceeded 100 million. This isn't something other companies can achieve." One person exclaimed. "It's just good luck." Bai Yang smiled slightly. He knew that such achievements were actually inseparable from Tang Yuma's help. Without this woman, he really wouldn't have been able to operate so smoothly. Squeak! A brake sound was heard at this moment. Just as they were chatting about these things in the lobby. Outside the company, a fiery red Porsche stopped and a figure got out of the car. This figure has short hair and looks to be in her 20s. She is wearing cuffed leather pants and a small vest on top. He is very good looking and exudes a cool feeling all over his body. She walked straight towards this side. And those who went out with Bai Yang this morning all knew this woman. Suing Nan. She was the one who took Bai Yang away before, but why did she come to find Bai Yang at this time? Bai Yang was also a little surprised when he saw her. He had just left the law enforcement team, how come Suing Nan appeared in front of him? This woman. She's quite pretty when she's not in uniform. I knew you were at the company. Do you have time? Let's go have dinner together tonight. There was a hint of smile on Suing Nan's face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Suing Nan was very interested in Bai Yang. Few people know. Suing Nan has been very strong-willed since childhood. Her parents always wanted her to be a boy, and that is why Suing Nan worked very hard since she was a child. And she told herself this when she was 7 years old. In the future, her man must be better than him, otherwise, she will never like him. When she fought with Bai Yang today, she was a little fascinated by his absolutely overwhelming fighting power. This was also the first time that Suing Nan felt touched from the bottom of his heart. The man in front of me. She likes it very much. What can I do for you? Bai Yang asked. It's nothing, I just want to invite you to dinner. Suing Nan lifted her hair with a smile on her face. The onlookers present were all stunned. This move by the manager is awesome. How long has it been? He actually managed to win over a beauty like Suing Nan. For a moment, several male colleagues who had never been in a relationship looked at Bai Yang with the feeling of looking at Cupid, and the respect in their eyes was particularly strong. Tonight. Bai Yang hesitated. But at this time, a somewhat indifferent voice was heard. He has something to do tonight. If you want to eat, you can find someone else to go with you. A figure walked towards this side slowly. Tang Yuma, who had just got off work, noticed the situation here at a glance. I want to ask my husband out for dinner. This woman must have a problem with her brain. Who are you? Suing Nan sensed a hint of hostility and looked at Tang Yuma and asked. I'm his boss. Bai Yang has been performing well these past few days. I have a lot of things to discuss with him. He doesn't have time to eat with you. Tang Yuma said indifferently. Everyone present immediately gasped. In fact, many people knew that there was some relationship between Tang Yuma and Bai Yang during this period. But they don't know what the specific relationship is. Only now. They discovered that the relationship between Bai Yang and Tang Yuma was very likely that of a couple. Because Mr. Tang's expression, although not very obvious, was obviously jealous. His eyes turned to Bai Yang again. They feel. Bai Yang is almost like the god of love. What kind of ability does he have to make two beautiful women jealous of him? Chapter 23, This is not the way to pretend. Bai Yang was also slightly stunned. Why did Tang Yuma appear at this time? The two women looked at each other, and there was clearly a sense of sharpness in their gazes. Su Yingnan narrowed his eyes slightly. What's wrong with the boss? The law stipulates that after get-off work time belongs to the employees. Even if you are the Baiyang boss, you have no right to occupy his after get-off work time. That's it. She went straight to Baiyang and held his arm, as if declaring sovereignty. Tang Yuma's expression changed, and the icy aura around her became even more intense. I'm his boss. He can't go to eat without my permission. Let go of my hand. Su Yingnan snorted softly. If you ask me to let go of my hand, will I let go of it? I won't. Tang Yuma clenched his fists and said, Okay, I'll follow Baiyang today. I want to see what you want to do. Don't you want to ask my opinion? Baiyang couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Tang Yuma and Su Yingnan looked at him and asked coldly. Baiyang is ashamed. Have to. It's better for you to stop talking. Under the envious gaze of everyone, the three left the company. The lackeys following Baiyang all had a look of envy on their faces. Is this the charm of being a manager? That's too sour. Everyone was talking about it. They knew that even if they spent their entire lives, they would never be able to possess the charm of Baiyang. Some of the female employees looked a little depressed. They also want something to happen between them and Baiyang. But in the current situation, it is probably hopeless. The three of them walked all the way to the restaurant. Originally, Baiyang thought that after they and he left the company, things would calm down a bit. But Baiyang found out that he was wrong. I don't know what's wrong with these two people. When walking, he leans towards me intentionally or unintentionally. But the question is, the road is so wide, do they really need to do that? And both of them were a little weird. They didn't talk much along the way, but there was something wrong with their expressions. After arriving at a high-end restaurant, the three of them sat down and the waiter came over. She was also a little surprised to see this strange combination of three people. How come two such good-looking people come to eat with a man? There is still some ambiguity between them. What would you three like to eat? The waiter placed the menu in front of the three people and asked with a smile on his face. Looking at the menu, Su Yingnan scanned it and spoke directly. I prefer spicy food, and Baiyang, you must have been busy running around today. I'll order you an Australian lobster to replenish your body. Baiyang looked around and realized that he had never eaten in such a high-end restaurant before. Thinking that Australian lobster should taste good, he nodded. Tang Yuma narrowed her eyes slightly, but her expression was not as obvious as Su Yingnan's. The weather is quite cool, so it doesn't seem appropriate for boys to eat Australian lobster. I think this caviar rice is good. Give him a portion of caviar rice. The waiter nodded. She could tell that these two people were not short of money. What's so good about caviar rice? Yellow croaker noodles are better. Give me some yellow croaker noodles. I want a king crab. Open me a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Bring me the imperial set meal you have here. I want to top up my card here, the platinum membership kind, using Baiyang's name. The two women confronted each other. Baiyang was stuck in the middle, and he really wanted to ask, can they finish all this food? The waiter was also shocked by their scene. These two people definitely don't lack money. She is basically a rich woman. And when Su Yingnan took out his bank card, the waiter's expression changed slightly. That turned out to be the Supreme Black card. When Tang Yuma was ordering, the watch he accidentally revealed was actually a Patek Philippe jade watch worth more than 7 million. Fighting between gods. The waiter looked at Baiyang. This man. It's too powerful. But they had no idea that Baiyang was caught in the middle of them and felt extremely miserable. These two women. I'm afraid he's sick. Okay, just a few simple dishes will do. We can't finish more. No. The two said in unison. Baiyang was ashamed. He didn't say much and could only watch them argue. As if realizing that something was wrong with them, the two stopped arguing, but the atmosphere became a little awkward. It takes about half an hour. The dining table where the three of them were sitting was piled high with all kinds of food. Su Yingnan was quite bold and actually took the initiative to feed Baiyang vegetables. This made Tang Yuma so angry that he gritted his teeth. But she doesn't quite understand these. Just when Baiyang was eating, the soft flesh on his waist was suddenly pinched. Hiss. Bai Yang took a deep breath. His eyes turned to Tang Yuma. Is it tasty? Tang Yuma looked at him and asked calmly. Before Bai Yang could answer, his head was moved aside. Su Yingnan said, of course it's delicious. How could something I feed you not be delicious? Bai Yang was ashamed. What on earth do these two women want to do? In the end, Bai Yang simply stopped talking. He was silently being fed by Su Yingnan, and Tang Yuma on his left would pinch him hard for no reason. It made him feel like he was in a world of ice and fire. While Bai Yang was eating, two people happened to walk into the restaurant from outside. The man was wearing a suit and was rather overweight. The woman next to him was only 7 points pretty, but she had a pretty good figure. It is definitely more than enough to match this kind of man. The man was wearing a gold watch, which made him look quite wealthy. Bai Yang, why are you here? Bai Yang looked at him. He discovered that the man in front of him was actually his best friend from college. The relationship between the two has always been good, but after entering society, because they are in different circles, their contact with each other has obviously become much less. Zhao Dong is a rich second generation, and his family is in the building materials business. Before Bai Yang activated the system, their lives were completely different. When he saw Bai Yang surrounded by two beauties and the table was piled high with delicious food, there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. This Bai Yang? Are you filming a TV series? But after searching for a while, I couldn't find the camera at all. For a moment, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. Because of his plain appearance, he has never found a suitable partner. Although the woman next to him is beautiful, he also paid for her. Bai Yang's current life is exactly what he would have in his dreams. Bai Yang, you didn't win the lottery jackpot, did you? Go to hell. Does someone like me really need to win the lottery jackpot? Bai Yang said unhappily. So what's going on with you? Zhao Dong felt a little jealous. He felt that the beauty next to him was no longer fragrant at all. Can I say, I don't know either? Zhao Dong felt like he was being pricked, but he didn't know what it was. Damn it. This is not the way to pretend. Chapter 24 Sniped. Bai Yang didn't know what he was thinking, but he really didn't know. Why did it turn out like this? Zhao Dong let out a sigh and looked at the two women beside Bai Yang. Suddenly, he discovered that these two women were not only beautiful, but also rich or noble. More importantly, when he saw clearly the bracelet on Su Yingnan's hand, his expression changed slightly. Bai Yang, I didn't expect you to end up like this after not seeing you for a few years. You should take care of me when you have the chance in the future. Zhao Dong said quickly. The bracelet on Su Yingnan's hand is not an ordinary ornament. It is only worn by people with special privileges in Shanghai. This is enough to show that Su Yingnan's background is not simple. No problem. Bai Yang smiled slightly. After taking a look at the atmosphere, Zhao Dong didn't dare to stay any longer and left quickly with his girlfriend. But when he came to his seat, he couldn't help but send what happened today to the classmates group, and the whole class group exploded in an instant. Some people even said that Zhao Dong was bragging, but Zhao Dong was too lazy to explain. He knows. Bai Yang today is definitely different from before. After dinner, Bai Yang was helped away by two people. Everyone thought Bai Yang was lying among flowers, but only Bai Yang himself knew what his current situation was. After dinner, let's go to the movies. Su Yingnan asked with a smile. No, it's getting late today, I need to go back and rest. Bai Yang said quickly. Okay. Su Yingnan lifted her hair. Then sleep at my place. It's very spacious. When speaking, there seemed to be some charm in Su Yingnan's eyes. Anger showed up on Tang Yuma's face. She knew what Su Yingnan meant. How abominable. But she was not good at expressing herself and had no idea how to say the same thing to Bai Yang. There's no way Bai Yang is going to sleep at your place. Tang Yuma said. Why? He doesn't have a girlfriend, so why can't he sleep at my place? Su Yingnan asked back. Because. Tang Yuma hesitated for a moment, then said immediately, because he is my husband. Su Yingnan was slightly stunned. With Tang Yuma's personality, he would actually say such a thing. This did surprise her a bit. But she quickly sneered. Your husband, you have no shame in what you say. I checked before I came here, and he doesn't even have a marriage certificate. Why do you say you are his husband? Tang Yuma was stunned. Yes. I didn't even get a marriage certificate with Bai Yang. She and Bai Yang only have a marriage certificate. That has nothing to do with you, and Bai Yang already lives with me. Tang Yuma said again. She didn't know why she always felt that something was wrong with her today. She would never be like this in the past. Live with you. Suingnan looked at Bai Yang with a cold look in her eyes. Are you really living with her? Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. Hiss. The soft flesh on the right side was pinched instantly, and Bai Yang felt a huge pain. Suingnan's grip is much stronger than Tang Yuma's. No wonder she keeps pestering you. I don't care if you live with other women, but you must be mine. Do you understand? Suingnan said seriously. Tang Yuma was anxious. Why do you say he is yours? Just me, Big Bear. Tang Yuma compared them and found that Suingnan's bear was indeed bigger than his own. Her expression changed for a moment, and she took a step forward, actually exuding the aura of a female CEO. So what about Big Bear? My family is richer than yours, and women aren't just about their bodies. Suingnan was slightly stunned. She also found that Tang Yuma's facial features were indeed more delicate than hers. There was also a hint of anger on her face. A bear-sized woman is easy to bear and can unlock many things. Bai Yang stood aside, looking a little disheveled. Damn it! What is this woman talking about? And also, this is on the street. So many people? Why is she so unrestrained? Tang Yuma was a little confused. What is the unlocking gesture? So, what do you know? A man's happiness is beyond your imagination. Suingnan snorted. There was still some anger on Tang Yuma's face. Bai Yang is her man, and now he is occupied by a woman. How can she feel comfortable? Don't be so proud. Bai Yang has already promised me that he won't cancel the engagement within 3 months. If you really have the ability, then compete fairly. I don't believe you can snatch Bai Yang away. Suingnan narrowed her eyes slightly. She could feel that there was something wrong with these two people, but she was not sure what the problem was. It's just that Bai Yang's conditions in all aspects meet her needs. She knows it very well. If she missed Bai Yang, she would never find a better partner. Let us compete. You think I'm afraid of you? Suingnan snorted. Bai Yang was embarrassed, but didn't say much. The three of them quickly left in a car. Just when the three of them arrived at the villa where Tang Yuma was, Bai Yang's hair stood on end instantly, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Not long after Tang Yuma and Suingnan got off the car, he suddenly rushed forward a few steps and knocked them to the ground with a leap. Tang Yuma and Suingnan are still a bit strange. Bang! A huge hole appeared where they had been standing. Sniper! Someone in the distance was aiming at them. Tang Yuma's bodyguards rushed forward. They didn't expect that someone would attack them in the dark. The sniper hiding in the dark had a strange look on his face. I had clearly been aiming at Bai Yang, so how did he discover it? He didn't know that Bai Yang, who possessed the consciousness of a soldier king, had a very keen perception and could sense a certain degree of danger. He immediately realized the feeling of being targeted by a sniper rifle. This kind of soldier who has been fighting on the battlefield for a long time has a strong awareness in all aspects. At this time, Bai Yang, Tang Yuma and others had already hidden in the villa. They leaned against the wall and did not dare to show their heads. The sniper was about a few hundred meters away from here, and his shooting was very accurate. If you were not careful, you might be killed by him. Tang Yuma's bodyguards were also observing the surroundings, trying to find the location of the sniper. Bai Yang glanced around, then looked at the bullet holes on the ground. Soon he determined the approximate location of the sniper. Wait for me here, Bai Yang said to Tang Yuma and Suingnan. Their faces changed. Bai Yang, what are you doing? That's a sniper, and don't you see how good his marksmanship is? What do you want to do? Suingnan became anxious. Tang Yuma also became anxious. But Bai Yang had a smile on his face. Don't worry. It will only take a few minutes. Chapter 25 Dark Web. After he finished speaking, Bai Yang rushed out quickly. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuma and Suingnan's faces changed. Too risky. Now the bodyguards haven't found the exact location of the sniper, so Bai Yang just rushed out. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Only 2 bullet holes appeared where Bai Yang moved. 2 holes appeared on the concrete floor. Bai Yang glanced around, a cold look on his face. He knows. The sniper didn't want to kill him. But his purpose was definitely to beat himself until he became paralyzed. Because he possesses the consciousness of a soldier king, Bai Yang has strong combat capabilities. He could roughly tell from the bullet marks where the sniper was aiming. Almost every shot was fired at his lower body. This shows that the sniper had no intention of killing himself, but just hoped to spend his next life in a wheelchair. Anyone who can do such a thing must be extremely cruel. Sometimes, killing a person is far less likely to make him feel desperate than making his life worse than death. Whoosh! Bai Yang moved quickly and went directly into the flowers next to him, hiding his entire body inside. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 more bullets hitting the ground was heard. 2 big holes were still punched where Bai Yang passed. But at this time Bai Yang had disappeared, and the sniper couldn't find his location for a while. Bai Yang! Tang Yuma and Su Yingnan, who were hiding behind the wall, felt their hearts jump into their throats. Too risky. Just now. If there is just a little negligence, Bai Yang might lose his life. What to do? If this continues, Bai Yang will most likely be killed by a sniper. What should I do? Su Yingnan thought to himself. Bai Yang is the boy she admires most in all these years, and she really likes to be with Bai Yang. If Bai Yang were to get hurt because of this, she would definitely blame herself for the rest of her life. Tang Yuma had the same idea. She just hopes Bai Yang can survive. Under their gaze, Bai Yang's figure seemed to have really disappeared. He never came out from among the flowers. What's going on? Why has there been no movement for so long? He won't be hurt. Su Yingnan thought again. Tang Yuma also had this idea. During the time when Bai Yang disappeared, their thoughts were very complicated, fearing that something might happen to Bai Yang. Bang! About 7 or 8 minutes passed. There was a dull sound coming from outside the villa. Tang Yuma and Su Yingnan were slightly stunned. All right, everyone, come out. I've taken care of this guy. Bai Yang's voice came. Tang Yuma and Su Yingnan's expressions changed. The expressions of the bodyguards who were protecting them also changed. Looking outside. Just see. Bai Yang was standing at the main entrance unharmed. Next to him was a man who was tied up with a look of pain on his face. On the other side was a sniper rifle. See the scene. Tang Yuma and Su Yingnan's faces changed drastically. How is this possible? Both of them were a little bit unbelievable. It had only been a short time, and Bai Yang had actually caught the sniper and tied him up. There was horror on the faces of the bodyguards. Tang Yuma doesn't understand these very well, but they know them very well. The sniper is most likely 300 or 400 meters away from here. At most, they knew the sniper's range, but they had no idea of the sniper's specific location. Being able to know the sniper's specific location and subdue him in such a short time, this ability is too incredible. The bodyguard captain, Lu Chang, could not help but swallow his saliva. This kind of strength of the son-in-law should be at the top level. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Bai Yang's strength could be so powerful. But for Bai Yang, dealing with such a sniper was not difficult at all. Bai Yang kicked the sniper with his foot, his face showing a bit of indifference. You ignorant fool, tell me. What's going on? The sniper was lying on the ground with a somewhat resentful look in his eyes. He never thought that one day he would be caught so easily. But he didn't say anything at all. For him, even if he was caught, he would not confess easily. It seems you are still dishonest. Bai Yang sneered, and suddenly he hit an acupuncture point on the sniper's body. Ah! The sniper let out a scream, his face changed drastically, cold sweat broke out on his body, and there was a hint of pain on his face. Bang! Bai Yang threw another punch. The sniper's face changed instantly, and he felt like all the bones in his body were broken. This kind of pain is absolutely inhuman. You're such a fool. If you don't tell me, I guarantee you'll pay a price even worse than this. Bai Yang said indifferently. The sniper's figure trembled slightly. He always felt that he had a strong will. But he suddenly discovered that in Bai Yang's hands, any move the opponent used could cause him to have a mental breakdown. He looked at Bai Yang with horror. The man in front of him was definitely his nightmare. I don't know who wants to cause trouble for you. I received a mission from Shura Gate, and the goal is to beat you until you become paralyzed. The sniper said tremblingly. Shura Gate? Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. It's these guys. Su Yingnan's expression changed slightly. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Uncle Zhou, please investigate for me. Who issued the recent mission within Shura clan that beat Bai Yang to the point of paralysis? After about a few minutes, Su Yingnan received a reply from the other end of the phone. Good. Su Yingnan responded and hung up the phone. This mission was posted by someone named Li Yan. According to my uncle's investigation, this Li Yan was a former employee of Xinlong Group. It seems he made some mistake and was kicked out by the group. Su Yingnan said to Bai Yang. Xinlong Group. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and Tang Yuma's expression changed drastically. This task was issued by Zhao Hai. This bastard. Tang Yuma clenched his fists, with a hint of anger on his face. Bai Yang was a little puzzled. He looked at Su Yingnan and asked, "What's going on with this Shura sect? How are you able to investigate the Shura sect? This Shura clan is one of the top 30 assassin organizations on the dark web. They have a clear division of labor, with a few powerful people in charge. Basically, they can handle even the most insignificant characters. The assassin they sent today is one of the top assassins in their organization. I didn't expect you to be so perverted that you caught him so easily." Su Yingnan spread his hands helplessly. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly be a match for the Shura Gate killer? Chapter 26 Birthday Party. There was a look of surprise on Bai Yang's face. Dark web. It was the first time he heard of this organization. Past. Bai Yang thought the dark web was something that only existed in novels. But he didn't expect it. This organization actually exists. It seems that this world is much more complicated than I saw. Bai Yang said softly. Several people glanced at the killer lying on the ground. Su Yingnan said directly, "Leave this person to me. My uncle has an informant inside the Shura sect. He can be of some use to me." Bai Yang nodded. Su Yingnan was a member of the law enforcement team, so Bai Yang felt at ease leaving this kind of person to her. Soon. Su Yingnan dialed a number, and before she had waited long, a law enforcement car arrived and several law enforcement officers got out. When they saw the scene, their faces changed. The sniper was taken away quickly. Su Yingnan also had some things to deal with, so after saying goodbye to Bai Yang, he left quickly. After they left, Bai Yang let out a sigh and walked towards Tang Yuma. But at this time, there was still a bit of coldness on Tang Yuma's face, as if she always had this expression. Without communicating much with Bai Yang, she turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang was slightly stunned. He thought that Tang Yuma was very interested in him, but she acted like this just after Su Yingnan left, which made Bai Yang a little confused. He doesn't know. Tang Yuma was just a little angry. It has only been a short time, and Bai Yang has actually created someone like Su Yingnan. If only later. Aren't there many beautiful women around Bai Yang? She also didn't know that Bai Yang was not that kind of person at all and would not do that kind of thing. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yingnan seemed to be dealing with the killer's affairs and had not shown up at all. Tang Yuma still looks the same as before. She has an expressionless face and many of her thoughts are not written on her face. Bai Yang didn't think much about these. Only. During this period, many people in the company were talking about Bai Yang. Because. What happened to Bai Yang is so legendary. Beat Long Jito violently. Conquer the goddess of law enforcement. Even the chairman was jealous of him. If these things had not really happened, they would not even dare to imagine them. Such a powerful person unexpectedly appeared in the company. Sitting in his office, Bai Yang looked at the report in his hand. Including the previous factory business, their group has ranked 4th, which is definitely a very impressive presence in the entire business group. Only. This is still a bit far from Bai Yang's needs. Ding. Detected that the host is thinking, the God level option is being activated. 1. Maintain the original standard and obtain a piece of land in the Changnan village, worth 500,000 yuan. 2. Achieve first place in the business group and receive an elite skill card one-time use. System sounds rang out at this time. Hearing this, there was a hint of smile in Bai Yang's eyes. The tasks that appear in this system are really completely random, but that's okay, because it formulates tasks based on Bai Yang's current state, which is also a good thing for Bai Yang. Choose 2. Bai Yang said calmly. Ding. Host selection successful, 100-fold amplification is being activated. 1. After completing the mission, you will receive 100 elite skill cards one-time use. 2. After completing the mission, you will receive 10 master level skill cards one-time use. Tip: skill cards are single-use items. After use, you can temporarily gain a certain skill. Elite level skill cards last for 20 minutes, and master level skill cards last for 30 minutes. Also, after using a master level skill card, there's a small chance that the user will directly advance to the proficiency level for that skill. System sounds appeared at this time. Bai Yang chose 2 without any hesitation. Compared with option 1, there are indeed too many benefits to be gained from option 2. Lasts longer. More importantly, it can allow users to enter the proficiency stage with a small probability. You must know. Skills are divided into 5 levels: entry level, proficient, elite, master, and king. Each level is further divided into 3 sub-levels: low, medium, and high. Being able to use master level skill cards is equivalent to entering a rare position in the industry. Any industry. Basically, only 1 or 2 people who can reach the level of king appear in a century or several centuries. In today's world, such people are rarely seen. After the selection was successful, 10 lavender cards appeared in Bai Yang's system space. One section of the card has 2 large characters master written in a flamboyant style. This is enough to show that the levels and effects of these 10 cards are extraordinary. This kind of thing is just an advance payment. If it's not completed, I'm afraid the system will directly take it back, and there will be some penalties. Bai Yang said softly. Although he fulfilled the system's requirements every time, he also knew that the system would not give him benefits for free. If the task was not completed, the punishment he would receive would most likely be severe. Then, Bai Yang distributed the tasks at hand and briefly explained his ideas and goals to his subordinates. All his subordinates nodded in agreement because they were following such a powerful manager like Bai Yang. There are many things that seem impossible for others to accomplish, but he is likely able to accomplish them. Night. Bai Yang finished a busy day of work. Just when he was about to go home directly from get off work, Tang Yuma called. What's wrong? Bai Yang answered the phone and asked. Shinjichi's birthday is tonight, come with me. Tang Yuma's voice was still a little cold, and he sounded otherworldly. Bai Yang thought about it and didn't have anything to do in the evening. Okay. Soon. Tang Yuma hung up the phone. When Bai Yang arrived at the parking lot, about a few minutes later, Tang Yuma walked over. She was wearing a small suit, a burgundy pleated skirt, and some light makeup on her face. Her already curvy figure was even more prominent. She had a small briefcase in her hand and it looked like she had spent some time dressing up. It's rare to see you dressed like this. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He discovered that Tang Yuma was very beautiful, and with a little embellishment, her temperament would give people an extraordinary feeling. For Bai Yang, a woman like Tang Yuma is definitely a goddess-level existence, but her personality is a bit too cold. Tang Yuma nodded slightly, didn't say anything more, and got into the car. The two of them drove a Rolls-Royce and soon arrived at a large villa. As soon as they reached the door, they heard cheers coming from inside. Chapter 27: Piano Music. As Bai Yang and Tang Yuma walked inside, they found that there were already many men and women in the villa. There was a hint of joy on their faces. I don't know what to talk about with each other. Shinjichi changed into a more formal dress today and put on exquisite makeup. It gives people the feeling of being a princess. She and Tang Yuma are 2 completely different types of people. Shinjichi is a kind and versatile person. Tang Yuma is a relatively aloof person. But Tang Yuma's facial features and skin are relatively perfect. Her overall appearance is even better than Shinjichi's. After the two entered the villa, they quickly attracted a lot of attention. Both Tang Yuma and Bai Yang are very good looking. 2 people like this, appearing in the public eye, will naturally attract a lot of attention. Shinjichi also had a smile on her face and hurried over here. Yuma, you've made progress. You even know how to put on makeup. Of course I have to give some respect on your birthday. This is a gift for you. Hand the thing in your hand to Shinjichi. There was a smile on Shinjichi's face as she put the things away. She also blinked at Tang Yuma, as if hinting at something. There was a rare blush on Tang Yuma's pretty face, but it was quickly concealed. Bai Yang, who was standing next to her, glanced at Shinjichi without saying anything more. But before they entered the venue, several people nearby were looking at him. One of them had a sneer on his face. These days, there really are people like this. They come to other people's birthday parties empty-handed. I don't know if they don't have money. Or maybe they look down on others. Shin Jiechi and Tang Yuma's expressions changed slightly. Bai Yang also looked at the other party. The person who spoke was a thin young man who looked to be about 20 years old. He was wearing a suit and looked handsome, but his eyes were a little gloomy. Zhao Ning, this is my birthday party. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma are already a couple, so as for the gift, just bring one. Shin Jiechi said. He's Zhao Hai's cousin. Because his company has a strong partnership with Shin Jiechi's father's company, he was also invited to this birthday party. Tang Yuma whispered in Bai Yang's ear. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Hai. It really is haunting. Okay, you're the boss today, you have the final say. Zhao Ning raised his hands in surrender, but the look in his eyes as he looked at Bai Yang was still somewhat cold. Bai Yang sneered. Who said I didn't bring any gifts? These days, many people like to give expensive gifts, but many of these things are simply priceless. As soon as the words fell, many people's eyes were focused on Bai Yang. Don't you even need to draft your boasts these days? It's priceless. I want to see what priceless thing you can come up with. Zhao Ning sneered. What if I take it out, what will you do? Bai Yang asked back. If you take it out, Zhao Ning, will pour you some tea and apologize. Zhao Ning sneered. Good. Bai Yang's eyes were indifferent, and he walked to the side. Miss Shin, I came here in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything valuable. You happen to have a piano here, so I'll sing a song for you. After saying that, Bai Yang sat directly on the open-air piano beside him. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a series of sarcastic voices were heard. Did you hear what he said? He actually wanted to give Shin Jiechi a song as a gift. Everyone knows that Shin Jiechi has studied music abroad for a long time, and her musical level has reached an elite level. Does this guy think he's a master piano player? You really like to make a fool of yourself. Many people were talking about it. In their eyes, even if Bai Yang's piano skills were impressive, they were at most on par with Shin Jiechi. In this way. What's the meaning of the gift he gave? But Bai Yang turned a deaf ear and looked at the piano in front of him. His fingers moved and notes slowly appeared one by one. Just now. Bai Yang used the skill card, and his piano proficiency instantly reached the master level. Clang! A clear piano sound rang out. Bai Yang quickly got into the state. Tang Yuma and Shin Jiechi looked at Bai Yang with some worry. In their opinion, under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Bai Yang to play a piece of music that would amaze everyone. Only. Under their gaze, Bai Yang's fingers were like dancing elves, and every time his fingers danced, pleasant piano sounds could be heard. The piece Bai Yang played was called Adelina by the Waterside, a piano piece suitable for birthday parties and of a certain degree of difficulty. Many eyes present were focused at this moment. They suddenly discovered that Bai Yang's attainments in piano had definitely reached a very high level. They looked at Bai Yang and were unconsciously immersed in the music. The whole person's spirit relaxed. There was an incredible look on Shin Jiechi's face. Bai Yang has such high attainments in piano. Tang Yuma also found it incredible. This guy. It's so amazing. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, the piano piece ended. Anyone who understands piano can hear it. Bai Yang's attainments in piano have definitely reached the pinnacle of master level. In this world, it is difficult to reach the level of king in terms of artistic attainments. Those who can become masters are rare. Although Shin Jiechi is now at the elite level, it is unknown how long it will take for her to reach the master level. 1 year, 2 years, or maybe even 10 years. This is the most difficult thing in the art system. I don't know how much time and energy it takes to make a small leap. Bang bang bang. After a brief silence, many people in the yard applauded. Bai Yang's performance was truly amazing. Bai Yang took a deep breath and slowly stood up. After using the master skill card just now, his understanding of piano has deepened a lot. This kind of top-level skill card is indeed extraordinary. He looked towards Zhao Ning, who was not far away. Someone just said he wanted to pour me some tea to apologize. I wonder if that's true. Zhao Ning's expression changed. He knew that Bai Yang had great piano skills. If he did not admit that the piano music played by Yang was priceless, it would be equivalent to belittling the entire piano industry, which would be a blasphemy to art. But if he admitted it, he would have to pour tea for Yang and apologize. How could he, who was always so proud, do such a thing? Chapter 28 Brother-in-Law. Yang, even if you have some skills, what can you do? The matter of beating my cousin is not so easy to resolve. Today you have some skills. Zhao Ning snorted coldly and turned around to leave. There was a look of indifference on Yang's face. Did I allow you to leave? Zhao Ning's expression changed. What else do you want? You think you can get away so easily after provoking me in public? There shouldn't be such an easy thing in this world. Yang, don't push your luck. Our Zhao family is not to be trifled with. There was a hint of coldness in Zhao Ning's eyes. I dare to fight Zhao Hai, so how difficult is it for me to fight you? Yang asked back. Suddenly the atmosphere in the entire venue became tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Zhao Ning's expression changed. He knew Yang's skills, but what he didn't expect was that Yang was so strong. He doesn't know. Yang's character is like this. If you respect him an inch, he will respect you a yard. If you come to bully him, Yang will not give you any face. Shinjechi walked out at this time. Zhao Ning, today is my birthday party. I don't want to make it too awkward. Just apologize to Yang and let this matter be over. With the appearance of Shinjechi, the atmosphere on the field obviously eased a little, but everyone could hear that Shinjechi's intentions were to help Yang in every way. Zhao Ning's face looked very embarrassed. He was powerful and influential in Shanghai, and had never suffered such a loss before. Only. Tang Yuma looked at him with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. He knows. If I don't apologize, it will be difficult for me to leave today. Okay, Yang, you have the ability. Zhao Ning took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. I was wrong about what happened today. I hope you can forgive me and let me go. Yang sneered and did not continue to make things difficult for him. He knows. This is Shinjichi's birthday party. If I make a mess of things, it will definitely not be a good thing. Let's go. Zhao Ning clenched his fists secretly, then turned and left with a group of his men. Yang looked at Shinjichi. I'm sorry that something like this happened at your birthday party. It's okay. He was the one who provoked you. I like the gift you gave me very much. There was a smile on Shinjichi's face, and she looked at Yang with a hint of infatuation. Yang is so charming. Being so young and yet having such artistic attainments, for Shinjichi, who has been studying and understanding music, a boy like Yang is absolutely fatal. Yang smiled slightly and didn't say much. The birthday party was still going on. Many people were toasting each other, and Yang was also looking for some food he liked. Tang Yuma followed Shinjichi to the side. Yuma, how is things going with Yang now? How's the progress? Tang Yuma asked back. You two have lived together for so long, hasn't anything happened? No. Shinjichi was a little speechless. Tang Yuma is really stubborn. But Yang is the same. Even though such a beautiful girl lives with him, he didn't take the initiative. But she didn't think about it. With Tang Yuma's frosty face, which boy would be willing to get close to her? Forget it. Asking you to take the initiative is probably harder than climbing to the sky. How are you preparing the things I asked you to prepare before? Shinjichi asked again. Ready. There was a hint of blush on Tang Yuma's face. Seeing this scene, Shinjichi smiled slightly. She also wanted to see what Tang Yuma would look like wearing that thing. Then just act according to the plan. I guarantee that Yang's eyes will be wide open. And, if handled well, maybe. A wicked smile appeared on Shinjichi's face. There was a hint of doubt on Tang Yuma's face. Shinjichi didn't say much. She patted Tang Yuma's shoulder and turned away. In order to ensure that the plan can proceed smoothly, this time, she will act personally. After about 10 minutes, Yang was half full. Shinjichi walked towards the side with a smile on her face. But when she just came in front of Yang, she accidentally spilled the champagne in her hand on Yang. Yang, I'm sorry. Yang was also a little speechless. He felt a little unlucky. But it was Shinjichi who splashed it unintentionally, so he had nothing to say. Fine. How about this? I have a suite upstairs with some clean clothes. I'll take you up there to change, Shinjiachi said. Bai Yang nodded. The two of them walked quickly upstairs. But as soon as they arrived at the suite, Shinjiachi's face suddenly turned red. Because she was so focused on helping Tang Yuma complete the task that she forgot that she had stayed in the villa last night. Some of the sexier things on the bed hadn't been taken away yet. This is what my servant wears. After saying that, Shinjiachi hurried forward and put those things away. Bai Yang touched his chin and said, "It's what the servants wear." Would a maid work here in a bikini? Shinjiachi's pretty face was a little rosy. I'm done for. Bai Yang saw me. I wonder if he thinks I'm that kind of woman. But soon Shinjiachi shook her head. He's not my boyfriend, why should I care what he thinks? Suddenly Shinjiachi found herself feeling a little strange, and her face became even redder. Bai Yang didn't think too much about it. After Shinjiachi helped him take out the new clothes, he took off his coat directly. Seeing Bai Yang's figure, Shinjiachi's eyes widened a little instantly. This Bai Yang? What a great figure! Bai Yang glanced at her. How long are you going to watch? Shinjiachi's pretty face turned red instantly. He hurried outside. But the scene just now was unforgettable in her mind. Tang Yuma was walking towards the side. This villa covers a large area and the swimming pool is on the 3rd floor. Because Tang Yuma was a little nervous, she couldn't help but come down to take a look. However, she saw that Shinjiachi's pretty face was flushed, which made her a little strange. Jiachi, have you drunk too much? Ah. No, I didn't. Shinjiachi suddenly became nervous. What's wrong with you? Oh my god. Why is your face so hot? The tension on Shinjiachi's face intensified. She quickly pushed Tang Yuma's hand away and said, I'm fine. Go get ready. Bai Yang will be out soon. No, Jiachi, I've never worn the clothes you gave me before, and I found that it seems a little loose. Chapter 29 Tang Yuma's questioning. A bit loose? There was a hint of surprise on Shinjiachi's face. Come here first, I'll help you take a look. Tang Yuma nodded, and the two of them walked inside. When he came to the room, Tang Yuma was still a little embarrassed. Why should you be embarrassed about me? We grew up wearing the same pants, Shinjiachi said. Hearing this, Tang Yuma nodded, and a hint of blush flashed across her face, but she quickly concealed it. After taking off her outer clothes, Tang Yuma's perfect figure was revealed. With her swimsuit on, Shinjiachi looked her over. To be honest, she was really a little envious of Tang Yuma, who was beautiful and had such a figure. In comparison, although I am also very beautiful, there is still some gap between me and Tang Yuma. With a sigh of relief, Shinjiachi helped Tang Yuma adjust the straps of her swimsuit, but she found it was still a little loose. There was no other way but to untie part of it and then tie it tightly. There's nothing I can do, it has to be this way. But Xiao Momo, good things are going to happen to you tonight. Patting Tang Yuma's shoulder, Shinjiachi teased her. A blush flashed across Tang Yuma's pretty face. With her facial paralysis, such an expression was already a sign of shyness. Don't tease me, Tang Yuma said. There was a hint of smile on Shinjiachi's face. Yo, little Momo is shy. How rare. A blush still flashed across Tang Yuma's face, and she found that tonight seemed to be the most embarrassing night of her life. Tang Yuma had never been like this in the past. After tidying up Tang Yuma, Shinjiachi took her to the swimming pool. Because she had made arrangements before, there was nothing close to the location on the 3rd floor. When Tang Yuma was sitting by the swimming pool, Shinjiachi took out her cell phone and saw that Bai Yang had come out of the room on the 2nd floor. A smile appeared on her face. Xiao Momo, stand up. Hearing this, Tang Yuma felt a little strange and she stood up. But Shinjiachi pushed her directly at this time. Tang Yuma sat on the ground and let out a cry of surprise. Shinjiachi quickly ran to the side. Bai Yang, who was on the 2nd floor, originally wanted to walk towards the 1st floor, but suddenly he heard a scream in his ear. He was slightly stunned. The voice was Tang Yuma's. Without any hesitation, Bai Yang rushed directly upstairs. When he saw Tang Yuma next to the swimming pool, his face changed and he quickly moved forward. Only. When Bai Yang approached, he felt the blood in his body rushing rapidly. Tang Yuma was so sexy at this moment. The fair skin had some water stains, and there was a layer of fluorescent light shining under the moonlight. If you say. The female stars on TV are all very beautiful and charming. Tang Yuma is like a fairy descending from the sky, and every inch of her skin is extremely attractive to men. You, what's wrong with you? Bai Yang adjusted his mind and asked Tang Yuma while looking at him. Tang Yuma's eyes met Bai Yang's. For some reason, she felt that Bai Yang's gaze seemed a little different from before. But she didn't think much about it and just said, I accidentally fell down. Seeing Tang Yuma still sitting on the ground, Bai Yang hurried forward to support her. Her skin was delicate, and the direct touch gave Bai Yang a strange feeling. Tang Yuma was also a little embarrassed. It was the first time she was touched like this. Thanks. Tang Yuma whispered. It's so rare to hear you say that. Bai Yang teased. What do you mean? Don't I know how to thank people before? Tang Yuma pretended to be angry. That's not the case, it's just that you were rather aloof before, and didn't like talking to people. Bai Yang explained. Tang Yuma didn't say anything either. Bai Yang looked at her, not knowing what she was thinking. He just glanced at the wound on her leg. There is a little redness on the white ankle, and a little bruise in the middle, which is obviously red and swollen. Bai Yang squatted down, and before Tang Yuma could react, he reached out and grabbed Tang Yuma's ankle. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly. Before she could say anything, Bai Yang's fingers were already massaging her ankles, giving her a comfortable feeling. There was a hint of surprise in Tang Yuma's eyes. Bai Yang. He even knows how to give a massage. What she didn't know was that Bai Yang possessed the consciousness of a soldier king. Because the king of soldiers often fights in the wild, he knows some emergency treatment methods for wounds. After all, it is easy to get into danger when marching and fighting. Bai Yang can easily handle some minor injuries and pains. So when Bai Yang saw the wound on Tang Yuma's ankle, he easily found the corresponding acupuncture point. As his fingers massaged, a comfortable look soon appeared on Tang Yuma's face. Don't say. Bai Yang's technique is quite impressive. After about 10 minutes, Bai Yang stopped what he was doing and a smile appeared on his face. You're enjoying it. A hint of blush flashed across Tang Yuma's face, but she quickly concealed it. Your technique is quite good. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You just happened to understand a little bit before, now you go out and walk around. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma was a little bit unbelievable. She was in so much pain just now, and now she was forced to walk after such a short time. But seeing Bai Yang's eyes, Tang Yuma was still skeptical and slowly put his legs on the ground. Only. When his feet just touched the ground, there was a look of surprise on Tang Yuma's face. Real. It doesn't hurt anymore. He stood up slowly and stomped his feet twice. There was a hint of surprise in Tang Yuma's eyes. Bai Yang, you're pretty awesome. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. It's just that it was handled promptly, it's nothing. But at this time, Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang. Tell me the truth, who are you? There was a questioning look in Tang Yuma's eyes. She felt that Bai Yang gave her a very abnormal feeling. If he was only strong in one area, she could understand. But Bai Yang. So many areas are so powerful. That's not normal. So, she was a little curious about Bai Yang's identity. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He also knew that he had gone a little too far. Anyone else would be a little confused if they saw a boy like him. How could a young man be so outstanding? But Bai Yang couldn't just say that he had a system, and he was thinking about how to put it. Perhaps because the thing on Tang Yuma was a size too big, it felt like it was about to fall off. Chapter 30. Let me talk to you. Bai Yang looked towards her. A blush suddenly flashed across Tang Yuma's face. She quickly hugged her husband, her bright eyes blinking. The usually aloof female president actually showed this expression, and Bai Yang called her a witch in his heart. He had never expected that Tang Yuma had this side of him. My clothes are a little big. If you're okay, let's go back first. Tang Yuma felt her cheeks getting hot, but she didn't know it because she had a certain degree of facial paralysis. Although she felt embarrassed, the expression on her face only changed slightly. Bai Yang nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect to see Tang Yuma like this today. Tang Yuma left in a hurry, and her slim figure left an indelible impression on Bai Yang. If this woman were a little more passionate, I guess no boy in this world would be able to resist her. Bai Yang thought secretly in his heart. The other side. Shinjechi, who was hiding in a small window next to the third floor, had been secretly observing the situation here using surveillance equipment. She wanted to see how things would develop between her best friend and Bai Yang. When Shinjechi saw Bai Yang actually taking the initiative to massage her best friend's feet, there was a hint of surprise on her face. Bai Yang is quite fooled. Only. When Shinjechi saw Bai Yang cure her best friend's leg so easily, there was a look of disbelief on her face. Although she didn't use much strength, she was an excellent student after all, and she knew to some extent how long it would take for a person to recover after a sprain. It only took Bai Yang about 10 minutes from the start to the completion of the massage. In such a short time, Tang Yuma's injuries recovered. This ability is indeed extraordinary. As she looked at Bai Yang, there was also a hint of curiosity in Shinjechi's eyes. How much does this Bai Yang know? But she doesn't know. When a woman is curious about a man, it is the beginning of falling in love with him. Bai Yang, standing next to the swimming pool, stretched his waist. Compared with the noise below, he preferred this quieter environment. There were no one around, so Bai Yang took off his clothes and jumped directly into the swimming pool. Shinjechi in the monitoring room was stunned. She felt a little sorry when she saw Tang Yuma leaving the swimming pool. Only. When she saw Bai Yang take off his clothes and jump into the swimming pool, she couldn't help but look surprised. Because she found out. Bai Yang's figure is simply amazing. When she was in the room before, she only saw some of it briefly and didn't look at it carefully. But there is surveillance video near the swimming pool, and it can be paused and zoomed in. Bai Yang's figure is clearly revealed. Gulp. Shinjechi, who always felt that she would not be easily attracted to boys, couldn't help swallowing. Because she found that, based on her observation, the size of the sample seemed a little big. How did this guy practice before? A blush appeared on Shinjechi's face, but she quickly calmed herself down because she knew that this was her best friend's husband. Only. Tang Yuma is not here, it's okay to think about it occasionally. Shinjechi's pretty face suddenly turned even redder, and she found that she seemed to be really attracted to Bai Yang. Only. After watching the surveillance video for a while, Shinjechi's face showed a hint of surprise. It's been 3 or 4 minutes, why hasn't Bai Yang appeared yet? Under normal circumstances, a person's diving time should be about 1 or 2 minutes, but Bai Yang's diving time is obviously abnormal. This guy, he's not going to drown. Without any hesitation, Shinjechi ran out quickly. She was wearing a black dress. When she came to the side of the swimming pool, she did not notice Bai Yang's figure. She quickly took off her clothes and prepared to go into the water. But just when she was about to jump, plop! There was a splashing sound, and a figure emerged from the originally calm water surface. He wiped the water stains on his cheeks and looked into Shinjechi's eyes. Ah! A scream came out of Shinjechi's mouth. She didn't bring a swimsuit with her, and she ran over in a hurry because she thought Bai Yang was drowning. But what she didn't expect was that Bai Yang's figure appeared just as she was about to go into the water. The three-point style is fully visible. Bai Yang's eyes widened. He also didn't expect that Shinjechi would be so unrestrained. You, don't look at me. Shinjechi said hurriedly. Bai Yang quickly dived into the water. Shinjechi wished she could find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. As if hearing the sound from this side, Tang Yuma ran over hurriedly. Jechi, what's wrong with you? She was a little worried. Tang Yuma had already changed his clothes and there was a look of doubt on his face. No, it's okay. Shinjechi said quickly, then put on her clothes and left in a hurry. Seeing her like this, Tang Yuma felt a little strange, but after looking around, he found that there seemed to be no one else around the swimming pool, and Bai Yang was not there either. Why is Jechi like this for no reason? But Tang Yuma was an emotional idiot, so he didn't think much about it and left quickly. After about 10 minutes, Bai Yang slowly climbed out of the swimming pool. Oh my god, what's going on today? Wave after wave. The scene just now emerged in Bai Yang's mind. He didn't expect that Shinjechi actually liked that kind of tune. Shinjechi, who was hiding in the monitoring room, felt very complicated. She didn't expect that Bai Yang was just diving just now. It would be fine if she was wearing a swimsuit, but... Shinjechi secretly looked at her own clothes, and her face was flushed with shame. It was the first time she appeared in front of a boy in this manner. This guy, doesn't he really think he's that kind of person? Shinjechi couldn't help but think in her heart. No, I have to explain this. Thinking of this, Shinjiachi straightened her clothes and slowly walked outside. She knew that some things had to be explained. Bai Yang had finished his shower and walked out of the swimming pool. He was wet all over, and his perfect muscle lines seemed to glow a little under the moonlight. Just as Bai Yang sat down, Shinjiachi walked towards him. When he saw Shinjiachi, Bai Yang's face showed a hint of surprise. Why are you here again? This word again made Shinjiachi, whose face was already blushing, even more embarrassed. This makes her seem like she really enjoys coming here. Nothing, I just came over to talk to you about something. Shinjiachi's face flushed slightly. She found that she was too embarrassed to look at Bai Yang. Chapter 31, Difficulties Posed by Chip Companies. Say what? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Shinjiachi is very beautiful. Her appearance score is at least 93 points, making her a top-notch beauty. But now Bai Yang is more focused on his career and is not very interested in women. Just now, what did you see? Shinjiachi asked. Bai Yang's face suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Shinjiachi was too direct in speaking. He glanced at Shinjiachi and coughed slightly. I didn't see anything, but just now, why did you appear here? Shinjiachi looked a little embarrassed. I saw you diving for too long just now, so I was a little worried. But there was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face, and he looked at Shinjiachi. How did you know I was diving for too long? Shinjiachi was suddenly speechless. She didn't expect Bai Yang to be so perceptive. And she found that she didn't seem to know how to express herself in front of Bai Yang. How could she, who was so smart before, become so dull now? Before Shinjiachi could speak, Bai Yang glanced around and soon discovered the surveillance cameras around. All at once he understood. You just now? Always in the monitoring room? Bai Yang asked. Shinjiachi felt a little embarrassed and nodded. But Bai Yang felt a little strange. Why did you stay in the monitoring room and spy on me? Shinjiachi's heart instantly jumped to her throat. She felt that the plan she and Tang Yuma had wanted to carry out was likely to be leaked. When she looked into Bai Yang's eyes, her heart was pounding. But Bai Yang didn't think so much. In his opinion, many things should not be too complicated. Staring at Shinjiachi and thinking of his previous outfit, Bai Yang had an idea in his mind and asked directly. You guy, are you okay? Shinjiachi was a little confused. What the heck? That's right, you're dressed so boldly. Are you attracted to me and want to do something with me? It's just because Tang Yuma and I are husband and wife, so you're embarrassed? Shinjiachi's face turned red, and she was too embarrassed to look at Bai Yang. If anyone else said this, she would definitely slap them, but when Bai Yang said this, she was completely powerless to refute him. Because what he said was indeed what Shinjiachi had thought before. But Shinjiachi was no ordinary person. She quickly calmed down. She looked at Bai Yang and said directly, Don't talk nonsense there. I just happened to be in the monitoring room. Besides, this is my house. You took a bath in my swimming pool without saying a word. Don't you think you're going too far? Faced with Shinjiachi's question, Bai Yang also felt a little embarrassed. He just felt that the environment here was pretty good, so he wanted to clean up. But doing these things without greeting the hostess is indeed very impolite. Seeing Bai Yang's expression, Shinjiachi waved her hand. Alright, I'm just saying, you don't need to take it too seriously. Also, don't let your imagination run wild. Even though I seem like a fun-loving person, I've never been in a relationship before. As for my body, only my husband can have it from now on. As for you, don't think too much about it. Shinjiachi stood up after she finished speaking. Although she looked calm, people who knew her knew that she was just pretending to be calm. How many women can remain calm in the face of a macho man like Bai Yang? Looking at Shinjiachi leaving, Bai Yang felt a little surprised. This woman. I've never been in a relationship. Really? Don't judge a book by its cover. After putting on his clothes, Bai Yang left directly, but Tang Yuma, who was sitting in the suite, had a slightly changed expression. Because according to the documents sent by the company, there seemed to be some unexpected problems with the chip technology this time. Taking out his cell phone, Tang Yuma made a call to Lu Yiling. After a while, Tang Yuma's face showed a bit of anger. Shinjiachi just walked in. Seeing Tang Yuma like this, there was a look of confusion on her face. What's wrong with you? Don't mention it. Someone is trying to trip up my company and I'm in some trouble. Tang Yuma explained. Shinjiachi's eyes flickered. The other party must be powerful enough to make trouble for Tang Yuma's company. So what are you going to do? A foreign company will come to negotiate tomorrow. I'll talk to them first to see what the situation is, Tang Yuma said. Shen Jiaqi nodded. This was the only solution for now. She looked at Tang Yuma and asked, "What did you and Bai Yang say by the swimming pool before?" Mentioning this, Tang Yuma's face showed a bit of embarrassment. She shook her head and said, "We didn't talk about anything. We just chatted for a few minutes, and my swimsuit is pretty low, so I'm a little embarrassed to be in his presence all the time." Shinjechi shrugged and said nothing, but when she looked at Tang Yuma, she felt that sometimes it was necessary to teach Tang Yuma a lesson. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. Bai Yang fell asleep quickly after returning home last night. Early in the morning, he came to the company with Tang Yuma. But when they just came to the company, not far away, several figures were walking towards this side. "Chairman, a few people claiming to be from the overseas Green Island Company are looking for you. They seem to want to discuss chip technology with you." Tang Yuma's secretary walked over quickly and explained to Tang Yuma. These people arrived really quickly. Tang Yuma let out a sigh, a hint of anger on his face. Although their company is a highly profitable one, it has been exploited by several foreign companies due to some problems with its core technology. Therefore, Tang Yuma has always planned to develop core technologies on his own. But for some reason, this news was known to several foreign companies. Their purpose this time was very simple, which was to cause trouble for them. "Take me to the meeting room," Tang Yuma said. "Clear." Lu Yiling nodded. When Bai Yang saw this scene, he did not follow, because he knew that he was just a business manager and it was not his turn to get involved in such a big matter. But just when Tang Yuma arrived at the conference room, the representatives from foreign companies looked at Tang Yuma with a hint of passion in their eyes. Everyone knows that the president of this company is very beautiful, but no one expected that the president of this company would be so beautiful. Chapter 32 Meeting of the Board of Directors. Let's cut to the chase. I understand your goals and needs. Our company wants to develop core technologies, and that's our business. Isn't it a bit too much for Green Island to interfere with even that? Tang Yuma went straight to the point. The other party's purpose is simple, which is to control them through this method. The man sitting opposite Tang Yuma had a look of anger on his face. "Tang Yuma, even if your Tiantum group is somewhat capable, don't forget that without our technical support, your company is nothing. If that's the case, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? We didn't come here to negotiate with you today. You actually want to independently develop chip technology? That's fine, but for us, your presence will definitely cause us to suffer losses. Our Green Island company doesn't ask for much. Just give us $1 billion, and we need to share any future technology patents your company produces." Tang Yuma's face changed. Isn't this the other party's attitude just robbery? My company is developing new technology, but it still needs to pay compensation to the other party. There is no such thing anywhere. We will consider your company's request. At this time, a figure walked in. Wang Haotian. When he saw him, Tang Yuma's face changed. "Wang Haotian, what do you mean?" "Tang Yuma, when you wanted to develop chip technology before, I was always against it. Now Green Island Company has sent people over. You should know why in your heart. Let me tell you, even though you're a director of the company, if you cause our company to lose its partnership with Green Island, then you'll be the company's culprit. You should be well aware of the consequences you'll face," Wang Haotian said coldly. Tang Yuma clenched her fists. She certainly knew what Wang Haotian meant. But what he said does make sense. Today's Tiantin Group has been able to grow and develop basically relying on the chip technology of Green Island Company. If they lose this level of cooperation, their company will be in danger. But Tang Yuma was unwilling to give up. For her, this is the best way to get the company out of her control. If she really agrees to Green Island Company, their company will definitely be in danger. "Manager Wang, you really have such a big mouth. Since when have you had the right to make decisions for the company?" Bai Yang walked in slowly at this time, with a somewhat cold look on his face. He didn't want to take care of things here. But he suddenly realized that he was walking quite fast and his cell phone was still in Tang Yuma's bag, so he wanted to come to Tang Yuma to get it. But what he didn't expect was that he heard this sound just after passing the meeting room. "Bai Yang." There was a hint of coldness in Wang Haotian's eyes. This is the company's conference room. What qualifies you to come in? I'm just standing up for justice, and don't forget, I own 1% of this company. According to the company's shareholding ratio, I am considered a major shareholder among small shareholders. Why don't I have the right to speak? Bai Yang asked back. Wang Haotian only holds 2.3% of the company's shares. Although Bai Yang's shares are not as many as his, it does not mean that Bai Yang has no say. For a company with assets exceeding 10 billion, holding a few tenths of a percent or even a few percent of the shares is already considered a good position. Even Tang Yuma and her father's combined shares only amount to a few dozen percent. Fortunately, many old shareholders in the company are good friends of Tang Yuma's father, and they have all stood on Tang Yuma's side so far. But this also exposed some crises. If Tang Yuma doesn't perform well, she may still be dismissed. It's just 1% of the shares, yet you dare to say such things. But it doesn't matter. People like you will be taught a lesson sooner or later. Wang Haotian glanced at Bai Yang coldly, then looked at the foreigners present. He said to them in fluent English, "Our company did not handle today's incident well, and we will apologize for it. We will also carefully consider the request you made before." There was a look of indifference on the faces of those foreigners. Weren't you guys quite arrogant before? I'm telling you, these days, having technology is equivalent to having everything. If your company doesn't want to go bankrupt, then behave yourself. Also, in addition to the request I made earlier, I also want him to accompany us to dinner and singing tonight. If you don't agree to this condition, then there's no need to discuss the next thing. Wang Haotian's eyes flickered and he looked at Tang Yuma. It was obvious that he hoped Tang Yuma would agree. But Tang Yuma's face was a little cold, and it was impossible to ask her to compromise. Her fists were clenched. Bai Yang, who was standing aside, could no longer sit still. He rushed directly towards the other party and looked down at him. Bang! The crisp sound of applause rang out at this time. You're such a fool. You really think you're so great just because you have some technology. And it's just chip technology, isn't it? Believe it or not, I can draw the blueprint for your company's chip in a matter of minutes. Bai Yang snorted coldly. Tang Yuma is still his wife now, and during the time he has been in contact with Tang Yuma, he also feels that Tang Yuma is a good girl, who just looks a bit cold. How dare these foreigners tease her like this? How could Bai Yang possibly endure this? Bai Yang, what are you doing? Wang Haotian's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Bai Yang to be so impulsive. You son of a bitch, you're looking for death. I'm telling you, if you don't get 2 billion in compensation, there's no way you can end this. The foreigner shouted loudly. The people next to him also had angry expressions on their faces. When have they ever been treated like this? Tang Yuma's face also changed drastically. She didn't expect Bai Yang to be so impulsive. Bai Yang, apologize to Mr. Smith now, otherwise I will propose to the board of directors to expel you from the company. Wang Haotian shouted loudly. Let me apologize? Are you qualified? Besides, isn't it just some chip technology? To be honest, I know all the chip blueprints for their company. Just based on this, no one in the company can drive me away. Bai Yang said disdainfully. Wang Haotian's face looked extremely embarrassed. Bai Yang, you're not going to give up until you jump into the Yellow River. Do you really think you're a big shot? I'm telling you, what you did today will make you regret for the rest of your life. Chapter 33 Board of Directors. Bai Yang sneered. I want to know how you made me regret my whole life. Wang Haotian clenched his fists and said to the secretary beside him, I want to hold an emergency board meeting and ask all the company veterans to come. Hearing this, the secretary nodded and left quickly. Tiantung Group is somewhat different from other companies because it is multi-shareholding. If there are some urgent matters, only shareholders of the company can convene an emergency board meeting. Unless there are special circumstances, most shareholders must arrive within 2 hours. What happened today is already very serious. Bai Yang directly beat up Mr. Smith. If this matter gets out, their company's stock price is likely to be greatly affected. Anyone who knows their company knows it very well. Tiantung Group does not have its own independently developed chip technology, and in most cases relies on the technology provided by Green Island Company. Such a company. There are some drawbacks in itself. Now Bai Yang actually took action directly. What is the difference between that and seeking death? Smith and the others' faces were filled with anger, and when they looked at Bai Yang, there was a hint of gloom in their eyes. Yang, right? I hope you can still be so arrogant when your company holds a board meeting later. I tell you, we are not that easy to mess with. Smith said coldly. He knew very well that if Yang was not dealt with properly today, there would be no need for further cooperation. Yang's expression was indifferent. He just glanced at Smith and didn't take him seriously at all. Tang Yuma's expression changed. She knew that Yang did this entirely because of her. Although she was touched in her heart, she also knew that something bad had definitely happened. Yang came to her side, patted her shoulder gently, with a smile on his face. Don't worry. It's okay. Hearing this, Tang Yuma looked at Yang. She gritted her teeth and decided to believe Yang. Walking inside, Yang turned on the computer and used a one-time skill card. This skill card is essentially a skill. As long as there is an ability in this world, it can be considered a skill. Although time is a bit tight, with this amazing plugin, it is relatively easy for Yang to do whatever he wants. Looking at the computer, his skills in chip design have reached master level. Yang suddenly became familiar with these things, and when he looked at some chips in the company, he found that many aspects could actually be improved. In an hour and a half, Yang drew a design blueprint for the chip, and also spent some time drafting a new and improved blueprint. During this period, Yang directly spent 4 skill cards. But as long as it can help Tang Yuma, he has nothing to say. The things can be collected back after use, but Yang is not the type of person to be bullied like this. 2 hours passed and the board meeting began. Smith and his group sat aside. They were not originally shareholders of the company, but because of Wang Haotian's arrangement, they participated in the board of directors. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed a little. They all knew that the identities of Smith and his gang were not simple. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to provoke these people. But what happened today was obviously related to them. Calling everyone over here, the reason is very simple. Our shareholder Yang just attacked Mr. Smith. This incident has a very bad impact on our company. So, I made an exception and convened a board meeting. I hope everyone can give Yang a verdict, and I also hope everyone can give Mr. Smith justice. While speaking, Wang Haotian also retrieved the surveillance video from the conference room. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw the surveillance video. In the video, Yang took direct action and knocked Mr. Smith to the ground. As for what Smith had said before, all of it was dealt with by Wang Haotian. A shareholder had an angry look on his face. What on earth does Yang mean? How dare he be so arrogant? Does he really think no one can control him? According to company regulations, if a shareholder's behavior seriously affects the company's development, we have the right to deal with him and expel him from the board of directors. I think it is necessary to kick people like him off the board. A shareholder nearby seconded the proposal. That's right, a person like that has no right to be on the board of directors. Who the hell does he think he is? How dare he lay hands on Mr. Smith? Many people on the board were outraged. They all knew very well that their current profits basically depended on Green Island Company. Without their help, they would have no money to make. Tang Yuma's face looked very ugly. She had known before that people in the company would definitely worship foreigners, but she didn't expect that these people would be so obvious. Some shareholders who stood on Tang Yuma's side couldn't help but speak. There might be some misunderstanding in this matter, and just a short video clip can't explain anything. Wang Haotian, please play all the videos. Several other shareholders also nodded. No matter how you look at this matter, there is something wrong with it. Wang Haotian is obviously on Smith's side. But they knew in their hearts that if they didn't have a reasonable explanation for hitting someone, it would probably not end well. Leo, do you know what you are saying? Mr. Smith is our company's biggest financial backer. How can our company develop without him? Is it so important to understand the reasons behind something? What really matters is that Yang took action. Wang Haotian said coldly. There was also a hint of indifference on Smith's face. The contract between our company and yours will expire in 2 or 3 months. I originally thought that since we have been cooperating for a long time, we should continue. A mutually beneficial and win-win relationship is a good relationship in itself. But your company has this attitude, so don't blame us for being rude. The people standing behind Smith also had gloomy expressions on their faces. It's not like our Green Island Company doesn't have partners. With our chip technology, it's easy to switch suppliers. You guys have to pay the price for doing this, otherwise we will cancel the contract. As they finished speaking, the people on the board also realized the trouble of this matter. If the cooperation is really cancelled, the loss to Green Island Company will not be very serious, but for their company, the loss will definitely be very serious. Outright bankruptcy is not impossible. Without skills, it is easy to be pinned down by the opponent. Chapter 34, Get Out. But, just when everyone was at a loss, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and Bai Yang walked in slowly. There was a look of indifference on his face, and he looked at everyone present. As soon as I saw him, there was a hint of anger on Wang Haotian's face. How dare you come here? Why would I be afraid to come over? I did beat Smith, but people like him deserve to be beaten. If you're not convinced, you can help him out, but I'm telling you, if we don't teach people like them a lesson, we'll be the ones who suffer in the end. Bai Yang said disapprovingly. Smith and his group's faces were filled with anger, and they looked at Bai Yang as if they wanted to kill him. Even in this situation, he still dares to be so arrogant. Well, Bai Yang, since you're so reckless, I don't think there's anything to discuss with your company. It was your company that didn't give us face first. If anything goes wrong in the future, you will be responsible. After saying that, Smith and his group planned to leave. The faces of many board members changed drastically. If Smith and his group really left, their company would definitely be greatly affected. Bai Yang sneered. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to see me make a fool of myself? How about this? After you look at what I have in my hand, it's not too late to leave. Hearing this, Smith and his gang looked at Bai Yang. They were a little confused as to where Bai Yang's confidence came from. Okay, since you're so arrogant, I want to know what you're capable of. Smith sneered. At this time, Bai Yang walked towards a computer not far away. I know that many people here must think that I, Bai Yang, am too arrogant. I even dared to offend Green Island Company. But, I believe everyone here knows that our company has been exploited by the Green Island Group more than once over the years due to technical issues. A large portion of the money we earn every year is taken away by the people of Green Island Group. I believe that no matter who is in the company, facing this situation, they will feel unwilling to accept it. Today, I attacked Smith and those scumbags. It was indeed a bit reckless, but I am not a reckless person. The purpose of attacking them is very simple, that is, our company will not be threatened by them from now on. When he said this, Bai Yang opened the slide beside him, and soon a more complicated chip blueprint appeared in front of everyone. Let our company's engineers explain what's next. I believe that after listening to his explanation, everyone present will understand why I am so confident. Bai Yang walked aside, and a middle-aged man in a suit came over. He was Tang Yuma's confidant and also the technical director of the company. He has absolute say on technical issues. In fact, when Bai Yang found him, he was a little bit unbelievable that Bai Yang could possess such a top secret. This level is really too high. Standing in front of the crowd, Lu Su explained to everyone present. Soon, everyone on the board of directors' faces changed drastically. The drawing in front of me turned out to be a chip blueprint. You must know. The most important thing in chip research and development is the chip blueprint, which is like the core of the technology. Basically, once you master this thing, it will become very easy to produce chips. How is this possible? The chip technology that we in Shenzhou have spent so much time trying to master has now been perfectly portrayed. A shareholder sighed. With this, our company can completely independently produce chips without relying on any other company. Another shareholder said. They all knew that as long as the technical problems were solved, what would Green Island Group matter? Tang Yuma's face was also full of surprise. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Bai Yang actually had such a thing. Where did he get this? No wonder he was so arrogant just now. Tang Yuma took a deep breath, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. There was also some surprise on Wang Haotian's face. He never thought that Bai Yang would have such a thing. Chip blueprint. This is such a precious thing that many companies cannot produce it in their entire lives. Bai Yang actually has it. Smith and his group also had expressions of horror on their faces. The reason they dared to show off in front of Tiantung Group was entirely because their company had technology. Now that their technology has been broken through by Tiantung Group, they have no advantage at all. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could your company develop this kind of chip technology so quickly? Smith couldn't believe it. Their company's engineers had previously calculated that it would take Tianting Group at least 10 years to produce chips. But the fruits of this labor unexpectedly appeared ahead of schedule. There was a hint of indifference on Bai Yang's face. We in China are blessed with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. What does a small chip technology mean to us? You were the ones who said you wanted to terminate your contract with our company. According to the regulations, you need to compensate us. Also, you must apologize to Mr. Tang for what happened today. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to leave so easily. Smith and others' faces changed drastically. They knew that Bai Yang would definitely dare to do such a thing, but when they thought about having to bow their heads, they felt a little reluctant. But Bai Yang quickly walked towards them with a somewhat cold look on his face. He grabbed Smith's collar and crushed him with such force that he couldn't breathe. You're not going to live or die, you're going to apologize or not. Smith's face changed drastically and he nodded quickly. People like him bully the weak and fear the strong. If they really need a powerful person, they dare not confront him too much. More importantly, there is no one in the company willing to help him. Now that the technical problems have been solved, Bai Yang can almost lead the entire company. The purpose of everyone sitting here is to make money. Bai Yang's side can bring them greater benefits, so of course they stand on Bai Yang's side. Smith and others walked towards Tang Yuma tremblingly. They never thought that one day they would be in such a miserable state. They looked at Tang Yuma humbly and said, "Boss Tang, it was our fault before. Please don't take it to heart. Behave yourself when you come to our company next time, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Tang Yuma said indifferently. Smith and others nodded repeatedly. Tang Yuma didn't want to make things look too awkward, get lost. These people nodded and left quickly. After dealing with them, Bai Yang looked towards Wang Haotian with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Chapter 35, Prying Order. Looking into Bai Yang's eyes, Wang Haotian clearly felt a bit of pressure. Bai Yang's aura is too strong. And as he masters core technologies, he is basically on par with major shareholders. And judging from Bai Yang's expression, he seemed very willing to share this technology. Manager Wang, isn't your admiration for foreigners a bit excessive? Bai Yang asked back. Wang Haotian's face looked a little embarrassed. I was just trying to benefit the company. I didn't know you had chip technology. I was abrupt. I apologize for this. Bai Yang sneered, just an apology? Manager Wang's attitude before was so intense that he almost wanted to kick me out of the company. Haotian, you really went a bit too far this time. If you apologize, please be sincere. A shareholder said at this time. That's right, Bai Yang is a hero of our company. Your attitude is a bit disrespectful. Another shareholder said. Wang Haotian looked embarrassed, but he knew that if he didn't apologize, today's matter would not be so easy to resolve. He nodded, walked towards Bai Yang, and lowered his head to apologize to Bai Yang. I'm sorry, I was reckless this time. After apologizing in front of so many people, Wang Haotian felt that his reputation had reached its lowest point, but he had no way to deal with Bai Yang in this situation. It's okay, just be careful next time. If you do this again, I won't let you off so easily. Bai Yang said calmly. Wang Haotian gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to say anything more. He knew that compared to Bai Yang, he really had no right to say anything more. Tang Yuma looked at the members of the board of directors. It's a rare sight for everyone to gather here, and Bai Yang has the technical blueprints. I believe everyone should know what they mean. A chip blueprint is worth at least over $1 billion, and Bai Yang actually provided this to our company. We can't take his things for free. From now on, I propose that Bai Yang be given 30% of the profits from this project, and our company will also pay him a purchase fee of $500 million. I don't know what your intentions are. Tang Yuma looked at the people present and asked. Everyone looked at each other, but after a simple calculation, they all nodded in agreement. Compared with the 500 million yuan purchase funds, they all knew that the importance of this blueprint was far greater. There was also a hint of surprise on Bai Yang's face. He made $500 million just like that. Sky. This speed of making money is simply too fast. Then, Tang Yuma also talked about the company's plans for the second half of the year. It is difficult to convene a board meeting, but this time everyone was brought together by chance. Tang Yuma naturally had to explain some things. After about an hour and a half, the board meeting ended. Tang Yuma and Bai Yang returned to the office. As soon as she entered the office, Tang Yuma locked the door of the room. She looked at Bai Yang with some thoughtful eyes. Bai Yang, where did you get this chip blueprint? There was a hint of helplessness on Bai Yang's face. If I tell you that I drew this myself, would you believe me? Tang Yuma shook his head. If you are only good in one aspect, I would believe it, but if you are so good in so many aspects, I really don't believe it. But forget it, you must have some secrets, but these things are not my business. But I hope you understand that if I develop well, I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. Seeing Tang Yuma's gaze, Bai Yang smiled and nodded slightly. Tang Yuma also nodded, but didn't continue. After staying in the office for a while, Bai Yang left. Not long after, he arrived at his office, but just as he arrived at the office, Lei and I ran over with an anxious look on his face. Manager, something bad has happened. Wang Gao was beaten up because he was competing for business with someone from another team. Lei and I said quickly. Hearing this, Bai Yang's face changed. What's going on? Why would he be beaten? I don't know either. It seems like one of his clients was forcibly poached away, and Wang Gao got angry and started a conflict with the other party. But he didn't expect the other party to be so strong, so a fight broke out. Lei and I explained. You have some skills, but you still bully me. There was a hint of indifference on Bai Yang's face, and he walked straight outside. Lei and I followed beside him. When they arrived at the hall outside, there were quite a few people gathered there. A man in a suit can be seen being knocked to the ground with many wounds on his face. There are several people next to him looking at him with indifference. You're such a fool. You don't have the ability to keep your customers, so why are you pretending to be so high and mighty here? If you have that ability, you should keep the customer instead of yelling at us. A man who was also wearing a suit and had a somewhat defiant look on his face said in a cold voice. There were a few people behind him, and it was obvious that they were in the same group. Shendu, don't you feel guilty about doing these things? We're from the same company. You did this? I spent a lot of money to find that client, and you just lured him to your side at a price below market value. Do you know what you're doing? Wang Gao scolded angrily. Not only did the other party steal his customers, but they also lowered the market price. This is simply destroying the market. Faced with such behavior from the other party, how many people can remain angry? Wang Gao, please don't talk nonsense. When did I ever sell him below the market price? The price stated in the contract is not that. Also, if you're not satisfied, you can go and complain instead of arguing with me here. Also, if you dare to pester me again next time, I promise to beat you so hard that your own mother won't even recognize you. Shendu snorted coldly. Bai Yang walked over at this time, with a somewhat cold look on his face. You're so arrogant. You're clearly the one who stole the order, yet you're so confident about it. It looks like you've done this kind of thing many times. When he saw Bai Yang, Shendu's face showed a hint of fear. He is not afraid of others, but many people in the company know what kind of situation Bai Yang is. He even dares to fight someone like Long Jitao. Face him yourself. There will definitely be some fear. Manager Bai, although Wang Gao is your subordinate, this kind of thing is very normal in the business department. If you want to take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Xiandu asked. It's true that poaching orders is something every business department does, but if you actually sell it below market price, you're disrupting the market, which is a big taboo. Chapter 36, A Slap. There was a slight change in Xiandu's eyes. He also knew that selling the company's business at the lowest price would have a very bad impact. But this is a strategic means to increase one's own performance while affecting the other party's performance. When Xiandu was at a loss, a figure slowly walked out with a cold look on his face. Manager Bai, aren't you going a bit too far? Your employees' orders were stolen, so you slander our employees. You said we sold our products at low prices to compete for sales. Do you have any evidence? Don't say anything without evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation. Wang Wei said coldly. Xiandu was his subordinate, and he was the one he assigned to keep an eye on Bai Yang's men. Naturally, he was happy to steal Bai Yang's order. Hearing this, Bai Yang looked at Wang Wei. He knows. Wang Wei must have also instigated this. This guy is really haunting me. I was wondering how this guy could be so bold. Turns out you're backing him up. But you know whether this is a malicious prying operation or not. Also, the atmosphere in the sales department has become like this. I think the department needs a thorough overhaul. Bai Yang said coldly. A smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. Manager Bai, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you speak? Who do you think you are, investigating the business department? The chairman of the company? In addition, even if you are the chairman of the company, you still need to apply for approval at the board meeting before you can conduct an inventory of a department. You are so arrogant when you say that. There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face, and Lei and I and Wang Gao, who were standing next to him, also had ugly expressions on their faces. You're just a small deputy manager, and you dare to talk to Manager Bai like that? A cold voice sounded at this time. I only saw a few middle-aged men walking towards this side from the elevator. They are all shareholders of Tiantong Group. I have met Bai Yang before at the board meeting. When he saw them, Bai Yang's face showed some surprise. These shareholders are rarely in the company and are basically low-profile people. But it is indeed surprising that they are still in the company so long after the board meeting. Director Huang, Director Li, Director Liu. Seeing them, Wang Wei's face changed and he shouted at them. He still needs to be respectful when facing these people. They are all neutral shareholders in the company. It is no exaggeration to say that if you can get their support in the company, throughout the company, the right to speak and the power to make decisions will be greatly enhanced. You still remember to call us directors. Manager Bai is also a director of our company. How dare you, Wang Wei, speak to him like that? A middle-aged man with a somewhat fat body had a somewhat cold look on his face and looked at Wang Wei and scolded him. Wang Wei's heart trembled. He knew that Bai Yang was a director of the company, but he had Wang Haotian supporting him behind the scenes, so he naturally would not be afraid of Bai Yang. And this was exactly what Wang Haotian meant. Now that other directors of the company are making trouble, how dare he contradict them? Well, I didn't know that Manager Bai was also a director of the company. Besides, this incident itself was Manager Bai wrongly accusing my subordinates. I just came out to say a few more words. Wang Wei said humbly. Some people nearby looked at Wang Wei with a gloating expression. They knew that this time, Wang Wei was probably in trouble. But many people were a little surprised that Bai Yang was actually one of the company's shareholders. This was big news. You're wrongly accusing your subordinates. Wang Wei, don't think that others don't know what you did. Bai Yang's words are well-founded, and didn't your subordinates sign the contract with Mr. Lin of the metal company? Boss Lin still owes me hundreds of millions. If there's really nothing wrong with your men, then I'm going to call and ask them about it. A middle-aged man with a rather fat body said. His name is Li Qiuhua and he owns 1.3% of the company. Only. He not only has shares in this company, but also has investments in many other industries. His personal assets are around 60 to 70 billion yuan. He is also considered the number one figure in Shanghai. Wang Wei's face changed drastically. He didn't expect these shareholders to help Bai Yang so much. Bai Yang also looked at them. He knew that there would be no goodwill without reason in this world. These people suddenly stood up to help him, they must have their own purpose. But no matter what, Bai Yang is willing to accept his kindness if he is willing to stand up at this juncture. Wang Wei, let me ask you again, are any of your men maliciously stealing orders? Li Qiuhua asked again. This, I really don't know. Wang Wei's heart was in turmoil. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. Good. Li Qiuhua snorted coldly, took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon the call was connected and Mr. Lin's voice came from the phone. Mr. Li, how come you have time to call me today? Lao Lin, I have something I want to ask you. Your company recently signed a contract, but it was intercepted by one of our salesmen midway through. I'd like to know if there's anything fishy going on here. Li Qiuhua asked directly. Mr. Lin on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned for a moment, but after a moment's hesitation, he told Li Qiuhua truthfully, there's definitely something fishy about this order. The other party promised me a price lower than the market price and asked me to sign the contract with him. But Lao Li, you can't blame me. I'm also a businessman, and business is of course based on profit, right? Li Qiuhua nodded, okay, I don't blame you, I just want to ask some questions. That's all for now. I have something else to take care of here. After saying that, Li Qiuhua hung up the phone and looked at Wang Wei in front of him. Wang Wei's face changed drastically, and his heart was in turmoil. He knew that something bad was going to happen. But he was not an ordinary person. He immediately turned around and slapped Xian Du in the face. You bastard, I trusted you so much, and this is how you act. Xiandu was blown away, some blood flowed out from his teeth, and there was a look of fear on his face. He knows. If this matter is exposed, the company will punish him severely. He also didn't dare to give Wang Wei away. Wang Wei is an old employee in the company and has people above him. If there is no solid evidence, ordinary people cannot touch him. But if he revealed that this matter was related to Wang Wei, he would be finished. Yes, I'm sorry, manager, I didn't recognize the real talent. Chen Du begged for mercy repeatedly. Apologizing is enough. You're such a fool. The company has been so good to you, and this is how you repay them. Do you know what the consequences are for disrupting the market? Wang Wei shouted loudly. Xiandu didn't dare to respond at all. He knew there was nothing he could say about these things. Chapter 37, The Entanglement from Suingnan. I'm sorry, Director Li. This is all my fault for not disciplining my child properly. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Wang Wei turned around at this time and said to Li Qiuhua with a look of disappointment. It's no use apologizing to me. You guys provoked Bai Yang in this matter. If you want to apologize, go and tell Bai Yang. Also, a lowly employee dared to use such tactics to steal orders. I feel this sales department really needs to be investigated. Li Qiuhua narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, every company has some problems. However, some problems will not have too big an impact and can also promote the development of the entire department. The people above have always turned a blind eye. But if you want to be serious about it, there will definitely be many people who will accept punishment. The expressions of some people in the business department changed a little. They know it too. Once the business department is inspected, I wonder how many people will lose their jobs. Let's put the business department's inventory on hold for a while. Bai Yang said at this time that he had indeed wanted to thoroughly investigate the entire business department, but he also found that if he really investigated the business department, many problems would be involved. Adding more. There are some issues in the business department that are essential. If the entire company is too clean, problems are more likely to arise. Where there is darkness, the competition becomes more intense. So, within a reasonable range, give the other party some living space. But Qiandu, not only did you maliciously steal the order, you also assaulted someone here. The consequences of what you did are serious. Bai Yang looked at Qiandu at this time. Qiandu's legs were trembling. He knows. If this matter is dealt with seriously, he could end up in jail. He was also a student from a prestigious university and had no intention of going to jail at such a young age. He hurried to Bai Yang. Bang! He slapped himself twice, with a look of pity on his face. Manager Bai, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have stolen the order, and I shouldn't have hit Wang Gao. It's not easy for me either. I came to Shanghai alone to work hard. Now I'm 31 and I don't dare to get married. I'm doing this for a living. Manager Bai, I beg you, please show some mercy, okay? Qiandu pleaded. He knew that his fate was entirely in Bai Yang's hands. I'm afraid to get married at 31, and there are many people in the company who don't dare to get married. When you do these things, do you think about others? Didn't Wang Gao come to Shanghai alone to work hard? And he's a new employee. If his performance doesn't meet the standards, he'll be fired. He stayed up late every day, running around everywhere to get the orders, and you used this method to steal them away. Do you feel guilty about it? There was a hint of coldness on Bai Yang's face. When he looked at Qiandu, there was no mercy. In his opinion, people like Qiandu did not deserve his easy forgiveness. Qiandu's face was full of horror. He knows. It's over for me. You guys take him away and conduct a thorough investigation into his actions over the years at his post, and then follow the rules and regulations. Bai Yang looked at the security guards not far away and said. The security guards nodded. After knowing Bai Yang's identity, they obviously respected him much more. And you, Wang Wei, I'm letting you go this time, but that doesn't mean I can't deal with you. Some things will be easily exposed if you do them too much. If you want to compete with me, Bai Yang, I believe that your future will only get worse. Bai Yang said coldly. Wang Wei's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Li Qiuhua and others also looked at Wang Wei, with obvious unfriendly expressions. Thank you all for what happened today. Bai Yang looked at Li Qiuhua and others with a look of gratitude in his eyes. Bai Yang, you're being rude when you say that. Actually, we have something to talk to you about. Do you have time tonight? Let's get together. I'll reserve a table at Suiyun Tower. Li Qiuhua asked with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Yang hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. He knew very well that it was good to make more friends when going out. And people like Li Qiuhua are not ordinary people. Having more contact with them will be of great benefit to oneself. After confirming the time, they left one after another. Bai Yang glanced at Wang Gao and said, "Treat the wound and don't be so reckless in the future." Kindness. Wang Gao nodded, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Bai Yang didn't say much and just turned and left. Night. Bai Yang dealt with some matters in the company and planned to leave. But just when I arrived at the company door, I saw a hot figure standing not far away. She was wearing a helmet, giving people the feeling of a motorcycle girl. When she saw Bai Yang, she took off her helmet with a look of joy on her face. Bai Yang. When Bai Yang saw her, he was obviously a little ashamed. Su Yingnan. This guy disappeared for a few days and came to find me again. Why are you here? Looking at him, Bai Yang asked. Look at you, you're so heartless when you speak. Don't I miss you? Why, don't you miss me? Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang and asked. What do you have in mind? Bai Yang asked back. I'm telling you, you're such a straight man. I came to you right after I finished my work. Besides, thanks to you last time, we were able to capture that killer alive and get a lot of information. I was even commended by my superiors. There was a hint of pride on Su Yingnan's face. Congratulations. Bai Yang smiled. What's there to congratulate? Come on, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Su Yingnan said. No, I have a date tonight. Bai Yang refused. Where are you going? Are you going to have dinner with Tang Yuma? I'm telling you, no. Su Yingnan jumped directly out of the car and hugged Bai Yang's arm. She had a curvy figure and her breasts were very big. Suddenly, Bai Yang had a strange feeling. But he quickly broke free. There are so many people here. What are you doing? Bai Yang said quickly. Anyway, you can't go to dinner with Tang Yuma. Su Yingnan said again. I didn't go to dinner with her, I just happened to have a dinner party. Bai Yang was speechless. What dinner party? Otherwise, I'll go with you. Su Yingnan was very excited. Looking at her, Bai Yang's face showed some hesitation. He knew that Su Yingnan was a person who was very good at pestering others. Although she looks a bit like a boy and is cool, in front of Bai Yang, she is almost like an annoying little goblin. It's a dinner with several shareholders of the company. If you want to go, then come along. Bai Yang said calmly. Good. Su Yingnan's face was filled with excitement, and he immediately pulled Bai Yang onto his motorcycle. Chapter 38 Yida Group Shareholders. Bai Yang originally wanted to drive there by himself. After all, he was a man worth over 100 million yuan. After moving into Tang Yuma's villa, he also bought himself a car worth over 1 million yuan. But Su Yingnan's look made it difficult for him to refuse. Only. While sitting on the motorcycle, Bai Yang was a little hesitant. He suddenly realized that after getting on the car, he didn't know where to put his hands. Su Yingnan's motorcycle is a racing motorcycle for women. Under normal circumstances, only one person will sit there. After Bai Yang sat down, his body instinctively leaned against Su Yingnan, and he could clearly feel the body temperature coming from the other person. But without an armrest, Bai Yang had no idea where to put his hands. Are you still so shy? What are you standing there for? Hold my waist. Su Yingnan said directly. Bai Yang was a little helpless, but he still reached out and held Su Yingnan's waist. To be honest, Su Yingnan's waist is extremely soft, and the thickness is just right. After Bai Yang got his hands on it, he clearly felt something different. There was a hint of blush on Su Yingnan's face. It was the first time she was so bold as to let a boy hold her waist. Only. There was more of a joy in her heart. But they also didn't notice that just as the two of them were riding away, a figure happened to pass by, and she actually took a picture of the two of them with her mobile phone. After about 20 minutes, the motorcycle arrived at Suiyun Pavilion. This is a 6-star hotel in Shanghai. It is very large, and most of the waiters inside are wearing ancient costumes, giving people a strong sense of contrast. When Bai Yang got out of the car, Suingnan took off his helmet and a blush appeared on his face. It was actually her first time riding a motorcycle with a boy. Just beginning. She was just a little shy, but the more she went on, the more she realized something was wrong. Because she clearly noticed that the racing motorcycle itself was relatively small, and the two of them were relatively close, so she could sometimes feel Bai Yang's breath hitting her helmet. And Bai Yang's figure is much better than she imagined. This walking hormone is killer for most women. A hint of shyness flashed in his eyes, but Su Yingnan quickly adjusted himself. Which private room are we going to? Su Yingnan asked. It seems to be number 1. Bai Yang said. Su Yingnan nodded. The two figures walked inside. But just as they arrived at the private room, a murderous aura enveloped them. They found out. Inside the box, Tang Yuma looked at them with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. When he saw Tang Yuma, Bai Yang's face was also a little surprised. Why is she here too? Su Yingnan's expression changed slightly. She thought Bai Yang was having dinner with the shareholders, but unexpectedly, Tang Yuma was also there. Only those shareholders didn't expect that Bai Yang would bring other girls here. After they invited Bai Yang, they also invited Tang Yuma. Originally, they all thought Tang Yuma would not come. In the past, Tang Yuma was rather disgusted with this kind of dinner party, but when she heard that Bai Yang would come, she agreed. Originally, she wanted to have dinner with Bai Yang. But Bai Yang actually brought other girls with him, which made her very uncomfortable. Ahem, this one should be your sister. Li Qiuhua tried to smooth things over. Several shareholders nearby also looked a little embarrassed. What sister? I'm his future wife. Su Yingnan said directly. Bai Yang's expression changed. Don't listen to her nonsense, she's just the type of person who likes to joke around. Is everyone here? Let's eat. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. Almost everyone in the box had arrived, and only 2 seats where Tang Yuma was sitting were empty. The figure walked towards her and Bai Yang sat down. Su Yingnan also sat next to him. In the entire box, Bai Yang was surrounded by beauties on both sides. The others looked at it with envy. But they knew that this kind of good fortune was not something that ordinary people could enjoy. You're really capable. You found a new employer so quickly. Tang Yuma's eyes were a little cold, and he spoke to Bai Yang in a low voice. No, she just happened to come to see me. Bai Yang explained. But just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in the soft flesh on his left side. Bai Yang took a breath of cold air. I'm afraid Tang Yuma is born in the year of the crab. This force is too amazing. I'm telling you, you're still my husband. If you keep going like this, you'll see how I'm going to deal with you. Tang Yuma said coldly. Bai Yang nodded repeatedly, but Su Yingnan next to him was unhappy. She hugged Bai Yang's arms, as if she was relying on him. Bai Yang, don't forget what I said, you are mine, no one can take you away. Bai Yang was embarrassed. He wanted to pull his hand out of the other person's hand, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. Just when he was in a dilemma, a somewhat rough voice came from outside. I say, this is such a rubbish hotel, why is the service attitude so bad? Don't you know to show me the way? And you still want me to look everywhere. That's it. The door of the box was opened, and a middle-aged man with a rather burly figure, thick hair on his face, and who looked to be about 40 years old walked in. 2 waiters followed behind him, and there were 2 slap marks on his face, obviously from being beaten by the middle-aged man. See him. Several people present stood up. He is a partner of our company and one of the shareholders of Yida Group. His name is Peng Hongkai. Tang Yuma whispered in Bai Yang's ear. After hearing this, Bai Yang finally realized that today's party might not be as easy as he had imagined. After Peng Hongkai entered the private room, he sat down casually. When he saw Su Yingnan and Tang Yuma, there was a hint of passion in his eyes. It's the best. Both are top-notch. It would be a blessing to see one beauty like this on the street, but this time he actually saw 2. This is something that really excites boys. I say, Lali, you are such a dishonest person. After Peng Hongkai sat down, he spoke directly to Li Qiuhua. General Peng, what do you mean? Li Qiuhua asked. You know I like beautiful women. Look, you guys are all grown men. I'm already doing you a great favor by letting me have dinner with you. You all know the strength of our Yida group. But, you found two beautiful women and asked them to sit next to a sissy instead of putting them next to me. Isn't that a bit too much? Peng Hongkai said directly. She is very interested in both Su Yingnan and Tang Yuma. Although he knew Tang Yuma's identity, it didn't mean that he was afraid of anything. Relying on the backing of Yida Group, he has done countless things, and few people in Shanghai dare to provoke him easily. Chapter 39 Arrogant General Peng. After he said this, the expressions of many people present changed. Su Yingnan stared at the other person. The guy in front of me speaks in a really arrogant tone. He actually wanted me to accompany him. You must know. Back then, in a certain team, the son of an elder wanted to ask her out, but she refused. Where does this guy in front of me get the confidence to say such things? Bai Yang also looked at the other party. Obviously, the other party's words made him feel a little offended. Boss Peng, we're just here to discuss cooperation for next quarter. Furthermore, our company has a brand new technology that will definitely benefit your company. Li Qiuhua said quickly. Business is easy to negotiate. As long as I'm happy, you can discuss whatever you want. But your attitude makes it difficult for me to continue the conversation. Peng Hongkai shook his head slightly, with a helpless look on his face. Li Qiuhua and others' expressions changed slightly. They all know. Yida Group is a large supplier, and if Peng Hongkai has this attitude, it will have a significant impact on their company. Mr. Peng, right? Bai Yang looked at him with a somewhat indifferent expression on his face. Why, do you have any opinion about me? Peng Hongkai asked back. I don't have any objections, but since you are a shareholder of Yida Group, it's reasonable for you to serve Yida Group, right? Bai Yang said calmly. Yes, I should indeed serve Yida Group, but as a person, I do business more based on my mood. When you are in a good mood, business will go smoothly. When you are in a bad mood, business will not go smoothly. Boy, I'm not afraid to tell you, if you know what's good for you today, give me your position. Otherwise, it's unknown whether our Yida Group will cooperate with your company in the future. Peng Hongkai spoke carelessly, not taking the people at the table seriously at all. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. It seems that Mr. Peng is not here to discuss business today, but to have fun. Peng Hongkai scratched his ears, a little impatient. Stop talking nonsense. If you agree, we'll continue. If you don't agree, then that's it for today. Li Qiuhua and the others all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. I say, you guy, don't go too far. There was a hint of anger on Su Yingnan's face. She has always had a hot temper and can't stand people like this. You want to tease girls right from the start. Do you really think these women are easy to mess with? Yo, she's a hot girl, not bad, I like her. How about going for a ride with me tonight? I'll let you do whatever you want in this magical city. There was a hint of excitement on Peng Hongkai's face. He liked Su Yingnan even more this way. You son of a bitch, do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Su Yingnan rushed forward in one step. The faces of the people present changed drastically. They didn't expect Su Yingnan to be so hot-tempered. But Su Yingnan was very fast and ordinary people couldn't stop her at all. When she came in front of Peng Hongkai, she attacked him fiercely. But there was a sharp glint in Peng Hongkai's eyes. Bang! Bang! When the two fought, Peng Hongkai's skills were not worse than Su Yingnan's at all. You must know. Su Yingnan has also received professional training since childhood, and ordinary people are no match for her. But it is really surprising that Peng Hongkai has such skills. You've got some skills. But compared to me, you're still a little behind. Just when Su Yingnan raised his hand to strike him with a tiger palm, Peng Hongkai moved, took out a black pistol, and pointed it directly at Su Yingnan's forehead. Everyone present looked terribly changed. Boss Peng. The little girl is ignorant. Please forgive her mistakes. Li Qiuhua said quickly. The rest of the group also hurriedly tried to dissuade him. They knew that Peng Hongkai was a very extreme person. Once he is unhappy, he is likely to do anything. Over the years, he has been warned countless times by the Yida Group Board of Directors because of his personality. But Peng Hongkai has a complicated background and has some connections with the four major families in Longdu. That's why Yida Group didn't dare to do anything to him. Tang Yuma's expression also changed. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. It is no secret that Peng Hongkai carries a gun. I don't know where this guy got the gun license from, so he dares to be so unscrupulous. Su Yingnan's expression changed slightly. She actually didn't expect that Peng Hongkai was so brave. Bai Yang's eyes were cold as he stared at the other person. What I hate most is people who attack me. If you dare to attack me, you must pay the price. Peng Hongkai snorted coldly and pulled the trigger, as if he was going to do something. Bang! Bai Yang's figure appeared in an instant, before Peng Hongkai could react. Bai Yang's fist hit him hard. Peng Hongkai was knocked flying and the gun in his hand fell into Bai Yang's hand. Click! In less than a second, the gun was dismantled by Bai Yang. An exquisite gun was turned into a pile of parts. Bai Yang, never thought that there would be people like you in this world. Do you really think you can act recklessly just because you have some background? I'm telling you, there's someone in this world who can cure you. Bai Yang said coldly. Peng Hongkai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Interesting. You actually dared to attack me. It seems like your Tianting group has really grown big. But it doesn't matter. You're so arrogant. If I don't make you pay the price, all these years in the Magic City will be in vain. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Because he noticed that this guy was actually planning to call the police. Boy, I have a gun license, so I can carry a gun, but you don't have a gun license, and you actually destroyed my gun. This is a serious crime. There was a hint of pride on Peng Hongkai's face. In his opinion, Bai Yang would never have a good life. He has 100 ways to make Bai Yang pay a heavy price. Su Yingnan's face looked very ugly. She could see that this was not the first time Peng Hongkai used this method. The confrontation between the few people lasted less than 10 minutes. A group of people rushed into the box quickly. They received the report and arrived quickly. Looking at the people in front of him, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and Su Yingnan's face became even colder. Chapter 40 Chip Optimized Version. After these people came to the box, their expressions changed a little. He could see that everyone present was extraordinary. But when he saw Peng Hongkai, his expression changed slightly. They all knew who Peng Hongkai was. This kind of person had a gun license, and ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. Captain Joe, these people are so brave. Not only did they steal my things, but they also beat me up like this. Look at the things on the ground. This kid took them apart. What do you think we should do? Peng Hongkai stood up with a somewhat defiant look on his face. There was no surveillance in the box, so he could say whatever he wanted. More importantly, it was indeed Bai Yang who had messed up his pistol like this. The middle-aged man's face changed. He certainly knew what it meant for ordinary people to snatch guns. What's your name? Do you know what you did wrong? Zhou Chang scolded. The men behind him were also staring at Bai Yang with eager eyes. He intended to hurt someone, and I defended myself. Is there a problem? Bai Yang asked back. Illegally disassembling a gun is illegal, did you know that? Zhou Chang said angrily. As soon as the words fell, the people around him felt like taking action against Bai Yang. Of course it's illegal for ordinary people to illegally dismantle a gun. But just now, you pointed a gun at my head, and Bai Yang was trying to protect me. How should I explain this? There was a hint of coldness on Su Yingnan's face. Zhou Chang looked at Su Yingnan. Who are you? My name is Su Yingnan, and this is my ID. After saying that, Su Yingnan took out a black ID. Zhou Chang's face changed drastically. That is a certificate from a special department. The identity of Su Yingnan in front of him is definitely not simple. Peng Hongkai's expression also changed slightly. He is not an ordinary person, so of course he knows what Su Yingnan's ID means. It's true that he has a gun license, but if he points a gun at someone like me, whose problem is that? Also, it's a serious crime for ordinary people to dismantle a gun, but he's my future husband and my trusted confidant. With that status, there shouldn't be any problem for him to dismantle a gun, right? Su Yingnan asked back. Zhou Chang's expression changed slightly, and he nodded, no problem. That's good. This guy attacked me illegally. You know what to do with him, right? Su Yingnan pointed at Peng Hongkai and asked. Zhou Chang nodded and looked at Peng Hongkai. Mr. Peng, we need you to go back with us for investigation. Let me be investigated. I am the special consultant of your law enforcement team. Unless the super captain of the law enforcement team personally gives the order, no one of you can take me away. Peng Hongkai scolded. Bai Yang and others did not expect that Peng Hongkai actually had so many identities. No wonder he was so confident. Really? If that's the case, I'll have Super Captain give the order himself. Suingnan snorted coldly, took out her cell phone and dialed a number directly. The super captain of this law enforcement team is basically equivalent to the Magic City headquarters. He is in a high position and has great power, and it is impossible for ordinary people to know him. The fact that Suingnan could actually call him also shows that Suingnan's identity is not simple. After a phone call, Zhou Chang's cell phone rang. After answering the call, Zhou Chang's face changed drastically. It really was the president's call. After a few simple words, Zhou Chang hung up the phone and looked at Peng Hongkai with cold eyes. Come with us. The commander-in-chief has ordered that your advisory status be revoked. You must fully cooperate with our investigation. Hearing this, Peng Hongkai's expression changed a little. He didn't expect that Suingnan had such ability. Okay, Peng Hongkai, will remember what happened today. Don't give me a chance. When I get out, you'll see how I deal with you. Peng Hongkai scolded angrily. Bang! Zhou Chang punched him in the stomach. He had already been injured by Bai Yang, and he didn't expect Zhou Chang to attack him. Peng Hongkai's face suddenly showed pain. At this moment, you still dare to threaten the witness. Take him away from me. I suspect he has violent tendencies. We need to investigate his gun license to see if it meets the requirements. Zhou Chang said coldly. Several law enforcement officers stepped forward, grabbed Peng Hongkai, and brought him away. Don't worry, Captain Su. I will thoroughly investigate what happened today and will definitely give you justice. Zhou Chang promised Suingnan. Good. Suingnan nodded. She knew that Zhou Chang was also following the rules and there was nothing to make things difficult for him. After a few more brief words, Zhou Chang and others took Peng Hongkai away. Only. Everyone in the box looked a little depressed. Li Qiuhua laughed dryly a few times. I can't believe that Bai Yang, you actually know such a person. Bai Yang noticed the change in his expression and asked, Are you worried about Peng Hongkai's revenge? Li Qiuhua nodded. It is true that Peng Hongkai was wrong in what happened today, but he is a shareholder of Yida Group. Many people in the company need to give him some face. At the same time, he also has an extraordinary background. Originally, I invited you here to discuss our next cooperation plan. With our company's chip advantages, we can definitely negotiate a lower price. Speaking of this, Li Qiuhua's face showed a bit of helplessness. If this happens, the cooperation with Yida Group is likely to fail. And there is a possibility that their company will run into some trouble. This is not what they want to see. There's nothing to worry about. I only took out the chip blueprint at the company before, but I haven't sent you the optimized version of the chip yet. Technology is king. As long as we have the technology and resources, I believe many companies will be willing to cooperate with us. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. That's how the internet age works. User experience always comes first. You will know whether the chip is good or not after using it for a period of time. Li Qiuhua and others' expressions changed slightly. At this time, Bai Yang sent some optimized version information to their mobile phones. When they saw the message on the phone, Li Qiuhua and others' expressions changed a little. Tang Yuma's eyes were fixed on the message, and there was a hint of surprise on her pretty face. Bai Yang, are you sure you can do this? Li Qiuhua asked in disbelief. According to the solution provided by Bai Yang, the performance of the chips they produced can be optimized by 5%. Don't underestimate this 5%. The cost of each chip is about the same, but the overall performance is improved by 5%. What a huge advantage this is. Even the Huaning chip group, which is several times stronger than their Tiantung group, can only achieve the same cost and a performance improvement of 1%. A 5% performance optimization will definitely make the chips produced by their company technologically ahead of the domestic chip industry by about 3 years. It's hard for their company not to make money. Chapter 41 Chasing the Bandits. Of course. Bai Yang said calmly. There was a slight change on the faces of everyone present. They knew that with this kind of technology, they didn't need to compromise at all. Many companies that need chips will actively find them. Li Qiuhua took a deep breath and looked at Bai Yang seriously. Bai Yang, it's really an honor for our company to have a talent like you. Then he turned around and looked at Tang Yuma. Boss Tang, how about we hold a board meeting tomorrow to discuss this matter? There was a hint of consideration in Tang Yuma's eyes. There's no need for that right now. Our company has the technology, so we don't have to worry about making money. Right now, there's only one thing we need to do. For a moment, there was a hint of sharpness in Tang Yuma's eyes. Everyone present knew what Tang Yuma meant. These people originally remained neutral. But since Bai Yang was able to come up with this technology, their interests would be protected in the future, so they would naturally be willing to stand on Tang Yuma's side. Boss Tang, if you need anything, just tell me. Li Qiuhua said. Tang Yuma nodded. She understood what Li Qiuhua meant. She looked at Bai Yang. To be honest, her feelings towards him were complicated. On the one hand, I admire his excellence, but on the other hand, I feel a little worried. A boy like him will definitely be pursued by many people in the future. With my ability, is it possible for me to be with him in the future? Afterwards, they had a simple meal and discussed some future developments. Bai Yang didn't quite understand this, so he didn't interrupt. After dinner, Bai Yang and the others left. Original. Bai Yang was planning to go with Tang Yuma, but Su Yingnan kept pulling him to sit in her car. Bai Yanggyo had no choice but to agree. Sitting in Su Yingnan's car, there was a hint of excitement on Su Yingnan's face. She could actually see that Bai Yang seemed to be much better than she had imagined. Bai Yang, I find that I seem to like you more and more. Bai Yang felt a little embarrassed. Can't you be more tactful when you speak? But Su Yingnan quickly stopped the motorcycle at this time. She turned around and looked at Bai Yang with a smile on her face. Suddenly, her red lips moved towards Bai Yang. Bai Yang dodged quickly. What are you doing? Bai Yang was shocked. This woman actually wanted to take advantage of him. Nothing. I want to kiss you. Su Yingnan said excitedly, and then she stretched out her hand to grab Bai Yang, but how could Bai Yang let her do so he quickly dodged. The two of them came and went, but Su Yingnan didn't even touch the corner of Bai Yang's clothes. For a moment, Su Yingnan's face showed a bit of anger. You bastard. Bai Yang shrugged, as if to indicate that it would not be so easy to take advantage of him. Ding ding. At this moment, a small device on Su Yingnan's body rang. I'm reporting an urgent tip. A criminal gang is on the run on National Highway 334. Enforcement officers along the way are to stop them immediately if they spot them. The gang's license plate is 23134. I'm reporting an urgent tip. A criminal gang is on the run on National Highway 334. Enforcement officers along the way are to stop them immediately if they spot them. The gang's license plate is 23134. I'm reporting an urgent tip. A criminal gang is on the run on National Highway 334. Enforcement officers along the way are to stop them immediately if they spot them. The gang's license plate is 23134. Voices rang out one after another. Su Yingnan's face changed. As a member of the law enforcement team and also a member of the special department, she has a strong sense of justice. Of course, she had to take this kind of communication seriously. Whoosh! Just as she was about to join the pursuit, a black car rushed past them at an extremely fast speed. Su Yingnan's expression changed. Why is that car going so fast? But Bai Yang jumped onto the motorcycle in one step. This is the getaway vehicle, get in now. Su Yingnan nodded and quickly sat behind Bai Yang. Their bodies fit together so well that Bai Yang could feel some amazing elasticity, but he didn't bother to pay attention to it. He started the motorcycle. With a whoosh, the vehicle rushed forward as fast as a sharp sword. Su Yingnan was startled by Bai Yang's actions. Bai Yang is very good at riding a bike. She put her arms around Bai Yang's waist and couldn't help asking, Bai Yang, can you ride this kind of racing motorcycle? But when she asked, Bai Yang actually stepped on the accelerator and the whole car rushed out at an extremely fast speed. And Bai Yang turned on the racing mode of the motorcycle. The car speed soared several levels in an instant. This racing motorcycle has a valve switch that allows for instant acceleration. The speed of the entire car reached over 170 miles per hour. Such a speed gives people an extreme sense of insecurity. Su Yingnan grabbed Bai Yang's waist tightly, and she felt her heart beating in her throat. Quick! Too fast! She usually rides this kind of motorcycle at a maximum speed of 160 miles per hour. Bai Yang drove at 170 miles per hour as soon as he got on the road. This speed made her feel a little uneasy. And after the car speed increased, a bend soon appeared. Seeing this scene, Suingnan felt his heartbeat speed increased several times. This is a curve. But Bai Yang had no intention of slowing down, and the car speed continued to soar. Not long. The car's speed reached more than 190 miles per hour. Bai Yang controlled the car body and turned in a rather thrilling way by pushing sideways. This kind of extreme control over the car is simply not something that ordinary people can do. Even professional drivers may not be able to achieve such consistency. But Bai Yang, who possesses the consciousness of a super soldier king, can do this easily. Because he has amazing control over various vehicles, and even at high speeds, he can still control the trajectory of his vehicle. Whoosh! The car turned into a black shadow and sped past. When the car speed increased to 230 miles per hour, they saw the back of the black car. The car was also driving very fast, but there was a clear gap between their speed and Bai Yang's. When Suingnan hugged Bai Yang, she actually felt a sense of security in her heart, as if as long as Bai Yang stayed by her side, she would feel a little more at ease. For a moment, her love for Bai Yang increased a little more. I vaguely have the idea that I must marry him. The speeding black car also noticed Bai Yang, who was chasing closely behind it. The expressions of the gangsters in the car changed a little. Boss, there's a bastard behind us, and he seems to be coming for us. Chapter 42 I Don't Like Girls. The gangster who was driving was a bearded man, about 40 years old, with a fierce look in his eyes. He is a professional driver. This car was also modified by him. I originally thought that after committing the crime, I could easily avoid being caught by everyone with my driving skills, but I didn't expect that a black motorcycle would catch up with me. This idiot, if he wants to die, then let him go. The bearded man said coldly. The gangster next to him nodded, took out a rifle and observed Bai Yang's position through the rearview mirror. Just as Bai Yang's car was speeding forward, he suddenly turned the gun and aimed at Bai Yang, and then there was a bang. The ammunition was fired towards Bai Yang. Bai Yang and Suingnan both lowered their heads. Bullets flew past them. Because of the high-speed movement, the gun's aiming is not that accurate. There was a trace of fear on Suingnan's face. If the bullet had hit anywhere, they would have been in danger. Nowadays, the speed of cars has reached more than 200 miles per hour. A small stone can cause the car to crash and people to die. You can't even miss, blind man. The person in the back car said sarcastically. The car was going too fast, but next time I will definitely kill him. The man holding the rifle said immediately. Bang! He fired a few more shots at Bai Yang. But Bai Yang just managed to dodge it every time. This kid is quite capable. The bearded man who had been observing Bai Yang had a cold look on his face. He could see that Bai Yang could still accurately dodge the bullets at this speed. Although this also has something to do with the blind man's shooting skills. But being able to achieve this level, it can be seen that Bai Yang's driving skills are definitely not simple. But there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Even if Bai Yang is very powerful, they drive a car, which gives them a natural advantage. You are such a fool. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Looking forward, there was a hint of coldness in the bearded man's eyes. He had already walked this path early in the morning. So, he knew very well what the road ahead was. Just when the car reached a corner, the bearded man slowed down. He knows. Bai Yang's driving skills are good, but he should also slow down when making sharp turns. But what he didn't expect was, just as his car speed slowed down, whoosh! There was a sound of braking through the air, and the motorcycle ridden by Bai Yang actually passed directly from his left. Bai Yang also looked at them with a cold look in his eyes. The expressions of Big Beard and the others changed slightly. They could all feel the murderous aura coming from Bai Yang. Do you have anything on you? While driving at high speed, Bai Yang asked Suingnan. There's a dagger. Give me. Suingnan handed the dagger in her shoe to Bai Yang, which she used for self-defense. Holding a dagger in his hand, Bai Yang was still driving very fast. He used the rearview mirror to look at the car behind him, holding the dagger in his hand. Laugh. The dagger in his hand was dropped. Bang! A dull voice sounded. The car, which was originally speeding, suddenly skidded and hit the guardrail on the side. The entire car rolled over several times and the body of the car was upside down. Bai Yang stopped the motorcycle with a shinong drift. He looked towards the car not far away. Black smoke was coming out of the black car, and the people inside were not sure whether they were dead or alive. There was a look of horror on Su Yingnan's face. How did do it? How did Bai Yang do it just now? She only saw Bai Yang throwing the dagger, but she didn't see where the dagger landed. Be careful, Bai Yang said softly. Su Yingnan nodded. The two figures slowly walked towards the car. Several groans were heard from inside the car. I only saw a gangster stumbling out from inside. When Su Yingnan saw this, he rushed over and kicked the gun out of his hand. Blood spurted out of the bandit's mouth and there was a look of pain on his face. The other bandits were mostly seriously injured. When Su Yingnan saw the specific situation inside, there was horror on her face. Because she noticed that the bearded man in the cab had a dagger stuck in his chest. This is a speed of more than 200 miles per hour. Bai Yang was able to actually drop the dagger into the bearded man's chest. If Su Yingnan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The accuracy is still a little off. It's a pity for Bai Yang. He originally wanted to save Big Beard's life, but at high speed, he couldn't control the distance and accidentally killed Big Beard. Bai Yang, how did you do that? Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang in disbelief and asked. Just calculate the vehicle speed and wind speed. When a vehicle is traveling at high speed, it has a very strong collision force. The front end of the dagger is quite sharp, so it shouldn't be too difficult to do this, Bai Yang said calmly. But when Su Yingnan saw Bai Yang, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. This man. It's too powerful. Thinking of this, Su Yingnan secretly swore in her heart that she must catch Bai Yang. If she misses such a man, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Taking out his cell phone, Su Yingnan called the law enforcement team. About half an hour later, several cars drove over. Seeing this scene, the faces of the law enforcement team members changed a little. And when they learned how these people were dealt with, there was a hint of shock in their eyes. Only a man with extremely high driving skills can do this. Looking at Bai Yang, they were obviously a little odd. The man in front of me was incredibly strong. Bai Yang didn't care about these at all, because to him it was just a trivial thing. After finishing the record, Bai Yang followed Su Yingnan and left. Su Yingnan made another contribution by catching the bandits. When the vehicle entered the residential complex, Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang with a hint of excitement on his face. Her big eyes twinkled, and there was a hint of charm in her look. Bai Yang. Seeing her like this, Bai Yang felt a little ashamed. What's the matter with you? Well, what kind of girls do you like? Su Yingnan asked. What kind of girl? Bai Yang scratched his head, a look of helplessness on his face. I don't like girls. Su Yingnan's face changed drastically. You like men? Bai Yang was speechless. What are you thinking about? I just don't want to think about those things right now, so there's no girl I like. Su Yingnan breathed a sigh of relief. Then what's going on between you and Tang Yuma? Me and her. It's a bit complicated to explain, I'll tell you when I have the chance. Bai Yang smiled and prepared to get out of the car. But at this time, Su Yingnan also jumped out of the car, grabbed Bai Yang directly, and kissed him. Chapter 43 Angry Peng Hong Kai. Bai Yang was obviously startled by her action. He quickly retreated. But there was a step right behind him. Su Yingnan rushed towards him and fell directly on top of him. Bai Yang fell to the ground. The two of them rolled on the ground several times and arrived at the gate of the villa. Su Yingnan's face was slightly flushed, and she looked at Bai Yang with a bit of shyness. Bai Yang. Looking at Bai Yang under her, Su Yingnan kissed Bai Yang. But at this moment, a murderous aura as tangible as a substance enveloped them. Su Yingnan felt a chill on his back and looked to the side. They only saw a figure at the gate of the villa looking at them with a somewhat cold expression. When he saw this figure, Su Yingnan's expression changed slightly. Bai Yang also looked at her. Tang Yuma. She actually came out. After the two left the hotel, Tang Yuma waited for them at home. But unexpectedly, Bai Yang and Su Yingnan didn't come back for such a long time. Finally, I saw some lights approaching this way. But what she didn't expect was Bai Yang and Su Yingnan were actually rolling on the ground, their postures were extremely ambiguous. Bai Yang quickly pushed Su Yingnan away. He was a little overwhelmed by such a proactive person. There was a hint of resentment on Su Yingnan's face. She felt a little unhappy about Bai Yang pushing her away. At the same time, in her eyes, Tang Yuma was her love rival, and she was naturally dissatisfied that her good thing was ruined by her love rival. Okay, that's all for today. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first, Bai Yang said. After saying that, he left. He didn't dare to continue to tangle with Su Yingnan. This woman was more difficult to deal with than the spider spirit. Su Yingnan stamped her feet, with some dissatisfaction on her face, but Tang Yuma still stared at her coldly and did not let her go forward. He is my man. I advise you not to bother him anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you, Tang Yuma said coldly. As long as you two haven't gotten married, I still have a chance. Su Yingnan snorted coldly. Tang Yuma didn't continue to argue with her. She knew that there was no point in getting entangled with such a person. He turned around and saw the door of the villa was closed. Su Yingnan stamped her feet and snorted coldly, then she turned around and left. After returning to his room, Bai Yang washed himself and walked outside. Tang Yuma's figure appeared at this time. Seeing her, Bai Yang felt a little helpless. She's the one who's been pestering me. I know, but I hope you stay away from her, Tang Yuma said seriously. I want to, too. Bai Yang spread his hands. If you don't mind, I can find 2 bodyguards to protect you tomorrow. If she gets close, the bodyguards will drive her away, Tang Yuma said. There's no need to be so cruel. Bai Yang was a little surprised. I think it's necessary, Tang Yuma said. Bai Yang thought about it and shook his head, because he had a lot of secrets and didn't really want Tang Yuma to know them. Seeing Bai Yang's look, Tang Yuma felt a little helpless, but she also knew that she had no right to force Bai Yang to do anything. But the scene she saw at the door of the villa before, and the photos someone sent to her mobile phone in the afternoon, made her heart a little sad. Tang Yuma clenched her fists and decided to speed up. With her looks and figure, is there no way she can get Bai Yang? Bai Yang didn't quite understand what she was thinking. He lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Early morning. After breakfast, Bai Yang came to the company. Because of what happened yesterday, the people in the business department obviously respected him a lot more, and many people took the initiative to say hello to him when they saw him. A guy like him is still very eye-catching. Some female employees in the company always flirt with him from time to time, but Bai Yang ignores them. Sitting in his office, Bai Yang looked at his team's performance. At this time, Lei and I walked in with a look of excitement on her face. Manager, good news. Our team received several large orders early this morning, and the other party actually called us proactively. Bai Yang was a little surprised. There is such a thing, who are they? I don't know, but it seems like someone said hello, and one of them said he was a friend of Mr. Li. Lei and I explained. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Li's friend. If nothing unexpected happens, it's Li Qiuhua. This guy actually helped me so much in secret. Look. He really valued the chip blueprint he provided. Okay, I get it. If we include these customers, where would our group's business rank? Bai Yang asked. Right now, we're temporarily ahead. But Lei and I glanced at Bai Yang and whispered, I heard from other teams that our company seems to be developing a new chip. So, their group is likely to get some big orders. Bai Yang smiled slightly. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry. Although he is only a deputy manager. But all the chips in the company require his blueprint to be produced. So, the new chip business must have been taken away by him. It is simply impossible for others to get this kind of business. Hearing this, Lei and I felt a little strange, but he didn't say much. Not long after she turned and left. The other side. Within the law enforcement team, Pang Hongkai was still in custody, with a somewhat ferocious look on his face. Su Yingnan really got into a fight with him. This guy's background is not simple, and even I can't get away from him for a while. Inside the interrogation room, Pang Hongkai clenched his fists and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. His lawyer Zhang Yu came into the interrogation room. Although you were a bit reckless this time, it's not a big deal. There's no direct evidence proving you pointed a gun at Su Yingnan. Furthermore, the gun was dismantled, and you're a victim yourself, so there's no need to worry. You'll be released from here in 5 days at most. Zhang Yu said to Peng Hongkai. 5 days. This bastard actually locked me up for 5 days. Peng Hongkai said angrily. Zhang Yu didn't say anything. He knew that even he couldn't waive these 5 days. There was one thing he didn't tell Peng Hongkai, which was that his gun license had been confiscated, and he probably wouldn't be able to legally own a gun in the next month. Suing Nan's background is indeed powerful. Being able to do such a thing makes people have to be vigilant. With a brief look of anger, Peng Hongkai looked at Zhang Yu and made a gesture. Zhang Yu understood what he meant. I will do my best to do this, but Bai Yang's strength is not simple. If I want to take action against him, it shouldn't be that easy. At the same time, I found out that Zhao Hai suffered a great loss at his hands before. If possible, we can take advantage of it. Chapter 44 Cousin. When Peng Hongkai heard this, his eyes became somewhat gloomy, and he nodded slightly. Zhang Yu understood what he meant, stood up and left quickly. No one except them knew what was going on in the communications room. If Su Yingnan knew that Peng Hongkai wanted to use this method against Bai Yang, she would probably do everything she could to make Peng Hongkai pay the price. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, when Bai Yang was working, Tang Yuma called. Get ready and accompany me to a charity auction tonight. Tang Yuma said. Me and you? Bai Yang was a little surprised. What does this charity auction have to do with him? Why would Tang Yuma ask him to go for no reason? This auction is run by my uncle. He's very interested in you because of my marriage to you. Tang Yuma said. Oh. Bai Yang was a little helpless, but still agreed. After a few more brief words, Tang Yuma hung up the phone. Night. Bai Yang sat in Tang Yuma's Rolls Royce. The two of them left and soon arrived at the foot of a towering building. This building is the Tianheng Building, which is very famous in Shanghai. The construction cost alone is worth more than 3 billion yuan. Now, more than 10 years later, the value of the entire building has exceeded 10 billion. When seeing the building in front of him, Bai Yang felt a little surprised. He wondered what kind of person would be the owner of such a building. This building belongs to my uncle, Tang Guoming. He's a very capable businessman, but he also likes collecting antiques. If you know anything about these things, he'd probably like you very much. Tang Yuma said from the side. Bai Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. Tang Guoming. The man with a legendary aura. There is a rumor among the people that Tang Guoming was worth over 10 billion yuan 20 years ago. Now that so many years have passed, his net worth is likely to exceed 100 billion. And the building in front of us alone is worth tens of billions. As expected of the CEO's uncle, he's no ordinary guy. Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh. Tang Yuma rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Why did the words sound a little different coming from his mouth? Someone like him must have a complicated family background. The two figures walked all the way inside. Soon, they arrived at a private suite. This building has more than 50 floors, covers a large area, and each floor is independent. This time the charity auction is downstairs. But before attending the charity auction, Tang Yuma took Bai Yang to meet her uncle first. Tang Guoming is about 50 years old, with some white hair on his temples, giving people the impression of being full of energy. More importantly, he has a gentle personality and looks like a very amiable person. But when Bai Yang's eyes met the other person's, he clearly felt a glimmer of light in the other person's eyes. This seemingly amiable middle-aged man is not as simple as he seems. Hello? When he saw Bai Yang, there was a smile on his face. Hello? Bai Yang said. I just recently heard Tang Yuma say that you are her husband. My niece has always been quite aloof, and few people can pursue her. It's not easy for you to win her favor. Tang Guoming said with a smile. It was just a fluke. Bai Yang smiled, he knew that all this was arranged by the system. Without the system, it would be impossible for him to have any interaction with Tang Yuma. I heard that you are also working at Tianting Group now. Which school did you graduate from? Tang Guoming asked. Magic University of Finance and Economics. Bai Yang said truthfully. Tang Guoming narrowed his eyes slightly. This Shanghai University of Finance and Economics is also a first-class university. But this kind of university is absolutely ordinary in a family like theirs. You must know. Tang Yuma is a doctor with dual degrees and graduated from top foreign universities. Compared with Tang Yuma's academic qualifications, Bai Yang is obviously far behind. So, after all these years since graduation, have you achieved anything? Tang Guoming asked. No, I was just lucky enough to get some shares of Tiantung Group. Bai Yang said again. Tang Guoming's face looked a little ugly. Tang Yuma knew what her uncle was thinking, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. Bai Yang has recently developed a chip blueprint. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely make our company a lot of money. Tang Guoming didn't say much, but in his mind, Bai Yang's impression of him had obviously dropped a lot. Okay, I don't have anything to do here. If you two don't have anything to do, go down and have some fun. There are a lot of great items in today's auction. There was still a hint of smile on Tang Guoming's face, and outsiders couldn't see any flaws. Tang Yuma nodded and walked downstairs with Bai Yang. It seems that your uncle is not very satisfied with me. Bai Yang smiled slightly. Actually, I think you're quite good, but people of their generation have higher expectations and their ideas are a little different. Tang Yuma explained. Bai Yang shrugged and didn't say much. But Tang Yuma felt a little helpless in her heart. She knew that her relatives were all too outstanding. It would not be easy for someone like Bai Yang to gain their recognition. The two of them walked towards the auction venue, but just as they entered the venue, a figure happened to walk towards them. He looked at Tang Yuma and Bai Yang with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. What a narrow road for enemies. Bai Yang's eyes met the other person's. The person who spoke was Long Jitao. After such a long time, he didn't expect to meet him here. It's you again. It seems like you haven't been beaten enough last time. Bai Yang said calmly. There was a hint of coldness in Long Jitao's eyes. He clenched his fists for a moment, but quickly loosened them, with a hint of a sneer on his face. Bai Yang, don't be so complacent. Do you really think you're so great just because you have some fighting skills? Let me tell you, many of the people who came here today are people you can't afford to offend. You better be careful. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. If you really have that ability, you can try it. Long Jitao nodded and walked to the side, but not long after, he came over with another figure. Brother Tang, this is the guy. Not only was he rude, but he also attacked me last time. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma looked at him. The man brought by Long Jitao was about 30 years old. He looked a bit gentle on the surface, but there was a gleam in his eyes. When Tang Yuma saw him, his expression became noticeably grim. Isn't this my cousin? Long time no see. There was a hint of smile on Tang Tao's face as he glanced at Tang Yuma and Bai Yang, but there was a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. Chapter 45, Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Cousin? Bai Yang glanced at Tang Yuma who was standing beside him. Tang Yuma exhaled lightly and looked at Tang Tao. Cousin, long time no see. The Tang Tao in front of you is Tang Guoming's son. His relationship with Tang Yuma has been bad since they were young. Because the Tang family is a very large family. Although it has not reached the level of the four major families in Longdu, it is not a simple family either. Before Tang Yuma was born, Tang Tao had always been the best in the family. But after Tang Yuma was born, her amazing business talent and fairy-like appearance immediately stole the limelight from Tang Tao. And Tang Yuma's mother and Tang Tao's mother have some grudges. They often quarreled with each other, and once at a Tang family meeting, the two even came to blows. It is precisely for this reason that Tang Tao has always had some opinions about Tang Yuma. Tang Guoming treated Tang Yuma quite well. At least he treated her with courtesy and fulfilled his duties as an uncle. Only because of their mother, there is still some distance between them. There was also some surprise on Bai Yang's face. He didn't expect that Long Jitao would actually call Tang Yuma's cousin over. This guy. He really has a big heart. I can't believe that after all these years, you haven't become as outstanding as you told your family members. The husband you found is just so-so. Looking at Bai Yang, Tang Tao had a playful look on his face. There was a hint of coldness in Bai Yang's eyes. This Tang Tao is so brave. What kind of husband I look for is none of your business. You're already 30 and haven't found a partner yet. If you want to compare, you should be more worried about yourself. Tang Yuma said indifferently. Haha, for someone like me, marriage is a burden. I would rather be single for the rest of my life than find someone who would lower my quality of life. But Yuma, don't blame me for not reminding you. If your husband enters our family in the future, he will have to endure more than just this little bit of suffering. Besides, with a fellow like him, I don't know if he can hold his head up high at our Tang family meeting. Tang Tao laughed. Tang Yuma clenched his fists and had an angry look on his face. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed at this time. Tang Tao in front of him was very brave. Why are you not convinced? Believe it or not, I can kick you out anytime, anywhere. You only have assets worth a few $100 million. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes in my house. Tang Tao sneered. Bang! A crisp slap sounded at this moment. Tang Tao was blown away, with an indescribable look of embarrassment on his face. Everyone in the auction hall looked over here. When they saw that Tang Tao was actually slapped away by Bai Yang, their expressions changed a little. Who is Tang Tao? He is Tang Guoming's only son. People like him are considered noblemen in the Magic City. Ordinary people would not dare to fight with him, let alone if he broke their hands or feet. How dare you hit me? Tang Tao, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned. Bai Yang is so brave. He has been in the family for such a long time and no one dares to attack him. No matter where he went, no one dared to attack him because of his father. But Bai Yang actually dared to hit him. He is really very brave. What's wrong with hitting you? People like you who have dirty mouths deserve to be beaten. Others may be afraid of you, Long Jitao, but I, Bai Yang, am not. Bai Yang said indifferently. Okay, Bai Yang, if you have the guts, today, if I, Tang Tao, don't make you pay the price, I'll write my name upside down. Tang Tao scolded angrily. After saying that, he stood up and called the security guard over. This bastard actually dared to attack me, you guys deal with him. When the security guards saw Bai Yang, their eyes were somewhat cold. They didn't expect that someone would dare to attack Tang Tao in such a place. This person was really brave. Tang Tao, he's my husband. Isn't it a bit too much to kick him out? Tang Yuma scolded. She exuded a powerful aura and pressed towards Tang Tao. Your husband? If you can't even discipline your own husband, then I'll help you. Tang Tao said coldly. He waved his hand and the security guards immediately rushed towards Bai Yang. These people are well trained, and some of them are retired personnel from special agencies. Ordinary people can never be their opponents. Stop! A majestic voice was heard, and a figure was seen walking towards this side among the crowd, with a somewhat cold look on his face. Hear this. The security guards who were about to take action stopped and looked at the figure not far away. Talking. It was Tang Guoming. Dad. When Tang Tao saw Tang Guoming, there was a look of awe on his face. Making trouble here, don't you think I'm not ashamed enough? Tang Guoming scolded. He was the one who attacked me. Tang Tao said. Shut up. Tang Guoming scolded. Tang Tao didn't dare to speak, he knew that his father was obviously angry. This matter with UMO is Tang Tao's fault, please don't take it personally. Tang Guoming looked at Tang Yuma and said. It's okay, uncle. Bai Yang was a bit reckless. Tang Yuma said. That's all for today. I don't want to affect the normal progress of the auction. You all go back. Tang Guoming looked at the security guards. They all nodded and left. Many people present did not continue to pay attention to this matter. They all knew that the affairs here were not something they could interfere with. Then, Tang Guoming and Tang Yuma talked for a few more words, then left with Tang Tao. But Bai Yang could clearly feel that there was a hint of gloom in Tang Tao's eyes when he looked at him. However, to Bai Yang, Tang Tao was nothing at all. It would be extremely easy for a man with a system to take action against Tang Tao. That's just his personality. Don't take it too seriously. Tang Yuma whispered beside him. Nothing, I'm just a little surprised that your uncle would help you. Bai Yang smiled. It's not that he wants to help me, it's that he has no other choice. Although my uncle looks healthy, he is actually weak inside. My father has a saffron plant that can save his life. He has a request to make to my father, so of course he wouldn't dare to be rude to me. Tang Yuma explained. Bai Yang was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen between them. Okay, the auction is about to start, let's go take a look. Tang Yuma smiled slightly. Bai Yang nodded, and the two of them walked to the side, but because of what happened just now, many people in the venue kept their distance from them. Anyone who dares to hit Tang Tao must be extremely brave. Chapter 46:10. Sitting at the charity auction table, each auction item was brought onto the stage for everyone to view. This charity auction is a free auction. As long as you like an auction item, you can buy it directly. Of course, this will also result in some auction items having higher prices and some having lower prices. But for Tang Guoming, it doesn't matter at all. With his net worth, this little thing is nothing. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the auction items in front of him and felt some interest in them. Bai Yang has always been fond of antiques. But this industry is very complicated, and without more than 10 or 20 years of experience, there is no way to distinguish these things. That's why, although I like it, I rarely come into contact with it. Now that he saw so many antiques worth over $1 million or even tens of millions, he naturally had some interest. Skill card activated. Master level treasure appraisal technology. Bai Yang glanced around, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes. But not long after, a look of surprise appeared on Bai Yang's face. The antiques in front of me are of varying quality. Most antiques are not worth that much at all. Tang Yuma was sitting aside, and seemed to notice that something was wrong with Bai Yang's expression, and felt a little strange. What's wrong? Fine. Bai Yang smiled slightly and didn't say much. Tang Yuma nodded. Then, the auction begins. Prices were put on each auction item, and some were sold. In a free auction, there are 10 items for auction each time, and those present can bid freely. The lowest price cannot be lower than 100 compared to the previous price. So, many times, it also tests the courage of the bidders. Tang Yuma looked at each auction item, and when she saw an antique from the Republic of China period, she became interested. She doesn't really like antiques. But if her mother saw this kind of thing, she would definitely like it. 6 million. Just at this moment, a wealthy businessman nearby made an offer. This antique from the Republic of China period has an exquisite appearance and gives people a magnificent feeling. Naturally, there are many people who like it. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yuma bid 6.5 million. The rich businessman glanced at Tang Yuma with a smile on his face, then waved his hand, as if to tell Tang Yuma that he would give this thing to her. For someone like him, a collection is much cheaper than making friends with Tang Yuma. So, he withdrew voluntarily. Tang Yuma nodded slightly with a smile on his face. 7 million. Just when Tang Yuma thought he could buy this thing, a somewhat harsh voice was heard. She only saw Tang Tao looking at her with a somewhat cold expression on his face. The provocation in his eyes was clearly visible. 7.5 million. Tang Yuma said directly. 8 million. Tang Tao sneered. Tang Yuma was about to make an offer, but Bai Yang reached out to stop her. There was a strange look on Tang Yuma's face, but Bai Yang was her husband, so she naturally trusted Bai Yang unconditionally. He glanced around, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness in his eyes. Bai Yang glanced at some collections not far away, then pointed at one and said, 5 million. When Tang Tao saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at the collection again. The starting price of that thing was only 2 million, but Bai Yang actually offered 5 million. Isn't it just to lure yourself into a trap? Tang Tao sneered, do you really think I'm stupid? I'd compete with you for something like this? Bai Yang shrugged, actually, you're really not smart. There was a hint of anger on Tang Tao's face. Not long after, the item was delivered to Bai Yang, and Bai Yang paid 5 million. After taking a quick look, Bai Yang made an offer for another item, which was an antique from the Tang dynasty, worth more than 6 million. Bai Yang bid 7 million. Not many people bid for it, so the item fell into his hands. Tang Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, and he vaguely felt that Bai Yang seemed to be taking advantage of a bargain. Because when Bai Yang got each item, he was filled with joy. Does this guy really know about antiques? Tang Tao thought secretly in his heart. When Bai Yang pointed at an antique again, Tang Tao spoke to him directly. 8 million. Hearing this number, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. 9 million. Bai Yang said. 10 million. Tang Tao said coldly. Bai Yang's expression changed slightly, as if after hesitating for a while, he chose to give up. Then, no matter what antique Bai Yang bids for, Tang Tao will come out to cause trouble. Sometimes the price is increased by hundreds of thousands, sometimes by millions. There were 2 or 3 antiques that Bai Yang would bid on, but there were 2 or 3 others that Bai Yang would just give up without even looking at. This also made Tang Tao a little puzzled. Time passes by little. Just as the auction was coming to an end, All the unsold auction items were removed one by one, and a transparent jadeite with green leaves inside appeared in front of everyone. I believe everyone is familiar with this jadeite. It is the source of life. It was originally collected by a native of North Africa, but by chance, it ended up in China. According to expert certification, this source of life has the ability to prolong life. The starting price is 50 million. The host on the stage introduced them to everyone. Anyone who knows a little about the jade industry knows that the source of life is a piece of jade with a legendary color. It is a priceless treasure. When this treasure appeared in everyone's sight, some people at the scene began to breathe noticeably heavier. 60 million. 70 million. 100 million. The price of the auction item continued to rise, and soon it reached 130 million. Bai Yang looked somewhat helpless when he saw the excitement of the people at the scene. The rich have wine and meat, while the poor freeze to death on the streets. These people can easily come up with hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions. But in reality, there are still many people who work day and night for 100 or 80 yuan. In comparison, the gap between them is extremely obvious. Tang Yuma also looked at the jade in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, she wanted to lift the sign. She is also very interested in this piece of jade. Wait a minute. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Yuma looked at him with a somewhat strange look in his eyes. As time went by, the price continued to rise and fewer people began to bid. When the price of jadeite reached 300 million, Bai Yang slowly raised his hand. 10. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present turned their eyes to him. Could it be that Bai Yang is going to pay 1 billion? Chapter 47 Fakes. 10 coins. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. After the words were spoken, many people present had a look of surprise on their faces. 10 coins? The price of jade has now reached 300 million. But Bai Yang actually took out 10 coins. Isn't that making fun of everyone present? The host on the stage looked at Bai Yang with a look of surprise on his face. Sir, did you call me the wrong name? He has been hosting auctions for so long, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. You're right, it's 10 coins. This piece of jade is only worth 10 coins. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Tao, who was sitting not far away, had a cold look on his face and looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang, what do you mean? This jade is the source of life, and the starting price is 50 million. If you want to cause trouble, our Tang family is not to be bullied. As soon as he finished speaking, some people present looked at him with some dissatisfaction. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. My price is right. The real source of life is worth 500 million, not to mention 50 million. But this thing is a fake. How can it be worth so much? Bai Yang, do you know what you are talking about? There was a hint of anger on Tang Tao's face. Saying that their products are fake is damaging their reputation, isn't it? There was also a hint of coldness on Long Jitao's face. These days, there are all kinds of people. They don't have any real skills, but they still spread rumors about others. If you say this thing is fake, does that mean it's definitely fake? People like you are really looking for death. Brother Tang, this guy is obviously here to cause trouble. I feel like someone like him shouldn't be participating in the auction. Tang Tao also nodded. Their family was wealthy and powerful, and if this news got out, who knew what the consequences would be? Tang Woming, who was sitting in the seat of honor, also looked at Bai Yang. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes. He has no good feelings towards Bai Yang. The young man in front of me is not only arrogant, but also has no sense of propriety in doing things. If he didn't need a favor from Tang Yuma's father, he would never have tolerated it. Bai Yang, you are not welcome here. Please, get out. Tang Tao said coldly. Bai Yang shrugged, you're really angry out of shame. After saying that, Bai Yang threw an auction item he had bought earlier onto the ground. Bang! There was a sound of breaking porcelain. Everyone's eyes were on him. What does this guy want to do? I beat Tang Tao before. If he keeps making trouble like this, isn't he afraid of something happening? He's so ignorant of his own danger. He really thinks he can cover the sky with one hand. Just because President Tang showed up to him before doesn't mean he can act recklessly. There were voices of discussion, and many people looked at Bai Yang with a look of contempt. Everyone should know that this antique is from the Sui and Tang dynasties, But even a basic understanding of the craftsmanship of that period will reveal that the ceramic firing technology of that time was simply not at this level. Also, there's the words "made in Yamato" on the bottom of the bottle. I don't know if there was a master craftsman named Yamato in those days? Bai Yang picked up a piece of ceramic and showed it to everyone. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Yamato Manufacturing, didn't I hear they're a specialized criminal gang that produces fake antiques in large quantities? More importantly, this gang is very arrogant. Every fake product has an inconspicuous label inside, "Made in Yamato." This kind of auction actually sells fakes? Many people's faces changed drastically. They all trusted Tang Guoming very much, but they actually bought fakes at such an auction. This also made many people doubt whether the source of life on the stage was real. Tang Tao's expression changed a little. He didn't know whether the items at the auction were real or fake. But if this news is confirmed, the people of their clan will definitely be condemned to a great extent. If you say it's made in Yamato, does it really mean it's made in Yamato? Maybe you've already swapped this auction item with someone else's? Tang Tao said coldly. You know whether I switched it or not. Besides, how did I bring such a big thing in here? And if those present here don't believe me, I'll simply find a few people. As long as you are willing to smash the antiques in your hands, if it is the real thing, I, Bai Yang, am willing to compensate you tenfold. How? There was a faint smile on Bai Yang's face, and he glanced at the people present. Tang Tao's face was a little cold. Okay, I want to see if you can really find so many fakes. In his opinion, Yamato's manufacturing craftsmanship is very high, and if you are not a master, you can't easily tell the difference. More importantly, with so many antiques on the scene, how could Bai Yang easily tell which ones were fake and which ones were real? Sir, didn't you buy the 9 dragons playing with the pearl earlier? You can break it. There must be a label on the bottom saying it's made in Yamato. Bai Yang looked at one of them and said with a smile. The man hesitated for a moment. He also knew that with Tang Yuma's credibility, he could definitely come up with tens of millions. If you buy a fake product, you don't know how many people will laugh at you. Clang! The thing in his hand was smashed to pieces by him. After searching among the fragments, his expression changed slightly. It actually has a Yamato-made label. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. And that one, you can also drop the porcelain you bought. I guarantee it's fake too. Bai Yang looked at another person. The man also nodded and threw the porcelain in his hand to the ground. Clang! The sound of breaking porcelain was heard. Soon, the words Yamato made appeared. You, and you. Most of the things you buy are fake. Bai Yang pointed out a few more people. Clang! 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 Antiques were broken one after another. I only saw the words Yamato made appearing over and over again. The wealthy businessmen who had originally believed in Tang Guoming now had angry expressions on their faces. They are just treating us like fat sheep to be slaughtered. It's too much, it's simply too much. I spent so much money and bought a fake product. Asshole, I trusted him so much. Many people were outraged. Tang Tao's face changed drastically. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Everyone, please be quiet. A majestic voice sounded. I only saw a figure walking out from a distance, with a somewhat cold look on his face. He scanned the entire venue, feeling a faint aura enveloping the entire auction. Chapter 48, Token of Love. Tang Guoming appeared in front of everyone. When they saw him, everyone present did not dare to act rashly. They all knew that Tang Guoming was no simple person. He definitely needs to give everyone an explanation for selling this kind of thing at his auction. There are indeed some problems with this auction. This is all due to my incompetence, Tang Guoming. But don't worry, everyone. Anything auctioned today will be found to be fake after appraisal. I, Tang Guoming, am willing to pay double the price to buy it. Tang Guoming said to the people present. Also, I will seriously investigate this matter. I will find out who is behind this and punish him severely. When the people in the auction house heard this, their expressions eased a little. Tang Guoming had said so much, what else did they have to say? But Bai Yang had a smile on his face as he looked at the auction items on the stage. Since President Tang has said so, I'll offer 10 billion for this source of life. In that case, Mr. Tang, are you willing to compensate me? Tang Woming's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Bai Yang. Suddenly, he found that the young man in front of him seemed to be much more troublesome than he had imagined. And his ability to appraise treasures is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. If the source of life is really fake, then he has to pay 10 billion yuan in compensation. His expression changed slightly, and Tang Woming said with a smile, "Now that this has happened, the auction naturally cannot go on. However, according to the auction rules, if there is force majeure, the auction item will be sold at the price offered by the last bidder. I don't know who made the last bid for the source of life. He can take the source of life at that price. And if the source of life is fake, I, Tang Woming, am willing to compensate you." Bai Yang raised his hand. "What a coincidence. I was the one who bid last time. I bid 10 coins. Tang Woming smiled slightly. Auction houses have their own rules. We should all follow them. The 10 coins you offered don't meet the auction's bidding requirements at all. How could this deal possibly go through? What's the punishment for violating the rules of your auction house?" Bai Yang asked back. Tang Woming's expression changed slightly. Because of his extraordinary status, no one dared to cause trouble in his auction house, so he naturally did not set up any punishment. Bai Yang did not bid according to the rules before. But if he insists on offering such a price, according to the rules of the auction house, it seems that there is no way to punish him. "Mr. Tang, you are rich and powerful, you can't be so stingy. Besides, your source of life seems fake no matter how I look at it." Tang Woming clenched his fist slightly, looked at Bai Yang, and nodded slightly. "If that's the case, then I'll give it to you according to the price you offered." There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He had no fear of Tang Woming at all. In addition, a person who dares to pass off inferior goods as good ones cannot be a good person. He had not been in contact with Tang Woming for a long time, but he knew very well that Tang Woming was a very scheming person. There is no need to give too much face to such a person. Tang Tao clenched his fists. He had never suffered such a loss before. This Bai Yang. He is really looking for death. Since Mr. Tang has said so, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Bai Yang smiled slightly. He went straight to the source of life, paid 10 coins, and put the thing in his pocket. Everyone present was stunned when they saw the scene. Bai Yang is really brave. He is really not afraid of anything happening by provoking Tang Woming like this. When Tang Yuma saw this scene, she felt a little helpless. But she felt a little relieved. Over the years, she has been severely suppressed by Tang Tao and the family. Although Tang Woming treated her well on the surface, he was secretly targeting her. After all, the emotional bonds within a large family are relatively weak. Although Bai Yang's actions were a bit reckless, he did make Tang Woming and Tang Tao lose face. It is estimated that after this incident, the credibility of Tang Woming's auction will be greatly reduced. I don't know how he will deal with it. Tang Woming looked at Bai Yang deeply, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. This young man, he remembered it. But Tang Woming's things are not that easy to get. He turned around and left, and someone in the venue took care of the matter. Some people returned their antiques. Some received double compensation. Among the antiques in Bai Yang's hands, some are genuine and some are fake. Pushing away the fake goods in his hand, Bai Yang took Tang Yuma and left. In a Rolls Royce. There was a look of helplessness on Tang Yuma's face. "You are so brave. My uncle is not a broad-minded person. You better be careful." Bai Yang shrugged. "Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, I won't be afraid of him. I will just cover the water with earth. Plus, he's not a good person himself, so there's no need for me to be afraid of him." Okay. Tang Yuma didn't say much. Bai Yang handed her the jade in his hand and said, "Take this." Seeing the jade in his hand, Tang Yuma's face showed a bit of surprise. "You're really willing to give this to me?" "Of course, this thing is real, and it's worth at least 500 million. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. He stretched out his hand and dropped a drop of blood on the jade. He saw that the source of life, which was originally green, actually had a hint of fresh blood color. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly. "This thing isn't actually the source of life. It's the Emperor's blood jade, which is even more precious than the source of life. This jade can be warmed with blood and has the effect of prolonging life. And if you carry this thing, not only will you be immune to all diseases, but even some minor illnesses won't be able to invade your body at all." Bai Yang smiled. There was a hint of surprise in Tang Yuma's eyes. She discovered that Bai Yang's ability in appraising treasures was extraordinary, and even she could not reach Bai Yang's level. Bai Yang, where on earth did you learn all these skills? There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face, but he didn't explain too much. He knew that he had many secrets and many things could not be explained. Tang Yuma glanced at Bai Yang and didn't ask any further questions. After taking the blood jade from Bai Yang's hand, she took off the necklace on her hand and placed it in Bai Yang's hand. It's a gift to reciprocate. I'll give this to you. Chapter 49 Ambush. Because his treasure appraisal ability has lost its effect, Bai Yang doesn't know what this thing is. It just feels cool when you touch it in your hand. If nothing unexpected happens, it should not be a cheap thing. Nodding slightly, Bai Yang took the thing in his hand. There was a hint of shyness on Tang Yuma's face. This thing is actually her heirloom. If a boy is willing to accept it, it basically means that he wants to spend his life with her. Bai Yang's ability to identify treasures is so powerful that he should be able to tell what this thing means. He still carries this thing in his hand, which means that he is interested in me. For a moment, Tang Yuma felt as if his heart was beating fast. Bai Yang didn't think that much. In his opinion, this should be a gift, although this gift was something Tang Yuma had worn for a long time. Rolls-Royce drives along. But just as the vehicle arrived at a relatively remote place, bang! A slight sound was heard. The vehicle skidded instantly. Tang Yuma and Bai Yang, who were sitting in the car, looked unhappy. The bodyguard following behind quickly ran out of the car. Alert! There's a killer! Voices came from outside. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly. You stay inside, I'll go take a look, Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma nodded. Bai Yang carefully slipped out of the car. The entire Rolls-Royce is bulletproof and has a very high safety factor, but the killer is so skilled that he can easily blow up the tire. After Bai Yang got out of the car, he found that several places on the tires of the Rolls-Royce were hit. The wheels on the entire car are no longer usable. The person who fired the gun was an expert with amazing shooting skills. Bai Yang looked around and found that people were shooting at this side from many places. 3 snipers, 12 gunmen. Is the lineup this time so powerful? He could roughly judge how many people were staring at this side. Several of Tang Yuma's men had been shot. It's obvious. Those who took action this time were all top-notch masters. Bai Yang moved quickly, and soon he found the location of a sniper. His figure rushed up quickly like a gust of wind. Bang! But just as he was about to reach the sniper's position, he was shot twice where he was. Bai Yang's figure retreated again and again. This sniper actually has subordinates. These people were obviously well prepared and knew the whereabouts of Tang Yuma and his men very well. Number 1, I've been discovered. This guy is no ordinary guy. The sniper hiding upstairs whispered into the intercom. Head south and I'll ambush that guy. Clear. After turning off the walkie-talkie, the sniper moved quickly in one direction. He was very fast and soon reached the top floor and hid. Bai Yang's eyes were always observing the situation nearby. He heard no movement upstairs, so he moved closer cautiously. Bang! Just as Bai Yang arrived at a gate, a loud sound of bullets rang out. Bai Yang quickly dodged. There was a big hole in the door of the room. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He moved quickly and sneaked in from another direction. It didn't take long for Bai Yang to arrive at the place where the figure was. He looked down at the other party. The sniper was only about 40 years old and had golden hair. Foreigner. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by foreigners. He picked up a stone with one hand and threw it at him at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! The bullet broke through the air and hit the foreigner. Bang! The foreigner was beaten to a bloody mess, and there was a look of pain on his face. Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. Bai Yang was shot twice in succession at the place where he was. Bai Yang dodged quickly. However, the opponent's shooting was very accurate. Even though Bai Yang tried his best to hide, his lower abdomen was still grazed by the bullet. These guys are really powerful. Bai Yang looked at the wound on his lower abdomen with a cold look in his eyes. After waiting for a while, he moved again. The sniper who had been wounded by him with a stone went into hiding again. There were 2 gunmen across the balcony staring at him. There was a sniper in the distance still aiming at him. That's exactly why. Bai Yang is in a situation where he is surrounded by enemies on three sides, and it would be very dangerous if he is not careful. Whoosh! Bai Yang dived quickly and saw the injured sniper at the corner. Without any hesitation, he pounced on the other party and came in front of him. Bai Yang punched him. Bang! The sniper died instantly. Bang! But at the same time, gunshots rang out. Two bullets shot towards Bai Yang quickly. Bai Yang rolled quickly, but his left hand was still hit by a bullet. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. In a panic, he took the sniper's pistol from his waist. Bang! Lying in a blind spot, Bai Yang fired. The gunman who had originally wanted to launch a sneak attack on him was shot dead on the spot. There was also a sniper on the rooftop aiming at him in the distance. Although there are some blind spots on the rooftop where Bai Yang is located that snipers cannot hit. But if you want to go down the corridor, you will definitely be targeted by a sniper, which is very dangerous. Bai Yang had been shot twice and was in a relatively dangerous condition. Of course, he didn't dare to take any more risks. Holding a pistol in his hand, he simply treated the wound, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Possessing the consciousness of a soldier king, Bai Yang was exceptionally calm in the face of this crisis. His figure moved slowly. Not long after, Bai Yang looked to the side. Soon he actually jumped off the floor. Holding the edge of the balcony with one hand, he jumped from the rooftop to the 11th floor in an extremely dangerous state. When he landed on the ground, Bai Yang's face showed a hint of pain. He had gunshot wounds in his lower abdomen and left hand, and blood was flowing out. Sneak carefully from the position on the 11th floor. Not long after, Bai Yang came downstairs. He looked around and left quickly. The sniper in another building had a strange look on his face. Why is Bai Yang hiding there and never showing up? But after he waited for a while, he suddenly heard some movement behind him. Look back. He discovered that Bai Yang was looking at him like the god of death. Bang! Bullets pierced the hall. The sniper was killed instantly. He couldn't understand how Bai Yang managed to run from the opposite building to his side. Coming to his sniper position, Bai Yang quickly fiddled with the sniper rifle, his eyes like an eagle, quickly locking onto some targets, even though he had already lost a lot of blood. But it didn't affect his shooting speed at all. Bang bang bang! The sound of sniper rifles rang out, and the sky seemed to turn scarlet. Chapter 50 Master Level Medical Technology. Corpses fell to the ground one after another under Bai Yang's gunfire. This time, the other side sent out more than 10 gunmen and 3 snipers. But they didn't last long in Bai Yang's hands before they fell to the ground one by one. Blood continued to flow on Bai Yang's body, and he felt his consciousness was a little fuzzy, but he knew that he could not rest now no matter what. Bang! With the last gunshot, the gunman who appeared in sight fell to the ground. Bai Yang's consciousness became completely blurred, and his body fell weakly to the ground. The sound of sirens rang out in the distance, and Bai Yang seemed to hear faint voices of people shouting. I don't know how much time has passed. When Bai Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself in the hospital. Tang Yuma was standing beside him and had fallen asleep. As if she had noticed Bai Yang's movement, Tang Yuma quickly opened her eyes. When her eyes saw Bai Yang, there was a look of joy in her eyes. You're awake. There were obvious traces of tears in the corners of Tang Yuma's eyes. She must have cried a lot during this period. Bai Yang was quite surprised that such a strong person would cry like this. How long did I sleep? Bai Yang asked. 2 days. Tang Yuma said. So long. Bai Yang was a little surprised. The doctor said you injured an aorta and lost a lot of blood. But you're pretty strong. You were able to kill 7 or 8 gunmen in that situation. Tang Yuma said from the side. Bai Yang shrugged and didn't care too much. To him, doing such a thing was nothing. You should have a good rest these few days. I will investigate the killer's matter. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang with some worry in his eyes. Is the killer this time coming for me or for you? Bai Yang asked. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yuma said, it's coming for you. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is causing trouble for me? We're still investigating. Su Yingnan spoke to me on the phone last night. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are also from the dark web, and their financial backer is most likely Zhao Hai. Tang Yuma said. It's that bastard again. Bai Yang clenched his fists. This guy tried to kill him time and time again. With Bai Yang's personality, how could he possibly endure it? We are also investigating this matter, so don't worry too much. However, you should be careful when traveling in the future. You've offended so many people recently. With their methods, they will definitely cause trouble for you frequently. Tang Yuma said. Bai Yang nodded, with a gloomy look in his eyes. He is not someone who is easy to mess with. If someone treats him like this, he will make the other person pay the price no matter what. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Bai Yang recovered well. Tang Yuma and Su Yingnan often came to the hospital to see him. There was still some conflict between them, but because Bai Yang was still in the hospital bed, they were more concerned about Bai Yang and there were fewer quarrels between them. What surprised Bai Yang was that Shinjuchi actually came twice during this period. When she saw his appearance, she actually cried very sadly. If you don't know, you might think she is your girlfriend. This also made the doctors and nurses who treated Bai Yang very envious. He is so young, yet so many women like him. His charm is indeed great. That night, when Bai Yang got up from the bed, a figure walked in. It was a man in a white coat. Why did you change doctors today? When he saw him, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of surprise. Dr. Sun has something to do tonight, so I'll come over to take his place. Come and give me the injection. The man in the white coat said to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded. He sat on the hospital bed, and a man in a white coat skillfully took out the medicine and pushed it into the syringe. When lifting up Bai Yang's clothes, the needle should be inserted into Bai Yang's skin. But when Bai Yang's eyes met the man's, he suddenly felt a hint of murderous intent. Bai Yang's expression changed. He quickly pulled his hand out, and the man in the white coat quickly grabbed him and tried to force the medicine into Bai Yang's skin. But Bai Yang's injuries have recovered well, and his skills have improved by 70% to 80%. At such a close distance, ordinary people are no match for him. His body moved suddenly, and the powerful force directly hit the doctor. Bang! The man was directly thrown out by Bai Yang Ding. He looked at Bai Yang with fear, stood up and wanted to escape. But Bai Yang rushed towards him directly, holding a medicine bottle in his hand and smashed it on his head. Bang! The man was hit on the head by Bai Yang and was bleeding, and he was slightly unconscious. Bai Yang grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Bang! Blood was constantly flowing out of the man's head and his face was filled with pain. Bang bang bang! Bai Yang's fist hit him quickly. The pain on the man's face became more intense. After a short while, he lost his fighting ability and blood flowed from his mouth. Su Yingnan, who came to visit Bai Yang, heard the noise and hurried over. When she saw the scene, her face changed. Bai Yang, are you okay? Fine. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't discovered it in time, he would have been killed by the other party. Su Yingnan reached out to check on the man's condition, tore open his clothes, and a tattoo emerged. These guys again. Su Yingnan's expression changed slightly. Who are they? Bai Yang asked. The people from Pluto's palace are one of the top 10 organizations on the dark web. They not only have assassins, but also mercenaries. Their base is on a small island abroad. Anyone who can enter Pluto's palace must be at least one of the top 200 in the world. Zhao Hai spent a lot of money to kill you this time. Su Yingnan explained. This idiot, I'll make him pay the price when I'm released from the hospital. There was a hint of coldness in Bai Yang's eyes. We can't stay here anymore. These people are so cruel and ruthless, who knows what they'll do. Bai Yang, come with me to the law enforcement team's intensive care unit. There's someone there to protect you. Su Yingnan said. No. Bai Yang let out a light breath, a gloomy look on his face. Skill card activated. Master level medical technology. In a short period of time, the level of medical care continued to improve. Bai Yang's figure left quickly, and his understanding of his own body had become ingrained in his bones. It didn't take long for Bai Yang to know how to treat his wounds, and he also understood how to recover faster. He walked straight outside, with a look of worry on Su Yingnan's face. When she followed Bai Yang to the pharmacy, she saw Bai Yang directly ask the nurse for several kinds of Chinese medicine and a set of golden needles. Because this hospital was funded and built by Tang Yuma, they naturally met Bai Yang's request unconditionally. With these things, Bai Yang left quickly. However, when he came to the ward, his actions left Su Yingnan dumbfounded. Chapter 51, Killing Zhao Hai. Under Su Yingnan's gaze, she saw Bai Yang lift up the clothes on his arm, use an alcohol lamp to heat the silver needle red, and stab it into his arm at an extremely fast speed. Laugh. 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 As the silver needles fell on his skin, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of pain. But blood-red veins appeared on his arms. This is a method of using acupuncture to stimulate the potential of your body and heal your injuries quickly. Su Yingnan was stunned watching from the side. Although she didn't know much about acupuncture, she could clearly see that this technique required an extremely good understanding of acupuncture to perform. Bai Yang is so young, yet his acupuncture skills are so advanced. Under her gaze, Bai Yang completed a full set of acupuncture, and he quickly applied the Chinese herbal medicine he had requested earlier on his arm. It wasn't long before some black color appeared on his arms. Bai Yang exhaled lightly, and faint crackling sounds came from his arms. After more than half an hour, Bai Yang removed the Chinese medicine from his arm and gave himself another acupuncture treatment. After repeating this several times, Su Yingnan found that Bai Yang's arm changed from blood red at the beginning to black, and then to a white color that was a little abnormal. After about 3 or 4 hours, Bai Yang removed the herbs on his hands and pulled out the silver needles one by one. Injury. All right. When seeing this scene, there was a look of disbelief in Su Yingnan's eyes. Bai Yang is too strong. How long has it been? He actually recovered from his injuries. After moving his arm slightly, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that using this method could indeed speed up recovery from injuries, but it also had some side effects. That means that for a period of time in the future, his essence and blood will be deficient. Are you okay? Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang with a look of disbelief. Bai Yang's technique is so amazing. It's actually possible to do this. It's okay. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Awesome. Su Yingnan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Bai Yang had such ability. Bai Yang smiled indifferently and didn't say much. There's no other way. If this continues, the injury won't heal in a month or two. Zhao Hai wants to kill me so badly. If I keep being so decadent, I don't know if I can escape next time. So what are you going to do next? Su Yingnan looked at him and asked. Let's wait and see. Bai Yang smiled slightly and said nothing. Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang. She always felt that Bai Yang was going to do something. It was dawn. Bai Yang left the hospital. When he was discharged from the hospital, the doctors who processed his discharge had an incredible look on their faces. This Bai Yang is so powerful. It's amazing that he was able to recover from his injuries in such a short time. If it were anyone else, it certainly wouldn't be possible to do it so easily. After leaving the hospital, Bai Yang retrieved some information on his mobile phone, and soon he arrived in front of a building. This is the Zhao Group. The Zhao Group is also a large-scale enterprise. There are almost dozens of people in their family, and the total assets of the entire family are almost hundreds of billions. But there will be conflicts in any family, and not everyone will be united. So many people in the Zhao family work independently. Bai Yang looked towards the huge building in front of him, and his eyes were always looking around. Time passed minute by minute, and around 10 o'clock in the morning, Bai Yang was squatting on the side of the road eating a hand-pulled pancake when a black Audi A8 stopped. A figure walked down from the car surrounded by bodyguards. Bai Yang looked him up and down with a cold look on his face. After watching him leave, Bai Yang also left. When Bai Yang returned to Tiantong Group, Tang Yuma, who received the news, had a look of surprise on his face. He quickly called Bai Yang, and Bai Yang also came to Tang Yuma's office. Is your hand okay? Tang Yuma couldn't believe it. It had only been a short time. Bai Yang's injuries actually recovered. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. You know, his injuries are very serious and it will be difficult for him to recover easily without 2 or 3 months. Don't worry. It's okay. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Yuma looked at him with a bit of amazement. Bai Yang's physical fitness was too terrifying. Bai Yang didn't say much. After speaking briefly to Tang Yuma, he left. When he returned to the business department, Bai Yang discovered that his group's business had already reached the first place in the group. As soon as Lei and I and others saw him, they came over to ask enthusiastically. They all knew that something seemed to have happened to Bai Yang recently, but they didn't know what had happened to Bai Yang. When they saw Bai Yang, the group chatted for a few minutes and then left one after another. For the next 2 or 3 days, everything seemed calm. Bai Yang also goes to work on time. Only. He leaves work early every afternoon and comes back late at night. After a few days of reconnaissance, Bai Yang also learned some of Zhao Hai's whereabouts. The sneer on his face became even more intense at this time. That night, Zhao Hai, a wealthy young man, held a banquet in his private villa. Many people went to celebrate. Bai Yang walked around the perimeter of the villa. Soon he found a place where the security was weaker and sneaked in quietly. That night, Bai Yang stayed in the villa and did not leave. He observed everyone in the villa and found out the security situation inside the villa. It lasted until after 2 in the morning. The banquet is over. Zhao Hai took the 2 girls back to his bedroom. The 2 girls skillfully took off Zhao Hai's clothes, and each used their own methods to serve Zhao Hai. There was a hint of excitement on Zhao Hai's face. For him, this kind of life is simply too great. Just when he was most excited, Bai Yang walked into the bedroom from the balcony. Seeing the 2 women on the bed, his eyes became a little cold and he took action directly. The 2 fell on the bed and passed out. There was some anger on Zhao Hai's face, and he opened his eyes. What's wrong with you 2? Do you still want to make money? If your service is not up to par, don't even think about taking a penny tonight. But when he opened his eyes, a figure was looking at him coldly. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, dimming the room. Chapter 52 Master Hacker Skills. Looking at the figure that appeared in front of him, Zhao Hai's face changed drastically. Even if he became a ghost, he would never forget this figure. Bai Yang. The man who had beaten him severely and kept him in the hospital for 2 or 3 months. If he hadn't found the best doctors in the country to treat him, he would never have recovered so quickly. You, how did you get in? Zhao Hai asked hurriedly. But Bai Yang ignored him and came straight to him with a terrifyingly gloomy look in his eyes. That's the 3rd time. You hired assassins to kill me 3 times, but they failed to kill me. Now that I've found you, guess what I'm going to do? Looking at Bai Yang's eyes, Zhao Hai felt suffocated. He felt as if his throat was being controlled by an invisible force, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Bai Yang, don't be impulsive. I'm the son of the Zhao group. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Zhao Hai said hurriedly. Really? What trouble will it cause? Bai Yang asked back. If I die, my family will definitely look for my murderer. Not only you, but also your family will be affected. Bai Yang, do you know what the consequences are? Our Zhao group is not so easy to mess with. Zhao Hai said. Bai Yang had a sneer on his face. I was able to sneak in here quietly. How could your men find me? Zhao Hai, you should never, ever attack me. Zhao Hai's face changed drastically. He knew that if this continued, Bai Yang would definitely attack him. He was a little anxious. But his room was well soundproofed, and although there were guards outside, they had no idea what was going on inside. Bai Yang, no, I can give you money, a lot of money, I beg you to let me go. Besides, asking the Pluto Palace to take action wasn't my idea alone. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending too many people. Zhao Hai begged for mercy. He is really afraid of death. What do you mean by that? Bai Yang was puzzled. I received a call a while ago. Someone was willing to pay $10 million for your life. Also, they gave me a way to contact Pluto Palace, so I agreed. Bai Yang, you may not know that the Pluto Palace is a very scary organization. If I don't cancel the mission, they will harass you endlessly. If you kill me, you will definitely end up in a terrible situation. Zhao Hai explained. There was a bit of coldness on Bai Yang's face. He took Zhao Hai's mobile phone in his hand and turned it off. He looked at Zhao Hai and punched him on the head. Bang! There was pain on Zhao Hai's face, and blood flowed from his forehead. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai's life force completely disappeared. Bai Yang's figure left quickly. He knew that simply asking Zhao Hai would not be of much use, so it would be better for him to investigate on his own. When I returned to the villa, Tang Yuma was still awake. She was wearing lace pajamas, revealing her perfect figure. The slender and white legs seemed to be the best masterpiece of God, giving people a feeling of overwhelming beauty. Bai Yang looked at her with a bit of surprise. It's already this late, why is Tang Yuma still hanging around at home? You're back. Tang Yuma's eyes were still cold, but there seemed to be a hint of resentment in the depths of his eyes. Looking at Tang Yuma, Bai Yang felt for some reason that she seemed to be blaming him. It was like she was questioning herself why she came back so late. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. You clearly know that there are assassins hunting you these days, so why do you keep going out so frequently? Tang Yuma questioned. I have my own things to take care of. Bai Yang said. What is it? Tang Yuma asked. Seeing her look, Bai Yang hesitated. For some reason, he felt that Tang Yuma's attitude towards him seemed different from before. Nothing, it's already dark, go to bed early. Bai Yang walked to her side and slowly pulled up her clothes, and the exposed spring scenery was suddenly covered up. But what Bai Yang didn't expect was that Tang Yuma actually hugged Bai Yang at this time. The hot body pressed directly against his. Her perfect figure is fatal to every boy. Promise me you won't do anything stupid, okay? Bai Yang's heart trembled slightly, and he nodded slowly. Don't worry. I know my limits. Tang Yuma seemed to feel that his actions were a bit bold, so he turned around and left without saying anything. Looking at Tang Yuma's back, Bai Yang's heart trembled slightly. This woman! What a fairy! Returning to his room, Bai Yang activated the skill card directly. Master hacking skills. In an instant, Bai Yang's hacking ability reached its peak. He looked at the phone in front of him and quickly took apart some of the things inside. Zhao Hai's cell phone is specially made and contains a signal tracker. Only. Facing a hacker expert like Bai Yang, dealing with these things is not a problem at all. The tracker was removed and some codes were entered into the computer, and soon the location previously locked by the tracker changed. And Bai Yang used a computer to quickly disassemble the mobile phone program. Not long after, Bai Yang unlocked the contents of the phone. Seeing some of the information inside, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. This Zhao Hai is really a playboy. There were actually a lot of nude photos of women in his mobile phone, some of whom were even well-known figures. Really? The darkness of this world is beyond the reach of many people. Without reading any further, Bai Yang quickly searched Zhao Hai's call records during this period. After about 10 minutes, Bai Yang locked onto several numbers. But the time for skill cards is almost up. Bai Yang felt a little helpless. Although skill cards are useful, the time they can be used is too short. Without hesitation, Bai Yang directly used the last skill card. After about dozens of minutes, Bai Yang got some information. On which platform is the mission of Pluto's palace released? And who was the person who provided the clue to Zhao Hai? After closing the notebook, Bai Yang stretched lazily. Just now, he used Zhao Hai's identity information to cancel the task he issued inside the Pluto Palace. After certification, the mission of Pluto Palace was cancelled. It was also during this period that Bai Yang discovered that the world was far more complicated than he had imagined. There are also many capable people. With my strength, it's nothing compared to some of the top killers. Pluto's Palace, Death Paradise, Organization Z. I never thought there would be such powerful people in this world. Bai Yang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with thought. He knows. Improving your own strength is urgent. Chapter 53 Violation of Rules and Regulations. When Bai Yang got up, the nanny had already prepared the meal. Tang Yuma sat opposite him without much communication. After they finished their meal, they left. After arriving at the company, Bai Yang went directly to the business department. But when he just arrived at the business department, he felt that there were a lot more people in the entire business department, and someone was looking at him with a somewhat gloomy look. You must be Bai Yang. At this time, a figure walked towards him. The person who spoke was a man with a hooked nose, about 40 years old. He had a gloomy look in his eyes and looked at Bai Yang with obvious hostility. Wang Wei, who was not far away, looked over here with a look of gloating. Are you Manager Liu? After looking at the badge on his chest, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of indifference. There are 6 deputy manager positions in the business department. Wang Wei is just an average person among these people. Each of the top people in the business department is very powerful. The Lu Shuirong in front of us is the most capable person in the business department except for Manager Sun. In previous quarterly selections, he basically ranked first. Each of the business teams he leads is very strong. It is precisely for this reason that few people in the business department dare to provoke him easily. Bai Yang, you're really capable. You've managed to achieve number 1 in sales in such a short time, but you must have received a lot of help from others behind the scenes. Lu Shuirong's tone was somewhat cold. Now Bai Yang's performance has firmly ranked first. It is simply impossible for others to surpass it. But for Lu Shuirong, this is an honor. If he can get the first place in business this time, he will become the only deputy manager in the company to get the first place in performance for 9 consecutive quarters. After. Whether it is promotion or record in the file, it is a brilliant achievement. But Bai Yang's appearance completely disrupted his plans. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Besides, the competition for performance is all about chasing each other. The one with the best will come first. Bai Yang said calmly. Alright, I don't want to waste time talking to you. You're the new deputy manager, so you can withdraw from this quarter's selection. If you have any sense, you should withdraw from this election. Lu Shuirong said coldly. Why? Bai Yang asked back. There was a somewhat cold look on Lu Shuirong's face. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Why, do you still want to attack me? Bai Yang asked back. Okay, Bai Yang, it looks like you're determined to cause trouble for me. I really can't do anything to you, but don't forget, every new employee in the sales department needs to be checked in. You don't have to quit, but I will clean out those people under you, no matter who they are. Lu Shuirong scolded. Okay. I want to see how far you can go. There was a hint of indifference on Bai Yang's face. There was a hint of coldness in Lu Shuirong's eyes. You asked for it. After saying that, Lu Shuirong walked to the side. Looking at his back, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the person in front of him might not give up so easily. It wasn't long before I returned to my office. Lei and I ran in hurriedly. Manager, something bad has happened. Wang Gao has been fired by the HR department. Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. What's going on? It seems he offended a client while doing business. It wasn't a big deal, but I don't know who actually leaked this information to his superiors. As an intern, if this kind of problem occurs, the punishment will be severe. Lei and I said immediately. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that these things were definitely not coincidences. He recalled what Lu Shuirong said to him, and Bai Yang's eyes became somewhat gloomy. This bastard. How cruel and ruthless. Let's go to the HR department. Lei and I nodded. The two of them walked quickly towards the Human Resources department. Lu Shuirong, who was sitting in his office, had a sneer on his face. At this time, his office door was opened. Wang Wei walked in with a smile on his face. Brother Shuirong, you're truly worthy of being me. Your methods are endless. Why are you looking for me when you have nothing to do? Lu Shuirong looked at Wang Wei, because the two of them were business competitors and their relationship was not good. Nothing, I just want to remind you that Bai Yang's identity is not simple. If you do this to his men, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved so easily. Wang Wei smiled. We must follow the rules and regulations. What can Bai Yang do? Plus, how many people who can enter the business department are simple people? Boss Tang has been very popular in the company recently, and Li Qiuhua and the others have all turned to her. The other shareholders in the company are in a precarious situation right now. If we don't do something to dampen their prestige, I'm afraid Tang Yuma will become the sole hegemon. Lu Shuirong said indifferently. Wang Wei nodded. You're right. My uncle has also passed on some news to me recently. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be joining forces with the one you're with. So, from now on, we can be considered comrades. Lu Shuirong glanced at Wang Wei, although he didn't like Wang Wei very much. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the current situation, they can only join forces. Don't worry. The first blow will start with Bai Yang. Each of his subordinates is an intern and has no outstanding achievements in the company. We will deal with every one of them. Lu Shuirong sneered. Wang Wei nodded. At this time, Bai Yang followed Lei and I to the Human Resources department. At this time, not only Wang Gao, but also Li Jun, Chen Hai and others who had been following Bai Yang came here. They all seemed to have some problems and were being investigated by the Human Resources department. Manager. Wang Gao looked at Bai Yang with a bit of awe in his eyes. The other people also called out to Bai Yang. What's going on? Bai Yang looked directly at Li Changwei, the deputy manager of the Human Resources department. We received some intelligence that each of these people has violated company rules and regulations. We also follow the rules, Li Changwei said directly. Show me the file, Bai Yang said directly. I'm sorry, according to the rules, I can't show you these things, Li Changwei said seriously. But, if you want to deal with my employees, you must have a suitable reason, Bai Yang said. I will naturally give reasons, but each of them has violated company regulations. Under normal circumstances, they should be fired. Manager Bai, I know you're very protective of your son, but the company has its own rules. It's not just your decision that counts. Instead of questioning me here, why not ask them what they did wrong? Li Changwei said. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knows. Li Changwei is determined to follow the rules. Chapter 54 Project Manager. Many people from the Human Resources Department looked over here. They also know that things here may not be that simple. But they would not step forward, just watching them quarrel quietly. If that's the case, then starting today, they are all official employees of the company, and each of them will be treated like a section officer. Bai Yang's eyes became somewhat cold. Hearing this, Li Chingwei's expression changed slightly. Manager Bai, do you know what you are talking about? Certainly. According to the company's rules and regulations, anyone can take on business that affects the company's development. He has the right to appoint subordinates. Moreover, even the Human Resources Department has no jurisdiction over the subordinates he appoints, Bai Yang said coldly. Li Changwei sneered, Okay, I also want to see, Mr. Bai, what kind of big business have you received that can actually affect the development of the company? But, Mr. Bai, I hope you understand that all of your subordinates have some problems. Don't act on impulse when the time comes. Bai Yang's eyes were cold. I know better than you whether this is an impulsive move or not. That's it. Bai Yang turned around directly. When Wang Gao and others saw this scene, there was a hint of gratitude in their eyes. For a moment, Bai Yang occupied a very important position in their hearts. Manager, don't worry. I won't let you down. Wang Gao and others thought secretly in their hearts. Bai Yang went straight to Tang Yuma's office. When Tang Yuma saw Bai Yang, there was a look of surprise on his face. Why are you here? I previously provided the chip optimization blueprint. Put my name on this project, and I want to appoint a few people, Bai Yang said directly. Tang Yuma's eyes narrowed slightly. What happened? Bai Yang briefly recounted what had happened before. Tang Yuma's eyes flickered with a gleam. These guys are indeed restless. Don't worry, I have your men and they won't be kicked out. But we still need to abide by the company's rules and regulations, otherwise those people will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Bai Yang nodded. He was worried about that too. The figure left. Not long after, Bai Yang returned to the business department. Many people in the business department looked at Bai Yang. They all knew about Bai Yang's previous work in the Human Resources Department. But they didn't know where Bai Yang got the courage to say such things. Manager Bai, I heard you're planning to develop a project that will impact the entire company, but I don't know what it is. If this is a new chip or D project, you are not responsible for it, Lu Shuirong said sarcastically. Bai Yang sneered, no need to worry about what the project is. Manager Bai, don't blame me for not reminding you. Spreading rumors within the company will also be punished. I hope you won't be warned by your superiors for this, Lu Shuirong sneered. Many people in the business department looked at Bai Yang with a bit of coldness in their eyes. Bai Yang is really brave. He dares to say such things. If he can't produce such results, his prestige in the company will probably plummet. You must know. This kind of talk is not just random talk. But just when everyone thought Bai Yang was just bragging, Lu Yiling came to the office. Her eyes were a little cold, and she held a document in her hand. After glancing around, she came to Bai Yang and put the documents in his hand. The plan has been drawn up. Mr. Tang said that you will be fully responsible for a part of this project. Willow Leaf Spiritual Dao. Bai Yang nodded, then pulled out a piece of paper from the file and placed it in front of Lu Shuirong with a sneer on his face. This is the seal of the board of directors. I wonder if this thing can prove that what I said is true. Lu Shuirong's face changed. He didn't expect that Bai Yang actually had such a project. You must know. With the approval of the board of directors, this project can be implemented. As long as the project is not cancelled, no one can easily take action against Bai Yang's men. Looks like someone's plan is going to go down the drain. Also from the HR department, call Li Changwei over. Bai Yang scolded. Wang Gao and others left in a hurry, and soon Li Changwei came to the business department. When he saw the documents in Bai Yang's hand, his expression changed slightly. Manager Li, you said before that I didn't have the authority to view those contents. Now Wang Gao and others have been appointed by me. I wonder if I have the authority to view those contents. Bai Yang said in a cold tone. According to the company's regulations, he is fully entitled to review these. Seeing the arrogant roll of eyes, Li Changwei gritted his teeth and asked someone to bring the file over. According to the information in the file, Wang Gao and others did have some problems, but there was some information at the bottom of the file that made Bai Yang's eyes narrow slightly. Manager Li, your document says Wang Gao and others are suspected of stealing company secrets. Do you have any concrete evidence? Li Changwei's face changed and he shook his head slightly. It's just someone's reaction, there's no evidence. There's no evidence, so why did you write it down? Also, Wang Gao has made so many contributions to the company, why is there no record of that in this document? There was a hint of anger on Bai Yang's face. Li Changwei's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Lu Shuirong standing beside him. In fact, he was the one who instigated this matter. I originally thought that even Bai Yang couldn't do anything to him. Because ordinary people have no way of accessing the files of the Human Resources Department. It must be a work error. Li Changwei said. A mistake at work? Bai Yang's voice became a little louder. Li Changwei looked a little frightened. You're going to fire a well-performing employee just because of your work mistakes? Li Changwei, you're really brave. There was a hint of coldness in Bai Yang's voice. Li Changwei didn't dare to refute. He knows. This is indeed a big deal. In a company, if you maliciously modify other people's files, you may be fired if the situation gets serious. I'll report this to the board of directors and let them make the decision. As a deputy manager like you, I think you've reached the end of your rope. Bai Yang said coldly. Li Changwei clenched his fists slightly. Facing Bai Yang's scolding, he had no chance to refute. Bang! Bai Yang threw the documents in his hand directly on the table, looked at Li Changwei coldly, and turned away. Wang Gao and others also looked at him with a somewhat cold look. Such a man is really disgusting. Not long after, the human resources manager came here and learned about the situation. He looked at Li Changwei with a cold look in his eyes. Li Changwei, you're truly courageous. You dare to do such a thing. Pack your things tomorrow and go to the logistics department. For the next 10 years, don't even think about returning to the human resources department. Human Resources Manager Yi Chen snorted coldly. Li Changwei's face changed drastically, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He just nodded. But everyone knew that Li Changwei's future was over. Chapter 55 Advanced Luck Card. Lu Shuirong, who was sitting in the office, had a slight change in expression. Although he had heard some rumors, he never expected that this project actually existed. You must know. The optimized chip is a trade secret and cannot be disclosed to the public until the time is right. Few people know about it. However, after such a long time, many people naturally know him. Lu Shuirong clenched his fists tightly, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. His subordinate Lu Tong walked in at this time. Manager, this is bad. I don't know what's wrong with Yi Chen. He actually wants to thoroughly investigate this matter. Li Changwei may not be able to handle it. Lu Tong said at this time. It seems that there is pressure from the higher-ups. This Bai Yang is quite capable. But it's okay, it shouldn't be that easy for him to attack me. Lu Shuirong said. But just as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open and Yi Chen walked in. Lu Shuirong, we already know that you collaborated with Li Changwei to create fake files. We need your help in the investigation. Yi Chen's eyes were somewhat cold. Lu Shuirong's expression changed slightly. Impossible. There must be something wrong here. How could I possibly team up with Li Changwei? Lu Shuirong said. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we investigate. Come with me first. A lot of people are paying attention to your case, so don't make yourself uncomfortable. Yi Chen said coldly. A gloomy look flashed across Lu Shuirong's eyes, but he didn't say much. He just stood up and followed Yi Chen away. He knows. This time, he is under investigation, and I guess a lot of things about him will be uncovered. I don't know how the board of directors will deal with him. Bai Yang sat in his office looking at the documents Lu Yiling had given him earlier. This document clearly shows that Bai Yang will be responsible for chip promotion in the future. As someone from the business department, he is quite familiar with these things. Ding! Detected that the host is actively developing their own business, the God-level selection system is being activated. 1. Take advantage of the situation and keep the project stable. You'll be rewarded with the title, Salted Fish King. During this title, your laziness will increase by +1. 2. Bravely forge ahead and rapidly develop this business to astonishing results. You will be rewarded with a low-level luck card. System sounds rang out at this time. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. The system was actually activated at this time. This system can be activated at any time. Bai Yang sighed, then directly chose option 2. What use is there to him of a title like the Salted Fish King? It's completely useless. Ding! Selection successful, 100-fold amplification is being generated. 1. Obtain 100 low-level luck cards. 2. Get a high-level good luck card. Hint: low-level good luck card can increase the host's luck by 10 points, lasting for 2 hours. Advanced good luck card, which can increase the host's luck by 100 points, lasting for 24 hours. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang chose option 2 without any hesitation. Luck increases by 10 points and 100 points. That's totally different. You must know. If your luck is slightly different, the things you encounter may be very different. Ding! Selection successful, obtain a high-level luck card. When the system sound came, Bai Yang saw a shining card appeared in his system warehouse with the words Advanced Luck Card written on it. Click to use. The card disappeared out of thin air. That's it? Bai Yang was slightly stunned. After using this luck card, there was no reaction at all on his side. But not long after, Lei and I ran in with a look of excitement on his face. Manager Bai, this is great. It seems that because you received the business of promoting the new chip, some people who learned about this information actually placed orders directly. Our business volume increased by more than 50 million in one go. Lei and I said quickly. There was a look of surprise on Bai Yang's face. There was such a thing. Then why should he struggle? Every day when he sat in the office, someone would give him money. Suddenly Bai Yang realized something. Very likely. This is the effect brought by the good luck card. Bai Yang grinned. Advanced luck card, quite powerful. Let them all move and follow me to pick up money, no, make money. Bai Yang said. Kindness. Lei and I nodded. As she left, Bai Yang's men also started to get busy. Someone called in one moment and asked for an order of 10 million, and someone else called in the other moment and asked for 8 million. Within a few hours, Bai Yang's business figures soared at a terrifying rate. The other colleagues in the business department had red eyes due to jealousy. Even if they have been working in the sales department for so long, it would be impossible for them to achieve such terrifying business figures as Bai Yang, but these newcomers can actually achieve this. This must have made them very jealous. Some people were thinking how good it would have been if they had followed Bai Yang at the beginning. Looking at his busy subordinates, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. As he walked outside, Bai Yang suddenly saw a man acting a little sneaky, hiding next to the toilet, not knowing what he was doing. He walked towards the other person silently. It turned out to be a salesperson under Wang Wei. It's absolutely true. Our company has developed a new chip, and now we have at least dozens of people placing orders with us every day. Hurry up and buy some of our company's stock, and at the same time, tell Lanyu Chip Company about this. The man whispered. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He appeared directly in front of the man, reached out and grabbed his phone. Manager. The man's face changed. That's pretty impressive. You actually dared to sell out company information. It looks like this isn't your first time doing this. There was a hint of indifference on Bai Yang's face. The person in front of him was Wang Wei's right-hand man. He had often followed him to do bad things, and now he was in his hands. Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh that his luck was too good. No, no. There was a look of panic on the man's face. No? There was a hint of coldness in Bai Yang's eyes. If that's the case, I have to find someone to investigate. Li Hai's face changed drastically and he knelt down in front of Bai Yang on the spot. Manager Bai, I beg you, please let me go. I was forced to do this, and my mother is seriously ill. I'm desperate for money. I have no other choice. Please, please let me go. Li Hai begged for mercy. What good will it do me if I let you go? There was a cold look on Bai Yang's face. He looked at him and asked. Li Hai's eyes shifted for a moment, he gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Yang. I know some of Wang Wei's secrets. If you can let me go, I can tell you everything about him. Chapter 56, 800 million easily. Hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Wei had been causing trouble for him time and time again, which had already made him a little unhappy. Bai Yang was a little moved that Li Hai actually knew his secret. So, tell me, what secret does Wang Wei have? Bai Yang asked. He has embezzled a lot of public funds over the years, and he also has a mistress. He's a henpecked husband who relies on his wife to get to where he is. If you're willing to let me go, I can tell you where his villa is outside. As long as you find the location of his villa, you will definitely find a lot of evidence against him. Li Hai explained. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. To be honest, he never thought that he could know these things. As long as you tell me where his villa is, I will let you go. After getting Bai Yang's promise, Li Hai breathed a sigh of relief, and then whispered some information in Bai Yang's ear. Bai Yang nodded slightly. It seems that Wang Wei is not an honest man. Manager Bai, look, I've already told you everything I know. Can I use my phone? Li Hai said flatteringly. This thing. That won't work. You can even betray Wang Wei, so you can't be a good person. Besides, you've made a lot of money from this thing over the years. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Li Hai's expression changed. He didn't expect that Bai Yang would go back on his word. Bai Yang, are you going too far? I'm going too far? Bai Yang sneered. I'm naturally loyal to my friends, but who the hell are you? A piece of trash who betrayed the company and his master. You expect me, Bai Yang, to stick to your principles. Li Hai clenched his fists, and there was a ferocious look in his eyes. Bai Yang, I think you are looking for death. After saying that, he picked up the mop next to him and hit Bai Yang hard. But Bai Yang, who possesses the consciousness of a soldier king, has combat power that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When Li Hai's attack just came to him, he sneered. Only. Before Bai Yang could take action, Li Hai seemed to step on something, slipped and fell to the ground. Bang! Li Hai fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Fuck, there's such a thing. Bai Yang suddenly realized that he had underestimated the effect of the good luck card. This thing. It's like he's been possessed by the god of luck. Bai Yang had a feeling that if he jumped from the building now, he might be unharmed. But, thinking that this was the 33rd floor, Bai Yang suppressed his thoughts. If it fails, then I'm screwed. Li Hai felt dizzy and tried to stand up, but Bai Yang stepped on his head. It seems that what I did just now was right. People like you don't deserve any mercy at all. That's it. Bai Yang kicked him directly, and Li Hai's body was knocked to the side, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Some security guards not far away noticed the situation here. When they saw Li Hai was beaten like this, their faces changed. Bai Yang said directly and coldly, "This guy sold out company information, arrest him." Hearing this, the security guard nodded, immediately walked towards Li Hai and arrested him. Bai Yang glanced at him and left without much emotion. The news that Li Hai was beaten and sold company information quickly spread. Many people knew that Li Hai had betrayed the company, and those who had a good relationship with him before were now rushing to distance themselves from him. Wang Wei also knew the situation here. He clenched his fists and had a ferocious look on his face. Li Hai was his right-hand man, and something like this happened to him. How could he feel comfortable about it? In the afternoon, because of his great luck, Bai Yang went directly to the convenience store downstairs and bought a few lottery tickets. Although he is not short of money, no one can have too much money. Just take the lottery ticket and leave. Tang Yuma called at this time. Bai Yang is a little strange. Bai Yang, come to my office now. There was a hint of urgency in Tang Yuma's tone. Good. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang quickly walked towards Tang Yuma's office. When he arrived at her office, Tang Yuma stared at him intently. What's wrong? Seeing her eyes, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of surprise. Zhao Hai is dead. Tang Yuma said word by word. Isn't that a good thing? Bai Yang shrugged. This matter. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang and asked, is it related to you? What do you think? Bai Yang grinned. Tang Yuma's emotions were in turmoil. Bai Yang, I hope you understand that the Zhao family is not as simple as you think. Now that Zhao Hai is dead, everyone who had a grudge against him will be thoroughly investigated. You've had that kind of conflict with him before. Do you know what kind of trouble you're going to get into next? If the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. I have nothing to fear, and it's just Zhao Hai. I really don't believe that he can do anything to me. Bai Yang said indifferently. Tang Yuma clenched his fist slightly, but said nothing more. Since you think so, then I have nothing to say. But you are still my husband now. No matter what happens to you, I will protect you. Thank you. Bai Yang smiled slightly, looking at the lottery ticket in his hand. He directly handed one to Tang Yuma. I just bought it. The lottery will be drawn soon. I'll give you one. Looking at the lottery ticket given by Bai Yang, Tang Yuma was slightly stunned, but still took it. It seems like it was the first time Bai Yang gave her something. This guy, are all the things he gives to girls so weird? Bai Yang turned and left. As it was getting close to afternoon, Bai Yang was paying attention to the lottery information on the internet. 13, 23, 34, 98, 11, 76. When he saw the prize information, Bai Yang smiled. Got it. The price for this period is 8 million yuan per ticket. Bai Yang bought a total of 100 tickets, which is 800 million yuan. It's so easy to make 800 million. This speed of making money is simply too easy. Tang Yuma also called it this time. Bai Yang. We won the lottery. Hearing Tang Yuma's voice, Bai Yang's face also showed a smile. Isn't it just a mere 800 million? It's no big deal. 800 million? You bought 100 tickets? Yes. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. She even felt a little doubtful about her life. Why was Bai Yang so lucky when they were both human beings? I just bought 100 lottery tickets and won the first prize. Tang Yuma was a little suspicious, wondering if Bai Yang had some kind of insider dealings with the lottery group. Chapter 57 The Horror of Luck Card. Looking at the lottery ticket in his hand, Bai Yang's face was obviously a little smug. In the past, he never thought that he could win such a big prize. But after activating the luck card, Bai Yang felt like he was cheating. This kind of life is just too great. After stretching, Bai Yang made himself a cup of coffee. He knows. I have to find trouble with Wang Wei in the evening. This guy embezzled public funds and kept a mistress. I don't know if he can still stay in the company after these things are exposed. But just when Bai Yang had this thought in his mind, bang! His office door was pushed open. A figure walked in. His eyes were somewhat cold, and he stared at Bai Yang intently. Bai Yang, you're really capable. You actually managed to get rid of Li Changwei. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the company? Looking at the person who appeared in his office, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of indifference. Director Qian, are you here to call me to task? Bai Yang took a sip of coffee and spoke slowly. You know in your heart whether I'm here to call you to account or not. However, Bai Yang, don't be complacent. The situation in the company is not as simple as you think. You actually expelled Li Changwei. Don't expect things to go so smoothly in the company in the future. Qian Lihai scolded. He is Li Changwei's cousin, and Li Changwei's promotion in recent years is closely related to him. Originally, he felt that by training such a subordinate, it would be much easier for him to do anything in the company in the future. But what he didn't expect was that Li Changwei was dismissed by the board of directors because of a wrong step, and the person behind all this was Bai Yang. Thinking of this, Qian Lihai felt very uncomfortable. His own nephew has been very filial to him over the years. He also felt that as long as he did not leave the company, no one would be able to punish him. But Bai Yang's appearance broke his thoughts. This bastard. He is extremely ruthless in doing things. If you have any objections, you can go to the board of directors. Also, were you threatening me just now? Bai Yang looked at him with a cold look in his eyes. So what if I threaten you? Do you still want to attack me? Qian Lihai said coldly. Of course I won't do anything to you. Because, you Don't deserve it. Bai Yang said word by word. There was a hint of anger in Qian Lihai's eyes. Okay, Bai Yang, don't forget what you said today. That's it. Qian Lihai was about to turn around and leave. He and Bai Yang had a grudge against each other. He walked outside, but just as he slammed the door, bang! The originally strong glass door actually broke directly. Qian Lihai's face changed and he quickly ran away, but just as he dodged the glass falling from above, he fell directly on the computer desk. Bang! His chin was hit hard and blood was flowing. Covering his mouth with his hands, Qian Lihai's face was full of pain. Director Qian. When they saw Qian Lihai's embarrassed appearance, the faces of several deputy managers in the office changed, and Wang Wei was the first to run over here. It's just that his movement was a little hasty, and he happened to step on the computer cable next to him, and when he fell forward, he bumped into Qian Lihai. There was a look of pain on Qian Lihai's face. He felt like his ribs were about to be broken. Wang Wei, you bastard. Qian Lihai pushed him away with great effort and tried to stand up by holding onto the table next to him. Only. The water dispenser on the table was already on the edge due to the impact just now. Now. Qian Lihai exerted force and the water dispenser hit him directly on the head. Bang! Qian Lihai felt dizzy. When the people in the office saw this scene, they couldn't believe it. Is this money always in trouble? How can I be so unlucky? Bai Yang was sitting in the office, still holding a cup of coffee in his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. What luck! This is too outrageous. Before this, he didn't know the terrifying nature of the high-level luck card. Now, he knows. The luck is so strong that the most direct feedback is, all your wishes will come true. With a light sigh, Bai Yang stood up and walked towards Qian Lihai, looking at him with a bit of gloating. Mr. Qian, it seems that you haven't been very lucky recently. Bai Yang shook his head slightly and left. Qian Lihai was almost seriously injured and almost vomited blood. Bai Yang, this bastard, is really going too far. But my luck is so bad. How could I be so unlucky? He doesn't know. If you clash with someone who has particularly good luck, and your own luck is not strong, a lot of bad things will happen. The same thing happened to Lihai before. Because he wanted to fight with Bai Yang, he almost broke his teeth. Night. Bai Yang left the company and walked directly to the address provided by Lihai. Because the luck card was still in effect, Bai Yang was not worried about any accidents. With top-notch luck, everything you do can come true. The road was smooth and Bai Yang arrived at the villa in no time. After entering the villa, Bai Yang did not encounter any security guards. It was like entering his own back garden. What he doesn't know is, when he was about to arrive at the villa, the security guard at the door happened to have diarrhea and went to the toilet. Bai Yang came in so naturally. After looking around the villa for a while, Bai Yang soon saw a beautiful young woman in the bedroom not far away. The woman was in her early 30s, well-maintained, and was wearing a sexy Sharpie skirt. The texture of the top is a bit transparent. The looming figure is clearly visible. Seeing this woman, Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Wang Wei really knows how to enjoy himself. No wonder. The henpecked husband is still looking for a mistress outside. Bai Yang moved quietly and went to the second floor. After searching for a while, he came to the study. His eyes fell on the safe in the corner of the study, and Bai Yang walked over. This safe has a combination lock. If you don't know the combination, you can't open it. There was a look of thoughtfulness on Bai Yang's face. After hesitating for a moment, he randomly entered a password. Wrong password. Looking at the prompts on the page, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of helplessness. He thought that with his top-notch luck, he should be able to get the password, but it was obvious that he was wrong. It seems that we need to find a way to get the password first. Bai Yang glanced at the computer desk next to him again, and suddenly he found that several books on the bookshelf next to the computer desk seemed to have been moved. He took down the books. Only. When he opened one of the books, Bai Yang saw a string of numbers, which was exactly a 12-digit password. This seems to be a woman's font. Obviously. The woman must have accidentally found out the password to Wang Wei's safe, and then wrote it down in a book. However, because she was clumsy and didn't clean it up properly, it was discovered by Bai Yang. Bai Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. My luck. It's simply too good. Chapter 58 Blackwater Community. Possessing a high-level luck card, Bai Yang also deeply experienced this feeling of being at peace and content. No matter what he wanted to do, it seemed as if there was an invisible force helping him. What a shame. I wish this good luck card could last forever. Bai Yang shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Bai Yang came to the safe and entered the password to open it. There were a lot of documents inside. Although some of the project books were not named after Wang Wei, Bai Yang could tell with his keen eyesight that these projects were most likely invested by Wang Wei using embezzled public funds. This guy is really brave. But Wang Wei is a capable guy. He has embezzled public funds for so many years and has actually made a lot of money. More importantly, not many people have discovered these things. Bai Yang took pictures of these documents one by one with his mobile phone. He knew that Wang Wei would be ruined if he had such things. After recording everything, Bai Yang stood up and prepared to leave. But just as he walked out of the room, he heard the sound of an engine and a beam of light coming from downstairs. Bai Yang looked downstairs and found that Wang Wei's car had actually driven in. The beautiful young woman who had been in the room before walked out to greet them. The two kissed passionately. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang took a photo directly with his mobile phone. Then I entered a phone number and sent the photo. After doing all this, Bai Yang climbed down directly from the second-floor windowsill and came to the main entrance of the villa. It would be too easy for Wang Wei to just be punished by his wife. What Bai Yang wanted was to make Wang Wei feel ashamed and kneel down to beg for mercy. Manager Wang, you are so cool. Bai Yang looked at Wang Wei with a playful smile on his face. When Wang Wei's eyes fell on Bai Yang, his expression changed noticeably. Why are you here? Wang Wei scolded. Why am I here? Is it strange that I'm here? Bai Yang asked back. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Manager Wang, does your wife know how cool you are? Wang Wei's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were a little cold. Bai Yang, do you know what you are doing? I, Wang Wei, am not as easy to mess with as you think. Really? Is Manager Wang planning to do something to me? Bai Yang asked back. At this time, more than a dozen security guards were approaching this side from a distance. When they saw Bai Yang, their eyes were obviously a little cold. Who are you? How did you get in? This is a private villa and the annual management fee is very high. When he saw Bai Yang, Wang Wei directly dialed a number on his mobile phone. The security here naturally rushed over at the first moment. When they saw Bai Yang, their eyes were a little cold. Manager Wang, are you planning to destroy the body? Bai Yang asked. Bai Yang, I admit that you are a smart person and quite capable. During your time in the company, you have accomplished many things that I cannot do. It's just that a tree fears the wind. You actually came to me today, so I naturally won't let you go back alive. Wang Wei said coldly. The leading security guard also knew what Wang Wei meant, and his eyes were a little cold. Boy, do you know the consequences of trespassing here without permission? If you behave yourself, we might give you a quick death. They approached Bai Yang with their fists rubbed, and from their eyes it could be seen that they were planning to get rid of Bai Yang here. TSK, no wonder you've been safe and sound all these years. So this is the security system here. If I had a villa here, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get in. Bai Yang sighed. Stop whining. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you have to get down on the ground. The leading security guard rushed directly towards Bai Yang. He has good skills and is obviously a martial artist. But when his figure just came in front of Bai Yang kicked him directly. Bang! The figure was kicked out directly. With his tiny body, how could he possibly be a match for Bai Yang? Seeing their captain being knocked to the ground, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. This guy is quite capable, everyone be careful. One person said. That's it. More than 10 people rushed towards Bai Yang. When he saw these people, Bai Yang moved quickly. He was very agile. When several security guards came to him, they raised their batons high and swung at him. Laugh. Bai Yang dodged quickly, and before they even dropped their weapons, Bai Yang's fist hit them hard. Bang! Bang! Two dull voices rang out. The eyes of the two men who were beaten were about to pop out, and their faces were filled with pain. Bai Yang moved and hit several security guards in succession. The pain on their faces was extremely obvious. Some people even fainted on the spot. Bang bang bang. Within a few minutes, more than a dozen security guards were knocked to the ground by Yang, with blood spurting from their mouths and faces filled with pain. Looking at the confused security guard in front of him, Yang had a somewhat indifferent expression on his face, and his eyes looked at Wang Wei in front of him. The person you found isn't very skilled either. Anything else? If you have any, keep calling for help. Looking at Yang's arrogant expression, Wang Wei's eyes became extremely sharp. Yang, you're capable. But causing trouble in a place like this isn't a rational decision. There was a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. Day. At this time, footsteps were heard. I only saw dozens of people rushing towards this side quickly with weapons in their hands not far away. These guys are obviously well trained. When they came outside the villa, he looked at Yang with a somewhat cold look. Yang, you might not know this. This is a private estate developed by Lu Haizi. This neighborhood is full of private villas, and the cheapest one is worth over 60 million. And the most valuable thing here is not the villa itself, but the security system here. Each owner has to pay more than 5 million yuan in property fees every year. Do you know the real value behind these 5 million? This villa has over 600 security guards, all of them retired soldiers, and some are mercenaries from the border. The annual cost of supporting them is tens of millions. And the reason we spend so much money to maintain community security is to protect the privacy of the residents. Anyone who buys a house here has something shady. Yang, what a pity. You had to break into a place like this. There was a hint of coldness on Wang Wei's face. He knew that if Yang knocked down those security guards, not only would he not be able to escape easily, but it would get him into big trouble. People like Lu Haizi are not to be trifled with in Shanghai. Chapter 59 Lu Dongmei. Yang looked at the group of people in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, he never thought that there would be such insider information in the villa area here. No wonder Wang Wei has been so confident over the years. I guess apart from the owners, few people can come into his community casually. But Yang knew that the high-level luck card on him had not disappeared, so he was not worried at all about what would happen to him. Not bad, not bad. If I had known the villas here were so awesome, I would have bought one here too. There was a hint of smile on Yang's face. Seeing his expression, Wang Wei felt very uncomfortable. Even when he was about to die, he was still like this. This guy deliberately broke into my territory. According to the rules of your community, you should know what to do. Wang Wei said coldly. The uniformed and fully armed security guards nodded, gripping their batons tightly, and several of them rushed directly towards Yang. If they are not dealt with, Yang will find it difficult to escape unscathed tonight. Bang! Just when the fight was about to break out, there was an extremely violent collision sound outside the community. The sound of the engine was heard at this time. The security guards who were ready to go quickly dodged when they saw this scene. I only saw 3 or 4 SUVs rushing directly into the community at the entrance. The entire front of the SUV in front was deformed, which shows how intense the previous collision was. These cars were parked directly in front of the villa where Wang Wei was. When he saw these cars, Wang Wei's expression changed a little. These cars. He is too familiar with it. Under the gaze of the crowd, they saw a fat woman, about 40 or 50 years old, jumping out from the middle vehicle. Her face was full of flesh and there was anger on her face. Wang Wei, you are really capable. How dare you keep a mistress here? When he saw her, Wang Wei's face changed drastically. The person who came was his wife, Lu Dongmei. Lu Dongmei is an extremely tough woman who does things without any sense of propriety. However, Lu Dongmei's family conditions are very good. Wang Wei was with Lu Dongmei because he valued this point. In recent years, Wang Wei has risen rapidly relying on the resources of Lu Dongmei's family. Without Lu Dongmei, there would be no Wang Wei today. But men are like this. When they have money and power, they will want to find something new. Moreover, Lu Dongmei has no looks and no figure, and she is often treated like a slave at home. Even if Wang Wei wants to be devoted to her, he can't do it. When facing such a woman every day, you still need to greet her with a smile. This is indeed a very difficult thing for men. When Lu Dongmei came to Wang Wei, bang! She slapped Wang Wei twice on the face, and Wang Wei looked obviously in pain. Wang Wei, you're so brave. You actually dared to find another woman behind my back, and even bought such a nice villa. Bang! Another slap. If it weren't for me, would you be able to live the life you have today? I think you're really tired of your good life and want to find some excitement. Bang! 2 more slaps were given. Wang Wei was almost knocked to the ground. When the security guards saw this scene, they didn't dare to move. They all knew that the relationship between Lu Dongmei and Wang Wei was not simple. If I do this, I don't know what the consequences will be. Bai Yang stood aside with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Wang Wei being beaten like this, he felt a sense of relief in his heart for some reason. People like this deserve to be punished. Bang! Lu Dongmei seemed to feel that the beating was not enough, and she actually kicked him. Wang Wei was knocked to the ground, his face showing an indescribable look of embarrassment. He kept wanting to speak, but Lu Dongmei didn't give him a chance and beat him until his whole body was covered with bruises. When the beautiful young woman saw this scene, there was a look of horror on her face. The people who followed Lu Dongmei also quickly rushed towards the beautiful young woman, grabbed her and beat her up. 2 people even stripped her clothes off and took pictures. Lu Dongmei has been domineering in Shanghai for many years and is not someone to be trifled with. She is quite ruthless in her conduct and actions. Anyone who had provoked her before was severely punished by her. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Dongmei finally calmed down, with a somewhat cold look on her face. He stepped directly on Wang Wei's face. Wang Wei, if you don't want to live a good life, then forget it from now on. Everything I, Lu Dongmei, can give you, I can take back. You actually like this little vixen, then you two can be together happily, but I, Lu Dongmei, will definitely ruin your reputation. Lu Dongmei said coldly. Honey, no, don't do that. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, she seduced me. I'm sincere to you. Bang! Wang Wei wanted to say something, but Lu Dongmei kicked him directly. Wang Wei's face was full of pain. What are you looking at here? Have you ever seen a wife beat her husband? Lu Dongmei glanced at the security guards and scolded them. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang is our landlord, and you're his wife. We naturally have no jurisdiction over you, but he's breaking in here illegally. We should deal with him both morally and rationally. The leading man pointed at Bai Yang Dao. Lu Dongmei glanced at Bai Yang. She was a smart person and of course knew that Bai Yang would not appear here for no reason. He's also my man. Also, how can Wang Wei be considered your owner? All his money is mine, and I have an agreement with him. Although the house is under his name now, as long as we get divorced, the house will still be under my name. So, he's not your owner, I am. If you have nothing else, leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call Lu Haizi and none of you will have a good life. Lu Dongmei said coldly. She is not very familiar with Lu Haizi, but she has some connections in Shanghai. If she is really pissed off, there is no problem in letting Lu Haizi handle the matter. The security captain was also a smart man. After hearing Lu Dongmei's words, he nodded, then waved his hand to signal the people present to disperse. Everyone left quickly. Lu Dongmei glanced at Bai Yang and said, "Thank you for what you did today." "It's okay, it's just a piece of cake." Bai Yang smiled slightly. "What else do you know about him?" Lu Dongmei asked again. "It must be about him embezzling public funds, and he invested in a lot of businesses outside without your knowledge. But don't worry, I will submit all these businesses to the relevant departments. He will definitely be ruined this time." Bai Yang smiled. Lu Dongmei was slightly stunned, but didn't say much, just nodded slightly. She and Wang Wei had signed some agreements, and she was not aware of what Wang Wei had done, so naturally it had nothing to do with her. Wang Wei's behavior was destined to bring their relationship to an end, so she naturally wouldn't care too much about Wang Wei's affairs. After getting on the car, Lu Dongmei and others left quickly. Bai Yang walked towards Wang Wei. "I know you know something about Wang Haotian. I have evidence of your embezzlement of public funds. If you are willing to tell me something, I can give you some time to escape. Otherwise, you will be finished." Chapter 60, The Love-Struck Girl. Hearing this, Wang Wei's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Bai Yang. All of a sudden he understood one thing: the purpose of Bai Yang doing so many things was for this. Bai Yang is a smart man. He knew very well that the new chip technology would be announced soon. With the current momentum, Tiantan Group should have no problem growing to a trillion level in the future. But there are many shareholders in the company, and some of them are openly or covertly trying to attack Tang Yuma and split the company. If the company develops in the future, these profits will be divided up by these people. Bai Yang was unwilling. Before the new chip is launched on the market, some shareholders in the company must be cleaned up. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Wei's eyes. It's impossible for me to betray my uncle. Really? If that's the case, don't blame me if anything happens to you in the future. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Seeing Bai Yang's eyes, Wang Wei felt a chill in his heart. For some reason, Bai Yang always gave him a very dangerous feeling. After giving him a cold look, Bai Yang turned and left. As for the information found in Wang Wei's safe, Bai Yang sent it directly to Tang Yuma via his mobile phone. When she saw these contents, Tang Yuma's expression changed a little. She knew very well what these documents represented. About 10 minutes later, Tang Yuma called. Bai Yang, where did you find these things? Wang Wei's villa, with these things, should be enough to convict him. But unfortunately, I didn't get any information about Wang Haotian. Bai Yang said calmly. That's already pretty impressive. Wang Wei has done so many evil things in the company over the years. I will definitely punish him severely. Tang Yuma said. Kindness. Bai Yang responded. Tang Yuma was silent for a moment, then said to Bai Yang, it's getting late now, come back early. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded and hung up the phone. The night view tonight is pretty good. Bai Yang was walking alone on the path by the river. To be honest, he felt quite emotional. He had originally thought that he would never amount to anything in his life, but unknowingly he had become such a person. What a pity. Although I have a wife, she's not my real wife. If only I could find a wife as beautiful as her someday. Bai Yang thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, a figure not far away looked towards him with a bit of resentment, and there was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face. When he looked towards the distance, his expression changed a little. He found that there was a young woman sitting on the bridge by the river not far away. Judging from her posture, it was obvious that she was planning to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Bai Yang's expression changed. Miss, what are you doing? He quickly ran towards the other party and asked. I was abandoned by my boyfriend and I don't want to live anymore. Hearing this, Bai Yang was ashamed. Isn't he just a man? Are there still women as infatuated as you these days? What do you mean? Are all women in the world heartless and unfaithful? The woman looked at Bai Yang and asked. That's not what I meant. I just feel that in this society where there are more men than women, finding a man shouldn't be an easy task. Besides, I haven't found a partner yet. You're so beautiful, what if you just die like this? That's such a shame. Bai Yang sighed. There's nothing to regret. Life only lasts a few decades. What difference does it make if you die early or late? The woman shook her head slightly. She was obviously very sad and unconsciously had a suicidal look on her face. If that's the case, do you think this is okay? Bai Yang scratched his head and said, actually, I'm still a virgin. Since you're going to die anyway, why not let me have some fun before you die? You. The woman's face changed. She didn't expect Bai Yang to be so shameless. But just when she was distracted, Bai Yang rushed to her and hugged her. This woman has a great figure, with a curvy figure, and she is very beautiful. When Bai Yang hugged her, he clearly felt a fragrance coming towards him. The amazing touch gave him an indescribable impulse. But Bai Yang quickly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Although he was not a gentleman, he was not someone who would take advantage of others in distress. After rescuing the woman thought Bai Yang was really going to take advantage of her. Her face changed and she bit Bai Yang's shoulder directly. Bai Yang felt a little pain. You were born in the year of the dog in your previous life. Woo woo woo. The woman spoke incoherently while biting Bai Yang. Bang. Bai Yang slapped her on the butt. Let me go, or I'll show you how I'll deal with you. You, woo woo, can't do anything to me, woo woo. The woman said vaguely. What did the ghost do to you? Do you think you are a fairy? I just don't want to see you commit suicide like this. You are quite beautiful, but why is your brain not working well? Bai Yang was a little speechless. The woman also discovered that after Bai Yang rescued her, he really didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to her. She felt a little relieved for a moment. She opened her mouth and looked at Bai Yang. For a moment, she felt that Bai Yang was quite handsome. He is in his early 20s, about 1.8 meters tall, with angular cheeks. Such a man is more handsome than many popular stars. Okay, don't have that kind of thought next time. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I won't be responsible. Bai Yang said calmly. Thanks. Perhaps because of this ordeal, the woman's desire to commit suicide didn't seem so strong anymore. She looked at Bai Yang with a look of gratitude in her eyes. If it weren't for this man, she might really have died. It's okay. Where do you live? Do you want me to take you there? Bai Yang asked calmly. My home is quite far away. The woman said. Tell me where it is. I'll take you there today. Bai Yang said. Looking at Bai Yang, the woman felt that he was not a bad person, and then gave Bai Yang an address. Bai Yang nodded and walked towards his car with the woman. But just as the two were about to get in the car, a group of people ran towards them quickly from a distance. As soon as they saw Bai Yang, there was a hint of anger on their faces. That scumbag, the one who cheated on the young lady. The boss said, if you meet this guy, just destroy him. The leading man immediately scolded. In an instant, more than 10 gangsters rushed towards Bai Yang. The woman's face changed drastically. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chapter 61. I am an alien. When Bai Yang saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. What is this? I always stand up for what is right and do good things, but all I encounter are troubles. De Biao, it's not what you think. The woman didn't seem to expect to meet them here. But these people would never listen to what she said. When they reached the woman, a figure pulled her back. The remaining dozen or so people rushed towards Bai Yang with their fists clenched. If the tiger doesn't show its power, people will think it's Hello Kitty. Bai Yang scolded. He was very skilled in martial arts, and he knocked more than a dozen thugs to the ground one by one without them even having to use a single move. The expression of the man called De Biao changed slightly. He didn't expect that Bai Yang's skills would be so powerful. The woman stood nearby with an incredible look on her face. Bai Yang's abilities are too strong. There are more than 10 people here. After fighting with Bai Yang for a short while, he beat him like this. Such ability is indeed not something that ordinary people can possess. You have some skills, no wonder you can win the heart of Our Lady. But you deceived our young lady's feelings. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, I will make you pay the price today. De Biao scolded. His figure rushed directly towards Bai Yang. His skills are pretty good, he must have practiced some hard qigong. When he came in front of Bai Yang raised his hand and hit him directly. De Biao didn't even have the chance to fight back and was knocked more than 10 meters away. There was pain on his face. He's also a martial artist, he can easily fight 7 or 8 people by himself, so why is he so vulnerable in front of Bai Yang? He had a feeling in his heart that all his efforts over the years had been in vain. You guys, that's enough. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? I was acting bravely. If it weren't for me, your young lady would be dating the son of the king of hell right now. You guys are still trying to cause trouble for me. Your kindness is so inappropriate. You deserve it for being like this. Your lady has no brains. She's trying to kill herself for a man. Bai Yang said unhappily. Lu Jiaying's expression changed slightly. Although Bai Yang's words were a bit vulgar, it was indeed true. De Biao's expression changed slightly. Bai Yang's words seemed to be telling him that he was not the scumbag at all. On the contrary, he was the lady's savior. De Biao, he's really not my ex-boyfriend. Lu Jiaying explained. Hearing this, De Biao's expression changed a little. He really had recognized the wrong person. For a moment he felt a little embarrassed. Mistaking the young lady's savior for a scumbag is a big joke. Fortunately, Bai Yang is quite skilled, otherwise, I really don't know how things would turn out. Sorry. De Biao took the initiative to apologize to Bai Yang. Fine. Don't do this kind of thing again. Bai Yang said calmly. De Biao nodded, stood up, and looked at Bai Yang with some respect. I was indeed reckless in what happened today. Also, thank you for saving the young lady. This is my master's business card. I only have 3 of them. He said that only those with a matching status and who have done us a favor are worthy of his business card. I'm giving you this business card today as a token of my appreciation. De Biao took out a golden business card from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yang. Looking at the business card in his hand, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Just from the style of this business card, you can tell that it is of great value. When Bai Yang noticed the name on the business card, his pupils shrank slightly. Lu Haizi. This woman turned out to be Lu Haizi's daughter. Although I don't know who Lu Haizi is. But from Wang Wei's words, we can tell that the other party should be a big shot. The daughter of such a person is actually like this. It's really a tit-for-tat situation. I guess Lu Haizi would be speechless if he knew his daughter was like this. Okay, since you guys offered it to me, I'll accept it. Just don't be so reckless in the future and don't act without any sense of propriety. Bai Yang took the business card and said calmly. Yes. De Biao nodded. Lu Jiaying, who was standing next to him, looked at Bai Yang with a hint of gratitude. Although Bai Yang is harsh in his words, Lu Jiaying can see that he is a good person. Such a man is handsome and very attractive to women. Bai Yang didn't stay here for long before he left. Lu Jiaying's eyes were always on Bai Yang's back, her bright big eyes were shining, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Bai Yang drove his own car all the way home. When returning to the villa, Tang Yuma had not rested yet. When he walked into the living room, Bai Yang saw Tang Yuma sitting on the sofa. There was no light in the living room, and she was alone with a laptop, not knowing what she was reading. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang felt a little scared. What is Tang Yuma doing so late at night? If you don't know, you might think she is preparing a horror movie script. What are you doing? Bai Yang asked somewhat helplessly. Tang Yuma looked at him. She closed her notebook and walked towards the side. Tang Yuma was wearing a lace pajamas, and her curvy figure gave people a unique sense of beauty. When her figure came in front of Bai Yang, there was a faint fragrance on her body. What are you doing? Bai Yang looked at her and asked. From this angle, he could see some skin faintly visible. He had to say that Tang Yuma had a really good figure. Bai Yang, who are you? Tang Yuma asked. Who am I? Bai Yang was slightly stunned. That's right, I already know what happened to you in the Blackwater community. Being able to sneak into a place like that without anyone noticing and find such evidence is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Also, I asked someone to investigate some of your information. You were pretty ordinary in the past, but it seems like you've suddenly become prominent recently. Tang Yuma said seriously. Bai Yang sighed softly. I didn't expect that you would find out after all. There was a hint of doubt on Tang Yuma's face. Yes, you guessed it right, I do have some unusual secrets, and I am not an ordinary person. Bai Yang said. There was a look of curiosity on Tang Yuma's face. Actually. Bai Yang sighed and said slowly, I'm an alien. I never awakened my bloodline before, but then I suddenly awakened and became a Superman. Moreover, everyone on our planet is infected with a virus. Within 100 days after awakening, I must kiss a goddess-level woman, otherwise I will die. There are only 2 days left until the 100th day. In 2 days, you won't be able to see me anymore. Chapter 62 Hostility. Tang Yuma was slightly stunned. Alien. Awakening bloodline. Only 2 days left before death. Seeing Bai Yang's playful expression, Tang Yuma immediately understood. There was a hint of gloom in her eyes, and she reached out her hand and pinched the soft flesh on Bai Yang's body. Hiss. Bai Yang couldn't help but gasp. This Tang Yuma must be a crab. Bai Yang, I didn't realize you're so naughty. Bai Yang felt a little embarrassed. Isn't this a joke? Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask you these questions. I'm waiting for you here today because I have something else to tell you. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly and he spoke seriously. What's up? Bai Yang was puzzled. You've investigated Wang Wei. Wang Haotian must be behind this. He seems to have a deep grudge against you. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably cause trouble for you. Tang Yuma said. Isn't it just Wang Haotian? What's so great about him? Bai Yang shrugged. Wang Haotian is indeed nothing special, but he is a ruthless person and has many friends, one of whom is Lu Haizi. You might not be familiar with this Lu Haizi. He's the big boss in the East District of Shanghai. He has thousands of followers. He's ruthless and capable of anything. Those of us doing business are actually afraid of coming into contact with people like them, because they are so troublesome. Just like weeds, if you can't kill them all at once, they will definitely reappear again and again, causing you endless trouble. Tang Yuma explained. Yeah, I understand. Bai Yang nodded. How come you're so calm? Tang Yuma was a little confused. Actually, I have something to tell you. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Yuma was puzzled. Look at this. Bai Yang took out a business card. Although Lu Haizhi is powerful, he's also a man of rules. I heard he has a rule in the underworld: he won't attack anyone who has his golden business card. Unless this person did something extremely outrageous to him. Wang Haotian and Lu Haizhi may have a good relationship, but he shouldn't be allowed to destroy it so easily. Bai Yang said with a slight smile. When he got this thing, he looked at it again and again, and he found that this sentence was written on the back of the gold business card. So, Bai Yang knew very well that with this thing, Lu Haizhi would be unlikely to attack him. Tang Yuma looked at what was in Bai Yang's hand with a look of disbelief. What the hell? Why does Bai Yang have this thing in his hand? This is too incredible. You must know. Lu Haizhi's golden business card is not something that ordinary people can easily obtain. Even someone who has known Lu Haizhi for more than 10 years may not have such a thing. Bai Yang actually had this thing in his hand. Who is this man in front of me? So, you don't have to worry about my affairs. If Wang Haotian doesn't know how to live or die, I will definitely make him pay the price. Bai Yang smiled slightly. Tang Yuma shook his head slightly and couldn't help but say, "You are really awesome." Ha ha. Bai Yang laughed. Tang Yuma didn't say much. She knew that Bai Yang had this thing, so his safety would definitely not be a problem. As for what to do next, she also had an idea in her mind. Tang Yuma turned around, picked up the notebook, and left. She has a slender waist, and there is endless spring light under her pajamas. Bai Yang looked at her back and shrugged his shoulders. It was such a sin to stay with such a woman every day. Early morning. Bai Yang got up from the bed, had breakfast, and then drove to the company by himself. When he just arrived at the company, Bai Yang saw some people coming to Wang Wei's office to search his things. It was obvious that Tang Yuma had already started to act. At this time, Lei and I came in front of Bai Yang. Manager Bai, from yesterday to today we've received a total of 600 million yuan worth of orders, most of which are for our company's new business. Only. Lei and I hesitated to speak. You say? Bai Yang said. Based on our market estimates, if we want to open up a gap, we still need to contact some powerful companies. These are the names of companies we got after screening. If possible, we would like to contact them and cooperate with them. Lei and I said. Bai Yang glanced at the names of these companies and said, "Well done. These companies are indeed beneficial to the development of our business. How about this? I will go with you today and talk to their bosses. With such a good business opportunity, I believe they will not refuse." Lei and I nodded, "Okay." After about half an hour, Bai Yang left. Some news has already come out in the business department that Wang Wei is being investigated by his superiors and his wife wants to divorce him. Those who had followed Wang Wei before were a little panicked. They all knew that Wang Wei had fallen and they had nowhere to go in the company. All these years of hard work have been in vain. But how could anyone who follows Wang Wei be a good person? Over the years, Wang Wei has done a lot of bad things to make money. His subordinates also know about these things, but they all turn a blind eye. Some people are still involved. It is only right to accept the punishment now. After Bai Yang and Lei and I left the company, they went directly to their first company, Tianming Technology Company, Limited. It is a professional mobile phone company with a market share of about 3% or 4%. The market value of the entire company is worth 700 to 800 million yuan. It is also a company of a fairly good size. These companies all need chips. Bai Yang believed that with the strength of their company, there would be no problem in getting them to agree to cooperate. Contacted the manager of this company. Soon several figures came down. The leading man was a tall, middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. "Are you sent by Tiantung Group?" The leading man asked in a cold tone. "That's right." Bai Yang smiled slightly. "Our company doesn't need your company's junk products, and we don't welcome you in the future. If you come to our company next time, don't blame us for being rude." The leading man said coldly. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. "What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you understand? Our company disdains to cooperate with you. From now on, keep your company's junk products away from me, otherwise, we will kick you out in a minute." The leading man scolded. Bai Yang and Lei Ni's expressions changed slightly. These people in front of them were so hostile. Chapter 63 Luo Jingang. It seems that there is something wrong with your company's attitude towards us. There was a hint of indifference in Bai Yang's eyes. Neither he nor Lei and I are stupid. Anyone with a bit of common sense can see that the other party is targeting them so blatantly. There must be a reason behind this. Why should we be nice to people like you? You are not welcome in our company. Please get out of here. The leading man scolded. There was some anger on Lainey's face, but she also knew that this was someone else's company, and if she did something, it would probably not end well. Manager. She glanced at Bai Yang, as if asking what he meant. Since they're so unwelcoming, there's no need for us to stay. Bai Yang's eyes were a bit cold as he looked at the man in front of him. Mountains may not change, waters may change. I hope you will remember your attitude towards me, and don't let any troubles arise in the future. After saying that, Bai Yang took Lei and I and left. The middle-aged man sneered, obviously not taking Bai Yang's words to heart. Then, Bai Yang and Lei and I went to another company. The person in charge of the company came out, and when they saw Bai Yang and Lei and I, there was a smile on their faces. But before Bai Yang and Lei and I could express their thoughts, the other party clearly rejected them. I know what you mean, but our company has no intention of cooperating with yours. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. There was a hint of a smile on the face of the person in charge. Bai Yang and Lei and I looked at him. They knew there must be something wrong behind this. After leaving this company, they went to several other companies, but the results were the same. Every company they liked refused to cooperate with their company. Bai Yang and Lei and I were obviously unhappy. With the strength of their company, it is not a problem to find a suitable partner. Why did these companies reject them out of the blue? Manager, what's going on? Why are they all rejecting us? There was a look of doubt on Lainey's face, and he looked at Bai Yang and asked. I guess someone is targeting us behind the scenes. Bai Yang let out a light breath, his eyes somewhat gloomy. As they walked towards the vehicle, a group of people came towards them from a distance. Boy, you must be Bai Yang. You were so powerful before, but now you're looking for trouble at Blackwater Villa. I think you want to die. The leading man was tall, had some tattoos on his body, and had a defiant look on his face. Who are you? Bai Yang frowned slightly and asked. I'm Chihu, a subordinate of Boss Liu. You're such a fool. You dare to touch anything. My eldest brother, King Kong, has already said yesterday that he will definitely kill you. Will you come with us obediently? Or will we take you away? The tattooed man scolded. Lainey's face changed. She had naturally heard some legends about Boss Liu. They are truly ruthless people, and there are really not many people in the Magic City who dare to provoke them. If you mess with someone like this, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? I'll go with you. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. He could see that the series of setbacks he encountered today was most likely related to these people. Liu Haizi has considerable influence in the Magic City. But he has already given me the golden business card, why would he target me? There was a hint of doubt in Bai Yang's heart. But he also knew that everything would become clear once he met Liu Haizi. You're a smart kid. Don't worry, as long as you behave yourself, we'll leave you with an intact body. The tattooed man sneered. Lainey's face changed drastically. What do you want to do? Little girl, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, we are not someone to be trifled with. The tattooed man and others glanced at Lei and I with a somewhat frivolous look. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to me. Bai Yang comforted her and then followed these thugs directly over. Seeing how cooperative Bai Yang was, the tattooed man didn't want to get involved and just took Bai Yang away quickly. Seeing this scene, Lainey's expression changed a little. She was really worried about Bai Yang. The ride took almost half an hour. Bai Yang and others got out of the car. There was still a hint of arrogance on the tattooed man's face. They came to a nightclub. The decoration here is high-end, and you can tell at a glance that only rich or noble people would come here. It didn't take long before Bai Yang and the others arrived at a private room. This private room covers a large area, about 80 or 90 square meters. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious, with leather carpets on the floor, which gives people a strange sense of comfort when walking on them. There is an independent fountain on the left, and you can smell the aroma of wine coming from the fountain from a long distance away. This fountain is actually built with alcohol as the liquid. Luxury. After Bai Yang entered here, he clearly felt a sense of luxury. The decoration of this private room is estimated to have cost at least 1 million yuan. Bai Yang looked straight ahead. There were more than a dozen people sitting on leather sofas. The leader was a sturdy man who was almost 2 meters tall. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes as he looked towards Bai Yang. "Are you Bai Yang?" The sturdy man's tone was a bit cold. "That's right," Bai Yang said calmly. "You're quite courageous. You actually dared to cause trouble on my territory. Nothing has happened in Blackwater Villa in all these years, but you set a precedent." Luo Jingang sneered. Although the Blackwater Villa is Lu Haizi's territory, it has always been under his jurisdiction. Nothing has happened in all these years. Only just yesterday, someone broke into Blackwater Villa, stole the owner's secrets, and ruined the owner's reputation. This has a huge impact on Blackwater Villa. The owners here are willing to spend millions or even tens of millions a year because they value the security system here. Once there is a problem with the security system, the greatest value of Blackwater Villa will no longer exist. In addition, Wang Wei's wife has considerable influence in the Magic City, and she and Lu Haizi are acquainted. Luo Jingang didn't dare to touch him. But Bai Yang, he can still pinch it. Do you know why no company would dare to accept you if you went to any company today? The reason is simple. In this part of Magic City, not many people dare to provoke Lu Haizi. If you do something like this on his territory, you're courting death, Luo Jingang said coldly. Everyone in the room had weapons in their hands, looking murderous. "It looks like you're planning to kill me." Seeing their expressions, Bai Yang asked with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. "That's right, if you provoke us, you will die." Chapter 64 Lu Haizi's Benefactor. As soon as the words fell, the people present rushed towards Bai Yang. They all had weapons in their hands, and it was obvious that they were not simple people. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of coldness. He is really not afraid of trouble. The other party actually caused trouble for him, so don't blame Bai Yang for being rude. Bang bang bang. One after another, figures were knocked to the ground by Bai Yang, with expressions of pain on their faces. Bai Yang's figure was very fast, like a runaway thunder dragon, giving people an invincible power. Only just after Bai Yang dealt with a dozen people, another group of people broke into the private room. When they saw this, they took out their guns and aimed them at Bai Yang. "Behave yourself," the group shouted. Bai Yang raised his hands. These guys' armed forces were quite strong. Luo Jingong's face looked a little ugly. "You're quite capable. Before, the people in Blackwater Villa said that your fighting ability was very high. I didn't believe it, but now it seems that you are indeed not simple. But what era is this? Who would still fight you with fists and feet? Bai Yang, don't even think about getting out alive tonight." As soon as the words fell, many people pulled the trigger. They were clearly well prepared. If Bai Yang falls into their hands, he will surely die. There was a look of helplessness on Bai Yang's face. He glanced at the coffee table next to him, which turned out to be made of bulletproof glass. Whoosh! Bai Yang moved. Bang bang bang! Gunshots were heard one after another. Bai Yang turned the coffee table over in an instant. The bullets hit the glass and didn't penetrate the coffee table at all. Bai Yang looked at Luo Jingang with a cold look on his face. When Luo Jingang looked into Bai Yang's eyes, there was also some anger on his face. Bang! The two men fought each other in an instant, and Luo Jingang's skills were very good. When their fists and feet collided, Bai Yang didn't gain any advantage at all. After seeing this scene, the gunman did not dare to shoot easily. The two men were very fast and in a stalemate, so if they were not careful they would accidentally hurt Luo Jingang. Faced with this situation, they can only wait and see for the time being. But not long after, Bai Yang suddenly rushed forward and hit a flaw in Luo Jingang's fist and kick. Bang! There was a look of pain on Luo Jingang's face, and he retreated repeatedly. Before he could stop, Bai Yang rushed towards him again and punched him several times in succession. Bang! Luo Jingang's face was full of pain and one of his teeth was broken. Bai Yang reached back with his hand, grabbed his throat, and held him hostage. The expressions of those present changed slightly. Sharp! Luo Jingang, never thought you would have such skills at your age. There was a sinister smile on Luo Jingong's face. It's more than enough to beat you. Tell all your men to leave the room, otherwise, you will lose your life. Bai Yang said indifferently. Haha, Bai Yang, are you looking down on me, Luo Jinggang? I've been in society for such a long time and have never been afraid of death. If you have the guts, then kill me. It would be my honor to die with a master like you. Luo Jinggang looked a bit arrogant. Seeing his expression, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. What a fearless guy. If that's the case, how about I call your boss? Luo Jingang's face was somewhat indifferent. Do you want to plead with my boss? I'm telling you, it's too late. No one who offends us will have a good ending. The gunman not far away pulled the trigger, their eyes somewhat cold. They knew that as long as Luo Jinggang gave the order, they would open fire. Everyone who has been with Luo Jinggang knows that he is a man who is not afraid of death. Countless people have threatened him over the years, and he has killed them many times by risking his life. Such people are extremely difficult to deal with. Bai Yang's face was a bit cold. I still need to plead with him. Lu Haizi owes me a big favor. If he shoots me today, I can guarantee that his reputation in the underworld will be completely wiped out. Luo Jingang's eyes changed slightly. He was one of the first people to follow Lu Haizi to conquer the world, and he knew who his boss was. What he fears most is owing favors to others. If Bai Yang really made him owe someone a favor, then no one could touch Bai Yang. After a moment of silence, Luo Jinggang nodded. I can let you make a phone call, but if you dare to lie to me, you will never leave here alive today. Just bring the phone over. What are you wasting time on? Bai Yang said indifferently. Throw the phone to him. Luo Jinggang said to the gunman not far away. One of them handed the phone to Bai Yang. Bai Yang dialed a number directly. Because he possessed the consciousness of a soldier king, Bai Yang had a very good memory. He only needed to look at the golden business card once to remember the content on it. Soon the call was connected and a somewhat hoarse voice came from the phone. Who are you? Bai Yang, your daughter's savior. Bai Yang said in a calm tone. The hoarse male voice on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then quickly asked, Where are you now? Inside Luo Jingang's nightclub, he's now confronting me with more than a dozen gunmen. That's not what you told me when you gave me the golden business card. Bai Yang said indifferently. Give him the phone and I'll talk to him. Lu Haizi said quickly. His daughter is the apple of his eye. Last night, his daughter nearly committed suicide. If it weren't for Bai Yang, Lu Haizi would probably suffer for the rest of his life. And he heard from his daughter that De Biao had a big fight with him, which made him very angry. That night he beat De Biao several times with a rattan stick. De Biao is also a passionate person and didn't say a word the whole time. But they couldn't contact Bai Yang for a while. Bai Yang took the initiative to contact him, so he naturally had to be grateful to him. Bai Yang handed the phone to Luo Jinggang. Boss. Some cold sweat broke out on Luo Jingang's forehead. He had recognized Lu Haizi's voice before. The Bai Yang in front of him really has some connection with his boss. If anything happens to him, you won't be alive either. Lu Haizi's tone was somewhat cold. He knew Luo Jingang's character. If you didn't give this kind of person a warning, he would never behave himself. Clear. Luo Jinggang nodded repeatedly. Lu Haizi hung up the phone quickly. Luo Jinggang looked at Bai Yang with some fear. The young man in front of him actually had such ability. Well, brother Bai. Chapter 65 Sacked. There was an obvious look of fear on Luo Jingang's face. None of the people who can get Lu Haizi's golden business card are simple people. And having Lu Haizi's golden business card is equivalent to being Lu Haizi's guest of honor. Such a person. Not to mention causing trouble at the Blackwater Villa, even if the Blackwater Villa was demolished, he would have no way to deal with it. Bai Yang's face was a little cold, and he asked indifferently, Brother Bai? You didn't have this attitude before. Luo Jinggang swallowed his saliva, and a trace of cold sweat ran down his temples. His face, which looked a little fierce, actually showed a somewhat flattering expression at this time. It feels a bit weird, like a ferocious beast suddenly showing a coquettish expression to people. I was blind to the truth. Brother Bai, please forgive me for my mistakes. How about letting me go this time? As compensation, I'm willing to give you 30% of my nightclub's shares. Also, from now on, I, Luo Jinggang, will be at your disposal. Anyone who knows Lu Haizi knows that if anyone touches his guests, they will pay the price. When Lu Haizi comes over, if he cares about this matter, not only will Luo Jingang's life be in danger, but all his subordinates will be implicated. Luo Jinggang is a very loyal man, so naturally he doesn't want to see this scene happen. Oh. 30% of the nightclub's shares, and I'll be at your disposal from now on. It seems you're really afraid of Lu Haizi. Bai Yang let go of his hand, and Luo Jinggang fell to the ground. He looked at Luo Jinggang with a somewhat arrogant look in his eyes. The gunmen who were aiming their guns at Bai Yang put away their pistols and looked at Bai Yang with some fear in their eyes. The private room, which was originally domineering and noisy, seemed to become quiet all of a sudden. There was a hint of pain on Luo Jingong's face. He was also a very tough man, but facing someone like Bai Yang, he really couldn't be tough. The expression on his face changed. He got up and picked up a bottle of wine from the side. Bang! He smashed the bottle in his hand hard on his head. In an instant, blood gushed out, and wine and glass fragments were scattered all over the ground. There was a trace of pain on Luo Jingong's face, but it was not over yet. He picked up the broken glass in his hand and stabbed it hard into his left hand. Laugh! In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, making it look bloody and cruel. Ah! Luo Jinggang let out a cry of pain. He endured the pain and looked at Bai Yang. Brother Bai, this time it was me, Luo Jinggang, who was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I hope you can forgive me for this time. Seeing his face turn pale due to pain, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that people like this who were out there were generally ruthless. But what he didn't expect was that these people were so cruel. Who dares to hurt himself these days? Not many indeed. Alright, that's enough. I have a question for you. I've tried to work with several companies before, and they've all been awful to me. Is this related to you? Bai Yang asked calmly. Luo Jinggang nodded. Blood was still flowing from his head and hands. If he was not strong, he would have fallen to the ground unconscious. It was indeed me who spread the word outside, because I am responsible for this area. The big brother behind me is Lu Haizi. They all need to give me some face. Only. Luo Jinggang hesitated for a moment. Bai Yang stared at him. Feeling Bai Yang's gaze, Luo Jinggang told the truth. Given my personality, I wouldn't use this method to force those companies to refuse to cooperate with you. Because those of us who hang around out there are more concerned with the code of conduct. If we encounter someone who doesn't have good eyesight, we'll just beat them to death. That's so simple. But, last night, Wang Haoyan called me. His meaning was very simple. He hoped that I could use today's incident to cause trouble. On the one hand, it's to embarrass you, and on the other hand, it's to hinder the development of the company's chip business. Also, from what I understand, Wang Haoyan has another company overseas, and this company has a significant connection with Blueprint Chip Company. This time, you let Tiantin Group produce this chip. In essence, you have reduced a large part of Wang Haoyan's interests. Luo Jinggang spoke slowly. His face was extremely pale, seemingly due to excessive blood loss, but he still didn't dare to leave. Because Bai Yang did not allow him to leave. Really? Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He stood up and walked in front of Luo Jinggang. Laugh. He pressed a point on Luo Jingong's body with one hand. Luo Jinggang felt his body go numb for a moment and trembled. But soon, he found that the blood on his left hand had stopped flowing. Bai Yang pressed another acupoint on his forehead. Laugh. A tingling sensation came again. The bleeding rate on the forehead was obviously much slower. Go get bandaged first. That's all for today. I'll explain to Lu Haizi about this. Bai Yang said calmly. He knew that Luo Jinggang was a man who could take it or leave it. Such people have a straightforward personality. Even if there are some conflicts between the two, it does not mean that they cannot become friends. After what happened today, Luo Jingong's respect for him will increase a lot. Thank you, Brother Bai. Luo Jinggang nodded respectfully and waved his hand. The gunmen all thanked Bai Yang. Thank you, Brother Bai. Thank you, Brother Bai. Then the figures left the box one by one. Bai Yang was soon the only one left in the huge box, and the thugs who had been knocked to the ground by Bai Yang were cleared out one by one. Sitting on the leather sofa, Bai Yang stretched lazily. This thing, which was bought with RMB, is so comfortable to sit on that as soon as Bai Yang sat on it, he felt like sleeping. It didn't take long. Bang! There was a knock on the door. Come in. Bai Yang said calmly. The door of the box was opened. I only saw a middle-aged man who was about 1.7 meters tall, with dark skin, a wolf head tattoo on his arm, and a somewhat cold look on his face walking in. With him were several men in black suits. These people are very impressive, and you can tell at first glance that they are not ordinary people. You must be Bai Yang. When the middle-aged man, who was originally a bit serious, saw Bai Yang, a smile appeared on his face. His smile was somewhat warm. If someone doesn't know him, they might even have some good feelings towards him. Lu Haizi? Bai Yang asked. The middle-aged man nodded and walked straight to Bai Yang with an apologetic look on his face. I heard from King Kong about what happened before. He was a reckless guy. I hope you don't mind. Bai Yang waved his hand, a somewhat indifferent look on his face. It's just a misunderstanding, there's no need to take it too seriously. Lu Haizi smiled slightly. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I've opened a private room next door. I wonder if Mr. Bai would be so kind as to come over and have a seat? This place is in a mess because of the battle. It's okay for Bai Yang to sit inside alone. But it feels a bit awkward to have so many people staying in a place like this. No problem. Bai Yang nodded. He stood up, Lu Haizi gestured, and the two of them walked outside. Not long after, the two of them arrived at another box. The area of this box is larger than the previous one and looks more luxurious overall. After entering the box, Lu Haizi arranged Bai Yang to sit down, and a beautiful woman next to him made tea for Bai Yang. The whole service was quite refined and high-end. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for what happened to my daughter earlier. Lu Haizi picked up the teacup with a smile on his face. Bai Yang clinked his cup with his expression rather calm. It's just a small favor. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Haizi still had a smile on his face. I heard Di Biao say before that Mr. Bai's skills are extremely powerful. I also know something about what happened in the box today. I wonder which martial arts school Mr. Bai practices. At your age, with such ability, you must be a top figure in the sect. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Sect? I don't have any sect. Lu Haizi was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted. It seems that you are from a hidden sect. If it is inconvenient to say, then forget it. It was indeed our fault today. I also gave Luo Jingang a lesson. Here is the equity transfer document for Minga nightclub, as well as 30 million in cash. I hope Mr. Bai will accept it. A middle-aged man next to him brought over a document and a bank card. Lu Haizi took them and placed them in front of Bai Yang. Since you insisted on giving it to me, I will naturally accept it. But I'm a little curious, what is this sect you just mentioned? There was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face. He doesn't know much about these things. But Lu Haizi's words just now clearly revealed something. Bai Yang vaguely felt that this world might not be that simple. So-called sects are martial arts organizations that have been passed down from ancient times. Because Shenzhou martial arts are so extensive and profound, and the various types of martial arts are also varied, they are divided into many schools. Mr. Bai, someone like you should be a peak-level martial artist. It's really not easy to reach this level of cultivation at your age. Lu Haizi sighed and said that if an ordinary person practiced, he would probably never be able to reach the peak of the acquired realm in his entire life. Bai Yang is only in his early 20s, and possessing such strength is naturally enviable. The peak of the day after tomorrow? There was a hint of confusion on Bai Yang's face. What was this acquired peak? Seeing the confusion on Bai Yang's face, Lu Haizi's face also showed some doubts. How could a dignified peak-level acquired martial artist not even know these things? But on second thought, Bai Yang is most likely from a hidden sect. These sects may have their own set of promotion levels, so it is understandable that he does not understand them. The levels of the warrior diagram are entry level, acquired, and innate. Each level has 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. A normal person who can reach the primary level of the acquired realm through cultivation is already a top-notch expert. Those who can reach the peak of the acquired realm are basically 1 in a million. Of course, there are some innate warriors in this world, but each of them is extremely powerful and rarely appears in the public eye. Lu Haizi explained. After hearing this, Bai Yang suddenly realized, but he also felt a little sad. The reward given to him by the system was indeed quite powerful, instantly making him a peak-acquired powerhouse. Although he has not reached the innate level, with his strength, ordinary masters are no match for him. Then, Lu Haizi explained to him in detail the various realms of warriors and some of the sects he knew. More than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yang felt as if his worldview had been opened up. Turn out to be This world is so wonderful. There are 6 known martial arts sects in Shenzhou, namely Xinghua, Qingyun, Qian, Taishan, Xiushan, and Zixia. Every sect has a top-notch master in charge. Bai Yang's strength can only be considered upper-middle level among them. Only. Bai Yang is relatively young, and there is a high probability that he will enter the innate realm in the future. If he could reach the innate realm, he would definitely be a top master. However, it is extremely difficult to enter the innate realm, and many warriors cannot reach that realm even after spending their entire lives. Once you enter the Xiantian realm, Xiantian Qi will appear in your body, allowing you to control objects and kill people. Your physique will be strong. A Xiantian warrior can easily defeat more than 10 acquired warriors. The gap between them is really huge. Bai Yang sighed, and he was also a little eager in his heart. If he could possess top-level strength, his lifespan might be greatly improved. Your understanding of the world will also be further enhanced. Chapter 66 Dealing with Wang Haotian. At night, Lu Haizi also treated Bai Yang to a meal. He frequently toasted Bai Yang at the dinner table. On the one hand, Bai Yang is his daughter's savior. On the other hand, someone with Bai Yang's skills deserves his respect. Bai Yang also gave him some face, and basically accepted his flattery. It was around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Bai Yang left the nightclub under Lu Haizi's arrangement. It didn't take long. Bai Yang returned to the community and walked towards the villa. Tang Yuma, who was handling company business on the 3rd floor, noticed Bai Yang coming back and tapped the keyboard with her fingers. The surveillance video at the door appeared on her computer. Bai Yang was brought back in a black car. And when her eyes noticed the license plate, there was a hint of surprise on her face. Lu Haizi's private car. Where is this guy going today? Tang Yuma frowned slightly. She certainly knew who Lu Haizi was. The fact that Bai Yang was able to be sent back by his special car also shows that Lu Haizi's attitude towards him is very unusual. After turning off the computer, Tang Yuma didn't say much. She knew that Bai Yang's ability to have this relationship would be of great benefit to his future development. Only. There was a worried look on Tang Yuma's face, as if he had thought of something. Bai Yang had no idea what Tang Yuma was thinking. He went straight back to his room, washed up, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, when Bai Yang arrived at the company, there were many people gathered at the door of the business department. Bai Yang glanced at them and found that there were many familiar faces among them. Lei and I was surrounded by them, seemingly dealing with something. There was a middle-aged man standing next to the crowd. When he saw Bai Yang, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He hurriedly ran towards Bai Yang and said hurriedly, "Manager Bai, I finally see you." Some middle-aged people who noticed the situation here also showed excitement on their faces. They quickly came in front of Bai Yang and surrounded him. When Lei and I saw this scene, there was a look of helplessness on her face, but there was also some excitement in her beautiful eyes. These people all came here to sign the contract. There were some people who had ruthlessly rejected them yesterday. No one knew what was going on with them, but they came to her today. Bai Yang looked towards them. Because he had met Lu Haizi yesterday, Bai Yang also knew some of the situation. If nothing unexpected happens, these people should have come to him because of Lu Haizi. Manager Bai. I was blind yesterday. My attitude was bad. Manager Bai, please don't take it to heart. A middle-aged man slapped himself twice in the face, his dark cheeks turned a little red, and he said with a flattering look on his face. He was the first company Bai Yang and Lei and I went to yesterday, and he was also the person who treated Bai Yang and Lei and I the worst. He received a warning from Luo Jinggang yesterday, and when Bai Yang and Lei and I came to his company, he immediately drove Bai Yang and Lei and I away. In his opinion, Bai Yang was just a small manager. If he offended a figure like Luo Jinggang, he would not know how he would die. But what he didn't expect was, in just one day, not only did Luo Jinggang surrender to Bai Yang, but even Lu Haizi spread the word outside. Which company can cooperate with Bai Yang? In the future in this area, Lu Haizi will give them some convenience. Those who understand the situation will naturally know what Lu Haizi means by convenience. The boss of their company found him immediately, slapped him twice, and demanded that he must get Bai Yang's forgiveness, otherwise he would have to pay the price even if the company went bankrupt. That's why. Early this morning, the middle-aged man came to the company with the contract. When he saw Bai Yang, his eyes were like a grandson seeing his grandfather. The other middle-aged men also looked at Bai Yang with a bit of flattery. Compared with yesterday, there has been a drastic change in attitude. Wow, your attitude change is pretty quick. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. He doesn't have much affection for middle-aged people who change with the wind. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped himself twice again. His originally rosy face became even redder. There was a hint of pain on his face. He didn't hold back any strength in these slaps. It's all my fault, Manager Bai. As long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything for you. Get out of here and don't let me see you again. Bai Yang said in a cold tone. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he quickly said, Manager Bai, please give me a chance. Bang! One of the men standing next to the middle-aged man slapped him directly and said with a somewhat indifferent look on his face, Didn't you hear what Manager Bai said? Don't let him see you in the future. Get out of here. This man looks a bit fierce, but it is obvious that he is a person who knows how to adapt to the situation. Knowing that Bai Yang was unhappy with the middle-aged man, he took action directly with the purpose of leaving a good impression in Bai Yang's mind. Bai Yang looked at the other person. He was actually a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that his influence would be so great. These people usually act so high and mighty, but today they act even more servile than dogs. That's right, Manager Bai has spoken, why don't you get out of here? Get out! The others reacted quickly, slapped the middle-aged man a few times, and then pushed him aside. Seeing the ferocious crowd, the middle-aged man's face looked extremely ugly, but he also knew that it was all because he was too arbitrary. He hurried away and almost fell to the ground as he left. Those who know his situation know that this time, he probably won't get any good results. After the middle-aged man left, the remaining people looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat flattering look. Manager Bai, I'm the Vice President of Innovation Technology Company, Limited. My name is Renishing. This is my business card. I heard that your company is looking for someone to cooperate with. If possible, I would really like to cooperate with your company. Manager Bai, I'm the General Manager of Qingda Technology Company, Limited. Your company and ours have always had business dealings, so I hope to continue our cooperation and draft a new contract. I am the Vice Chairman of Tianlan Technology Company, Limited. These people introduced themselves one by one, and spoke in a cautious tone, for fear of offending Bai Yang. Seeing their expressions, Bai Yang knew very well in his heart that their company also needed to cooperate with these people, so he nodded slightly. You guys contact Lei and I. And also make it clear what conditions your company can offer. I will contact you one by one when the time comes. Bai Yang ordered. Good. These people nodded. They also knew that they couldn't explain it clearly in a short time. Afterwards, Lei and I made arrangements and found several salesmen to do the statistics. Bai Yang came to his office, stretched himself, and there was a look of satisfaction on his face. With the cooperation of these people, if nothing unexpected happens, the company's performance will definitely reach a very high peak. Only. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. There are some shareholders in the company who need to be dealt with. Otherwise, once the company gets on track, these people will make a fortune, which is not what Bai Yang wants to see. He turned on the company computer and did a simple search for Wang Haotian's identity information, but he didn't find out much. It will still take some effort to completely bring down Wang Haotian. Ding! The host's inner desire has been detected. The God-level selection system is being generated. Chapter 67 Yida Group Equity. Ding! The host's inner desire has been detected. The God-level selection system is being generated. 1. Kick Wang Haotian out of the company and receive a reward, a high-level chip blueprint. 2. Find all of Wang Haotian's illegal accounts and make him receive the punishment he deserves. You will receive a reward, 1% of the shares of Yida Group's Magic City branch. System sounds rang out at this time. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. The God-level selection system was actually activated. However, he didn't know much about the operation of the system. Sometimes it would appear when he needed it, and sometimes it would not appear. Choose 2. Bai Yang said directly. Ding! Selection successful, 100x reward aura is being generated. 1. Obtain 100% equity in Yida Group's Shanghai branch. 2. Obtain 10% of the shares of Yida Group Corporation. System sounds rang out at this time. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The wealth value of these two rewards is similar. The Yida shares in the Shanghai branch are worth over 10 billion yuan and are in high demand. The 10% stake in Yida Group's parent company is also worth more than 10 billion yuan. Just the difference between the two is: one is to control the Yida Group S branch in Shanghai. The other can influence the entire Yida Group. After some thought, Bai Yang chose the latter, because he knew very well that the shares of Yida Group Corporation were worth more. And it is also more suitable for his development. Ding! The selection is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 10% of the shares of Yida Group. A system sound sounded at this time. In Bai Yang's system space, a share transfer document appeared out of thin air, and the content marked on it was the shares of Yida Group. Holding the share certificate of Yida Group in his hand, Bai Yang took a quick glance at it and felt a little sad in his heart. The Yida Group's influence in China is truly immense. Whether it's shopping malls, software, or future technological development, they're involved. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Yukai, the chairman of Yida Group, should be planning a major layout. Looking at the description of Yida Group in the share certificate, Bai Yang had some understanding of this company. Peng Hongkai, who also owns shares in Yida Group, knew about these things. He must have felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Bai Yang stood up and walked outside. He knows. After obtaining shares of Yida Group, it is natural to make full use of them. After leaving the company, Bai Yang went directly to the parking lot and controlled the car to quickly arrive at the Yida Group branch in Shanghai. The area here is very large. The entire company has 33 floors. Looking up from the ground, you can't see the top floor at all. The quality of security outside is also quite high. Anyone who wants to enter the building needs to be checked and has a reasonable reason. Walk into the company. Just as Bai Yang arrived at the gate, an alarm suddenly sounded from the facial recognition system at the door. Beep. Trespassing. Beep. Trespassing. The shrill sound immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and everyone looked towards Bai Yang. The security guards at the door quickly gathered towards him. Hello, sir, you are on our company's blacklist. Please leave immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. A tall security guard came up to Bai Yang and said to him. Blacklist user? Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a figure emerged in his mind. There should be only one person who can do such a thing. Peng Hongkai. This guy. What a petty person. Sir, please leave, otherwise we will take coercive measures. The leading security guard repeated it again. Their entry system is equipped with a facial recognition program. Basically, they will conduct a simple screening on everyone who enters the group. If they are some corporate executives, they will know it at the first time as soon as they enter their group. This is to prevent the group's security from neglecting customers, and to prevent scammers from entering the company and defrauding people. Are you sure you want to kick me out? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face, and he looked at the security guard and asked. Get started. The leading security guard was extremely strong and gave direct orders to the people next to him. Their figures rushed towards Bai Yang in an instant. They were all martial artists with quite good skills. As soon as they arrived in front of Bai Yang, they directly hit Bai Yang in the abdomen. If an ordinary person were hit like this, he would definitely lose his combat effectiveness. But they were facing Bai Yang, a man with peak acquired strength. Just when they arrived in front of Bai Yang, bang! Bai Yang slapped him directly. The man closest to him was directly blown away by Bai Yang. Bang! The man fell to the ground, several teeth fell to the ground, blood flowed from his mouth, and his face looked indescribably embarrassed. The expressions of those security guards who were still planning to attack Bai Yang changed a little at this time. Bai Yang's strength is not ordinary. He can knock a person weighing more than 100 pounds away with just one slap. This kind of strength is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. The leading security guard had a rather grim expression on his face, and he looked at Bai Yang. Sir, do you know what the consequences of causing trouble in our Yida Group are? There was a hint of majesty in his words, and a hint of coldness in his eyes. I don't know what the consequences will be if others cause trouble here, but if I cause trouble here, what can you do to me? Bai Yang asked back. The leading security guard's expression became even uglier, his fists clenched tightly, and a hint of murderous intent emerged from his expression. The person who can serve as the security captain of such a company is not an ordinary person. His strength is in the early stage of acquired ability. Although not very powerful, it is no problem for one person to fight against more than a dozen people. Only. He did not act immediately because he could see that Bai Yang was very powerful. If he acted rashly, he would most likely be the one to suffer. Interesting. I didn't expect you to dare to come to a place like this. Just when the two sides were in a state of confrontation, a sneer sounded at this time. I only saw a figure walking towards this side from the elevator not far away. There was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. When he looked at Bai Yang, it was as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. Bai Yang also looked at the other party. Peng Hongkai. This guy. He actually came. Chapter 68 Blacklist. With the appearance of Peng Hongkai, the already domineering atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone present looked towards the two of them. Everyone in Yida Group knows that Peng Hongkai is not someone to be trifled with. He appeared here at this time, obviously to cause trouble for Bai Yang. You put me on the blacklist? Bai Yang looked at him and asked in a somewhat cold tone. That's right, you are violent and reckless. You are not worthy of joining our Yida Group. You must be planning something bad by coming here today. Let me tell you, illegally breaking into Yida Group is a serious crime. If you dare to act rashly again today, don't blame me for not warning you. There was a hint of pride on Peng Hongkai's face, although he didn't know why Bai Yang came here. But he came here today to humiliate himself. Interesting. There was a hint of sneer on Bai Yang's face. If he had come here before, he might not have dared to act recklessly, because this was someone else's territory after all. If we break in by force, there will be a lot of trouble. But his current identity is completely different from before. It was simply a fantasy for Peng Hongkai to want to drive him out. Peng Hongkai, do you want to make a bet with me? Not only can you not kick me out today, but you have to apologize to me right away. Bai Yang asked with a sneer. Peng Hongkai seemed to have heard some huge joke. He looked at Bai Yang with a sneering look on his face. That's quite interesting. You must be crazy. How dare you say such things here? Okay, I, Peng Hongkai, make a bet with you. If you can enter Yida Group today, I, Peng Hongkai, will kowtow and apologize to you. But if you can't enter Yida Group, you will slap yourself 10 times. There was a hint of a grim smile on Peng Hongkai's face, as if he had already seen Bai Yang making a fool of himself. Good. Bai Yang sneered. The security guard standing next to him had a strange look on his face. Was the young man in front of him sure he wasn't mentally ill? What was he thinking about making such a bet with the company's shareholders? The grim smile on Peng Hongkai's face was particularly obvious. In his opinion, Bai Yang would definitely pay the price this time. What are you still doing here? Get him out of here. This guy is on the blacklist, and you saw how he's acting recklessly. Even if he cripples you today, you can't let him enter the group. As long as you achieve this today, I, Peng Hongkai, will privately reward each of you with 1 million. There was a hint of arrogance on Peng Hongkai's face. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the security guards and others became fierce. 1 million. As long as they don't let Bai Yang join the group, they can get 1 million. Who can resist such temptation? There was a hint of a sneer on Bai Yang's face. Peng Hongkai is quite generous in this regard. Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang at this moment. Bai Yang picked up the phone and it was an unfamiliar number. After the call was connected, a steady male voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Bai? I'm the head of Yida Group's Shanghai branch. My name is Lu Xiaobai. Hello? Bai Yang said calmly. I just received a call from the head office. Mr. Bai, you own 10% of the shares of our Yida Group, making you a major shareholder. I don't know where you are now, there are some things I need to hand over to you. Lu Xiaobai said. I'm right downstairs from your company, but I'm a little unhappy because your company won't let me in. What do you think I should do? Bai Yang asked. Lu Xiaobai on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. Are you saying that the company won't let you in? Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Okay. Bai Yang hung up the phone directly. There was a hint of coldness on Peng Hongkai's face. He wanted to see who Bai Yang could ask to come and stand up for him. This is Yida. His territory. Boy, you are on our company's blacklist. We don't welcome you. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The eyes of those security guards were obviously different. Some of them had a cold look in their eyes, and there was a hint of murderous aura on their bodies. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. That's what these security guards are like. Are you sure you want to drive me away? Bai Yang asked back. Or do you still want to drink tea here? The leading security guard said in a cold tone. Several security guards nearby also approached him. Judging from the situation, if Bai Yang beats them to a cripple, they will all rush forward. People die for money, this saying is vividly reflected here. Boss Bai should have been drinking tea in the company. What are you doing? A cold shout sounded at this time. Not far away from the elevator, several figures walked towards the side. The middle-aged man in the lead was dignified, of medium build, and had a dignified look on his face. The people behind him were obviously his assistants or secret agents. They were dressed in professional attire and gave off a capable vibe. When they saw this person, many people's eyes turned towards them. Peng Hongkai also looked at the other party. He frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. Lu Xiaobai, what do you mean? Bai Yang is on the company's blacklist. What you're saying implies that you're planning to protect him? Peng Hongkai asked in a somewhat sarcastic tone. He and Lu Xiaobai didn't get along, and he had always regarded Lu Xiaobai as a thorn in his side. But Lu Xiaobai is also one of the company's shareholders. He is very capable and is loved by many leaders. Even if Peng Hongkai had some opinions about him, he couldn't do anything about it. But when Lu Xiaobai appeared at this time, Peng Hongkai felt a little uncomfortable. What does it have to do with him if I deal with Bai Yang myself? Of course I will protect him. And not only I will protect him, the entire Yida will protect him. On the contrary, General Peng, you maliciously blacklisted someone. Do you know the consequences of this? Lu Xiaobai sneered. There was a hint of coldness in Peng Hongkai's eyes, and a hint of gloom flashed in the depths of his eyes. What will be the consequences for me? Mr. Lu, you are trying to scare me by saying this. With my status, is there any price I need to pay to blacklist someone? Lu Xiaobai sneered. If you were just blacklisting an ordinary person, it would be fine. But unfortunately, the person you blacklisted is a shareholder of the company. According to company regulations, if your equity is not as large as the other parties, you have no right to make the other party a shareholder of the company. Furthermore, your illegal operations have caused heavy losses to the company. As long as Mr. Bai Yang is willing to pursue the matter, we can definitely condemn you at the shareholders' meeting. Chapter 69. How long will I kneel? Peng Hongkai was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his eyes, which originally had a bit of playfulness, showed a bit of surprise. He knew very well that Lu Xiaobai was not a person who liked to speak nonsense. There are so many people here. If Bai Yang was not a shareholder of the company, he would never have said such a thing. Only. When did Bai Yang become a shareholder of the company? Peng Hongkai glanced at Bai Yang, and he was completely unconvinced. Because he feels. Even if Bai Yang has some ability, it is impossible for him to become a shareholder of Yida. It is impossible for him to do such a thing given his age and qualifications. Taking a deep breath, Peng Hongkai's face showed a bit of coldness and his eyes were a bit fierce. Lu Xiaobai, do you know what you are talking about? If Bai Yang is really a shareholder of the company, then it's fine. But if he's not, Lu Xiaobai, what you said is likely to have an impact on the company's reputation, not to mention criticizing me in the board meeting. It's not certain whether you will be reprimanded by the board of directors. Peng Hongkai spoke every word, and from his eyes one could tell that he was quite serious. If a hint of timidity appeared in Lu Xiaobai's eyes, he would eat the other party like a hungry wolf without leaving even a bone. But he was disappointed. There was not a trace of timidity in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. On the contrary, there was a bit of coldness in his eyes. He looked at Peng Hongkai as if he was looking at a monkey. You don't need to worry about whether I will be blamed by the board of directors. But Peng Hongkai, you are so brave. You dare to question me at this time. If you're so stubborn, why don't you call the chairman and confirm the situation? Only. Your expression will be amazing after the call. Peng Hongkai's expression changed slightly. After a slight hesitation, he took out his cell phone. Lu Xiaobai looked so confident. It did make him a little shaken. The call was connected. After chatting with Wang Yukai for less than a few sentences, Peng Hongkai's expression became interesting. Bai Yang. Really a company shareholder. How is this possible? How could he be a shareholder of the company? This is absolutely impossible. Peng Hongkai lost his voice. Whether it's possible or not is not something you can judge. If you have to question Chairman Wang's words, then we can only wait for the shareholders' meeting and let everyone have a good talk with you. There was a hint of coldness on Lu Xiaobai's face. He looked at several security guards not far away, and there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. You guys are so bold that you even dare to drive out the company's shareholders. I think you really don't want to do this anymore. The expressions of the leading security guards changed a little. They did not expect things to take such a turn. Dong, Chairman, that's not what we meant. It's just our job to intercept blacklisted members. It's a company policy. There's nothing we can do. As he spoke later, the security captain, who was in charge, had a look of shame on his face and his voice became much softer. Intercepting the blacklist is indeed your responsibility, but you have treated the company's shareholders terribly. Regardless of the reason, you must be punished. This is also the company's policy. From today on, each of you will have 3 months' bonus deducted from you, and you must write me a written apology. Also, as the security captain, you didn't have a detailed understanding of the company's blacklisted users, and you didn't report this information promptly after learning about it. Go to the finance department tomorrow to collect your salary, and then get out. There was a hint of indifference on Lu Xiaobai's face. He knew very well what the security captain did on a daily basis. He has a good relationship with Peng Hongkai. Bai Yang's access control blacklist has something to do with him. Such a person. He must deal with it. The security captain's face changed drastically. He didn't know how much effort he had put in to climb to this position, but what he didn't expect was, I was driven away so easily. Chairman. The security captain still had some hope. Roll. Lu Xiaobai scolded. The security captain's expression changed slightly. He knew there was no point in trying to keep him. But when he thought about his future life, he felt as if he had eaten a fly. But those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. He is Peng Hongkai's subordinate, and he must have done a lot of evil things over the years. It is reasonable to receive such punishment. Bai Yang looked at these people. He could see that Lu Xiaobai and Peng Hongkai did not get along. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Adding more. Since he came to Yida Group, he still needed Lu Xiaobai's help, so he would naturally be polite to Lu Xiaobai. But he was not polite at all to Peng Hongkai. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at Peng Hongkai. Peng Hongkai, do you still remember what you said before? Peng Hongkai's expression changed. Bai Yang, you are going too far. Excessive? Bai Yang's face was filled with indifference. If I, Bai Yang, wasn't a shareholder today, would you, Peng Hongkai, let me go? Besides, you secretly put me on the Yida Group's blacklist. You know exactly what your intention is. Also, don't think I don't know what you did in private. Some people have already paid the price for this, and I don't know if you, Peng Hongkai, will pay the price in the future? Peng Hongkai shuddered. He could feel the chill from Bai Yang, and he looked at him with some fear. I don't know why. In his eyes, Bai Yang was even more terrifying than the wild beasts of the ancient times. He felt a lot of pressure fighting against such a person. But Peng Hongkai is also a person who attaches great importance to face. It is impossible to make him kneel down. Only. Before he could say anything, Bai Yang appeared in front of him and pointed with one hand. Peng Hongkai's figure trembled. He felt his legs suddenly lose strength. Plop. He knelt down directly, with a look of surprise on his face. Why would he kneel down for no reason? General Peng, you seem like a real person, but you've given me such a generous gift. Do you think I should accept it? Or should I accept it? There was a hint of mockery on Bai Yang's face. Peng Hongkai clenched his fists tightly, and blue veins gradually emerged. He looked like a wounded beast, and his eyes turned bloodshot. But Bai Yang showed no fear of him at all. Peng Hongkai, you said before that you would admit your mistakes to me. If you don't, I really don't know how long you will kneel. Chapter 70 Humiliation of Peng Hongkai. His every word was like the devil's whisper. When had Peng Hongkai ever suffered such humiliation? But at this moment, Bai Yang, who was standing in front of him, actually gave him a feeling of being like a god. He knelt in front of Bai Yang, his heart filled with humiliation, and he even had the urge to fight Bai Yang to the death with a knife. But He can't do it. Bai Yang said, "You don't know how long you will kneel." It sounds like a warning, but it's actually a threat. Peng Hongkai's legs had no strength at all, and he didn't even have the courage to refute Bai Yang. At this moment, Bai Yang gave him a very strange feeling. It's as if the Bai Yang in front of him could easily decide his life or death. His body trembled slightly, and the characters in his throat seemed to be squeezed out bit by bit from the depths of his throat. If possible, Peng Hongkai even wanted to fight Bai Yang with a knife. But he simply couldn't do it in this state. If you don't apologize, he doesn't know how long he will kneel. It is better to suffer a short humiliation than a long one. For someone like him, weighing the pros and cons is something he has already mastered to perfection. Sorry. Every word Peng Hongkai said made his face look extremely ugly, and his expression seemed to be distorted. If you look closely, you can see that his cheeks are flushed. At this moment, Peng Hongkai was surrounded by huge humiliation, and there was a feeling of despair deep in his heart. But Bai Yang, who noticed his condition, didn't take him seriously at all. For him, there was an irreversible hatred between him and Peng Hongkai. When facing the enemy, kill decisively. This is Bai Yang's way. The sound was too quiet, I didn't hear it. Bai Yang's tone was cold. This scene fell into the eyes of the people around, and there was a look of disbelief on their faces. Because they didn't know Peng Hongkai's true situation, nor did they know what Bai Yang and Peng Hongkai had said. They just felt that the young man in front of them was very brave. Facing someone like Peng Hongkai, he had no fear at all. As his identity as a shareholder of the company was exposed, everyone present showed a look of shock on their faces. It's incredible. A young man in his 20s actually became a shareholder of Yida Group. And he and Peng Hongkai were so at loggerheads, yet Peng Hongkai couldn't do anything to him. As for the next scene, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Bai Yang walked up to Peng Hongkai. Plop! Peng Hongkai actually knelt down heavily. Although his face looked a little ugly, no one expected that he would kneel down to a young man in public. Lu Xiaobai, who was standing aside, also had a look of disbelief in his eyes. What is going on? This is too incredible. A person like Peng Hongkai would actually kneel down to Bai Yang. This is even more incredible than the shares surging dozens of points overnight and Wang Yukai becoming the richest man in China in one day. Peng Hongkai's mood was in turmoil. He knew that if he couldn't satisfy Bai Yang, he would definitely not be able to leave here. He just wanted to leave quickly and get away from the sight of these people. Peng Hongkai clenched his fist slightly, and there was still some anger on his face, but he obviously suppressed his emotions and said to Bai Yang, "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now." There was a hint of pleading in his tone, and it was obvious that he was truly apologizing to Bai Yang. Bai Yang's face was a bit cold, and he snorted softly, "It's good that you know you are wrong. Be honest in front of me in the future, otherwise, the price I will make you pay will definitely not be just this." Peng Hongkai lowered his head and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. With a cold snort, Bai Yang ignored the other party. For someone like Peng Hongkai, kneeling down in public is definitely more painful than killing him. When Lu Xiaobai saw this scene, he looked at Peng Hongkai with a somewhat indifferent expression on his face, and then took Bai Yang away directly. Peng Hongkai was still kneeling there. He had no strength to stand up. His heart seemed to be in turmoil, and he wished he could tear Bai Yang into pieces. Those lackeys of Peng Hongkai didn't know what happened. Only after Bai Yang and Lu Xiaobai left did they dare to step forward and help Peng Hongkai up. Peng Hongkai, who had just stood up, felt that his knees seemed to have regained strength. The original feeling of humiliation instantly surged into my heart. "You bastards!" He slapped the young man closest to him. "They are all very smart on weekdays. Why do you act like an idiot at this point? If you had come to support me earlier, would I have been so embarrassed?" The young man was slapped, but he didn't dare to say anything and just stood there quietly. Peng Hongkai clenched his fists as he felt his legs and feet regain strength. He walked quickly forward and swore that he would avenge today's grudge. Plop! Before Peng Hongkai could take a few steps, his legs, which had been striding with great speed, suddenly lost their strength. He knelt down again. This time, the people he was kneeling to were exactly the crowd watching over there. Seeing Peng Hongkai suddenly kneel down, they were also slightly stunned. What's going on? Kneeling before the White Yang wasn't enough, they also had to pay a huge tribute to them? Peng Hongkai's face turned the color of liver. Perhaps He will never forget today. Bai Yang, who followed Lu Xiaobai to the office, was still thinking in his heart. I just pressed Peng Hongkai's sushi acupoint. This acupoint can temporarily block the blood and qi in his knee, but it won't last very long. But if you do any strenuous activity right after the lockdown, it could cause blood and qi to continue to be blocked. If you're not careful, you could fall to your knees again. Peng Hongkai shouldn't be so unlucky. He thought so in his heart and didn't take Peng Hongkai too seriously. Such a person. Even if there is any dilemma, it is only natural. Sitting opposite Lu Xiaobai's desk, Lu Xiaobai had a smile on his face and placed some documents in front of Bai Yang. Bai Yang, take a look at these documents. This is the shareholder responsibility letter issued to me by the head office, as well as the shareholder personal information form. After filling in these, you can freely mobilize the resources of Yida Group in the future. Even I, the chairman, will need to consider your ideas. Bai Yang nodded slightly and took these things in his hands. He knew that the 10% of shares he held were original shares and that he was a major shareholder within the Yida Group, so Lu Xiaobai's attitude towards him was justified. After filling out the form simply, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. Lu Xiaobai also chatted briefly with Bai Yang, and they became more familiar with each other. At this time, Bai Yang had a smile on his face, and he looked at Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai, I need your help with something. I wonder if you can help me. Chapter 71 The Restless Wang Haotian. Lu Xiaobai nodded when he heard this. He still respected Bai Yang very much. I'm working at Tiantan Group now, but there are 1 or 2 shareholders in the company that I'm really unhappy with. I wonder if you can help me investigate this. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face as he looked at Lu Xiaobai. He knew very well that Lu Xiaobai was definitely not an ordinary person since he could hold this position at such a young age. If he is willing to help himself, many things can be easily solved. You say? Lu Xiaobai said. Wang Haotian. He is a shareholder of our company, but our Tianting Group is about to enter a period of rapid development. Before that, I don't really want to see him take over our company's shares. Bai Yang expressed his thoughts. Lu Xiaobai's eyes flickered with some thought, and soon he nodded slightly. If it's about this matter, I can help you. Bai Yang smiled slightly. He stood up and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. As he shook hands with Bai Yang, Lu Xiaobai had a smile on his face. The two then briefly talked about the company. Because Yida Group itself is a company in its growth phase, many things do not require excessive supervision. Only. Bai Yang also learned some things from Lu Xiaobai. Although Yida Group seems calm, it is actually experiencing turbulent waves internally. Many shareholders have ulterior motives. As the chairman of the Shanghai branch, he is restricted in many aspects. Bai Yang simply learned about all this and didn't ask any more questions. Around noon, he left the chairman's office. After he had been walking for about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man walked in, his eyes looking at Lu Xiaobai. At this time, Lu Xiaobai regained the aura of a superior, and even gave people a subtle feeling of oppression. Anyone who can hold such an identity at this age is basically not a simple person. Chairman. He came up to Lu Xiaobai and called out respectfully. What's up? Lu Xiaobai asked calmly. After our investigation, we didn't find any major forces behind Bai Yang. On the contrary, this guy is very mysterious, and a lot of information is impossible to find out. We've also contacted the shareholders who sold their shares to him. It seems Bai Yang offered them a price they simply couldn't refuse. This guy. The middle-aged man paused for a moment. He's not simple. Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Sometimes, the most terrifying people are those whose background cannot be investigated. Today, Yida has a considerable scale in both the internet and physical industries. I dare not say that I have all the means to reach the sky in Shenzhou, but it is definitely easy for me to investigate a few people. In this situation, no one can figure out Bai Yang's bottom line. The problem here is indeed serious. Okay, there's no need to investigate his affairs anymore. Now, help me investigate someone else. The chairman of Tiantung Group, Wang Haotian. Lu Xiaobai said. Clear. The middle-aged man nodded and left quickly. The other side. Peng Hongkai returned to his office and was furious. He smashed things in his office crazily. He will never forget the humiliation today. Bai Yang. I'm going to kill you. He gritted his teeth and spoke, his eyes bloodshot. It was the first time he was so angry, and the first time he wanted to kill someone so much. The lackeys standing outside the door didn't dare to go in. They all knew that if they went in at this time, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. After an unknown amount of time, the noise in the office gradually subsided. Peng Hongkai took out his mobile phone, entered the dark web in the shortest time, and offered a reward of 2 billion yuan for a task. Bai Yang's head must be taken within 3 days. After this mission was released, many dark web killers noticed it. 2 billion to kill one person. This is definitely a big deal on the dark web. It didn't take long before several assassin groups in the Magic City took on this task. This is an open-ended task. Anyone could have taken him on. But in the end only one person completed it. You also need to upload credentials. Seeing that several killer groups had taken on the mission, Peng Hongkai's anger subsided a little. He knew it well because he set the duration of the task. Some top overseas killers are simply unable to accept missions. The local killer group in Shanghai is also very powerful. With them stepping up, Bai Yang won't be able to escape easily. Looking at the phone screen with bloodshot eyes, murderous intent flashed in Peng Hongkai's eyes. Bai Yang, who was unaware of all this, quickly returned to his company. Just when he returned to the company, Bai Yang heard some news. It seems that the company's stock price has been rising steadily because of the company's development of new chip technology. Shareholders who own the company's stock have made a lot of money during this period. Just as Bai Yang sat down at his desk in his office, Tang Yuma called. "Hey, what's up?" Bai Yang asked with some doubt. "Come up here, I have something to ask you," Tang Yuma said. "Yeah." Bai Yang hung up the phone and walked upstairs. It wasn't long before he arrived at Tang Yuma's office. Today, Tang Yuma was wearing a lavender shirt and jeans. Her clothes were simple, but her perfect figure was clearly visible. More importantly, the casual curve of her figure as she sat at the desk gave people a dazzling feeling. As if noticing Bai Yang's gaze, Tang Yuma felt a little shy and adjusted her posture slightly. "What's the matter with you calling me here?" Bai Yang was very thick-skinned, as if he hadn't seen anything just now. "You should know about the news that the company's stock price has been rising recently." "Kindness. Isn't this a good thing?" Bai Yang nodded. "It's a good thing, but because the company's stock price has risen, some people in the company are starting to get restless." There was a hint of coldness in Tang Yuma's eyes, and it was obvious that she was quite angry. "What's going on?" Bai Yang was puzzled. The situation of Tianting Group is quite special. It is a company with multiple shareholders. Originally, as long as the company operates normally, it wouldn't be a big deal if there were multiple shareholders. Many large companies have multiple shareholders. But the company's development has undergone major changes during this period, which has also affected some people's interests, one of whom is Wang Haotian. Because the company's product reforms have placed a considerable burden on him, he has been uniting shareholders to boycott the launch of new products. Tang Yuma's eyes were a little cold, and he said seriously. Chapter 72. Let the law enforcement team handle it. There was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face. The company is doing well and the stock price is rising. Shouldn't he be happy? Why is he secretly causing trouble for us? Tang Yuma took a deep breath and said, "I just learned about this. Wang Haotian has another company overseas. We have previously cooperated with overseas chip companies. Depending on their technology, Wang Haotian can extract a lot of profits from this. Now, we have separated ourselves from overseas chip companies and started to independently develop chip technology. It looks like our company made a profit. But for Wang Haotian, his overseas companies will be greatly affected and may even go bankrupt. That's why he not only didn't make any money, but on the contrary, he lost a lot of money." When Bai Yang heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Only then did he understand why Wang Haotian had always stood on the side of foreign chip companies. Turn out to be. There are benefits here as well. So what are they going to do next? Bai Yang asked. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably attack us at the next new product launch conference. Tang Yuma said. Bai Yang didn't say anything, just looked at Tang Yuma quietly. Her facial features are very delicate, and the changes in her facial features when she speaks give people a breathtaking beauty. Tang Yuma didn't notice the change in Bai Yang's eyes and continued to express his thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, they're probably making trouble because the company's production technology isn't mature enough yet. Once the new product is launched, If there is no way to solve the supply problem in a short period of time, it will easily lead to order squeeze. It may even affect the company's reputation. Bai Yang nodded slightly. He knew that Tiantan Group had already received quite a few orders. It all looks good indeed. But by the time the new product launch comes, more and more companies will be interested in the chips. By then, the orders will increase exponentially. Faced with such a huge number of orders, being able to produce chips is naturally a good thing. But if production fails, the outside world will definitely put some pressure on the company. If that's the case, then leave this matter to me. Bai Yang had a smile on his face and said it lightly. Tang Yuma's face was a little surprised. Leave it to you to handle? Are you sure? Of course, it's just a production issue, right? It's no big deal to me. Also, Wang Haotian has been so active in the company recently, he really should pay a price. There was still a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face, but when Tang Yuma looked into his eyes, for some reason he felt a little touched. I don't know when, Bai Yang's strength has become far inferior to his own. A man like this has more secrets hidden in him than she imagined. Good. There was a hint of smile on Tang Yuma's face. This day, when Bai Yang left the company again, a phone call came in. Hello? Hello? After answering the phone, Bai Yang Dao said. Bai Yang, it's me, Lu Xiaobai. This is my personal number. I've already found out the information you asked me to find about Wang Haotian. I wonder if you have time. Lu Xiaobai's voice sounded on the phone. Good. Bai Yang responded, then hung up the phone and drove to Yida Group. This time, when the security guard at the door saw him, he acted as if he was seeing a grandfather, giving people a very respectful feeling. Entering the company, Bai Yang came to the chairman's office. Lu Xiaobai was making tea in the office. A young man about 30 years old was sitting in front of him. The young man has a handsome appearance and a slender figure. He has a sunny smile on his face. His chest is slightly bulging, which seems to be due to years of fitness. When you see this kind of young man for the first time, you will have some good impression of him. Bai Yang. When Lu Xiaobai saw Bai Yang coming in, a smile appeared on his face. The young man also stood up and said to Bai Yang with a smile, Boss Bai. Hello? Bai Yang smiled slightly, walked towards the two of them, sat down on the sofa next to them, looked at them, and got straight to the point. You told me that you have already found out about Wang Haotian? That's right, Wang Haotian is quite extraordinary. He usually does things flawlessly. But in front of people like us, it's easy to find some clues about him. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly, then extended his hand and gestured, Let me introduce you, this is Qin Feng, the shadow of our group. The man named Qin Feng looked at Bai Yang with a smile on his face. Bai Yang's face was a little surprised. Shadow? Every large enterprise has its bright side and dark side. Qin Feng is responsible for these things. Including the investigation of Wang Haotian's information, it was all handled by him. Lu Xiaobai said. Bai Yang looked at this sunny-looking young man. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him actually occupied such a position in the company. If you have any further investigations in the future, you can contact him directly. Also, during this period of time when Qin Feng was investigating Wang Haotian, he also found some other information. There was a hint of smile on Lu Xiaobai's face. At this time, Qin Feng also placed a piece of information in front of Bai Yang. Bai Yang was a little curious. He took the information and opened the file. When he saw the contents, his eyes narrowed slightly. 2 billion bounty on my head. Peng Hongkai is really willing to give up. This information comes from the dark web. Peng Hongkai is determined to take action against you this time. Several assassin groups within the Demon City have accepted the mission. One of the leaders of the Blood Wolf organization is my good friend. Since you are a shareholder of our company, I asked them to give up the mission. But it only bought you a little time. Besides them, there's another organization. They're ranked 27th on the dark web killer list and possess considerable power. If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely to take action during this period. Qin Feng explained to Bai Yang. Being targeted by these killers is a very dangerous thing. Bai Yang is being targeted by them, and it is very likely that he will not have a good time during this period. That's quite interesting. If that's the case, then this matter. Bai Yang smiled slightly and said slowly, Let the police handle it. Qin Feng and Lu Xiaobai were slightly stunned. Hand it over to the police? Why is Bai Yang not playing by the rules at all? Chapter 73 Yan Qian. These days, it's not uncommon for wealthy businessmen to be targeted by assassin groups. Because where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. But most people will choose to solve the problem themselves for the sake of face. Bai Yang is like this. Whenever something happens, I want to call the police. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Only it felt a bit weird to them. Bai Yang, do you mean to ask the police for help? Lu Xiaobai looked at Bai Yang and asked. What else? Isn't it the duty of law enforcement officers to protect the safety of citizens? Bai Yang shrugged and asked back. Okay. Lu Xiaobai was a little speechless. He didn't expect Bai Yang to play according to this routine. And can an ordinary law enforcement team be effective against the killer group? There was a hint of a smile on Bai Yang's face. He knew very well that if it were an ordinary law enforcement officer, it would be useless. But Bai Yang is not an ordinary person. After a brief chat, Bai Yang didn't stay here for long. He took the documents Lu Xiaobai gave him and left quickly. When he arrived at the underground garage, Bai Yang took out the document Qin Feng gave him and read it carefully. His eyes narrowed slightly. The shadow of Yida Group is much more powerful than I imagined. After saying that, Bai Yang put the documents away. This information is very important to him. With such a document, he knew Wang Haotian so well that he could go deep into his bones. This also made Bai Yang clearly realize that the strength of Yida Group was much stronger than he had imagined. But what Bai Yang didn't know was, after he left, Lu Xiaobai was still sitting in the office drinking tea. Qin Feng sat opposite him. Although Lu Xiaobai is a director of the company, many things need to be handled by Qin Feng. So, in private, the two are just like buddies. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xiaobai. Brother Lu, is it really worth using up a special search opportunity for him? Qin Feng asked. Although Bai Yang learned today that Yida Group had a shadow. But he also didn't know that it would be quite troublesome for Shadow to deal with some things. Moreover, investigating some people and things requires huge manpower and material resources. The information retrieval in this area is also divided into levels. It is divided into primary transfer orders, intermediate transfer orders, senior transfer orders, and special transfer orders. Under normal circumstances, the chairman of a branch can use special transfer orders at most twice a year. And every time it is used, the company needs to pay a fee of $10 million. If there were no special circumstances, Lu Xiaobai would not easily use this level of transfer order. But for Bai Yang, he still used it. This guy's identity doesn't seem that simple, so I believe my bet was right this time. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Qin Feng nodded slightly and didn't say much. He just drank tea quietly, but from his eyes, you can tell what he is thinking. Drive out of the parking lot. Bai Yang drove straight in one direction. Not long after, Bai Yang arrived at a villa area. According to the information, Wang Haotian has a private villa here. The person living in the villa is Wang Haotian's mistress. His mistress is not only beautiful, but also quite smart. Over the years, she has helped Wang Haotian solve many problems, both openly and secretly. Wang Haotian also trusts her quite a bit. It can be shown based on the information Bai Yang has. Wang Haotian's mistress is quite ambitious. She not only helped Wang Haotian with his business, but also always wanted to take over Wang Haotian's assets. Only Wang Haotian is a man who does things flawlessly. Although she has put in a lot of effort, she has never had a chance. For Bai Yang, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wang Haotian's mistress is greedy enough. As long as he has enough chips, he can add fuel to the fire and do something. And during this period of time, Wang Haotian has been a shareholder in the joint company. As long as he is brought down, the management of the company will become extremely easy. The vehicle enters the villa area. Because Bai Yang's car was quite valuable, the security guard at the door did not exercise too much supervision. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yang's car stopped at villa number 8. Look forward. The overall feeling of this villa is magnificent, and it is obvious that the owner is either rich or noble. After parking the car, Bai Yang walked straight forward. According to the information provided by Qin Feng, Wang Haotian is currently discussing some matters in City X and will not be able to return for the next 2 days. Ding dong. After pressing the doorbell, a crisp sound was heard. Not long after, a woman's figure appeared on the LCD screen next to it. The woman was about 30 years old, with a standard oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows. She was a first-class beauty. She was in her pajamas, obviously planning to rest. "Who are you?" When she saw Bai Yang's figure, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and she seemed a little strange. "My name is Bai Yang. If Wang Haotian has come to see you recently, you should have heard of my name," Bai Yang said calmly with a hint of smile on his face. "Bai Yang." The woman looked at Bai Yang for a moment, but soon a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You are that Bai Yang. I have often heard Wang Haotian mention you before. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Even I could find out. But unfortunately, Wang Haotian is different from Wang Wei. His wife doesn't dare to control him at all. His wife has known about me and him for a long time. If you're planning to use me to threaten his wife, I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person." There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. "I think you must have misunderstood. I never thought of using you to threaten his wife. I came to you simply to discuss a cooperation." "Cooperate? You'll cooperate with me?" There was a hint of smile on Yan Xian's lips, and she looked at Bai Yang with her charming eyes, but soon there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. "You are a thorn in Wang Haotian's side. I'm his woman, why do you think I will cooperate with you?" Bai Yang shrugged. "I just wanted to come over and give it a try. And I feel that our cooperation is the best option." There was a smile on Bai Yang's face, a very bright smile. Yan Shen looked at Bai Yang, a hint of coldness appeared on the corners of her mouth, and her voice became a little sharp. "Bai Yang, I really don't know where you get all this confidence from, but let me tell you, if you want me to work with you, then I can tell you, you've got the wrong person. That's it." Yan Xian turned off the video directly. Looking at the dark screen in front of him, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. He was not too surprised by this situation. But he knew. As long as Yan Xian's ambition remains, she will cooperate with me sooner or later. Just all this. It takes a while. Chapter 74, Shot in 1 second. After Bai Yang left, Yan Shen, who was leaning against the door, took out her cell phone. There was a gloomy look in her eyes, and Wang Haotian's phone number was on the screen of her mobile phone. After hesitating for a while, she put her hand down. For an ambitious person, this is indeed an opportunity. But Bai Yang suddenly came to her and said such words, which made Yan Shen feel a little hesitant. "Should we cooperate with Bai Yang? Is this partner really trustworthy?" Bai Yang's figure left. Not long after he drove out of the community, Bai Yang, who was holding the steering wheel, suddenly felt his pupils shrink and the hairs all over his body stood up in an instant. There is danger. Possessing the consciousness of a soldier king, he is naturally very sensitive. That is why Bai Yang can feel it when danger comes. With a slight push on the accelerator, the car quickly rushed forward. The car is going very fast. It was like a flash of silver lightning in the night. There were two commercial vehicles about 70 or 80 meters away from Bai Yang. When they noticed that Bai Yang's car suddenly accelerated, the people in the car narrowed their eyes slightly. Soon, their vehicles also accelerated. It started out as tracking, but now it has turned into a naked pursuit. A bounty of 2 billion. Even if they were asked to take action against a local prefect, they would probably take the risk. Such a high amount of money can definitely drive a desperado crazy. As the vehicle drove along, Bai Yang looked ahead while sending a message on his mobile phone. After doing all this, his car speed instantly increased to more than 200 miles per hour. The speed of the two cars following Bai Yang was also increasing. The two people driving the car are both professional killers. They are not only proficient in killing techniques, but also have excellent driving skills. Whoosh! The sound of huge engines continued to be heard. The three cars were like wild beasts in the dark night. Many passers-by noticed the situation here. They didn't expect that there would be people speeding in such a place. The local traffic police also noticed the situation here. They made emergency contacts and dozens of vehicles were quickly dispatched to stop the three vehicles. But these three cars were driving too fast. It was so fast that their car couldn't catch up with them. And the car in the front looked as if it were controlled by the country's top racing driver. There is no unnecessary movement in every turn, and every acceleration is just right. That is why it is simply impossible to intercept him. More importantly, Bai Yang's driving speed was at least over 200 miles per hour. Such a speed could not be achieved without a professional driver. The drivers of the two cars behind him were somewhat angry, and the murderous intent in their eyes became more and more obvious. Bite. Just when Bai Yang was racing, his cell phone suddenly rang, and Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Laugh. Suddenly, Bai Yang turned the steering wheel sharply and the car rushed in one direction. The speeding vehicle was like a mad beast, and the friction sound between the tires and the ground became extremely harsh. Whoosh! The vehicle sped away, and within a short time, the entire vehicle arrived at a tunnel. The two cars behind him were also chasing quickly, and they suddenly found that Bai Yang's speed did not seem as fast as before. But it is not so easy to catch up with him. Laugh. There was another loud sound of tire friction, and Bai Yang's car completed an extremely exciting drift in the tunnel. The two cars followed closely behind. But suddenly, they found that Bai Yang's car had stopped not far away. There was no one in that section of the tunnel. The two drivers' faces suddenly changed. With their years of intuition, they could of course guess that they had fallen into a trap. Laugh. Laugh. The tires of their vehicle began to skid wildly. On the opposite side of the road, a series of roadblocks like nails appeared somewhere. Their vehicles were like wild horses out of control, becoming extremely difficult to control. Fine. Both of them are professional drivers. In this situation, they still controlled the vehicle, but the vehicle hit the guardrail next to it hard, and the people in the car felt a bumpy ride. What the hell? Everyone in the car couldn't help but curse. Dang dang dang. Before they got out of the car, dazzling beams of light shone towards them. Dozens of vehicles formed a network around the entire tunnel. Many uniformed figures appeared behind the vehicles. Bai Yang stood behind the network, looking over here. Just like a hunter looking at the prey in the cage, the smile on the corner of his mouth was particularly obvious. Listen up, everyone in the car. You're surrounded. Don't resist in vain, otherwise we will take coercive measures. A loud voice was heard, and a middle-aged man shouted to the people inside with a loudspeaker in his hand. The expressions of the people in the car changed a little. Although they realized that they had fallen into a trap when they turned the corner, what they didn't expect was that Bai Yang had called the police. For the members of the killer group, these guys are the ones they fear most. They also have many powerful characters, and fighting with them is definitely not an easy task. The car door slowly opened, and these people who had been dancing on the edge of a knife for years did not seem to intend to give up resistance. But they didn't know that the people who surrounded them this time were basically frontline special police, each of whom was a veteran of many battles. With Bai Yang's current strength, it is not difficult to find someone to mobilize them. Bang! Just as one of the gangsters loaded his gun, he was hit by a bullet. Dozens of guns were aimed at him at the same time. These guys. Everyone in the car immediately realized that something was wrong. Although they are all desperate criminals and do extremely crazy things, there is no human being who was not afraid of death. At this critical moment of life and death, many people in the car hesitated. There was a gangster with a rather sturdy build and a murderous look in his eyes. I just don't believe these bastards can be so powerful. He roared and rushed out with a gun in hand. Bang bang bang. More than 10 bullets were fired directly. There wasn't even a second between the time the gangster rushed out of the vehicle and the time he was shot. Looking at their companions lying in a pool of blood, these people suddenly realized something. If they wanted to resist, they would surely die today. Those criminals who usually kill without blinking an eye could not help but tremble. The fear of death filled their hearts, and the feeling of suffocation was pinching their throats, making it difficult for them to breathe. Chapter 75 Tang Yuma's Concerns. Time passes by every second. The people in the car felt like every day was a year. They feel that every minute and every second of their lives is a gift from God. They have never realized that life is so precious. After hesitating for less than a minute, the second horn sounded outside. They knew that continuing to resist would only lead to death. The bandits in the car got out one by one, dropped their weapons, and didn't dare to breathe. They were very scared, fearing that one wrong move would lead to them being killed. Facing these iron-blooded men, they felt a little trembling in their hearts. After everyone got off the bus, a while later, several law enforcement officers ran towards them with guns in hand, their expressions quite nervous. As long as these gangsters make any rash moves, they will shoot at the first opportunity. But faced with this situation, these bandits had long lost the idea of resisting. Soon, they were subdued one by one and handcuffed. The alert was lifted. Bai Yang looked at the subdued bandits with a look of indifference on his face. He still likes this kind of thing where he can capture the enemy without any effort. At this moment, a figure came to Bai Yang's side. There was a smile on her face. She put one hand around Bai Yang's arm and her slender figure pressed against Bai Yang. Bai Yang looked to the side, a fragrance filled his nose, and Suing Nan's face came into view. "Hey, I'm awesome, right? I found so many people for you in such a short time." Bai Yang felt somewhat helpless and calmly pulled his hand out of her arm. "That is pretty impressive." Tisk. Suing Nan snorted and stopped holding Bai Yang's arm. A figure approached from a distance. It was a middle-aged man in uniform. A smile crossed his face as he said to Suing Nan, "Miss, all the gangsters have been subdued. Should we pack up now, or what?" "Team up," Suing Nan said. The middle-aged man nodded and left. Bai Yang looked at Suing Nan, and it was obvious that he was a little surprised. Because he didn't expect that people of the middle-aged man's level would need to consider Suing Nan's face. Suing Nan's identity is much more powerful than he imagined. "I've discovered that you're a real troublemaker. It hasn't been that long, and you've already provoked another assassin group. If you keep going like this, even I might not be able to protect you." There was a look of helplessness on Suing Nan's face, and he looked at Bai Yang with some worry. She knew very well that the world was much more complicated than it seemed. It is because she understands darkness that she fears it even more. In the current situation, she can still control it, but if this kind of thing happens frequently, she may not be able to control it. What can I do? With a bounty of 2 billion on my head, how could these desperate criminals not be tempted? Bai Yang shrugged his shoulders, his tone was very nonchalant, but he knew in his heart that improving his strength was imminent. No matter what time, make self-improvement a priority. As for this matter, let the law enforcement team handle it. Suing Nan shrugged. She knew about the 2 billion yuan. She was also troubled by this kind of thing. The dark web has always been an illegal place, and it is not easy for people like them to get their hands on it. Only Bai Yang's active cooperation this time allowed them to capture the members of the killer group, which was also a good thing for them. Don't worry, as law enforcement officers it is our duty to protect citizens. No matter what happens in the future, I will try my best to protect you. And, thank you for what happened today. There was a hint of smile on Suing Nan's face. Bai Yang also had a smile on his face. He looked at Suing Nan with some surprise. "You saved me and you're thanking me?" "Of course. You might not know this because most wealthy businessmen would try to solve this kind of problem themselves. This also resulted in many assassin group members being easily arrested, but actually becoming extremely troublesome. Our capture of these killers this time has essentially brought us a lot of convenience. As long as we torture them severely, we will definitely be able to learn some information," Suing Nan explained to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded slightly. Facing this kind of pursuit on the dark web is indeed a bit tricky. But normally, tasks will not be posted on the dark web. Anyone who knows this place knows that it is a lawless place. It is possible that if you fail to kill the enemy, you will get into trouble. Previously, a wealthy businessman offered a reward on the dark web for killing someone. But because he didn't know much about the dark web, he accidentally leaked his information. No one knew whether the mission was completed later. But many people know that this wealthy businessman was blackmailed by some people and was almost killed. That's exactly why. Places like the dark web can help many people solve some problems. But it's also easy to get into some trouble. If you associate with darkness, you are likely to be swallowed up by darkness. After a brief chat with Suing Nan, Bai Yang left directly. The captured criminals were taken back one by one. What awaits them in the next period of time will be torture. It is unknown whether he can survive this torture. When he returned to the villa, Tang Yuma was still awake. When Bai Yang entered the living room, she was also there. She looked at Bai Yang, then slowly stood up, put away her notebook, and walked upstairs. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's heart trembled slightly. I don't know why. He always felt that Tang Yuma was waiting for him. But would such a cold goddess like Tang Yuma really wait for him every day? But when he thought of Tang Yuma's cold face, Bai Yang gave up the idea. It is absolutely difficult to make a woman like this fall in love with you. After washing up, Bai Yang returned to his room and fell asleep quickly. On the other side, Tang Yuma couldn't sleep. She was lying alone in bed, wearing pajamas, her perfect figure faintly visible, her stunning face facing the ceiling, her bright and emotional eyes seemed to tell a story. At this moment, she doesn't seem so aloof, but gives people the feeling that there are more stories behind her. After a brief silence, Tang Yuma took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 76 Yan Xian's Meeting. Not long after, the call was connected and Shinjuchi's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? You're not sleeping late at night and you're calling me. Jia, I can't sleep. Tang Yuma let out a sigh and said to Shinjuchi. Can't sleep? There was a hint of surprise on Shinjuchi's face. She knew Tang Yuma very well. She was just a work machine. For her, eating, sleeping and working are all essential things in life. Tang Yuma suffers from insomnia? That is definitely a rare thing. Based on what I know about you, you shouldn't be suffering from insomnia. Shinjuchi said. It's all because of Bai Yang. I feel like my relationship with him hasn't progressed at all, and the 3 months promised won't last very long. I finally met a boy I like, but now I have to watch him leave. I feel a little unwilling in my heart. Tang Yuma said. Shinjuchi was silent. If this were any other girl, Shinjuchi would have 1,000 and 10,000 ways to help her win Bai Yang's heart. But Tang Yuma. It is definitely not easy to make her understand these things. After thinking for a while, a bold idea popped up in Shinjuchi's mind. Yuma, if you really like him, I have an idea. What do you think? Shinjuchi said. What's the idea? Tang Yuma asked. Confession. Shinjuchi said. Confession? Tang Yuma was slightly stunned. That's right, didn't you say you like him? If that's the case, then confess. I believe this is the simplest and most practical way. I think with your conditions, it would be difficult for most boys to reject you. But if that's the case, Bai Yang may not be able to reject you if you use this method. If that's the case, just be more direct, maybe there will be unexpected results. Shinjuchi said. Confession. There was some hesitation on Tang Yuma's face, but when she thought about the fact that the 3-month agreement would soon be up, she found that this seemed to be the most practical method. Nodded slightly. I understand, but where should I confess my feelings? Let me think about it. Shinjuchi thought about it for a moment and soon came up with an idea. I understand. You can do it after the assessment is over, when you become the official chairman. Your father will come back that day. He actually arranged this marriage certificate for you. He must also hope that you can be with Bai Yang. This way, your confession will definitely work. We'll hire some professional planners to make the scene more romantic. Maybe. Shinjuchi's laughter could be heard from the other end of the phone. She was very satisfied with her plan. There will definitely be no problem in taking down Bai Yang in one fell swoop. Tang Yuma nodded slightly when he heard this. What Shinjuchi said seemed to make some sense. Confessing your feelings directly to Bai Yang might have a better effect. And with the witness of family members, this confession will also be very ceremonial. Maybe if something like this happens, Bai Yang want to cancel the engagement. Thinking of this, Tang Yuma's eyes brightened up, and there was a hint of shyness on her fair face, but also a hint of anticipation. She didn't know how Bai Yang would react then. Bai Yang didn't know what Tang Yuma was thinking. If he knew what Tang Yuma was thinking, he would definitely be shocked. Tang Yuma is so brave. He didn't even dare to think so. The other party actually dared to think so. Time passes slowly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the chairman's office of Yida Group, Lu Xiaobai heard the report from his subordinates and there was an incredible look on his face. Is this Bai Yang too fierce? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that Bai Yang could actually gather so many elite members of the law enforcement team. And he actually handed the criminals over to the law enforcement team. Such things are absolutely rare in Shanghai. For a moment, Lu Xiaobai's eyes flickered with luster, and he became more curious about Bai Yang's identity. The man in front of him should be much more powerful than he imagined. On the other side, Yan Xian was holding a few photos in her hand. These photos are of the gangsters who were chasing Bai Yang being subdued. Because this matter is so big, it is easy to find out some information by doing more investigation. Yan Xian has followed Wang Haotian for many years and has her own intelligence network. That was why she asked someone to investigate Bai Yang after he left. Seeing the information on the document, her eyes kept flashing. After a long while, a glimmer of light reflected from her eyes, a faint stinging glow. It was almost afternoon. Bai Yang walked out of the company. A car quickly stopped not far from him. "Miss Yin Xian is looking for you," a slim woman in her 20s in the car said to him. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He knew very well that Yin Xian could not hold back at all. She is a very greedy person and she is always looking for opportunities. Bai Yang's strength and his hatred for Wang Haotian are points that she can take advantage of. As long as she is sure that Bai Yang is in the same camp as her and has sufficient strength, she will definitely contact her on her own initiative. Only, Bai Yang also had some surprises. Yin Xian arrived much earlier than he expected. "Get in the car directly." The female driver started the car and left quickly without any hesitation. After about half an hour, the two of them arrived at a suburb. There is a single-family villa here. Although Yin Xian has not become as rich as Wang Haotian after following him for so many years, her assets are not low. After the car stopped, the woman driving the car said to Bai Yang, "Sister Yin Xian is waiting for you inside." Bai Yang nodded, got out of the car and walked inside. The vehicle left quickly. After entering the villa, there was no one inside. Bai Yang looked around and soon a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It wasn't long before he arrived inside the villa. The lights here are a little dim, and there is a hint of tempting fragrance in the air. Not long after, Bai Yang saw Yin Xian coming out of the bathroom after taking a shower. At this time, Yin Xian's two white thighs were exposed, and she was wearing a white bath towel. There was a slight shyness in her eyes. There is a feeling of a bud about to bloom on her fair face. Although she is in her 30s, she takes good care of herself and exercises regularly, so her charm is even greater than that of many girls in their 20s. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Yin Xian gave people the feeling that she was somewhat alluring. Bai Yang couldn't help cursing in his heart, which? Chapter 77 Overseas Market. "Sorry, I just found myself a little dirty, so I washed myself. I'm a germaphobe." Yin Xian had a smile on her face and said to Bai Yang. "Fine." Bai Yang smiled slightly. Yin Xian didn't seem to have any intention of changing clothes and walked straight to the sofa beside her. She was wearing very little, and her sexy straight thighs kept swinging. Soon she came to the sofa and sat on it. The two thighs overlapped each other, and infinite spring light filled the room. Bai Yang looked at the other person. To be honest, the other person's appearance did bring him great temptation. But he also knew that staying rational was the most important thing at all times. He calmed himself down a little, walked to the sofa and sat down. From his angle, the looming spring scenery seemed more obvious. Yin Xian stretched out her arm, which was as white as a lotus root, to pour tea for Bai Yang. Bai Yang could faintly smell the fragrance coming from her body. "You're so far away from me, are you afraid that I'll eat you?" There was a hint of smile on Yin Xian's face. Her eyes looked at Bai Yang, as if there was a hint of spring in them. It is obvious that Bai Yang is attracted to such a budding person who has the charm of a mature woman all over her body. Only, confused and infatuated. Bai Yang also knew it very well. What should be done and what should not be done. A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way, but there seems to be no clear rule regarding lust. But what a pity. I'm not a gentleman. Bai Yang smiled slightly and said, "Haha, if you're not a gentleman, shouldn't you just go with the flow?" Yin Xian blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes giving her a seductive look. "You're right, but I like to talk about things first and then talk about other things," Bai Yang said calmly. "Interesting." There was a hint of smile on Yin Xian's face. She straightened her body slightly, and her curvy figure became more obvious. "So, tell me your plan." There was a hint of a smile on Bai Yang's face, and then he glanced to the side. "If Miss Yin really wants to cooperate with me, there's no need for these little tricks. Plus, I think my determination to bring down Wang Haotian is no less than yours," Bai Yang said calmly. Hearing this, there was a hint of surprise in Yin Xian's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Bai Yang's observation skills to be so sharp. She didn't know that Bai Yang possessed the consciousness of a soldier king and was not an ordinary person. That was why he discovered something unusual as soon as he entered the room. "Interesting." Yin Xian stood up, walked to the side with her beautiful legs, took something out and threw it in front of Bai Yang. Small camera. Looking at the things in front of him, Bai Yang's face was somewhat indifferent. I have to say that Yin Xian is a very smart woman. She also found out that Bai Yang and Tang Yuma were engaged. The purpose of doing this is very simple, which is to seduce Bai Yang. As long as Bai Yang can't hold back, she will be able to use this as a bargaining chip in the future. Married men, especially those like Bai Yang whose wives are more powerful than themselves, are often easily affected by such things. Girls in this world generally endure more malice than boys. But for powerful women, they can easily maximize their advantages. Yan Xian is such a woman. For her, as long as it can achieve a revolutionary victory, even if she has to make more sacrifices, she is willing to do so. We can talk about it later. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yan Xian shrugged her shoulders and looked into Bai Yang's eyes. The plan is simple. I need evidence of Wang Haotian's crimes over the years, and I want to bring him down in one fell swoop. As compensation, I will find a way for you to take over all his overseas assets. Bai Yang said calmly. There was a hint of smile on Yan Xian's face. Mr. Bai Yang, it's not that I don't trust you, but do you know what market Wang Haotian has overseas? Although his wife knows my identity, she's not a simple person either. If something happens to Wang Haotian, do you think his assets will be left to me? Yan Xian asked back. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way. But I'm not an ordinary person. Bai Yang said calmly. If you want to cooperate, then show us your bargaining chips instead of talking to me here. Yan Xian said calmly. Bai Yang took out a document from his bag and threw it in front of Yan Xian. Looking at the document, Yan Xian's expression changed slightly. Where did you get these things? You don't need to ask where I got it. With these things, how can Wang Haotian's shares and property not be yours? Bai Yang asked calmly. Good. Since you have already designed the entire plan, then I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. Yan Xian stood up and stretched out her hand to Bai Yang. Bai Yang shook hands with her, a smile on his face. Then, Bai Yang followed Yan Xian to the second floor of the villa. She took out a USB flash drive from the safe and handed it to Bai Yang. During this process, she didn't care at all whether she was exposed or not, which gave Bai Yang a feast for the eyes. Such a woman is truly a witch. The USB flash drive was handed to Bai Yang, and Yan Xian's eyes showed some caution. The things in here are all the evidence of Wang Haotian's crimes over the years. I'm handing this thing over to you, and I hope you understand that I'm playing with my life. Don't let me down. Don't worry, I, Bai Yang, still have some integrity. Bai Yang smiled slightly. After chatting with Yan Xian for a while, he left. After he left, Yan Xian's eyes kept flashing. She knew very well that if Bai Yang really did something to betray her, she would make Bai Yang pay the price. And still a serious price to pay. She, Yan Xian, is not a woman to be trifled with. After leaving the villa, Bai Yang sat in the car, took out the laptop, inserted the USB drive, and soon the information inside appeared in his sight. After about 20 minutes, Bai Yang let out a sigh of relief. Wang Haotian has done a lot over the years. Reselling the company's products to make illegal profits is simply a piece of cake. Secretly colluding with enemy companies and selling company intelligence are all too common. No wonder several of Tiantum Group's previous cooperation projects were ruined. And Wang Haotian's overseas market is quite large, with a market value of at least over 20 billion yuan. No wonder Yan Xian was watching so closely. With so many benefits, who wouldn't he be tempted? Chapter 78, Press Conference Incident. After integrating the information in his hands, a plan emerged in Bai Yang's mind. He already has most of the evidence of Wang Haotian's crimes in his hands. If he handles it properly, he can put Wang Haotian into an irretrievable situation. What I want to do now? Bai Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light, like a hunter waiting to hunt, maximize the benefits. He knew that Wang Haotian was currently integrating shareholders and causing trouble at the company's new product launch conference. If handled properly, not only can Wang Haotian be defeated, but those behind him can also be dragged down. With this thought in mind, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. He had already foreseen what would become of Wang Haotian. Time goes by day. It seems that because Bai Yang had previously asked the law enforcement team to deal with the killer group did not come to trouble him during this period. This day, the company's new product launch conference started smoothly. As the chairman of the company, Tang Yuma attaches great importance to this matter. The new chip produced by their company has received very good response in the market. During this period, many people placed orders with their company. Many partners from all over the country will attend this new product launch. If the press conference goes smoothly, their company's development will definitely be further improved. However, Wang Haotian, who is also a shareholder of the company, had a somewhat gloomy look on his face. He has a chip company abroad. Many domestic chip technologies need to rely on their company for production. He has made a lot of money by relying on this over the years. But if Tang Yuma's chips are produced and can be supplied in large quantities, his previous layout in the domestic chip market will be destroyed. In order to maximize his own interests, he certainly doesn't want to see this happen. 6:30 p.m. Bai Yang arrived at the press conference as scheduled. Tang Yuma also dressed up today. She was wearing a pure black dress, revealing her snow-white collarbone, giving her a beauty like a black swan. When she arrived at the venue, Lu Yiling ran towards her quickly. "Chairman, the press conference has been arranged, but I received news that when the press conference starts, Wang Haotian will bring people here to cause trouble." Lu Yiling reported to Tang Yuma. "It is indeed a headache to meet such shareholders. I know, but if he dares to cause trouble, I will make him pay." There was a hint of murderous intent in Tang Yuma's eyes. Today was a big event for the company. If this matter is handled well, the company's financial statements for next quarter will definitely be very good. For her, it also affects whether the trainee director can be converted to a full-time position. Lu Yiling let out a sigh, feeling helpless in her heart. It wasn't long before the new product launch conference was held as scheduled. The company's product planning manager appeared on the stage and began to speak to the people present. The performance and effect of the new product are quite good. When the partners who came to attend the press conference saw this product, they all looked excited. The availability of this type of chip in the domestic market is definitely a good thing for them. The project manager on the stage slowly explained the product situation when it was almost time for public sales. In the passage not far away, more than a dozen shareholders appeared. Wang Haotian walked in front. There was a somewhat cold look on his face. When he appeared on the stage, the product manager's expression changed slightly. "I believe everyone is quite satisfied with our company's products, but I have something very unfortunate to tell you. That is, this new product is just a concept product we came up with, and it can't be sold normally. And this new product launch is just a joke. As a shareholder of the company, I would like to apologize to everyone for the wrong actions of our chairman." Wang Haotian gives people a very sad feeling. The faces of those partners who were originally eager to try changed drastically when they heard this. "Mr. Tang, what's going on? Didn't you say before that these products could be shipped as scheduled?" "Mr. Tang, that's not what you told me before I came here." "Yeah. What's going on? A conceptual thing being presented as a new product launch?" Many people looked at Tang Yuma and questioned her. There was a hint of murderous intent in Tang Yuma's eyes as she looked at Wang Haotian. "Wang Haotian, do you know what you are talking about? When did our company's products become just conceptual products?" There was some helplessness on Wang Haotian's face. "Mr. Tang probably doesn't know this yet. Our Tiantung Group currently has over 30 factories, and chip production in 24 of them is currently at full capacity. The other ones are pretty busy too. If this product is not a concept-level item, where do you plan to produce the new product?" Following Wang Haotian's questioning, the expressions of many people present changed. They all knew that what Wang Haotian said made sense. If most of Tiantung Group's factories are fully staffed, where will they produce new products when they appear? It's so true. There is no way to produce this product. Even if they place an order, how can they get the goods? That's right. Tiantung Group has never put any effort into chip research before. How did they suddenly come up with this technology? I also doubt whether this chip is real. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. As soon as the words fell, everyone present realized one thing: what he said was quite right. Tiantung Group has never spent any time researching chips. Where does this chip technology come from? Don't be misled, everyone. Our Tiantung Group really does have this chip technology, and it was developed by our shareholders. And it has passed the test and is definitely ready for production. Tang Yuma said quickly. Who are you kidding? He has such great technology, why would he give it to your company? Can't he use it himself? Why would he give it to your company? Do you think all of us are crazy? Tang Yuma, you're making a mockery of the company's reputation by holding this kind of new product launch. After today's launch, I wonder how your company will survive. What a bummer. I really thought your company had this kind of technology. It turns out it was all a lie. Fraud. Many people were in high spirits. They all came here with plans, but suddenly realized that what Tianting Group had given them was a scam. They were naturally very uncomfortable. Some partners felt like leaving in anger. When Wang Haotian saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. For him, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Tang Yuma's face looked very ugly. She didn't expect things to develop like this. Chapter 79, Picking Up One by One. While everyone was talking about it, there was a slight smile on Wang Haotian's lips. He had known that this situation would occur. After today's new product launch, even if Tang Yuma can produce new products, it will not be a big deal for him. Because at that time most companies would have doubts about its integrity. In addition, his layout in overseas markets can also be much smoother. When the time comes, he will still make a lot of money by selling part of his shares. With Wang Haotian's ability, if he could obtain Tianting Group's chip technology in the future, the money he could earn would definitely be an astronomical figure. Tang Yuma's eyes were particularly ugly, and she felt very uncomfortable when she saw the angry crowd. She also knew the impact of this incident on the company, but she also knew that what was happening was completely beyond her control. Bai Yang looked at the scene in front of him, with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Everyone here, please be quiet for a moment. His voice was very intimidating, and there was even a feeling that he was suppressing the entire audience. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. When they saw Bai Yang, they all had a look of confusion on their faces. What's going on with the young man in front of me? He actually dared to stand up at this time. Everyone is now doubting whether our company has the ability to do this. That's right, isn't it? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face, and he looked at everyone present and asked. That's right. Your company is holding a new product launch conference, but you can't even produce the product. What's the point of holding a new product launch? One of them questioned. What if our company can prove we can produce the product? Bai Yang looked at him and asked back. If you can prove it, I'll place 100 orders right now. The man said immediately. Generally speaking, for this kind of press conference, a single order costs about 10 million. 100 orders are equivalent to 1 billion yuan. The fact that someone dares to spend so much money on playing is enough to show that he is serious. That's right, if your company can really produce this product, we will also place an order for 100. Don't even mention 100 orders, I'd be willing to take 200. According to your company's introduction, this chip is 15% more optimized than previous chips. This is already better than most chips on the market. For us, having this chip will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. Many people sneered. In fact, they also feel that such a good product should not be easy to produce. Wang Haotian is a shareholder of the company. Since he said so, he must be right. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face, and a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, then I have good news for you all. Many people looked at him with somewhat strange eyes. There was some curiosity in Tang Yuma's eyes. What good news can Bai Yang bring? You are doubting our company's technology. This is the business plan I just signed with Yida Group. It has Yida Group's signature at the end. You can take a look. Most of our factories are indeed busy, but the giant Yida Group is willing to provide us with factory buildings and personnel. With their guarantee, what do you have to doubt? Bai Yang said calmly. Everyone's faces changed when they heard this, and when they saw the contract displayed on the big screen, their eyes suddenly brightened. It's true. The signature of Yida Group is unique. With this signature, it means that Tianting Group and Yida Group have reached a cooperation. With such a behemoth as their guarantee, they really have nothing to fear. Great, Yida Group is actually guaranteeing it. I'll place an order for 100 right now. What do you mean by 100 orders? Mr. Tang, I was wrong just now and offended you. Could you please forgive me this time? That's right. It's all my fault for not recognizing a great man. Please don't take it to heart. Many people were talking about it, and when they looked at Tang Yuma, they actually had a bit of a dog-licking look in their eyes. This chip technology is really great. With this chip, their company will definitely be able to reach a higher level. There was also a hint of coldness in Tang Yuma's eyes. You guys are quick to change your tune. If you want to cooperate with our company, it's fine. But I'll increase the price of the chips by 10%. Tang Yuma said calmly that she originally wanted to maintain the original price of the chip to seize the market. But these people in front of her were so ungrateful, so she just raised the price. A chip like this was definitely worth the price. No problem, let's sign the contract now. That's right, isn't it just 10%? This is what you deserve. Many people were talking about it, and the expressions on their faces were completely different from before. Tang Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. She also knew that each of these people in front of her was a person with some ability in the electronics industry. If she really offended them, it would not be a good thing. A 10% price increase would definitely make Tiantong Group a ton of money. Wang Haotian's expression became extremely ugly at this time. He looked at the contract on the big screen and felt very uncomfortable. At this time, he looked at Bai Yang. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Bai Yang's gaze happened to look over here. Wang Haotian, you brought so many people here to cause trouble today, you really have a good trick. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face, but also a hint of contempt. What kind of ability do I have? Bai Yang, you are so capable that you can actually get the contract of Yida Group. But even if things don't change, I, Wang Haotian, will remember what happened today. Wang Haotian said coldly. Bai Yang's face was somewhat indifferent. He looked at Wang Haotian and said, I didn't agree to let you leave. Who allowed you to leave? What? Do you still want to cause trouble for me? What else? You're so awesome, why wouldn't I bother you? Wang Haotian had a playful look on his face. That's interesting. I'd like to see how you can cause trouble for me. Really? Not only the shareholders who came with you today, I will deal with them one by one. Bai Yang said indifferently. Ah, Bai Yang, you're being a bit too arrogant. I know you have some strength, but it seems you don't have the ability to deal with us. A sneering voice was heard, and a shareholder behind Wang Haotian said indifferently. The other shareholders also looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat indifferent expression. In their opinion, even if Bai Yang had great abilities, he still couldn't do anything to them. As long as they didn't make any major mistakes, no one could drive them away. Chapter 80. No one can leave. There was a hint of a sneer on Bai Yang's face. He glanced at everyone present, and there was a hint of a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, when everyone present saw Bai Yang's expression, their faces changed noticeably. Tang Yuma looked at him, and there was something strange in her eyes. Bai Yang today seemed different from before. He seemed to have a sense of decisiveness and ruthlessness. Such a man is indeed easy to fascinate people. You guys? Why are you so stubborn? Could it be that I dare to come to you without any evidence in my hands? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. The coldness in his eyes was clearly visible. After hearing this, the expressions of many people present changed. It was obvious that Bai Yang must have something in his hand, but they were still a little unconvinced. One of them stood up and said, if you really have any ability, just show it. Instead of bluffing here. But Bai Yang just shrugged. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and dozens of people ran in from the passage not far away. They were all security guards in uniform. But from their expressions, it can be seen that they are obviously targeting these shareholders. Bai Yang, what do you mean? Are you planning to take coercive measures against us here? There was a cold look on Wang Haotian's face. If Bai Yang really dared to attack them, these people would definitely not be pushovers. Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of attacking you. The reason I asked these people to come here is very simple. After all, it will take some time to control them and wait for the law enforcement team to arrive. Bai Yang changed the subject. Don't talk too much nonsense. Don't you feel that I don't have any evidence? If that's the case, I'll show you the evidence. At this moment, some photos appeared on the big screen. There were densely packed words on these photos, but the people present were no ordinary people. When they saw the words on the photos, their expressions changed a little. Because from these things we can understand that Wang Haotian had sold out company information before. And in order to maximize his own interests, Wang Haotian has used his connections more than once to hinder the development of the company, and at the same time sent some high-quality products to his own overseas companies for sale. These charges are enough to make Wang Haotian spend the rest of his life in prison. When seeing this, Wang Haotian's expression changed obviously. He looked at Bai Yang, with a hint of panic in the depths of his eyes, but he still pretended to be calm. Bai Yang, do you know what framing is? Wang Haotian scolded. He didn't believe that Bai Yang could get these things. Even his wife couldn't get them, so how could he get them? Wang Haotian, you know whether this is a frame-up or not, and I have a list in my hand. Just hand him over, and I believe that most of the people present will be investigated by the law enforcement team. Bai Yang looked at some of the people present. Some of them colluded with Wang Haotian and damaged the company's interests openly and secretly. The reason why we waited for them all to come here was very simple. If Wang Haotian was caught first, some people would hear the news and would probably flee the Magic City. It is definitely not an easy task to capture so many people so accurately. Wang Haotian gathered them all together himself, which gave Bai Yang and Tang Yuma an opportunity. Many people's expressions changed a little. They did have some problems, but they originally thought they were very secretive. But Bai Yang's meaning was very clear. Everything they had done before had been exposed. Them. It's over. Bai Yang, are you sure you want to fight to the death with me? Wang Haotian's eyes were cold. A desperate situation? There was a hint of surprise on Bai Yang's face. You don't seem to understand the situation. It's not a fight to the bitter end, it's just the death of the fish. Although you have a large overseas market, you have always used code names to control it in order to avoid being discovered. I happen to have a video of your wife committing a crime. I contacted your wife some time ago. She's a smart person. She voluntarily handed over the password for overseas market transactions. Then, when you brought these people here, she and her lover had already left for abroad. So, why would you fight to the death with me? Bai Yang asked back. Wang Haotian's face changed drastically. His only reliance is his 20 billion overseas market. If he was really controlled by the Magic City law enforcement team, he could completely use this 20 billion market to snipe the Tiantung Group. Such a huge market also has a strong impact on Tiantung Group. But the overseas market has been taken over by others, and even if Wang Haotian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to do anything to Bai Yang. Well, Bai Yang, you are capable. Wang Haotian clenched his fists tightly, a trickle of blood trickled down from his palms, and his eyes were somewhat ferocious. To be honest, he had never imagined that one day he would lose so miserably. Bai Yang, this bastard, is really cruel and vicious. Don't say that, someone who doesn't know would think I did something. But Wang Haotian, it's only natural that you've reached this point in your stubbornness. Bai Yang shrugged and said calmly. Just as the two were talking, the law enforcement team arrived. When they saw the many shareholders surrounded, they all had cold expressions on their faces. They have verified the evidence provided by Bai Yang, and all the evidence is completely consistent. None of them can leave. Seeing the arrival of law enforcement officers, everyone present had obvious panic on their faces. With these people around, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. We've received a report that you guys are suspected of commercial crimes. Please come with us. A law enforcement officer said to them. Those people didn't dare to resist. Even when the law enforcement team arrived, what else could they say? One by one, they followed the law enforcement officers and left quickly. After they were all taken away, Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang. His face, which looked a little cold, seemed to have a hint of a smile. That's amazing. Bai Yang had a slight smile on his face. What's so great about that? If we get rid of him, won't the company develop better in the future? Besides, he holds a lot of shares in the company. If he goes bankrupt, I can buy out all his shares. Wouldn't I make more money? Bai Yang winked at Tang Yuma, and the smile in his eyes seemed to become even more intense. Tang Yuma spread his hands, seeming somewhat helpless. Without saying anything more, he turned around and walked aside. Chapter 81 Bail. After Wang Haotian and others were arrested, there was obvious excitement in the eyes of many partners present. They all knew that people like Wang Haotian had been dealt with by Tang Yuma. It is obvious that Tiantung Group will definitely develop better in the future. They are also smart people, and some of those who hold real power know very well that Tiantung Group will definitely develop better and better in the future. Soon, orders came one after another towards Tang Yuma. Their requirements were not many. They just wanted Tiantung Group to cooperate with their company for a long time. When Bai Yang saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. He knew very well that with these orders, Tiantung Group would definitely be very prosperous in the coming period. In addition, Bai Yang owns shares in Yida Group, and he can fully utilize this to thoroughly develop Tiantung Group. After stretching lazily, Bai Yang left directly. Only. The comfortable life didn't last long. Just after the new product launch conference, almost half a month later, a piece of news suddenly came. Wang Haotian released on bail. There was an incredible look on by Yang's face. The crime Wang Haotian committed is definitely a serious crime. How could such a person be released on bail? What's going on? Why was Wang Haotian released on bail? Bai Yang came to Tang Yuma's office with a strange look on his face. In his opinion, this was absolutely impossible. I find it very strange, too. After some investigation, it seems someone from the Yida group took him away. This Wang Haotian is no ordinary guy. His business ability is absolutely top-notch. People like him are always popular wherever they go. Tang Yuma explained. People from Yida group actually took him away. Who took him away? Bai Yang asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Peng Hongkai. Tang Yuma said. Peng Hongkai, it's that bastard again. There was a cold look in Bai Yang's eyes. This guy really gave him no peace of mind. On the other side, inside an office of Yida Group, several figures were drinking tea. Wang Haotian never thought you would fall to this point. I originally thought that you would be able to take over Tiantung Group sooner or later. There was a smile on Peng Hongkai's face. He drank tea, looked at Wang Haotian and smiled. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, brother Peng. This Bai Yang is really powerful. I never thought he could get evidence from my mistress. Also, there's the crime video on my wife's side. I never thought she would do that behind my back. Wang Haotian shook his head slightly, with a helpless look on his face. It's only natural that he knows these things. This Bai Yang is indeed no ordinary person. He owns 10% of the Yida Group's shares. So, in order to win him over, Lu Xiaobai used shadow. Peng Hongkai said directly. Wang Haotian's expression changed slightly. Shadow. The most mysterious existence in Yida Group. Basically, they handle the dark side of Yida Group. The fact that Lu Xiaobai was able to use his shadow to win over Bai Yang is enough to show that Bai Yang is a very powerful character. No wonder I was defeated by him, this Bai Yang is really capable. Wang Haotian took a deep breath. Okay, don't be discouraged. I'll bail you out now. Follow me from now on. I believe that with the skills of the two of us, we can definitely kill Bai Yang. There was a hint of gloom in Peng Hongkai's eyes. He had previously offered a reward of 2 billion yuan to Bai Yang, but the mission could not be completed even after such a long time. On the one hand, Bai Yang is indeed very strong. On the other hand, the large-scale display of the Magic City law enforcement team also frightened a group of people. So, even if Peng Hongkai wanted to use the dark web to take action against Bai Yang, it would not be easy. There is another reason. That is, after Su Yingnan returned to the police station, he tortured the killers severely. Her methods did indeed cause great torture to those killers. It was because of this that Su Yingnan learned some of the situation and directly attacked those members of the killer group in the Magic City. Many members of the killer group also suffered setbacks because of this. When Wang Haotian heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Why did Peng Hongkai also want to kill Bai Yang so much? Of course he knew who Peng Hongkai was, but he was a little surprised that such a person also wanted to kill Bai Yang. He didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, for him, making Bai Yang pay the price was definitely what he wanted to do. So that's the case. Then we have a common goal. Happy cooperation. There was a hint of smile on Wang Haotian's face. It's a pleasure to work with you, but my idea is going to put Bai Yang in an irreversible situation. Do you have any solution? Peng Hongkai asked. If it were someone else, there might not be a way, but for me, making Bai Yang pay the price is not difficult at all. This Bai Yang is indeed very capable. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy to attack him. However, I have been in Tiantung Group for a long time. Also, I can access the Tiantung Group's system. As long as we find some hackers, we can use the Tiantung Group's system to do some internal manipulation. Then I'll contact some insiders to report Bai Yang. I believe that even if Bai Yang has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to do anything. Could it be possible that he could fly and evade the earth? There was a hint of smile on Wang Haotian's face, but his eyes were obviously a little gloomy. What a trick! If that's the case, then I'll leave this matter to you. There was a smile on Peng Hongkai's face. There must be a reason why he spent such a huge price to invite Wang Haotian out. Not long after, the hacker Wang Haotian needed came to the office, and he specially arranged some subordinates for Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian is not an ordinary person. He was able to control a business empire worth 20 billion yuan, which shows that he has extraordinary means. In about half an hour, he and his team discovered loopholes in Tiantan Group's program, and then used these loopholes to set a trap for Bai Yang. Basically, as long as Bai Yang goes to work, some illegal data will appear in his account, and with this data, Bai Yang can be sent to the law enforcement team. It was not until late at night that Wang Haotian stretched his waist with a smug smile on his face. He knew that Bai Yang was definitely finished. With his and the hacker's methods, it would be too easy to make Bai Yang pay the price. Pan Hongkai also waited until this time, and when he saw what Wang Haotian had made, a smile appeared on his face. This Wang Haotian is indeed very capable. With his help, it will be absolutely no problem to make Bai Yang fall into an irretrievable state. Chapter 82 Frame Bai Yang. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. When Bai Yang came to the company, he went to his office as usual. When he turned on his computer, a line of code appeared in his eyes. Seeing this thing, Bai Yang had a strange look on his face. And just at this moment, his cell phone rang. Bai Yang, come up here right now. Our company was hacked last night. Tang Yuma's voice sounded on the phone. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Hackers attacked the company network. You must know that Tiantan Group itself is a chip research company, and the entire company network has a strong protection network. But what is unexpected is that under such circumstances, Tiantan Group can still be hacked. The situation on his computer should be operated by hackers. Bai Yang was also a little curious about what kind of person could do this. He left and quickly walked upstairs. Not long after, he arrived at the conference room on the 33rd floor. There were already quite a few people in the conference room. They are all shareholders of the company. After this happened in the company, they rushed over as soon as possible. After all, it is their own company. They also pay more attention to these things. After Bai Yang took his seat, basically all the shareholders were already in place. When a few familiar people on the board saw Bai Yang, they all smiled and nodded slightly to him. Bai Yang also responded politely. I believe you all know that the company's network was hacked. I asked the technical department to investigate and found that someone used the internal network to attack the company system. Furthermore, our company's secret key was just updated a few days ago. This means that the person causing trouble for the company this time is very likely inside the company. Tang Yuma glanced at everyone present, with a somewhat cold look on his face. When many people present heard this, there was a hint of thought in their eyes. Tang Yuma is right. Even though the company's secret key had just been updated, the company's internal system could still be hacked so easily. It was obviously operated by someone inside the company. But no one knows who it is. All they knew was that the company's intranet was paralyzed this time, causing considerable losses to the company. Bang! Just at this moment there was a knock on the door. Come in. Tang Yuma said. Only a few middle-aged men in work clothes walked in. Everyone who saw them present knew that they were from the company's technical department, and they were also responsible for the big problems that occurred on the company's intranet. Under the gaze of everyone, they came to Tang Yuma and whispered some information in his ear, and the middle-aged man in the lead also put a data report in Tang Yuma's hand. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly. She picked up the data report, looked at it briefly for a while, and then nodded. The technicians left quickly. Many shareholders in the company looked at each other in confusion. From Tang Yuma's expression, it could be seen that it was very likely that someone from the technical department had found out who had done this. But for some reason, Tang Yuma was very hesitant. Boss Tang, if you already know who did it, then just speak out. We're not unreasonable people. Such a big thing has happened in the company. As shareholders, we should know what happened. One of them said. He has been in the company for a long time. Although he doesn't usually take charge of things, he has a high prestige in the company. In addition, what he raised is what everyone wants to know. Therefore, many people looked at Tang Yuma. That's right, Mr. Tang. As shareholders of the company, we have the right to know this. If possible, we hope you can make this public. Another person said. That's right. We all have the right to know what's going on in the company. If you shield a criminal this time, I doubt we'll be very satisfied with your sentence in the future. Everyone was talking about it, and even Bai Yang had a look of confusion on his face. Who had made such a mistake that made Tang Yuma so hesitant? Tang Yuma hesitated for a moment. She knew very well that there must be something fishy about this matter. But everyone present really wanted to know what the reason was, so what could she say? With a light sigh, Tang Yuma took the document aside. Someone from the technical department just told me that according to their investigation, the source of this hacker attack was the computer of Bai Yang, the deputy manager of the business department. All the viruses entered the company through his computer. And the secret key was also unlocked on his computer. According to the response from the technical department, it's very likely that someone hacked into the company's intranet through Bai Yang's computer, or perhaps Bai Yang himself hacked into the company's intranet through his computer. Tang Yuma said slowly. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically, and they all looked towards Bai Yang. They all knew that Bai Yang was able to develop new chips and obviously knew some computer technology. People like this are extremely powerful. If he really wants to take action against the company, this situation is not impossible. But why? The company gave him quite a bit. Why did he do this? Many people looked doubtful, and some shareholders who had previously had a bad relationship with Bai Yang had a gloomy look in their eyes. Bai Yang, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. It seems like you're putting so much effort into messing around in the company. You must have a purpose. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose said coldly. He had a good relationship with Wang Haotian before, but he was a cautious person in his daily life and had not done anything wrong. So, Wang Haotian fell, and he was investigated for a long time but no clues were found. And he has always had a crush on Tang Yuma. Although he is much older than Tang Yuma, he still can't resist his love for Tang Yuma. To him, Bai Yang is his love rival, so naturally he cannot have a good face in front of Bai Yang. The few shareholders who had a relatively good relationship with him also spoke coldly. I knew it. When you gave me the chip technology unconditionally, I thought there really was such a good person. Now it seems that you have evil intentions. You can't hold it back anymore, so you're doing something behind my back? But let me tell you, many things in the company are not up to you. Tang Yuma's face looked very ugly, and the faces of those shareholders who had a good relationship with Bai Yang also looked very unhappy. Boss son, even if you have some opinions about Bai Yang, there's no need to say such harsh words. Also, why do you think Bai Yang did this? Sometimes you have to be logical when you speak. One person snorted coldly and said immediately. Logic? Does every criminal in this world have logic? I know you have a good relationship with Bai Yang, but this is not the time for you to defend him. Also, someone has raised the question before, with such advanced chip technology, why doesn't he go it alone and give it to us instead? Only he knows whether he has evil intentions or not. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose snorted coldly. For a moment, the entire board of directors became a confrontational situation. When Bai Yang saw this scene, his face was a little gloomy. He knew, of course, that this matter had nothing to do with him, but the other party actually used this method to set him up. It was obvious that the other party was someone who was very familiar with the company. Suddenly, Bai Yang thought of someone. He looked at Tang Yuma, and Tang Yuma's eyes happened to look in his direction. The two of them locked eyes, and soon, information was exchanged. They have the same idea. There is only one person who can do this. Wang Haotian. He was released on bail yesterday, and today he did something like this. This guy is really cruel and vicious. Chapter 83 Acquisition of Shares. But the most urgent task right now is not to find Wang Haotian. With so many people on the board raising questions, problems could easily arise if not handled properly. Bai Yang glanced around, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Are there many people here who think that I was responsible for the company's problems this time? Bai Yang asked. The middle-aged man with the hooked nose looked at Bai Yang and said, "That's not what we said. It's mainly because the current situation really gave us that feeling. If that's the case, then investigate directly from my computer. With your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find out what's inside my computer. Also, right now the board of directors doesn't need to consider whether I will betray the company. With my financial resources in chip technology, even if I do nothing, I can still make a lot of money. There is no need to develop Tiantung Group at all." There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. The middle-aged man with the hooked nose had a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Although I don't know what qualifications you have to say such things, people die for money and birds die for food. Even if you, Bai Yang, are rich, you can't be so arrogant. There was a hint of a sneer on Bai Yang's face. Excuse me, I'm really that awesome. First of all, I own 1% of the company's shares. This time, I sold the chip technology to the company for 4 billion yuan, plus various other commissions. In addition, I also own 10% of the shares of Yida Group. With these, my assets have already exceeded those of Tianting Group itself. Do you think I need to do this? Also, if I were to directly invest the chip technology one provided in Yida Group and establish a branch, I would be able to make a lot of money. I believe you all know. I did all this just for my wife. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. But no matter how you investigate, everything you find out is true. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face, and a bit of courage emerged from him, which caused the expressions of the people present to change a little. Of course they knew that if what Bai Yang said was true, then his status was indeed higher than many people present. But the middle-aged man with the hooked nose was unhappy with Bai Yang, and naturally didn't want to see Bai Yang do well. Even if you say all this, what's the point? There are some robbers in this world whose homes are better off than the people they robbed. Some people tend to seek excitement when doing things. I can't guarantee that you're not doing this for some non-profit reasons. The hooked nose always holds on to one point. In his opinion, no matter what Bai Yang said, his guilt would not be so easily cleared. It was for this reason that the middle-aged man with the hooked nose wanted to use this to disgust Bai Yang. There was a hint of a sneer on Bai Yang's face. Interesting, it's like this. So what do you plan to do? Since your charges haven't been cleared, you should be investigated by the company. If you are innocent, then it's definitely not your fault. But if you are not innocent, we will definitely hold you accountable. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose said. Tang Yuma frowned slightly. You'd better watch your wording. Bai Yang is an important technical provider for our company. He was the one who saved the day at the previous product launch. If, as you say, Bai Yang is investigated, then if this causes any impact on the company, won't you be held responsible? Tang Yuma questioned. Everyone present looked at the middle-aged man with the hooked nose. They also knew that what Tang Yuma said was right. If Bai Yang is really investigated, it will indeed cause major changes. So, according to President Tang, this time the company's attack will be left unresolved? I hope you understand that as the chairman of the board, you have a responsibility for such a major incident that has occurred in the company. I will naturally shoulder my responsibilities instead of asking you to find fault with me. Also, this incident is too unusual. I suspect it was done secretly by someone who left the company. I'll have the technical department conduct a thorough investigation later. If they find any clues, I, Tang Yuma, will show no mercy. Tang Yuma scolded immediately. Everyone present nodded slightly, knowing that this was the only way now. Ding! The host has been detected to be in trouble. The God-level selection system is being activated. 1. Submit your resignation to Tang Yuma, proactively prove your innocence, and receive a luxury car worth tens of millions. 2. Find the criminal as quickly as possible and bring him to justice. Complete the mission and you'll receive 0.5% of Tianting Group's shares. Several system sounds sounded at this time. Hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. This system is quite interesting. If he completes this mission, maybe even the Tianting Group will belong to him. Choose 2. Bai Yang said immediately. As soon as the words fell, the system voice sounded at this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a successful choice and obtaining 0.5% of Tianting Group's shares. 100-fold buff is activating. 1. The host obtains 50% of the shares of Tianting Group. 2. The host obtains 0.5% of the shares of 100 companies of the same level. System sounds rang out at this time. Bai Yang clicked 1 without hesitation. Soon a system sound rang out, and at this moment the reward was directly issued. Only. Because many shareholders in the company had some opinions about Bai Yang, this reward was not distributed immediately. According to the system prompt, the acquisition would encounter some resistance, so it would take some time. Bai Yang didn't say much. To him, whether or not he could get shares in Tianting Group was not a big deal. But Weinhauptmann disgusted him so much, he was determined to make him pay the price. When she arrived at Tang Yuma's office, she looked at Bai Yang. You should know what the situation is now. This company is multi-owned. Even I could be easily manipulated. The only way now is to resolve this quickly. Do you have any suggestions? Bai Yang shrugged. I don't have a solution, but solving this problem shouldn't be too difficult. Besides, I'm already acquiring shares in this company. Don't worry, once I have enough shares, even if the board of directors has a problem with me, they won't be able to do anything to me. Tang Yuma was slightly stunned. Acquire company shares. This Bai Yang has done so many cool things. If it were really that easy to acquire the shares, there would be no need for Tang Yuma to work so hard. Some people will not agree to sell even if the price is high. That is why it is so difficult to acquire company shares. Chapter 80 for the largest shareholder. But for Bai Yang, having a system is just a small matter. In the afternoon, Tang Yuma, who was still working, suddenly heard some news. There have been some changes in the company's shareholders. When she looked at the existing shareholders of the company, her expression changed significantly. Because she found that most of the company's shareholders had sold their shares. The only ones holding shares in the company are Bai Yang, Tang Yuma, Tang Guosheng, and a few veterans who have always been with Tang Yuma. Even the shares held by the middle-aged man with a hooked nose who had previously expressed strong dissatisfaction with Bai Yang at the board meeting were taken away at this time. When looking at Bai Yang, Tang Yuma was stunned. Bai Yang's stake actually reached 51%. He actually became the largest shareholder of this company. What is going on? If Tang Yuma hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. She doesn't even know what's going on. Why was Bai Yang able to acquire all the company's shares in such a short time? Just when Tang Yuma was about to call Bai Yang came to her office. It seems like you've already seen the acquisition of equity. Tang Yuma nodded, but there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. How did you do that? Why would those people be willing to sell their shares to you? Well, maybe it's just personal charm. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face, but Tang Yuma obviously didn't believe it. She looked at Bai Yang with a puzzled look. Bai Yang, tell me the truth, what on earth do you want to do? Bai Yang had a slight smile on his face. What can I possibly want to do? I just want to become a billionaire and build my own business empire. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang. If someone else said this, she might not believe it, but when Bai Yang said this, she really believed it. Bai Yang. Maybe he really has this ability. Since you said so, then I believe you. Bai Yang had a smile on his face. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? If it's you, I'm willing to be deceived. Tang Yuma smiled. Seeing Tang Yuma's eyes, Bai Yang's heart trembled slightly, but he noticed that Tang Yuma's face was still cold. At that moment, Bai Yang understood that he must have been wrong. How could such a cold girl be interested in me? Without saying anything more to Tang Yuma, he just turned around and left. Wang Haotian had caused him so much trouble, Bai Yang had to settle the score with him. Seeing Bai Yang leave, Tang Yuma felt a little bitter. Why doesn't Bai Yang understand her painstaking efforts? After leaving the chairman's office, Bai Yang went straight back to his own office. At this time, the people in the technical department were still trying to decipher his computer, but the difficulty of deciphering it was quite high. Bai Yang came in front of these people. Manager Bai. They are quite respectful to Bai Yang, although Bai Yang is still a suspect of the company. But they knew very well that Bai Yang was a shareholder of the company and also the person in charge of the company's largest project. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. How's the investigation going? Bai Yang looked at them and asked. We've been investigating as much as we can, but the person who attacked the company's intranet this time has high authority, so there's a lot we can't track down. Lu Qi, the head of the technical department, explained to Bai Yang. What does it mean to have higher authority? There was a hint of confusion on Bai Yang's face. We have now investigated most of the situations clearly. However, the company's intranet has several levels. Although our technical department has relatively high permissions, it does not reach the highest level, so there is no way to track the attacker's IP address. Lu Qi explained to Bai Yang. It's not particularly difficult to find each other. But if they don't have permission, they won't be able to log into the highest system at all. For this reason, searches in this area are limited. This is also what Wang Haotian took into consideration. If you want the people in the technical department to directly open the highest authority, you need the consent of at least half of the board of directors. However, even though Wang Haotian is not on the board of directors, it does not mean that everyone will stand by Tang Yuma. Therefore, it is impossible to open the highest authority. When Bai Yang heard this, he glanced at Lu Qi. If that's the case, I'll give you permission directly. Please log in, Bai Yang said. The expressions of Lu Qi and others changed slightly. You just give us the permission? You have to know that this requires the consent of at least half of the board of directors to be enabled. How could Bai Yang unlock the highest authority by himself? That's right, I'm enough. Just open the highest authority, Bai Yang said directly. Lu Qi was still a little dazed. At this time, a technician nearby whispered to Lu Qi, team leader, it seems the board of directors has been restructured. Manager Bai seems to have acquired 51% of the company's shares. Lu Qi's expression changed slightly. When did this happen? Lu Qi was a little bit unbelieving. The board of directors was still discussing the matter in the morning, but in the afternoon Bai Yang bought the company's shares. Just this afternoon, almost all the shareholders who had objections to Manager Bai at the board meeting sold their shares to him. The technician whispered. Lu Qi's expression became a little interesting. Isn't this Bai Yang too awesome? He looked at Bai Yang with a smile on his face. Manager Bai, oh. No, Director Bai, you are actually the major shareholder of the board of directors. Then we can log in directly with just a nod. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. Lu Qi quickly turned on the computer, entered some code on it, and then a page for entering the password appeared. Director Bai, just enter your personal password. We only need to unlock the company's highest authority for 10 minutes to find the attacker's IP. Lu Qi said to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded and entered his personal password. Because the highest authority in the company's intranet is calculated based on the shareholder structure, someone like Bai Yang can directly open the highest authority because he has the largest share in the company. If it were before, at least several shareholders would have to enter their passwords at the same time, and it would not be easy to get them to agree. In addition, this matter itself is related to Bai Yang, so Bai Yang will naturally do his best to investigate. Not long after obtaining Bai Yang's permission, Lu Qi quickly found several overseas IP addresses through technical locking. Seeing this, he quickly locked the technology, and several other technicians also quickly tracked it down. Chapter 85 Arrest. Seeing this situation, Bai Yang stood aside and waited quietly. Because he had experienced master-level hacking techniques before, Bai Yang knew a little about this aspect. They naturally saw the professionalism of Lu Qi and others, but when they saw them typing some codes, Bai Yang remembered what it was like when he had master-level hacking skills. Lu Qi and others are indeed quite good at this. But compared to my previous self, I am obviously still a little worse. After about 10 minutes, Lu Qi and others clearly found the attacker's IP. They locked the IP, and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang smiled. He knew that with these things, it would not be so difficult to catch the other party. Well done. Bai Yang smiled slightly. Director Bai, let's call the police. Lu Qi Dao. No need for now, I will take care of these things. Just give me the IP address and let me handle it, Bai Yang said directly. Lu Qi nodded, then collected all the evidence of the other party's crimes. After getting these things, Bai Yang left directly. According to the IP location, the other party is at the Mingshi Hotel. This is a large hotel. Although Wang Haotian and others have been sentenced, they are still living a good life after being released on bail. Bai Yang drove all the way to the Mingshi Hotel. After his figure arrived here, he went directly to the front desk. Hello, could you please help me find your manager? There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Okay. The front desk clerk nodded and looked at Bai Yang with her beautiful eyes. She felt that Bai Yang was quite good looking. It's rare to see such a handsome guy. Not long after the front desk clerk made the call, the manager walked over here. She looked at Bai Yang with some doubt in her eyes. But there was still a smile on her face. Hello, how can I help you? The manager looked at Bai Yang and asked. I want to ask you something. Our company was hacked not long ago. Through technical means, we have locked the IP address to your hotel. I hope your hotel can provide me with the room number where the IP address is located. I have to go find them, Bai Yang said with a gentle smile on his face. Is the IP address in our hotel? The manager had a puzzled look on his face. Bai Yang directly showed the evidence of the locked IP address to the manager. Although the manager didn't understand much, she was also a top student, otherwise it would be impossible for her to manage such a large hotel. She took a quick look and then made a phone call. The technician responsible for the hotel network arrived quickly. His expression changed slightly when he saw what Bai Yang was holding, and then he nodded to the manager. The manager also realized that the situation was a bit serious. I will ask someone to help you lock the room where the IP is located. After saying that, he gave orders to his men, and soon the room where the hacker lived was found by the manager and others. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He left directly and quickly took the elevator to the 5th floor. The manager was also worried about something happening, so he asked a few security guards to quickly head to the 5th floor. But when they arrived at room 5011, Bai Yang kicked the door open. Bang! The door was kicked open in an instant. The expressions of the people who were originally inside changed a little. When they saw Bai Yang breaking in, their brows frowned slightly. Who are you? What are you doing here? A young man with slightly shaggy hair asked. Bang! Bai Yang kicked him directly. The young man flew out on the spot with a look of pain on his face. The expressions of the other hackers changed a little. They naturally realized that Bai Yang had no good intentions. Wang Haotian heard some noise outside and felt a little strange, so he walked outside. But when he saw Bai Yang, his face changed drastically. Bai Yang! When he saw Bai Yang, Wang Haotian's body trembled. It seemed that he was very unhappy about being beaten up by Bai Yang before, so now he instinctively resisted Bai Yang. Wang Haotian, you still remember me? There was a hint of a sneer on Bai Yang's face. Bai Yang, what are you doing here? Do you know what you are doing? Wang Haotian scolded. Although he realized something in his heart, he also knew that he must not show weakness to Bai Yang at this time. The security guards who were called by the manager earlier also entered the room at this time. When they saw the scene inside the room, their expressions changed a little. But they all knew that Bai Yang was here to find the criminal murderer, so they naturally stood on Bai Yang's side. Wang Haotian, you still have the nerve to ask me? There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face. Originally, you were released on bail. Honestly, I couldn't do anything to you. Who told you that you had someone like Peng Hongkai helping you behind the scenes? What a shame. You're courting death. Wang Haotian said coldly, Bai Yang, let me tell you, if you dare to attack me here, I can guarantee that you will be in big trouble. I can't afford to eat it? Wang Haotian, are you too naive? The evidence of your attack on our company alone is enough to send you to prison for life. And these people present, you are really brave. There was a hint of sneer on Bai Yang's face. What nonsense are you talking about? Why do you say we attacked your company? Wang Haotian's expression changed slightly. In his opinion, it is impossible for Bai Yang to obtain the support of the company's board of directors, which means that it is not impossible for Bai Yang to obtain the highest authority. So, there was no way he could have known they were here so quickly. And the hackers also told him that it would only take 15 hours for the IP address they attacked to disappear automatically. In this case, they could naturally escape unscathed. But Bai Yang came here in such a short time. He most likely has no evidence. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Wang Haotian, I think you are really stupid. I was able to find you, do I have a third eye? Wang Haotian's expression changed slightly. Although he also felt that what Bai Yang said made sense, after looking at the security guards behind Bai Yang, he did not rule out the possibility that Bai Yang knew the hotel owner and happened to track them down through their ID cards. Otherwise, why would these security guards come here? Wang Haotian sneered, if you really have evidence, then show it instead of bluffing here. Bai Yang shook his head slightly and looked at the security guard beside him. Don't just stand there, get started. Arrest them all, and the hotel will definitely reward you. The security guards nodded, their eyes gazing at Wang Haotian and the others with a hint of ferocity. Chapter 86 Bigger. Seeing these security guards, Wang Haotian and others were obviously a little afraid, and they looked at the security guards. What do you want to do? But those people would never listen to Wang Haotian. They came straight up to him and started punching and kicking him. It didn't take long before these people were knocked to the ground one by one and then subdued. Bai Yang, do you know what you are doing? If you treat me like this, I will find someone to kill you. After being subdued by the security guard, Wang Haotian looked extremely excited. Bang! A crisp slap sound was heard. There was a hint of coldness on Bai Yang's face. I've discovered that you really have a problem with your brain. Don't you realize that you don't have the final say here? Also, I have all the evidence of your crimes in my hands. What are you going to use to deal with me? Bai Yang sneered, and at this time he took out his cell phone and placed it in front of Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian's face changed drastically when he saw the contents of Bai Yang's phone. Because the content on Bai Yang's mobile phone was the evidence that these people were attacking Tiantung Group. How is this possible? There was a look of disbelief on Wang Haotian's face. In his opinion, there was no way Bai Yang would get the board's approval, and there was no way they could track him down so easily. What's impossible? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Wang Haotian, you are really brave. You dare to do such a thing. Do you know what you are facing? Bai Yang, you bastard. Bang! As soon as Wang Haotian finished speaking, Bai Yang slapped him in the face. You dare to scold me, Wang Haotian? You have brought this upon yourself. Also, Peng Hongkai dared to bail you out, so he also bears responsibility. But don't worry, I, Bai Yang, won't kill you immediately. I'm going to slowly get rid of you. Peng Hongkai, that fool who doesn't know how to live or die, I made him kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy before, but I didn't expect him to dare to come and cause trouble for me. There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face. In his opinion, these people are seeking death. I have given them enough face, but I didn't expect that they would still be so ignorant of their own lives. Wang Haotian looked at Bai Yang, and for some reason he felt fear for the first time in his heart. Perhaps he was no match for Bai Yang from the beginning to the end. The law enforcement team will be here soon, keep an eye on him. Bai Yang spoke directly to the security guards and others. They nodded. It was their duty to help the law enforcement team deal with some problems. Bai Yang left without paying any attention to them. To him, they were destined to go to jail and would not be able to cause any harm to him in the future. About 10 minutes after Bai Yang left, the law enforcement team arrived here. They came here quickly after receiving Bai Yang's call. When they saw Wang Haotian and others, there was a hint of coldness on their faces. Wang Haotian had just been released on bail, but they didn't expect that such a thing would happen again in such a short time. He really has a stubborn habit of not changing. After capturing Wang Haotian and others, they left quickly. Bai Yang returned to the company. Tang Yuma was sitting at her desk. When Bai Yang entered her office, she looked at him. Is it resolved? After the technical department obtained the evidence, some of Tang Yuma's subordinates told her these things. It's already been dealt with. Those ignorant bastards, they don't know how to live or die. They may not be very capable, but they are very brave. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. That's good. Wang Haotian, that bastard, should really pay the price. Otherwise, people like him will never know what breaking the law means. Tang Yuma nodded slightly. Actually, this is also related to Peng Hongkai. If it weren't for the money and connections he provided, how could Wang Haotian achieve this? There was a hint of thought in Bai Yang's eyes. Seeing Bai Yang's eyes, Tang Yuma knew very well what he was thinking, but she also knew that it would not be so easy to deal with Peng Hongkai. Bai Yang, I have to tell you something. Peng Hongkai's uncle is from one of the 4 major families. If you want to deal with him, you have to take care of some things. Otherwise, the price you will have to pay will definitely not be a small one. Tang Yuma reminded. Don't worry, I know my limits. Bai Yang nodded slightly. These 4 major families are very powerful in Shenzhou. At least Bai Yan is not qualified to fight with them now. That is why he can only suppress his anger for the time being. But he must deal with Peng Hongkai. This guy has been causing trouble for him time and time again. If he lets him go, Bai Yang will feel uncomfortable. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Take a look at Bai Yang's things. They are the future development of our company. Now you are also a major shareholder of our Tiantung Group. There are some things that require your participation. Tang Yuma said to Bai Yang. Hearing this, Bai Yang nodded. He sat next to Tang Yuma and looked at the documents in Tang Yuma's hand. Tang Yuma felt a little embarrassed, but her expression did not change. For someone with facial paralysis, she can't show many expressions. Are you planning to open factories all over the country? When he saw this plan, Bai Yang's face showed obvious surprise. It cannot be said that Tang Yuma's plan is bad, but if it is really implemented in this way, the situation in the future will be much more difficult. I can only say, Tang Yuma's move was a bit too big. That's right. With our current orders and the support of Yida Group, we can definitely achieve this. What do you think? Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang and asked. For me, I naturally hope this is the case, but the risks are also very high. Bai Yang said calmly. So you mean, don't do it? Tang Yuma asked. No, since there's such a big risk, why don't we make it bigger? There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. A little bigger? There was a look of doubt on Tang Yuma's face. Our goal is not just the whole country, but all of Southeast Asia. Although Shenzhou's chip technology lags behind, Shenzhou has a large labor force. If we can open up foreign markets, we will definitely be able to make more money. Bai Yang explained. But there was a hint of hesitation on Tang Yuma's face. At this time, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. Don't worry, I know my limits. If we want to expand our capital into the entire Southeast Asia, we only need to master some technology and we can definitely do it. Chapter 87 Li Liang. When hearing this, Tang Yuma's face showed some obvious doubts. Why is Bai Yang so confident? But what she didn't know was that Bai Yang himself had a system, and he also wanted to become the best in the world. He will naturally give his all. It is for this reason that Bai Yang plans to make a big move. Seeing the puzzled look on Tang Yuma's face, Bai Yang smiled slightly and asked immediately, "Do you believe me?" Seeing the expression on Bai Yang's face, Tang Yuma nodded. Since it was Bai Yang who said it, she naturally believed it. There was still a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Although Tang Yuma's face was still as cold as ice, the other party's attitude of trusting him still made Bai Yang feel very comfortable. If that's the case, let's find some time to come up with a plan. I think our company will definitely develop very well in the future. Tang Yuma nodded. Bai Yang gave her a somewhat mysterious feeling. Since it was Bai Yang who said it, she was more inclined to believe it. After leaving Tang Yuma's office, Bai Yang returned to his own office, which had not been changed at this time. But I got a new computer. Because Bai Yang's computer had been hacked before, the technical department was worried that there were still residual viruses in the computer, so they replaced it directly. Bai Yang didn't care too much. He turned on the computer, processed some files on it, and then searched for relevant documents at home and abroad. He obviously had a new idea about the company's layout. Time passed quickly and it was evening, and Tang Yuma called. Are you free tonight? Hearing this, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of doubt. What's wrong? I've thought about what you said. I'll take you to see someone tonight. He should be able to help you. Tang Yuma said directly. Kindness. Although Bai Yang felt a little strange in his heart, he still agreed. In his opinion, the person Tang Yuma took him to meet must be no ordinary person. Since she was willing to follow her plan, what else could Bai Yang say? After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang was still busy. Time passed by minute, and it was night. Bai Yang came to the underground parking lot. Tang Yuma's figure was waiting for him there. He got into Tang Yuma's car directly and Tang Yuma drove away. In the past, Tang Yuma always sat in a Rolls Royce, and Bai Yang was somewhat accustomed to sitting with Tang Yuma. But today Tang Yuma actually drove by himself, which was something Bai Yang did not expect. It also proves that the person she is taking Bai Yang to meet is very likely to be extraordinary. After driving for an hour and a half, the vehicle arrived at a relatively remote community, and Bai Yang and Tang Yuma got out of the car. Tang Yuma didn't say much along the way, and Bai Yang didn't say much either. I followed Tang Yuma into a residential building and climbed the stairs directly to the top floor. You must know. It's still very annoying to not have an elevator in this day and age. Who is the person Tang Yuma wants to take him to see? I actually live in a place like this. Tang Yuma walked all the way to the top floor and knocked on the door. Soon the door opened and inside was a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. Although his clothes were ordinary, they were very clean, and his jeans had been washed so much that they turned white. This kind of man gives a good first impression. When he saw Tang Yuma, a smile appeared on the man's face. How come you have time to come to see me today? Moreover, you even brought your husband here. When Bai Yang heard the other party reveal his identity right away, there was a hint of surprise on his face. The man in front of her didn't look like someone who had first-hand resources in the upper class. How did he know that he was Tang Yuma's husband? Or did he and Tang Yuma have some unusual relationship, so Tang Yuma told him his identity? I have something to ask you. My husband is planning to do something big, and I'm wondering if you'd be interested in helping him out. Tang Yuma's tone was relatively calm, but those who knew her knew that Tang Yuma was not like this in her daily life. She is being humble by doing this. When Bai Yang saw this scene, there was a hint of surprise on his face. He had never seen Tang Yuma behave like this before. "Well, can you tell me what's going on?" Bai Yang asked. "He's Li Liang, you should have heard of him," Tang Yuma said directly. Bai Yang's face changed drastically. Li Liang, the investment genius who was called a legend. He made his debut in the United States at the age of 21, where he invested in several projects and achieved unexpected success. Li Liang, who is only 27 years old, is already an investment genius with assets exceeding 100 million yuan. You know, when he first entered Wall Street, he didn't even have $100 in his hand. It is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do to increase his assets so many times in just a few years. And Li Liang is also the youngest financial manager on Wall Street, and the assets he owns are unimaginable to many people. This genius disappeared when he was only in his 30s. No one knew where he went, but there were some rumors that Li Liang was cheated by his partner. Not only did he go bankrupt, but he also had to face a huge amount of compensation. Some people even said that Li Liang had a traffic accident and died. But many people don't know the specific reason. Seeing Li Liang in such a shabby community, Bai Yang's face showed some surprise. It is incredible that such a genius lives in such an environment. "Tang Yuma, you should know that I have disappeared for many years. It seems a bit too much for you to say this to me now." Li Liang looked at Tang Yuma and said immediately, "I know this is a bit too much for you, but I also know that if you are willing to help, my husband's plan may succeed. There are investment geniuses in this world who are better than you, but there is absolutely no one who loves finance more than you do. I came here today with the attitude of giving it a try. I don't know if you will agree to it, but I can promise you that I know you can help my husband. I can agree to your proposal," Tang Yuma said seriously. Li Liang's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Bai Yang behind Tang Yuma. To be honest, he really didn't expect that Bai Yang was so important to Tang Yuma that a woman like Tang Yuma could say such words. It was really unbelievable. "It seems that you have indeed changed. Okay, since you said so, then please sit down. I also want to know what charm this man has that allows him to do this." Li Liang looked at Bai Yang, and for a moment he became more interested in Bai Yang. Bai Yang was a little helpless. To be honest, he really didn't know that Tang Yuma would bring him to meet such a person, and he was also a little curious about how Tang Yuma and Li Liang knew each other. What was the matter that she promised Li Liang? Chapter 88 Wuji is not needed. With this doubt, Bai Yang followed Tang Yuma inside. When entering, Bai Yang saw that the environment inside the house was relatively clean, but there were often some coughing sounds coming from the master bedroom. Judging from the voice, it should be a little girl's. Hearing this, Tang Yuma looked at Li Liang and asked with some concern, "Is there still no way to cure Xiaosu's condition?" Li Liang's face was a little sad, and then he nodded. Tang Yuma felt a little heartbroken and didn't know how to comfort Li Liang. When Bai Yang saw this scene, he didn't dare to ask more questions because he didn't know what was going on. Li Liang didn't continue the conversation. He looked at Bai Yang and asked, "Tell me, what's your plan?" "I plan to expand the company and make Tianting Group the most well-known conglomerate both domestically and internationally," Bai Yang said directly. Hearing this, Li Liang looked at Bai Yang and a smile appeared on his face. "That's quite interesting. It seems like you're very brave and have very straightforward ideas, but there's something I hope you can understand. This world isn't as simple as you think. Right now, your company is at most ranked in the top 100 in the domestic chip industry. Even if you have relatively new chip technology, it can only increase the scale of this company. To achieve what you want, the road ahead is far more difficult than you imagine." Bai Yang looked at him, and he could see that although Li Liang said so, if nothing unexpected happened, he actually had some solutions. "Although it's difficult, it's not impossible, right?" Li Liang smiled slightly. "Yes, you are a smart person. No wonder Tang Yuma likes you. It is true that there are many difficulties, but that doesn't mean there are no solutions. First of all, your chip company already has some advantages. The only disadvantage is its size and background. On the one hand, you need to increase the company's visibility, and on the other hand, you need to mass-produce chips and seize the market. Now, what do you think is the maximum number of chips your company can produce?" When he saw Li Liang's eyes, Bai Yang thought for a moment, if nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be no problem with 30 million chips. After he finished speaking, there was a hint of surprise on Li Liang's face. According to his estimation, Tiantung Group can produce a maximum of 8 million chips a year. What about these 30 million chips? Could Bai Yang create chips out of thin air? There was also a hint of surprise on Tang Yuma's face. 30 million chips, was she sure she heard it right? When did Tiantung Group become so awesome? Bai Yang smiled slightly. Perhaps you'll be a little surprised, but I can tell you that I can indeed increase the production of Tiantung Group's chips to 30 million. Li Liang still couldn't believe it. 30 million chips. That's not 30, such a large scale. Is Bai Yang sure he can do it? To be honest, he couldn't believe it and looked at Bai Yang. Originally, this should be your business secret, and I shouldn't ask too much. But Tang Yuma is willing to agree to my request. If I can help your company develop, I still want to know how you plan to produce 30 million chips. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. At this time, he took out his mobile phone and retrieved a photo. First of all, I own 10% of Yida Group's shares. In addition, I have over 10 billion in liquid funds. Yida Group has many factories in Shanghai. Some of them have average production efficiency, but they have complete equipment and manpower. With a sound capital chain, it won't be a problem for Tang Yuma and I to increase production capacity several times over given our abilities. When Li Liang saw the photos on Bai Yang's phone, there was an incredible look on his face. Damn it! Who is this Bai Yang? Not only can he get shares of Tiantung Group, he can also get 10% of Yida Group's shares. With this kind of market power, what he said is indeed possible. Looking at Bai Yang, Li Liang sighed softly. It seems I underestimated you. Sorry. This was the first time he felt the strength of the young man in front of him. He had a feeling that Bai Yang's true level might be better than he imagined. Facing such a young man, he naturally has some respect. Fine. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. If that's the case, then the next thing we need to do is to seize the market. Although there are many chip companies in the current market that will grab business. But that doesn't mean they can outcompete us. By burning money, we can squeeze out a large number of small businesses. There was a hint of excitement on Li Liang's face. To be honest, he hasn't been out for a long time. When he thought about being able to control such a big plate again, he felt a little excited. Seeing Li Liang's expression, Tang Yuma smiled slightly. Perhaps Li Liang at this time was the real Li Liang. This guy. He is simply a financial madman. He becomes very excited and highly focused on anything related to finance. So, according to you, you agree to come out and help us? There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Li Liang nodded. You're right. I did agree to help you. In fact, when Tang Yuma agreed to that, I would definitely agree to you. Because even though I've vowed not to leave the mountain these years, there are things more important than vows. There was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face. What did Tang Yuma promise to others that could make him break his own oath? There was a hint of smile on Tang Yuma's face, but he didn't say much. Seeing this scene, although Bai Yang was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with Li Liang for a few more words, the two originally planned to leave. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open, and more than a dozen big men with tattoos rushed in. They had fierce eyes, and when they saw Li Liang and others, it was obvious that there was some anger in their eyes. Moreover, they all had weapons in their hands, and it was obvious that they had no good intentions. Seeing this scene, Li Liang's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that these guys in front of him would appear at this time. Li Liang, when are you going to pay us back? If you don't, we'll take your daughter away. The big man in the lead had a gloomy look on his face, and it was obvious that he didn't take Li Liang seriously at all. When Tang Yuma saw the scene, her expression changed a little. She knew very well that Li Liang could not owe others money for no reason, but this situation actually happened. It was very likely that something had happened between them. Do you want money? There was a somewhat cold look on Li Liang's face. You can go find Xiao Su's mother, why come to me? She borrowed the money, and I've already divorced her. Why do you want me to pay it back? The big man in the lead had a sneer on his face. I'm sorry, even if your wife divorced you, she's still your wife. She owes too much money, and she can't even pay it back. It should be no problem for us to find her daughter. We've met Xiao Su. Although he's only 15 or 16, he could fetch a good price if sold. Li Liang, I suggest you think carefully. Besides, your wife also told us that you are a master in finance. 80 million may be a lot of money for others, but it shouldn't be that troublesome for you. Li Liang's expression was extremely ugly, and Jiangyan and Tang Yuma's expressions also changed a little. The big man in front of me is really worse than a beast. He actually plans to sell someone else's daughter just because the other party can't pay back the money. Unable to get money from Li Liang's ex-wife, they came to embarrass Li Liang. Their operation was really useless. Chapter 89 Brother Leopard. Why, it seems you still don't intend to pay. If that's the case, then don't blame us. The big man in the lead had a sneer on his face. At this time, several tattooed men were planning to go inside. Li Liang's face changed drastically, and he quickly moved to stop it. But just when his figure came in front of several tattooed men, bang! The tattooed man in the lead slapped Li Liang in the face. Li Liang flew out directly with a look of embarrassment on his face. You ignorant fool, you actually dare to come and stop us? I tell you, even if your daughter dies today, I will sell her to a brothel. The tattooed man snorted coldly and walked straight inside. But just as they were about to enter the room, a figure blocked their way. Bai Yang looked at them with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. He himself is a person who doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, but the other party is so arrogant, it seems unreasonable if he doesn't meddle in other people's affairs. You ignorant thing, do you want to meddle in other people's business? Let me tell you, we're with Brother Leopard. If you mess with us, the price you'll pay will be hefty. The tattooed man had a cold look on his face, staring at him fiercely and questioning him. You were the one who did it just now. Bai Yang looked at him and asked in a somewhat cold tone. Why, you're not convinced? The tattooed man's eyes became even gloomier, and the people behind him also had cold expressions on their faces. They would fight if they disagreed with each other. How could I not be convinced? I still want to teach you a lesson. I don't know if you like it or not. There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face as he looked at them indifferently. Ha ha, did you hear what this guy said? He actually wants to beat us up. What a fool. Brothers, chop off one of his hands. The leading man said immediately. Those people suddenly came in front of Bai Yang with cold eyes. One of the men holding the machete attacked Bai Yang directly, but as soon as his hand reached in front of Bai Yang shook his hand with his backhand. Snap. There was a sound of broken bones and a look of pain on the man's face. There really are things that aren't afraid of death. Bai Yang said coldly. Bang! He suddenly kicked the other person hard, and the man was kicked out on the spot. He fell to the ground and spit out blood from his mouth. The others' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene, and they rushed towards Bai Yang with their weapons. But who is Bai Yang? Top-notch masters, to be honest, even if these people in front of him have some skills, they can't be Bai Yang's opponents. That is why, when they fought with Bai Yang, there was basically no suspense. One by one, they were knocked to the ground by Bai Yang with painful expressions on their faces. You're asking for your own death. Bai Yang said coldly. They looked at Bai Yang with a look of fear in their eyes. To be honest, they didn't expect Bai Yang's strength to be so powerful. Boy, do you know what will happen if you offend us? The leading man was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face. He looked at Bai Yang and scolded him. What will happen? Do you want to kill me? Bai Yang asked back in a puzzled manner. You are such a fool. It looks like you really want to die. The leading man had a somewhat ferocious look in his eyes. Snap. Another sound of broken bones was heard, and Bai Yang punched him directly on the arm. A look of pain appeared on the man's face, and he looked at Bai Yang with a bit of fear in his eyes. Cruel people are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. They are all ruthless people who kill without blinking an eye, but when faced with someone like Bai Yang who is even more ruthless than them, who knows their background and dares to attack them, even they dare not act rashly. Originally, I wasn't going to argue with you, but the leopard brother you were talking about seemed like a very powerful figure. If that's the case, then why don't you just call him over? I also want to see who this guy is who, with 80 million just talking about him, is. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. He looked at the people in front of him and spoke in a cold tone. There was a look of fear on the man's face. How could he not see that they had hit a wall, and a very hard one at that? He looked at Bai Yang and swallowed, but he also knew that if the boss didn't come today, he would definitely not be able to solve the problem here by himself. Do you really want to confront our boss? The man asked again. Bang! Bai Yang slapped him directly in the face, and the man's face showed a look of pain. Are you annoying? I told you to call him over, why are you taking so long? If you don't call them over, I'll beat you all into cripples one by one. I believe your fate will be even worse than it is now. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Those who are hanging around outside all have a few enemies. If they are really disabled and are of no use to the organization, how can their end be good? Okay. Don't regret it. The man's eyes were somewhat gloomy. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon the call was connected and a somewhat gloomy voice came from the other end. Why are you calling me at this time? Brother Leopard, we're in trouble. Someone here has injured our brothers and asked you to come over. The man said. There was obvious anger in Zhou Yunbao's tone on the other end of the phone. You useless idiot. You can't even do this. Where are you now? It's inside Li Liang's dilapidated residential complex. The man said. I'll be there in 10 minutes. How dare you fight me? Looks like you're tired of living. There was clearly a hint of murderous intent in Zhou Yunbao's tone, and he hung up the phone. The man looked at Bai Yang with a hint of pity in his eyes. When his boss comes, he wants to see how rampant Bai Yang is. But seeing his look, Bai Yang slapped him again. Bang! What are you looking at? You look like a dying man, yet you still dare to look at me like that. After being slapped by Bai Yang, the man's face showed some anger, but he also became much more obedient after being beaten. Because he knew that Bai Yang was extremely cruel, so it would be better for him to behave himself before the boss came. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. There were bursts of footsteps coming from downstairs in the corridor, and dozens of figures seemed to have filled the entire corridor. Those who were knocked to the ground by Bai Yang all had a look of excitement on their faces. The boss is here. Not long after, Zhou Yunbao walked in surrounded by several younger brothers. When he saw the scene in front of him, there was some anger on his face. You bastard, you actually dared to touch my people? You're quite courageous. He looked at Bai Yang with a bit of anger in his eyes. To be honest, he had been under Commander Zhou Yunbao for a long time and had never seen such an arrogant person. It would have been fine if he had just knocked down his men, but they were actually waiting for him here so openly. It seemed as if she didn't take him seriously at all. Are you their boss? There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face. Tang Yuma also looked at the other party. To be honest, she was a little scared when she saw that the other party had gathered so many people, but Bai Yang didn't seem to be afraid at all. That's right, you're quite arrogant. Not only did you injure my people, but you even dared to wait for me here. What? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Zhou Yunbao had a somewhat cold look on his face as he looked at Bai Yang and questioned him. Chapter 90 Hitting the Wall. Bai Yang looked at the other person, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. At this time, Bai Yang was like a god of death. Anyone who saw his eyes would feel a little terrified. Zhou Yunbao is not an ordinary person. To others, Bai Yang's eyes are indeed terrifying, but to him, even if Bai Yang is capable, the other party would not dare to do anything to him in his territory. You're such a fool. How dare you look at me like that? There was a hint of anger on Zhou Yunbao's face. Of course, the younger brothers behind him knew what Zhou Yunbao was thinking. Without any hesitation, they rushed directly towards Bai Yang. They were very fast and arrived in front of Bai Yang in an instant. When he saw them, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of coldness, and his eyes looked at these people with obvious indifference. When Tang Yuma saw this scene, she looked a little worried. She knew that the other side had a lot of people, and if the fight continued like this, something might really go wrong. There was a hint of worry in Li Liang's eyes. He clenched his fists and looked at these gangsters with a hint of anger in the depths of his eyes. But just when everyone thought that Bai Yang would be knocked to the ground by these people, Bai Yang's figure suddenly rushed forward like a gust of wind. Bang! 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 One figure after another was knocked to the ground by Bai Yang, with a look of pain on their faces. At this time, Bai Yang came in front of Zhou Yunbao and kicked him hard. Bang! Zhou Yunbao was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. Before he could get up, he saw Bai Yang holding a dagger on his head. Don't move. If the dagger gets stuck somewhere by mistake, I won't be responsible. Bai Yang's voice was a little low, like the devil's low hum, which invisibly brought great pressure to people. Zhou Yunbao's body was trembling slightly. Zhou Yunbao has seen many ruthless people in these years, but he has never seen anyone as ruthless as Bai Yang. And Bai Yang's skills surprised him greatly. What kind of existence was this that had such strength? When Tang Yuma saw the scene, there was a look of surprise on his face. Bai Yang's performance was really surprising. This guy's fighting ability was really surprising. Catch the leader first. Being restrained by Bai Yang, Zhou Yunbao would be unable to do anything even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Boy, I know you have some skills, but don't forget, this is my territory. Even if I let you go today, these brothers under me will never let you go. Besides, this guy owes us so much money. Do you think we will let him go? There was a somewhat cold look on Zhou Yunbao's face, and he immediately said to Bai Yang, "You're absolutely right. If that's the case, then I'll catch you all in one fell swoop." Bai Yang nodded slightly and said with a serious expression. Zhou Yunbao was slightly stunned when he heard this, but then he sneered and looked at Bai Yang. "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to have the law enforcement team take action?" In his opinion, this was the only way to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Bai Yang smiled slightly and nodded. "Congratulations, you guessed it right." There was a look of disdain on Zhou Yunbao's face. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. I, Zhou Yunbao, can survive in this area. Don't I have people behind me? You actually want to find someone to mess with me, then you can try, but I'm afraid you might end up losing more than you gain." When Bai Yang heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Yunbao's tone was a bit tough, but Bai Yang could also see that his toughness was not a pretense. This guy is very likely to have some background. But think about it, he has such great ability in this area, and can make so many people unable to report him if he says he has no one behind him. Bai Yang really didn't believe it. Tang Yuma narrowed his eyes slightly. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to deal with the people behind this guy, but Tiantong Group is very well known in the country, and Tang Yuma's family also has considerable influence. It is precisely for this reason that they know many powerful figures inside and outside the Magic City. Tang Yuma was a little curious about how Zhou Yunbao dared to be so arrogant. He wondered who was backing them up. "Since you said so, I'd be so sorry if I didn't try it." There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. After he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, Bai Yang quickly explained the situation and the other party agreed immediately. But there was still a bit of arrogance on Zhou Yunbao's face, and it was obvious that he didn't care at all. Tang Yuma narrowed her eyes slightly, and her beautiful eyes swept over the people in front of her. She really didn't know what these people in front of her could rely on. There was also a hint of sharpness in Li Liang's eyes. He was not an ordinary person and had his own network of connections. If he really saw something unfair this time, he would deal with it even if it meant returning to the political arena. About 10 minutes had passed when the law enforcement team's horns were heard. Cars quickly arrived at the downstairs of the residential building. Soon, dozens of law enforcement officers entered the area. Leading them was a man who looked to be only about 40 years old and had a serious expression. When his figure entered the room, his expression changed. With his many years of experience in handling cases, he could see what was happening clearly. But when he saw Bai Yang and Tang Yuma, his expression changed slightly. Zhou Yunbao saw that he had a look of obvious joy in his eyes. He knew very well that as long as the other party was around, no one could do anything to him. "Inspector Qian, you're finally here. These people acted maliciously, and I was almost killed by them just now. You can see that he didn't have any injuries at all, but I was the one who got beaten up like this. You must make the decision for me," Zhou Yunbao quickly said to the other party. If this were the case, Xianfeng would definitely help Zhou Yunbao as soon as possible, but given the current situation, he simply didn't dare to do so. The figure came in front of Zhou Yunbao. Bang! A crisp slap sounded instantly, and Zhou Yunbao's whole body flew out with an indescribable look of embarrassment on his face. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yunbao's face changed. He didn't expect that Qianfeng would actually attack him. "You ignorant fool! It was you who gathered the crowd to cause trouble, yet you dare to complain here first. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are, Zhou Yunbao? Someone, arrest him and interrogate him strictly," Qianfeng said in a cold tone. Several law enforcement officers quickly stepped forward and arrested Zhou Yunbao. Seeing this scene, how could Zhou Yunbao not know what was happening? His face changed drastically and he looked at Qianfeng. He knew very well that Qianfeng would not treat him like this for no reason. There must be a reason why he is like this. At this time, Qianfeng looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat flattering look in his eyes. "Mr. Bai, have you seen me before? We've met before." After he finished speaking, Zhou Yunbao's face changed drastically. He knew very well that he had hit a wall. Moreover, this iron plate is not ordinary hard. Chapter 91, Leaving the Mountain. Do I need to get to know you? Bai Yang looked at the other person and asked in a somewhat indifferent tone. Xian Feng understood that he was in big trouble this time. He quickly explained, Mr. Bai, I have nothing to do with this guy. It's just that each area has a different way of governing. He doesn't usually do anything too outrageous. So we didn't go too far. Bai Yang's face had a somewhat indifferent look. It's a bit interesting, but it has nothing to do with it. Cold sweat kept flowing down Xian Feng's forehead, and he wanted to strangle Zhou Yunbao to death. Why provoke such a person when there are so many people to provoke? With Bai Yang's strength, if he really wants to attack him, who knows what the consequences will be. He knew very well that Bai Yang and Su Yingnan had a very good relationship, and if he caused trouble for him, he would definitely be in trouble. Mr. Bai, it really doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, I can accept the investigation from above. Xian Feng said seriously. Seeing the other person's eyes, Bai Yang looked a bit disdainful. He knew that Xian Feng would say such words, which meant that he must have made some preparations. Even so, it would not be easy for him to track down the situation on him. Besides, Bai Yang was too lazy to care about so many things. He would talk to Su Yingnan about what happened today when he had time. Given her personality, she would definitely take care of this matter. As for what she would find out, that had nothing to do with Bai Yang. There's no point in telling me these things. I'm not your superior, but someone will be investigating your case. I don't want to say more, but since you actually said that, I'll report this to your superiors. I also hope that what you said is true. Bai Yang looked at the other person with a somewhat indifferent tone. Xian Feng's expression changed a bit, but he quickly covered it up. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. If you are upright, you have nothing to fear. If you don't believe me, just ask someone to investigate. Bai Yang didn't say much, but just looked at Zhou Yunbao with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Just now you said that even if I sent someone over, there would be no way to cause you any harm, but the facts prove that you are wrong. Zhou Yunbao's face looked quite ugly. He gritted his teeth and didn't say much. If there's nothing else, please leave first. Bai Yang glanced at everyone present and said in a cold tone. Team up. Xian Feng said immediately. Soon a group of people took Zhou Yunbao's men away. Before leaving, Xian Feng looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat humble expression. But Bai Yang had no sympathy for him. After they left one after another, Li Liang walked towards Bai Yang with a look of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. It's okay, it's just a small favor, and I don't think these guys are very happy either. There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face, giving people the impression that he was quite graceful. Uncle Li, you'd better not live here from now on. You just promised Bai Yang. If that's the case, I happen to have a suitable place over there. Why don't you live there from now on? Tang Yuma walked over, looked at Li Liang and asked. Li Liang nodded slightly. He also knew that it was not suitable to live in such a place with his daughter. Thank you very much, I will move there with my daughter later. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma nodded slightly, and after chatting with him for a while, they left. Li Liang watched their backs as they left. After everyone had left, he slowly closed the door. Looking at the somewhat messy room, a wry smile appeared on his face. The figure walked into the room. Inside the room, a little girl was lying on a hospital bed. Her breathing was a little weak, and there were some medical instruments beside her. She would cough lightly from time to time, but her eyes were closed, as if she was in a coma. Li Liang came to her side and sat down. He held the little girl's hand and placed it on his cheek. There was a hint of thought on his face and tears flickered in the corners of his eyes. Over the years, every time he saw his daughter like this, he felt a little heartbroken. Xiaosu, don't worry, Sister Yuma has already promised us. As long as she is willing, you will definitely be saved. Li Liang said softly. But the little girl's eyes were still closed, and her pale face made people feel a little distressed. Gently putting the little girl's hand down, Li Liang kissed the little girl's forehead, then walked to the side. He came to the wardrobe, bent down and slowly opened one of the drawers. There were several financial books inside. But Li Liang took out all the books, then squatted down and fumbled around on the top of the drawer with one hand for a while. Not long after, he took out a small iron box. The outside of this iron box looks quite clean, and the lock is a combination lock. It didn't take long to turn the gears. Snap! The combination lock was opened. Li Liang took off the combination lock and opened the iron box. There was a small notebook inside. Li Liang took out the notebook and flipped through it briefly. There were a lot of things written in special codes, which looked quite complicated. Seeing these things, Li Liang's mood changed a little, but he quickly put away the notebook and put the iron box aside. And those who know Li Liang well know that when he took this thing out, it basically meant one thing: he was going to come out. At this time, Bai Yang was sitting in Tang Yuma's car. The car was driving forward. Tang Yuma's eyes were focused on the front. It started to drizzle at this time. Drops of water fell on the windshield. The wipers started, and the raindrops were constantly wiped to the sides by the wipers, making the windshield a little clean. The two of them didn't speak along the way, and Tang Yuma didn't know what he was thinking. Just like that, they returned to the villa. The nanny at home ran over here with an umbrella in her hand. After Tang Yuma and Bai Yang got out of the car, they held the umbrellas and let them into the house. The aunt in charge of food brought over 2 cups of tea at this time. "Miss, master, it's cold outside, have a cup of tea to warm yourself up." Bai Yang took the tea and opened the lid. The tea was light yellow in color and had a faint fragrance. It was a tea made with old ginger and some precious Chinese medicine. If it were sold outside, the price of a cup alone could reach several thousand yuan. But here it's just ordinary tea. Tang Yuma didn't take the tea, she just walked upstairs. She always seemed to be like this, born with a cold temperament, even towards the servants in the house. People who don't know her sometimes even feel that she is impolite. But Bai Yang knew that this was Tang Yuma's character. Chapter 92 Zheng Tianhu. Without paying much attention to Tang Yuma, Bai Yang returned to his room. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Not long after, his eyes slowly closed and he fell asleep. While he was falling asleep, on the other side, in the interrogation room, Zhou Yunbao was sitting on a chair with his hands handcuffed. Qian Feng appeared in the interrogation room. He waved his hand, and the people outside the interrogation room quickly turned off the cameras and recording equipment. Then, he came in front of Zhou Yunbao and gave him a cigarette. Zhou Yunbao lit the cigarette, took a puff, and looked at Qian Feng. "Who is that guy?" Qian Feng let out a sigh and lit a cigarette for himself. He hadn't smoked for a long time. He is a very serious person by nature and never smokes on a daily basis. But when this happened, he had to smoke. "The one Miss Su likes," Qian Feng said after exhaling a puff of smoke. "Ms. Su? You mean Su Yingnan?" Zhou Yunbao's face changed drastically. If there was anyone in the entire law enforcement team who made him very afraid, it was Su Yingnan. Not only did she have an exceptional background, but she was also quite upright. If it falls into her hands, even if Zhou Yunbao has some connections, he will be in trouble. "That's right, Zhou Yunbao, do you know how many people will be killed by what you did today? I can tell you that there's a high probability that everything we've done over the years will be wasted," Qian Feng said seriously. Zhou Yunbao's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why Qian Feng was so angry. Provoking such a person would indeed cause a lot of trouble. "Then what can you do? If my past is really exposed, you will also." Bang! Before Zhou Yunbao could finish his words, Qian Feng slapped him in the face. "Stop threatening me here. If you really push me too far, I'll kill you right now." There was a hint of anger on Qian Feng's face. He had been doing quite well in recent years and it was very likely that he would move up a level before retiring. However, when something like this happens, it is a question whether he can survive. After being slapped, Zhou Yunbao's eyes showed a bit of cruelty. "Qian Feng, what do you mean? Do you really want to kill someone to silence them? If that's the case, then give it a try. I guarantee that if I take a step forward, you'll follow." Seeing Zhou Yunbao's somewhat crazy eyes, Qian Feng's face looked a little ugly. He knew very well that Qian Feng was a ruthless person. What he said was very likely what he could do. Now he and I are like grasshoppers on the same rope. "Zhou Yunbao, I don't want to argue with you anymore. If you still want to live, just listen to me. There is only one person who can save us now." There was a somewhat cold look on Qian Feng's face. He looked at Zhou Yunbao and scolded him. Zhou Yunbao is not a reckless person. He knows that the most important thing is to solve the problem at hand. "You say?" Zhou Yunbao said calmly. "Su Yingnan hasn't found out about this yet, but it's only a matter of time before she finds out. Su Yingnan does have a powerful background, but she doesn't have the authority to investigate me directly." Go find someone who has a lot of influence in the Magic City. If he's willing to help us, then everything will be easy to solve. Qianfeng said. You say? Zhang Tianhu, this guy is the big brother of the South City of Magic City, and he has thousands of brothers under him. If he is willing to help us, we can completely cover up this matter. If he's unwilling, then we'll definitely be in big trouble. Qianfeng said seriously. Hearing this, Zhou Yunbao fell silent. He has some friendship with Zhang Tianhu, and it can even be said that Zhou Yunbao was brought up by Zhang Tianhu. But Zhou Yunbao was more ambitious and wanted to work on his own, so he left Zhang Tianhu. But now, he actually had to go back and beg Zhang Tianhu for help. Thinking of this, he felt humiliated. He clenched his fists and looked at Qianfeng. He found that Qianfeng's eyes were a little cold. He knew that Qianfeng was a ruthless person, and what he said today must have been the result of careful consideration. And if he didn't follow Qianfeng's arrangements, what would be waiting for him would be a situation more terrifying than death. Qianfeng is not a good person. In order to achieve his goals, he even dares to hurt himself. It is dangerous in itself to associate with such people. Okay, I promise. Zhou Yunbao took a deep breath and nodded. Qianfeng nodded slightly. I will arrange for you to leave tonight, but you only have one night. If this matter is not handled well, you know what the consequences will be. Zhou Yunbao nodded. Although he knew that this trip would be humiliating, he had no choice but to do so in order to survive. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame him for hitting a wall that was too thick. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Yunbao left the law enforcement team. He took advantage of the night and quickly arrived at the east of the Magic City. Although it was already early in the morning, the lights were still bright here. Zhou Yunbao came to a nightclub and walked straight inside. Not long after, Zhou Yunbao met an acquaintance, a thin, yellow-haired boy. When he saw Zhou Yunbao, there was a look of surprise on his face. Hey, isn't this Zhou Yunbao? Before you left our brother Tiger, I thought you would be so successful. What are you doing here so late? Are you looking for Brother Tiger's help? Brother Tiger may not pay attention to you. There was a somewhat sarcastic smile on the yellow-haired boy's face. He knew that Zhou Yunbao was a man who cared a lot about his reputation. He had made bold statements when he left here before, but only a few years later, he came back again. What could he do when he came back? He just wanted to ask Brother Hu for help. Everyone knows how powerful Brother Hu is now. Naturally, many people would want to curry favor with such a big boss. Huang Qi, stop gloating here. I want to see Brother Hu wherever he is now. Zhou Yunbao's face looked a little ugly, and he said immediately. Ask me. I don't know either. Huang Qi shrugged, as if he didn't take Zhou Yunbao seriously at all. Zhou Yunbao clenched his fists and had a look of anger on his face, but he calmed down and walked inside. When Huang Qi saw Zhou Yunbao, a sneer appeared on his face. They can't come and go as they please here. If they want to leave here and ask Brother Hu for help, they will have to pay a price. Zhou Yunbao, you were so heroic back then, but now it seems you're just a stray dog. I really don't know how much dignity you still have. Chapter 93 Zhao Qing. He walked all the way inside. Although Zhou Yunbao was prepared to be humble, he didn't expect that when he really met Zhang Tianhu, the other party didn't give him any face at all. In the private room, Zhang Tianhu had two beauties in his arms, and he was drinking with his brothers. Zhou Yunbao was standing in the private room. People there were toasting each other, but no one took Zhou Yunbao seriously. Even when Zhou Yunbao walked towards Zhang Tianhu and said something servile to him, Zhang Tianhu didn't even look at him. Almost half an hour later, Zhou Yunbao was still standing in the box. Zhang Tianhu glanced at him. A middle-aged man walked towards him. Zhou Yunbao, you're quite capable now. You're so patient. You weren't like this back then. What's going on now? You got into trouble outside and want to go to our tiger brother? There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhou Yunbao followed Zhang Tianhu back then, but he left Zhang Tianhu and even wanted to make a name for himself outside. Now he came back to Zhang Tianhu in disgrace. He must have encountered big trouble outside. Brother Hu, I'm sorry for being so reckless back then. I shouldn't have said those words. Zhou Yunbao spoke to Zhang Tianhu in a humbly manner. Hey, don't apologize to me. I, Zhang Tianhu, have always had my own rules here. You actually left back then, so you must be prepared to become my enemy. Now you come to beg me again, do you think I'm too easy to talk to? There was a cold look on Zhang Tianhu's face, and he looked at Zhou Yunbao with some contempt. Plop! Zhou Yunbao knelt down on the spot with a look of humility on his face. I know I was blind to his potential and left Brother Tiger, but we were brothers who risked our lives for each other back then. If you still have any regard for our friendship, I hope you can help me. Seeing Zhou Yunbao's attitude, Zhang Tianhu narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Zhou Yunbao was also a very proud person, but Zhang Tianhu had not expected that he would kneel in front of him and beg him. That's quite interesting. I never thought you, Zhou Yunbao, would go to such lengths. Tell me about it. Why is it? Zhang Tianhu puffed out a puff of smoke and asked Zhou Yunbao while looking at him. Here's what happened. Zhou Yunbao recounted what had happened before. When Zhang Tianhu heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew very well that what Zhou Yunbao was talking about was not a trivial matter at all, and if he was not careful, he would get into trouble. Suing Nan. If there is any big shot with the surname Su, it should be the one in Longdu. That kind of person is absolutely omnipotent in the Magic City. If Zhang Tianhu provokes him, it will be difficult for him. He looked at Zhou Yunbao. Although he was very unhappy with what Zhou Yunbao did, Zhang Tianhu was not a heartless person. Zhou Yunbao followed him and helped him a lot back then. Even the scar on Zhou Yunbao's body was left by him blocking the knife. He exhaled lightly, and Zhang Tianhu stared at Zhou Yunbao. I will help you with this matter, but as a price, all the places you have built up outside over the years must be handed over to me. You have no objection, right? Zhou Yunbao's body trembled slightly. He knew what Zhang Tianhu meant, and he was also very clear that if he wanted Zhang Tianhu to help him, he would have to pay a price. This is the rule of the Tao itself. Good. Zhou Yunbao's voice was a little hoarse. Zhang Tianhu looked at him, the cigar slowly became shorter in his hand, and the scarlet sparks became particularly obvious under the light. Slowly putting down the cigar in his hand, Zhang Tianhu looked at a woman in white next to him, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Go and take care of this. Clean up all his places, then find someone to audit his accounts. Within 3 hours, I want all businesses under his name to be legal, and there must be no problems with the funds. Also, that guy named Bai Yang, give him a proper lesson. Let him understand that suing his parents is something only children would do. Let him behave himself. The woman in white nodded slightly. She knew that a lot of manpower would be needed tonight and many things would need to be dealt with. When she left, many people in the box also left. Zhang Tianhu looked at Zhou Yunbao, who was kneeling on the ground, with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. He was still smoking, and Zhou Yunbao was still kneeling on the ground. The environment in the box seemed to become quiet in an instant, and no one knew what the two were thinking. Early morning. When Bai Yang got up from the bed, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Yingnan. Originally, Bai Yang didn't like to get involved in these matters, but he felt that there were some things he still needed to inform Su Yingnan. The existence of such forces in Demon City is not good for the development of society. After receiving Bai Yang's message, Su Yingnan replied almost immediately. Looking at the message on the phone, Bai Yang felt a little helpless. He walked outside. Tang Yuma was still sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast quietly. After washing up, Bai Yang also came to the dining table. The two looked at each other. Tang Yuma took a bite of food, then took out a tissue and wiped his lips. There was still a hint of indifference in his eyes. Li Liang replied to my letter this morning. He has moved in with his child to the place I arranged for him. He will report to the company this morning. With a person like this in the company, the future development will definitely not be too bad. Tang Yuma said calmly. Bai Yang nodded, I understand. There's one more thing I have to tell you. My uncle has been very upset with you since you attacked him before. You'd better be careful during this period. I have a feeling he might cause you trouble. Tang Yuma reminded. I see. Bai Yang nodded. After they finished their breakfast, they left quickly. But just as the two were riding in a Rolls-Royce on their way to the company, several black crossovers suddenly jumped out from the side and directly blocked Tang Yuma and Bai Yang's Rolls-Royce. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that trouble was coming. More than a dozen men in black suits got out of the black SUV. The leading man was wearing a white suit and had a somewhat indifferent look on his face. They walked all the way over here, and when Tang Yuma saw them, his expression changed obviously. Why? Do you know him? He is Zhao Hai's brother, Zhao Qing. Unlike Zhao Hai, he is a genuine master, and he is also someone the Zhao family has been secretly cultivating, Tang Yuma said in a low voice. There was a hint of confusion on Bai Yang's face. Isn't Zhao Hai the first heir of the Zhao family? Why did Zhao Qing appear at this time? Chapter 94. Who is Bai Yang? Miss Tang. Zhao Qing walked to the side of the Rolls-Royce with a smile on his face. Tang Yuma got out of the car, and Bai Yang followed suit. They looked at Zhao Qing. It was obvious that this Zhao Qing was much more difficult to deal with than Zhao Hai. Because Zhao Qing in front of him had a gentle smile on his face, giving people the feeling that he was a handsome young man. But Bai Yang was no ordinary person. When he looked at Zhao Qing, he could feel the poisonous snake-like temperament in the other person. The man in front of him was much more ruthless than ordinary people. Haven't seen you for a long time. When she saw Zhao Qing, Tang Yuma smiled. She knew very well that Zhao Qing was not an ordinary person. He was better than Zhao Hai in every aspect. If Zhao Hai is the heir pushed forward by the Zhao group, then Zhao Qing is the real helmsman of the Zhao group in the future. This is the case with families like the Zhao group. They will arrange someone in public to attract a lot of attention from the outside world, but the person behind the Zhao group is often the core of the group. Zhao Hai is just a puppet. But Zhao Hai is a descendant of the Zhao family after all. His death some time ago naturally attracted the attention of the Zhao family. It's been a long time since we last met. This must be Bai Yang, right? My brother died because he provoked you, right? There was a hint of a smile on Zhao Qing's face, but when his eyes looked at Bai Yang, they were obviously a little sharper. You lost your life because you provoked me? Bai Yang's face was filled with surprise. Why does this sound so awkward? Are you trying to tell me that I have the ability to stab a villain? Whoever the needle pricks will die? There was still a smile on Zhao Qing's face. Ordinary people had no idea what was going on in the mind of this young man. But those who know him know that Zhao Qing is a cruel and ruthless person. If he wants to attack someone, that person will definitely suffer a miserable fate. Of course, that's not what I meant. It's just that our Zhao family is not an ordinary family in the Magic City. Since you dare to touch our Zhao family, I believe you have already thought about the price you will pay. Isn't that right? There was a somewhat indifferent look on Zhao Qing's face, as if he already had the wisdom in his hands and knew how to attack Bai Yang. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. In his opinion, no matter how capable Zhao Qing was, he could not be his opponent. However, since the other party was so stubborn, he had nothing to say. If it really doesn't work, let Zhao Qing follow in Zhao Hai's footsteps. After all, he will never show mercy to his enemies. Just as the two were talking, several cars rushed towards them from a distance. A group of men with tattoos ran down from the car quickly. The tattooed man in the lead had a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Which of you is Bai Yang? How dare you attack my brothers? You are really tired of living. When Zhao Qing saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was obvious that Bai Yang must have provoked someone outside. I'm afraid I'm going to have a good show to watch today. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Yang looked at Zhao Qing with a look of fear on his face. Bai Yang, you're going too far. I invited you to breakfast out of kindness, but you actually had an enemy show up. I don't even know you. Bai Yang said quickly, and then pulled Tang Yuma into the car. Zhao Qing's face changed. He noticed that the men with tattoos had cold expressions on their faces. Kill him! The tattooed man shouted, and immediately dozens of people rushed towards Zhao Qing. They were very fast and had weapons in their hands. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qing's men hurriedly tried to stop them. The whole scene became chaotic for a moment. Although these tattooed men seem to have no organization, they are extremely fierce when fighting, and basically they attack the opponent's weak points every time. Bang bang bang! Zhao Qing's men were no ordinary people either. The two kept fighting, but several of Zhao Qing's men were injured. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma quickly left in a Rolls-Royce. After about 10 minutes, the farce finally ended. Zhao Qing's face looked a little embarrassed, and his clothes were stained in several places, which was obviously inconsistent with his image of a handsome young man. Several of the bodyguards had blood gushing from their hands. When the law enforcement team arrived here, their expressions changed when they saw this scene. They immediately took action to arrest these people. Zhao Qing was also taken to the law enforcement team. Along the way, Zhao Qing's face looked extremely ugly. He always called himself a young master, but when had he ever been so down and out? Tang Yuma, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but smile on her pretty face. She felt that Bai Yang was really bad. I actually thought of such a thing at that moment. This Bai Yang is indeed interesting. I guess Zhao Qing must want to kill me right now, but this guy is so good at pretending, it's only right to teach him a lesson. Bai Yang said calmly. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang. You treated him like this time, and I'm afraid you'll be in a lot of trouble next time. After hearing Tang Yuma's words, Bai Yang's face showed a somewhat indifferent look. There has long been an indelible hatred between him and me. It's simply impossible to stop him from attacking me. Tang Yuma's beautiful eyes stared at Bai Yang. At this moment, she was not doubting, but was certain that Bai Yang was responsible for Zhao Hai's death. But how did this guy do it? Why is it possible to do this? Tang Yuma didn't say much, just looked out the window quietly. In fact, she had long discovered that the man she liked was much more powerful than she had imagined. Law enforcement officers in the law enforcement team are handling these matters. Zhao Qing's eyes were unusually gloomy, and after investigation, it was indeed the other party who started the trouble, and such a large-scale street fight also attracted the attention of many people. When Zhao Qing was leaving the law enforcement team, his men quickly came over. Sir, we've investigated thoroughly. The person who attacked Bai Yang this time was Zhang Tianhu. It seems that it was because his brother Zhou Yunbao was targeted by Bai Yang some time ago, so Zhang Tianhu sent someone to cause trouble for Bai Yang. The man whispered to Zhao Qing. Zhang Tianhu. Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, sent a message to Zhang Tianhu. I'll treat him to a drink at Zhu Yunlu tonight. The man nodded and left quickly. There was a glimmer in Zhao Qing's eyes. Zhang Tianhu. Bai Yang actually provoked such a person. If used properly, it would be easy to cause some trouble to Bai Yang. Chapter 95. Who are you? A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Bai Yang didn't pay much attention to other things, and the company's development was in a relatively stable state. But on this day, Bai Yang was sitting in his office playing landlord. Lei and I ran in hurriedly. Because Bai Yang's authority in the company is much greater than before, Laney's position has also been promoted a lot. Boss Bai, our Tiantong Group's branch in Tiancheng has run into serious problems. A large amount of goods are now stuck there. Lei and I said respectfully to Bai Yang. Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. What's going on? We don't know either. It seems our branch found some contraband, but those who know our company basically know that we don't produce those things at all. Lei and I explained. After saying that, she sent a video to Bai Yang via her mobile phone. Opening his phone and watching the video on it, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. In the video, the Tiantong Group S branch in Tiancheng was raided, and some obscene materials seemed to be found inside. But how could a company as big as Tiantong Group produce such a thing? Bai Yang let out a sigh, a look of indifference on his face. It looks like someone is restless. Lei and I also nodded slightly. She also knew that there must be someone causing trouble behind this. But it doesn't matter. If someone wants to cause trouble for us, then let them see that our Tiantong Group is not to be trifled with. Buy me a plane ticket. I'm going to Tiancheng tonight. Bai Yang said in a calm tone. Is it tonight? Lei and I asked. That's right. Okay. Lei and I left quickly. At this time, Bai Yang took out his mobile phone and called Tang Yuma. After the call was connected, Tang Yuma's tone was still a little cold. When she heard Bai Yang's request, she was silent for a moment and then agreed. After getting permission, Bai Yang simply packed up his things. On the other side, Tang Yuma was sitting alone in the office. Bai Yang suddenly had to leave for Tiancheng. Although it was only for a few days, she still felt a little reluctant. Shin Jiechi called at this moment. Yuma, are you free tonight? Let's go eat something together. No, I still have work to do. Jiechi, Bai Yang is going to Tiancheng. Tang Yuma's voice sounded on the phone. Tiancheng, what is he doing in Tiancheng? Shin Jiechi was obviously a little surprised. It's like this. Tang Yuma told Shin Jiechi about the company's affairs. Tiancheng is an extremely important center of Tiantong Group. There are several factories of Tiantong Group there, and the economic development of Tiancheng is also quite good. The forces are also a bit complicated. Now suddenly someone is causing trouble for their company in Tiancheng. There must be someone behind this. Tang Yuma didn't know who it was, so she was still a little worried when Bai Yang left this time. If Bai Yang goes to Tiancheng, that would be a good thing. After all, he's away for a while, and you can calm down for a while and think about how to confess your feelings when the time comes. Shin Jiachi said. There was a hint of blush on Tang Yuma's cheeks. If nothing unexpected happens, when Bai Yang returns from Tianchang, she will most likely confess her feelings to him. Thinking of this, Tang Yuma felt a little shy, but she knew that this might be the only way to win Bai Yang's heart. Time passed quickly and it was night. Under Lei Ni's arrangement, Bai Yang boarded a plane to Tianchang. Sitting in the first-class cabin, Bai Yang had a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Next to him was a beautiful woman with a good figure, who was about 20 years old. The beautiful woman glanced at Bai Yang. To be honest, Bai Yang was quite handsome. For someone like her who flew around the world, she was naturally interested in seeing such a handsome guy. Handsome guy, do you want to add me on WeChat? There was a smile on the beautiful woman's face as she asked Bai Yang. Add me on WeChat? Bai Yang's face showed a hint of surprise. It's not impossible, but adding me on WeChat costs money. Are you willing to pay? The beauty was slightly stunned. Why didn't this man play by the rules? Normally, shouldn't he be excited if a beautiful girl like her took the initiative to add him on WeChat? But Bai Yang gave her the feeling that he didn't take her seriously at all, which made her feel a little unhappy. Before the beautiful woman could say anything, a man who looked a bit wretched came up to her. Beauty, he doesn't want you to add him on WeChat, but I do. How's it going? Are you interested? Seeing the man's somewhat obscene smile, the beautiful woman showed a look of contempt on her face. She didn't even look at him, but her eyes were still on Bai Yang, with a hint of a smile on her face. If you want money, how much do you want? She thinks Bai Yang has a unique personality. The man next to her still had a lewd smile on his face, but when he saw that the beautiful woman ignored him, he looked a little depressed, and his eyes kept looking at the beautiful woman from time to time. This beauty has an extraordinary figure. If you add me on WeChat, it'll be 1,100,000 for a chat. Bai Yang thought about it and then said. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's face was a little speechless. What is this man thinking about every day? He adds WeChat for 1 million times. Is he worth 1 million? Feeling a little speechless, the beauty didn't bother to pay attention to Bai Yang. She felt that Bai Yang was most likely not interested in women. At this moment, a man with a somewhat lewd smile approached. Beautiful girl, are you really unwilling to add me on WeChat? The beauty rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Let me add you on WeChat, who are you? The man had a wicked smile on his face, and at that moment, he pulled out his gun. It doesn't matter if you don't add me on WeChat. You guys just happen to be going somewhere else with me, and I need to use you to discuss something with the authorities. When this scene appeared, everyone present had a look of horror on their faces. At this time, several men stood up from their seats, holding weapons in their hands and with fierce looks on their faces. The beautiful woman's face changed drastically when she saw this scene. Aviation is very safe nowadays, but she didn't expect that such a thing would happen now. Come on, everyone, be honest. I won't hurt you easily, but if you don't appreciate my kindness, then I'm sorry, everyone here may be in danger. Chapter 96 How to Do It. The man who looked a bit wretched before now had a fierce look on his face. The expressions of everyone present changed a little, and the woman sitting next to them had a look of obvious fear on her face. She had never encountered such a thing before, and any woman would feel scared if she encountered such a thing. More importantly, this man had just shown interest in her. Hey, beautiful lady, I wonder if you'd be willing to let me add you on WeChat right now. There was a smile on the man's face. He looked at the beauty with a covetous look and asked. The beautiful woman's body trembled slightly. She took out her mobile phone tremblingly and adjusted the WeChat interface. But at this time, the man snatched her cell phone and looked at her WeChat. Oh, I didn't realize that. You're quite popular with men. So many men message you every day. It looks like you've been hooking up with a lot of men. There was a sneer on the man's face. The woman in front of him was really a green tea bitch who actually possessed the prestige of so many men at the same time. You can tell at a glance that such a person is not an honest person. I just have more friends, brother, can you please not hurt me? The beauty said quickly. I won't hurt you. The man had a somewhat impudent smile on his face. I asked you to add me on WeChat just now, but you didn't. Do you know what my favorite thing to do is? It's like sending a beautiful woman's video to her friends and family. If these men suddenly get your video, will they feel as uncomfortable as eating a fly? The beauty's face changed drastically. To be honest, she didn't expect this man to be so perverted. If this video were to be spread, her innocence would be ruined for the rest of her life. No, don't. The beauty said quickly. You don't have the final say now, but you're lucky. We have something important to do now. I'll come and deal with you later. There was a sneer on the man's face, and after he finished speaking, he walked aside with his weapon. Jack, hijack the captain and call the underground to ask the law enforcement team to release my brother, otherwise we will kill everyone in the car. A blond man nodded when he heard this. They walked towards the front of the plane and used the weapons in their hands to open the door of the cockpit. The captain and co-pilot inside were both hijacked. Under their orders, the men began making calls to the underground. Everyone who saw the scene had a look of horror on their faces. Bai Yang looked at these people with a look of obvious impatience. He whispered to the woman next to him, "If they keep making such a fuss, will I be able to reach Tiancheng by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning?" The beauty looked at Bai Yang as if he was a monster. Arrive at Tiancheng at 7 o'clock? What's going on in this guy's head? It's not even known whether these people can survive, let alone reach Tiancheng. For a moment she felt a little regretful. She realized that the young man in front of her was not uninterested in her at all, but he just had some problems with his brain. Bai is so handsome, his brain is broken. Why aren't you talking? Bai Yang looked at her and asked. Don't even think about whether we can reach Tiancheng by 7 o'clock. Given this situation, it's even doubtful whether we can survive. Didn't you hear their tone? The robber's brother has been captured, and they want to talk to the law enforcement team and force them to release him. But don't forget, the plane is operating at high altitude. They dared to take action in such a place. They must have a comprehensive plan. Also, one of them is named Jack. I don't know if you've watched the news, but a while ago, a major robbery occurred in Haicheng, and one of the robbers was also named Jack. So, there's a good chance we're screwed. The woman didn't know why she had to explain so much to Bai Yang. She clearly felt that she was doomed, but she still wanted to chat with him. She knew that the robbers had set their sights on her, and once their goal was achieved, she would most likely be taken to the toilet, or even raped by the robbers there. Thinking of this, the woman felt a little despair in her heart. But she didn't notice that there was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face, and he slowly stood up. When no one dared to act rashly, Bai Yang's actions were undoubtedly seeking death. The woman's face was also a little surprised. What was this young man doing? But at this time, Bai Yang slowly walked towards one of the robbers. Boy, what are you doing? There was a trace of anger on the robber's face. He looked at Bai Yang and scolded him. I'm not doing anything. I just really want to get to Tiancheng as soon as possible. Your sudden hijacking would make me feel worse than trouble. Let's discuss it. How about you let the plane go to Tiancheng first and let me get off first? There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face. He looked at the robber in front of him and asked. You ignorant fool, do you know what you are saying? The robber's eyes were somewhat cold, and his pistol was pointed at Bai Yang. What? What else can I say? I'm discussing this with you. What do you think? Do you agree? Bai Yang asked. I agree with you, you are really mentally ill. There was a somewhat ferocious look on the robber's face. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. In their opinion, Bai Yang must have been shot in the head. Several robbers who were also staying here had a somewhat indifferent look on their faces. In their opinion, such a fearless guy deserved to be beaten to death. But what they didn't expect was that Bai Yang appeared in front of the robber who fired the gun, grabbed the robber's pistol with one hand, and stared at him with his eyes. The man's body was shaking constantly and there was a look of fear on his face. I'm trying to talk to you out of good intentions, why are you so angry? Also, this is a plane. What if a gun goes off accidentally and something goes wrong? What should we do? Bai Yang asked. After saying that, he slowly took the gun from the robber. The robbers nearby all had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they saw this scene. How to do it? How did Bai Yang do it? They all saw that their accomplice had put the gun to his head, but he dodged it and even grabbed the other party's pistol. Some braver passengers also looked over here, and when they saw Bai Yang, there was an expression of disbelief on their faces. The beautiful woman was sitting in the distance. She looked over here cautiously. When she saw that Bai Yang was unharmed, there was an incredible look on her face. What is going on? Why does this happen? Chapter 97 Drive Well. They didn't know that Bai Yang himself was a god of war, and his fighting ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. It is precisely because of this that many people are simply no match for him. The gangsters pointed their pistols at Bai Yang. Bai Yang shook his head slightly, with a look of disdain on his face. I really don't like people pointing guns at me. You guys actually pointed guns at me. You're definitely going to pay the price. There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face. After hearing this, the gangsters' expressions changed a little. But before they could shoot, bang bang bang, gunshots rang out, and Bai Yang's pistol was seen quickly shooting at several robbers nearby. Their expressions changed a little. Bai Yang's speed was too fast, so fast that they could hardly see how Bai Yang made his move. When they came to their senses, they found that all their weapons had been knocked away by Bai Yang. At this time, there was a smile on Bai Yang's face. This firearm in my hand still has a bullet in it. Now you are all unarmed, but you only need to bend down to pick up the weapon. It's just that I will kill whoever picks up a weapon. I wonder who among you is willing to be the scapegoat. Bai Yang's tone was neither hurried nor slow, but it gave people a feeling of great pressure, as if a devil was standing in front of everyone and staring at them. The gangsters in the economy class rushed over here, wanting to know what happened. However, Bai Yang was standing at the connecting entrance between the economy class and the first-class cabin, and the robber he subdued was blocking the door, so the robbers did not dare to act rashly. When everyone present saw this scene, there was some surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them would be so powerful. In front of these robbers, he didn't show any fear at all, but instead had a hint of mockery on his face. It was obvious that he didn't take these people seriously at all. Boy, do you know what you are doing? There are 16 of us on this plane. Even if you kill us all, more people on the plane will die. Do you think you can handle 16 of us by yourself? A man looked at Bai Yang and questioned. They didn't dare to move now, because they could see that Bai Yang was likely to shoot them. Because of this, they were also a little afraid of death. That's not necessarily true. I might be able to handle all 16 of you by myself. There was a faint smile on Bai Yang's face, and he slowly walked towards one of the robbers. The robber kept his eyes on him, as if looking for an opportunity to attack Bai Yang. But when Bai Yang came to him, he just patted him lightly with his hand, and then walked slowly towards the other robbers. There are 5 robbers in the entire first-class cabin. Their boss is still in the control room and has no idea what is happening here. The sound insulation in the control room is quite good. Bai Yang came to another robber, looked at him carefully, with a smile on his face, patted his shoulder gently with one hand, and then left. Many people who saw the scene had no idea what Bai Yang was doing. But when Bai Yang walked up to the last robber, the smile on his face was still obvious. Do you know what the most ignorant thing about people is? The robber looked at Bai Yang and asked, what do you want to say? The most ignorant thing about people is that they always feel they can do anything, but in fact, they can do nothing. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Actually, if I hadn't been here today, your plan would have been successful. It's just a pity that you had to meet me. So, your plan has no chance of success, understand? The robber narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he really didn't believe that Bai Yang could deal with so many people alone. But just when his eyes looked at Bai Yang, plop, plop, plop. The robbers who had been beaten by Bai Yang fell to the ground one by one, with painful expressions on their faces. Just now, Bai Yang hit the acupuncture points on their bodies. That is why when they were hit by Bai Yang, they had actually lost their fighting ability. So, when you are alive, you must understand what you can do. I'm not like you, who has no idea what level you are at, but thinks you're really strong. Now you can see that your companions have lost their fighting ability. How long do you think you can live? Bai Yang looked at the robber with a faint smile on his face. There was a slight change on the robber's face. He didn't expect Bai Yang's strength to be so terrifying. For a moment, he looked at Bai Yang with a look of fear on his face. You, who are you? Bai Yang's face still had a somewhat indifferent look. It doesn't matter who I am, come and help me pick up the pistol on the ground. The robber's heart trembled slightly, but for some reason he had no intention of resisting Bai Yang at all, and he obediently helped him pick up the gun. Bai Yang took the pistol from his hand and suddenly raised his hand. Bang! The robber fell to the ground on the spot. At this moment, Bai Yang grabbed the robber's body and threw it towards the cabin door. For a moment, the two robbers' bodies blocked the cabin door, and the robbers in the economy class had no way of getting in. Bai Yang walked straight forward and soon he arrived at the operating room. The door of the operating table was closed at this time, so Bai Yang kicked the door open. The two robbers inside changed their expressions. Bang! Before they could react, Bai Yang opened fire. The weapons in their hands were knocked out on the spot, their hands were covered in blood, and there was pain on their faces. At this time, Bai Yang rushed directly towards them and punched them hard with 2 punches. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the 2 men fell to the ground on the spot. There was still a gentle look on Bai Yang's face, and he looked at the captain and co-pilot who were a little frightened. Don't worry, the trouble has been solved, drive well. After saying that, he took the 2 robbers away from the operating table and closed the door. The 2 people at the operating table looked at each other in bewilderment. Who on earth was this person? This was too powerful. Without hesitation, they quickly controlled the plane and flew towards Tianchang, where law enforcement officers were already waiting for them. Chapter 98 1 billion. After leaving the control room, Bai Yang quickly walked to the side. Soon, he arrived at the connection between the first class and economy class. Bai Yang immediately captured the 2 gangsters and opened the door of the economy class cabin. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the gangsters behind the door fired wildly. Seeing this, Bai Yang dodged quickly. The gangsters outside the economy class looked inside. They found that there had been no movement here for a long time. Several gangsters walked cautiously towards the first-class cabin. However, just as they entered the first-class cabin, Bai Yang suddenly attacked them. Bang! He punched one of the gangsters and he fainted on the spot. He then quickly shot at several people present with the pistol in his hand. Bang bang bang! The bandits were knocked to the ground one by Bai Yang. There were 16 gangsters in total, and according to their plan they could definitely succeed in hijacking the plane. But they had calculated everything, but they had forgotten that there was another Bai Yang on the plane this time. A person with the strength of a god of war. How could they possibly have a chance of winning against such a person? After dealing with them, Bai Yang clapped his hands, with a helpless look on his face. Every time he meets this group of guys, Bai Yang sometimes finds them a bit annoying. But Bai Yang didn't say much, he just went back to his seat. The beautiful woman who was originally sitting next to him looked at him with an expression of disbelief on her face. To be honest, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Bai Yang's strength was so powerful. She looked at Bai Yang with her beautiful eyes. To be honest, the cliché of a hero saving a beauty is a bit old-fashioned, but taking action when someone is desperate will indeed leave a good impression on people. She looked at Bai Yang with a smile on her face. Thank you. Bai Yang glanced at her, not taking her seriously at all, and ignored her, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing Bai Yang like this, the beautiful woman's face was a little unhappy, but she knew that since Bai Yang had such strong strength, it was natural for him to be a little arrogant. For a moment, she thought of what Bai Yang had said to her before. You said before that adding WeChat would cost 1 million. Is that true? For her, she could afford 1 million, but at that time, Bai Yang didn't seem to be worth the money. However, after seeing Bai Yang's skills, she knew very well that he was worth not only 1 million, but even 2 million. It was before. Bai Yang said calmly. What now? The beautiful woman felt a pang in her heart. She knew very well that Bai Yang was most likely rejecting her by saying this. Now, 1 billion. Bai Yang said lightly. There was a hint of anger on the beautiful woman's face. She stared at Bai Yang fiercely and clenched her fists unconsciously. She had never thought that there would be such an unconventional man in this world, but since he had the ability, it was understandable that he behaved like this. Perhaps because of Bai Yang's attitude, the beauty was more interested in him than before, and she even felt a little itchy. It would seem like I would be letting myself down if nothing happened between me and such an outstanding man. She looked at Bai Yang again and secretly swore in her heart that she must make Bai Yang her man. Bai Yang didn't know what she was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely find it incredible. He lay in his seat with his eyes closed. About an hour later, the plane arrived at Tianchang. When the plane just landed, there were many law enforcement officers directing the operation on the ground at Tianchang Airport. Such an incident on the plane would indeed attract the attention of the relevant departments. Bai Yang's expression remained calm. After the plane landed, a large number of law enforcement officers entered the plane and cleaned up the area, which took more than an hour. The passengers on the scene were released one by one. The law enforcement officers also questioned Bai Yang and learned about the situation at the time. They all felt a little unbelievable about Bai Yang's strength. However, after hearing this, the commander of Tiancheng Airport's expression changed a little. He knew very well that there were indeed some people in this world with extraordinary strength. That was why he hurriedly asked his men to let Bai Yang go. With such strength, Bai Yang was obviously no ordinary person. After Bai Yang left the airport, he took a taxi and left quickly. But soon the taxi took him to a 5-star hotel. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's face showed some surprise. "What's going on? Someone has arranged accommodation for you here, come on up," the driver said to Bai Yang with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Bai Yang was a little surprised. He had just arrived in Tiancheng, and who would arrange accommodation for him? With doubts, Bai Yang walked inside. When he entered the hotel door, a waitress with a good figure and delicate features walked towards him. "Is that Mr. Bai Yang?" "Yes, you are." There was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face. "Ms. Zhouing has arranged a room for you. Please come this way," the waiter said politely. There was a hint of surprise on Bai Yang's face. "Zhouing?" He didn't seem to know a person named Zhouing, and the other party's sudden appearance made Bai Yang feel a little strange. He followed the waiter inside. He was sure that the other party had not recognized the wrong person, so he also wanted to see who the other person was. Following the waiter, Bai Yang soon arrived at a room. The door opened and Bai Yang walked inside. As soon as Bai Yang entered the room, the waiter quickly closed the door. Bai Yang walked inside. This private room was a presidential room, which cost 88,888 for one night. For Bai Yang, spending money in such a place was no problem at all. But if someone didn't know Bai Yang, how could they be willing to spend so much money to book such a good room for Bai Yang? Walking all the way inside, Bai Yang faintly heard the sound of flowing water, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The bathroom door opened at this time, and a figure walked out from inside. There was a smile on her face. She was only wearing a bath towel, and her eyes seemed to have a smile. "Zhouing." When he saw this figure, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him was the same woman on the plane. This guy is really powerful. Hee, you didn't expect it to be me. There was a smile on Zhou Ying's face. She was a very lustful person. Bai Yang was so handsome, how could she let him go easily? So after she got off the plane, she mobilized her strength in Tiancheng and quickly arranged everything. With her strength in Tiancheng, it would be no problem for her to do all this. It's quite interesting. I've seen men do this, but I've never seen a woman do this. Chapter 99 Song Hao. Bai Yang looked at her. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhouing to be so clingy. His attitude on the plane was already very clear, but Zhouing seemed to not care at all. She just wanted to get Bai Yang's body. At this time, Zhou Ying's pair of jade white thighs were exposed, with some water droplets on her body, and the bath towel on her body left people with endless imagination. I have to say that the woman in front of me is a very charming woman. If an ordinary boy saw this situation, he would probably pounce on her directly. But for Bai Yang, he didn't want to touch a woman like Zhouing. She had a worldly air about her, and Bai Yang felt that she was a little too casual. Such a woman would not interest Bai Yang much. There was a hint of smile on Zhou Ying's face as she walked towards this side. There was a faint fragrance on her body, which should be the smell of shower gel. The conditions you set before are still valid. 1 million, and stay here with me tonight, how about that? Zhou Ying's eyes were charming and her face was slightly flushed. It can be seen that she is quite knowledgeable in this area. But unfortunately, Bai Yang was not very interested in her. If you think I'm a man who can be bought with money, you're totally wrong. There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. He ignored Zhouing and turned around to leave. Etc. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ying's expression changed slightly. Aren't you going a little too far? I'm already like this, and you're still planning to leave. Bai Yang had a slight smile on his face. Too much? Do you think I'm too much? Zhouing clenched her fists. She had never met anyone like Bai Yang before. She didn't even want the fat meat that was delivered to her door. She let out a sigh and looked at Bai Yang. Okay, don't regret it. But Bai Yang ignored her and turned around and walked outside. Bang bang bang. Before Bai Yang reached the door, there was a knock on the door. Bai Yang frowned slightly, walked towards the door and opened it. Immediately, 7 or 8 people outside tried to rush in. The leading man attacked Bai Yang as soon as he saw him. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He hated being offended by others. So when the man attacked him, Bai Yang didn't hesitate at all and punched the other party hard. Bang! The leading man was knocked away by Bai Yang, with a look of pain on his face. When the other people saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly and they rushed towards Bai Yang. Bang! In less than a minute, they were all knocked to the ground by Bai Yang, with painful expressions on their faces. Zhou in the room noticed the situation here. Her face changed slightly and she hurried into the room and quickly changed her clothes. A man in a white suit walked towards this side. He looked at Bai Yang, and there was obviously a hint of anger in his eyes. Son of a bitch. His voice was hoarse and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. When he saw the other person, Bai Yang's face showed a somewhat cold expression. You bastard, you played with my woman and even dared to attack my men. Do you really think that no one in Tiancheng can deal with you? The man shouted angrily. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. From the other party's words, he could tell that he was here to catch someone cheating. But nothing happened between Bai Yang and Zhou at all. Boy, who are you? If you mess with our Song family in Tiancheng, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, I will make you pay the price. Song Hao scolded with some anger on his face. Bai Yang looked at him with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. If I tell you that nothing happened between me and Zhou, would you believe me? Believe me, damn it. Song Hao rushed directly towards Bai Yang. His skills were quite good, and he looked quite powerful when fighting with Bai Yang. But he was facing Bai Yang, and it was impossible for him to get the upper hand over Bai Yang. In less than a minute or two, Song Hao was knocked to the ground by Bai Yang, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Song Hao clenched his fists and there was a hint of anger on his face. Son of a bitch. Seeing him like this, Bai Yang felt a little sympathetic towards him. I found a woman like this, and even when I came to catch the adulterer, I couldn't beat him. Wait, when did I become an adulterer? Nothing happened between him and Zhou. At this time, Zhou had changed her clothes and walked inside. When she saw the situation in the corridor, her expression changed slightly. Song Hao, I've said before that I don't like you. Besides, although we have an engagement, we haven't really gotten married. Before we get married, I'm a free person. What right do you have to control me? There was a hint of coldness on Zhou Ying's face, and she looked at Song Hao with her eyes, as if what she had done was not something to be ashamed of at all. There was also some surprise on Bai Yang's face. The woman in front of him was really fierce. She could actually say such words. Zhou, do you know what you are saying? Okay, if you're capable, don't blame me for being rude if you say that. There was anger on Song Hao's face. Looking at the adulterer and adulteress in front of him, he wanted to cut them into pieces. But there was a look of helplessness on Bai Yang's face. He was innocent and didn't want to get involved in such things at all. Song Hao slowly stood up from the ground, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Before long, hundreds of people poured into the hotel. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. Zhou Ying's expression also changed slightly. Song Hao, what do you mean? What do I mean? Zhou, what you did today is destined for your death. Don't think you are great just because you have the Zhou family backing you up. If you dare to betray me, Song Hao, I will make you pay a heavy price. Song Hao's expression was somewhat ferocious, and those he had called over also had somewhat murderous looks on their faces. Among them was a middle-aged man in casual clothes with a somewhat cold look on his face. He walked towards Zhou. Zhou, you've gone too far this time. When Zhou saw the people coming, her expression changed a little. She knew very well that these people in front of her could really do anything. But Bai Yang, standing in front of these people, was a little speechless. What did this all mean? Why did I get into this kind of trouble again? Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang at this time. Bai Yang picked up the phone and took a look. It was the person in charge of Tiantum Group in Tiancheng calling. This guy. The plane was delayed for so long and he just called me. Chapter 100 Hello Mr. Bai. After answering the call, the voice from the other end came through. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. I was delayed by something urgent. Where are you now? I'll come find you. The man on the phone was obviously a little nervous. He knew that Bai Yang was a company director and had a very high status. Such a person came to my territory, but I actually kept him waiting for a long time. This is a taboo. But he had no choice. For some unknown reason, his mother suddenly fell into a coma tonight and was sent to the hospital, where she has been busy ever since. So, he called Bai Yang as soon as he finished his work. Bai Yang didn't blame him because he knew that unless it was a special situation, the person in charge of Tianchang would not dare to stand him up. I'm at the Hague Hotel now, but I'm having some trouble here. Bai Yang said directly. Trouble? The man on the phone was obviously a little surprised. What happened? I can't explain the details, but it turns out that a man named Song Hao wants to cause trouble for me. Bai Yang briefly explained it. Song Hao. The man on the other end of the phone raised his voice noticeably higher. Okay, I understand. I'll handle it. Mr. Bai, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Good. Bai Yang responded and hung up the phone. Song Hao and others standing in front of Bai Yang still had a ruthless look on their faces. He knew very well in his heart that even if the King of Heaven came tonight, he would make Bai Yang pay the price. On the other side, Song Tao hung up the phone, his face looking a little solemn. Song Hao actually dared to cause trouble for Mr. Bai. Isn't this guy looking for death? He quickly dialed a number, and when the call was connected, a man's voice came from the other end. Hey, are you with Song Hao now? That's right, Uncle Tao, did something happen? The man was a little surprised. Normally, Song Tao would not call him, but when he did, it would usually be when something happened. Tell Song Hao, I don't care what grudges he has with the other party, don't do anything stupid before I arrive. Song Tao said immediately. Uncle Tao, are you coming over? The man was obviously surprised. I'll be there soon. Did you hear me? Song Tao said again. Good. The man knew Song Tao's character, and since he had said so, he naturally had to agree. After hanging up the phone, Song Tao knew that something must have happened. Without any hesitation, he drove away quickly. The two groups in the hotel were confronting each other, and it was obvious that these things would not be easily resolved. Song Hao had a somewhat cold look on his face as he looked at Bai Yang. In his opinion, he had to deal with the man in front of him. Xiu Hao, your Uncle Tao just called me and said he'd be here soon. The man standing next to Song Hao whispered to him. Song Hao's eyes lit up. Uncle Tao is coming over? He knew very well that Uncle Tao was a very powerful figure in Tianchang, and since he actually came, this matter would be easier to handle. Zhou Ying's face looked a little ugly. She didn't expect that a big shot from the Song family would also come. If Song Hao is just a young man with a certain status in the Song family, then a person like Song Tao is definitely the leader of the Song family. In Tianchang, the Song family has a very high status, and many people dare not provoke the Song family. Anyone who can become the leader of the Song family is naturally not an ordinary person. There was a smug look on Song Hao's face. He looked at Bai Yang and sneered. If you had offended me today, I would have made you suffer a fate worse than death. But unfortunately, my Uncle Tao also knows about this. Uncle Tao has always doted on me since I was a child. You dare to do this to me today? I guarantee that when Uncle Tao comes, you will definitely be in big trouble. There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face, as if he didn't take Song Hao seriously at all. Zhou Ying's face was a little ugly. She looked at Song Hao with her beautiful eyes and said immediately, Song Hao, you have no shame. Young people had a conflict and you actually called adults over. Is this the character of your Song family? After hearing Zhou Ying's words, Song Hao was not ashamed but proud. Zhou Ying, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You shameless woman, if you have the guts, call the Zhou family over. Let them take a good look at what the Zhou family is like. Zhou Ying's expression changed slightly. She knew very well that if the Zhou family knew what happened today, she would be embarrassed. Looking at Song Hao, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. If it weren't for this idiot, how could she be so still today? Just as the two sides were facing each other, a figure ran towards this side quickly. Song Tao. After he learned that something happened here, he rushed over as fast as he could. He ran through countless red lights along the way, but with his status, dealing with such a thing was not a big deal. After arriving at the hotel, Song Tao recognized Bai Yang at a glance. His expression changed a little. When he saw Song Hao looking smug in the crowd, he had an urge to slap the other person to death. This idiot! What are you doing all day long? Seeing Song Tao, Song Hao's face showed a smile. Uncle! He even called out to Song Tao with great pride. He looked at Bai Yang with a bit of smugness in his eyes, as if to say, "You are a fool who doesn't know how to live or die. My uncle is here. Let's see how you die today." There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Just when Song Hao was about to run towards Song Tao and give him a big hug, Song Tao came directly in front of Bai Yang with a somewhat flattering look on his face. "Mr. Bai." He bent down to 90 degrees and looked at Bai Yang with a look of obvious respect. Song Hao was completely stunned. Everyone present was stunned. Everyone looked at Bai Yang with an incredible expression. What's going on? Why is Song Tao so respectful to him? Uncle. There was a hint of surprise on Song Hao's face. With his uncle's strength in Tiancheng, how could he need to be humble to others? What on earth is going on in this scene? Are you the person in charge of Tiancheng? Bai Yang was a little surprised when he saw the other person. Although he knew that the other party was coming here, he didn't expect that Song Tao was Song Hao's uncle. Just now he almost wanted to teach Song Hao a lesson, but this guy happened to be Song Tao's nephew. The relationship between the two is a bit awkward. That's right. I just happened to encounter some things today and neglected Mr. Bai. I hope Mr. Bai won't take it as a fault. Song Tao said quickly. To be honest, when he saw Bai Yang, he was a little surprised because he didn't expect Bai Yang to be so young. To be so young and yet to have assets worth tens of billions, this kind of identity is really unbelievable. Chapter 101 Tiancheng Person in Charge. Fine. Bai Yang's face was calm, and he didn't take the matter to heart at all. Seeing that Bai Yang didn't care about him, Song Tao breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes looked at Song Hao beside him. He knew that his nephew was in big trouble. It was for this reason that he came in front of Song Hao. Uncle! Seeing Song Tao, Song Hao shouted. Bang! Song Tao slapped him. Don't call me uncle. I don't have a nephew like you. Apologize to Mr. Bai now, otherwise I will make you pay for it. There was a hint of coldness in Song Tao's eyes. Song Hao was not a wooden man. He looked at Song Tao and knew very well that his uncle would never attack him normally, but he actually did it, which meant that he was really angry. He glanced at Bai Yang. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he still came to Bai Yang. Sorry. When he said these words, he looked uglier than crying. Your woman has slept with someone else, but you have to apologize to him. What kind of thing is that? Seeing his look, Bai Yang felt a little helpless and shook his head slightly. Do you still think I slept with your woman? If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage later. From the time I entered the room to the time I left, it took less than 3 minutes. Bai Yang explained that he didn't want to be misunderstood for no reason. 3 minutes. Song Hao's eyes were a little surprised. Seeing the look in his eyes, Bai Yang wanted to slap him to death. I already have a wife, so there's no way I could have sex with your fiancé. But there's a saying that goes, a forced melon isn't sweet. If the other person doesn't like you, then forcing them is pointless. Bai Yang said calmly. Hearing this, Song Hao nodded slightly. He also knew that Zhou didn't like him, but he liked her. What happened today did make him very angry, but it also made him understand one thing. If Zhou dared to do this before marriage, who knows what will happen after marriage? At that time, if Bai Yang is still someone as powerful as him, what will he do? Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Song Hao's eyes. He also grew up in a large family and has a certain temperament. He was blinded by love before, but now he has come to his senses and understands that what he did was wrong. He glanced at Zhou and said, I know you don't like me, and I won't bother you anymore. Indeed, a forced melon is not sweet. I, Song Hao, am also a well-known figure in Tiancheng. If something like this happens after we get married, I will not be able to hold my head up in the Song family. So, let's separate. There was a hint of determination in Song Hao's eyes. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he knew very well that no matter what, he had to make a break for it. Seeing Song Hao's expression, Zhou nodded slightly. She really didn't like him, and it would be a good thing for her to be able to get rid of his entanglement. She looked at Bai Yang with her beautiful eyes, and to be honest, she felt a little touched in her heart. The Bai Yang in front of us is indeed a rare talent. Not only does he possess superior martial arts skills, but he also has such a status. Such a Bai Yang is truly admirable. But she also knew that she was not worthy of such a young man, and it was understandable that he looked down on her. Bai Yang met her gaze, but didn't care what she thought. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Song Tao walked up to Bai Yang. Mr. Bai, today's incident is my fault, but don't worry, I will definitely deal with this kid when I get back. Please forgive him this time, is that okay with you? Seeing Song Tao's eyes, Bai Yang nodded slightly. It was not a big deal and there was really nothing to worry about. After following Song Tao away from here, Song Hao and others felt a bit bitter in their hearts. They didn't expect that such a thing would happen when they caught an adulterer in the hotel. If outsiders knew about it, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After leaving the hotel, Bai Yang sat in Song Tao's Bentley. Song Tao respected Bai Yang very much, so he spoke very carefully. The two didn't talk much along the way because it was getting late and Bai Yang wanted to rest. Under Song Tao's arrangement, he came to another hotel and stayed there. Lying on the big bed in the hotel, Bai Yang stretched lazily. At this moment, a cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. When I answered it, the tone of the person on the other end was quite polite. Excuse me, is this Mr. Bai Yang? Who are you? Not many people know Bai Yang's cell phone number. The other party must know him since he called at this time. I'm the person in charge of Yida Group in Tiancheng. Because your mobile phone number has regional detection, I just received a text message. Are you in Tiancheng? The middle-aged man's tone was quite polite. He knew very well that Bai Yang had a very high status and that he was at most a management member in Yida Group, and there was still a huge gap between him and a shareholder like Bai Yang. That's right. Bai Yang responded. Then when are you free? I'd like to meet you and take you on a tour of the Tiancheng Yida Group's operations. The man asked. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll have time in the next few days. I'll contact you when I have time. Bai Yang said. Good. The man said repeatedly. Without saying much, Bai Yang gave a brief response and then hung up the phone. Lying on the bed, Bai Yang fell asleep soon. But just when he fell asleep, Tang Yuma couldn't sleep anymore. This was the first day Bai Yang left her. To be honest, she liked Bai Yang very much. She liked this man from the bottom of her heart. However, this man didn't seem to have any interest in her, which made her feel a little sad. Lying on the bed, Tang Yuma held his mobile phone and repeatedly looked at Bai Yang in the WeChat chat list. Logically speaking, when he is on a business trip, he should send me a message or call me. But after waiting for so long, there was still no news from Bai Yang. With a sigh of relief, Tang Yuma slowly put down her phone, but she was still a little worried. After hesitating for a moment, she sent a text message to her secretary, asking her to pay attention to Bai Yang's progress on his way to Tiancheng. The other party quickly replied to her and contacted Song Tao. A few minutes later, Lu Yiling called and reported the situation to Tang Yuma. I learned that Bai Yang had arrived in Tiancheng and had already gone to bed in the hotel. Tang Yuma also breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought that Bai Yang didn't even reply to his message, he felt a little uncomfortable. This guy. You really don't take me seriously. Chapter 102 50%. Bai Yang had no idea of Tang Yuma's little thoughts. To him, eating well and sleeping well was the most important thing. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Song Tao arrived downstairs at the hotel. After Bai Yang had breakfast, the two of them found a quiet place and sat down one after another. Tell me. What happened to Tiancheng's goods? As soon as he sat down, Bai Yang asked directly. It's like this. The forces in Tiancheng are quite complex. Mr. Bai, you can take a look at this list of our seized goods. Song Tao placed a document in front of Bai Yang. Bai Yang took a look and found that it was issued by the customs. The reason was quite simple. There was some illegal data in some chips. There was no need for a large company like Tiancheng Group to do such a thing, but if such a thing happened, there must be a reason. Do you know who is behind this? Bai Yang asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Wang family. Song Tao said. Wang family? There was a hint of confusion on Bai Yang's face. The Wang family is also a fairly large family in Tiancheng. They are engaged in import and export trade. Previously, our Tiancheng Group developed a new chip. This also made the Wang family see a business opportunity. They contacted me before, wanting me to give them a portion of the equity so that they could secretly transport our goods. But after weighing the pros and cons, I felt their company's price was still a little too high, so I rejected it. But I didn't expect that they would do something like this behind my back when they turned around. Song Tao explained. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that there would be competition in any industry. The Wang family is so powerful in Tiancheng, so he naturally wants to get a piece of the pie. But just because of this, so many things happened, which made Bai Yang quite unhappy. Take me to the customs first. I want to know what the Wang family has done. Bai Yang said calmly. Good. Song Tao nodded. He could see that Bai Yang was a very powerful person. With such a person taking action, the issue of Tiancheng should be resolved quickly. He drove Bai Yang to the customs. As soon as he arrived there, Bai Yang saw several people in uniform counting the goods of Tiantan Group. Seeing the customs officers in front of him, Bai Yang frowned slightly. You know, ships themselves are very sophisticated things, it's just that they were a bit clumsy in handling them. This also made him quite unhappy. As Bai Yang and Song Tao walked towards them, the men in uniform also looked over at them. One of them had a somewhat sneering look on his face. Hey, you guys are here? How about it? Have you figured out how to deal with this matter? In Tiancheng, our Wang family has considerable influence in the customs area. I guess even if someone from your head office comes over, they may not be able to resolve the issue. Hearing this, Song Tao's face turned a little ugly, and Bai Yang looked at the other party. Wang Hao, don't go too far. Business cooperation is based on mutual consent. If you do business this way, sooner or later you'll get into trouble. There was a hint of a sneer on Wang Hao's face. I don't know if this will bring trouble upon myself, but I know very well that with the strength of your Song family and Tiantan Group, you are not qualified to do anything to our Wang family. Song Tao, stop struggling like a madman. Don't you see what kind of person you are? If you still don't admit defeat, then I can tell you that the price you have to pay will definitely be much higher than it is now. There was a hint of anger on Song Tao's face, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Bai Yang looked at the other person, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a somewhat cold expression on his face. The people of the Wang family are really arrogant. His tone was a little cold. It seems like your Wang family's business has been going very well these past few years. That's why you don't know what the fundamentals of being a human being are. There was a cold look in Wang Hao's eyes. He looked at Bai Yang and his tone became extremely cold. You are such a fool, do you have the right to speak here? In his opinion, Bai Yang was about the same age as him. He was not even afraid of Song Tao, so how could he be afraid of Bai Yang? If Bai Yang dares to show up at this time, he will be seeking his own death. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tao rushed towards the other person and slapped him in the face. Wang Hao was completely stunned. He looked at Song Tao with a somewhat incredible look. Song Tao actually dared to attack him. Song Tao, you bastard, what do you want to do? Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? Wang Hao scolded with a ferocious look on his face. I don't care who you are, you actually offended our boss, so you deserve to be beaten. There was a hint of indifference in Song Tao's eyes. Wang Hao was slightly stunned and looked at Bai Yang. Boss, are you saying this guy is your boss? He is the largest shareholder of our Tiantan Group, Bai Yang. I came here this time just to deal with this matter. Song Tao said coldly. Wang Hao looked at Bai Yang. He didn't expect that such a person would come to Tiancheng. I never thought someone like you would come to Tiancheng, but it's a good thing you came. Let me tell you, our Wang family doesn't ask for much. Just give us 20% of the shares of Tiancheng Tiantan Group, and we will find someone to deliver your goods in the future. What do you think? This condition is not too much. Wang Hao looked at Bai Yang and said coldly. Not too much at all. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face, and he slowly came in front of Wang Hao. I think that not only is it not excessive, it is actually too little. How can 20% of the shares be enough? Your Wang family has such a great influence in Tiancheng, you need at least 50% of the shares. What do you think? Bai Yang looked at the other person with a somewhat indifferent look. Wang Hao's face lit up with joy, and he immediately looked at Bai Yang. I didn't realize you're so appreciative. Since you've said that, what else can I say? It's just 50% of the shares. Bai Yang's eyes turned cold at this time. That's right, 50% of the shares. Have your family head come over to sign the contract with me tomorrow? I want 50% of the shares of your entire Wang family. Wang Hao was slightly stunned, and a gloomy look immediately appeared on his face. Bai Yang, do you know what you are saying? What do you think I'm saying? There was a hint of coldness on Bai Yang's face. I don't think you're here to deal with anything. You're here to cause trouble. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Hao shouted, and the faces of the people behind him also looked a little gloomy. Over the years, the Wang family has made a big move in the customs, so they have considerable influence in the customs. Chapter 103 Weak Legs. Seeing this scene, Song Tao's expression changed a little. He knew that with Wang Hao's personality, today's matter would not be resolved so easily. Soon, Wang Hao dialed a number with his hand, and soon dozens of people in uniform ran over here. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed a little, and at this time there was a somewhat cold look on Wang Hao's face. I now suspect that all the chips here are equipped with spyware. Bring them back and search them one by one. Clear. After Wang Hao gave the order, these people took action quickly. The goods that were originally stored were moved down one by one. According to this situation, even if Tianting Group's batch of goods is found to be fine after inspection, there will definitely be problems when the goods are brought back. There was a hint of indifference in Bai Yang's eyes. Wang Hao in front of him was really so bold. Well, you ignorant fool, you actually dare to speak nonsense in front of me. I'll let you know what the consequences of speaking nonsense are. There was a cold look on Wang Hao's face. He looked at Bai Yang. He knew very well that as long as Bai Yang dared to act rashly, he could arrest Bai Yang and lock him up for 10 days or half a month to obstruct their inspection. The consequences would be very serious. You're quite capable, but if you abuse your power like this, I'm afraid you'll end up in trouble. Bai Yang said calmly. Ha ha ha, I'm in trouble. Bai Yang, you really think you're so awesome? I'll just see what you can do. Wang Hao sneered. But at this moment, some people came to pick up goods from the port not far away. This batch of goods is also very important to their company, even the head of their company came here. When he saw them, there was a flattering look in Wang Hao's eyes, and he hurriedly ran towards them. Boss Lu, what brings you here? Compared with his previous attitude towards Bai Yang, there is a world of difference. It is not an exaggeration to say that Wang Hao is a bootlicker. It just so happens that the company has a batch of goods that are quite important. In addition, the company's shareholders have come to Tiancheng. I have to keep a close eye on every aspect. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult for me to handle it. The man called Mr. Lu had a smile on his face, because they often had goods shipped through customs, so they had a good relationship with the people here. Although Wang Hao's position here is not high, he has some power, so many people will give him some face. The shareholders are personally inspecting this is indeed a big deal. How about I find a few people to help? Come here, everyone, and help Mr. Lu unload the goods. Wang Hao said quickly. When Mr. Lu heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and his eyes looked towards several figures not far away. What's going on with all those people over there? Hearing this, Wang Hao's face showed a somewhat indifferent expression. It's okay, they're just two blind bastards. They just slapped me. Now I'm investigating their goods. Hearing this, Mr. Lu was a little curious. He looked at those people carefully. When his eyes fell on Bai Yang, his expression changed a little. Bai Yang, shareholder of Yida Group, owns 10% of the shares. Seeing this, Mr. Lu felt a little trembling in his heart. He quickly walked towards the other party. Bai Yang's eyes were still cold as he looked at those people who were unloading the goods one by one. They actually dared to do this in front of him. It's really lawless. When Wang Hao saw that President Lu was actually walking towards Bai Yang and the others, he thought that President Lu was going over to watch the fun. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. Because this can show his strength, and secondly it can also let Mr. Lu watch the fun. But when Mr. Lu came in front of Bai Yang and others, there was a look of humility on his face. Excuse me, are you Mr. Bai Yang? When Bai Yang heard this voice, he felt it sounded familiar. Who are you? It's me. I'm the head of Tiancheng Yida Group. My name is Lu Zhongsheng. Mr. Lu said quickly. You are the person in charge of Yida Group in Tiancheng, hello. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. At this time, Wang Hao walked towards this side. Hey, this kid is quite perceptive. He actually knows how to get close to Mr. Lu. Let me tell you, Mr. Lu is a well-known figure in Tiancheng. Even our Wang family needs to give him some respect. But even if you ask Mr. Lu, it's useless. With your status, how could you possibly ask Mr. Lu to help you? There was a somewhat cold look on Wang Hao's face. Bai Yang looked at him with a somewhat indifferent expression. That's right. With my status, how could I possibly ask Mr. Liu to help me? What do you think, Mr. Liu? Lu Zhongxing turned around immediately. Bang! A crisp slap sounded at this time. You're such a fool. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Bang! Mr. Bai Yang is a shareholder of our Yida Group. His words are like imperial decrees. How could he not have the right to order me around? Bang! Do you really think you're so great just because you hold a position? You even dare to mess with someone like Mr. Bai Yang. I think you really don't want to live anymore. The consecutive slaps left Wang Hao completely stunned. Yida Group shareholders? Isn't the young man in front of me the director of Tiantung Group? Although Tiantung Group has a certain scale today, it is completely incomparable with Yida Group. The overall scale of Yida Group is hundreds of billions, and its channels in various aspects are quite mature. Although Tiantung Group has new technologies, its future development will be very rapid. But it is still in its infancy and there will be many problems to be encountered. These two companies are like a giant and a giant that is about to grow, and the gap between them is huge. He looked at Bai Yang, and for some reason there was a look of fear on his face. Because he discovered that Bai Yang's strength seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The somewhat harmless young man in front of him seemed like someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Wang Hao, do you really think I can't deal with you? Bai Yang looked at him with a somewhat indifferent expression on his face. No, it's not. At this time, Wang Hao no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked at Bai Yang as if he was his grandfather and did not dare to act rashly, because he knew very well that Bai Yang's identity was not someone he could afford to offend. Weren't you just so arrogant that you wanted to unload all my goods? There was a hint of indifference in Bai Yang's eyes. Wang Hao felt a little weak in the knees. If he knew that Bai Yang had such an identity, he would not dare to provoke Bai Yang even if he was beaten to death. No, I was just joking. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and move the goods up to Mr. Bai. Wang Hao said quickly. Your Wang family is really powerful in Tianchang. Don't worry, I, Bai Yang, came to Tianchang this time just to see what strength your Wang family has in Tianchang. Bai Yang said coldly. Wang Hao felt a chill on his back. If Bai Yang used the resources of Yida Group to attack their family, it was hard to say what would happen to their family. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. If Bai Yang takes action, some people who are not on good terms with the Wang family might also take action. By that time, their Wang family might really be finished. It is very possible that Wang Hao is also the sinner of the family. Chapter 104 Wang Family Meeting. Wang Hao's legs went weak for a moment. He looked at Bai Yang, his body trembling, and immediately begged for mercy from Bai Yang. Bai Yang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind. Please let me go this time. Wang Hao pleaded. Seeing him like this, Bai Yang's eyes were somewhat cold. Are you scared now? You weren't like this before. Bang! Wang Hao slapped himself twice in quick succession, a look of pain on his face. He quickly said to Bai Yang, I'm sorry, I was blind. I beg you, please let me go. Seeing him like this, Bai Yang's face still had a somewhat cold look. In his opinion, people like Wang Hao were not worthy of sympathy at all. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. But as I asked before, you must give me 50% of your Wang family's shares. Otherwise, this matter is off the table. Bai Yang said coldly. Wang Hao's face turned pale. 50% of the shares was basically equivalent to half of the Wang family's empire. Before, they only wanted 20% of Tiantung Group as shares in Tianchang, but now Bai Yang directly wants 50% of their company as shares. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Bai Yang's move was extremely ruthless. Bai Yang glanced at Wang Hao as if he was looking at a dead dog. If he didn't have this identity, Wang Hao would definitely not let him go easily with his personality. If that's the case, why should I sympathize with him? He ignored Wang Hao and looked at Lu Zhongxing. He knew that the other party was the person in charge of Yida Group in Tianchang. He immediately said, please investigate for me why this batch of goods from Tiantung Group was detained. I need to know the details. Lu Zhongxing nodded. He knew that the customs was one reason, and another reason was probably that there were problems within the Tianting Group. As the person in charge of Yida Group in Tianchang, Lu Zhongxing has a lot of resources in his hands. It is not difficult for him to investigate these things. After a brief chat with Bai Yang, the group left the port. Wang Hao's face looked very ugly the whole time. After they left for a while, he finally took out his mobile phone with difficulty and called his grandfather. After the call was connected, Wang Hao recounted what happened today. For a moment, there was silence on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that the entire Wang family was a little panicked. They didn't expect that the CEO of Tianting Group had such a background. Time passed quickly and it was night. Many people from the Wang family arrived at the Wang family meeting room. Wang Zhentian, who was sitting in the seat of honor, looked at everyone present. Wang Hao was standing beside him. Many people who entered the meeting room had nervous expressions on their faces. This time, Wang Zhentian issued an emergency call, requiring everyone to come as soon as possible unless they had something particularly important to do. Generally speaking, such emergency call orders would not appear easily. This situation usually occurs when something big happens. When the crowd was almost there, Wang Zhentian's eyes turned a bit cold, and he said directly, "Wang Hao, tell me what happened." Many people's eyes fell on Wang Hao, and Wang Hao also felt a lot of pressure. His parents were of high status in the family, but they also felt something was wrong when something like this happened. Here's what happened. This afternoon, Wang Hao narrated slowly. At the beginning, many people felt that it was quite normal. The people from Tianting Group were so ungrateful that it was only right to teach them a lesson. However, as Wang Hao spoke, the expressions of everyone present changed. Many eyes became sharp and stared at Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The major shareholder of Tiantung Group is actually a shareholder of Yida Group? Furthermore, he wants to mobilize Yida's power to suppress us?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Many people present were also a little nervous. If this was true, then their Wang family would most likely suffer a devastating disaster. Their Wang family is indeed like a local tyrant, but their total scale is only a few billion. If they did not have a relatively large network of relationships, they would not be able to threaten the Tiantung Group at all. However, they failed to threaten Tiantung Group, but Yida Group actually targeted them. Compared with Yida Group, their Wang family is nothing. You have to know that assets exceeding hundreds of billions are not at the same level as assets exceeding tens of billions. Their revenue in one quarter could be that of several Wang families. Even if the Wang family tried their best, they would not be able to shake others in the slightest. Therefore, if Yida wants to take action against the Wang family, the consequences will definitely be terrible. This matter is not solely Wang Hao's responsibility. He just happened to meet the major shareholder of Tiantung Group. This matter is also a mistake made by our Wang family. I didn't expect that there was such a huge company behind Tianting Group. The reason I called you here today is very simple. Let's discuss how to handle this matter. Wang Zhentian glanced at everyone present and spoke slowly. Many people present had embarrassed expressions on their faces. They knew that with the strength of their Wang family, they could never be a match for the Yida Group. In addition, this time their opponents are not only Yida Group, but also Tiantung Group. If these two companies merge, there will be few opponents in the entire Tiancheng who can compete with them. Faced with this situation, many people in the Wang family felt somewhat embarrassed. The only solution now is to sacrifice the car to save the king. Bai Yang's intention is very clear. He needs 50% of our Wang family's shares, so we will give him 50% of the shares. Wang Zhentian's eyes were somewhat determined. He is a very smart man. He came to Tiancheng alone and built the Wang family into what it is today bit by bit. He has a keen sense of judgment on many things. Bai Yang is no ordinary person as he can have such a net worth at this age. It is very likely that he is the offspring of a tycoon. He dare not provoke such a person. In addition, by handing over 50% of the company's shares to Bai Yang, it seems that the Wang family has lost. But if Bai Yang is a person of decent character, and their Wang family's attitude towards him is appropriate, Bai Yang is likely to leave some vitality for the Wang family. It is even possible that as Bai Yang's business grows bigger and bigger, the stock price of Wang's company will also rise. Wang Zhentian's consideration makes sense. If Bai Yang is a very capable person, the Wang family will not lose money even if they give him 50% of the shares, because tens of billions may become tens of billions. By then, their Wang family company will have deeper roots and more resources. However, anyone who understands the twists and turns of the matter will understand that this is actually a huge gamble. If the bet is lost, the entire Wang family will be buried with it. Chapter 105 Blue Sea and Blue Sky. After Wang Zhentian finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. They knew that this was a big gamble. Moreover, the stakes were the entire Wang family's wealth, and the atmosphere in the entire conference hall seemed to become somewhat depressing at this moment. After a long while, Wang Zhentian glanced at everyone present. He knew that these people must be reluctant to give up their current life. However, if Bai Yang uses the resources of Yida Group, then if nothing unexpected happens, the Wang family may be left with nothing. Okay, this matter is settled. Jinda, come with me to Bai Hai Ching Tian tonight and we'll discuss this matter with Bai Yang, Wang Zhentian said directly. Some people present had a look of reluctance on their faces. But they knew that since Wang Zhentian had said so, they had no right to refute. But when they thought about the fact that half of the shares of the future company would belong to others, they felt uncomfortable. On the other side, Bai Yang, Lu Zhongxing and others came to Bai Hai Ching Tian, a famous hotel in Tiancheng. The average consumption per person is more than 3,000 yuan, making it one of the top consumption places for rich people. During the day today, after dealing with Wang Hao's affairs, Bai Yang also took a brief tour of Yida's industries in Tiancheng. It has to be said that Yida does have a considerable influence. It not only runs shopping malls, but also builds houses. Yida's assets in Tiancheng alone are worth at least tens of billions. The annual income is around 700 to 800 million yuan. This kind of asset, with this level of income, is indeed a very good thing. The chairman of Yida Group is indeed a business genius. Sitting in the box with a clear sky and blue sea, Lu Zhongxing and Song Tao were sitting next to Bai Yang, and they looked at Bai Yang with some respect in their eyes. Bai Yang was also quite polite towards them, because he knew that although these people seemed to be of lower status than himself. But if it weren't for the system, and I relied solely on myself, I would never be able to surpass these two people in this lifetime. In today's society, it is absolutely difficult for ordinary people to turn their lives around, which is definitely beyond their imagination. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bai Yang touched his stomach. To be honest, everything went smoothly during his trip to Tiancheng. Bai Yang did not expect that Yida in Tiancheng would have such a powerful force. It can also be seen that Yida's strength in the country is not ordinary. Standing up, Bai Yang walked towards the toilet. Just when I finished using the toilet, a waitress happened to pass by the bathroom. She seemed to have just been working in the hotel and was a bit clumsy. When she stepped on the floor, there were some water stains on the floor, and her feet slipped and she fell directly to the ground with a look of pain on her face. Bai Yang stepped forward. Are you okay? Bai Yang's tone was somewhat gentle. Hearing this, the waitress raised her head, and when she saw Bai Yang, she was slightly stunned. To be honest, Bai Yang is really handsome, but she realized it quickly. Damn it, the food is spilled. The waitress's face was a little anxious. Although it was her first day working here, she knew very well that the dishes here were very expensive. Bai Yang glanced at the dishes with a smile on his face. Actually, we've almost finished eating. How about this? Give me these things and I'll take them in. The waiter was slightly stunned. Bai Yang was the owner of that private room. Thank you, thank you. The waitress had a look of gratitude on her face. She knew that if the higher-ups investigated the matter, she would probably lose all her salary for the month and might even lose her job. She was touched to meet such a handsome and good-tempered boy. Bai Yang smiled slightly, helped her clean up the plates, and walked towards the box with these things. But before he had walked far, a man and a woman happened to walk towards them from a distance. When they saw Bai Yang, there was a hint of coldness in their eyes. Bai Yang, I can't believe you've fallen into this state now. What's going on? Waiting tables in a hotel? Bai Yang looked at the other person. The two people who came were a man and a woman. The man was about 1.65 meters tall and fat, and the woman was quite pretty and had a good figure. Bai Yang knew both of them. They are classmates at Baiyang High School. I just didn't expect that these two people would get together after such a long time. As for why they were in Tiancheng, Bai Yang had no idea. After all, although they were from the same place, many of them would go to different big cities because of their family or study. Judging from their clothes, these two people are doing quite well in Tiancheng. I just happened to run into something and ruined the food. Bai Yang explained. That's quite interesting. You dare to make mistakes while working in a place like this? You have a pig's brain, Bai Yang. How about this? If you can kneel down and beg me, I can consider asking for your help. I'm currently working for the Wang family of Tiancheng, and I have tens of millions in assets under my control. How about it, Bai Yang, would you consider coming over to please me? Xiao Mo asked with a somewhat sarcastic smile on his face. Bai Yang was the school hunk, and many girls in the school liked him, which made Chiu Mo very jealous at that time. Even after graduation, he pursued Bai Yang's ex-girlfriend in order to take revenge on Bai Yang. That's right, the woman standing next to Chiu Mo is named Wang Jieja, Bai Yang's ex-girlfriend. However, this so-called ex-girlfriend just happened to be Bai Yang's deskmate and pursued Bai Yang more aggressively. The relationship between the two was good for a while, but Bai Yang later saw the true face of this woman and directly proposed to break up. It is precisely for this reason that Wang Jieja has always been very unhappy with Bai Yang. Normally, after so many years of meeting each other, their relationship should have been more harmonious, but what Bai Yang did not expect was that these people were so arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. There was a faint smile on Bai Yang's face, and he slowly came in front of Chiu Mo. Well, I don't really like finding fault with others, but you really make me feel uncomfortable. If you're like that, I want to see who has the worst brain. After saying that, Bai Yang poured the leftovers directly on his head. In an instant, Chiu Mo became a drowned rat, his face became somewhat hideous, and Wang Jieja next to him was also frightened by this scene. She didn't expect Bai Yang to be so brave. Bai Yang, are you looking for death? Wang Jieja scolded. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yang slapped her in the face, "You noisy dog. It's been such a long time since we last met, and you're still so reckless." Wang Jieja was stunned after being slapped. Her eyes were a bit ferocious and the anger on her face was obvious. Chapter 106, Apologizing. Bai Yang, you're so bold. I think you really don't want your job anymore. Chiu Mo scolded angrily. There was also a hint of viciousness in Wang Jieja's eyes. Bai Yang, I think you're going backwards. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Who do you think you are? How dare you attack us? To put it bluntly, you are a dog at the bottom of society. If we give you a bone, you have to smile at us. If we don't give you a bone, you will starve to death. Bai Yang's eyes became increasingly gloomy, and a murderous aura faintly emerged from him. I think you really want to die. In an instant, Chiu Mo and Wang Jieja's expressions changed a little. They didn't expect that Bai Yang's murderous aura was so strong. For a moment they were a little afraid. Pa! Bai Yang slapped each of them directly. Chiu Mo and Wang Jieja were stunned by Bai Yang, and then he threw the plate in his hand at each other. You two are so stupid, I think you're both crazy. Come and get me if you can. I'm in room 777. I also want to see what you are capable of. Bai Yang scolded them directly and didn't want to continue arguing with people like them. In his opinion, these people were mentally ill. They came to cause trouble for him for no reason and even spoke rudely. After entering the private room, Bai Yang sat down directly. He did not tell Lu Zhongxing and Song Tao about this matter, because in his opinion, these two people were just jumping clowns. If the matter was not too excessive, he did not want to make it too embarrassing. After being beaten by Bai Yang, Chiu Mo and Wang Jieja's expressions changed a little. Their fists were clenched and there was obvious anger on their faces. Son of a bitch, this son of a bitch. They all shouted and their faces were a little ferocious. In their opinion, Bai Yang was a reptile at the bottom of society. How could such a rubbish lay hands on them? If he laid hands on them, he would be courting death. He looks like he's quite capable. Why don't we find someone to take care of him? Wang Jieja asked from the side. Not only will I punish him, I will humiliate him and make him worse than a beggar. There was a somewhat sinister look on Chiu Mo's face. In his opinion, if someone like Bai Yang dared to do this to him, he was seeking death. Otherwise, Bai Yang would pay a heavy price, and his name, Chiu Mo, would be written upside down. He left quickly, having already decided who to find to cause trouble for Bai Yang. But what he didn't know was that not long after he left, a group of people entered the hotel at the door. They were dressed simply with canes on their backs, and their strange attire attracted a lot of attention. If they hadn't gotten out of a car like the Rolls-Royce, the security guards at the door would probably have kicked them out. They walked all the way inside, and soon they arrived at Bai Yang's private room, and several people knocked on the door. Come in. There was a middle-aged man's voice inside. Several people walked in. Bai Yang, Lu Zhongxing and others were chatting. When they saw the people who walked in, their expressions changed a little. He didn't know any of these people except Wang Hao. However, Bai Yang also realized that they should be from the Wang family. Lu Zhongxing and Song Tao naturally recognized each other, and there was a hint of surprise on their faces. To be honest, they had never expected that the Wang family would actually take the blame and apologize. Mr. Bai. Wang Zhentian looked at Bai Yang. To be honest, he was obviously a little surprised when he saw Bai Yang, because Bai Yang gave him the feeling that he was too young. Such a young person actually has assets worth tens of billions. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Are you from the Wang family? Bai Yang looked at him with a somewhat indifferent look. My grandson was blind and offended Mr. Bai before. I brought him here to apologize. I hope Mr. Bai won't blame me. After saying that, the people present took off the vines on their backs and untied their clothes. Judging from their attitude, if Bai Yang doesn't forgive them today, they will never leave. Actually, there's no need for you to do this. I've said before that I want 50% of your Wang family company shares. At the same time, I want to know why you want shares in Tiantung Group. Bai Yang looked at the people present. If it were in the past, he would definitely think that the head of the Wang family was a greedy person. But when he saw his opponent today, he had a vague feeling that things might not be that simple. Because he could see that Wang Zhentian was a man who could bend and stretch. You may believe that such a person would do something against his conscience, but Bai Yang really wouldn't believe that he would do something through suppression and robbery. There was a look of hesitation on Wang Zhentian's face, but when he saw Bai Yang's gaze, he hesitated for a moment. He knew very well that there must be some reason why Bai Yang asked this question. He sighed softly. There is definitely someone behind this. And the one who made our Wang family take action against the Tiantung Group wasn't someone else, but someone from the Tiancheng Weiran Group. They also make chips, and they know very well that if the Tiancheng Group develops in the future, their Weilan Group will definitely be greatly affected. And a large part of our Wang family's company depends on the Blue Group. That's why we naturally can't refuse their request to us. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the Blue Group was a company with assets of over 10 billion. They also made chips and were about the same size as the Tiancheng Group in Shanghai. It's just because Tiancheng Group has obtained new chip technology, its development potential will be greater than before. The Blue Group does not have such great potential. If Tiancheng continues to develop at its current pace, their company is likely to be squeezed out in the next 10 years. It is reasonable for them to take action against the Tiancheng Group branch at this time. It seems that if a company wants to develop, it needs to put in a lot of effort. Bai Yang said softly. He knew that people die for money, and if his company wanted to develop, it would definitely affect many people's interests. Because of this, he needs to put in a lot of effort. No one around said anything, because they all knew that compared to Bai Yang, they were not even qualified to consider such a thing. Okay, since you've already apologized, let's forget about it. Bai Yang said calmly. Hearing this, Wang Zhentian and others looked somewhat delighted. Although you have caused a lot of trouble for our company, I can see that you, Wang Zhentian, are quite capable and adaptable. You are a real character. From now on, if there's anything you need in Tiancheng, our Tiantung Group will take action. As for the Weilan Group, if they dare to make any rash moves, I will deal with them immediately. Bai Yang said in a calm tone. There was a hint of joy on Wang Zhentian's face. A blessing in disguise. Although their Wang family lost 50% of their shares, he could see that Bai Yang was a decisive person who had a clear distinction between love and hate. It is precisely because of this that their company will have an extra layer of protection in Tiancheng in the future. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Wang Zhentian said excitedly. Lu Zhongxing and Song Tao had some emotion on their faces. Nowadays, people's strength has reached a point where even if someone gives them money, they will be happy. If you give out 100,000, it is very likely that you will earn 200,000 in return. The identity of a big shot is indeed that of a person with omnipotence. Chapter 107. They are all big shots. Bang! At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open. I only saw more than 10 people rushing in. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Xiao Mo's eyes. He glanced at the people in the box. Wang Zhentian, who was kneeling on the ground, had not yet stood up. He happened to be kneeling at the entrance. Seeing this scene, Xiao Mo's face showed a bit of anger. Where did this old immortal thing come from? How dare you block my way? You're dressed like you're attending a funeral. Are you dying and want to come here to help me pass away? After saying that, he kicked Wang Zhentian to the ground, and looked at Bai Yang with a fierce look in his eyes. Bai Yang, aren't you capable? My brother is here now. Do you know who he's hanging out with? Young Master Wang of the Wang family, Wang Hao, is a man with great connections in Tiancheng. You are such a fool. How dare you bother me? Today I will let you know why the flowers are so red. As soon as he finished speaking, several people behind him walked over directly with fierce looks on their faces. The man who was on good terms with Chiomo also had a somewhat ruthless look in his eyes. You're the waiter who doesn't know how to live or die. You don't do your job properly as a waiter, and you actually dared to attack my brother. I think you really want to die. But just as he finished speaking, a figure came up from behind him and kicked him hard. Bang! The man flew out directly with a ferocious look on his face. Who is that fool who dares to kick me? But when he came to his senses and saw Wang Hao standing not far away, there was a look of fear on his face. Because Wang Hao was dressed rather simply, which was very different from his usual self, that person did not recognize Wang Hao at first. How, brother Hao, why are you here? When he saw him, the man seemed a little afraid. If I wasn't here, would you be planning to turn the tables? Also, who allowed you to use my name to scam people outside? You even kicked my grandfather. I think you really want to die. Wang Hao scolded angrily. He didn't dare to offend Bai Yang, but he was not afraid of the man in front of him at all. In addition, Bai Yang's status is so high, but these people in front of him dare to come and cause trouble for him. Isn't that courting death? Grandfather? The man's expression changed slightly. They looked to the side and saw Wang Zhentian being helped up by someone, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. The people next to him were all backbone members of the Wang family. When he saw them, the man's body trembled slightly. Chiao Mo and Wang Jiejia's expressions also changed drastically. How could they not know that they were in trouble? None of the people in front of them were people they could afford to offend. Interesting. Now anyone dares to attack Mr. Bai? I'm Lu Zhongxing, the chairman of the Tianchang branch of Yida Group. I'm Song Tao, chairman of the Tiantan Group branch. You guys are really capable. But if we want to cause trouble for Mr. Bai Yang, this number of people is not enough. There was a hint of indifference in the eyes of Lu Zhongxing and Song Tao, and they also understood what was happening. These people came to cause trouble for Bai Yang. But Bai Yang's identity is not someone they can cause trouble for. That is why they have no good feelings towards these people. The faces of the gangsters present changed drastically. To them, someone like Wang Hao is like a big brother. People like Lu Zhongxing and Song Tao are the top bosses. No matter who you offend, you can never offend these people. Gulp. Xiao Mo swallowed his saliva, his eyes showing panic. To be honest, he was really scared. He didn't expect that Bai Yang's strength would be so strong. Xiao Mo was speechless for a moment. He even wanted to slap himself. Why did he do something else but provoke Bai Yang? Now, if today's matter was not handled properly, he might even lose his life. Bang! Wang Hao walked straight up to him and slapped him. You're such a fool. You actually dared to cause trouble for Mr. Bai, and even used my name. You're working in our company's engineering team, right? Pack your things and leave tomorrow, and forget about your project payment. How dare you mess with Mr. Bai? I'm going to destroy your entire family. Xiaomo's cheeks were red from being beaten, and there was a look of despair in his heart. He didn't know that Wang Hao had experienced the same thing not long ago. But even so, Wang Hao attacked him without any mercy. Bang! You fool, if you dare to cause trouble for Mr. Bai again, I will kill you. Bang! How dare you kick my grandpa? I'll kill you. Wang Hao punched and kicked him, and Xiaomo's cheeks were red and blood kept flowing down. Wang Jiejia's body was trembling. How could she not know that she had hit a wall this time, and it was a particularly hard wall? Bang! Before she could say anything, a member of the Wang family standing next to Wang Hao kicked her. Wang Jiejia was kicked out and her body hit the wall hard, with a look of pain on her face. How dare you provoke Mr. Bai? Snap! Snap! She was also slapped several times in succession, and there was a look of pain on Wang Jiejia's face. It didn't take long before Wang Jiejia was beaten beyond recognition by Wang Hao and others. What really hurt them was not the physical pain. They knew very well that what they were about to experience next was the real pain. Offending the Wang family, offending Yida Group, and offending Tiantan Group. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they could not be their opponents. Their bodies were shaking constantly, like wild dogs being spitted upon, their bodies were thrown out directly, and their future would be very painful. After clearing them out, Wang Hao came in front of Bai Yang with a look of respect on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. I didn't expect that there would be such a person under my command. Fine. There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face. Suddenly he realized that it was a good idea to have a few dogs. At least he wouldn't have to do many things himself. Please prepare the contract tomorrow. Once it's signed, I'll make the next move. Bai Yang said calmly. Clear. Wang Zhentian nodded and did not stay here for long. They left quickly. After they left, Song Tao looked at Bai Yang and said, Chairman, Wang Zhentian is a very cunning person and can bend and stretch. If we cooperate with him, I'm worried that there will be some problems in the future. He knew that Wang Zhentian was a very powerful character. He was able to judge what to do in such a short time. If they cooperated in the future, he would definitely be someone who liked to weigh the pros and cons. Working with such a person is likely to cause some trouble. Chapter 108 Billion Debt. It's okay. Sometimes, it's actually quite comfortable to work with people who prioritize profit. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He knew that Wang Zhentian was a very smart man, and as long as you had what he wanted, he would behave himself in front of you. It is precisely for this reason that Bai Yang dared to cooperate with him. Otherwise, if he took the Wang family's shares, Bai Yang would directly sell them and cash out 2 or 3 billion yuan. Wouldn't his life be very happy? However, if we are going to do it, we must do it big and strong. With the Wang family's influence in Tiancheng, if used properly, it is entirely possible to take the Tiantum group to a higher level. This is precisely why Bai Yang wants to use Wang Zhentian. If such a person is used well, he will not lose out. Song Tao nodded. Although he had little contact with Bai Yang, he knew that Bai Yang was a very powerful person. It was indeed not something that ordinary people could do to possess such strength at this age. He looked at Bai Yang and his eyes were shining. To be honest, if you want to succeed, you have to follow the right person. They are very proud to be able to follow someone like Bai Yang. After staying in the private room for a while, Bai Yang and others left. At night, Bai Yang was lying in bed. He used his mobile phone to check the situation of the Blue Group. He found that the Blue Group as a whole was still a very strong group company. That is why, if you want Tiancheng's Tianten Group to have a good development, then you must deal with the Blue Group properly. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of thought in the depths of his eyes. He has never been a person who likes to sit and wait for death. Since the Blue Group is looking for trouble with him, he naturally will not leave them alone. These guys, can't they just do business properly? Why do they have to come and mess with me? Bai Yang sighed, with a helpless look on his face. Then he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. After Bai Yang had breakfast, he drove to Wang Group. This group is also very large, mainly engaged in import and export trade, but also does some other business. Wang Zhentian is a character. He is indeed a very capable person, as he has been able to build the company to this scale in Tiancheng for decades. When they entered Wang Group, Wang Zhentian and others had already been waiting there. As soon as they saw Bai Yang, they greeted them warmly. Mr. Bai, this way please. There was a hint of smile on Wang Zhentian's face, which made many people in the company look a little confused. They all knew who Wang Zhentian was. If Bai Yang didn't have a special identity, he wouldn't pay much attention to ordinary people. That is why when they saw Bai Yang, they had some guesses in their minds, wondering if Bai Yang was a particularly wealthy second-generation rich man, otherwise how could he be treated like this by Wang Zhentian? Under the guidance of Wang Zhentian, Bai Yang came to the conference room. At this time, Wang Zhentian had already prepared the contract and placed it in front of Bai Yang. Bai Yang took a look at the contract and found no problem, but just as he was about to sign, several figures walked in from outside. Wang Zhentian, you're so bold. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in Tiancheng just because you have some skills? Who gave you the courage to transfer your company shares? Don't you really take our Blue Group seriously? A somewhat indifferent voice was heard, and a few dwarfs walked in at this time. The Weiran Group was founded by dwarfs. The company is large in scale and has its own complete set of technologies. It is precisely because of this that their company's annual revenue is quite considerable. If it weren't for Bai Yang's appearance, they would not have felt such great pressure at all. Little Bentaro. When Wang Zhentian saw these figures, his face changed. He didn't expect these people to come over. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well that not many people outside would know that Wang Zhentian and he had signed such a contract. But at this time, people from the Wei Ran Group actually came. It was obvious that someone in the Wang family had been bribed by the Wei Lan Group. You fool, don't forget that your company still owes us, the Blue Group, 1 billion. You don't even have that much money on your books. What do you think will happen if we appeal to the courts? There was a fierce look in Taro Omoto's eyes. He didn't believe it when he received the information before, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Wang Zhentian is too brave. If he really transferred the company's shares to Bai Yang, then basically there would be very few people in Tiancheng who could take action against him in Tiantung Group. So, Taro Omoto didn't want this to happen. Taro-kun, our company doesn't have that much money on its books, but if you really appeal, even if it means selling a portion of the company's shares, I will transfer the company to Bai Yang. This is my decision, you have no right to interfere. Wang Zhentiando. No need. We've already appealed and frozen your company's shares overnight, so even if he signs this contract now, it will be useless. Also, Wang Zhentian, I think you really want to die. Are you really tired of living? There was a bit of ferocity in Taro Omoto's eyes, and he had plenty of ways to deal with Wang Zhentian. Since the other party was so ungrateful, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Wang Zhentian's expression changed slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Your Weiran group is really very controlling. What does it have to do with you if they want to give me the shares? What? Can't you see others doing well? Bai Yang had a surprised look on his face as he looked at them and asked. You can understand it that way, but Bai Yang, don't be complacent. Do you really think you're so great just because you own shares in Yida Group? Our dwarf country also has powerful resources. Even if your Tianting Group possesses advanced technology, if you want to dominate the market, we have plenty of ways to prevent it from developing. There was a somewhat cold look in Komatsu Taro's eyes. He looked at Bai Yang and said coldly. Bai Yang's eyes were also a little cold. You want to threaten me, Bai Yang, in a place like this? Sorry, you don't have the qualifications. Besides, isn't it just 1 billion? I paid for the Wang Group, so just consider it as me buying shares in the Wang Group with this 1 billion. Bai Yang said nonchalantly. You're bold, but are you sure you can come up with a cash flow of 1 billion now? Taro Komatsu looked at him. He knew that the businessmen in Shenzhou did not have much cash flow. Even if the company's scale reaches tens of billions, it is very likely that there will not be 1 billion on the books. Someone like Bai Yang could actually come up with a cash flow of 1 billion. If this is true, then he is really capable. Chapter 109, 2300 million. But there was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face. He directly used his mobile phone to transfer 1 billion yuan into the account of Wang Group. The transfer was successful in less than 10 minutes. It is for this reason that the original freeze imposed by the court was also lifted. Because the frozen amount is 1 billion yuan, when you have 1 billion yuan in your account, the court can only freeze that 1 billion yuan at most. They have no right to freeze excess money. That is why the contract remains in effect. Taro Komatsu's face looked a little ugly. He filed the lawsuit precisely because he knew that the Wang Group was very likely to not be able to come up with the 1 billion yuan in funds. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Yang took out 1 billion so casually. The young man in front of him did have some skills, but his eyes were a bit cold. That's quite interesting. I'm also surprised that you're so wealthy. But if that's the case, then our Blue Group will be more confident in bidding for the next stock. Speaking of which, we have to thank you. There was a smile on Komatsu Taro's face. He knew very well that the bidding was about to begin. This bidding will require a lot of cash. It is precisely for this reason that the 1 billion yuan flowing into their company account has given their company more confidence. Bai Yang may be very rich, but he has already transferred away 1 billion yuan. How much money does he have left in his hands? Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that Komatsu Taro was not lying, but the other party was right in front of him, so he didn't dare to ask too much. If you have nothing else to do, then get lost. Trash like you shouldn't bother us signing the contract. Bai Yang said disapprovingly. Komatsu Taro's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became a little gloomy. He snorted coldly and turned around and left with his men. But he knew very well that although he could not stop Bai Yang and Wang Group from signing the contract, if handled properly, their company could still put pressure on Tiantung Group at the customs in the future. As long as they are in Tiancheng, Tiantung Group will have no chance of developing. Seeing them leave, Bai Yang sat at his desk and looked at Wang Zhentian beside him. What's this bidding meeting he just mentioned? It's a port bidding meeting. Since Tiancheng mainly relies on export trade to make money, they auction the use rights of major ports every few years. This year's bid is for port number 3, which happens to be the route where Tiancheng Group's goods were previously seized. However, this type of port requires a huge cash flow. If you are not extremely wealthy, you would not dare to touch such a thing. Wang Zhentian explained. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Tiancheng's policy would be like this. But it was better this way. In this way, as long as he had money, many problems could be easily solved. After stretching his waist, Bai Yang smiled slightly. Please help me sign up as well. I want to participate in the bidding meeting in my own name. Wang Zhentian was slightly stunned, then nodded, but there was a strange look in his eyes when he looked at Bai Yang. Bidding for a port often requires a large amount of cash flow. Bai Yang has just taken out 1 billion yuan, so how much money will he have in his hands? But if you don't have enough money, what's the point of participating in this kind of auction? After signing the contract with Wang Zhentian, Bai Yang left directly, and Wang Zhentian also registered Bai Yang. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction in Tiancheng also started as scheduled at this time. Many celebrities from Tiancheng came to the venue, and the Blue Company also came here. They sat in the front row, giving people the feeling that they had a strong aura. When Bai Yang and others entered the venue, Komatsu Taro had a sneer on his face. How dare any of you come to a place like this? You're so ungrateful. You really think you can compete with our Azure group just because you have some skills? Bai Yang looked at the other person and said, Yo, you're here too. I thought you didn't dare to come. There was a hint of disdain in Bai Yang's tone. Komatsu Taro sneered, Stop being sarcastic. I want to see how much you can come up with during the auction later. But Bai Yang didn't care about what he said at all. He just sat down on the seat with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Time passes by every second. In the blink of an eye, the auction began, and the auctioneer was a very beautiful woman. There is a saying that if you want to succeed in negotiations, you need to have a beautiful woman by your side. If you want to get a high price at the auction, choosing a beautiful woman as the auctioneer can also increase the auction price to a certain extent. After all, who doesn't like to show off in front of a beautiful woman? Especially older men with some money. Taro Komatsu's eyes kept wandering around the beautiful woman on the stage. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, because the beauty in front of him was not only good-looking, but also had a certain status. For many men, such women have an indescribable charm. Boss, Brother Tian just contacted me. If your cash flow is insufficient, he can lend you some money. Just as the port was about to be auctioned, Wang Zhentian whispered in Bai Yang's ear. Brother Tian? There was a hint of confusion on Bai Yang's face. He's the underground emperor of Tiancheng. He owns dozens of businesses and generates over 1 billion in annual revenue. Since you've come to Tiancheng, he seems to have received some intelligence, so he asked me to contact you. Wang Zhentian. Oh, someone like this actually noticed me. Bai Yang was a little surprised. Actually, it's because Brother Tian's niece is called Zhou. She seems to be quite interested in you and has been asking about you for a while. Wang Zhentian explained. When Wang Zhentian heard the news, he was also quite surprised, because he didn't expect that a girl like Zhou would like Bai Yang. However, Zhou and Brother Tian's relationship can only be considered average. Otherwise, Song Hao played such a big game that time, Zhou would not dare to call Brother Tian. I see. Bai Yang said calmly. But with his financial resources, he doesn't need to ask anyone else for help. It's just a few billion, right? He really can do it. At this time, the beautiful woman on the stage explained the function of Pier 3 to everyone present, and at this time she gave the starting price. 1.5 billion. You have to know that the auction will require everyone to take out money at once. Some people are worth a lot of money, but they simply don't have that much cash flow. Those who can buy the right to use such things are usually not ordinary people. 1.5 billion. 16 billion. 1,650 million. Because the auctioneer stipulated that each bid increase must not be less than 50 million. Therefore, there would be a period of time between each price increase, but many people present were still eager to try. In their view, if they could take over this port, it would basically be a sure win. With the potential of the port, the 5-year usage rights can definitely help them make the money back. 2 billion. At this time, Komatsu Taro said. As soon as he finished speaking, many people looked towards him. The price was simply raised by several hundred million, which made some people with limited cash flow feel a little pressured. 250 million. After a while, another company followed suit. 2,300 million. Komatsu Taro looked indifferent. After these words were spoken, many people present looked hesitant. It was not that they could not come up with 2.3 billion yuan, but they just couldn't come up with so much cash flow at one time. A few bosses hesitated for a moment and then gave up. 2,300 million once. The beauty on the stage waited for a while and then started shouting. 2,300 million twice. Just when everyone thought that Port 3 would be acquired by Azure Company, a somewhat indifferent voice slowly rang out. Chapter 110, Meeting with Brother Tian. 3 billion. When this number appeared in the ears of everyone at the auction, everyone's eyes were focused on the voice. 3 billion. They heard it right. To be honest, they didn't expect that there would be 3 billion. You know, even if the company's scale exceeds 10 billion, it is difficult to come up with 3 billion in one go. To everyone, those who can come up with tens of billions of dollars at once are all top-notch bosses. What kind of person has such confidence? When they looked to the side, they saw Bai Yang. Many people felt a little trembling in their hearts. Is this young man sure he is not joking? 3 billion, he can really come up with 3 billion. You know, this is cash flow, which must be taken out after the auction is over. If you can't produce it, you will be punished. The beautiful girl on the stage also looked at Bai Yang. She was actually a little surprised that this sunny and handsome boy could actually come up with such money. 3 billion, Bai Yang, are you deliberately causing trouble? Komatsu Taro's eyes were a little gloomy. He looked at Bai Yang and scolded him. He didn't think Bai Yang would have 3 billion. It's only 3 billion. Your blue group took 1 billion from me, and your turnover is only 2.5 billion, right? It's really not ordinary poverty. Bai Yang shook his head slightly. Komatsu Taro's face was extremely grim, but he sneered, alright, since you're so reckless, I'll see if you can come up with 3 billion. Don't make a fool of yourself if you can't. Bai Yang shrugged, not taking the other person seriously at all. 3 billion once. 3 billion twice. 3 billion 3 times. Make a deal. The beautiful lady on the stage said immediately. In fact, she was also a little worried whether Bai Yang could really come up with 3 billion yuan. You know, the deposit alone for this auction would require 50 million yuan. If the bidder violates the rules, the 50 million will not be refunded, and this person will be permanently blacklisted. If he had acted on impulse, Bai Yang would have paid a heavy price. At this time, several waiters came over. They were very polite and courteous to Bai Yang and asked directly, "Sir, are you swiping a card or something?" "Swipe the card," Bai Yang said directly. The waiter nodded slightly and took out a special POS machine. Bai Yang took out the card and threw it in front of the waiter. As the card was swiped successfully, a beep sound was heard. The POS machine successfully swiped 3 billion yuan. Many people present had expressions of shock on their faces. 3 billion. It actually worked. The beautiful woman on the stage also looked at Bai Yang with an incredible look in her eyes. She felt that Bai Yang was too awesome. 3 billion yuan, just like that, this young man in front of me is really tall, rich, and handsome. For a moment, her heart was aroused. What girl doesn't have love in her heart? As long as she is a woman with normal sexual orientation, she will definitely be interested in the opposite sex. If you don't make her interested in you, it's just that you are not good enough. There was also a hint of disbelief in Komatsu Taro's eyes. 3 billion, plus the 10 billion given to him some time ago, Bai Yang actually took out 4 billion in just these few days. This young man in front of him is incredible. But he didn't know that this really meant nothing to Bai Yang. It's only 4 billion, but with the system, he may have a cash flow of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in the future. Spending tens of billions is not a big pressure for him. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on Pier 3. The beautiful woman on the stage shouted, looking at Bai Yang with a hint of amorous glance. But Bai Yang looked calm, as if he had spent thousands of dollars. Bai Yang was then taken backstage to go through the formalities. Wang Zhentian, who was sitting in his seat, felt very fortunate. He knew very well that he had found the right person. Anyone who can come up with so much cash flow so easily is not an ordinary person. Naturally, he respects such a person very much. After about half an hour, all the procedures were completed. The beautiful auctioneer took the initiative to find Bai Yang and talk to him for a few words. It seemed that she was willing to sacrifice herself. But Bai Yang had no interest in her at all. After chatting with her briefly for a few words, he left. Taro Komatsu, who also left the venue, had an angry look on his face. Originally, their company had prepared 2.5 billion in cash flow, and he was almost certain to win the auction. However, what he didn't expect was that Bai Yang suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. With his fists clenched, there was a flicker of anger in Komatsu Taro's eyes. After a while, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Heiji? I'm Komatsu Taro." After the words fell, the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone looked a little puzzled. "What's the matter with calling me at this time?" "I want you to help me kill someone." "Who?" "Heiji seems a little strange." "Bai Yang, he is the chairman of Tiantan Group and is now in Tianchang," Komatsu Taro said. "Bai Yang." Hearing this name, Brother Hayes searched on the internet. Because he had some information channels, some of Bai Yang's identity information also appeared in front of him. "This guy, it's not that easy to kill him. How about this? You're a regular customer too, so I'll give you 300 million. Brother Hayes said directly. 300 million. Komatsu Taro hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about the future development of Tiantan Group and the port still in Bai Yang's hands, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 300 million is 300 million. Straightforward, just like before, pay first, then kill." Brother Hayes said directly. "Good." Komatsu Taro responded and then hung up the phone. He took a deep breath and his eyes looked a little gloomy. "Bai Yang. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you have to blame someone, blame only you. You are ungrateful." Bai Yang didn't know the situation here. If he knew that Komatsu Taro actually hired someone to kill him secretly, with his personality, he would probably make Komatsu Taro pay a heavy price. Night. Bai Yang was originally planning to return to the hotel, but at this time Wang Jintian called him. The man named Tian Gu wanted to see him. Bai Yang was a little surprised. He had heard from Wang Jintian before that Brother Tian had considerable power in Tianchang. People like him and Bai Yang have nothing in common, and now that they are so interested in him, Bai Yang feels a little pressured. If you show kindness without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Bai Yang said softly, then drove to the agreed tea house. This tea house is open 24 hours a day. Not long after Bai Yang entered, he saw Wang Jintian sitting in front of a middle-aged man with a somewhat flattering look on his face. The middle-aged man had a somewhat cold expression on his face, several scars on his body, and his eyes were quite sharp. And those people standing behind him all had murderous aura, and it was obvious that they were all living on the edge of a knife. Bai Yang watched as their figures walked towards them. "Hello?" Bai Yang shouted calmly. There was a hint of a smile on Tiangu's face. "Hello?" Chapter 111. How dare such a small group of people come to kill me? I've heard about you before, and seeing you today, I find that you are indeed extraordinary. There was a smile on Brother Tian's face. He said this as more than just flattery. Most people would feel a lot of pressure if they saw this kind of scene, but Bai Yang looked calm, as if he didn't take what was happening in front of him seriously at all. Moreover, Brother Tian is also a master, and he can see that Bai Yang's strength is not simple. He is so young and has such a net worth and such strength. The young man in front of me is definitely not a simple person. Actually, I came to you today to discuss cooperation with you. Brother Tian is a very generous person and speaks directly to the point. You say? Bai Yang said calmly. You should know a little about what I do in Tianchang. I've made quite a bit of money from these things over the years, but it's like living on the edge of a knife, so it's not stable after all. After careful consideration over the years, I also plan to develop some relatively stable industries. It's just that I'm notorious. Although the people in Tianchang can't do anything to me, I don't have the right to participate in the tender for the port. There was a hint of smile on Brother Tian's face, but there was also some helplessness in his eyes. Although he looks like a big brother, both the black and white worlds need to give him some face. But some people in Tianchang were also secretly weighing his prowess. It is precisely for this reason that Tiangu cannot touch many industries at all. Moreover, his career would not last long. When times changed, some truly powerful people would most likely replace him. The road he took was a bloody one. Once he embarked on it, it was basically impossible to turn back easily. Therefore, when developing, Brother Tian also plans to leave some ways out for himself. Tell me your request. Bai Yang said calmly. He knew that Brother Tian was a very generous person, and talking to such a person did not require too much thought. So Bai Yang wanted to know what his purpose was. It's simple. I need shares in your port, and I can find someone to run it and turn the 5-year usage rights into 20 years. I believe you should be aware of how much profit this port can bring in every year. Brother Tian said. Bai Yang's eyes flickered slightly. How many shares do you need? 20%. Brother Tian said. Hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the other party was showing goodwill to him. You have to know that it costs a lot to extend the port use rights from 5 years to 20 years. But the other party only wants 20% of the shares. Looking at Brother Tian, the man in front of him, who was in his 40s and had a murderous aura, was actually a meticulous person. Bai Yang let out a sigh, his eyes showing a hint of smile. Since you said so, why should I refuse? 20% of the shares is 20% of the shares. Happy cooperation. There was also a smile on Brother Tian's face. It seemed that he was at a loss, but he knew that Bai Yang's identity was not simple, and he was not a simple person either. Having some relationship with such a person will definitely make his future development much easier. He is actually paving the way for his future. After walking on this road for a long time, he couldn't sleep well at night. Only by having more resources and a stronger network of relationships can he truly become rich and prosperous. After negotiating the cooperation with Brother Tian, Bai Yang did not waste any time and directly signed a contract with the other party. The other party also did not waste any time and presented Bai Yang with a letter of commitment. Holding these things, Bai Yang left the tea house. Seeing Bai Yang's back, Brother Tian took a sip of tea, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The middle-aged man behind him seemed a little confused. He is Tian Ji's confidant, and the relationship between the two is quite good. Brother Tian, isn't it a bit too much to pay to win him over? The man asked. Is it big? Why does it feel a little too small to me? Brother Tian took a sip of tea with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the man was slightly stunned. Too small? Is there really nothing wrong with what Brother Tian said? You know, it costs a lot to extend the 5-year property rights to 20 years. But Brother Tian actually agreed, and only wanted 20% of the shares. This means that the port's revenue in the next 10 years will basically only be enough to pay back the costs paid during this period. And the one who made it happen at such a huge cost was naturally Bai Yang. For Brother Tian, this is definitely a disadvantage. But Brother Tian shook his head. The pattern is too small. There was a look of doubt on the man's face. The pattern is too small? Where is it smaller? With his current vision, he certainly couldn't understand Brother Tian's thoughts. Bai Yang left the tea house and returned to his car. When he drove to the hotel, a group of people rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. Kill him. Bastard. The man rushing in the front was holding a machete in his hand, and his face looked a bit ferocious. Soon the machete in his hand fell heavily on Bai Yang's car. Bai Yang suddenly turned the car around and accelerated instantly. Laugh. The vehicle slammed into the other party at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Several people were knocked to the ground immediately, but 2 beams of light appeared not far away, and 2 off-road vehicles rushed towards this side. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's eyes became a little cold. He quickly turned the front of the car and the body of the car swayed, but at this time 2 or 3 more cars crashed towards this side. Bang! 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 Voices were heard one after another. Bai Yang's car was deformed by these people. Bai Yang, who was sitting in the car, had an extremely gloomy look in his eyes. At this time, many people ran down from the car, holding weapons in their hands and with fierce expressions on their faces. I can't believe there are still such arrogant people in this day and age. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief, slowly opened the sunroof, and climbed out of the car. Just as he came out, a man standing on the front of the off-road vehicle rushed towards Bai Yang with a weapon in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang slapped him directly, and his speed was frighteningly fast. Bang! The man was blown away by Bai Yang's fan, his neck was broken, and he fell to the ground with blood flowing from his mouth. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Those who originally wanted to kill Bai Yang had their expressions changed after seeing this scene. They had never expected that Bai Yang could be so cruel. Bai Yang moved his fingers slightly, his eyes looking somewhat gloomy. He has reached the peak of acquired strength. Even if these people in front of him had 3 heads and 6 arms, they could not be his opponents. You are such a fool. How dare you come and kill me with just these few people? Bai Yang glanced around, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. For a moment, many people's expressions changed slightly. Before, they had wanted to kill Bai Yang, but for some reason, when they actually saw Bai Yang, they felt that they might be the ones who would be killed. Chapter 112 Hage is dead. Under Bai Yang's fierce murderous aura, everyone who originally wanted to take action was slightly stunned at this moment and did not dare to make a move at all. But at this moment, Bai Yang rushed towards them in an instant. His speed was astonishing and his attack was extremely ruthless. Bang! He punched the nearest man hard. The man was knocked out on the spot. At this time, Bai Yang moved quickly, like a god of death, with each punch and kick having unimaginable destructive power. Bang! Bang! In a short while, 7 or 8 people were knocked to the ground by Bai Yang, with painful expressions on their faces. Those who reacted had weapons in their hands and attacked Bai Yang fiercely. If an ordinary person fought with people like them, he would probably be beaten to death on the spot. However, the person they met was Bai Yang, a man with the strength of a soldier king. It is precisely because of this that they are no match for Bai Yang. One by one, they were knocked to the ground by Bai Yang, with painful expressions on their faces. After about half an hour, all these people were lying on the ground. 1 or 2 of them wanted to escape, but they were caught by Bai Yang and their ribs were broken. Bai Yang showed no mercy to these people. Whenever possible, almost every move was aimed at the vital parts. Seeing the people lying on the ground, Bai Yang's face became a little cold. Who sent you here, you ignorant fools? These people looked at Bai Yang with trembling bodies. I'm asking you a question. The leading man gritted his teeth, a fierce look on his face, and immediately scolded, You bastard, don't think that you can make us surrender just because you have some skills. There is no way we can betray the boss. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yang stepped on his foot and broke his foot bones, and screams rang out in the underground garage. Bang! Bai Yang slapped him with a fierce look in his eyes. You really don't know how to live or die. Since you are so loyal, I want to see how far you can go. Snap! Another bone was broken by Bai Yang. The young man had a look of pain on his face. His body kept shaking and twisting at this moment. Bai Yang's eyes were cold and a little scary. The young man in the lead suddenly realized one thing: the young man in front of him might really kill him. Thinking of this, he shuddered. Yes, it's Brother He. The young man couldn't bear it any longer and directly said a name to Bai Yang. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Brother He. He had never heard of this name, but the other party actually attacked him, which definitely meant that he knew him and had a strong intention to kill him. After glancing at the people present, Bai Yang took out his cell phone, dialed Song Tao's number, and then left. Not long after, Song Tao arrived here quickly. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also shocked, but he quickly dealt with it. These people dared to attack Bai Yang and caused such a big commotion. How could he let them go so easily? After being dealt with here, Song Tao came to the room where Bai Yang was. Bai Yang was sitting in the room drinking tea, his eyes looking at the river view not far away, with a somewhat cold expression on his face. Boss, it's been taken care of. Song Tao said respectfully. Before, he thought Bai Yang was a wealthy second-generation rich man, but today he discovered that Bai Yang was not only rich, but also very powerful. Compared to him, there is a huge gap between such young people. Who is Brother He? Bai Yang asked calmly. Brother He. Song Tao hesitated for a moment, then said to Bai Yang, Brother He is a well-known boss in Tianchang, with hundreds of people under his command. He's a ruthless person who's willing to take on any job. So, how much did he get for taking on the job of attacking me? Bai Yang asked with a smile on his face. After hearing this, Song Tao thought for a moment, I'm not sure either, but to be able to hire such a person, I guess the person who made the move is not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Song Tao seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Bai Yang and asked immediately, could it be the Weilan group? Their group has always been ruthless. I remember several times when our employees were harassed, and it seemed like they were all sent by Brother He. It should be them. But for someone like this to come and cause trouble for me, this guy is really ruthless. Bai Yang let out a light breath, with a somewhat cold look on his face. Song Tao's eyes flickered, he naturally knew what Bai Yang meant by this. It is really shameless for a business fight to reach this point. Do you know where that black guy is usually? Bai Yang sighed lightly and asked again. I know. Brother He is quite arrogant. He usually hangs out on Huadu North Street. Song Tao said. Bai Yang nodded slightly. Okay, I understand, you can go down. Kindness. Song Tao nodded. After Song Tao left, Bai Yang walked outside. He has never been a person who would swallow his anger. Since Brother He wants to kill him, he will definitely make him pay the price. That night, Bai Yang was out all night and no one knew where he went. All we know is that a mysterious man appeared on Huadu North Street. He attacked the place where He lived and killed him directly. Including He Gu, and several of his men were killed. This incident caused a sensation in the entire Tiancheng. The expressions of all those who knew about this changed significantly. Who on earth is this person? How could he have such ability? The next morning, when Song Tao heard the news, he was shocked. He really didn't expect that Brother He, who was causing trouble for Bai Yang yesterday, would be killed today. But who on earth did this and why did he have such means? When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Bai Yang just came down from upstairs. Seeing Bai Yang, he hurried forward. Boss, Brother He is dead. Kindness. Bai Yang's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. Seeing Bai Yang's reaction, Song Tao was a little surprised. He seemed not to care about this matter at all. He looked at Bai Yang's back and thought of how Bai Yang knocked down more than a dozen gangsters last night. Then he asked himself where Brother He was. Brother He died the next morning. For a moment, Song Tao's body trembled slightly. He suddenly felt that this was done by Bai Yang, but the fact that he could do such a thing and the means used by him were really incredible. Chapter 113, Financial Street. But he didn't know that for Bai Yang, killing such a person was nothing. The other party was so ungrateful, how could he possibly give him face? Because of He's death, the underground market in Tiancheng was in turmoil. Many people who knew about this had surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that someone like Brother He would die. In a villa, Brother Tian got up from the bed. As soon as he got up, he heard his subordinates coming to report to him. Brother Tian, Black Tiger is dead. Brother Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. What's going on? He and He who don't have a very good relationship. Generally speaking, two people whose interests are involved in this kind of relationship will basically not have a very good relationship. That is why, when Tiangu heard that He who was dead, his emotions did not fluctuate much. What he was concerned about was how He who died. We are still investigating the specific circumstances, but some people speculate that this matter is related to Bai Yang. The man whispered to Brother Tian. Bai Yang. Hearing this name, Brother Tian was a little surprised. He knew very well who He who was, and his subordinates were also strong. How could Bai Yang alone do such a thing? That's right. This is the mission He who received recently. The people he sent out to deal with Bai Yang yesterday were all arrested. And according to the news from the law enforcement team, these people were beaten by one person. No surprise, this person is Bai Yang. He whose men were just beaten up by Bai Yang, and He who died that night. No matter how you look at it, this incident has something to do with Bai Yang. The man said. They themselves have great power, so they are also quite good at resource analysis. After analyzing a lot of intelligence, they finally came to this conclusion. There was a glint in Brother Tian's eyes. This Bai Yang is quite capable. He can achieve this level by himself, which is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. It seems that the move I made yesterday was the right one. In a few days, we'll be in the top 100 alliance. Most companies in Tiancheng will participate by then. Send someone to ask Bai Yang if he needs help. Brother Tian said. Clear. The man left. Bai Yang, who was working at the Tiantan Group branch, sat at his desk. I didn't expect that you guys in Tiancheng actually have this kind of tradition, the top 100 alliance. It looks like it's about uniting most companies, but it's actually a form of competition. Bai Yang looked at the document Song Tao handed to him. He knew very well that Tiancheng's top 100 alliance required everyone to integrate their resources. However, this process will also take into account the strength of each other's companies. It is more like 100 flowers blooming than a top 100 alliance. On the one hand, it allows the people of Tiancheng to understand how powerful Tiancheng's enterprises are, and on the other hand, it allows these enterprises to better expand their business. This time, the top 100 alliance will not only help our company develop, but also allow us to suppress the Blue Group. Song Tao said. Bai Yang nodded slightly. He knew that many companies would participate in this event. Some companies would form alliances based on their strength. If the companies were strong enough, they could easily embarrass the Blue Group. Just as the two were discussing what to do next, a phone call rang. Hello? Bai Yang answered the phone. Hello, I'm Brother Tian's subordinate. Brother Tian heard that your company is going to join the Top 100 Alliance. Is there anything you need? The middle-aged man on the phone asked with a calm tone and a smile. Need? Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that this was a gesture of goodwill from the other party. It was obvious that the other party was trying to win him over. Bai Yang also planned to get rid of the troublemaker, the Blue Group, as soon as possible, so Bai Yang did not hesitate at all. There is indeed something I need your help with, Bai Yang said. After hearing Bai Yang's words, the middle-aged man on the phone agreed, we will do our best to meet your needs. Without saying anything more to the other party, Bai Yang hung up the phone. Song Tao stood aside with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Isn't Bai Yang's strength a bit too strong? And at this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded. Ding, it's detected that the host is making a decision, and the God-level selection system is issuing a task. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Why is the system issuing tasks at this time? You should know that system tasks are completely random. It is possible that no task will be released for a month or two, or it is possible that several tasks will be released within 10 days or half a month. But having a mission is a great thing for Bai Yang. 1. Disgrace the Blue Group at the Top 100 Alliance. Mission accomplished. Gain the right to use the Magic City Yunding building. 2. Destroy the Blue Group in the Top 100 Alliance. Mission accomplished, and you gain the right to use the Magic City Financial Building. Seeing these two options, Bai Yang clicked on 2 without any hesitation. He knew that there must be a reason why the system would issue this option. Since Bai Yang decided to cause damage to the Blue Group in a short period of time, he naturally would not hold back. Ding! Selection successful, 100x selection buff is being generated. Ding! Generation successful. 1. Obtain the right to use 100 units of the financial building. 2. Obtain one of the Magic City financial streets. When these two choices appeared before him, Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Of course he knew what Shanghai Financial Street represented. That was a landmark location in Shanghai, with a total value of tens of billions. For a moment, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn it! This system is getting more and more awesome. Can things like this be given away for free? Without any hesitation, Bai Yang directly clicked 2. It was for this reason that the Magic City Financial Street was acquired by Bai Yang. A contract appeared in Bai Yang's system space. It was the transfer contract of Magic City Financial Street. And at this moment, in the financial street of Shanghai, the senior executives in charge of this financial street received the news in the shortest possible time. Financial Street was transferred. They were moved when they heard the news. This financial street is worth tens of billions and has great commercial value. Who can buy such an industry? Many people took a deep breath, with an incredible look on their faces. In addition, the senior executives of Financial Street gathered at the target location in the shortest possible time to discuss the matter. Bai Yang was not very clear about these things, but when he got to the Financial Street, there was a smile on his face. He knew very well that with such an industry, it would not be difficult to take action against the Blue Group. He walked outside. He knew that this time the Top 100 Alliance would be the time when the Blue Group would be destroyed. I wonder what expression Komatsu Taro would have at that time. Chapter 114 Stock Price Plummets. After getting the Financial Street from Bai Yang, the Blue Group, Taro Komatsu looked at the report submitted by his subordinates. His eyes were a little gloomy. He had been thinking about the Top 100 Alliance a few days ago. He knew very well that although the Top 100 Alliance looked like an ordinary business activity, the business activity itself was not simple. It is for this reason that he wants to use this business activity to put some pressure on Tiantong Group. Why do some other companies disagree with our proposal? Komatsu Taro asked in a cold tone. It seems that the news that Bai Yang is a shareholder of Yida Group has spread like wildfire a while ago. That's why several companies that work closely with Yida Group don't plan to cooperate with our company. His subordinates reported to Taro Komatsu. Komatsu Taro's eyes were somewhat gloomy. These bastards have benefited from us all the time, and yet they actually do this kind of thing at a time like this. The young man standing next to him didn't dare to say anything more. Although Weiran Group appears to be just an ordinary chip company on the surface, people who really understand this company know that it is very large and has considerable capital. Moreover, they always seem to be engaged in some activities that are difficult to understand. There have been some people outside investigating Blue Enterprise, but the results are not very obvious. Since these companies won't give us face, then we'll try to win over other companies. No matter what, we can't let Tiantan Group have an easy time in this top 100 alliance. Do you understand? Komatsu Taro asked. Understood. The man nodded and left quickly. Komatsu Taro's eyes were still somewhat gloomy. He knew that if the situation continued to develop in this way, their Blue Group might not survive. However, he came to China with a mission. If the mission is not completed, he will be in trouble. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Bai Yang was busy with port affairs. After obtaining the right to use the port, he managed the port. Because he owned the financial street, Bai Yang was equivalent to having a group of financial elites behind him. After gaining them, Bai Yang quickly sent the information here to them. After obtaining this information, they quickly worked out a relatively complete plan. With this plan, Bai Yang will have good revenue in the future. In addition, in response to the Blue Group's plan, the financial street has also formulated a plan, which they can implement and snipe the Blue Group. It is precisely for this reason that they will definitely pay a heavy price for this time in the top 100 alliance. Just when Bai Yang had made all preparations, the top 100 alliance also began. After dealing with matters at the port, Bai Yang drove directly to where the top 100 alliance was located. When I just arrived there, many business celebrities from Tiancheng had already driven there. The Top 100 Alliance is a very classic event in Tiancheng. Basically, there is nothing big going on, but all these celebrities will come here. Bai Yang brought Song Tao and others into the event venue of the Top 100 Alliance. There were already quite a few people there. Some of them smiled when they saw Bai Yang and others, and they walked towards them with wine glasses in their hands. Mr. Liu, long time no see, nice to meet you. Boss Song, your Tiantung group is really doing great right now. This must be Mr. Bai. He's truly a handsome man. Many people looked at Bai Yang with a bit of admiration in their eyes. They certainly knew that Bai Yang's status was much higher than theirs. With such a person in charge of Tiantung Group, if nothing unexpected happens, Tiantung Group will have a good development. At this moment, several figures walked towards this side from a distance. There was a hint of indifference in their eyes, and when they saw Bai Yang, it was obvious that there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Bai Yang, long time no see. Komatsu Taro said coldly. He still can't forget how Bai Yang stole his port. Long time no see. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face, and he looked at Komatsu Taro. He knew very well that this time the dwarf in front of him would definitely cause trouble for him at all costs. However, in the face of absolute force, he could never be his opponent. Alright, I won't waste any more time on you. This time in the Top 100 Alliance, I'll show you the strength of our Azure Group. If you know what's good for you, I suggest you be a little more honest. Otherwise, the price you'll pay will definitely be hefty. Komatsu Taro sneered. Bai Yang looked at him with a hint of smile in his eyes. I really don't know where you get the courage from. I also want to see what you can do this time. Komatsu Taro didn't explain much and just left. As time passed, the activities of the Top 100 Alliance officially began. This kind of activity will give the companies present time to communicate, and the companies that receive the most cooperation at the event will receive some awards. This kind of award is also a representation of strength. Moreover, even the government needs to give some preferential treatment to such companies. After some brief introductions, the Top 100 Alliance officially began. It didn't take long before the Blue Group had already obtained more than 10 contracts, and many companies and groups cooperated with them. In comparison, only a few companies on Bai Yang's side extended olive branches to them. Komatsu Taro looked towards Bai Yang with a sneer on his face. Bai Yang looked at him with a slight smile in his eyes. At this moment, his cell phone rang. After the call was connected, it turned out to be from Financial Street. For a moment, there was a smile on Bai Yang's face. After a brief discussion, Bai Yang hung up the phone. Time passed by minute, and Taro Komatsu had already obtained dozens of contracts. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely win the Top 100 Alliance this time. But just when everyone thought that Komatsu Taro would definitely win, Bai Yang looked at the other party. Komatsu Taro, I don't think you're a very kind person. Komatsu Taro's expression changed slightly. He looked at Bai Yang and immediately scolded him. What do you mean? Are you unable to compete and are you resorting to verbal ridicule? No, your company is clearly facing huge problems. Why are you still cooperating with these people? Bai Yang smiled. Komatsu Taro's expression changed for a moment. He looked at Bai Yang with a gloomy look in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Our company has been developing very steadily. It's inappropriate for you to speak so recklessly in this kind of situation. Hearing this, Bai Yang shook his head slightly. Is this just an exaggeration? Just look at your company's stock price. An hour ago, your company's stock price began to plummet, and now it has dropped to 80 cents per share. Doesn't this prove that there is a problem with your company? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of many people present changed a little, especially those who had worked with Komatsu Taro before. They hurriedly took out their mobile phones. What's going on? Why is their company's stock price so low? Also, Matsutaro, you contacted me before and told me that you could give us a discount. What's going on now? Are you guys lying? Son of a bitch, what the hell is going on? Many people looked quite excited. They were all businessmen. The reason they signed the contract with Taro Komatsu was for profit. Now that Taro Komatsu was in this situation, their interests would definitely be greatly affected, so they would naturally be very excited. This is impossible. How is it possible? There was an expression of disbelief on Komatsu Taro's face. He knew what the situation was in their company. But he found it hard to believe that the company's stock price had become like this in such a short period of time. Suddenly, he looked at Bai Yang and said, "It's you, you bastard." Bai Yang's eyes were filled with surprise. What do you mean by that? What does this have to do with me? If your company can't continue operating, shouldn't it be your own problem? Komatsu Taro clenched his fists and said, "Bai Yang, you bastard, I won't let you go." After saying that, he rushed directly towards Bai Yang. But Bai Yang flashed and gave him a push, and Komatsu Taro was pushed away directly. Everyone saw it. He attacked me himself, but he accidentally fell down. Bai Yang still acted as if it had nothing to do with him, with an innocent look on his face. Some people present noticed what was going on, but they were all smart people. The situation of the blue group had nothing to do with Bai Yang, but Bai Yang could do this, which also showed his ability. Why is this Komatsu Taro so shameless? Your company's stock price plummeted, and you actually resorted to violence. Is this the quality of you short people? It's hilarious, they're still fighting in this kind of situation. By the way, the contract isn't in effect yet. The blue group hasn't signed it yet. You can take the contract back. I don't know who shouted, but the businessmen who were already a little annoyed immediately changed their expressions and rushed directly towards the salesperson who had taken their contracts. I won't sign a contract with your company anymore. Give me back the contract. This is a rubbish company. They signed a contract without any real ability. Give me the contract. Fortunately, you didn't use the official seal. What a scam company. Dozens of contracts were snatched back in a short time, and the whole scene was extremely funny. The blue group, which had been sure of victory, was now like a lost dog. Those businessmen who had been smiling at the time revealed their true colors one by one. It is precisely because of this that in this top 100 alliance, not only did Komatsu Taro fail to win the hearts of the people, but he also lost face. Chapter 115. How great is it? Bai Yang glanced at Komatsu Taro with a hint of disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, people like him were not worthy of his sympathy at all. That was why Bai Yang just glanced at him and then directly asked the financial street to increase their efforts. Not long after, the stock price of Blue Group plummeted. For people in the financial street, they basically do this kind of thing every day, so they are familiar with it. As the financial street continued to operate, the stocks of the Blue Group were greatly affected, and a series of negative news were exposed at this time. The entire Blue Group became a pariah in an instant, and fewer people bought their company's stocks. Bai Yang's eyes were somewhat cold, and at this time, those who had previously cooperated with Komatsu Taro turned around and cooperated with Bai Yang. Because they knew very well that Bai Yang had such ability, he must be no simple person. Faced with these people's requests, Bai Yang did not refuse and directly asked Song Tao to entertain them. If nothing unexpected happens, Tiantung Group is likely to become the most famous group in Tiancheng. In the future, no one in Tiancheng will do anything to Tiantung Group. As he left, many people in the venue were still looking at Bai Yang's back. To be honest, it was an honor for them to be able to communicate with such a person. Taro Komatsu looked at the falling stock price and felt hopeless. He knew very well that someone must be manipulating this from behind, but who on earth could have such a great influence? That night, the stock price of Azure Group is close to collapse. Taro Komatsu, a shareholder of the company, stands alone on the rooftop of Azure Group, looking at the prosperous street market with bright lights and wine. In just one day, he went from being a high-ranking chairman to a stray dog. For many people, this is an extremely desperate thing. Taro Komatsu's cell phone was turned off. He was cursing in the language of the dwarf country. It was obvious that he was very angry. But at this time, no one comforted him. As if he was tired of scolding, Komatsu Taro sat alone on the edge of the rooftop, looking extremely depressed, and took another sip of the wine in his hand. Taro Komatsu threw away the wine bottle and jumped directly from the rooftop. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Komatsu Taro's figure fell heavily to the ground, making a huge noise. A billionaire CEO just died like that. If it wasn't true, many people probably wouldn't believe it. Bai Yang was at the airport at this time. He slowly walked onto the plane heading to the Magic City. He has been in Tiancheng for some time, and he is quite happy to have developed Tiancheng's business to this level. Sitting on the plane, he was making a video call on his laptop. On the other end of the computer was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked at Bai Yang with a smile on his face. I've heard before that the Magic City Financial Street possesses extraordinary abilities, but I thought it was just a rumor. Now it seems that your Magic City Financial Street does indeed have extraordinary abilities. I'm just a little curious. The Blue Group is also a company worth over 10 billion. How did you manage to complete the sniping in such a short time? Bai Yang asked with a little curiosity. If this were an ordinary small business, Bai Yang might not feel this way. After all, the financial street is so huge. But a company worth over 10 billion yuan can actually complete the sniping in such a short time. This ability is indeed not something that ordinary people can possess. Although this may sound a little unbelievable, those who understand it will definitely know that sniping the Blue Group is a perfect combination of time, place, and people. Under normal circumstances, let alone targeting a company with a production value of 1 billion, even targeting a company with a production value of 1 billion would be very difficult. The middle-aged human nature in the computer. Bai Yang looked at him and listened to his story quietly. Originally, our Magic City Financial Street was extremely fragmented, despite possessing a massive capital chain and a great international reputation. But everyone works on their own, and rarely unites. However, your acquisition of the entire financial street this time has shaken out many of the bigwigs in the financial street. Also, you might not believe this, but even though the Blue Group has tens of billions in assets, they've always had a chip or D project, and it's burning a lot of money. Also, after repeated investigations, we've learned some intelligence. Although this Blue Group appears to be just a chip company, but there have always been espionage activities in secret. That's why Shenzhou has been investigating this company. So, our move against the Blue Group this time was also due to the covert action of the Shenzhou authorities. There was a lot of negative news. Basically, when we were about to take action against the Blue Group, it appeared in front of us. That's why this company collapsed so quickly in such a short period of time. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses explained. When Bai Yang heard this, he vaguely understood something. Some of the things he thought were his abilities were actually driven by multiple forces. I guess the acquisition of Financial Street caused quite a stir in Shenzhou, so when I took action against the Blue Group this time, many bigwigs helped me, either openly or covertly. On the one hand, he's trying to show me kindness, and on the other hand, he wants to take this opportunity to understand my true situation. Bai Yang said softly. This may be business. It is very likely that one of your actions will cause many chain reactions. It's better to keep a low profile from now on. Otherwise, who knows what kind of troubles you'll run into in the future. Bai Yang thought secretly in his heart. This time, the incident of the Blue Group was essentially a wake-up call for him. The world today is not as simple as he thought. There are also warriors at the innate level above the martial arts value. In terms of financial resources, there are also some chaebols with assets exceeding 1 trillion. Facing these people, Bai Yang's strength is obviously not enough. What Bai Yang didn't know was that he was on his way back to the Magic City by plane. On the other side, in a commercial building in the dwarf country, a group of people gathered in a conference room. There was a serious look on their faces, and they looked at each other, seeming to be thinking about something. You all know about Tianchang? An old man from a short country sitting at the top asked in a somewhat low voice. I already know. I just contacted the people in Tianchang, and Komatsu Taro has committed suicide. A middle-aged man with a mustache said. That's right. The collapse of the Blue Group this time wasn't just by Yang's doing. There were also many forces secretly pushing it. It seems that some people have noticed my layout in Shenzhou over the years. The old man from the dwarf country who was in the lead had a fierce look in his eyes. They are a group of capitalists who eat people without leaving any bones. Naturally, they feel very uncomfortable when something like this happens. You should know that the total assets of the Blue Group are nearly 10 billion. They spent a lot of effort to build it, but now the Blue Group has not even started to make plans for them and it has already begun to collapse. This will naturally make them very unhappy. What's the layout of the Magic City Ginza Group? I really don't know what kind of monsters are behind Bai Yang to be able to do such a thing. We need to keep a close eye on him and send out the spies. The old man in the lead said in a somewhat cold tone. Many people present nodded slightly. They have a plan in the Magic City. Bai Yang gave them a very strange feeling, so this person naturally needed to be followed up. At the same time, they were also wondering how Bai Yang acquired the Magic City Financial Street. How did he manage to take over such a huge industry? Just as they were discussing how to plan and what to do to Bai Yang. On the other side, in an office in Shanghai, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s was reading a report. He is the top leader of Shanghai, and he is aware of the changes that have taken place in Shanghai during this period. Seeing this information, his expression changed a little. Mr. Yu, this Bai Yang is indeed a bit strange. There was no sign of his appearance. I wonder if he could be from an ancient family. The Secretary General next to him asked in a low voice. It's very likely. Bai Yang gives people a strange feeling, and his fighting ability is also consistent with those of the ancient family's sub-training agencies. I'm just a little curious about what's going on with him. Yu Feng said softly. He knew very well that some families had been living in seclusion in Shenzhou for thousands of years, and they would never come out unless there were special circumstances. There must be something behind Bai Yang's appearance. But what's the reason? They let Bai Yang appear at this time. What is he facing? After thinking about it for a while, Yu Feng didn't have any ideas. He knew that Bai Yang's appearance might not be a bad thing, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing either. Those families that have lived in seclusion in China for thousands of years are not only financially strong, but also have terrifying military strength. Fighting against such a family is very stressful in itself. And every time a family like this is born, there is always some bloody storm behind it. Yu Feng let out a light breath, his eyes filled with thought. Don't disturb Bai Yang for now. Let's wait and see what happens. I want to see how capable Bai Yang is. The Secretary General nodded and left quickly. Managing such a large magic city requires a lot of effort. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more powerful, even Yu Feng would feel a little overwhelmed. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Bai Yang woke up from his sleep, the plane had already arrived in Shanghai and he got off the plane. As soon as he got off the plane, many people came to greet him with banners. Chapter 116 Childhood Friend. Looking at the people who came to pick him up, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. Before I knew it, I was the one being picked up at the airport. Most of these people are from the company, and some are friends with whom I have a good relationship. Bai Yang walked over. How did you know I was back? Lei and I smiled slightly. The Tianchang branch told us. After all, you work day and night. If there's no one to pick you up at the airport when you return to the Magic City, that would be too tragic. Hearing this, Bai Yang smiled slightly, and some other colleagues also looked at him. To be honest, Bai Yang was very happy that they could come to pick him up at the airport. Not far away, a figure looked towards him. When he saw her, Bai Yang's face showed some surprise. Tang Yuma. She actually came. Bai Yang didn't expect that she would come here. After all, he and Tang Yuma were just a fake couple, but her arrival did make Bai Yang feel a little warm. Why are you here too? Bai Yang walked towards her and asked with a smile. Today, Tang Yuma still looks like a goddess. She is very beautiful and has a great figure. She is wearing a light white long skirt, and her perfect body proportions are clearly visible. You performed so well in Tianchang, how could I not come to see you? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang with her beautiful eyes and said calmly. This time, Bai Yang's performance in Tiancheng surprised her. To be honest, she didn't expect that Bai Yang would have such strength. I was just lucky. Besides, this trip to Tiancheng also gave me a wake-up call. Bai Yang smiled. What's the meaning? There are always people better than you in this world. I need to keep a low profile from now on. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma gave Bai Yang a cold look, but her beautiful eyes looked at Bai Yang, making her even more curious about him. Resolving the Amaji issue in such a short time and forcing Taro Komatsu to commit suicide is indeed a skill that not everyone can achieve. She was wondering what kind of power was behind Bai Yang. But she didn't think much about it, and the two of them got in a Rolls-Royce and returned to Tianting Group. When their eyes fell on Tianting Group, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of nostalgia. After being away for such a long time, he finally came back. Seeing his own company, Bai Yang really felt a lot. Just when they just returned to the company. TSK. TSK. Several brake sounds were heard at this time, and several figures were seen getting out of the car. The man in the lead was handsome and 1.9 meters tall. From his aura, it could be seen that this young man was not simple. Tang Yuma looked at the other person, and his expression changed slightly. Bai Yang also noticed the change in her expression. What's wrong? Ex-boyfriend? Tang Yuma rolled his eyes at him unhappily. I've never been in a relationship, so how could I have an ex-boyfriend? He's my childhood friend, but he's been pursuing me for a long time. When I got married before, he seemed quite excited. Now that he's suddenly back, I'm afraid he won't be so easy to get rid of. Bai Yang looked at the other person. To be honest, this young man did have a very strong aura, and he was a typical tall, rich and handsome man. Such people are always the center of attention no matter where they are. If this was the Bai Yang of the past, there would definitely be no way he could compare with the other party. But Bai Yang is different now than before. It was precisely because of this that he had no fear at all when facing such people. After taking Tang Yuma out of the car, the two of them walked directly towards the company. When they saw the two of them, the figure walked directly towards them. He looked at Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. Yuma, is he the man you chose? Kindness. Tang Yuma nodded. Bai Yang also looked at the other party, but suddenly he found that the other party didn't seem to have any hostility. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Hello, I'm Tang Yuma's childhood friend. My name is Joan. He extended his hand politely to Bai Yang, giving people a gentle feeling. But when Bai Yang's eyes met the other person's, he could sense a hint of jealousy deep in the other person's eyes. It can be seen that he likes Tang Yuma very much, but this person is well educated, so even if he has some thoughts in his heart, he does not express them directly. Yuma, don't get me wrong. I didn't come back to disturb you this time. It's just that Tianting Group is developing rapidly, and my family has a certain market overseas, so I came back this time to seek cooperation with you. There was a smile on Joanne's face, and he spoke to Tang Yuma in a very gentle tone. Cooperate? Tang Yuma was a little surprised. I know your company is doing very well and your husband is very capable, but you are not as familiar with the overseas market as I am. Our two families have always had a very good relationship. I think you'll eventually need to find some people to expand overseas markets. I happen to have this ability, so this time I want to talk to you about this matter. Tang Yuma nodded. Several people walked towards the office. After some negotiations, Bai Yang also realized that Joan in front of him was indeed a very capable person, and his several overseas companies were developing well. The reason he came back was, on the one hand, that he missed Tang Yuma a little, and on the other hand, he saw business opportunities. With the strength of Tiantan Group, it will be no problem to reach a market worth hundreds of billions. It was for this reason that Joan rushed back in the shortest time possible, and on the way he also learned some information about Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. Tang Yuma's situation is similar to before. But if you don't investigate, you won't know how powerful Bai Yang is. He not only owns 51% of Tiantan Group's shares, but also 10% of Yida Group's shares. These 2 points alone are not something that ordinary people can do. And during the few days he was back in China, he even heard that Bai Yang had acquired the entire financial street. This news is really unbelievable. You know, Financial Street is a relatively difficult place to manage in Shanghai, and many people know that it is a hotbed. The amount of transactions here every day can reach tens of billions, so there are always people who want to use it for their own benefit. But the more you understand the financial street, the more you realize that there are many powerful people in this financial street. It is not possible for ordinary people to acquire such a pure commercial street. Of course, he didn't know whether this news was true or not, because it was too unbelievable. Furthermore, some news was suppressed on the financial street side. Bai Yang didn't want to be so high profile, so the news he gave to the outside world was a bit confusing, like a rumor, but also like the truth. However, Zhou knew very well that Bai Yang was not someone he could afford to offend. So, even though he was very unhappy about Bai Yang taking Tang Yuma away, he could only accept it passively. When he arrived at the office, Zhou briefly expressed his thoughts. Tang Yuma nodded slightly. To be honest, Zhou's ideas were very clear. Tang Yuma was very satisfied to have such a partner to help him. Bai Yang sat aside. He chatted briefly with the other party and learned some of his situation. He knew very well that Zhou was a talent, and if used properly, he could indeed help their company develop. As for whether Zhou has any ulterior motives, it doesn't matter at all. When doing business outside, profit is always the most important thing. Even if Zhou had some small thoughts, it was understandable. Bai Yang didn't think he should reject Zhou just because of this. So, Bai Yang thought about it and decided to hand over some projects to him. There was a smile on Zhou's face and he stood up. Don't worry, you won't go wrong by choosing me. I have absolute confidence in my abilities. Seeing his look, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. He found that although Zhou looked very smart, he sometimes gave people a silly feeling. Without saying too much, Zhou shook hands with the other party and left quickly. There was a hint of smile on Tang Yuma's face, and her beautiful eyes looked at Bai Yang. I'm surprised that you can cooperate with him. What's the big deal? Only those who tolerate others can accomplish great things. Besides, there's nothing he can do, right? Bai Yang smiled. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang with her beautiful eyes, a hint of smile on her face. To be honest, she felt a little helpless in her heart, because Bai Yang was now much stronger than her. She stretched her waist, revealing her perfect figure. How about having dinner together tonight? No problem. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Yuma nodded slightly. Time passed by minute, and soon it was time for dinner. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma came to a restaurant near the company, but just as they arrived there, a figure walked out from inside. They looked at Bai Yang and Tang Yuma, and the hostility in their eyes was obvious. Hey, isn't this Bai Yang? Hearing this, Bai Yang looked at the other person and found that he didn't know the other person at all. He's the boss of Shanghai Chip Company. Since they're both companies from the dwarf country, he has a good relationship with Komatsu Taro. You killed Komatsu Taro in Tanchang, so naturally he's hostile to you. Tang Yuma whispered beside Bai Yang. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he looked at the other person, there was obviously a bit of coldness in his eyes. It seems like you dwarfs still don't know how to appreciate it. One of you has already died, but there's still no way to make you quiet down. There was a hint of anger on Noda Shirzhua's face. He directly cursed Bai Yang in the short Chinese language, and immediately belittled Bai Yang to the extreme. Bai Yang's eyes immediately turned cold. Although he couldn't hear clearly what the other party was saying, he was not going to let the other party go easily after hearing such insults. He walked to the side and picked up something in his hand. Chapter 117 Wan Long's Pressure. When Bai Yang came to the side, he was holding something in his hand, just as Noda Shirzhua was still cursing at him. Bai Yang just waved his hand. Bang! The wine bottle in his hand broke open violently, and scarlet liquid flowed down from Noda Shirzhua's head. There was a dazed look on Noda Shirzhua's face. He didn't expect that Bai Yang would be so cruel and attack him directly. Do you know that you are a very noisy person? And I hate noisy people like you. Bai Yang looked at him with a gloomy look in his eyes. Noda Shirzhua's face showed a look of fear, but at this moment, his body trembled slightly a few times, and he fell directly to the ground. The body trembled continuously. Noda, the pillar who was originally alive, seemed to be dead at this moment. Many people looked at him with a look of surprise on their faces. Even the restaurant owner hurried down at this time. When he saw the scene in front of him, there was a look of horror in his eyes. Murder! Murder! Screams were heard one after another, and many guests left quickly. Tang Yuma's expression changed slightly, and she naturally realized that something was wrong. And she knew Bai Yang's character. Under normal circumstances, he should not be so inappropriate, but the Noda pillar in front of him was indeed beaten like this by him. Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Because he possessed the consciousness of a soldier king, Bai Yang was relatively knowledgeable about many things. He knew very well that the force he had just used was not enough to kill Noda Shinshu, but the other party did look like he was dead. Coming to Noda's side, Bai Yang reached out and touched his aorta. The aorta stopped. This guy. Bai Yang really didn't expect that this guy would die like this. Bai Yang is not afraid of killing people at all, but if he kills someone in such a public place, he will definitely get into a lot of trouble. It looks like someone has plotted against me again. Bai Yang knew very well that he was not the one who killed Noda Shinshu, but since the other party was dead, he must be involved. It seems like there is an invisible hand controlling everything behind the scenes. Bai Yang suddenly felt a chill down his spine as he recalled the entire process of Noda Shikaku from the time he met him to his death. He knew very well that he had been plotted against, but the other party's plot was carefully planned. Even Noda himself was unaware of this plan. But why did he die? Bai Yang was a little confused. Bai Yang, is there something wrong with this matter? Tang Yuma asked while standing aside. That's right, not only are there problems, but they're big problems. Bai Yang said indifferently. Tang Yuma looked at Noda Jiju who was lying on the ground. She also knew that today's matter would probably not be so easy to deal with. Moreover, she just noticed that some guests were holding mobile phones when they left, and it was very likely that some of them took some videos. If nothing unexpected happens, the news of Bai Yang's murder will ferment on the internet tonight. Don't worry. I'm fine. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that the higher his status, the more difficult the enemies he would encounter. The people who attacked him this time were definitely not ordinary people. They could scheme to such an extent, so they must not be that simple. Not long after, the law enforcement team arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed slightly. This situation is basically based on irrefutable evidence and there is no objection at all. Hands up and stand aside. A man scolded Bai Yang. Bai Yang walked to the side and raised his hands as the other party requested. The man's eyes were a little cold, and then he directly controlled Bai Yang. Several other people were at the scene collecting evidence. Tang Yuma stood aside with a dazed look on her face. To be honest, she didn't know how to deal with the time here. Before long, the situation here was learned by the law enforcement team, and Bai Yang was taken away and detained. Because this case had a huge impact, many people in the law enforcement team knew about it. Su Yingnan originally planned to go home after get off work. She hadn't seen Bai Yang for a while, and she actually missed Bai Yang a little in her heart. But Bai Yang was too cold to her, which made her speechless. At this moment, several colleagues were discussing. This guy is really too brave, killing people in public. What was he thinking? It's a pity that he is so handsome. Su Yingnan was a little curious, so she walked over there. When her eyes saw the photo on the computer, her eyes froze instantly. Bai Yang. The person in the photo turned out to be Bai Yang. She never expected that the man she loved would become a prisoner. She left quickly, and soon she arrived at the Tianqiao branch. After entering, she found that Bai Yang was indeed detained. She went straight to the interrogation room and looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang also looked at her, a little surprised. To be honest, he didn't expect Su Yingnan to come over. Why are you here? What the hell is going on? How could you kill someone? Su Yingnan stared at him and asked with a sharp gaze. Bai Yang said bitterly, if I tell you that I was wronged, would you believe it? But the evidence at the scene is irrefutable. I find it hard to believe that you are innocent. Su Yingnan said. I don't know how to explain this, but I really didn't kill anyone. Bai Yang was helpless. Seeing Bai Yang's eyes, Su Yingnan didn't feel that he was lying to her. Tell me what's going on. Bai Yang did not hide anything and told Su Yingnan the whole story. After hearing this, Su Yingnan's expression changed a little. She knew very well that Bai Yang definitely did not lie to her, but the person who set a trap for Bai Yang was indeed very capable and could actually do such a thing. I never thought there would be such a person in the Magic City, but don't worry, as long as you are innocent, I will definitely clear your name. Su Yingnan said seriously. But at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open fiercely, and a figure walked in with several people. There was a serious look on his face. Give him innocence, what innocence? Su Yingnan, do you know what you are doing? Also, you are not from our branch, so why do you come to our branch to see the prisoners? Do you really think you can act recklessly just because of your father's status? The head of the Tianqiao branch scolded with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Su Yingnan looked at him and felt a little pressure. Most law enforcement officers in Shanghai have to give her some face, as she has a big family backing her up. However, there are also some people who are quite difficult to deal with. Just like Wang Long in front of him, he was a comrade in arms of Su Yingnan's father. They had a very good relationship with each other, although he had not made much progress in recent years. But in the Magic City law enforcement team, he had no fear of Su Yingnan, because even her father could not say much to him. Besides, I did exceed my authority. Sorry. Su Yingnan apologized to Wang Long. You are not allowed to visit him here anymore. You have no jurisdiction over this case. Go back. Wang Long's tone was cold. There was some hesitation on Su Yingnan's face. She looked at Bai Yang with her beautiful eyes, then at Wang Long, gritted her teeth and left. Seeing Su Yingnan's back, Wang Long felt a little helpless. He knew that Bai Yang's case looked simple, but it was not simple at all because of the involvement behind it. If Su Yingnan insists on continuing with this case, he is likely to get into trouble. He glanced at Bai Yang in the interrogation room, his eyes filled with thought. I will investigate this matter seriously. If you are truly innocent, I will naturally clear your name. But if you really kill someone, even gods can't save you. Wang Long said indifferently. After saying that, he left. When he returned to the office, a slightly fat man came over with a somewhat flattering smile on his face. Director Wang, you're well aware of this matter. The evidence is irrefutable. Spending so much time investigating it seems a bit against the rules. Seeing the figure in front of him, Wang Long's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that this matter involved a lot of things and there were many people behind the scenes pushing it forward. He is also under a lot of pressure. Of course I know my limits on this matter, and you didn't come home late at night just to say this to me? Wang Long asked in a somewhat cold tone. I can't help it. I also have responsibilities in this matter. I know you are a careful person, but I am different. I am impatient and I want to deal with people like this when I see them. The man said. Wang Long narrowed his eyes slightly, he knew that the other party was putting pressure on him. I'll take care of it, go down first. There was a smile on the man's face, and he walked away directly. After the man left, several calls came in from Wang Long's office landline. He answered the calls one by one. Some of them were from powerful people who wanted to put pressure on him. Feeling the pressure from these people, Wang Long's eyes became somewhat sharp. At this time, another call came in. When Wang Long saw the caller ID, his expression changed a little. Yu Feng. This kind of person actually called him. When the call was connected, Yu Feng got straight to the point and said 4 words to him, enforce the law impartially. After hearing these words, Wang Long's eyes sparkled. It turned out to be Yu Feng's idea. What can he say? He will enforce the law impartially. Since you are in this position, you should follow the rules. Wang Long quickly analyzed the whole thing, his eyes flashing with a bit of luster. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The Magic City is still full of lights and wine, and many young people are acting recklessly, as if they are enjoying a carnival before dawn. On the top of a building, a few short Chinese people were gazing at the night view in front of them. They were toasting each other, with a hint of pride in their eyes. Indistinctly, they seemed to have a sense of certainty of victory, as if something they had been planning was about to begin. Chapter 118 A Tough Attitude. In the light, several dwarfs were holding wine glasses in their hands, looking at each other with smiles on their faces. This Bai Yang, I don't know how he can turn things around this time. The other people were all looking at him. This plan to frame Bai Yang was planned by him. Their purpose and idea are relatively simple, which is to make Bai Yang pay the price. This idiot, who doesn't know where he got the rights to use the financial street from, has brought down the Blue Group. This will cause great damage to our dwarf country's plans. Many people were talking about it. They hated Bai Yang to the core. For a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, the cost to set up such an enterprise would be quite high. However, it was destroyed by Bai Yang in such a short time. It is reasonable for him to pay the price. This time, we're not just asking Bai Yang to pay the price. His Tiantung Group has great development potential. If we handle it properly, we can completely take over his Tiantung Group and use it for our own benefit. At this time, a short Chinese man who was only about 1.65 meters tall and had a somewhat gloomy look in his eyes said, "You mean to ask Bai Yang to hand over the shares of Tiantung Group?" Someone next to him asked. "That's right, just let him hand over his shares. It will be a huge profit for us." said the short Chinese man with a somewhat gloomy look. The people around him all nodded. Time flew by and it was the next morning. The news that Bai Yang had fought with someone in front of the restaurant and killed him spread like wildfire. The video also went viral on the internet, and many people were quite surprised after learning about it. A young man with assets of tens of billions actually did such a thing. At the same time, major media outlets also began to frantically capitalize on the popularity. You know, having assets of tens of billions is a good gimmick in itself. Such young people will attract a lot of attention no matter what they do. Shocking. A young man in his 20s with a net worth of tens of billions actually did something like this. The young murderer is worth tens of billions. Young people in the new era have huge wealth, but they do incredible things. Eye-catching headlines kept appearing on the screen, and videos of Bai Yang taking action on apps like Douyin were also circulating. Many people knew that a very young local tyrant had killed someone and was likely to be put on trial. However, there are not many people on the internet who sympathize with Bai Yang. Most people who are anti-rich see this situation. Instead of sympathizing with Bai Yang's ideas, they feel that the young man deserves it. For a while, there was an endless stream of curses against Bai Yang. Does this guy really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has money? Look at this video. This guy is clearly an executioner. He shows no mercy. He's a complete murderer. I've heard people say that capitalism is evil, but now it seems that no one who is rich has it easy. Many people were talking about it, and it was obvious that they were quite unhappy with what Bai Yang had done. There was also an endless stream of voices condemning him on the internet. Seeing these comments on the internet, Tang Yumo's eyes looked a little cold. She knew very well that Bai Yang definitely did not kill anyone, but the person behind it was too powerful. They controlled the media, and that's why even she knew exactly what was going on. There is no way to speak up for Bai Yang. At this moment, Lu Yiling came to Tang Yuma's office. Chairman, someone from Shanghai Chip Company is looking for you. She also knew about Bai Yang's affairs. After being in contact with Bai Yang for some time, she knew very well that Bai Yang was not a very reckless person. There must be a reason for this situation. Let them in. There was a glint in Tang Yuma's eyes. At this time, a group of people walked in from outside. They looked at Tang Yuma with a cold look in their eyes. Boss Tang, I came to see you, you should know why. The eyes of these people were quite fierce, and it was obvious that they came here to call for an explanation. Notice Shinshu's death has nothing to do with Bai Yang. The autopsy results haven't come out yet. Isn't it a bit too early for you to come here and accuse him? Tang Yuma's tone was calm. As Bai Yang's wife, she believes in Bai Yang unconditionally. Does it matter whether Mr. Bai Yang did it or not? All the evidence now points to Mr. Bai Yang. You saw what happened. Also, the evidence is irrefutable, and there's almost overwhelming online support for sentencing Bai Yang to death. Do you think you can make the decision on this matter? Takahashi Watanabe, who was sitting opposite Tang Yuma, had a somewhat cold look in his eyes. They did come here to demand an explanation, but even so, what could Tang Yuma do? Faced with their accusation, even if Tang Yuma had any objections, she could do nothing. That's the gap between them. Indeed, I can't decide anything right now, but I believe that justice is in the hearts of the people. Besides, Shenzhou is not a place where people like you can run wild. Tang Yuma took a deep breath, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more obvious. Takahashi Watanabe's face was still somewhat indifferent. He looked at Tang Yuma with his eyes and said in a cold tone, Tang Yuma, it's come to this, are you still stubborn? If that's the case, then we have no choice but to go through the legal process. If Bai Yang manages to come out alive this time, then I can only say that there's something fundamentally wrong with Shenzhou's legal system. After saying that, they all stood up with a somewhat cold look in their eyes. Seeing their expressions, Tang Yuma knew very well that these people must have come to see her for a reason. Okay, stop pretending. Tell me. What's your purpose in coming to see me this time? Tang Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. She knew very well that the other party would not come to her for no reason. Since he came, he must have a purpose. It's simple. Bai Yang destroyed the multi-billion-dollar group that our country spent so many years building. Our demands are not high. As long as Bai Yang is willing to hand over your shares in Tiantong Group, we can consider not appealing. As for the online comments, we can clarify them. Takahashi Watanabe said in a cold tone. Tang Yuma stared at him, you've made a good calculation. a multi-billion-dollar group in exchange for shares in Tiantung Group. It seems you dwarfs are very good at accounting. There was a hint of indifference in Takahashi Watanabe's eyes. We are not negotiating with you. Tang Yuma, do you know what situation Bai Yang is in now? Notice Shinshu is not only the chairman of Shanghai Group, but more importantly, he also has special military merits in the dwarf country. His death is definitely not just a matter of life for life. You, Shenzhou, are likely to face international problems. There was a hint of indifference on Tang Yuma's face. International issues. You short people are so careless when you talk. Do you really think we don't know what international issues are? Also, the Shenzhou authorities are taking this matter so seriously this time. If you think the dwarf country can single-handedly cover up everything, then I want to see who's stronger, you dwarfs or us Shenzhou people. Faced with Tang Yuma's attitude, Takahashi Watanabe was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang Yuma to be so strong. Logically speaking, as Bai Yang's wife, she should be very concerned about her husband being arrested, but what he didn't expect was Tang Yuma's attitude was so tough that he couldn't believe it. He let out a sigh and looked at Tang Yuma. Okay, if you're capable of that, then we'll see. After saying that, Takahashi Watanabe took his men and left quickly. Tang Yuma looked at the backs of these people. She knew very well that these people in front of her should have made full preparations, but no matter what, she could not give in easily, otherwise if such people saw her weaknesses, she would most likely be exploited by them. After leaving Tang Yuma's company, Takahashi Watanabe's face was a little angry. This bastard is so stubborn. How is Noda's body being handled? Takahashi Watanabe asked the person next to him. It's almost done, but the Shenzhou authorities are taking this matter very seriously. Our people wanted to destroy the last bit of evidence, but they haven't had the chance. The person next to him explained. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to find someone to put pressure on Wang Long? Why is this still happening? There was a hint of anger on Takahashi Watanabe's face. The man lowered his head and didn't dare to say too much. To be honest, they didn't expect that Wang Long was such a tough guy. Even though they found so many people to put pressure on him, he refused to admit it at all. Actually. The man thought for a moment and looked at Takahashi Watanabe. Explain. Takahashi Watanabe said directly. According to our speculation, Wang Long's attitude this time is very tough. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have the support of a certain big boss, and this big boss is also the person who brought down the Blue Group. The man said. Takahashi Watanabe's eyes were shining. It seems like we are being targeted. It should be Yufeng. Apart from Yufeng, there is no one else who can have such power in Demon City. The previous incident with the Blue Group also showed signs of his involvement. This old fox is truly ruthless. The atmosphere in the car was silent for a moment. After a while, Takahashi Watanabe said directly, if there is no way to destroy this last bit of evidence, then find a way to destroy Noda's body. There's a saying in Shenzhou, there's no evidence of death. As long as the body disappears, even if Bai Yang has 1,000 reasons, there's no way to explain it. Chapter 119 Night. Hearing this, the man nodded slightly. He knew exactly what Takahashi Watanabe meant. Sometimes, you have to do this to achieve your goal. I see. The man left. He knew very well that there were many people involved in this matter and many people were paying attention to it, so he had to solve it as soon as possible. Inside the interrogation room, Wang Long looked at Bai Yang. I've analyzed this matter, and it's indeed possible that you didn't do it. But, do you know who is behind this and wants to harm you? Bai Yang shook his head slightly. To be honest, I really don't know. Wang Long sighed softly. This matter involves international relations, as well as many local forces in the Magic City. Everyone is watching this matter now, and it's giving me a headache. You're such a rich guy, why can't you save some energy? Bai Yang shrugged. How should I know? Okay, I won't say anymore. If it were you, what would you do? Wang Long looked at Bai Yang and asked. He knew very well that someone must be plotting against Bai Yang, but this person was so powerful that even Wang Long could not do anything about him. So, when he came here, he wanted to ask Bai Yang what he thought about this matter. If he had any clues, this matter would be much easier to handle. Bai Yang was silent for a moment. In fact, he had thought a lot during this time he was here. He was a very intelligent person, and his horizons were quite broad. He also had his own opinions on many things. After a long while, Bai Bai Yang looked at Wang Long and said, "I've analyzed this matter for a while now. Although, the opponent fell to the ground not long after I attacked him. But I still have the impression that he actually had some problems at that time." Wang Long listened quietly. That day, Noda Shinshu looked very strange, and after I hit him, he had a brief twitch. I suspected he had been poisoned, but this kind of poison is not easy to detect. Bai Yang guessed. Wang Long looked at Bai Yang and said, "What you said makes sense, but do you know what kind of poison could turn him into this?" Bai Yang shook his head slightly. "I don't know about this either, but if you can let me use your phone, I can have someone investigate." Today, Bai Yang owns the financial street and has Yida Group backing him up. That is why he is able to find out things that many people don't know. Wang Long looked at Bai Yang. He could see that although this young man had experienced such a thing, he was still not afraid at all, as if everything was under his control. Such young people really have excellent personalities. With a smile on his face, Wang Long left. After more than 10 minutes, he handed Bai Yang's cell phone to him. Holding the phone, Bai Yang made a call to the financial street. After the call was connected, the other party was obviously excited. "Boss, I finally got in touch with you. I heard about your accident and have been wanting to contact you. Because you instructed me not to let too many people know about your identity as a financial street person, I have never made this public." "Excuse me." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone kept apologizing to Bai Yang. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This was my order. I called you this time for a reason. Please check what happened that day for me. Also, do you know of any toxins that can kill a person silently and leave no trace in the body?" Bai Yang asked. "Boss, I actually investigated this matter a few days ago, and according to my investigation, the only people who could have done this should be those from the Magic City Ginza Group. As for the strange poison in Noda Shixiang's body, I also asked my friends in the dwarf country to make inquiries. This kind of thing has actually happened more than once. There was a coup d'etat in the dwarf country before, and that's how the former dwarf king died. It looked like an accidental death, but after expert examination, it was determined that the injuries sustained by the dwarf king at that time were not enough to cause his death. But we still can't find out how he died. Although technology has advanced a lot nowadays, there are still many aspects that we cannot investigate. But my friend in the dwarf country is quite powerful. He found out there's a very strange plant called heartbreak grass. This plant is different from what's recorded in history. It's a strange poison that can coagulate the blood of the victim. And within 48 hours after a person's death, this toxin will automatically disappear. It's just that we don't have the authority to perform an autopsy, so we have no idea what the situation is." The middle-aged man on the other end said to Bai Yang. Bai Yang was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that his subordinates were so loyal that they had helped him investigate everything when he encountered problems. "Good," Bai Yang responded. To be honest, he really had nothing to say about having such a subordinate. "Boss, we're already trying to figure out a solution with the law enforcement team, but the Ginza Group is very powerful in the Magic City, and they're watching from all sides. We can't go too far here. If the boss is willing to let us directly disclose the information about Financial Street, we are absolutely sure to rescue the boss from this," the middle-aged man said again. "No need. Financial Street is my trump card. I won't use it unless I have to. Just take care of the things on your hands." Knowing this, I already know what to do next, Bai Yang said. "Good." After the middle-aged man responded, Bai Yang hung up the phone and looked at Wang Long. "You heard what was said on the phone?" "Kindness." Wang Long nodded. "I never thought you had such a loyal group of people behind you. No wonder that person values you so much." Bai Yang's face was a little confused. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing. I know how to handle this matter. If it's the heartbreak grass, then those people from the dwarf country will take action tonight if nothing unexpected happens." There was a glint in Wang Long's eyes. Anyone who could sit in his position was not an ordinary person. Bai Yang didn't say much. He knew very well that he could do nothing now and could only let these people outside do the work. Fortunately, he was lucky and many people were willing to help him. The other side. At this time, Su Yingnan stayed in her room. She was worried about Bai Yang's affairs. She had no way to find Wang Long because she knew Wang Long's temper. She gritted her teeth and dialed a number. Soon the phone was connected, and it was a somewhat gentle voice of a middle-aged man. "Yingnan, why did you think of calling me?" Suingnan sighed softly. Don't misunderstand me calling you, I just want to ask you for help with something. What about your little boyfriend? There was a hint of laughter in the middle-aged man's tone. After the words fell, Suingnan was slightly stunned. How did you know? You made such a big fuss in the Magic City. If I didn't know about it, it would be a problem. Don't worry. He'll be fine. A lot of people are paying attention to him this time. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, the dwarf country won't be able to do anything to him. The middle-aged man laughed. Do you know the truth about this matter? Suingnan was a little strange. It's an old trick. Don't dwarves often like to do these things? Middle-aged people seem to know everything. Then why don't you help me? Suingnan was a little angry. Ingnan, you're already an adult now. It's impossible for you to need my help with everything. Besides, what reason do I have to help him? Besides, every class has its own way of dealing with things. If I need to deal with people of his level, it will only make the dwarves look down on us, Shenzhou. For such a small matter, the people from Longdu need to take action. These people from Modu are too useless. The leader of your magic city is a man who cares a lot about his reputation. If he knew about this, he would be very unhappy. The middle-aged man explained. Facing his words, Suingnan was powerless to refute. Then can you give me some clues? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and said, let's go to the Tartary Buckwheat Temple. They should have what you are looking for there. Just don't love someone too much. Bai Yang is more powerful than you think. Suingnan ignored him and hung up the phone. Her fists clenched slightly, and she actually ran out late at night. The few people who were observing the situation in the dark had helpless expressions on their faces. Young Miss is still so impatient. She's going out at night, isn't she afraid of getting into trouble? Although these people looked helpless, they still followed. Suingnan has a special identity, so there has always been someone secretly protecting her. On the other side, Longdu. Faced with his daughter hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man looked somewhat helpless. This guy is just like her mother. Once she sets her sights on someone, she'll rush forward even through mountains of swords and seas of fire. But never mind. If she is like this, then as a father I must deal with some things. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, then slowly stood up. He gave some instructions to the outside, and soon a figure quickly left. He knew that his daughter would always be his daughter, so there were some things he had to take care of. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Tianchao District Law Enforcement Team Branch. A figure entered silently. Noda Shichiko's body was brought here on the same day. Although the autopsy has been carried out during this period, the results are not very clear. The dwarf country's banned drugs do have some unique features. But even the most powerful medicine will have some side effects. There are still more than 10 hours left before the side effects of the herb appear. Once the side effects appear, Shenzhou can easily investigate them, and then this plan will be wasted. Chapter 120 Meet. The figure kept moving. Soon he arrived at the place where Noda Bachi's body was. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of alarming the people in the law enforcement team. The curtain covering the corpse was carefully opened. After a few days, Noda Shinchu's face had turned pale and a certain degree of livor mortis appeared on his body. Seeing this scene, he took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained a bluish-brown liquid. He poured the liquid directly onto Noda Jiju's body. But just as the liquid was about to pour on Noda's pillar, thump! 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 The lights in the room where the bodies were kept lit up instantly, and at the same time, bursts of footsteps were heard. He only saw dozens of law enforcement officers armed with real guns and nuclear bombs aiming their weapons at him not far away. Seeing this scene, the figure was so frightened that his legs went weak on the spot. He never thought that he would be surrounded by law enforcement officers. Yamamoto Kojiro, long time no see. There was a somewhat cold look on Wang Long's face, and his eyes were fixed on the figure. According to the clues provided by Bai Yang, Yamamoto Kojiro will definitely come to destroy the corpse tonight, and they have already set an ambush. I didn't expect that this guy was so brave and actually came. Wang Long. There was a glimmer in Yamamoto Kojiro's eyes. He knew that being caught by the other party at this time would undoubtedly be like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. I can't believe you dwarves are so anxious. Why bother? If you don't come tonight, I don't know how I'm going to explain this to my superiors tomorrow. Wan Long shook his head slightly, with a helpless look on his face. There was a look of anger on Yamamoto Kojiro's face. Don't be so proud. Do you really think that if you catch me, you can save Bayong? He killed someone in public. I just came here to see if Noda Juji's body was damaged. There was a look of indifference on Wan Long's face. What? Do you really think I'm stupid? Although nothing has been found on Noda Shinshu's body, he was poisoned by Gelsinium elegans. This poison will disappear from the human body without a trace afterward. As the body stiffens, some green marks will appear on the body. This indicates that Noda Shona wasn't killed by Bayang, but someone poisoned him and framed Bayang. Yamamoto Kojiro's face looked very ugly. He stared at Wan Long with his fists clenched. Their dwarf country spent so much effort just for today, but what they didn't expect was that the people from Shenzhou saw through their conspiracy so quickly. He's quite capable, no wonder so many people value him. Wang Long's expression remained grim. He knew very well that the person before him was not worthy of their sympathy at all. Superior. Many people approached Yamamoto Kojiro. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Kojiro's face turned ugly. He took out a bottle of poison and planned to drink it all. Bang! The sniper who had been aiming at this side from a distance opened fire instantly. Yamamoto Kojiro was injured in his right hand, and a look of pain appeared on his face. At this time, several people quickly stepped forward and subdued him. Kojiro Yamamoto had no way to resist. Torture him severely. I want to know everything he knows. There was a hint of anger on Wang Long's face. The other party was so unscrupulous on the land of Shenzhou, obviously ignoring them. How could Wang Long give up so easily on people like them? Those people nodded and took Yamamoto Kojiro away directly. Less than an hour after Yamamoto Kojiro was captured, people from the dwarf country received news that they had been lurking in the Magic City for a long time and had their own independent intelligence network. That is why they were the first to know that Yamamoto Kojiro was arrested. That night, the Ginza group held an emergency meeting, and several high-ranking officials from the dwarf countries quickly gathered together. Takahashi Watanabe also came here. When he saw the situation in front of him, he knew very well that the accident of Yamamoto Kojiro would have a huge impact. What do you think about this matter? Bayang has someone backing him, and his methods are much more powerful than we imagined. The dwarf who was in the lead said with a serious expression. Takahashi Watanabe didn't say anything. He knew that he was the one who arranged this matter, but he needed to take full responsibility for this situation. There's no other way, we can only give up. Push out some small characters, and let this matter be. A short Chinese man who was relatively short but had a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes said. After hearing his words, everyone present fell silent. A few people still wanted to find a way to take action against Bayang, but they also knew that unless they could ensure that no accidents would occur, their Ginza group might be investigated. Takahashi Watanabe, you arranged this, right? At this time, a short man looked at Takahashi Watanabe with a fierce look in his eyes. Takahashi Watanabe's body trembled slightly, and there was obviously a look of fear in his eyes. The dwarf country is a country with very strict rules and regulations. Once a problem occurs, it will face an unprecedented blow. Sugaki Koen, it was indeed me who ordered this matter, but I didn't expect Yamamoto Kojiro to be arrested. Takahashi Watanabe lowered his head and repented. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a short Chinese man next to him slapped him in the face. In our dwarf country, there's no such thing as apology or repentance. Wrong is wrong. Cut off one hand. I'll settle this matter with you later. Sujumu Kuan said with cold eyes. Takahashi Watanabe's face changed slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and took a dagger from the table next to him, and stabbed it into his hand fiercely. Blood immediately flowed down and he screamed. You fools, the plan against Bayang has come to an end. I hope you understand that what we carry is the honor of our country. Also, the dwarf country is now in danger. You all know the specific situation. We must speed up the process and everyone must handle this matter properly. Sujumu Kuan scolded with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Their dwarf country's invasion of China has its own purpose. If the current situation continues, the dwarf country will face big problems. What they did to Shenzhou was essentially for self-protection. But these dwarfs are extremely insidious, destroying other countries for the sake of their own country. The people present all nodded. They did not think that what they did was disgusting. Instead, they felt a sense of honor. because each of them feels like a hero saving the country. Afterwards, they briefly discussed their next plan, one of which was to steal the chip information within the Tiantung group. If they can obtain upgraded chip information, they will benefit a lot in the future and will be able to accelerate their layout more quickly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. As blue spots appeared on Noda Tsuchiya's body, the forensic doctor conducted an investigation and determined that Noda Tsuchiya died of poisoning. In addition, a group of videos were leaked on the internet, which showed the scene of Yamamoto Kojiro infiltrating the law enforcement team. Some netizens who were originally jealous of the rich suddenly turned their guns on the country and began to attack it crazily. In China, many people do not have a good impression of dwarfs. Although they hate the rich, they still hate the short country more. It is precisely for this reason that fewer people are criticizing Bai Yang, while more people are criticizing Yamamoto Kojiro. Bai Yang was therefore acquitted. When he left the law enforcement team, Tang Yuma was waiting outside in his car. After getting in the car, Tang Yuma's expression was still somewhat cold. "How's it been in there this time?" "It's okay. But those dwarves are really cruel." There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. "That's right, they are not only ruthless, but also have some plans. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a lot of trouble in the future," Tang Yuma said. "So what? Even if it's a lot of trouble, there will be ways to deal with it. If they really don't fear death, I don't mind teaching them a lesson." There was a glint in Bai Yang's eyes. In fact, he had already made up his mind that this time when he left the law enforcement team, he must teach the other party a lesson. These ignorant people actually dared to plot against him. If that were the case, Bai Yang would never let them go. Tang Yuma didn't say anything. She knew very well that Bai Yang was a man with his own ideas, and she would support him no matter what he wanted to do. When the vehicle stops at the company gate. Before the two got out of the car, they found a group of people gathered at the company's entrance. They were quite emotional, some of them were even smashing things. There was a banner next to them, and no one knew what was going on. Bai Yang frowned slightly. "What's going on?" "I don't know either." There was a look of doubt on Tang Yuma's face. Ding ling ling. At this time, Tang Yuma's cell phone rang. She hesitated for a moment and answered the call. It was Lu Yiling's voice on the other end of the phone. "Boss Tang, something bad has happened at the company. The factory managers who previously helped our company with processing are now bringing people to cause trouble for us." Tang Yuma frowned slightly. "I'm already at the company. Didn't we cancel our cooperation with them? Why are they still causing trouble in our company? I'm not very clear about the specific situation right now, but they want to see you." "Mr. Tang, what should we do?" Lu Yiling asked. There was a hint of consideration in Tang Yuma's eyes. Bai Yang next to him narrowed his eyes slightly. "If that's the case, then bring them all here. If they want to see us so badly, then let's meet them," Bai Yang said calmly. Tang Yuma nodded, then spoke briefly to Lu Yiling. She drove directly into the underground parking lot and took the special elevator to the office quickly. She and Bai Yang waited in the office for a while, and the factory managers of the processing factories came to her office with a few people. Chapter 121: Making Trouble. After these people entered the office, there was a clear cold look on their faces. They came straight to Tang Yuma's desk and stared at her. "Tang Yuma, your company is really too aggressive in destroying bridges." The middle-aged man with a square face who was in the lead looked at Tang Yuma and scolded him. "What do you mean by that?" Tang Yuma frowned slightly. Their company had been cooperating with these people before, but because of technological upgrades and Bai Yang's acquisition of Yida Group, the cooperation between them naturally could not continue. Therefore, after discussing the plan with them, Tang Yuma planned to terminate the cooperation with them. "But I didn't expect that these people would come to my door again after such a short time." Bai Yang sat aside, looking at these people. It was obvious that they came here to cause trouble, but as long as they came here to cause trouble, there must be a reason. Bai Yang didn't know why these people were causing trouble, so he really wanted to see what they were trying to do. "What do you mean? Tang Yuma, don't you understand what we mean? Now that your company has grown bigger, you don't want us, your old partners, anymore. Also, don't you think your compensation is a bit too little? We've been working with Tianting Group for over a decade, and several of our factories rely on you for their survival. Now you're destroying us, like a demon killing a donkey. You're truly ruthless." The middle-aged man with a square face scolded with a cold look in his eyes. It can be seen from his words that the middle-aged man with a square face has a very clear idea. He just wants Tang Yuma to resume cooperation. The other people had the same idea. They looked at Tang Yuma with a hint of indifference in their eyes. Looking at them, Tang Yuma frowned slightly. She always felt that something was a little strange about today's events. After working with these people for so many years, they didn't seem to be like this, but Tang Yuma didn't know why it became like this. First of all, the purpose of a company's existence is to make money. We're not doing charity. Our cooperation with your factory has already expired, so it's normal for us not to renew it. As an old partner with many years of cooperation, our company has also given you some compensation. From a legal perspective, we don't need to compensate you, isn't that right? Tang Yuma looked at them with a somewhat indifferent expression on his face. But these people in front of me seem to be completely unreasonable. What do you mean absolutely right? Tang Yuma, I feel that someone like you has no right to be in charge of the company. It's better to let your father take charge of the company. Tiantung Group has been cooperating with us since its establishment. We have been working diligently for so many years, and now you wave your hands and there is nothing between us anymore. But do you know? For so many years, the goods produced by your Tiantung Group have been in short supply. Several of our factories rely on you for survival. Now that you've become so powerful, you've abandoned all of us. In this case, what will happen to the workers in our factory? The square-faced middle-aged man scolded. The middle-aged people nearby also echoed. That's right, your Tiantung Group is going too far by just killing the donkey after it's done its job. These people were obviously a little excited, and it could be seen that they had strong personalities. Tang Yuma's face looked a little ugly. These people obviously did not play according to the routine. According to their thinking, did they have to rely on their company to support them for the rest of their lives? So what do you mean now? After all, as an old employee who has been with Tiantung Group for so many years, Tang Yuma also wants to know what these people are trying to do. It's very simple. We ask you to resume cooperation with our factory. As long as our factory can make a living, there will be absolutely no problem with the quality of our products. The middle-aged man with a square face said. The other people also looked at Tang Yuma and expressed the same idea. Tang Yuma frowned slightly. There are some things you may not be very clear about, so it's impossible to get you to resume cooperation with us. First of all, we can no longer produce the chips we previously produced due to copyright issues. Secondly, the company's newly developed chip is confidential. If we do as you say and have your company produce the chip, any leak will be very troublesome for our company. But these people are totally unreasonable. Tang Yuma, you don't need to say this here. You are simply killing the donkey after it has done its work. I tell you, if our company goes bankrupt, we will definitely not let you off easily. Also, you don't need to worry about the security of chip technology. You can produce it separately, just like other factories. We have been working with your company for so many years. Don't you know who we are? The square-faced middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly. That's right. If you're worried about leaks, then just separate the production. Would we steal your technology? All we want is a meal. Others echoed. Faced with their request, Tang Yuma's face looked a little ugly, but she also knew that these people had been cooperating with the company for so long, and it would be unreasonable to drive them away directly. She sighed softly. Since you guys said so, I'll discuss this matter with the other directors. Give me some time. How about it? These people looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay, we won't make things difficult for you. We're here to make a living. We'll come to you in 2 days. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. The middle-aged man in the lead said in a cold tone. After they finished speaking, they left without staying for long. Tang Yuma sat at her desk. She let out a sigh, a look of helplessness on her face. These people came prepared. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. They are all old employees of the company, and I really can't offend them. Tang Yuma said helplessly. Now it's not a question of whether or not to offend them. These people came prepared, and their purpose is very clear. If you don't handle these things according to their ideas, you will probably be in trouble in the future. Bai Yang said calmly. What do you mean by that? Tang Yuma felt a little strange. Don't you find it strange? It's been a while since our company announced the termination of cooperation with them. Even if they have some complaints about us, they wouldn't have waited so long to come to us. There's a reason behind everything. The Tiantan group has been developing rapidly recently, and many people are targeting us. Bai Yang said calmly. Tang Yuma's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean, there is someone behind this? That's right, and the person who ordered this has been targeting our Tiantan group's technology from the very beginning. Bai Yang nodded. There were some gleams in Tang Yuma's eyes. She didn't expect that there was such a reason behind this matter. So what should we do next? Tang Yuma asked. She didn't know when it started, but she actually got into the habit of asking Bai Yang for his opinion. Let's start with them. I don't know why, but I always feel like I can trace the Ginza group back to them. Bai Yang said calmly. Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang. Although she didn't know why Bai Yang said that, Bai Yang's sixth sense was much sharper than hers. That is why she still listens to Bai Yang's advice. Do you need me to accompany you? Need not. Bai Yang shook his head slightly and left directly. Just when Bai Yang was about to attack them directly, on the other side, the bosses who left Tiantan Group came to a small restaurant. I've been busy all morning and haven't even had a meal. I'm almost dead tired. A middle-aged man who was relatively fat and about 50 years old. Actually, Tang Yuma was pretty nice to us. Even though we made such a big fuss, she didn't take any action against us. It can be seen that she is quite loyal and righteous. A bald man said at this time. What's the point of being loyal and righteous? Don't you see what kind of opponent Tiantan Group has provoked this time? Besides, our factory is almost bankrupt. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to make some money, we won't have a place to stand in the Magic City in the future. A middle-aged man with a gold necklace said. They ordered some dishes, each poured a cup of tea and started drinking. It can be seen from their expressions that Tang Yuma's performance made them very happy. At least Tang Yuma did not use coercive measures against them. As long as Tang Yuma agrees, they can make a lot of money. Don't be too lax, you guys. Right now, things haven't been done yet, and the money hasn't arrived yet. Everything will be discussed after the money arrives. The square-faced middle-aged man said in a cold tone. When they heard this, they all nodded. Also, next time you go, find a few people who can cause trouble. Those people who went there today are a bunch of idiots. They don't do anything with any power at all. You know, for us, this is a matter of life and death. The money consumption in this metropolis is just too horrible. The middle-aged man with a square face said again. They all nodded. People die for money. If there is not enough benefit, they will not do this. Otherwise, they will have no way to survive. The only way is to make more money using this method. They chatted and ate, and it was obvious that they were determined to carry out this plan. Bai Yang was sitting in a cafe about 200 or 300 meters away from them. He looked at the people in the private room with a faint smile on his face. He took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and there were some gleams in his eyes. Chapter 122 Calculation. After the call was connected, Bai Yang left quickly. The sky gradually darkened. These people also left one after another after having eaten and drunk their fill. When the square-faced middle-aged man drove all the way back to his residential community, he came to his home, opened the door and walked in. His wife and children have been living abroad for many years, so he has been living alone at home. Most of the money he earned over the years was transferred to his wife's account. However, his son was useless and he always felt uneasy when he was away from home. That is why he wanted to make some money and then go abroad to develop. But just after he opened the door, his expression changed a little. Because a person appeared in his room. When he saw him, the square-faced middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Boss Zhang, we meet again. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man with a square face, and there seemed to be a gleam in his eyes. When he saw Bai Yang, the square-faced middle-aged man looked a little unhappy. Why are you here? Of course I came to see you. Boss Zhang, it seems a bit too much to burn your bridges after crossing them. There was a somewhat indifferent look on Bai Yang's face. He picked up the tea set on the coffee table as if he was the owner of the room. Zhang Hai's expression changed slightly. What do you want to say? Are you saying this is my problem? Is this your problem? Don't you know it yourself? But you're also an unlucky man. Your son got addicted to gambling when he was in college, and your wife can't do anything about it. The money you remitted overseas over the years was nominally spent by your son on various academic research projects. But in fact, he gambled it away. Bai Yang's face had a somewhat indifferent look. Hearing this, Zhang Hai's face turned a little ugly. He stared at Bai Yang with anger evident in his eyes. Bai Yang, I know you don't like me, but there's no need to slander my son like this. To him, his son is his pride, and he has never let him down over the years. Naturally, Bai Yang's words about his son made him uncomfortable. Slander? Bai Yang shook his head slightly. A loving mother often spoils her child. I originally thought it was just your wife who was like that, and it seems you're the same. No wonder your son is like that. If you don't believe me, come over, have a cup of tea, sit down and watch something. Zhang Hai looked at him, obviously still a little bit disbelieving him, but he followed Bai Yang to the sofa. At this time, Bai Yang took a sip of tea with a smile on his face. I didn't realize you knew so much about tea. This tea is not bad. Zhang Hai's eyes flickered slightly. Just say whatever you want to say. I don't have that much time to bother with you. You're really impatient. Take a look at this video. Bai Yang took out his cell phone and threw it in front of Zhang Hai. Looking at the phone, Zhang Hai picked it up and opened it. There was a video inside. He clicked play and his son's figure appeared. In the video, there was a bit of madness in his son's eyes. Opposite him were several gamblers. He was smoking and opening cards skillfully. At this time, a figure walked over. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't gamble anymore? The woman was about 40 years old, well-maintained, and had a good complexion. But when she saw her son sitting at the gambling table, there was a hint of pain in her eyes. Are you annoying? I'll just play a couple of rounds. If you have the time, give me some money. When I win, I'll go back to studying. Stop bothering me. Zhang Yu had a somewhat impatient look on his face and directly scolded the other party. The middle-aged woman's tears kept flowing. She had been hoping that Zhang Yu would change his mind, but Zhang Yu's performance always disappointed her. After seeing the situation in the video, Zhang Hai's expression changed a little. No, it's impossible. My son is so outstanding. How could he become like this? Zhang Hai didn't want to believe that this was something his son did. Whether you believe it or not, this is your son. Bai Yang's face was somewhat indifferent. And according to my investigation, your son not only owes money, but he's also gotten into trouble with the local mafia. If nothing unexpected happens, he won't survive for more than a few days. Bai Yang said disapprovingly. The Zhang Hai in front of him was not someone worthy of sympathy. To him, such a person could never be his opponent. He came to Zhang Hai just to resolve these things more quickly. Zhang Hai looked at Bai Yang, his fists clenched slightly. You must have other purposes for telling me this. Tell me who instructed you, and then cooperate with me to handle this matter properly. Otherwise, I really don't know what will happen to your son. Bai Yang said disapprovingly. Zhang Hai's eyes changed several times. If that's the case, forget it. We're all counting on this money to save our lives. If we can't cooperate with your company, we'll die even more miserably. Bai Yang shook his head slightly. You will come to find me. After saying that, he stood up, patted Zhang Hai on the shoulder, with a somewhat indifferent look on his face, and walked to the side. Seeing Bai Yang's back, Zhang Hai's face looked a little ugly. But not long after Bai Yang left, a phone call came in from his wife. Hi, do you still have money? Hearing his wife's somewhat haggard voice, Zhang Hai's body trembled slightly. Yapping, let me ask you, what exactly did Zhang Yu do outside? Zhang Hai asked. He's fine. Nothing's wrong. It's just that his recent research project is very expensive and he needs some money. He could hear his wife's voice, and faintly heard his sons yelling and cursing. Zhang Hai's eyes were red and his voice was trembling. How long are you going to lie to me? His voice was filled with anger as he directly scolded the other person. The woman on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned when she was scolded by Zhang Hai. Zhang Yu hasn't been to school for a long time. Did he lose all the money I sent him gambling? Zhang Hai scolded angrily. Snap. The phone fell to the ground, tears kept flowing from the woman's eyes, and there was a look of pain on her face. Zhang Hai felt a little distressed when he heard the woman crying on the other end of the phone, but he knew that now was not the time to feel distressed. If Bai Yang hadn't lied to him, his son would have gotten into trouble with the mafia. After a long while, the woman finally picked up the phone. I didn't mean to lie to you about Zhang Hai. I thought Xiao Yu was just having fun and would come back soon. I just didn't expect. The woman's voice was painful, and it was obvious that she blamed herself. Zhang Hai clenched his fists. What Bai Yang said was actually true. His eyes seemed to turn blood red and his lips were bitten by him. He always thought his son was doing well abroad, but he didn't expect that his son would become like this. This was even more painful to him than killing him. But after the anger, Zhang Hai calmed down. His voice became a little hoarse, yapping, "Let me ask you, did Zhang Yu provoke the mafia?" The woman was visibly stunned. "Mafia? How is that possible? Xiao Yu has been gambling all this time, and I haven't seen him messing with anyone else." "Are you sure he hasn't? He hasn't done anything wrong these days?" Zhang Hai said in a cold tone. The woman hesitated for a moment, then quickly remembered something. "I remember he met a cheater while gambling a while ago, and they had a big fight over it." Zhang Hai's expression changed obviously. He knew that it was very likely that the person he provoked that time was the mafia. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hai clenched his fists, his eyes looking forward, not knowing why he had never felt so desperate. Just when Zhang Hai was thinking about how to deal with it, a scream came from the other end of the phone, followed by bursts of cursing. Zhang Hai's expression changed slightly because he vaguely heard the other party say the word mafia and then the call was hung up directly. Zhang Hai hurriedly continued to dial the phone, but no one answered. He was getting anxious and called again and again, but no one responded. Zhang Hai's body trembled. He thought of Bai Yang and ran outside like crazy. He wanted to find Bai Yang, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find Bai Yang. He knelt on the ground and cried like a child. It was obvious that he was extremely helpless at this moment. He didn't know that in the car not far away, Bai Yang's eyes were flashing with a bit of brilliance, and at this time a text message came to his mobile phone. "Boss, I have done my job according to your instructions." Seeing this text message, Bai Yang smiled slightly. "That's right. He was indeed the one who did this. People like Zhang Hai don't deserve sympathy at all. He really did die for money, but does Bai Yang have to pay for his actions? That is simply impossible. Living in a big city like this, many things are beyond one's control. It's not just Zhang Hai, many ordinary people are like this as well. If I choose to go down this path, I deserve any price I pay." After waiting for about half an hour, Zhang Hai got Bai Yang's phone number from someone and called Bai Yang immediately. He didn't know that all this was arranged by Bai Yang. He used the power of Financial Street to investigate Zhang Hai's family and learned that his son was addicted to gambling abroad. It was precisely because of this that his son and wife abroad became tools used by Bai Yang. At the same time, he asked his men to contact the foreign mafia, gave them some money, and asked them to cause trouble for Zhang Hai's family. Sure enough, they did this quickly. Sometimes, if you want to make someone calm down, you have to make him understand what despair is. Chapter 123 Torture. After the call was connected, Zhang Hai's mood was obviously very unstable. He quickly pleaded with Bai Yang, "Bai Yang, I was wrong. I beg you to help me. As long as you are willing to help me, you can ask me to do anything." Bai Yang's face was somewhat indifferent, and his tone was somewhat sharp. "You didn't seem to say that before." Zhang Hai quickly said, "I'm blind and don't recognize a great man. I only have this one son. If he dies, what should I do? You only have one son, so others need to help you. But what about our Tiantong group? We only have one copy of the chip technology. You all know in your hearts what they want at such a high price. It's nothing more than chip technology. You've been working with Tiantong Group for such a long time, and Tiantong Group has been very kind to you. But, how are you treating Tiantong Group?" Bai Yang said disapprovingly. Zhang Hai's face was filled with pain. "It's my fault. I was blinded by my own ignorance. Bai Yang, I beg you to help me. As long as you are willing to help me, I will do anything you ask me to do. Are you willing to do anything I ask you to do?" Bai Yang asked back. "That's right, no matter what, as long as you can help me," Zhang Hai said quickly. "Okay, from now on, as long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee that your wife and children will be safe. I can find someone to help you deal with the overseas issues. But Zhang Hai, don't play any tricks. You know, you can't beat me if you're alone," Bai Yang said calmly. "Yes, I understand," Zhang Hai said quickly. Bai Yang didn't say much and just hung up the phone. He himself had no intention of doing anything to Zhang Hai's wife and children. He just wanted to imprison them for a few days in exchange for Zhang Hai working for him. This was indeed a very good thing. Without paying any attention to Zhang Hai, Bai Yang drove away. He knew that the people from Ginza Group dared to cause trouble for him, so he must teach them a lesson. Before he knew it, Bai Yang's car arrived at the door of a bar. He came out today not only to deal with Zhang Hai's affairs, but also to let his people investigate the Ginza group. The scale of this group is almost 100 billion, and it is controlled by Chinese people. It is a fairly large company. In addition, this group is engaged in many businesses, and it seems to have woven a large network throughout the Magic City. In recent years, the Chinese government seems to have been investigating them, but has been at a loss as to what to do. Looking at the bar in front of him, Bai Yang knew very well that this was a base of the Ginza group, and some information was circulated from here. It has to be said that the Ginza group is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. It is precisely for this reason that this group must have secretly prepared something for the dwarf country, but Zhang Yan is not sure what it is preparing specifically. The figure walked inside. The men and women inside kept twisting their bodies, and it was obvious that they were very excited. Bai Yang's eyes scanned around, and soon he saw a man with tattoos all over his body sitting in a booth. There were quite a few people sitting next to him, and he had an air of dominance. Bai Yang walked directly towards the other party with a somewhat cold look on his face. When they arrived in front of the man, several people stood up next to him, with a cold look in their eyes. "You ignorant brat, what do you want to do? Do you really want to die? Do you know who's in there? Brother Hao from Linmu Bar, you want to come over and cause trouble?" Seeing their expressions, a smile appeared on Bai Yang's face, and he reached out and took a bottle of wine from the side. Bang! The bottle was thrown hard at the man in front of him. Blood immediately gushed out of the man's head and his face showed pain. He covered his head and looked at Bai Yang. It was obvious that he didn't expect Bai Yang to actually take action. The originally noisy bar suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned over here. This is Brother Hao's territory, and he attacked his men in front of Brother Hao. Is this young man mentally ill? When the movement appeared here, several short people on the second floor looked over here. Their eyes were a little gloomy, and there was a hint of fierceness in their expressions. Why is this guy here? Some of them knew Bai Yang, but they didn't expect that Bai Yang was so bold that he dared to take action in this situation. Those people all looked towards Bai Yang. They all wanted to know what Bai Yang was trying to do. But Bai Yang seemed to not take them seriously at all. He looked at Brother Hao in front of him with a somewhat cold look on his face. Brother Hao, right? You've made a lot of dirty money over the years. What? Want to call the law enforcement team? I'm always welcome. Brother Hao slowly stood up, his eyes showing a bit of indifference. He was 1.9 meters tall, with extremely strong muscles. He stared at Bai Yang. Boy, you are very capable. You actually dared to cause trouble for me in my place. It seems like I haven't lost my temper in a long time, so any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to come and cause trouble for me. There was a somewhat indifferent look on Brother Hao's face, and he just waved his hand. Clear the area. In an instant, hundreds of younger brothers quickly emerged from the side and cleared the area quickly. Many people knew that Bai Yang was definitely going to die tonight. That kid, is he mentally ill? He actually dared to cause trouble for Brother Hao in a place like this. I don't think he can get out. He's such a fool, he doesn't even know what kind of person he is. Can he afford to offend someone like Brother Hao? What a damn thing. He showed up at this very moment. Is he crazy? The girl I was about to get, he ruined her like that. Some people were cursing and some even hoped that Bai Yang would be killed by Brother Hao. People who hang out in such places for a long time are not good people themselves. For them, as long as their interests are harmed, they will attack in groups at the first opportunity. As most people left, Brother Hao looked at Bai Yang with a cold look in his eyes. Boy, you really don't know how to live or die. You come here to cause trouble? Brother Hao came in front of Bai Yang and stretched out his hand to grab Bai Yang's head. Bang! Bai Yang punched him hard. There was a look of pain on Brother Hao's face and his body couldn't stop shaking. He looked at Bai Yang with a bit of resentment. I don't know how to live or die. Are you sure I don't know how to live or die? Bai Yang looked at him, and at this moment he grabbed his head, and then quickly pulled out the gun from Hao Ji's pocket. It hit Brother Hao directly on the head. Do you still feel that I'm not knowing how to live or die? Brother Hao's expression changed a little. Kid, do you know what you're doing today? I have almost 200 brothers here. If you kill me, are you sure you can leave here? There was a hint of indifference on Brother Hao's face. He is not an ordinary person, so he cannot be easily frightened by Bai Yang. It seems like you really don't know what kind of environment you are in. Bang! Bai Yang fired directly, and Hao's thigh was shot through immediately. There was a look of pain on his face. You must remember that I didn't negotiate with you. Also, take me to room 888. Bai Yang said coldly. Hearing this, Brother Hao's expression changed obviously. He moved forward painfully. The younger brothers followed behind him, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could see that Bai Yang was not an ordinary person, and that someone like him might really dare to kill Brother Hao. It is precisely for this reason that they do not dare to take direct action. Moving slowly, the two men came to the private room. Bai Yang closed the door of the room directly, then pushed Brother Hao to the ground. He brought two chairs from the side and locked the door of the room. He looked at Brother Hao with a somewhat cold look. Go open the safe for me. Hao was slightly stunned. This is a place for guests to play. Where is the safe? You know whether there is a safe or not. There was a cold look on Bai Yang's face. He held the gun and placed it on Hao Ji's other leg. Do you know what the most painful thing in this world is? Brother Hao's eyes became a little cold. What do you want to do? Bang! Bai Yang didn't say anything but fired directly. At this time, there was a look of pain on Brother Hao's face, his body kept twitching, and his face looked a little ferocious. You really don't know how to live or die. Don't you even know who you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Let me ask you, can you open the safe? Bai Yang's eyes became somewhat ferocious. He is not a kind-hearted person, and several people have died at his hands. Brother Hao in front of him is so ungrateful that he doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. There's no safe here. Brother Hao's breath was a little weak, but he still spoke firmly. However, Bai Yang took the beer from the side, smashed the beer bottle directly, and stuck some glass shards into Brother Hao's body. For a moment, there was a look of pain on Brother Hao's face, and his body trembled slightly. At this time, Bai Yang still looked at him coldly. Open the safe, or don't open it. Brother Hao's body was trembling. Open, I'll open it. The places where Bai Yang landed on him just now were all acupuncture points on his body. These places are extremely sensitive. Even a person with a strong will would not be able to bear such torture. Not to mention, Brother Hao's consciousness is already very weak now, so he would naturally be unable to bear this kind of stimulation. Chapter 124 Tang Yuma's father. Under Bai Yang's violent coercion, Brother Hao's body trembled slightly. He climbed onto the wall beside him and fumbled around on it repeatedly. He found a switch and pressed it with his hand. Then, a sound of mechanical movement came from the box. Bai Yang looked at the source of the sound. Right in the middle of the box, a floor tile slowly opened and a safe slowly rose up. This is the most mysterious place in this bar, and it has been Brother Hao's secret for many years. Over the years, he has worked hard for the dwarfs and made a lot of money, and has also achieved his current status, but the dwarfs are cruel and ruthless, and now that he is useful, they are willing to give him a meal. If he is of no use, he will be kicked out directly. Brother Hao is not an ordinary person. He knew that this kind of thing would happen, so he left a backup plan. No one knew about this except a few close associates of Brother Hao. After leaving the prison, Bai Yang asked the Financial Street to fully investigate the Ginza group. When they found out about Brother Hao, they naturally spent a lot of effort to investigate. In the end, they learned about this from a younger brother of Brother Hao who liked gambling. Therefore, after Bai Yang left Zhang Hai's house, he went to find Brother Hao first. He knew very well that as long as this guy was willing to hand over what he had, it would be easy to cause damage to the Ginza group. Bai Yang forced Brother Hao to open the safe and took out the things inside. All of this is evidence of him working for the dwarfs. It has to be said that Brother Hao is a ruthless person. If the dwarfs abandon him one day, he will perish along with them. If he reports the dwarf, he will also be killed. Bai Yang looked at Brother Hao, who was lying on the ground dying, with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. He moved and quickly left through the window of the box. Before coming here, he had already planned an escape route for you, so Bai Yang knew very well how to leave. Brother Hao, who was in the box, was dying. He felt worse than death. But he has been helping the dwarfs over the years and has done countless evil things. He deserves this situation. About half an hour after Bai Yang left here, the younger brothers outside still didn't hear any movement inside, so someone carefully checked the situation inside. When they saw that Bai Yang was missing, their expressions changed a little. When they saw Brother Hao lying in a pool of blood, his life or death unknown, their faces changed a little. they hurried forward and rushed him to the hospital. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. When Bai Yang arrived at the company, Tang Yuma had already arrived at the office. There was a bit of worry on her face, and it could be seen that she was still worried about the OEM factory matters. Still worried? Bai Yang looked at her with a hint of a smile on his face. If their affairs are not handled properly, I'm afraid there will be more and more troubles in the future. Tang Yuma shook his head slightly. Seeing her look, Bai Yang felt a little helpless. Why are you thinking so much? Are you still worried that we can't do anything to them? It's not that we have no other options, but after all, we have been working with them for so many years, and if we act too ruthlessly, future partners will think we are too cold-blooded. Tang Yuma explained. Don't worry. I've already taken care of this matter. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Yuma looked at him, and it was obvious that there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. Already dealt with it? What does Bai Yang mean by this? Wait a minute. At this time, Bai Yang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, Zheng Hai came to Tang Yuma's office. He didn't sleep all night yesterday and received a call from Bai Yang early in the morning, asking him to report to the company. Naturally, he rushed over without stopping. All night long. No matter how hard he tried to contact his wife and children, he couldn't. I asked my friends abroad to find out, and they only knew that they were taken away by mafia members. This was a fatal blow to him. He could give up everything, but he couldn't stand by and watch his wife and children in danger. So he was really anxious and wanted Bai Yang to help him. Tang Yuma was obviously surprised to see him like this. She didn't expect that Zhang Hai would become like this after just one day of not seeing him. Bai Yang, I beg you, can you save my wife and children? As soon as he saw Bai Yang, Zhang Hai knelt on the ground and begged Bai Yang. You want me to save your wife and child's lives? In exchange, I want evidence of your bribery. And evidence of their bribery. Bai Yang looked at Zhang Hai and said coldly. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Zhang Hai took out his cell phone without any hesitation, because the dwarf had only contacted him to avoid unnecessary complications. It is precisely for this reason that as long as Zhang Hai is willing to hand over the evidence, the others basically have no way to stop him. They also couldn't imagine that Zhang Hai would actually betray them. You should know that this incident was initiated by Zhang Hai. Looking at Zhang Hai's phone, Bai Yang had a somewhat indifferent smile on his face. Besides this, I need you to help me with something else. Looking at Bai Yang's smile, Zhang Hai vaguely felt that he was being controlled by the devil, but he had no choice. The lives of his wife and children were still in Bai Yang's hands. Even if he was asked to die, he would be willing to do so. Afterwards, Bai Yang talked about his thoughts. After listening to him, Zhang Hai's expression changed a little. He didn't expect that Bai Yang was so cruel that he could even think of such a thing. How about it? Do you want to do as I say? Bai Yang asked. Zhang Hai's body was trembling slightly. He knew that for him, whether he did it or not, it would be a dead end. There was a bit of madness in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. I can promise you that, but in exchange, I need 10 million. Give this 10 million to my wife and children. As long as they can settle down abroad, I have no other requests. Wait, you can't just give them 10 million at once. I want you to deposit this money into a foundation overseas and give them 500,000 every year, and pay it off in 20 years. Zhang Hai spoke quickly, seemingly considering his son's gambling addiction. He knew that there were many such foundations abroad. If Bai Yang and others agreed, his wife and children would still have a chance to survive even if he died. Bai Yang nodded slightly. If you do what I say, I'll give you my word. Zhang Hai nodded. Seeing that the other party agreed, Bai Yang smiled slightly, then waved his hand and let him leave. Although Zhang Hai wanted to say more, when he saw Bai Yang's expression, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He knew that he was not qualified to negotiate with Bai Yang at the moment. I just hope Bai Yang can help him fulfill his promise. After Zhang Hai left, Tang Yuma looked at him with a faint smile on her face. I didn't realize you're this powerful now. Tell me. What secrets do you have left? Bai Yang shrugged. What secrets can I have? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Tang Yuma shook her head slightly. She didn't believe Bai Yang's words at all, but since he didn't want to talk about it, she didn't want to ask any more questions. She sighed softly and looked at Bai Yang. Are you free in a couple of days? She had planned with her best friend to confess her feelings to Bai Yang, but she didn't know how to express it. Have. Bai Yang said directly. Okay, I'll contact you tonight. Also, my dad will be back in the next 2 days. Keep an eye out for him then. Tang Yuma said. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Your dad will come back? That's right, he's been abroad for some time. Now that he's done with his work, he'll naturally come back. Also, my trainee director assessment is about to end. There was a hint of smile on Tang Yuma's face. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's face showed some hesitation. He knew very well that when the assessment was over, his marriage with Tang Yuma would also come to an end. 3 months ago, Bai Yang still hoped to live a carefree life with 100 million yuan. But now his net worth is much better than before, and he basically has more money than he can spend. But suddenly, he didn't want to leave Tang Yuma. Although this woman is a bit cold, people who know her know that she still has some warmth in her bones. And Tang Yuma's appearance really attracted him. Thinking back to some of the things that happened between him and Tang Yuma in the past, Bai Yang still felt like his blood was gushing out. Tang Yuma was truly charming in that state. But seeing Tang Yuma's somewhat cold expression, Bai Yang felt a little helpless. Perhaps, this woman never belonged to him from the beginning. He shook his head slightly and didn't say much. He knew that things that didn't belong to him would be gone sooner or later. Besides, he was so rich, it was not impossible for him to become richer and richer in the future. He stretched his waist and walked outside. Seeing Bai Yang's back, Tang Yuma felt a little helpless. She thought Bai Yang would say something to her, but she could tell from Bai Yang's expression that Bai Yang had nothing to say to her at all. Thinking of this, she felt a little uneasy. He won't really leave me. After leaving the company, Bai Yang came to a small coffee shop. At this time, a middle-aged man in simple clothes came to him. Bai Yang handed them a document. I got this from Brother Hao last night. The Ginza group is indeed much darker than we imagined. However, this evidence alone won't do them any harm. You still need to speed up the investigation. Bai Yang looked at the other person and said in a calm tone. Chapter 125 Tang Guoliang. Clear. The middle-aged man nodded. He was the person in charge of Financial Street. His name was Chao Chang. He was a very capable person. He made millions through financial operations while in college and became a gold medal broker at the age of 30. It is precisely because of this that he became a well-known figure in the financial world at such a young age. From the outside, Chao Chang is a very ordinary person, but those who know him will know that Chao Chang is a person with high IQ and strong financial strength. It is precisely for this reason that many people in the financial industry hope to work with Chao Chang and learn from his experience. Now he is Bai Yang's subordinate. Because it was arranged by the system, he is extremely loyal to Bai Yang. Bai Yang naturally trusted him very much. After speaking to him briefly, Bai Yang left immediately. Chao Chang left quickly with the documents. He knew very well that what he needed to do next was to help Bai Yang impose a fatal price on the Ginza group. But this process will not be easy, and it is very likely that he will encounter some setbacks. In the afternoon, Bai Yang sat alone in the pavilion below the company to enjoy the cool air, his eyes looking forward. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and flip-flops walked towards him. Hey boy, my ping-pong ball just fell into the gutter. Can you help me get it? The man had a smile on his face and spoke to Bai Yang in a very friendly manner. Give it to you? Why? I don't like helping others. Go find someone else. Bai Yang waved his hand disapprovingly, with a look of disdain on his face. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. How about this, I'll pay you to bring the ping-pong ball up for me. How do you feel about that? The middle-aged man asked Bai Yang with a smile on his face. Can't you just buy one if you have the time? Bai Yang asked back. I'm old now, and I have some feelings for my things. I don't like to change them. Anyway, you're here, so you can help me get it. It shouldn't be difficult. The middle-aged man said again. You? Bai Yang was a little speechless. It was a rare opportunity for him to take a break from his busy schedule. Why was the man in front of him so annoying? But just as he raised his head, the middle-aged man's face appeared in his eyes. He was slightly stunned. Why does this middle-aged man in front of me look so familiar? Who are you? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. How about it, can you help me pick up the ping-pong balls when you have time? Bai Yang stood up somewhat helplessly. Of course I'm free. I didn't expect that you also like playing table tennis, uncle. It's been a while since I last did anything, so I wanted to get some exercise. The middle-aged man laughed. Bai Yang was a little speechless. He walked to the side and looked at the ping-pong ball that fell into the ditch. He walked to the side and found a willow branch. He waved his hand, and the ping-pong ball was as if elastic and was caught in Bai Yang's hand. He threw it casually into the middle-aged man's hand. Take it and play with it. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. While I was trying to pick up the ball, my opponent left. How about you play with me? Play with you? Are you sure I won't make you cry? Bai Yang looked at him and said calmly. Ha, don't underestimate me, I was also a player in the professional league. The middle-aged man said calmly. Okay. Bai Yang nodded and followed the middle-aged man to the ping-pong table nearby. The two picked up the rackets and looked at each other. Bai Yang has recognized this middle-aged man. He is Tang Yuma's father, Tang Guoliang. Bai Yang didn't expect that he would come back so quickly. Be careful. There was a smile on Tang Guoliang's face. He served the ball quickly and the ping-pong ball rushed directly towards Bai Yang. With a wave of his hand, Bai Yang hit the ping-pong ball back. Bang! 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 The sound of ping-pong balls colliding could be heard. Tang Guoliang's athletic ability was much better than Bai Yang had imagined. At his age, he was not at a disadvantage at all when playing against Bai Yang. Both of them played in a very professional manner, and each ping-pong ball they hit was as fast as a flash of lightning. Many people's attention was attracted by the two of them because they found that their table tennis skills were quite high. Are these two professional table tennis players? It's amazing. The ball is about to leave an afterimage. I don't know if that young man has a partner, but my daughter just happened to be single. Some old men and women exclaimed that they had never expected to meet such a great table tennis player in such a place. After fighting for more than half an hour, Bai Yang was sweating all over, and Tang Guoliang, who was sitting opposite him, also had a smile on his face. Not bad, you're quite capable. At this time, he stopped what he was doing and let the ping-pong ball fly out. Bai Yang also shrugged, you are really amazing. At such an old age, you still have such good physical strength. I can't help it. Running around all the time has made my physical fitness much better than that of ordinary people. How are you and Tang Yuma doing now? There was a smile on Tang Guoliang's face. He walked towards Bai Yang and asked. That's it. More aloof. Bai Yang said. He and Tang Guoliang didn't know each other, but for some reason, he always felt particularly familiar with him. Do you like it? Tang Guoliang smiled. This. Bai Yang hesitated for a moment. Ah, that's love. You really haven't changed at all. Tang Guoliang shook his head slightly with a smile on his face. Uncle, do you know me? Bai Yang was stunned. Bang! Tang Guoliang hit him on the head and said, Why are you calling me uncle? Bai Yang felt helpless. She and I haven't got the marriage certificate yet? There's a marriage certificate. Do you think I would marry my daughter to someone I don't know? That's not what I meant. It's just that I really can't seem to remember who you are. Bai Yang explained. You don't need to remember this. You just need to understand that your marriage to Yuma was arranged by your parents and me. No matter what, you should get married. Tang Guoliang said seriously. Bai Yang's expression changed a bit. His parents? How does this matter have anything to do with his parents? To be honest, he rarely saw his parents. When he was very young, he lived with his grandmother. Later, his grandmother passed away, and Bai Yang lived alone. Although a mysterious envelope would appear in his house from time to time, leaving a sum of money, saying that it was from his parents, Bai Yang really didn't know why his parents were always by his side but didn't see him. Now that Tang Guoliang has appeared, it is very likely that he knows his parents. Seeing Bai Yang's somewhat surprised look, Tang Guoliang smiled a little. Some things are not the right time for you to know. I will tell you when I have the chance. Looking at Tang Guoliang in front of him, Bai Yang felt for the first time that his life experience might not be that simple. There was a hint of a smile on his face. If that's the case, then I'll wait and see. Tang Guoliang smiled slightly and didn't say much. The two played ball for a while, and then Tang Guoliang left. Looking at the back of the ordinary middle-aged man, Bai Yang clearly felt a sense of pressure from him. The middle-aged man in front of him was much more complicated than he had imagined. Night. When Bai Yang and Tang Yuma returned home, Tang Guoliang was drinking tea with a young man. The young man is very handsome and has a slender figure. When she saw them, Tang Yuma was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that her father would come back. Dad! When did you come back? Although she knew that her father would be back in the next few days, she was still quite surprised when she saw him. The young man next to Tang Guoliang had a smile on his face. Yuma, long time no see. Tang Yuma nodded slightly and didn't say much. Come and have some tea. There was a smile on Tang Guoliang's face. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma walked towards him. The handsome young man sitting next to Tang Guoliang looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. You must be Yuma's husband. I'm Uncle Guoliang's partner, and I came back to the Magic City for our family business. Hello? Bai Yang smiled slightly. Tang Yuma looked at Tang Guoliang and said, Dad, you should be aware of the situation in the company. Previously, the chairman's internship required the consent of multiple shareholders before the final assessment could be completed. But now, the company's largest shareholder is Bai Yang. As long as he agrees, I'll pass the assessment. Tang Guoliang nodded. That's right, but we still need to go through the company's procedures. In a few days, your internship assessment will be held. Whether you can become a regular employee or not, let Bai Yang decide. Tang Yuma didn't say much. She looked at Bai Yang. She knew very well that Bai Yang would agree. Because this guy is an idler himself. Actually, this time, besides your business, there are some other things that need to be taken care of. There was a serious look on Tang Guoliang's face. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuma was a little confused. Some things happened in the company recently, and there was also something that Bai Yang encountered a while ago. These dwarfs in the Magic City are going too far. Tang Guoliang's eyes were somewhat cold. Although he has been abroad, he has always been paying attention to domestic affairs. He also understood some of the things Bai Yang did. Although this young man sometimes acts a little rashly, Tang Guoliang is still quite satisfied with his handling of many things. Now, he returned to the Magic City with the purpose of helping Bai Yang solve some problems. At the same time, he discovered that the relationship between Bai Yang and Tang Yuma seemed a bit complicated. They had been together for so long, and although they lived together every day, there was no real tension between them. This also made Tang Guoliang feel a little helpless. Chapter 126 Yu Feng's Interview. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma both looked towards him. To be honest, they didn't expect that Tang Guoliang already knew what the dwarfs had done. From his attitude, it can be seen that this time Tang Guoliang returned to Shenzhou. If nothing unexpected happened, he should help himself solve some problems. This is definitely a good thing for Bai Yang, as the dwarfs have been causing trouble for him recently. Although he asked the people from the financial street to help him, Bai Yang was also very clear that with the strength of the dwarf country, it would be difficult for him to really cause substantial damage to the other party just relying on the strength of the financial street. Before, Bai Yang planned to spend a few years playing with the Ginza group. The emergence of Tang Guoliang is likely to break this status quo. Uncle, is there anything we can do now? Bai Yang looked at him and asked. There is a way. I've invested in a lot of businesses overseas over the years, and I know a little about the affairs of the dwarfs. They have certain purposes in placing their plants in Shenzhou's enterprises. At the same time, the dwarf country won't survive for many more years. Tang Guoliang said calmly. There was some doubt in Bai Yang and Tang Yuma's eyes. After quietly taking a sip of tea, Tang Guoliang's eyes showed some thoughts, and he did not hide anything. He spoke directly to Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. You are relatively young and don't know a lot of things. This dwarf country is a well-developed country. But this country's geographical location isn't very good, and a few hundred years ago, someone dropped some nuclear weapons on it, causing major problems on the ground throughout the dwarf country. According to the calculations of the dwarf country authorities, their country will experience land death in the next 30 years. There was a look of surprise on Bai Yang and Tang Yuma's faces. Land of death. They are not fools. There is an active volcano deep underground in the dwarf country. It is quite large in scale, but due to the unique geographical structure of the dwarf country, the volcano has not erupted. But once the land dies and problems occur in the geological layer, the volcano deep in the core of the dwarf country is likely to erupt. This also means that the dwarf country may no longer exist in a few decades. So what's the purpose of these guys? Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He vaguely guessed something, but he was not sure. You guessed right. Their purpose is simple, to invade Shenzhou, and ideally, to gain a piece of Shenzhou's land. Originally, with the resources of the dwarfs, if they wanted to exchange a piece of territory with Shenzhou, Shenzhou might not object. However, from the information I have, they want more than just a piece of Shenzhou's land, but most of Shenzhou. They want to invade Shenzhou during this peaceful time. Tang Guolian's expression was somewhat serious. He was not exaggerating when he said this. In recent years, most of the elite troops of the dwarf country have come to China, and their wolfish ambitions are obvious. It is precisely for this reason that in the coming period, the actions initiated by the dwarf country will become increasingly powerful. It is very likely that this will cause major problems in Shenzhou from within. So their first step is to start with business? Bai Yang thought for a moment, looked at Tang Guoliang and asked. That's right. If you want to destroy a country, the easiest way is to start with its business structure. If a country's economy has major problems, then the country will basically be paralyzed. Over the years, the dwarves have established many companies and factories in the Magic City. And the owners of these companies and factories are all elite troops from the dwarf country. They control many resources in the Magic City. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place they will attack is the Magic City. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma looked at each other. They really didn't expect that there would be so many things behind this. As a result, their Magic City is also in danger. Bai Yang also understood why the dwarfs had such great power and could easily get so many important figures to put pressure on the authorities in the Magic City. If Bai Yang did not have certain means, he would most likely have been completely tortured to death by the dwarfs. Uncle Tang, do you have any plans for coming back to the Magic City this time? Bai Yang asked. I definitely have a plan, but before that, I still plan to arrange your wedding. Tang Guoliang looked at the two of them. Tang Yuma and Bai Yang were slightly stunned. Marriage. The first thing Tang Guoliang did when he came back was their marriage. Bai Yang glanced at Tang Yuma, whose expression was still rather cold. To be honest, Bai Yang has some feelings for Tang Yuma. Tang Yuma's appearance and figure are both top-notch. It is every man's dream to be able to have something happen with such a beauty. But Bai Yang was also very clear that Tang Yuma didn't seem to have any interest in him, and if he forced the two of them to be together, that would not be a good thing. So, even if Bai Yang likes it, he won't say anything easily. What's going on? Do you two have any objections? Seeing that neither of them spoke, Tang Guoliang asked back. No, it's just that our own affairs should be decided by us. Plus, you came back this time to deal with the dwarves, so there's no need to get involved in our affairs. Tang Yuma said seriously. You. Tang Guoliang shook his head slightly. Others may not know what Tang Yuma is thinking, but how could he not know? He is a very smart man and knows what Tang Yuma is thinking. When he said this just now, Tang Yuma was obviously moved. Although she didn't show it on her face, she didn't refuse, which meant she agreed. All right, let's leave it at that. I have my own ideas, and you don't need to get involved. Also, I've finally come back, so I'd better take care of some company matters. I have something else to do, so I'll excuse myself for now. Tang Yuma said calmly. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked straight upstairs. Seeing Tang Yuma's back, Tang Guoliang's face showed a bit of helplessness. So many years have passed, and my daughter is still like this. Bai Yang didn't say much. In his opinion, Tang Yuma must not like him, which is why he said that. But he didn't know that Tang Yuma thought he didn't like her, and she had already prepared to confess her feelings. She naturally didn't want to cause any trouble. All right, I, an old man, won't get involved in your affairs anymore. Let me introduce you. This is a top student from Mei Country. His name is Lin Hao. He's a very good computer genius. Although Tiantung Group's chip technology is very good in all aspects. But you know that the chip production process is quite rushed, and there are still some problems. I called him over this time to improve some of the chip issues. There was a hint of surprise on Bai Yang's face. Could it be that Tang Guoliang has some spies in the company? How come he knows everything? The chip was indeed produced in a hurry. There is no problem overall, but there are still problems with many small details. Seeing the expression on Bai Yang's face, Tang Guoliang smiled a little. You're still too young. You have no idea what resources and connections the older generation has. There are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. Some people may seem loyal to you, but in reality, they're only loyal to you for the sake of other people's face. After hearing this, Bai Yang seemed to understand something. Although Tang Guoliang was not in the company now, most of the company's shares were still in Bai Yang's hands. But this company was founded by Tang Guoliang himself after all. If Tang Guoliang wanted to make the company collapse, he only needed to make a phone call to solve the problem. What's going on here has nothing to do with interests, it's about friendship. Some old employees will still give face to Tang Guoliang even though he is no longer in the position. Ginger is always more spicy with age. Bai Yang smiled slightly. You kid, take him with you tomorrow to take care of this for me. Also, tell that kid surname Chow to be careful these few days. The situation in the Magic City is quite complicated. When investigating the dwarves, be careful. Otherwise, big problems could arise if you're not careful. Tang Guoliang said again. Bai Yang nodded, I understand. No further communication was carried out. Bai Yang stood up, went back to his room and fell asleep. Tang Guoliang took a few sips of tea and left the villa. I finally came back, and it's probably not easy to have a good rest. When he came outside, a car drove over. Several figures came up to him and respectfully invited him to get in the car. After Tang Guoliang got in the car, it left quickly. The dwarfs also seemed to have learned about Tang Guoliang's disappearance after returning to the Magic City. In a certain villa, there was a gleam in the eyes of several dwarfs, and their aura was extremely obvious. Have you investigated the reason why Tang Guoliang returned to the Magic City this time? A thin, short Chinese man asked. If Tang Guoliang were here at this time, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the short Chinese man in front of him was the vice chairman of Ginza Group, Sugimoto Hanji. The people standing next to him are the backbone of the Ginza Group. Even if they return to the dwarf country, they are still business elites. It's not very clear at the moment, but I received news that Yu Feng seemed to have met with him tonight. A short Chinese man next to him said. Sugimoto Benji's expression changed slightly. The only person who can make them feel fearful in the Magic City is Yu Feng, who is a top figure in the Magic City. Some of his actions can directly affect the development direction of the dwarf company. However, they have considerable influence in the Magic City, so Yu Feng has to think twice before taking any action against them. Unless something unexpected happens, Tang Guoliang's return to the Magic City won't be that simple this time. Tell your men to speed up and complete the first step of the plan within half a month. Sugimoto said seriously. Clear. Those people nodded and quickly left. Sugimoto sighed softly, a solemn look in his eyes. They were fighting for national justice, and no matter what, they had to carry these things through. Chapter 127 Confession. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yang didn't go anywhere during these 2 days and stayed in the company most of the time. At this time, Tang Yuma in the office was calling her best friend. Shinjiechi, I'm going to confess my feelings tonight. What do you think I should do? Tang Yuma asked. It's okay. With your charm, if you want Bai Yang to fall at your feet, it's just a matter of a word. Shinjiechi comforted. So, are you done with that? Tang Yuma asked again. It's almost done, and the effects are absolutely amazing. Shinjiechi assured. When she said this, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Helping her best friend confess her love to the woman she liked made her feel a little uncomfortable no matter how she listened to it. But is there any way? For the sake of her best friend, she can't do things according to her own wishes. Okay. Tang Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time she felt so nervous. Bang bang bang. Tang Yuma had just hung up the phone when there was a knock on the door outside the office. Come in. The office door opened at this time and Bai Yang walked in. This thing is for you. Bai Yang held a document in his hand and placed it in front of Tang Yuma. Seeing this document, Tang Yuma was slightly stunned. The content of the document is very simple. It basically says that Tang Yuma has passed the assessment and will be a director of Tiantan Group in the future. Bai Yang is not stupid, and there is absolutely no problem with Tang Yuma's ability. More importantly, he is a lazy person and doesn't like to deal with many things. Having someone like this to help him manage the company is definitely what Bai Yang wants. Is that enough? Don't you need to investigate further? Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang and asked again. I trust you to do your job, and I can't find a more responsible chairman than you. Bai Yang smiled. Tang Yuma nodded and put the document away. Fortunately, Bai Yang gave him this thing in advance. If her confession failed, she didn't know whether Bai Yang would still be willing to be with her. But she didn't know that Bai Yang also had some feelings for her, But she was too cold, so Bai Yang didn't know what she was thinking directly. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Since Bai Yang had made an appointment with Tang Yuma to have dinner in the Sky Garden tonight, Bai Yang also arrived here early. But when he arrived here, the gate of the hanging garden was closed. In addition, the waiter at the door was nowhere to be found at this time. "Hello, you must be Mr. Bai Yang." A figure walked towards the side with a smile on his face. "Well, who are you?" Looking at him, Bai Yang asked with a somewhat puzzled look. The man in front of me looked quite polite, about 30 years old, wearing a suit, and gave the impression of being the manager of some department. But Bai Yang didn't know him at all. "Miss Tang Yuma asked me to come here. She's already prepared everything for you. Come this way." The man had a smile on his face and gestured to Bai Yang. "Oh." Bai Yang nodded. He was a little surprised. Why was Tang Yuma so secretive about having a meal? Instead of entering directly from the main entrance, they took the elevator on the side and went directly to the Sky Restaurant. The Sky Restaurant is a very iconic restaurant in Shanghai, where the average consumption per person is over 10,000 yuan. If you are not rich, you can't eat in this kind of place. In addition, there are more than 30 floors of Sky Restaurants, and the higher you go, the better the view. Bai Yang had never eaten at a place like this before. When he arrived at the top floor, Bai Yang's face showed a bit of surprise, because there was no one there. "Isn't she here yet?" Bai Yang looked a little doubtful. "Mr. Bai Yang, please wait here for a while. Miss Tang Yuma will be here soon." The man had a smile on his face and spoke to Bai Yang politely. Bai Yang nodded. His figure walked inside. The environment of this Sky Restaurant is quite nice, and even the carpets are extremely valuable. However, there is no light on the top floor today, and no one is dining there. This was something Bai Yang didn't expect. Usually this place is very busy, with a constant stream of people ordering food. What's going on today? There was a hint of confusion on Bai Yang's face. At this moment, the sound of piano suddenly rang out. Bai Yang looked towards a place not far away, and all he saw was a beam of light coming down from a distance, and a figure in front of a piano playing slowly. This figure is slender and has a sense of tranquility. When he saw this person, Bai Yang was slightly stunned. The woman in front of him was Tang Yuma. But what surprised Bai Yang was that he had never seen Tang Yuma like this before. The sound of piano rang out. The entire Sky Restaurant is surrounded by the melodious piano sound. Bai Yang looked at the other person. He really didn't expect that Tang Yuma had such a level of emotional connection. I really didn't notice it before. The piano piece ended quickly, and Tang Yuma slowly stood up, her eyes looking towards Bai Yang. Today she wore a gray and white dress, like a princess in a fairy tale world, with a unique temperament. She walked slowly towards him, her cold face showing a hint of arrogance. She looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat indifferent tone. Her voice is very nice, and she has the typical queen style. "Bai Yang, it's been exactly 3 months since I met you. 3 months ago, we got together because of a marriage certificate. According to our previous agreement, we should separate now. It's just that I don't want us to break up. In fact, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. I want to be with you, and I hope I can be with you. So, I beg you to withdraw your request to cancel the engagement." At this moment, Tang Yuma came to Bai Yang. She looked at Bai Yang with her bright eyes, and there was a bit of heat in her eyes. Dang dang dang. Beams of light shone down, and the entire sky garden became extremely bright. At this time, Bai Yang discovered that the sky garden had been arranged as a proposal scene. Not far from him there was a sea of flowers with LED lights flashing on them. Bai Yang's emotions were in turmoil. To be honest, he never expected that Tang Yuma would do such a thing to him. This feels so weird. A boy was confessed to by a goddess. Any boy would feel a little weird. But when he saw Tang Yuma's beautiful face, Bai Yang's heart trembled slightly. He has always had a good impression of Tang Yuma. Now that she has confessed her love to him, it would be a lie for Bai Yang to say that he doesn't like her. Tang Yuma's eyes were fixed on him, and there was a hint of heat in his cold eyes. Bai Yang hesitated for a moment, his eyes looking at Tang Yuma. "To be honest, I'm quite surprised, because you've always been rather cold to me before, and I don't know when you fell in love with me. Also, I have a question. Why do you treat me like this even though you obviously like me?" Hearing this, Tang Yuma was slightly stunned. She explained, "I actually have a bit of facial paralysis. I can't show many expressions on my face. Also, there's one thing I haven't told you. We've actually known each other for a long time. At this time, Tang Yuma took out a yellowed photo. That was a photo of Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. When I saw this photo, some old memories came to mind. Bai Yang didn't expect that Tang Yuma had known him for a long time. No wonder she likes herself. It was as if after he rescued Tang Yuma that year, that very cute little girl had once whispered to him, "Brother, thank you, I will marry you in the future to repay you." It seemed like a long time had passed since these words were spoken, yet they were right in my ears. Looking at Tang Yuma, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. He suddenly stepped forward and hugged Tang Yuma. "Actually, I like you too." The person in his arms trembled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were sounds of fireworks breaking through the air, and fireworks were set off at this time. The black sky was lit up, and a heart shape seemed to appear above the sky of the magic city. Even the moonlight was blessing their marriage. Some people standing in the distance looked at the two people hugging each other tightly, and there was a hint of excitement on their faces. There was a hint of gloom on Shinjichi's face, although it was a bit shameful to say it out loud. But she still had a glimmer of hope that Tang Yuma's confession would fail. Bai Yang fell in love with himself. However, as the two hugged each other, this fantasy was completely shattered. She adjusted her mood and realized that only Tang Yuma was worthy of such an outstanding person like Bai Yang. She also sincerely wishes her best friend happiness. The two hugged for a long time. Bai Yang had a look of excitement on his face. He looked at the person in his arms with a smile on his face. Without any hesitation, he kissed the other person. Tang Yuma was a little shy at first, but soon calmed down. The two of them chased each other, and Tang Yuma's face became redder and redder. After a long while, Bai Yang let go of Tang Yuma in his arms. "Tell me the truth, how long have you been preparing for this confession?" There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. "It's been a while. In fact, I was always worried that you would reject me." Tang Yuma's face looked a little shy. It was the first time he saw her with such an expression. Bai Yang scratched her nose gently and kissed her on the cheek. "I like you very much, but this time doesn't count. How can a boy like me be confessed to by a girl? I'll propose to you later." There was a hint of shyness in Tang Yuma's eyes, and she nodded slightly. Which girl doesn't like to be proposed to by the boy she likes? She is also looking forward to her wedding with Bai Yang. Then, the two of them walked to the side. "The candlelight dinner is ready." Tang Yuma was very well prepared for today's confession, and it gave Bai Yang a very good feeling. Only, for some reason, Bai Yang still felt a little weird about someone confessing their love to a grown man. He hoped that he could give Tang Yuma a perfect wedding in the future. Chapter 128 Test. After the two of them had dinner, they looked at each other, and Tang Yuma still gave people a somewhat cold impression. However, Bai Yang, who knew her situation, was relieved at this time. He was still very happy to be with a woman like Tang Yuma. After dinner, the two left the restaurant and walked around the street for a while, just like a young couple who had just fallen in love. However, both of them are very good looking. When they walk on the street, many people are quite surprised, and the rate of people turning back to look at them is 100%. When he returned home, Tang Guoliang was sitting in the yard eating fruit with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was very happy. When she saw Tang Guoliang, Tang Yuma's face showed a bit of embarrassment. It was rare to see her hiding behind Bai Yang. "Ha, I didn't expect you would feel embarrassed sometimes. Alright, I know everything about you. I agreed to this marriage when I drafted it for you. There's nothing to be shy about." There was a hint of smile on Tang Guoliang's face. Bai Yang walked towards him. He had nothing to fear from this middle-aged man. He could see that Tang Guoliang took good care of him and really treated him as his own son. "Now you two are completely together. Bai Yang, take this." Tang Guoliang placed a jade pendant on the stone table. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. He took the jade pendant in his hand. The pattern on it was quite complicated, but there was only one white word in the middle. "This is?" Bai Yang was a little confused. "It's a keepsake from your father. You'll know its use in the future. Be nice to this girl from now on. She has liked you for a long time." There was a hint of smile on Tang Guoliang's face. As a father, how could he not know what his daughter was thinking? Only, some things cannot be forced, but fortunately, Bai Yang agreed, which fulfilled Tang Yuma's wish. Now that you're together, there are some things I should tell you. Tang Yuma should have briefly told you about our Tang family's past, but there are still some things she didn't tell you. Tang Guilian's eyes were shining, and he looked at Bai Yang and spoke seriously. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma's expressions changed slightly. They could tell from Tang Guilian's eyes that Tang Guiliang must have something important to say to them. Our Tang family is not as simple as you think. Rather than saying that our Tang family is a business family, it's better to say that our Tang family is the same as the Ginza group. Tang Guiliang said seriously. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma's expressions changed. The same existence as Ginza group. Doesn't that mean that Tang Guiliang is also serving the country? You guessed right, I have indeed been serving my country all along. Including your parents, their identities are extremely mysterious, that's because they are also serving the country. Bai Yang, I want to ask you now, are you willing to join Kunlun? Tang Guiliang looked at Bai Yang and asked. Kunlun? Bai Yang was stunned. That's right, Kunlun is an intelligence organization in Shenzhou. It holds great power. If you join Kunlun, ordinary people won't dare to attack you. While you can enjoy privileges, you also need to bear pressure. I hope you can think it through. Tang Guiliang said seriously. Tang Yuma sat aside and looked at Bai Yang. To be honest, Bai Yang was now like her husband, and she didn't know what the consequences would be if Bai Yang joined such an organization. Although she was worried, she was also a sensible person. She will still support her husband unconditionally. I do. Bai Yang nodded slightly. He was already very powerful, but he had never known his own background. Joining Kunlun now meant he would have the opportunity to meet his parents. In addition, Bai Yang also needs such an identity. Now he is in very good condition in all aspects. His identity and background are quite impressive, but he still has no official status at all. This has always been a headache for Bai Yang. The last incident made him understand some things. If he did not have an official background, even if he was worth hundreds of billions, he would still face considerable pressure. Seeing Bai Yang agree, Tang Guiliang's face showed some joy. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Come with me. Tang Guiliang stood up. Bai Yang followed him to the side, but Tang Yuma did not follow. There was a helpless look on her face. Perhaps, it is difficult for people like them to settle down, but it was Bai Yang's choice. She had nothing to say. The figure came to a relatively remote grove. There, a sturdy man dressed in black was waiting for them. He was holding a pot of wine in his hand and had a somewhat fierce look on his face. When he saw him, Bai Yang felt some pressure. The man in front of him was obviously no ordinary person. This is your son-in-law. When he saw Bai Yang, a smile appeared on the man's face. That's right. Tang Guiliang nodded. At this time, a black dagger appeared in the man's hand. He rushed forward and stabbed Bai Yang fiercely in an extremely brutal manner. Laugh. Bai Yang took a step back, and the dagger in the man's hand cut across Bai Yang's neck fiercely. Tang Guiliang had been standing by, and even when he saw Bai Yang in an extremely dangerous situation, he had no intention of taking action. It was as if Bai Yang's life or death had nothing to do with him. Bai Yang's figure retreated repeatedly, his eyes showing a calm look. Facing such danger, being anxious would be of no use. He swung his hand suddenly and punched the opponent hard. But the other party took a sidestep and stabbed Bai Yang's lower waist with the dagger in his hand. Bang! Bai Yang swung his hand quickly, hitting the man's wrist and blocking his attack. He leaned forward suddenly and took a tangling approach. He quickly struck the man's vitals with one knee. The man's face changed, and he leaned back, but at this moment, Bai Yang's right hand, like a spirit snake, locked him and used a grappling move. His strength was extremely strong. He directly strangled the man's neck, and with his other hand, he pinched the man's wrist. The man's face was full of pain. He didn't expect Bai Yang's reaction speed to be so fast. Click! Just when the man was about to resist, Bai Yang's fingers pinched a part of the man's right hand. The man's face changed drastically, the dagger in his hand fell directly to the ground, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Don't move, or I'll break your neck. Bai Yang's voice was somewhat cold. The man felt a lot of pressure and had a premonition that if he tried to resist, Bai Yang might really break his neck. Surrender, I surrender. Ha ha ha, I can't believe the Black Hawk would lose. Unexpected, unexpected. There was a smile on Tang Guiliang's face. He didn't expect Bai Yang to be so powerful. Even someone like Black Hawk could be subdued by him. Tang Guoliang, your son-in-law is so amazing. I feel like I'm no match for him at all. Tang Guoliang shrugged. So what? You're the one who caused trouble for him, not me. There's no other way. Everyone who enters Kunlun needs to be tested. There was a look of helplessness on Black Hawk's face. In fact, he just wanted to see whether Bai Yang was really that powerful. What he didn't expect was that Bai Yang's strength was actually that strong. Bai Yang let go of Black Hawk at this time. If this guy still wanted to attack him, he would not hesitate at all. Boy, what acupuncture point did you press on me just now? Why do I have no strength at all? Seeing his limp right hand, Black Hawk asked. It's the hand and foot meridians. Strong stimulation will temporarily make your right hand lose its fighting power. It will be fine after resting for a while. Bai Yang said calmly. You're really amazing, kid. But don't blame me. This is our Kunlun rule. Black Hawk said helplessly. Rules are rules. You seem to want to see what kind of strength I have. Not bad, right? Bai Yang said. Black Hawk was helpless. His little thoughts were not hidden from Bai Yang at all. After all, Bai Yang is the son of those two, and Black Hawk is also a little curious about Bai Yang. But he didn't expect that even with a weapon, he would not be Bai Yang's match. You know, his strength is ranked among the top 100 in Kunlun. But when facing Bai Yang, he is still no match for him. This shows that under completely fair circumstances, Bai Yang's strength can be ranked among the top 50 in Kunlun. Such a person is truly remarkable. Alright, the test passed. Bai Yang, from today on, you belong to Kunlun. There was a smile on Tang Guoliang's face. He took out a badge and put it in Bai Yang's hand. Bai Yang, there are some things you need to know about Kunlun. This organization is extremely secretive. Unless there are special circumstances, you must not reveal your identity. Also, once you enter Kunlun, you are not alone. No matter what happens, there will be an organization backing you up. There's one more thing you have to remember. Kunlun has strict discipline. Unless there are special circumstances, do not disobey Kunlun's orders. Tang Guoliang said with a serious expression. Bai Yang nodded and looked at the badge in his hand. The pattern on it was a bit complicated, and the word Kunlun was in the middle. Only. Bai Yang suddenly discovered that some of the patterns on the token Tang Guoliang gave him were similar to those on the waist badge. That means his parents have some relationship with Kunlun. As if he had noticed Bai Yang's guess, Tang Guoliang smiled slightly, but he didn't say much. Obviously, there were some things he couldn't tell Bai Yang. After leaving the grove, Bai Yang returned to the villa. Tang Guoliang looked at Black Hawk's still limp right hand, with a smile on his face. You actually dared to kill me just now. Aren't you afraid that those two will find out and come back to deal with you? Tang Guoliang stepped forward and pressed several acupoints on his body. Black Hawk felt that his right hand had regained some strength. It turns out that this is curable. But Bai Yang did not treat him. This young man is a bit petty. What's there to be afraid of? No one knows anyway. Plus, if I don't test his strength, I'll feel a little itchy. Black Hawk said somewhat helplessly. If you do this again next time, I won't care about you. You have to know that even if they don't cause you any trouble, there are still some people who are absolutely loyal to them. If this gets out, you're doomed. Tang Guoliang shook his head slightly. No, Guoliang, you can't be disloyal. Black Hawk said quickly. Tang Guoliang gave him a cold look, but didn't pay much attention to him. He turned around and left. But Black Hawk hadn't finished speaking yet. A few people from the dwarf country have entered the country. They seem to be coming for Bai Yang. Do we need to warn him? Tang Guoliang waved his hand. There's no need for that. If he can't even handle this, then he's really wasted his time as my son-in-law. Chapter 129 Test. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Although he and Tang Yuma were already a done deal, they did not sleep together. Perhaps because they had just been together, Bai Yang was not used to it. Moreover, joining Kunlun last night also opened up a new world for Bai Yang. He knew that there were still many things in this world that he didn't know. Besides, thinking about his parents, Bai Yang became a little curious. Who were they? Ding! The host's current situation has been detected, and the God-level selection system is being activated. 1. Quickly make a name for yourself in Kunlun. Complete the mission and receive 100 million in cash. 2. Learn more about Kunlun through Tang Guoliang, develop slowly, and obtain the fan family skills and the Vajra mantra. System sounds rang out at this time. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. The system selection actually appeared at this time. Fan family exercises, Vajra mantra? To be honest, Bai Yang really didn't know what this thing was. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yang chose 2. He was a little curious about what this Vajra mantra was. Besides, he doesn't like to be so high profile. Host selection successful, 100-fold buff activated. 1. Obtain 100 copies of the fan family skills. 2. Obtain a spiritual level technique. 2. Bai Yang said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, a passage of scripture appeared out of nowhere in Bai Yang's mind. When he saw this scripture, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. Because this scripture actually has the ability to break through acquired cultivation. You know, acquired cultivation is already a very powerful existence in this world. Once you reach the innate realm, you will become even more powerful. Ha ha. System, you're really awesome. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. With such scriptures, what does he have to fear? Without taking too long to look at it, Bai Yang walked straight to the dining table. Now, it's time for breakfast. While sitting at the dining table, Tang Yuma just came down from upstairs. When she saw Bai Yang, there was still a hint of shyness on her face. Compared to before, the eyes she looked at Bai Yang with were obviously much more intimate. Good morning. Tang Guoliang walked over from the side. He had just finished his morning exercise. He is in his 40s and exercises every day. Compared with many young people, Tang Guoliang has a pretty good habit. Half step to the innate. I didn't realize what level of cultivation Tang Guoliang had before. Now I can see it. After possessing the scriptures, Bai Yang had a better understanding of the cultivation system. Tang Guoliang was slightly surprised. He hit it well. Unless someone was stronger than him, it would be impossible to know his cultivation level. Looking at Bai Yang, his eyes were filled with thoughts, but he didn't ask much since his daughter was here. After dinner today, go somewhere with me. Tang Guoliang said. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. Tang Yuma ate quietly without saying much. What happens between men has nothing to do with women. After breakfast, Tang Guoliang took Bai Yang away, and the two sat in a Bentley. Compared with Rolls-Royce, Tang Guoliang prefers Bentley. It's not because the Bentley is good, it's just that his ex-wife liked it, so he likes it too. The vehicle arrived at a factory. Tang Guoliang stretched his muscles and walked inside. Bai Yang followed him. Just as they arrived at the door, a sturdy middle-aged man with a somewhat unfriendly look came over, looked at them and frowned. What are you doing here? Come and see your boss, we need to place an order. Tang Guoliang smiled. You're ordering something? What's that? The man narrowed his eyes and asked. What goods are you talking about? Goods from your dwarf country. Tang Guoliang had a smile on his face, and he used the dwarf language in the second half of the sentence. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, this way please. He walked inside with Bai Yang and Tang Guoliang. Just as I arrived at a room, a few thugs walked in. They held pistols in their hands and pointed them directly at Tang Guoliang and Bai Yang. You're asking for your own death, the investigation has reached this point. One of the thugs had a somewhat arrogant look on his face. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Guoliang smiled slightly. That's too much. Really too much. Is this how you treat guests? We're going to do a business worth hundreds of millions. Didn't Keiko Sakura tell you that you have to be polite when meeting big clients? The expressions of the originally arrogant people changed slightly. They looked at each other, and the middle-aged man looked at Tang Guoliang. Put the gun down. The people nearby put down their guns. Sorry, this is the rule here, to prevent some ignorant people from causing trouble. The middle-aged man explained. It's okay, I understand. Tang Guoliang said. I'll take you to Sakura Keiko. Middle-aged people. He led the two men deeper and deeper, and soon they arrived at an underground casino where there were many gamblers and the amounts on the cards were frighteningly high. Millions of chips can be seen everywhere. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. There was such a world under the factory. Arriving at a VIP room in the casino, the middle-aged man knocked on the door. Come in. A slightly lazy voice came. The middle-aged man pushed open the door. There were only a few gambling tables inside, and a woman dressed as a singer was sitting in front of the table. She had a good figure and her appearance was at least 85 points. She wore light makeup on her face, giving her a very beautiful look. Looking at this side with seductive eyes, Xiaoyi and Keiko took a puff of cigarette. Who are they? Miss Wheezy, they are here to do business with you. Middle-aged people. Do business with me. There was a smile on Keiko Sakura's face and she clapped her hands twice. Several men in kimonos walked over. They held various gambling tools in their hands. Pick one. Sakura Keiko said calmly. Tang Guoliang stepped forward, glanced around, and chose poker. You know the rules. Keiko Sakura smiled slightly, took a puff of her cigarette, and glanced at the two of them with her beautiful eyes. The person who was chosen came to the gambling table with the poker cards, and the others left quickly. Tang Guoliang and Bai Yang sat at the gambling table without saying a word. He's a handsome guy. Are you interested in hanging out with me? I'll make 1 million a month. Sakura Keiko asked with a smile. It can be seen that she is a woman who knows how to use her personal charm. Bai Yang smiled slightly and said nothing. Tang Guoliang didn't say anything. What was there for him to say? The man in kimono next to him is dealing cards. Bai Yang also got a deck of cards. Just as the three were playing cards, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel that at least several weapons around him were aimed at him. Tang Guoliang. Tang Guoliang looked relaxed. Being half a step into the innate realm, his observation skills must be sharper than his. He doesn't care, so why should Bai Yang care? Good luck, 3 aces. Sakura Keiko had a smile on her face and slowly opened the cards. Looking at the cards in his hand, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He has 2 aces in his hand, how could Keiko Sakura have 3 aces? There is a problem. But he didn't say anything and just threw the cards in his hand. Tang Guoliang shrugged slightly and threw away the cards in his hand. Sitting at Bai Yang's angle, he could see that Tang Guoliang also had an ace in his hand. There's something wrong with this deck. I'm so lucky, but you guys are so boring, not saying a word. And you said you wanted to do business with me. Isn't that a bit too boring? Sakura Keiko smiled. Bai Yang and Tang Guoliang remained silent. At the beginning of the second game, Bai Yang had 3 aces in his hand. Seeing this kind of cards, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He knew that there was something wrong with the cards. He must have gotten 3 aces on purpose. I'm betting 50 million on this one. Are you guys following? Keiko Sakura smiled and threw the chips on the table. The chips here are real money. As long as it is released, it will be money. Bai Yang threw the cards aside, it was obvious that he had given up. Tang Guoliang smiled slightly and chose to follow the card. There was a slight change in Keiko Sakura's eyes. The two continued to follow the cards. They didn't communicate with each other throughout the whole process. After a few minutes, both sides opened their cards. Sakura Keiko had a pair of aces and Tang Guoliang had a pair of kings. Seeing this scene, Keiko Sakura immediately took back all the chips with a smile on her face. Thank you both. So, let's start talking about business. Keiko Sakura waved her hand, and the man in kimono next to her nodded and took the cards away. Tang Guoliang smiled slightly. You dwarfs are cautious. If it were anyone else, they would have flipped the table and walked away. Xiaoyi and Keiko shook her head slightly. If it were anyone else, they would probably be beaten to death. This is the rule here. Newcomers to the business must first lose 50 million to me. If you can't even come up with tens of millions, you don't deserve to do business with me. Keiko Sakura is a bit arrogant. Tang Guoliang said nothing more. In that case, let's talk about cooperation. I need goods worth 1 billion, do you have any solutions? 1 billion? Sakura Keiko's face changed. Are you sure? As long as you have it, I'm 100% sure. Tang Guoliang said seriously. Okay, I'll take this order. 10 billion. I didn't expect you to be so bold. There was a hint of a smile on Keiko Sakura's face. When can I get the goods? Tang Guoliang asked. 5 days later, Blue Sea Pier. Sakura Keiko said. Tang Guoliang nodded. I'll ask him to pick up the goods when the time comes. The goods won't be unloaded until he's there. No problem. Sakura Keiko nodded. Tang Guoliang didn't stay long and just threw down a bank card. There's 350 million in the card. 300 million is the deposit, and 50 million is the chips from earlier. Keiko Sakura took the card. See a visitor out. Someone nearby took the two people out. About 10 minutes later, the two men left the factory. The middle-aged man who had been a little arrogant towards them before now showed some respect for them. It is not difficult to enter the factory, but the people who come out are generally just friends. When facing such people, they will naturally be cautious. On the way in the car, Tang Guoliang had a smile on his face. He looked at Bai Yang and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's very dangerous. If anything goes wrong in one link just now, we will die," Bai Yang said seriously. "Haha, that's right, this is a very important base of the dwarf country. There are many things hidden here. They have been testing us since we entered the factory. We had two chances to question the other party, but as soon as we questioned them, they would bite us back. We are the ones who cheated. Also, only the guests sent out by Sakura Keiko are guests. Those who are not sent out are corpses. That's the rule here," Tang Guoliang said seriously. Bai Yang nodded. He knew that there was a lot of darkness in this world that he could not imagine. If he wanted to avoid being affected by the darkness, he had to become stronger. "You performed quite well. Although I didn't tell you much, your performance throughout the whole process was pretty good. Sakura Keiko is not a simple woman. She hasn't even tested your depth. This is also your ability." Tang Guoliang smiled slightly and drove away. Bai Yang knew very well that the plan against the Ginza group should have begun. Chapter 130 Lu Haizi's phone call. Get in the car and leave quickly. The two of them came to a villa. After entering, several strong men in green clothes walked towards this side. "How are the preparations going?" Tang Guoliang's eyes were serious. "It's almost ready," the middle-aged man in the lead said respectfully. Tang Guoliang nodded and turned to look at Bai Yang. "Come with me. There's going to be a tough battle in a few days, and I have something to show you." Bai Yang nodded and followed Tang Guoliang to the basement of the villa. This basement is quite large and gives people a rather eerie feeling. However, just as Tang Guoliang turned on the light, the scene inside the basement suddenly became apparent. Bai Yang's expression changed. Arms. 3 walls were covered with munitions. Bai Yang didn't expect that there would be so many arms here. These devices will be used in 5 days. Get familiar with them here for a few days, Tang Guoliang said. The middle-aged man next to him glanced at Bai Yang. To be honest, Bai Yang gave him a very ordinary impression. Although he is quite handsome, he doesn't look like a very capable young man. But because he was brought by Tang Guoliang, the middle-aged man didn't dare to say much. Those who know Tang Guoliang know that although this middle-aged man in front of him looks kind, he has a murderous aura in his bones. If you refute his point of view, unless you are 100% sure that you are right, the price you pay will definitely be high. There's no need to be familiar. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. He had the consciousness of a soldier king. He might not understand other things, but he could master these things in front of him right away. Can you use these things? Tang Guoliang was a little surprised. The people around were also a little surprised. Bai Yang obviously looks like a sissy. Such a man would be very popular with women outside, but here, his presence would not attract much attention. What they want is a killing weapon, not a powerless person like Bai Yang. Is there a place to train? Bai Yang asked with a smile. Have. The middle-aged man next to him nodded. Tang Guoliang looked at Bai Yang with great interest. If Bai Yang's strong fighting ability was what Tang Guoliang admired, then he could also use it flexibly in front of these things. Then Tang Guoliang would really look at you with higher regard. Then please take me there. Bai Yang smiled. The middle-aged man nodded, and he took Bai Yang to a side door next to the armory. When they opened the door, they found a brand new world inside. There is camouflage paint everywhere, and there is a shooting range covering an area of about 100 meters. What kind of gun do you like? After arriving here, the middle-aged man asked. Casual. Bai Yang smiled slightly. The middle-aged man gestured, and the people behind him quickly came over with a few guns. These guns were chosen at random. There are pistols, submachine guns, rifles, etc., in many styles. Bai Yang picked up a Desert Eagle at random. His eyes looked forward. There is a shooting range that has been adjusted 100 meters away. The bullet is loaded and the aim is taken. Bang! 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 Everything flows smoothly. Bullets were fired at extremely fast speeds. Holes appeared on the aiming wall in front of Bai Yang, and the center points of the aiming icons on the aiming wall were all hit by Bai Yang. Soon, Bai Yang took out a submachine gun and quickly fired at the front. Holes appeared one after another on the aiming wall ahead. The other guns were all used by Bai Yang. Bai Yang put the gun aside with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. When the people nearby saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. From loading the rifle to firing the gun, everything was smooth and flowing. This would be impossible to achieve unless one was an old hand who had been handling guns for many years. Tang Guoliang looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang's performance today really surprised him. He didn't expect that Bai Yang knew so much about firearms. You're quite skilled. Before, I was worried that you wouldn't have the chance to touch this kind of thing and wouldn't know how to operate it. Now it seems that you know everything. I just played it for a while before. Bai Yang said vaguely. Tang Guoliang didn't say much. He knew that as the son of those two people, it shouldn't be difficult for Bai Yang to have the opportunity to come into contact with these things. Since you know all this, let me tell you about our plan this time. Tang Guoliang said directly. Bai Yang nodded. This time, I asked Sakura Keiko for goods worth 1 billion. These goods are smuggled goods, and the profits are huge. Basically, if you invest 1 billion in the Shenzhou market, you can earn at least 5 billion. But the risks are equally great. Sakura Keiko and her group specialize in this kind of business. What we have to do this time is to completely wipe out her smuggling organization. Tang Guoliang said seriously. What kind of person is this Xiaoying Keiko who infiltrated the Shenzhou organization in the dwarf country? Bai Yang asked again. You don't need to ask too much about this. You just need to know that Xiaoying Keiko's identity is not simple. And the organization that the dwarf country entered into Shenzhou is called Shenhuang. The members in it are clearly divided into levels, and the higher the members are, the stronger their abilities in all aspects will be. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang nodded without saying anything more. This smuggling gang has been operating in China for many years, causing great harm to the country. Furthermore, according to our investigation, they appear to be smuggling, but are actually paving the way. Tang Guoliang said seriously. Bai Yang was a little confused. Paving? That's right, paving the way. In the future, the dwarf nation will definitely do something shady to Shenzhou. Some shady weapons or special items will enter Shenzhou through this channel. The drug ingredients in the zombie incident that occurred on Mong Kok Street in Shanghai were related to them. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. The living zombie incident is a very famous incident. At that time, there were several young people in the disco who drank alcohol and took some illegal drugs. Then they became unconscious. Within a few minutes, their faces turned blue and they looked like zombies. And bit several people. Those who were bitten also developed the same symptoms as them. If the law enforcement team had not arrived in time, arrested them one by one, and controlled them, who knows how many people would have suffered that night. Later, the media also reported on it, claiming that it was a banned drug and was highly contagious. For this reason, law enforcement officers frequently visited discos and KTVs during those 2 years to conduct investigations. Bai Yang had also heard the news from that year, but what he didn't expect was that the incident was also caused by these dwarfs. So, do you know how much damage these dwarfs have caused to our Shenzhou? Tang Guoliang looked at Bai Yang and asked. Bai Yang took a deep breath. I understand. The action in 5 days is very important. In order to understand Keiko Sakura's trading habits, several of our members have already died at her hands. If they weren't so cunning, I wouldn't have taken action myself. Tang Guoliang said again. Bai Yang nodded. He knew that Tang Guoliang certainly didn't know how to trade with Sakura Keiko at the beginning. There must be many reasons for this that were the result of repeated testing. Thinking of this, Bai Yang's eyes were filled with thoughts. If he had the chance, he would definitely teach these dwarfs a lesson. After leaving here, Bai Yang also learned some information about the Divine Emperor organization along the way. They were founded more than 10 years ago, and their members are scattered across the country, some of whom have become well-known figures locally. Even some towns have their spies. It has to be said that the dwarf country does have some capabilities, as it can actually train so many organizational personnel. Return to your home. Bai Yang took a shower and returned to his room. Tang Yuma had not returned yet. He must be working overtime at the company. He lay on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and a scripture emerged in his mind. That was the scripture he had obtained before, a scripture that could allow one to enter the innate realm from the acquired realm. Bai Yang carefully observed the scriptures and adjusted his breathing. There was a faint cyclone moving around in his body. As time passed, Bai Yang clearly felt that his physical condition had become significantly stronger. However, the scriptures were extremely profound, and even Bai Yang could not fully understand them in a short time. The Xiantian realm has always been the dream of all practitioners. If you want to enter this realm, I'm afraid the effort required is not that easy. Bai Yang said softly. Ding ling ling. Just when Bai Yang had finished his training, a phone call came in. When he answered the phone, his expression changed a little, because the person calling was Lu Haizi. Hello, is this Bai Yang? Uncle Lu. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. To be honest, he still had some respect for Lu Haizi. He knew very well that this big brother had considerable influence in the Magic City. Even if he is worth hundreds of billions, he still needs to be given some face. My men sent me a photo, I wonder if it's you. There was a smile on Lu Haizi's face. At this time, Bai Yang's cell phone rang. Because it was connected to Wi-Fi, the cell phone could still connect to the internet when making a call. When he clicked on it, Bai Yang's face changed. Because the photo shows him and Tang Guoliang entering the casino. Lu Haizi's power is so terrifying that he even has spies in Sakura Keiko's place. I have no other purpose in calling you, I just want to remind you that Sakura Keiko is not an ordinary person, and it's not easy to get the upper hand from her. Lu Haizi reminded. I see. Bai Yang said. Okay, I won't say more. If you have any trouble in the future, you can call me. As long as I can, I will definitely help you settle it. Lu Haizi laughed. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Bai Yang said politely, then hung up the phone. However, looking at the photo in front of him, Bai Yang's mood was in turmoil. He knew that there must be something wrong here, but he was not sure what the problem was. Lu Haizi? What other secrets does this guy have? Chapter 131 The 12 Constellations. There was a gleam in his eyes, and suddenly Bai Yang discovered that the Magic City was much more complicated than he had imagined. Bai Yang let out a sigh and stopped thinking. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When Tang Yuma returned home, she quietly opened the door of Bai Yang's room. Seeing Bai Yang lying on the bed, a smile appeared on her face. Then she closed the door and continued to work. For a workaholic like her, work is something that makes her very excited. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Tang Guoliang had been staying at home, only occasionally leaving the villa for a while, as if he was discussing something. Bai Yang was also happy to have some free time. When he had nothing to do, he would contemplate the scriptures in his mind. He obviously understood much more about the innate realm than before. The innate realm is different from the acquired realm. It not only makes the physique stronger, but also cleanses the impurities in the body. When entering the innate realm, a person's lifespan will increase by 20 to 30 years. For a warrior at the Xiantian realm, if he does not suffer any external injuries, there is no problem for him to live to the age of 130. As for the hundreds of years that were passed down in ancient times, that realm has already surpassed the innate and entered a completely new field. With the current level of human cultivation, it is basically impossible to reach that level. Bai Yang felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. He knew very well that he had the system, and there would be absolutely no problem for him to get ahead of others in the future. As the system issues more and more rewards, it is not impossible for him to become a warrior who surpasses the innate warriors. That night, Bai Yang and Tang Guoliang left early. Although the two of them didn't go out much these days, Tang Yuma was also very clear that Bai Yang had joined Kunlun and he would have a lot of things to do in the future. Although she was a little worried, her personality and habits prevented her from saying much. She also trusts her man very much. After following Tang Guoliang out of the villa, they soon arrived at a port. This is the location of tonight's transaction. For such a big deal, Sakura Keiko's confidants will definitely come. We'll attack from both sides. One group will go directly to the underground casino, and we're going to capture all of the other side. Tang Guoliang whispered. He knew very well that given the nature of the dwarfs, there would definitely be a lot of people coming here tonight. It was very dark, and they wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Bai Yang nodded. It can be seen that Tang Guoliang and others have been preparing for this plan for a long time. While they were waiting, the boat slowly approached the shore, and several black cars drove towards them. A short Chinese man with a warrior hairstyle, about 1.8 meters tall and a very strong build, got out of the car. Following him were a group of men in black suits. These people were obviously veterans. After arriving here, they quickly gave signals to the people on the boat. The men unloaded quickly. Tang Guoliang looked at them with a gloomy look in his eyes. "Get started," Tang Guoliang said softly. Bai Yang nodded, took out his submachine gun, looked at the group of people in front of him, and his mind began to analyze quickly. The men in black beside the boat, the positions of each of them, their every movement, and the terrain of the dock. Before long, the best attack plan appeared in his mind. Although it is not possible to achieve a particularly precise level, it is obviously much better than before. This is the benefit he gained from observing the scriptures during this period, which allows him to analyze some things clearly. His figure suddenly rushed forward. Whoosh! His speed was astonishingly fast, and at this moment, he fired a gun directly, and with his other hand, he held a grenade and threw it directly at the cruise ship. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of bullets breaking through the air continued to be heard, and bullets hit many people. There were bloody holes on their bodies and expressions of pain on their faces. Bang! The grenade exploded at this time, blowing a big hole in the cruise ship. The control room has been bombed, everyone on alert. All personnel on alert, start the backup engine. Shouts continued to be heard, and many crew members' faces changed drastically. They hurriedly said. The expression of the man with a samurai hairstyle who was in the lead also changed. Baka! He cursed, took out the gun from his waist, and shot at the people present. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another. Sparks appeared in many places on the ground, and bullet holes appeared on the vehicles and the ground. When seeing this scene, some people's expressions changed slightly. Because Bai Yang's shooting skills were very accurate, he managed to kill more than 10 people in a short period of time under the fire of a submachine gun. Such means are indeed surprising. Moreover, the group led by Tang Guoliang are all very skilled. Faced with overwhelming firepower suppression, they also felt quite difficult. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out, and the originally quiet port was now filled with a bit of noise. Shouting and gunshots rang out one after another. They never imagined that they would encounter such danger during this delivery. The entire gunfight lasted more than 10 minutes. Because Tang Guoliang was well prepared, the other side had no chance to fight back. One after another, figures fell to the ground with painful expressions on their faces. The middle-aged man in the lead was also lying on the ground at this moment. He originally wanted to shoot, but there were several gunshot wounds on his hands and his face was full of pain. Don't resist, you are surrounded. Tang Guoliang's face was somewhat indifferent, and he walked towards the other party. When he saw Tang Guoliang, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. It's you! He had seen the two of them before when they came to the casino. But what he didn't expect was that the person who knew the rules so well was actually the one who wanted to kill them. That's right, it's me. I've caught you red-handed this time. What else can you say? Tang Guoliang's eyes were somewhat gloomy, and he said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, I never expected this. A master on the heavenly ranking is actually handling a smuggling case. Tang Guoliang, are you going backwards as you get older? At this time, a sneer was heard. The expressions of many people present changed slightly. At this moment, several figures in samurai uniforms came here from not far away. They wore conical hats on their heads and had gloomy eyes. With Tang Guoliang bringing so many people with him, they still dared to show up without any weapons in their hands. They were really brave. When he saw them, Tang Guoliang's expression changed slightly. Aries, Cancer. There is a strict hierarchy within the Divine Emperor organization. If Sakura Keiko is a D-level member, then the people in front of her are C-level members. They are the 12 zodiac signs, and each of them has acquired peak strength. And they have practiced some kind of fusion method, which allows them to surpass others in their own strength. Therefore, the fighting power unleashed by the two of them is much stronger than that of ordinary acquired warriors. There are also many powerful warriors behind them. The other party also came prepared. When he saw them, Tang Guoliang looked a little ugly. Tang Guoliang, I know you were injured by Black Hand when you fought him in Mei Country before. Although it doesn't look like anything now, your overall strength is no longer as good as before. Otherwise, with your status, how could you possibly handle these things? There was a bit of a sneer on Aries' face. He was about 60 years old, with a goatee and many wrinkles on his face. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was a very wise man. The Cancer next to him was an extremely strong man with many scars on his exposed skin. You can tell at first glance that he is a person who loves fighting very much. Ha ha ha. It seems that your Divine Emperor's intelligence system is indeed not simple. But it shouldn't be that easy for just the two of you to settle things here. There was a hint of a sneer on Tang Guoliang's face. You'll know if you're an opponent after trying. This route is very important to our Divine Emperor. Tang Guoliang, if you don't want to die, then be honest. There was a gloomy look in the eyes of these people, and there was a hint of evil in Aries' body. Compared with his previous image of a little old man, it is completely different. You're asking for your own death. Tang Guoliang shouted and rushed towards the other party in an instant. He was very skilled and was in front of the other party in an instant. But at this time, Cancer, who had been silent all the time, suddenly attacked. His muscles squirmed, and the huge force directly hit Tang Guoliang. Tang Guoliang transformed his palm into a hand and blocked the opponent's punch. But at this time, the opponent used his waist and legs to exert force, and hit Tang Guoliang hard with a powerful punch. Tang Guoliang took half a step back. Very strong. Cancer is a person with extremely strong fighting ability, so the power he unleashes is extremely terrifying. At this moment, Aries suddenly rushed over with two small daggers in his hands. At this moment, he stabbed Tang Guoliang's abdomen fiercely. When Bai Yang saw this scene, his face changed and he shot directly at the other party with the submachine gun in his hand. Bang! Whoosh! Just when the bullet was about to hit Aries, he dodged quickly, and at this time his eyes looked towards Bai Yang. He could see that this seemingly young guy probably possessed extraordinary strength. Get started! Aries scolded. The people behind him attacked fiercely and rushed directly towards Tang Guoliang's men. Bai Yang didn't hesitate at all. The Desert Eagle appeared in his hand and shot at those people quickly. They are all quite strong and have a thick steel plate in their hands. When ordinary bullets are shot at them, they can quickly block them with the steel plate. Whoosh whoosh. When the bullets were fired, poison darts appeared in the hands of these people, and they were shot at the people present one by one. With the sound of breaking through the air, several people on Tang Guoliang's side kept falling to the ground, with poisonous blood spurting out of their mouths and expressions of pain on their faces. The fighting power of these people in front of me is extremely strong. Chapter 132 Accurate Calculation. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He knew that if this continued, they would suffer heavy losses. Throwing the Desert Eagle aside, Bai Yang directly took out a black dagger. This was a gift given to him by Tang Guoliang after he joined Kunlun. The blade is pitch black and extremely sharp. Whoosh! Bai Yang rushed towards them quickly. In the distance, Tang Guoliang was dealing with two peak-level acquired martial artists. He retreated repeatedly with a look of pain on his face. If he were in his prime, he would definitely be able to easily deal with these two people. However, his injuries have not healed yet, and he would be in a very bad state if he wanted to fight the two people in front of him. Tang Guoliang, it looks like you're going to get caught here today. There was a grim smile on Aries' face, and the two daggers in his hands quickly stabbed towards Tang Guoliang. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard. The terrifying cutting speed seemed to cut even the air. The Cancer next to him had boxing gloves on his hands and a fierce look in his eyes. Call! In the intervals between Aries' attacks, his fists would strike Tang Guoliang fiercely in a terrifying manner, with astonishing speed and strength. Tang Guoliang retreated repeatedly. He had a short stick in his hand. It was his weapon, and its surface was covered with a layer of jet black steel. There will be clanging sounds during the fight. Bang! 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 As the sounds came one after another, beads of sweat continued to fall from Tang Guoliang's forehead, and there was a look of pain on his face. Because of the strenuous exercise, his injuries were obviously much more serious. When Aries and Cancer saw this scene, there was a sneer on their faces. They knew that Tang Guoliang could not hold on for much longer. But just when they were fighting fiercely with Tang Guoliang, not far away, Bai Yang made a quick move and the dwarf Chinese fell to the ground one by one. They were quite strong and had steel plates in their hands to block bullets. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely not easy to deal with them. But Bai Yang is not an ordinary person. He has excellent skills and a strong sense of combat. That is why these people are no match for Bai Yang at all. Laugh. When he came to another dwarf, Bai Yang cut his throat with the dagger in his hand. The dwarf's throat was cut by Bai Yang on the spot, and blood spurted out. The man fell to the ground, lifeless. Glancing towards Tang Guoliang, Bai Yang knew very well that Tang Guoliang was no match for the two of them. It seems that my father-in-law was seriously injured before, otherwise his fighting ability would not have declined to this extent. By observing the scriptures, Bai Yang's understanding of the innate became deeper and deeper. He knew very well that the innate realm was a very magical realm. Even if he is half a step away from being innate, it will be no problem for him to deal with a few people in the acquired realm. If the acquired realm is considered to be the pinnacle of mortals, that innate state is definitely half a step into the extraordinary realm. There is an essential difference between the two. Whoosh! Just as the dagger in Ares' hand was about to stab towards Tang Guoliang again, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Ares' face changed and he retreated repeatedly. He could feel that the hidden weapon was shot directly at his vitals. Who? He could actually launch a sneak attack on him. Looking not far away, he saw that Bai Yang had some poison darts in his hands. 7 or 8 dwarfs had already fallen to the ground, and he looked over here with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Although there were still a few people who had not been dealt with, given the current situation, Bai Yang had no problem dealing with them all. Ares' expression changed a little. How is this possible? How could he possibly have such strength? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a young man in his early 20s could take on so many martial artists in the acquired realm. Tang Guoliang's expression changed a little. He didn't expect that his son-in-law would be so powerful. It seems that compared to before, his strength seems to have improved a bit. Tang Guoliang thought secretly in his heart. He discovered that although Bai Yang had not entered the innate realm, his strength was far beyond the average peak acquired realm. Based on his experience, it is not impossible for Bai Yang to reach the half-step innate level in a few years. A half-step innate in his early 30s. Such strength is among the best in Kunlun. He is indeed worthy of being the son of those two people, he is indeed extraordinary. Cancer, go and take care of him, this kid is a bit weird. Ares said. He knew very well that every person here had been trained by the Divine Emperor organization at great expense of time, and each of them was very important. That's why he doesn't want to see too much loss. But Bai Yang made him feel very uneasy. For some reason, he always felt that he would fail here this time. Cancer nodded. He was a relatively honest man and usually listened to Ares. The two had been partners for many years. Whoosh! Cancer rushed directly towards Bai Yang, and his fist hit Bai Yang fiercely. With one person less, Tang Guoliang felt much less pressure. You want to deal with me by yourself, isn't that a bit too arrogant? There was a hint of coldness on Tang Guoliang's face. He attacked Ares fiercely, and kept hitting the opponent with the short stick in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard. Tang Guoliang's figure pressed closer and closer to Ares. There was a somewhat cold look on Ares' face. I can't kill you by myself, but your injuries are very serious, and Cancer is at the peak of his acquired strength. Even if that kid is really powerful, he's only in his 20s. Can he really do anything? As long as I delay for a while, the final victory will still belong to me. The dagger in Ares' hand was used to block Tang Guoliang's attacks, while at the same time, he was constantly making tentative attacks on Tang Guoliang. For a while, the two fought fiercely, but neither of them could defeat the other. Bang bang bang. Dull sounds continued to be heard, and Tang Guoliang's figure clashed quickly with Ares, and the fight between the two became more and more intense. Looking at the oncoming crab, Bai Yang's face showed a somewhat cold expression. There were still 7 or 8 dwarfs not far from him who had not been dealt with. They came prepared. If Bai Yang had not been here, Tang Guoliang would most likely have been dealt with by the other party. Bai Yang was thinking about a problem. What was the reason that made them aware of tonight's action? Logically speaking, Tang Guoliang had made such thorough preparations that it was impossible for anyone to know about it. Thinking of this, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Are the people in the Divine Emperor organization already this powerful? There are eyeliners in Kunlun. This spy is likely to be of high status. Thinking of this, Bai Yang's eyes became even colder. The more complete their preparations, the more it proves that what they are going to do is not simple. As a Chinese, how could he sit idly by? Bang! Just as Cancer's figure came in front of Bai Yang, he punched Bai Yang hard. Bai Yang retreated repeatedly, his eyes were somewhat cold, and he stabbed the opponent fiercely with the dagger in his hand. Although Cancer looks like a big and stupid guy, its fighting ability is not weak at all. He was very agile, and his fists kept falling on Bai Yang, with faint sounds of fists breaking through the air. Facing his extremely intensive attack methods, Bai Yang could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. He discovered that this big guy's physical fitness was extraordinary. Even under this kind of attack, he didn't show any sign of fatigue. Everyone has their own specializations. Even though the big guy looks stupid, his physical strength is truly unmatched by ordinary people. Bai Yang felt a little helpless. Bang! Another punch landed hard beside Bai Yang, breaking the shelf behind him. Some of the other dwarfs had poison darts in their hands, which they shot at Bai Yang from time to time. Several others attacked Tang Guiliang's men. These people are indeed very skilled, and Tang Guiliang's men are no match for them at all. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of breaking air continued to come. Several of Tang Guiliang's men were hit by poison darts and fell to the ground on the spot. Their poison darts are extremely powerful. Anyone poisoned will die in seconds. This kind of poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood is indeed not something that ordinary people can prepare. Bai Yang's figure kept retreating, and Cancer was chasing him relentlessly. Little thing, can you only run away? Seeing Bai Yang's figure, Cancer thought that Bai Yang was not his opponent. There was a somewhat arrogant look on his face, and he spoke with some contempt. Bai Yang ignored it. His eyes were always observing the surroundings. During this period of time, Bai Yang had been observing the scriptures. His mental strength had obviously become much stronger, and his perception of the environment and memory had improved significantly. Whoosh! Bai Yang's figure retreated again. At this moment, he jumped up with the help of the shelf next to him, and the poison dart in his hand shot towards the crab at an extremely fast speed. Cancer is very fast, and when faced with this attack, he dodges quickly. There was a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Is this the extent of your attack? Isn't this kind of attack just tickling me? There was a look of indifference on Bai Yang's face. If it tickles, you'll know if you look at the back. Cancer's face changed. He looked back and found that several of the poison darts had been reflected and hit his men directly. Those people were fighting with Tang Guiliang's men and didn't pay any attention to the scene here. They didn't expect Bai Yang's mental power to be so terrifying. Not only did he calculate the Cancer's position while fighting them, but he also made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, relying on the poison darts to rebound and reflect back on them. Baka! There was a look of anger on Cancer's face. He attacked fiercely and rushed towards Bai Yang in an instant. When fighting with him, he even dared to hurt his men. This little bastard is so annoying. Chapter 133 Date. He suddenly rushed towards Bai Yang, and hit Bai Yang with terrifying punch force. Compared to before, his current attack methods were more swift and fierce, and the power unleashed by each punch was extremely terrifying. His attack completely blocked Bai Yang's body and gradually forced Bai Yang into a dead corner. Bai Yang's eyes were extremely calm. Facing the opponent's violent attack, his expression was extremely calm, and his body kept moving. His eyes were fixed on the crab in front of him. At this time, he attacked boldly. Laugh! The dagger in his hand cut towards his vitals at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Cancer took half a step back. Taking advantage of this gap, Bai Yang shot the poison dart in his hand towards the crab. Cancer dodged, and with his body like a tiger, he pounced on Bai Yang again. But at this time, there was a faint smile on Bai Yang's lips, and he stabbed the crab with the dagger in his hand. This time he did not defend or dodge but continued to fight with Cancer. Seeing this scene, there was a look of pride on Cancer's face. In his opinion, Bai Yang was definitely dead. The powerful punch came fiercely. But when he was fighting with Bai Yang again, suddenly his legs moved forward and a piercing pain came from the soles of his feet. His body stopped and he looked at his feet. He found that a poison dart was stuck in the ground and his foot was stepping on it. There was a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that there would be a poison dart in such a place. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for making the poison darts too sharp. And you're such a grown-up, yet you're still wearing samurai shoes. If not you, who will step on the poison darts? There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face. Cancer wears old-fashioned samurai shoes with thin soles, suitable for fighting on flat ground. These shoes are very comfortable to wear, but that is why if the poison darts underneath are too sharp, they can easily pierce the soles. Bai Yang's mental strength is much stronger than before. In this case, he can naturally use this method to cause harm to Cancer. Cancer's figure retreated continuously, poisonous blood spurting out of his mouth. His face looked very ugly. He didn't expect that he would die in such a place. The poison on the dart is fatal on impact. Even if he has a strong physique, he cannot endure such pain. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the crab fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face. Looking at him, Bai Yang's face was calm, and his eyes looked at Tang Guoliang and Ares not far away. Because he only had to deal with one person, Tang Guoliang was obviously much more relaxed, but he couldn't take down Ares in a short time. Bai Yang quickly rushed towards Ares. Seeing Bai Yang, Ares' face changed drastically. His eyes saw Cancer lying on the ground not far away, and his body trembled slightly. Cancer is dead. This young man actually killed Cancer. What is going on? Ares clenched his fists and stabbed Tang Guoliang quickly with the dagger in his hand. Tang Guoliang temporarily avoided the attack, and Ares did not hesitate at all. He turned around and fled quickly. Seeing the scene, Tang Guoliang's face changed, and at this time Bai Yang appeared. Tang Guoliang was a little shocked. He looked over to a place not far away and found that Cancer was lying on the ground. My son-in-law is really amazing. He actually killed Cancer. Ares fled in a hurry. Bai Yang quickly caught up. But at this time, Ares came to the edge of the sea, jumped down directly, dived into the sea, and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. This Ares is really cunning and knows how to escape in this way. Forget it. This Ares is proficient in water. Although he is called an Ares, he is also a very powerful diver. If we chase him in this situation, we may not be able to catch him. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang nodded. He saw that Tang Guoliang's face was a little pale. It was obvious that the previous battle had caused his old injury to flare up. Are you okay? It's okay, my chest just hurts a little. A trace of pain flashed across Tang Guoliang's eyes. As a half-stepanate master, his ability to endure pain is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but the pain in his body is still a little unbearable for him. It can also be seen how serious the injury Tang Guoliang suffered before. Sit down first. Bai Yang pressed the button quickly. Tang Guoliang is his father-in-law, and Bai Yang is quite concerned about him. Tang Guoliang nodded and found a place to sit down nearby. At this time, Bai Yang came to him and held his hand. Suddenly, the scriptures appeared in his mind. While Bai Yang was observing the scriptures, he circulated the internal energy in his body. At the same time, the internal strength in Tang Guoliang's body was led to form a rather special circulation. Puff! Tang Guoliang spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood clot that had been pressing on his chest was spit out, and his complexion looked obviously better. This scripture contains a method of entering into the innate, and naturally has something extraordinary about it. Feeling the changes in his body, Tang Guoliang had a look of surprise on his face, wondering about his own body and condition. He had spent a lot of effort before but was unable to clear the blood stasis in his body. Those were injuries left by a top master, and they could not be cured by ordinary medical technology. However, just by using this method, Bai Yang's bruises on his body were significantly healed. Such ability really surprised him. I just happen to know some of the techniques in this area. Bai Yang smiled slightly. There was a hint of smile in Tang Guoliang's eyes. He could see that Bai Yang had many secrets, and that Bai Yang's future achievements would not be too low. It didn't take long before Tang Guoliang stood up and found that his men had already cleaned up the battlefield. Chief, we captured 17 people alive, more than 40 people died, and more than 10 of our brothers died. A man came over and said. Tang Guoliang nodded. He had not expected the casualties tonight. He had thought the plan was flawless, but he had not expected such a thing to happen. Let's go back first. Tang Guoliang said. Those people nodded and then notified the relevant departments to handle the matter. Tang Guoliang didn't say a word as he left here in the car. He was thinking. Why did Ares and Cancer come here? He looked out the window, and vaguely felt that the darkness in the sky was like a giant beast, as if it was about to swallow him up. Has the Divine Emperor organization reached this point? They can even do something like this. Tang Guoliang sighed lightly, with a helpless look on his face. Bai Yang said nothing along the way. He knew that many things were not his business. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of self-cultivation. The night passed quickly. Although Tang Guoyang's side suffered heavy losses that night, killing cancer also caused considerable trouble to the Divine Emperor organization. Each of the acquired peak-level masters is a very important existence. With such strength, he is already a good presence in the organization. As for the half-step innate and innate masters, they are basically the core members and rarely appear in normal times. Last night, 2 people at the peak of their acquired power surrounded Tang Guoliang in order to get rewards from the organization. If they really killed Tang Guoliang, they would definitely gain considerable benefits in the organization. Just like Tang Guoliang killed the crab, Kunlun will also give them some rewards. In the early morning, Bai Yang got up from the bed in fear, and Tang Yuma had also woken up. She looked at Bai Yang with a smile on her face. After a moment of thought, she said, "Although we are together, it seems like there are many things we haven't done yet. Are you free tonight? Let's go see a movie and have dinner together." Okay. After being reminded by Tang Yuma, Bai Yang also remembered this matter. It was indeed true. Although the two were together, they had never done many things that couples do. Thinking of this, Bai Yang's face showed a helpless look. When other people fall in love and get married, they are all very affectionate. Why does it always seem like something is missing when it comes to him? It wasn't long before night fell. Tang Guoliang didn't come back all day because of what happened last night. Kunlun is a relatively complex organization. So many people died last night, and Tang Guoliang also has to bear some responsibility. In addition, what happened last night is obviously worth a thorough investigation, so it will naturally take a lot of time. Bai Yang dressed himself up carefully in his room. To be honest, he hasn't cleaned himself up yet. It has been so many days, and I am usually very busy, so I have a lot of things to ask him about. But now it's good. I have time to date Tang Yuma, and it feels really good. Looking at himself in the mirror, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. He was really handsome, and with the clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, he gave people the feeling of a noble young man. He hardly recognized himself. He walked outside and Tang Yuma had also packed up. She was not wearing any makeup, and with her look she didn't need it. She had a great figure, with a curvy figure, and the long dress she wore casually made her look quite gorgeous. Seeing Tang Yuma like this, Bai Yang was also a little moved. Tang Yuma is indeed very beautiful. Any normal man would feel moved when facing such a girl. Let's go. There was still a somewhat cold look on Tang Yuma's face. She was always like this. It was obvious that it was difficult to tell what she was thinking from the expression on her face. Bai Yang nodded, and the two of them walked outside. But before leaving the villa, Tang Yuma looked at Bai Yang, and her eyes seemed to be filled with some thoughts. At this moment, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Yang's hand, and a warm feeling spread in Bai Yang's palm. Tang Yuma actually took the initiative to hold his hand. Chapter 130 for the Rich Lady. Bai Yang was very surprised because he didn't expect that Tang Yuma would take the initiative to hold his hand. To be honest, the relationship between him and Tang Yuma seemed to have never been that close. Tang Yuma seemed a little nervous. Bai Yang could feel the sweat on her palms and her stiff finger joints. This little girl. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. He held Tang Yuma's hand and couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. Why are you so surprised? Isn't Tang Yuma his wife? What's there to be surprised about? With this in mind, the two of them walked outside like a young couple. Tang Yuma's hands were as soft as sheep fat, with delicate skin, and touching them gave one a heart-pounding feeling. It's just that Tang Yuma was a little shy, so her fingers were stiff. It is unexpected that Tang Yuma, who has always been like a female warrior, actually has such a side to her. After leaving the villa, the two walked all the way out of the community. Because both of them are very good looking, they attracted a lot of attention. But the two turned a deaf ear and walked towards the cinema. They came to the cinema of Yida Group. Yida Group as cinemas are quite successful. Although Yida Group does not have much investment from film and television companies, a large part of the movies that want to be released need to be shot through Yida Group as cinemas. According to the current market share, Yida Group should own more than 60% of the cinemas in China. In other words, if a movie has a box office of 2 billion yuan, Yida Group as cinemas can sell more than 1 billion yuan. Such traffic naturally leads to Yida Group having a great say. There is a saying in the film and television industry, it is better to offend the film and television company than to offend Yida. The worst that can happen if you offend a film and television company is that you have to change jobs. As long as you are a big enough star, you can still make money. But if you offend Yida, it will be unknown whether the movie you invested hundreds of millions of dollars in can be broadcast by Yida Group. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke Yida Group easily. When they arrived at the cinema, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. Want some popcorn? Tang Yuma nodded. Actually, she didn't like eating anything too sweet, but since they were going out on a date, it would be better for her to act natural. Bai Yang walked to the side and bought a bowl of popcorn and 2 drinks. After waiting for a short while, the two of them entered the cinema. Tang Yuma and Bai Yang sat in the back row. Because it was nighttime, there were not many people coming to watch the movie, and there were not many people in the entire theater. There were couples around Tang Yuma and Bai Yang. Put the popcorn and drinks away. Tang Yuma sat in her seat, her eyes fixed on the screen in front of her, a look of surprise on her face. Bai Yang seemed a little strange sitting next to her. Have you never been to the cinema and watched a movie before? Tang Yuma nodded. My parents have always been very strict with me since I was little, so I rarely go out to play. This is my first time in a place like this. What kind of drink is this? Tang Yuma asked while holding a Coke. Cola, you haven't tried this before, have you? Bai Yang suddenly discovered that Tang Yuma seemed to have a side that was unknown to others. After taking a sip, Tang Yuma had a playful look on his face. It's delicious. Seeing her appearance, Bai Yang suddenly felt that this little girl seemed quite cute. I don't know how she managed to survive all by herself. She was able to live mentally normal for such a long time without any enjoyment. As long as you like it. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. He and Tang Yuma sat quietly and watched the movie. At first, Tang Yuma was quite honest, but after a while, Tang Yuma seemed a little curious and took the popcorn from Bai Yang's hand. Snap! Tang Yuma took a bite. Her parents were very strict and she never ate while watching TV. But now, she suddenly found that eating while watching a movie seemed to feel quite good. This thing is quite delicious. There was a hint of smile on Tang Yuma's face. Bai Yang nodded slightly. If you like it, we'll come back next time. Tang Yuma nodded. As the plot of the movie deepens, the male and female protagonists snuggle up to each other, giving people a more touching scene. At this time, Tang Yuma gently pulled Bai Yang with his hand, and then pointed at the couple next to him. It turned out that they were already snuggling together at this time, kissing each other from time to time. Compared with them, Bai Yang and Tang Yuma's viewing mode is just like that of passers-by. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face, and he pulled Tang Yuma into his arms. Tang Yuma's body stiffened slightly. She just wanted to say that the two lovers seemed to be wearing matching outfits, and wondered if she and Bai Yang could try that next time. Why did Bai Yang hug me directly? A woman feels extremely sensitive when she is hugged by the person she likes. The inner feelings are also extremely obvious. However, it was the first time that Tang Yuma was hugged by a boy, so she felt a little nervous. As if sensing Tang Yuma's nervousness, Bai Yang smiled slightly. He gently stroked Tang Yuma's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous. We are already husband and wife." Just at this moment, Tang Yuma suddenly raised her head and looked at Bai Yang. Why aren't you nervous at all? Bai Yang was slightly stunned. What is the problem? At this time, Tang Yuma's eyes narrowed slightly. Have you ever been in love before? Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Why is this woman's train of thought so strange? Logically, shouldn't Tang Yuma be lying in her arms, making out with her? How did it become like this in an instant? Really? Girls are a very strange species. Their focus is always so clear and unworldly. We did talk about it once before. Bai Yang was ashamed. But at this moment, Bai Yang felt a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, and his face suddenly changed. Tang Yuma must be a crab, it hurts so much when he pinches people. I've never been in a relationship before, but it turns out no man is honest. After saying that, Tang Yuma sat up, and there seemed to be a hint of resentment on her face. Bai Yang was ashamed. Suddenly he discovered that all women in the world seemed to be the same. Even though Tang Yuma looked a little different from other women, the feeling she gave people seemed to be the same. Just when the two fell into silence. On the other side of the cinema, a figure and eyes were looking over here. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a venomous snake-like temperament was conveyed from the depths of her eyes. Her eyes scanned the entire theater, and soon her eyes noticed a figure. It was a woman wearing sunglasses sitting in the last row. There was a hint of arrogance on the woman's face. It was obvious that she was a very proud person. I just didn't know why she came to watch a movie alone. She looked at the woman for a while, with a somewhat cold look on her face. At this time, she took out her cell phone and sent a text message. She is a very powerful person, and even among the gods and emperors, she is a top-notch figure. This time I came here just to see who Bai Yang is. A young man in his 20s actually has such strength. Bai Yang must have some secrets. Since he doesn't say it himself, I can only try it out. After giving the order, a man who was watching a movie quietly walked to the side and did something unknown. After a long while, his figure left. Bai Yang was still immersed in his relationship with Tang Yuma, so naturally he didn't care about other people's actions. Tang Yuma seemed a little angry, but her jealous expression was also very cute. Why is there such a cute girl? It does look unusual. About an hour passed and the movie ended. Bai Yang stretched his waist. To be honest, with his own way of thinking, he felt a little bored watching such a movie. But it's different when the person next to me is Tang Yuma. Tang Yuma also stood up and walked to the side. The two walked along the path towards the outside. Just as the two of them arrived at the path, the woman sitting in the row behind them was about to leave. But just as she walked to Tang Yuma's side, she accidentally stepped on something, slipped and fell on the spot. Bai Yang's face changed when he saw this scene, but before he could react, the woman had already bumped into Tang Yuma. Tang Yuma fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Bai Yang said quickly. "Fine." Although she was hit hard by the woman, Tang Yuma was not an unreasonable person. As long as nothing serious happened, she would not care too much. "How did you walk?" "You actually knocked me down. Do you know how much these things on me are worth? If they are broken, can you afford to pay for them?" Before Bai Yang and Tang Yuma could question each other, the woman who fell immediately scolded. She acted so high and mighty as if she were some rich lady. Seeing her look, Bai Yang frowned slightly. How could this woman be so ungrateful? It was clearly her fault, but why did she pretend it was Tang Yuma's fault? This made Bai Yang feel a little uncomfortable. "Miss, have you made a mistake? Can't you see that you bumped into us?" Bai Yang asked. "What do you mean I bumped into you? How could I have bumped into you if you weren't in front of me? Also, don't you consider your status? For scum like you, being able to talk to someone like me is a blessing. You actually dared to question me. I think you want to die." There was some anger on the woman's face, and she shouted loudly. At this time, a woman in a small suit came running over. Her expression changed slightly when she saw the scene before her. She looked at Tang Yuma and Bai Yang and said, "You actually have to apologize for bumping into someone. Who is our Miss Lisa? How can you people offend her? Whether you want to kowtow and apologize, or pay 100,000, it's up to you guys." Chapter 135 Person in Charge. Looking at the two arrogant people in front of him, anger appeared on Bai Yang's face. He had never thought that he would meet two such shameless people. I can't believe there are such shameless people in this world. There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face. Hearing Bai Yang's words, the woman in the small suit rushed forward and was about to slap Bai Yang. Bang! Before her slap could land, Bai Yang slapped her directly in the face. The woman in the suit was slapped and flew away on the spot. There was a look of pain on her face, but soon a ferocious look appeared on her face and she started to cry on the spot. "There's a bastard trying to molest me," the woman shouted hurriedly. The security guards outside and some of the spectators who had not left saw this scene and had a look of surprise on their faces. The security guard hurried over here. "What happened?" The leading security guard was a rather sturdy man. When he saw the scene, he questioned. "That bastard, he hit me, and they just bumped into Miss Lisa." "Do you know who Miss Lisa is?" "She's the second female lead in this movie and will become a superstar in the future. How dare you treat her like this? Aren't you cinemas afraid of being held accountable?" The woman in a suit sitting on the ground said immediately. The woman with a delicate face and a hint of arrogance also said at this time, "That's right, don't forget, I know the owner of your theater. Don't you know how to deal with bullies like them?" Hearing this, the security captain's expression changed slightly. Others may not know, but he knows very well that the person in charge of their cinema is simply a person with connections. If he has no other abilities, he will abuse his power. The two people in front of him looked like they had important backgrounds. If that guy really knew about this, I'm afraid their lives would not be easy. Thinking of this, the security captain looked at Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. He knew that there might not be something wrong between the two of them, but there was nothing he could do. This was the way the world was. Many things had no right or wrong, only black and white. Whoever has more power is right. Because of this, a cold look appeared on the face of the security captain. He looked at Bai Yang and Tang Yuma and said immediately, "We don't allow hitting people in our theater. If you don't want to get into trouble, just apologize." Many people nearby saw this scene and shook their heads slightly. They all knew that this matter was very likely unrelated to the two of them, but the two women were too powerful. As expected, the matter was turned upside down. Who wants his apology? Either kneel down and apologize, or give us 200,000 and we'll let this go. The woman in the small suit said arrogantly. The security captain was a little overwhelmed. The two people in front of him were really unreasonable. But what can I do? I have to live my life too. How much is integrity worth these days? Making money is the most important thing. That's right. If you do something wrong, you must admit it. Follow this young lady's instructions and give him 200,000. Otherwise, don't even think about letting this matter go easily. The security captain said stubbornly. He didn't want to do this, but there was no other way. Sometimes you have to go against your conscience to survive. That's interesting. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. You are asking me to pay 200,000 yuan in compensation now, right? Bai Yang said slowly with a sneer on his face. That's right, it's more than 200,000, and you have to apologize to me and let me slap you. Who do you think you are? How dare you lay hands on me? I'm telling you, this matter isn't over today. If I don't make you pay the price, I'll write my name upside down. The woman in the suit scolded. Her face was filled with anger, and it could be seen from her eyes that she was determined to make Bai Yang pay a heavy price. The same was true of the delicate-looking woman next to him. She looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat cold expression. These two people really don't know what's good for them. They don't even consider her status. In the future, she will become a top celebrity. They provoke me, but they didn't even have the slightest intention of admitting their mistake. Bang! The woman in the suit had just finished speaking. Bai Yang kicked her directly in the stomach. Her body flew out immediately, then hit the wall hard, and blood spurted out of her mouth. Her face was full of pain. No one present had expected that things would turn out like this. Isn't this young man a little too reckless? Such things can be done. Couldn't he see that the two women in front of him were extraordinary? The security captain and others' expressions changed, but he did not hesitate at all. You still dare to commit violence, brothers, take action. He knew very well that no matter who was right or wrong in this matter, it was wrong to fight in front of him. It was for this reason that a group of people rushed directly towards Bai Yang. But when Bai Yang glanced around, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Because of observing the scriptures, Bai Yang's mental strength is obviously much stronger than before. It was precisely because of this that his eyes were so terrifying that the security guards immediately stopped moving. They could see that Bai Yang was not so easy to mess with. Your name is Lisa, right? Bai Yang spoke slowly with a somewhat cold tone. That's right, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to hit me, I will definitely make you pay for it. There was a hint of fear in Lisa's eyes, and she hid behind the security guards. She knew very well that Bai Yang might not play by the rules, and if she got too close to such a person, she might be beaten. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to tell you that you've been banned. There was a somewhat cold look on Bai Yang's face. Lisa was slightly stunned, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Just you? You stinking loser, who do you think you are? You want to ban me? Fine. I want to see how you ban me too. Lisa laughed. But Bai Yang's eyes became more and more gloomy. He took out his mobile phone and used WeChat to find the person in charge of the Yida shopping center. He called the person in charge. Hello? When someone called me suddenly, the other party was also a little surprised. I'm Bai Yang. I'm on the 4th floor of your shopping mall now. Come over here. Bai Yang said in a cold tone. The other person's expression suddenly changed. Bai Yang. Everyone in Yida Group knows that Bai Yang's identity is not simple. He is the company's major shareholder and owns 10% of the company's shares. Moreover, he also has a considerable business outside, and even the general manager of the Magic City has to give him some face. How could a small fry like me possibly be his opponent? Okay, I'll be there right away, the person in charge said immediately. Bai Yang hung up the phone and looked at the people in front of him with a somewhat cold look. I hope you can still laugh afterward, Bai Yang said coldly. There was a hint of a sneer on Lisa's face. You're no match for me in pretending, but do you really think you're some all-powerful boss? You've probably read too many novels. Seeing Lisa like this, Bai Yang's face became even more gloomy. She had no sympathy for such a person. She just didn't know what she would become in a while. The security captain didn't dare to act rashly. He could see that Bai Yang's identity was probably not simple. Facing such a person, he had no way to deal with it. The other people in the cinema were a little curious when they saw this scene. Who is behind Bai Yang? You know, Lisa is obviously not an ordinary person, if there is no more powerful person behind her. I guess this time, he is likely to fail here. At this time, the door of the cinema was pushed open, and a bald man outside ran in hurriedly. Seeing this scene, his expression suddenly changed. Mr. Bai, what happened? Bai Yang's expression was cold. These guys are deliberately causing trouble for me, and they even said I have no right to ban them. You can handle it yourself. The bald man's face changed drastically, and he looked at the two people in front of him. When he saw the security captain and Lisa, his eyes were somewhat cold. How did you get away with this? How dare you let Mr. Bai Yang be treated like this? And you, woman, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Yida? The bald man scolded. The security captain was shocked at this time. What is going on? It's good enough that Lisa knows their manager. But Bai Yang actually called all the people in charge. You know, the status of a person in charge is not comparable to that of a manager. Anyone who can reach this level is definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? Why do you give me orders? Lisa didn't recognize the bald man in front of her because she was just a third-tier celebrity and thought she was great just because she was a little famous. But compared with the person in charge, her status is too low. It is naturally impossible to know him. Bang! The bald man stepped forward and slapped her hard. Who am I? I'm your father. He scolded, and immediately gave a look, and the security guards next to him immediately understood what he meant. Bang! They slapped the woman twice in succession. The security captain also understood what had happened at this time. His face was full of ferocity and he punched and kicked the woman. You blind thing, do you think you can mess with anyone? He knew that he would definitely lose his job this time, but none of the people in front of him were people he could afford to offend. Since this was the case, he naturally had to strike first and perform better. Bang! Lisa was beaten black and blue. She never expected that she would be beaten like this. She kept screaming. Don't hit my face, don't hit my face. I beg you, don't hit my face. Chapter 136 The Secret Rival. Seeing Lisa's expression, Bai Yang's eyes were somewhat cold. To him, a woman like Lisa is not worthy of his sympathy at all. If the person she provoked today was not him but someone else, it would be unknown what the situation would have turned out to be. Bang! Another hard kick landed on Lisa's body. Her body arched backwards, her face full of pain, even turning ashen blue. There were many wounds on her body, but there was still a hint of resentment in her eyes. She still didn't know who that bald man was. In her opinion, even if the man in front of her had some ability, he could not be her match. Her body was shaking constantly, the immense pain was unbearable for her, and she didn't dare to speak. People like her tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. She didn't dare say anything more about the current situation. She knew very well that if she said anything else, she would probably be beaten even worse. What happened here? Because the noise here was so loud, the owner of the cinema was also alarmed. This kind of thing doesn't usually happen in a movie theater. But it actually appeared, so it must be a big deal. He saw two women lying on the ground. When he saw them clearly, the cinema owner's face changed. He was about 30 years old, wearing a floral shirt and had tattoos all over his body. You can tell at first glance that he is a social person. His uncle works in Yida Group, so he has such a position. He recognized the two women in front of him. They were two young actresses with whom he had a good relationship before. He didn't expect that they would be beaten like this. Lisa, how did you get beaten like this? The theater owner stepped forward quickly. When Lisa saw the other person, she felt like she saw the light. Her savior finally arrived. Li Shuai, you're finally here. They beat me up and said who the hell you are. Look at the security guards at your cinema. They dared to attack me. I don't want to live anymore. Lisa burst into tears, and her previous expression seemed to return all of a sudden. These bastards are so blind that they even dared to hit you. Don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely give you justice in this matter. Li Shuai said quickly. I'm going to fire them all, make them kneel before me and apologize, and each of them will have to compensate me $100,000 for mental damages. Lisa cried bitterly. Well, they actually dared to attack you, they really are tired of living. Li Shuai nodded. He stood up with a somewhat indifferent look on his face and looked at the security guards. These people were the first ones he wanted to deal with. They worked under him, yet they dared to do this. But before he could say anything, the bald man next to him had a gloomy look in his eyes. He stood aside. Because the theater was dark, his figure could not be seen clearly. In addition, most of Li Shuai's attention was on Lisa and others. Nature ignored him. At this time, there was a somewhat indifferent look on the bald man's face. Li Shuai, you really have such great authority. What's going on? What do you want to do? Following this scolding voice, Li Shuai looked at the man with a look of displeasure on his face. Who was this fool who dared to speak to him like that in his territory? But when his eyes fell on the bald man, his expression suddenly changed. Chief person in charge. For a moment his body trembled. You have to know that the person in front of him is his boss, and he has the power of life and death. Boss. Li Shuai shuddered and shouted tremblingly. The bald man had a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Who are you trying to stand up for just now? Li Shuai's face was full of horror, and he instantly understood why the security guard attacked Lisa. This ignorant woman is really trying to kill him. No, who can I stand up for? I just came here to take a look. Boss, I'll take care of this fool from now on. I've been annoyed with her for a long time. Li Shuai is also a smart man. He kicked the woman several times in succession with a somewhat cold look on his face. There was a look of pain on Lisa's face, and at this moment she felt her head buzzing. Li Shuai's boss. The general manager of this Yida Plaza. For a moment, Lisa felt that her brain was a little confused. If it were just other people, she might not be too scared. But she knew very well that the person who could sit in this position was definitely not an ordinary person. The bald man in front of her was worth at least hundreds of millions. And he also has considerable influence in the Magic City. Otherwise, why would he be in this position? In addition, Bai Yang found him with just a phone call. That means Bai Yang's identity is even more terrifying than the bald man's. I actually provoked such a person. Thinking of this, Lisa's body trembled slightly. She looked at Bai Yang and the bald man in front of her in horror. At this moment, she realized that the person she had provoked was really a person with great power and influence. Li Shuai, it seems like you have a pretty good relationship with her, but I hope you understand that your friend actually dared to act unreasonably towards Mr. Bai. Do you know what the consequences will be? The bald man snorted coldly. Li Shuai's expression changed and he looked at Bai Yang. Bai, Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, the fourth largest shareholder of Yida Group. Li Shuai thought about it for a while and soon understood Bai Yang's identity. As a member of Yida Group, how could he not know that the shares of Yida Group were acquired by a mysterious Mr. Bai, who has a very high status in the Magic City? For him, such a person is the best. Li Shuai felt a buzzing in his head, and he suddenly felt that it was a mistake for him to come to work today. Even absenteeism is better than this. He swallowed and looked at Bai Yang in horror. Boss Bai, I really don't know her well. You have to believe me. Li Shuai said quickly. I don't know if they're really strangers or just pretending to be strangers, but today this blind guy provoked me. What do you think we should do about this? Bai Yang asked in a cold tone, looking at him. Ban her. Ban her. How can we allow someone like her who doesn't know how to live or die to continue to develop in the entertainment industry? Don't worry, I will report this to Yida Group headquarters and let her learn the lesson she deserves. Li Shuai said immediately. Bai Yang nodded. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. I believe you should know what the consequences will be if this is not done well. Li Shuai nodded repeatedly. I promise to complete the task. Bai Yang ignored him and looked at Tang Yuma. Let's go. Tang Yuma nodded. To be honest, she was quite satisfied with the way Bai Yang handled the matter. People like him should be dealt with properly. But he didn't make things too difficult for him. It was obvious that Li Shuai was a person who was not doing his job properly, but Bai Yang didn't get rid of him directly. But based on his performance and being targeted by the bald man, it would be difficult for him to stay in the cinema in the future. On the one hand, he established his own authority, and on the other hand, he didn't offend too many people. Bai Yang's move was indeed good. But there was a hint of thought on Tang Yuma's face, and his eyes looked towards Li Shuai. There's one more thing I want to see. Li Shuai was a little confused and asked immediately, what is it? I want to see the surveillance video of her bumping into me just now. Tang Yuma said. Because she was bumped by Lisa, she could clearly sense that something was wrong. She didn't know what the problem was, but she always felt that Lisa shouldn't have slipped at that time, and there didn't seem to be any places in the cinema that were particularly prone to slipping. As a billionaire CEO, she has strong observation skills. Okay, I'll pull up the video for you right away. Li Shuai nodded and ran outside quickly, but after a while, he ran back with a look of fear on his face. Mrs. Bai, I just checked and found that there are some problems in the monitoring room. The video surveillance just now can't be seen. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma's expressions changed slightly. When Tang Yuma said he wanted to see the surveillance video, he thought it was a bit unnecessary. But now that this news has come, there must be some problems. I see. Tang Yuma nodded without saying anything more. Let's go. Bai Yang said calmly. The two men left, and Li Shuai's face still had a look of panic. He found that his performance was really bad. The bald man snorted coldly and left without saying anything else. After leaving the cinema, Bai Yang and Tang Yuma sat in the car. They both knew that something was wrong, but they didn't know who was behind it. It looks like we're being watched. Bai Yang smiled slightly. He's a very powerful person. It seems like he had planned everything long ago. She knew Lisa was a very proud woman, and she knew she would cause trouble for us. If nothing unexpected happens, she's observing. It's very likely that she was in the crowd or in the monitoring room the entire time we were arguing, watching how we handled the situation. Tang Yuma said coldly. Bai Yang nodded. He knew very well that someone was targeting him and Tang Yuma, and was using this method to understand their personalities and abilities. An interesting opponent. I wonder which side of the force he belongs to. Bai Yang smiled slightly, started the car and left quickly. After they left, a woman in a business car not far away had a faint smile on her face. Interesting guys, it seems these two are really not simple. She spoke softly, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Through today's events, she discovered some things about Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. Bai Yang is a decisive person, and he has a strong confidence. At the same time, the look in Bai Yang's eyes just now is not the look that ordinary people would have. How horrible. The woman recalled that scene and said softly that she was also a warrior, so she naturally knew what Bai Yang's situation was. His acquired strength is at the peak of his powers, his mental strength is extraordinary, and he has considerable prestige within the Yida group. The woman slowly typed on her notebook, analyzing and thinking about what method should be used to completely kill people like Bai Yang and minimize their own losses. Chapter 137 New Landlord. When I returned home, Tang Guoliang was already there. His complexion looked much better than before, and when he looked at Bai Yang and Tang Yuma, there was a hint of a smile on his face. My daughter seems to have finally come to her senses. When she saw Tang Guoliang, Tang Yuma's face became a little shy, and she quickly pulled her hand away. Perhaps Tang Yuma still had some traditions in her bones, and she didn't dare to be too intimate with Bai Yang in front of her father. There was a hint of smile on Tang Guoliang's face, and he didn't say anything as he watched Tang Yuma leave in a hurry. Dad. Bai Yang smiled slightly, walked straight towards Tang Guoliang and sat down next to him. This is for you. At this time, Tang Guoliang was holding a golden sign in his hand. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. What's this? Metal, you killed cancer, this is what you deserve. There was a hint of smile on Tang Guoliang's face. Bai Yang was a little surprised. He took the golden badge in his hand. It was made of pure gold. More importantly, there were the words 100 points on the back. What does this thing do? Bai Yang asked. Kunlun is an organization with very strict rules. In this organization, all promotions and preferential conditions must be earned by oneself. This kind of medal can, on the one hand, allow you to purchase some things within Kunlun, and on the other hand, it can also help you when you are promoted in the future. Tang Guoliang smiled slightly. Bai Yang nodded and didn't care. Seeing Bai Yang's look, Tang Guoliang knew that Bai Yang must have underestimated Kunlun's true strength. He said calmly, "You can buy a lot of things inside Kunlun, whether it's identity information or rare antiques. As long as you have enough points, you can use these things to buy them. Also, a lot of things you want to know can be exchanged with this kind of thing." Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He knew exactly what Tang Guoliang meant. Are you trying to say that possessing points is equivalent to possessing the ability to mobilize Kunlun? Tang Guoliang nodded. That's right. Points are very useful. You can even hire an innate level expert to help you. But the cost is very high. I think your points are far from enough. Bai Yang nodded. He knew that for the innate warriors, killing a few acquired warriors was nothing. It is simply impossible to kill a post-natal warrior and expect them to help you. There's one more thing you need to be careful of. You killed cancer. If nothing unexpected happens, the people in the Divine Emperor organization should be targeting you. You'd better be careful for the next while. Also, we've received notice that the Divine Emperor will have a group of warriors entering Shenzhou soon. We don't know what they're planning. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang nodded. He turned and left. Tang Guoliang sat alone on the sofa, not knowing what he was thinking. The actions of the God Emperor are becoming more and more aggressive. If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely to perform many inhuman actions next. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Yang stayed at home all this time. But on this day, a figure came to Tang Guoliang's villa. When Bai Yang saw him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tang Guoming, Tang Yuma's uncle. The two had met before at an auction. He looked at Bai Yang, and it was obvious that there was some resistance to Bai Yang in the depths of his eyes. Tang Guoliang walked downstairs with a smile on his face. What brings you here? It's all because of my old illness. Guoliang, I know there are some misunderstandings between us, but I hope you can help me because we are brothers. Tang Guoming went straight to the point. Brother, you know that top-grade saffron is a rare treasure, and there are many people out there eyeing the treasure in my hand. If I give it to you, I won't be able to explain it to others in the future. Tang Guoliang said a little helplessly. There was an obvious hint of anger on Tang Guoming's face. Guoliang, do you really want to see me die? Look at what you said. How could I be so cruel? How about this? I can promise to give you saffron, but in exchange, I want the Black Cloud building in your hands. I should be able to buy your life with this thing, right? Tang Guoliang asked. Tang Guoming's face changed. You know, the Black Cloud building is a relatively famous building in Shanghai. The value of the entire building is about $2 billion. It is equivalent to nearly 10 billion Shenzhou currency. To be honest, Tang Guoming was a little reluctant to pay such a huge price just for a saffron. Guoliang, do you really have to do this? Tang Guoming clenched his fists, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. I can't help it. If you don't agree, then forget it. Tang Guoliang said a little helplessly. Tang Guoming was obviously very angry. He took a deep breath and said, okay. It was obvious that he was at his wit's end. Tang Guoliang nodded. If that's the case, you should just adopt the Black Cloud building into Bai Yang's name. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang was standing aside, slightly stunned. Adopted under his name. Why? He looked at Tang Guoliang, who just smiled slightly. Bai Yang didn't say much. He knew very well that there must be a reason why Tang Guoliang did this. He didn't know the specific reason. Good. Tang Guoming agreed directly and left. Almost an hour later, his figure arrived at the villa and the lawyer had prepared the contract. After Tang Guoliang carefully read the contract, he asked Bai Yang to come and sign it. Bai Yang did not refuse and signed directly. After doing all this, Tang Guoliang took out a purple gold box from the side, which contained a top-quality saffron. After seeing this thing, there was a hint of excitement on Tang Guoming's face. He took the thing and left directly. After they all left, there was a hint of doubt on Bai Yang's face. Why are you giving me this building? Because you're the only one who can manage this place. Do you know why I must ask him to give me the Black Cloud building? Tang Guoliang asked with a smile. Bai Yang shook his head. On the one hand, it's to make him bleed a little, and on the other hand, there seem to be some problems with the merchants in the Black Cloud building. I want you to investigate the situation inside and deal with some people in the Divine Emperor organization. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the Black Cloud building had such a secret. The mission lasts 7 days. You can get points by completing the mission. Tang Guoliang smiled slightly. Bai Yang nodded. Although he had not yet experienced the specific uses of the points, Tang Guoliang had said that the points were very precious, so he decided to get more. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. That night, Bai Yang learned about the specific situation of the Black Cloud building through information. The building covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters and has a total of 33 floors. More than 10 floors are rented to a company called Aud. Their company is large and is engaged in the pharmaceutical industry. But through Bai Yang's careful understanding, he found that all the senior executives of the Aud company were dwarfs, and many of their top talents were poached from various places. Moreover, Aud Pharmaceuticals rarely holds new product launch conferences, and it seems that their company has always been imitating the products of other pharmaceutical companies. But based on Bai Yang's understanding of Aud company, their company's strength is definitely among the best in the country. Bai Yang let out a sigh and turned off the computer. He knew very well that this Aud company should not be simple. And the other small companies in Heiyun building are not simple either. Time passed quickly and it was the next morning. Bai Yang got up early because he had to deal with the matters at the Black Cloud building. Seeing Bai Yang's figure, Tang Yuma looked at him. Another mission? She discovered during this period that Bai Yang would basically go to bed late unless he had a mission. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. Be careful. Tang Yuma said. Good. Bai Yang smiled slightly. It really feels good to have a wife who cares about you. I heard yesterday that you got the ownership of Black Cloud building? Tang Yuma asked. She didn't know about the mission, but she knew that Tang Guoming had been here yesterday. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. Tang Yuma was silent for a moment, her eyes looking at Bai Yang. Although my uncle looks gentle, he is a cruel and ruthless person. I suggest you be careful. Bai Yang was a little surprised. But when he thought about Tang Guoming's appearance yesterday, Bai Yang seemed to understand something. Does he still remember that I beat Tang Tao before? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Tang Yuma nodded. She had wanted to remind Bai Yang about this before, but she had no idea how to explain it to Bai Yang. I see. Bai Yang nodded. Are you free tonight? After thinking for a while, Tang Yuma asked. Have. Bai Yang smiled slightly. Kindness. Tang Yuma nodded with a hint of shyness on her face. After she finished her meal, she left quickly. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. Tang Guoliang just came down and saw the young couple with a smile on his face. You two young people, don't you know how to consider the feelings of an old man like me? Bai Yang shrugged. After Tang Guoliang sat down, he took a sip of porridge and handed a document to Bai Yang. Go to the Black Cloud building and look for these people. If nothing unexpected happens, you should get something. Bai Yang nodded. After he finished eating, he left. Sitting in the car, Bai Yang looked at the document Tang Guoliang gave him. There were several middle-aged people in their 40s on it. According to the information on it, they were all top students in the field of medicine and had considerable abilities. After casually dealing with the document, Bai Yang started the car and left quickly. When we arrived at the Black Cloud building, we saw that the building was light gray in color. The whole building was majestic and vigorous, and it was obvious that it was a high-end place. The figure walked inside. Not long after, Bai Yang arrived at the door of Aud Pharmaceutical Company. Their company had booked all 11 floors of the building, giving people the impression that the company was quite large. The receptionist next to him walked towards him politely. Hello sir, what do you need here? Because Bai Yang was very handsome and dressed like a wealthy man, she was naturally curious. I want to talk to your chairman about the rent. Bai Yang smiled slightly. Rent? The receptionist was slightly stunned. I'm the new landlord of the Black Cloud building. The ownership of this building has been transferred to my name yesterday. You can check it out. Bai Yang smiled slightly. There was a look of shock on the receptionist's face for a moment. This young man is too fierce. Chapter 138 Unable to infiltrate. In fact, they had heard some news before and originally thought that the person who acquired the Black Cloud building was a middle-aged man or a powerful tycoon. But when Bai Yang appeared, the receptionist knew very well that she had guessed wrong. I called the manager upstairs, and the other party was obviously moved. Soon, a figure quickly walked downstairs with a look of respect on his face. This manager is also a short Chinese. Because this pharmaceutical company has a close connection with the Divine Emperor, there are many dwarfs in the company. This also ensures to the greatest extent that company secrets will not be leaked. Hello, is this Mr. Bai Yang? The manager in a suit had a smile on his face. He was about 30 years old and looked very young, with a vibrant energy. But when Bai Yang saw him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Warrior. Although the manager in front of him is not very strong, he is also an entry-level warrior. It can be seen that the Divine Emperor has gathered most of the strength of the dwarf country, and the power he possesses is also terrifying. Many people in the organization are warriors. Bai Yang nodded. There is nothing to hide about the transfer of property rights. The Divine Emperor is not a small organization, and it is impossible for them not to know about such a big thing. Mr. Bai is truly a young and promising man. Please come this way. The manager had a smile on his face and walked towards the elevator with Bai Yang. The receptionist was still stunned. Bai Yang is so awesome. He's so young, but he has such assets, he's really a rich son-in-law. Arriving at the manager's office, Bai Yang sat down directly. Have a cup of tea, Mr. Bai. Our chairman, Musashi Hongu, will be here soon. There was a smile on the manager's face, and while he was talking to Bai Yang, his eyes were always observing Bai Yang. The leaders above have already explained that this person is the enemy of the Divine Emperor. But what the manager didn't expect was that Bai Yang would come to their company so brazenly. Fine. Bai Yang took a sip of tea with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. Seeing Bai Yang's expression, the manager didn't dare to say anything. After a while, the chairman of our pharmaceutical company came here. He was a short Chinese man about 1.7 meters tall with a smile on his face. In the short country, the average height of men is only 1.63 meters. The one in front of you who can reach 1.7 meters is already considered very good. His eyes looked at Bai Yang. Hello, I was notified yesterday that you acquired this building. I didn't expect you to be so young. There was a slight smile on Musashi Hongu's face, giving people a very kind feeling. Bai Yang knew very well that the middle-aged man in front of him was a cruel and ruthless person. Over the years, he must have done many evil things using the pharmaceutical company. I've seen the contract the landlord signed with you. The sale doesn't break the rent trade rule. I understand that rule. It's just that your contract with the landlord expires in 3 months. To be honest, you may not know that I also paid a lot of price to get this building. So I really need to get back the principal I paid earlier. My request isn't too high. I think you guys would be okay with a 20% increase on the original rent. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. The total value of this building is approximately 17 or 18 billion yuan, and the annual rental income alone is 1 billion yuan. For a wealthy family, owning a house like this basically means they will never spend all their money in a lifetime. But for someone like Bai Yang, an annual income of 1 billion is still too low. Musashi Hongu's expression changed slightly. The rent they pay a year has reached more than 800 million yuan. A 20% increase at once is equivalent to an additional 100 million yuan in rent. They pharmaceutical companies are really profitable. But they are not just looking for profit for themselves, they also need to get more money to help the dwarfs. You know, there are many money-burning projects in the Divine Emperor organization. The additional rent of more than 100 million yuan a year is obviously a much heavier burden for them. I need to discuss this matter with the board of directors, but Mr. Bai Yang, the rent our company pays is actually not small. If possible, we still hope that Mr. Bai Yang can show some leniency. Musashi Hongu laughed. Business is business. If you know that showing leniency can earn you a few hundred million, then I hope you can show leniency to me too. Bai Yang smiled. There was a hint of awkwardness in the smile on Musashi Hongu's face, but he could only smile and say nothing. After the two chatted for a while, Bai Yang stood up and left. Seeing Bai Yang's back, Musashi Hongu's face looked a little ugly. He breathed a sigh of relief and left. When leaving the Black Cloud building, Bai Yang looked at the building and he could feel that there were many secrets in it. He proposed to increase the rent by 100 million yen to Musashi Hongu, but the other party did not directly refuse. It was obvious that they could not move out of this place now. Thinking of this, Bai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. His figure left. On the other side, in the meeting room about pharmaceutical company, Musashi Miyamoto told several shareholders present about what happened today. After they heard this, their expressions changed a little. This Bai Yang is obviously here to cause trouble. This guy took over the Black Cloud building, and his purpose must be not simple. An old man in his 60s who looked a bit stubborn said immediately. But our experiment is at a critical moment. If we move now, it will be a huge loss for us. Another person said. The other people had similar ideas. There was a somewhat cold look on Musashi Miyamoto's face. Give him 100 million in rent. Now is a critical moment for the Divine Emperor. We cannot let anything happen to the Divine Emperor. Yes. I will report this matter to my superiors, but now several ports have been intercepted by Kunlun's people, and the funds in the Divine Emperor organization are obviously not much. We have to speed up too, said the old man who looked a little stubborn. The others nodded, agreeing with the old man's idea. In the afternoon, Bai Yang, who had left the Black Cloud building, came back at this time. He did leave here before, but he also asked people to keep an eye on the situation here. With Bai Yang's current worth, there is absolutely no problem in finding some people to help keep an eye on him. It is precisely because of this that Bai Yang knows a lot about the situation inside the Black Cloud building. After taking a look at the information Tang Guoliang gave him, he knew very well that these people seem to have never come out since entering the Black Cloud building. They are all famous scientists in China and have excellent abilities in all aspects. He walked in silently. Normally, Black Cloud building closes at 5:30 p.m. Their company has a cafeteria. These people are the elite of society, so their diet is definitely different from that of ordinary people. Bai Yang thought secretly. Scientists are very energy efficient. Once they join Out Medical, they never leave. It was obvious that they had been living in Out Medical Company. As it turns out, the company cafeteria is a starting point. Bai Yang sneaked in cautiously. Because he possessed peak-acquired strength and his mental power was extraordinary, it was no problem for him to sneak into such a place. After bypassing the guards, Bai Yang came to the kitchen about 10 minutes later. He looked at the busy chefs and narrowed his eyes slightly. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the kitchen of Out Medical Company. They were divided into several groups, and each group was responsible for different diets. They say that the dwarf country pays great attention to food. Now I see that it is indeed true, Bai Yang said softly. With this kind of treatment, it is probably not much different from that of national leaders. Watching carefully. Time passed by minute. Under Bai Yang's observation, he found that the chefs in blue clothes were responsible for the staff meals. The chef in purple is responsible for the food for the middle and senior management. As expected, those chefs in red clothes are preparing food for the scientists. Because many scientists have no time to eat due to their research, they prepare some fast meals with high nutritional value. Even when the food is served, they need to wait for a long time. When the food is about the same temperature, it will be placed in a special container and taken away. Bai Yang followed behind for a while, but found that the security inside the company was quite tight, and it would be troublesome to go deeper. It seems that this task is not so easy to complete. Bai Yang felt a little helpless. This office building looked like an ordinary office building, but it was like a cage inside, tightly controlling some people. After leaving the out group, Bai Yang's mind was integrating the data he had just obtained. He noticed that each chef had a label on him, and the people who delivered the food were all dwarfs. It was obvious that the scientists were under control. But Bai Yang had no idea where they were being held. With a light sigh, Bai Yang left quickly. He knew that he still needed to prepare, otherwise it would not be so easy for the out group to infiltrate. After leaving, Bai Yang called Financial Street and gave them some instructions, and they responded to Bai Yang quickly. They are also continuing their investigation into the Ginza group. The figure left. Bai Yang returned to the villa. Tang Guoliang was watering the flowers. When he saw Bai Yang, a smile appeared on his face. How is it going? It's quite complicated inside, and it's impossible to sneak in a short time. Bai Yang said. The Ode group is like a prison. I don't know how they control those scientists. You'll need to investigate carefully. Also, don't trust the list I give you completely. You'll have to figure out how to operate it. The Divine Emperor has been very active lately. You have to hurry. Tang Guoliang said. Bai Yang nodded and walked inside. Tang Yuma had already changed her clothes. She had a sweet smile on her face, giving people a warm feeling. Chapter 139 Provocation. In fact, it was the first time that Bai Yang saw Tang Yuma like this. In this state, Tang Yuma is like a girl next door, giving people a very friendly feeling. Honestly, I see you being so cold every day, but this is the first time I've seen you like this. Bai Yang smiled. I don't know either. I used to be aloof and indifferent to everything, but after being with you, I seem to like this world. Tang Yuma stuck out his tongue and said helplessly. If it were other couples, they might feel that the other person was saying sweet words, but Bai Yang knew that what Tang Yuma said were not sweet words, but her true feelings. For so many years, Tang Yuma's world has been only about study and work. There were many people pursuing her, but she looked down on them all. The appearance of Bai Yang broke this situation. It is precisely because of this that she feels both fondness and gratitude towards Bai Yang. Suddenly, she discovered that the world is actually very colorful. Have people you like and things you want to do. You used to be too rational in terms of feelings. Maybe now, you are not so rational, so you are like this. Bai Yang smiled slightly. Women in love are all idiots, and so is Tang Yuma. Nodding slightly, Tang Yuma felt that it was indeed the case. Let's go out for dinner and some shopping. Bai Yang said. Tang Yuma nodded, stood up and walked towards Bai Yang, holding her hand, and the two walked outside. Tang Guoliang was in the living room. Seeing their appearance, he smiled a little but didn't say much. After leaving home, Bai Yang drove a relatively low-key car all the way forward. But when they arrived at a snack street, Tang Yuma's face showed a bit of surprise. We're eating here? Haven't you been here before? Bai Yang smiled slightly. He also knew some things about Tang Yuma. Although this woman lived a good life, she had strict family education when she was a child and had never experienced many things. Tang Yuma nodded. When I was little, my mother never let me come to places like this. She said it was dirty. It's okay actually, let's go. Bai Yang got out of the car. Tang Yuma also came down. As soon as the two of them appeared, many people turned their eyes to them. The two of them are not much different in appearance from celebrities, which made many people look shocked. When some little girls saw Bai Yang, their eyes were filled with love. How could there be such a handsome boy? Bai Yang and Tang Yuma ignored him and walked towards the snack street. After a quick glance, Bai Yang soon arrived at a spicy hot pot restaurant. Tang Yuma had indeed not eaten these things much, but Bai Yang had eaten quite a few of them, and that was why he was more familiar with this place. Walk into the store. The shop owners were a couple. They were slightly stunned when they saw Bai Yang. They had seen Bai Yang before because he often came here to eat spicy hot pot, but today they could hardly recognize Bai Yang. You are, white boy? The proprietress asked with a look of surprise on her face. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. What were you doing outside? How did you change so much? The proprietress couldn't believe it. It had only been a short time since she last saw Bai Yang, and the change was really huge. I did some business, and I happened to have some free time today to bring my wife over for dinner. Bai Yang smiled. Okay, come this way please. There was a smile on the proprietress's face. She didn't expect that Bai Yang would find such a beautiful wife. This little boy who has loved eating spicy hot pot at her place since he was a child seems to have changed a lot now. It looks like you are very familiar with the boss lady. After Tang Yuma and Bai Yang found a place to sit down, Tang Yuma said with a smile on his face. Yeah. I've lived near here since I was a kid, but it's been demolished and all the old neighbors are gone. Bai Yang smiled. Tang Yuma nodded without saying anything more. The two of them sat for a while before the spicy hot pot was served. Seeing the spicy hot pot in front of her, there was a hint of curiosity in Tang Yuma's beautiful eyes. She has never eaten this thing. Bai Yang looked at the spicy hot pot in front of him and started eating without any hesitation. He really liked eating this thing. Seeing Bai Yang eating so happily, there was a hint of curiosity in Tang Yuma's eyes. She took a bite, and suddenly there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. It's really delicious. This thing is actually no worse than what a star chef makes. How did they make it? Tang Yuma was a little surprised. Actually, there are a lot of snacks that taste great. After you finish this, I'll take you to eat some other snacks. Food safety is very strict nowadays, and this snack street is frequently inspected, so you don't need to worry about getting an upset stomach. Bai Yang smiled. Tang Yuma nodded, with a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes. Seeing the beauty in front of him, Bai Yang smiled slightly, but in fact he felt a little emotional in his heart. In the past, he just wanted to find a wife and live a simple life, but he didn't know when it started, everything seemed to have changed. After finishing a bowl of spicy hot pot quickly, Tang Yuma felt a little unsatisfied. To be honest, she didn't expect that malatang would be so delicious. She realized how much delicious food she had missed in the past. Thinking back to when Shinjuchi often went out to play, Tang Yuma thought she was a little too playful. Now it seems that the world outside is not what I thought it was. After paying the bill, Bai Yang took Tang Yuma to stroll around the snack street again. Spicy squid. Colorful ice cream. Corn-steamed dumplings. Candied haws. There are so many varieties of snacks that many people can't even take in everything. Tang Yuma was also amazed. When she ate the candied haws, she was as excited as a child. There was a smile on Bai Yang's face. Why didn't he realize before that Tang Yuma was so cute? Bai Yang, these things are so delicious. There was a hint of excitement in Tang Yuma's eyes. If you like it, we can come here often in the future. Tang Yuma nodded, chewing a candied haws in his mouth. The two of them ate and walked, and time passed quickly. Tang Yuma smiled more often, and even his facial paralysis seemed to have improved a little. Seeing her like this, Bai Yang felt a happy smile in his heart. It's not bad to have a wife like this. The two of them came all the way to the moat. I didn't expect there would be a yacht tonight. Let's go. Bai Yang smiled. Tang Yuma nodded. After arriving there, Bai Yang asked the staff. Are there any yachts for rent now? Yes, how big do you need? The staff asked. A medium-sized one will do. How much does it cost? 2,000 an hour. Bai Yang nodded and scanned the code to pay. The staff directly designated a cruise ship, and he and Tang Yuma walked on board. The cruise ship has a special master to drive the boat. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma sat on the deck, looking at the night view in front of them, with a look of comfort on their faces. It's quite beautiful here. There was a hint of smile on Tang Yuma's face. Bai Yang nodded. At this time, Tang Yuma gently leaned her head on Bai Yang's shoulder, and the two of them looked like a young couple. Reaching out his hand, Bai Yang hugged Tang Yuma's waist. His heart trembled slightly. His wife's waist was really thin. Bai Yang, can you promise me one thing? Tang Yuma whispered. You say. No matter how dangerous the mission is from now on, you must come back alive. Tang Yuma raised his head and looked at Bai Yang and said seriously. Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. Perhaps you don't know what kind of organization Kunlun is yet, but you will understand later that the danger of this organization is far beyond your imagination. I really don't want you to go out in the morning and... Tang Yuma hesitated for a moment, then said. Don't worry. Bai Yang stroked her head with a doting look on his face. No matter what happens, I will come back alive. This is my promise to you. Tang Yuma's heart trembled slightly. It really feels good to have a husband like this. The two of them snuggled up to each other like this. The water on the lake had ripples on it, and the cruise ship was not going very fast, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Time passes by every second. In the blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock. Bai Yang and Tang Yuma got off the boat and walked outside. But just when they returned to their car, Bai Yang and Tang Yuma noticed that several burly men were smashing the car with iron bars. What are you doing? Bai Yang's face changed and he immediately scolded. Is this junky car yours? The burly men looked over here and asked with cold eyes. That's right. You smashed my car in public. Isn't that a bit too much? Bai Yang asked coldly. Excessive? Don't you know that this is Mr. Hong's exclusive parking space? Don't you even know who you are? How dare you park your car in a place like this? The leading man had a somewhat cold look on his face and immediately scolded. That's interesting. Who are you to talk to me like that? Bai Yang said in a cold tone. What am I? I'm your father. You little brat, it looks like you really want to die. The tattooed man in the lead immediately shouted, and his men rushed directly towards Bai Yang. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang's face showed a somewhat cold look. But before he could make a move, a police car drove over. "What do you guys want to do?" A scolding voice was heard, and the faces of those people changed immediately. They saw Su Yingnan getting out of the car with a cold look in his eyes. The faces of those people changed drastically. "I didn't do anything, just chatted with this guy." The leading man laughed. "He smashed my car," Bai Yang said directly. The leading man's face changed. The young man in front of him really had no brains at all. How dare he say such words to them at this time? Chapter 140. Let us talk about the Black Cloud Building. Hearing this, Su Yingnan's face showed a somewhat cold expression, and her eyes looked at the group of people in front of her. "Illegally damaging other people's property, come with me." Hearing this, the men's faces changed, but they also knew that the people in front of them were not easy to deal with, and they looked at Bai Yang with some resentment in their eyes. "Let's go back with her first and let Master Hong deal with him," the leading man whispered. The young man next to him nodded. He looked at Bai Yang with resentment and then sent a text message on his mobile phone. Su Yingnan looked at Bai Yang and Tang Yuma. For some reason, she felt a sense of deadness in her heart. She clearly saw Bai Yang and Tang Yuma holding hands. The two are together. For some reason, Su Yingnan felt a sense of despair at this moment. For the first time, she realized how unbearable she was. But she didn't say much, just took a deep breath and turned away. Looking at the smashed car, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had only driven this car once, and he didn't expect it to be ruined like this by these bastards. "Forget it. The law enforcement team will take care of it." Tang Yuma smiled. Bai Yang nodded, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon the butler drove over here. The two got in the car and the butler drove away. Just at this moment a phone number came. "Hey, brother Bai." When he heard the voice, Bai Yang immediately knew who was calling. "What's wrong, Hage?" The person who called was He Laogue. "I heard that you acquired the Black Cloud Building, so I wanted to discuss something with you," He Laogue said directly. To be honest, if it weren't for what happened last time, Bai Yang might not have taken He Laogue too seriously, thinking that he was just a middle-aged man with some abilities in Shanghai. But after the last incident, he knew one thing very well: He Laogue was not a simple person. In other words, He Laogue's identity is far more complicated than he imagined. "Where are you now?" Bai Yang said indifferently. "Send me your location and I'll find you," He Laogue said with a smile. "Good." Bai Yang responded and hung up the phone. He looked at Tang Yuma and said, "Yuma, I'm sorry, I have something to take care of here." Tang Yuma nodded. "It's okay, if there's anything you need to do, just go ahead and do it." Bai Yang nodded, asked the butler to stop the car, got out of the car alone, sent a message to He Laogue on his mobile phone, and walked alone towards the coffee shop not far away. This coffee shop is open 24 hours. There are more and more places like this in Shanghai nowadays. In order to make more money, many businesses would like to have their stores open all the time. Sitting inside the cafe. Before long, several cars stopped quickly, and dozens of men with weapons in their hands and cold expressions on their faces rushed out of the cars. His eyes looked at Bai Yang in the coffee shop and he immediately rushed in. The staff in the coffee shop were frightened when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to say a word and just stood quietly by. "You were the one who called the police just now?" There was a fierce look on the face of the leading man. There is a scar on his face, and it can be seen that he is a very vicious person. "Are you Mr. Hong?" Looking at him, Bai Yang frowned slightly. He had heard those hooligans mention this guy's name before. Now it seems that the man in front of them is their boss. "That's right, you're quite courageous. You actually parked your car in my spot and took all my men away. How are you going to handle this?" The tall man had a somewhat indifferent look on his face and scolded. "How to deal with it?" Bai Yang thought for a moment. "How do you want to deal with this?" "It's simple. Compensate me for my losses. It's not much, about 10 million will be enough. If you can't pay today, don't blame us," the tall man said coldly. The people behind him looked at Bai Yang with murderous eyes, and it was obvious that they were planning to attack Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded slightly. "It's reasonable for me to compensate you 10 million, but I feel that 10 million is too little." Mr. Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why, are you planning to give more?" "Of course. You've mobilized so many people. How can 10 million be enough? How about this, I'll give you 100 million, and we'll be friends. How about that? Bai Yang said calmly with a hint of smile on his face. There was a sneer on Mr. Hong's face. 100 million, are you sure you can come up with 100 million? Bai Yang nodded, of course, it's only 100 million, how could I not be able to come up with it? If you really don't believe me, I can show you the balance on my phone. At this time, Bai Yang took out the balance of a card and placed it in front of Mr. Hong. When Mr. Hong saw the balance on Bai Yang's card, his expression changed. There are more than 1 billion yuan on Bai Yang's card. This is just the balance of one of his cards. Bai Yang now has at least tens of billions of liquid funds. He has no shortage of money. Ha, fine, I'll make you my friend. You can park anywhere in my parking space from now on. There was a hint of smile on Mr. Hong's face. How could he not be happy when he met a guy who was stupid and had a lot of money? The people behind Mr. Hong were not that vicious. In their opinion, Bai Yang had so much money in his hands, so he must be the financial sponsor. Nowadays, there are only a few people who are really doing it for the sense of brotherhood. Most of them are doing it for money. If Bai Yang could give them some money, they would even give Hong Yi a knife. Today's society is no longer the same as it was before. Come sit down, let's have a good chat. There was a hint of smile on Bai Yang's face. Mr. Hong was no longer like before. He sat down with a smile on his face. Honestly, I rarely see young people like you. I can tell that you are also a top figure. From now on, if you have any problems in this area, just let me know. I guarantee that no one on this street will dare to mess with you. Bai Yang nodded. Then I'll be relying on you from now on. When will you give me the money? There was a somewhat flattering look on Mr. Hong's face. To be honest, his expression had changed significantly compared to before. Money. Don't worry, it's my honor to have tea with such an awesome person like you. Someone will send the money right away. Bai Yang smiled. Seeing Bai Yang's stupid and rich appearance, although Mr. Hong was a little confused, he did not suspect anything and just nodded. No one in this street dared to provoke them. So he wasn't afraid of Bai Yang doing anything weird. Not long after, a Land Rover stopped outside, and at this time 7 or 8 people walked in. The middle-aged man in the lead, with dark skin and a fierce look on his face, frowned slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. What's going on? His voice was a little low, and faintly sounded like the roar of a wild beast. The people behind him all had cold expressions on their faces. When he saw them, Mr. Hong's face changed drastically. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not recognize him, but the middle-aged man in front of him was the famous He Laogue. This is a top-notch person. Such a person actually came here. Judging from the situation, it is obvious that they are coming for Bai Yang. Hey Yi. There was a look of fear on Mr. Hong's face as he spoke in a low voice. What are you doing here? Looking for trouble? There was a cold look in He Laogue's eyes. He knew everything the man in front of him did on a daily basis, but since it was not his territory, he didn't want to interfere. But now that he met him, he was actually in front of Bai Yang with so many people, so he definitely needed to take care of this matter. No. I just came to take a look. I'll be leaving soon. Master Hong said quickly. Brother, aren't you being a bit disloyal? You said before that you would rely on me in the future, and even asked me for 100 million in protection money. What's going on? Why are you so scared for no reason? There was a somewhat innocent look on Bai Yang's face. As he finished speaking, a cold look appeared on He Laogue's face. How dare you ask Brother Bai to pay protection money? You're quite courageous. There was a hint of anger in his voice. You have to know that Bai Yang's identity is not simple. He is also his daughter's savior. He will protect such a person no matter what. This ignorant person just asked him to pay protection money? I really don't want to live anymore. Mr. Hong's face changed drastically. He knew that he was in trouble, big trouble at that. He immediately knelt down with a pleading look on his face. Master He, it's my fault. I beg you to forgive me and let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything. Mr. Hong begged bitterly. But in the face of his pleading, He Laogue didn't show any sympathy. Let the brothers under him know how much assets he has. After today, I don't want to see him have a little brother under him. He Laogue said in a cold tone. Clear. The middle-aged man next to him nodded and looked at Mr. Hong in front of him with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now that He Lao Gui has spoken, how could he possibly survive? Those who had provoked He Lao Gui before had to pay a heavy price. What a pity! I thought you were powerful and could protect me in the future. But now it seems like you're not that great. Bai Yang shook his head slightly, with a helpless look on his face. Mr. Hong wanted to die. Why did he provoke this guy? Couldn't he just live a good life? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Roll. The old black ghost scolded. Mr. Hong knew very well that He Lao Gui was a man of his word. If he continued to beg for mercy, he would only die a more miserable death. He nodded and hurriedly left with his men. He knew very well that he was finished this time. Looking at Bai Yang, there was a smile on He Lao Gui's face. I didn't expect to run into this kind of scum, but we can talk about what's next. Chapter 141 The Ultimate Mission, Becoming the Son of the Face. Bai Yang looked at him, wanting to know what He Lao Gui was thinking. Bai Yang, I know you're not an ordinary person, but there are some things I hope you can understand. The old black ghost came in front of Bai Yang and spoke straight to the point. Bai Yang listened. The waters of the magic city are very deep, and there are some things that you cannot get involved in. I have already warned you about what you did before. If you insist on touching the matter of the Black Cloud building, you will most likely pay a heavy price. He Lao Gui's serious expression, coupled with his somewhat ferocious face, gives people a chilling feeling. Bai Yang took a sip of coffee, said nothing, and looked at He Lao Gui. The entire cafe fell into silence. After a long while, a smile appeared on Bai Yang's face. You're right. The waters of the demon city are indeed deep and complex, and the forces within are also intricate. If I continue, my life may be in danger. But if I don't continue, the lives of others may be in danger. Bai Yang said indifferently. Through Tang Guolian's narration, Bai Yang also learned some things. The Divine Emperor has done many evil things in Shenzhou in the past few years. If nothing is done about it, who knows how many people will die in Shenzhou in the future. What Bai Yang is doing now is indeed very dangerous, but as long as the Divine Emperor does not disappear, there will be no peace in Shenzhou. When He Lao Gui heard this, he looked at Bai Yang and fell silent. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect this. You guys in Kunlun actually have such a great person. Well, here's what I give you. If you want to infiltrate the Black Cloud building, just contact her. He Lao Gui took out a business card and placed it in front of Bai Yang. Without saying anything, he stood up and prepared to leave. Bai Yang was a little confused. He took the business card in his hand. It was the phone number of the technical director of Oud Group. How could someone like He Lao Gui know such a person? There was a hint of confusion on his face, and he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" You'll understand later. You just need to know that Shenzhou's feelings are more complicated than you think. Whether in Kunlun or in the Magic City, you must act with caution. After saying that, He Lao Gui walked outside. There was a puzzled look on Bai Yang's face. He didn't know why he felt that He Lao Gui was very mysterious. It is very likely that the information he has is far greater than what he has. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. Although Bai Yang did not trust He Lao Gui very much, the other party did not seem to have any intention of harming him. So after thinking for a long time, Bai Yang took out his cell phone and dialed the number on the business card. Not long after, a soft female voice sounded at this time. Hello? Hello, I'm Bai Yang. Bai Yang said on the phone. Hearing this, the woman on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, but then smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Bai Yang. Do you have time? We can find a place to sit down and have a good chat. Can. Bai Yang nodded, and the two agreed on a place, and Bai Yang left the villa directly. About half an hour later, he arrived at a cafe which was quite far away from Ode. A few minutes later, a well-maintained woman in her 30s, wearing business attire and light makeup, walked in. She was wearing sunglasses, as if she was hiding something. When her eyes saw Bai Yang, a faint smile appeared on her face. Sitting opposite Bai Yang, she took off her sunglasses and said, Mr. Bai Yang, right? Kindness. Bai Yang nodded. I'm the technical director of Oud Company, you can call me Lena. There was a hint of a smile on the woman's face, and she stretched out her hand and shook hands with Bai Yang. Lao He has already told me about you. You must be very curious. Why does Lao He, who is obviously a gangster, know so many things? Bai Yang nodded. The answer is actually very simple. Shenzhou not only has Kunlun, but also Zhozhou. Kunlun is mainly responsible for domestic stability, while Zhozhou is for external affairs. It's just that the Divine Emperor organization has a huge influence. Zhozhou is also under considerable pressure from abroad, and the Divine Emperor inside has been continuously transmitting intelligence to the outside world. Therefore, Zhozhou has also arranged some spies in the Magic City. The woman explained. I see. Then why did you come to see me? Bai Yang asked. Since you're planning to take charge of this matter, I'll tell you some inside information about the Out Company. Honestly, Kunlun is indeed very powerful, but when it comes to espionage, they're still not as good as us in Zhozhou. Speaking of this, there was a hint of pride on Lena's face. Ode has been researching banned drugs for years. Their purpose is simple, they plan to release banned drugs when the Divine Emperor begins his action. You probably don't know how powerful banned drugs are. Just 1 gram can kill 100,000 people. Due to their geographical location, the dwarf country can only survive for a maximum of 20 years. During this time, they must find a country suitable for their people to survive. Shenzhou is their ideal goal. Lena said seriously, and her expression changed obviously when she said this. She knew very well that if this matter was not handled properly, even if Shenzhou would not suffer serious damage, it might cause the deaths of tens of thousands of people. So what can I do? Bai Yang asked. Actually, I know there's a laboratory inside the Out Company. I also know its exact location. If you can get into the laboratory and rescue the researchers inside, maybe you can solve this problem. Lena said. Good. Bai Yang nodded. Just at this moment a system voice came. Ding! The God-level selection system is activating. Rescue the researchers in the laboratory. 1. If the researchers are not rescued, the system will self-destruct. 2. Rescue the researchers and obtain the system's ultimate mission. Bai Yang was slightly stunned when he heard the system sound. The system's ultimate mission. What's going on with this system? They actually gave him the ultimate mission out of the blue. Without any hesitation, Bai Yang directly chose 2. Ding! 100-fold buff is being activated, activation successful. 1. Obtain 100 ultimate missions. 2. Get an ultimate mission. Bai Yang thought about it and chose 2. Ding! The host has successfully chosen and obtained the ultimate mission. Destroy the Ode group in the shortest possible time. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive 999 God-level rewards. The system sound rang at this time. Hearing this, Bai Yang was slightly stunned. This system is really powerful. After receiving this system task, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of determination in his eyes. It looks like we can do something bigger. He knew that if there was no such system task, he would definitely not dare to do so, but when this system task appeared, how could he not take it seriously? And there are 999 kinds of God-level rewards. What a great honor! With a light breath, Bai Yang quickly left. That night, Bai Yang came to Out Company. According to the information Lena gave him, the laboratory was hidden inside Out Company. There were more than a dozen imprisoned scientists there. They helped Out Company research banned drugs. If they disobeyed, they would be beaten and even their families outside would be threatened. But they didn't know that their families had already been protected by Zhozhou, and it was nothing serious. However, they had been staying in the scientific research base and had no idea about this. Bang! Bai Yang walked directly to the door of the laboratory and kicked it open. Because of this, the security guard inside immediately noticed the situation here. But facing Bai Yang, they had no room to fight back. Bang bang bang! In less than a few minutes, they were knocked to the ground. At this time, Bai Yang came to the experimental base, where dozens of men and women in white coats were doing scientific research. When they saw Bai Yang, they all had a look of confusion on their faces. There were varying degrees of bloodshot in their eyes and their faces looked haggard. I'm here to save you, come with me, Bai Yang said calmly. But those people were unmoved. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang felt helpless and he pulled out the video on his mobile phone. Your family members have been rescued. Don't worry, I'm from Kunlun. I can make sure you're all safe. Those people's faces changed slightly. The reason they didn't dare to leave was because their families were controlled by the Divine Emperor, and Bai Yang actually rescued their families. They nodded immediately. Thank you, organization. Some of them cried bitterly. The life here was simply not a life for human beings. They originally thought they came here to do scientific research, but after really coming here, they found that they were almost like animals and their families were also controlled. Such a life was simply worse than death. Bai Yang didn't say much. He knew that what happened here was likely to be discovered by the Divine Emperor, so he had to take them away quickly. When everyone left the laboratory, Bai Yang threw the time bomb he had brought earlier into the laboratory and quickly left with these people. About 10 minutes later. Bang! There was a huge explosion and the entire laboratory was destroyed. Bai Yang and the scientific researchers left quickly, dropping some bombs along the way. Although this is his territory, he doesn't feel bad at all, as he can get 999 kinds of God-level rewards immediately. What does he have to be afraid of? When he arrived at the underground parking lot, some men in black stood in front of him not far away. They exuded murderous aura and it was obvious that they had no good intentions. Bai Yang looked at them and frowned slightly. These people should be from the Divine Emperor organization. Bai Yang, do you know what you are doing? The leading man in black had a hint of indifference in his eyes. Bang! 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 At this time, explosions sounded from the building, and the entire building was destroyed in an instant. The people staying underground felt some fluctuations in the parking lot, but since this was an air raid shelter, it was not affected too much. The expressions of those men in black became even uglier. Suddenly, the murderous aura became even more terrifying. At the peak of the acquired realm, there are 7 and 8 level warriors. But at this moment, a system voice came from Bai Yang's mind. Ding! The ultimate mission has been successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 999 special rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yang's body changed dramatically in an instant, and system sounds continued to be heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving perfect innate strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the perfect foundation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the power of a perfect golden elixir. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the power of a perfect god. In addition to strength, Bai Yang also received many other rewards. The 999 kinds of god-level rewards are indeed extraordinary. Bai Yang's strength is also increasing, and this feeling makes him very comfortable. Bai Yang looked at the people in front of him as if he were looking at ants. Through the system's rewards, his strength has been significantly improved. Those people looked at Bai Yang. For some reason, in an instant, Bai Yang seemed to give people a different feeling. Superior. Although they felt that Bai Yang was different from before, these men in black still wanted to stop Bai Yang. What Bai Yang took away was their foundation. But at this time, there was a hint of indifference on Bai Yang's face. Laugh. When they just came in front of Bai Yang, the men in black suddenly blew themselves up on the spot. With 999 kinds of god-level rewards, he himself possessed extraordinary power. Bai Yang walked slowly forward, and almost everyone in front of him could not withstand a blow. At this moment, I seem to have become a god. Bai Yang said softly, his aura becoming more and more powerful, giving people an extremely terrifying feeling. As he continued walking forward, Bai Yang's eyes suddenly seemed to see something. Everyone in the magic city came into his sight. Invincible. Nearly invincible strength. Bai Yang didn't expect that the system would bring him such powerful power. All the people of the Divine Emperor, die. He waved his hand. The terrifying power was transmitted, and those members of the Divine Emperor who were hiding in the Demon City blew themselves up on the spot one by one, which also caused panic among many people. But he killed all the people in the Divine Emperor organization in an instant, and Bai Yang's strength reached its peak. Just then, a soft voice was heard. Bai Yang, congratulations on possessing the power to transcend the plane. I am the spirit of the plane. I wonder if you are interested in becoming the master of this plane. Become the master of the planes, and you will gain eternal life. Hearing this, Bai Yang had a smile on his face. The system was so powerful that he seemed invincible. Good. Bai Yang nodded, and his figure entered a completely new area. After arriving there, Bai Yang suddenly discovered that he seemed to be able to perfectly control the blue star. Invincible. There was a faint smile on Bai Yang's face. This feeling made him feel great from the bottom of his heart. Walking forward, Bai Yang came to the villa again. Tang Yuma was still working at this time, but she couldn't see him at all. But Bai Yang could sense her thoughts. At this moment, Bai Yang had a complete understanding of this world and could change his strength at will.